to pay for my mother's medical treatment. I took the risk of sneaking into the CEO's office, intending to crack open the safe. Just as I was secretly congratulating myself on my cleverness, the female CEO appeared behind me with a cold expression. To my surprise, instead of sending me to prison, she used it as leverage to drag me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register our marriage. In the third year of everyone envying me for marrying a wealthy woman, I asked her for a divorce. Shen Anren, let's get divorced. Shen Anren, who was eating breakfast, froze at these words. She put down her chopsticks, frowned, and asked, "Are you sure? If you initiate the divorce, you'll have to compensate me 4 million. Your savings barely add up to 6,000 yuan. I won't waive the 4 million just because of our 3 years together." I nodded with a smile. "Let's divorce. If we wait until he comes back, it won't feel right. I'll find a way to pay you the 4 million within a year." Shen Anren replied with a hint of threat. "You'd better think carefully. If you can't pay within a year, I'll send you back to prison." With that, she turned her head away. The truth was, she had initially agreed to a contractual marriage with me to avoid her parents' pressure to marry while waiting for her childhood sweetheart, Kwang Ma Ge, to return from abroad. But after 3 years, she had grown accustomed to having me around, so now she genuinely didn't want a divorce. Still smiling, I nodded and asked, "Do you have time today? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon." Proud as she was, Shen Anren didn't try to stop me. Our marriage didn't even last until the afternoon. Within 10 minutes of the bureau opening, we had finalized the divorce and walked out. Fuming, Shen Anren turned on her heel, got into her car, and sped off. However, less than 50 meters after driving off, a phone call made her stop. She took several deep breaths before answering. A familiar voice came through the line. "Xiao Ran, why did he answer your phone last night? I was going to tell you I'm coming back, but why was he the one who picked up? Don't tell me you two already." Shen Anren froze for a moment, her brows furrowing involuntarily. "Kwang Ma Ge, please don't jump to conclusions. Anything else? I'm busy." Without waiting for a response, she hung up. 2 months earlier, during a call with Kwang Ma Ge, she had heard a woman's voice in the background. The image of her once beloved big brother had instantly shattered, making her question whether she had been delusional as a child to ever like such a promiscuous man. The divorce was already distressing, and after being stirred up by the troublemaker, Shen Anren completely lost the mood to work. She didn't go home but drove to her parents' house. Her mother, who had just woken up, tilted her head to look at her precious daughter, but before she could react, Shen Anren hugged her and said, "Mom, Shen Zai and I are divorced." At 11 o'clock in the Shen household, Shen Anren was forced to sit on a small stool, undergoing interrogation from her parents. Old Shen usually spoiled his child, but today he didn't shield her. "Little Anren, you're really being unreasonable. It's one thing to bully Chen Zai usually, but who do you think has been helping you behind the scenes these 3 years when your career went smoothly? How could you just divorce him like that?" Her mother, with a military background, was decisive and slapped the coffee table with a loud bang, startling both father and daughter. "Do you think your job achievements are all your own? Every single one was accomplished with Chen Zai calling your dad late at night to discuss how to help you. He took care of your daily needs, cooked 3 meals a day for you, even drew your bathwater and washed your underwear. Who was it that excitedly told me how great it was to have a man at home? And now you're divorcing him? Chen Zai is really unlucky to have met someone like you." Shen Anren felt wronged and straightened her back to retort, "Am I your biological daughter? Or is Chen Zai your son? It was Chen Zai who wanted the divorce. I was the one dumped." Upon hearing his daughter was dumped, Old Shen immediately lost his temper and clamored to call and confront me. But before he could even take out his phone, her mother interrupted. "Do you even have the nerve to ask him? Aren't you afraid Chen Zai might say Shen Anren has feelings for another man? Shen Anren, I warn you, if you dare get together with that neighbor boy, I'll take back all the shares in your name. Let's see if he doesn't kick you to the curb then." Shen Anren caught the loophole in her mother's words and raised her head to argue. "Those shares are Dad's. Why don't you ask if he dare give them to you? Dad, do you want to practice some military boxing?" Old Shen was a reasonable man and this time chose his wife's side. Seeing no one at home supported her, Shen Anren felt even more wronged and cried, "It's Chen Zai who doesn't want your daughter anymore, not me rejecting him. If he's so great, go find him then." Shen Anren's mother paid no attention to her resistance. Her eyes filled with mockery as she sneered, "Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? I'm going to find Chen Zai right now and ask him why he wanted a divorce." "Do whatever you want. Honestly, it feels like I picked you up off the street. Why don't you just go find your precious son Chen Zai?" At that moment, I was sitting by the street looking at my phone when suddenly a call came in, startling me. Seeing the words mother-in-law on the screen, my back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling, I answered the call. "Hello, you little brat, do you think you can push your luck just because I've been nice to you? Try saying hello to me again." Mom, I'm sorry, That's more like it. I'm waiting for you at People's Kitchen. Come here and explain to me what's going on with you and Shinanren's divorce." With that, Shin's mother hung up. My mother-in-law has always been domineering. Old Shin and Shinanren are both afraid of her, and I'm no exception. The midday summer heat was unbearable. Unable to hail a cab, I jogged all the way to the restaurant. Entering the private room, I saw Shin's mother holding her phone as if about to make a call. "Mom, you were in such a hurry to see me?" I asked, panting. Shin's mother looked at me and nodded. "Not bad. At least you still remember you have a mother-in-law. Now, tell me, why are you divorcing Shinanren? You'd better think carefully before answering." Standing there, I scratched my head anxiously. There was no way I could bring up the past, breaking into the safe and being forced into marriage. After a moment's thought, I mustered my courage, lowered my head, and whispered, "Mom, I'm just not good enough. I'm not a qualified husband." Hearing this, she immediately wanted to drag me to the hospital for a checkup. I was at my wit's end with this mother-in-law. Going to the hospital was out of the question. If she found out I was lying, I'd be in big trouble. Helpless, I had no choice but to reveal the truth about the contractual marriage. But clearly, Shun's mother didn't take it seriously. A contractual marriage? From what I've seen, the past 3 years were no different from dating. In 3 years, you didn't develop any feelings for Shinanren? Even raising a dog for 3 years would create a bond. Not that I'm calling you a dog, but don't you feel anything special for Shinanren? From the moment I entered the private room, sweat hadn't stopped pouring from my forehead. Wiping it away, I whispered, "Mom, you know it was a contractual marriage. We're from different worlds. Even if I like Shinanren, it wouldn't matter. She likes someone else." The mention of Crazy Brother made Shin's mother furious. "That family is full of scoundrels. Crazy Brother only wants the shares in Shinanren's hands, doesn't he? And you didn't even tell me about the divorce." As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of cash from her bag and placed it on the table. "Since it's already done, and you've called me mom for 3 years, you're half my son. That narrow-minded Shinanren, I doubt you have more than 10,000 yuan to your name. Take this money for now, but don't even think about leaving the city." I won't. "Mom, didn't you have a mahjong game scheduled? Aunt Zhao has been urging you for a while." Just then, Aunt Zhao called again. Shin's mother answered and snapped, "What's the rush? I'm having a meal with my son-in-law, and you're all so impatient. Xiao Zhe is here with me." "What? Are you trying to call him over? Your brother-in-law isn't home tonight, so you're eyeing Xiao Zhe? Shame on you." She then turned to me and asked, "Chen Zhe, your Aunt Zhao wants to know if you're coming." Under my mother-in-law's sharp gaze, I shook my head frantically. No, Aunt Zhao. I have things to do this afternoon. I still need to buy groceries and cook for Shinanren." The word slipped out before I realized it. Apparently, 3 years of this life had ingrained habits in me. Crazy Demon is about to return to the country. Given Shinanren's temper, even if her mother is formidable, she probably won't be able to stop him. After my mother-in-law left, I let out a sigh of relief, patted my face with both hands, trying to shake off the inexplicable sense of loss in my heart. With the money my mother-in-law gave me, I rented an apartment through an agency and spent the afternoon tidying up the room neatly. These 3 years of being a house husband have taught me to organize my life efficiently. Honestly, I should thank Shinanren. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to cover my mother's surgery fees, nor would I have the freedom I have now. Meanwhile, Shinanren was on the verge of a breakdown. After returning home, her mother casually mentioned that she had lost her house to Xiaoying during a mahjong game and told her to take it up with Xiaoying if she had any complaints. She also said that since they were divorced now, the old curfew rules would be reinstated. Shinanren had always kept her distance from Xiaoying, who had forced her to call her sister Zhao since childhood. Every time they met, Xiaoying would ask her, "How's Chen Zhe's stamina?" A question that left the inexperienced Shinanren at a complete loss for words. In this regard, warm equals Shinanren, is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Under the mood of annoyance, dialed Lin Zongheng's phone. Originally wanted to find some comfort and ask him what day to come back, but 3 consecutively dialed the phone were hung up. And finally the warmth sent a message telling Lin Zongheng if he did not pick up the phone again in the future, do not have to contact. Then the call came in, connected for no more than 3 seconds before Warm hung up. Although she did not reject Lin Zongheng had a woman in a foreign country, but she had no way to accept that he called him when he was doing that. It did not take long for the phone to be called again, and Warm recounted the grievances in her heart. But Lin Zongheng had been around why it was that man who answered the phone, and pursued Warm to ask if they had happened anything. Instead of being comforted by the aggression in her heart, she was met with suspicion, and Warmth angrily hung up the phone and sat on the bed to ask herself, do you really like Lin Zongheng, or do you use him as a spiritual support? 3 years. He's been out of the country for 3 years. Actually, time has washed everything away. When Warmth and Han Xian had just gotten married, a long-distance phone call would talk late into the night, and as time passed, the late night was shortened to an hour. and finally the phone would be hung up because Han Xian shouted up for dinner. Han Xian's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The image of a foam-covered Han Xian stepping in front of her to drive the pervert away when the pervert broke through the door by lying about being a delivery man. In the most difficult days of the month, Han Xian will get up early to cook a bowl of fish head tofu soup, may also be rib soup. We'll use a thermos cup for him to prepare ginger and wolfberry water to ask her to take to the company. For a moment Warmth was confused. The original figure of Lin Zonghong was getting blurred. Instead, Han Xian's appearance was getting clearer and clearer. There was no way that Warmth could put up with this. She was dumped by Han Xian. She was not allowed to think of this man in such a situation. Feeling on the verge of breaking down, Warmth grabbed her keys and cell phone and rushed out of the house. On the road, the Romeo Clover sped across the empty road at 120 mph. Like a ghostly apparition, the bright red Romeo parked in front of a bar instantly drew attention. Not to how expensive the car was, but to the woman who stepped out of the car that made the livestock outside the door go wide-eyed. White t-shirt with a pair of light-colored jeans to show the legs longer. Simple ponytail with a plain face makes her out of place. Warmly looking at this unfamiliar place, she gathered the courage to walk into this place that she had never been to before, and her heart was very resistant to it, but she needed to vent. Warm has no friends. Chapter 5, Hitchhiking. Everyone comes to the bar for different purposes. Some come to amuse themselves, some come to have a good time, some come to buy drunkenness, and some come to have a flirtatious encounter. And Warmth's appearance has made most of the men in the bar forget about the purpose of their visit, and now they only have one goal in mind: hunt for sex. Used to eating roses, it was only when I encountered the freshly scented lilies that I realized what I liked. The most important thing is that this woman's family is very solid. Clothes and cell phones are very ordinary, mass consumption, but her wrist Cartier bracelet is not a small amount. A man will always fantasize that there is a heavenly beauty looking at him and that the woman is rich, even if he doesn't need her to support himself. At the very least, he doesn't have to pay to support her. Men always have an inexplicable confidence, especially drunk men. There had been many failed pickup lines, and this innocent lily sat at the bar sipping a glass of expensive red wine, oblivious to the bartender who was showing off his mixology skills in front of him, just asking him to pour a glass. Warmer. The more you drink, the more angry. How can you not fight to think of Han Xian? This guy, he, in addition to cooking better, clean up the room sharper, wash clothes cleaner, smarter brain, good looking. There are other advantages. On top of that, this guy had the audacity to file for divorce. He, Hankin, dumped me for Warmth? Warmth, who was already meaning to get drunk, didn't realize that he didn't have the number Lin Zonghong in his mind at all. Wine doesn't make you drunk. Hello beautiful, could you give me a chance to buy you a drink? Already can't remember this is the first over to accost. Warm just want to be quiet and drink by himself. Turned his head to look at this about 40 years old, a brand name man. Warm frowned and asked, make 6 figures a year? Have $1 million plus watch? Have relatives in your family at the vice ministerial level? I'm missing you a drink? The middle-aged man smiled and turned away, and in his tone he could sense that the woman wasn't asking him, but telling her that what she said, she had chased away a hitchhiker. Warm ready to get up and leave when the side came another hitchhiker, 23 or 4 years old, dressed in a very trendy, hair dyed white, with a pair of glasses without frames. This person is not as gentlemanly as the middle-aged uncle. The words are not to say to do it. The Warm frown to avoid, picking up the phone to leave. The social young man will not easily let go of such a delicate flower. Opened his arms to stop Warm, his eyes lewdly looking up and down at Warm, and laughed. Sister, give me face. All your friends over there are watching? It's not right for you to be like this, is it? Why don't you go over there and have a drink? How lonely it is to be alone. How can an older man understand the world of the young? Sister's legs are so pretty. Don't mind if brother touches them? Roll. Warm words out of the cup of wine thrown in the face of the social young man. The middle-aged uncle who was ready to leave in the distance folded instead of returning, sitting not far away. He seemed to be waiting for the opportunity to save the hero. The young man who had completely lost face was no longer in disguise. Gritting his teeth and cursing he raised his hand and was about to rough it up, but his hand didn't fall. His wrist was tackled, and a fat man appeared at the young man's side. It's fat, not tall, almost 1.75 m or so, but the weight is almost 234 pounds. The fat man's appearance is very cute. Grasping the small young man's hand, coldly laughed. Zhang Haowei, do you want to be carried out for roughhousing here? Not everyone is yours to touch, you know? In the distance, Zhang Haowei's friends also discovered the difference over here and got up to come forward, but the little fatty didn't even look at it, grabbed Zhang Haowei's arm and flung it to the side, and then laughed at Warmth warmly and softly. Why did you come here by yourself, sister-in-law? This would have been the already drunken Warmth looking at the little fat man in front of him with confused eyes, tilting his head in curiosity and asking, Han Qian's brother? Brother, bye-bye. My name is Ma. Just call me Kurson. The bar is my aunt's sister and other people together. I am often here. Sister-in-law, you drove here? It's not too safe this late. It's not good if these grandsons play dirty. I called Brother Qian just now. He should be here soon. Wait a little longer? Han Qian is coming? Warm do not know why he panicked. Trembling is about to leave the bar. How the more you do not want to see this guy, the more you cannot get out of the relationship with him. Warm want to go. Zhang Haowei's people will not agree to Noisy to give them an explanation. Ma Kurson frowned and grabbed a chair. Pointing at the disturbance of a few people, scolded angrily. Don't give your faces one by one. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you few? Wah, go upstairs and yell at them to stop playing. Someone is going to cause trouble here. All are low head to see the relationship. Zhang Hao only pedestrians also know the virtues of Kurson's gang of friends. Leaving Kurson a look, is about to leave. At this time Kurson opened his mouth again. My sister-in-law's uncle is our city's public security department. You guys don't want to scrape the car to vent their anger. AA came to the bar to play the players. Can afford to pay? The crowd knew that they had messed with the stubble, and their hearts were a little afraid, and they slipped away. And the middle-aged uncle in the distance was a little disappointed to see that there was no chance for a hero to save the beauty, but he didn't leave in a hurry, wanting to see who the man of this lily was. Warmth stumbled to get away, and Kagome kept a distance to follow, not assisting or allowing anyone else to get close, including women. He was the only one among all of Han Qian's friends who knew about Warmth's bottom line, and the things on his sister-in-law's body were all valuable contraptions. The Warm stumbled right out of the bar when and walked into the bar, collided with a full embrace. A princess embrace will be warm in the arms. Ma Kurson smiled and turned around to leave. The bar to watch the people also understand. Is the man of the people to come? You can drink? And drove here? Did Kurson drive back without noticing you? And to come to a place like this? If Kurson hadn't been here today, have you thought about what would have happened to you? Ha! What's the point of covering your face? Being held in Han Qian's arms with a princess hug. Warm hands cover her face, do not want to let Han Qian see her look. Han Qian also do not bother to say again her. Turn around to leave the bar. This time the middle-aged man blocked in front of Han Qian, said softly, you can't take her away. I'm responsible for the girl's safety. Originally ready to take a shower and go to bed. Han Qian heard that Warmth was in the bar and rushed over without stopping. And then look at this woman's drunken appearance, is even more angry. And now there are still people stopping in front of him? Han Qian frowned at the middle-aged man and said in a cold voice, what's it to do with you if I take my daughter-in-law home? My daughter-in-law's safety is your responsibility? We're all men. Don't act too noble in a place like this. The middle-aged man didn't get angry and smiled lightly. Who can prove she's your woman? Han Qian looked down at the wicked smile at the corner of the Warm mouth in his arms, and he smiled back, taking out the divorce papers in his pocket and slamming them on the middle-aged man. An ex-husband is also a lot safer than a stranger like you, right? Plus you can just keep your eyes on me. You don't need to look anywhere else. So it was once a husband and wife. Little brother is somewhat sorry. This is my business card. I hope to make friends with little brother. Spare me. I don't want anyone bothering my ex-wife after the divorce, so if you're so inclined, pick up the divorce papers for me. Just out of the door of the bar, the warmth of seeing the wind spit Han Qian all over the stains. This instant Han Qian is going to break down, gritting his teeth and angry. I should really send you to mom right now and let her know that we both just got divorced and you're coming to the bar to get drunk. Give me the car keys. Warmth looked at Han Qian in a daze and struggled to shout. It's my mom, not yours, so I'll take you back to your mom's? You don't take your house key with you when you go out? Warm, are you not ready to go home? Han Qian was a bit angry, really a bit angry. Warmth hid in Han Qian's arms like a child who had made a mistake, and it wasn't long before Han Qian heard choking sounds. Han Qian, I don't have a home anymore. My mom sold my house. Chapter 6, Living Together Again? Han Qian, who slept on the sofa all night, woke up feeling pain all over his body, and was even more distressed that the bedding he hadn't touched yet was being hugged. Han Qian was woken up by his cell phone, and the warm cell phone was making a lot of noise before the day was over. Dazed and confused, took the phone to connect the call. The opposite side immediately came Li Jinha's Buddhist lion's roar plus cordial greetings, probably meaning that when you come back to this little girl, piece will be peeled off your skin. If you dare to sneak and run to Washington, you have to cut off the mother-daughter relationship. Listening to the end of Li Jinha's roar, Han Qian whispered, Mom, this is Han Qian. I have the warmth here. Doh! The call was hung up, and Han Qian looked at the cell phone in his hand in confusion, when a missive was sent over. Old Wen and I went out for a trip, so Nguyen will stay at your place, and I'm relieved to know that if you dare to call me, military boxing will be served. Han Xian looked at the phone confused. Mother-in-law is not worried about warmth at all? It seems like there is nothing to worry about. They have been living together for 3 years. While Han Xian was confused, Warmth came down on the second floor, wearing the pajamas that Han Xian hadn't yet had time to wear, and sleeping on the bedding that Han Xian hadn't had time to sleep on. Warmth seems to be very calm, looking up and down the room. Looking left and right to find the refrigerator, took out a bottle of mineral water back to Han Xian's side and sat down, tilted his head. How about checking your cell phone? I didn't see you checking my phone when I wasn't divorced, and you didn't ask when I was on the phone with Lin Zongheng, so why did you start checking your cell phone after the divorce? Do you want me to help you? Han Xian turned his head to look at Warmth, who hadn't even washed his face, and took a deep breath with his eyes closed. Warmth, if you ever drink again, I will absolutely. Henkin, I'm hungry. Warm intentionally avoid the topic of drinking, took the phone in front of Han Xian's face to open the phone's blacklist, which is clearly Lin Zongheng's number, and then threw the phone on the sofa, got up and jumped to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the back of the Warmth, Han Xian's feeling is very strange. Only divorced less than a day to live together again? Listening to the babbling in the bathroom, Han Xian stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Luckily he had prepared some ingredients last night, or else he would have had to deal with it by eating instant noodles, and sat down to make a traditional Chinese breakfast while relaying his mother-in-law's words. Mom and old Win went on a trip and said they took the house keys with them, and Mom wants you to stay at my place. If you mind. I don't mind. It's not like we haven't lived together before. Han Xian, hurry up. I have to go to work today. Listening to these shameless words, Han Xian almost carried the pot to the bathroom to find Warmth to fight for his life. What is this? The marriage is also divorced. The contract was also violated, with a $4 million debt, and then living together again? Han Xian's heart told him to fight back. He had to fight back, and he took a deep breath. You hurry up and wash up. I need to wash up and get out of the house too. I have an interview for a new job today. As the words fell, Warmth showed half his head in the bathroom, puzzled. Han Xian, you came back last night and even cleaned my clothes? Why don't you stop working and be my nanny? Han Xian returned without a trace of humor. And then watch my ex-wife and her old flame get all tangled up? Even if we're married by agreement, why don't I have the dignity of a man? Old love? You mean Lin Zongheng? Our old love? Han Xian, are you jealous? Warm face a bad smile. Han Xian, simply ignore her, but just do not take care of let Warm more curious. Hands behind his back to Han Xian's side, crooked body right in the face of Han Xian, asked with a smile. Jealous? You checked my cell phone in the morning and you didn't even frown when you saw Lin Zongheng's number inside the blacklist. You're jealous, aren't you? Han Xian, do you like me? Han Xian didn't say anything. Warmth continued to pursue, and as the helpless Han Xian left the kitchen with his breakfast, Warmth suddenly shouted at Han Xian. Han Xian, just say you're jealous and I won't choose Lin Zongheng. Right, I was jealous, but you're going to eat breakfast now, understand? And another thing that's unfortunate for me is that I'm going to have to start taking care of your life again. This is your honor. Han Xian, you do not know last night in the bar a lot of people and I hit dinner. Neither of the two men realized one thing that was very important. The way they got along changed after the divorce. Han Xian was no longer respectful to Warmth. Warmth no longer treated Han Xian like a babysitter either. She's afraid that Han Xian will ask after her about the bar, while she's in a good mood when she hears Han Xian talking about being jealous, sweeping away the gloom and not being repulsed by living here, while Han Xian's insides are wailing. Laozi's $4 million is worse than Zhao Xi's father's death. But the money still has to be paid back. This is the old man from childhood to educate him. As a man does not ask you to have much success, and does not ask you to be how strong, but to remember one thing, a mouthful of spittle a nail, said the words to be done. This is a man's account of himself. The old man hadn't taught Han Xian anything in his life, just let him learn two things, responsibility and cleanliness, eggs, pickles, rice porridge. In the matter of cooking, whether in the marriage or now, Warm has never had the right to speak. She likes milk bread breakfast, like bitter coffee refreshing. Han Xian spent 3 years to let Warm get used to the bun millet porridge breakfast, coffee also replaced with milk. At the time of dinner, Han Xian received a reply from the Glory Group, told that today there is time to come to the company. Meet to talk about this result is what Han Xian wants. He is afraid of the phone or email to ask questions. As long as the meeting, things will be good. After eating, Warm shouted that she was going to be late, and her small mind that she didn't want to brush the dishes was clearly seen by Han Xian, so she didn't bother with this woman, and packed up the dishes and changed her clothes to get ready to meet a new challenge. Carrying a debt of $4 million did not make Han Xian feel that his life had become gloomy. Instead, it gave him the motivation to work hard, and it was also this huge debt that prevented him from continuing to live those 3 years of clean life. The taxi is certainly not willing to give up. Squeeze on the bus, all the way to the Glory of the group's headquarters. Looking at this dozen of high-rise buildings, Han Qian is a little puzzled. This time to work outside the company's plaza, how a person is not there? What is this sign? Watch out for vehicles left and right? Wrong place, right? Taking a deep breath and puffing out his chest in preparation for a new challenge, a large red raptor grazed the tip of his nose and sped past in front of him. The original self-confidence and preparation for a moment was scared away, and so back to God when the raptor is stopped in the distance. The car down a woman, black wrap skirt. Feet is a pair of 7 or 8 centimeters or so of high heels. The woman's body is very hot, wearing a bold, but in Han Qian's eyes, this is the murderer who almost killed himself. Without waiting for her to go forward and theorize, the hot figure of the woman ran all the way and disappeared inside the door of the glory group. Han Qian cupped his chin and whispered in his mind, "The mesdames don't look like a good silver na." Chapter 7. The Lady of the Night. In the interview office of Glory Group's personnel department, Han Qian sat on a chair, and across from him were 3 interviewers, 2 men and 1 woman. This feeling made Han Qian recall the scene of being interrogated at the police station. The female interviewer sitting in the center took the lead. First, do a little self-introduction. My name is Song, is the manager of the personnel department. I will ask you to understand. These 2 are on your answer and experience to choose. And finally, whether you can reach you in the company's cooperation. In the Glory Group, all the employees and the company all is a partnership. There is no employment. In addition to the glory of the group relative to other groups is slightly more humane. And now I'll first introduce you to the company system. You consider whether to continue with the interview. Song manager's expression is very gentle. The words are not condescending, which makes Han Qian very comfortable. And then understand the company's system. He exclaimed that the smooth enjoyment of the loss is not wrong. The glory of the group of the system of employees and welfare is very good. 2 days off per week, 9 in the morning and 5 in the evening. Overtime there will be additional subsidies and bonuses. We'll provide accommodation in the winter time in the family hotel. The employees who are on vacation will not be forced to come back to work overtime. But if there is a problem with the post he is responsible for, he has to go back to the company to rectify the problem without any reason or refusal. Salary is base plus commission plus bonus. Not rejecting office romance, but not delaying work and destroying the office atmosphere. None of the Pride Group has a system of penalties, and an hour late is delayed by 2 hours before you can leave work. The company has only one penalty: dismissal. Han Qian said that he could accept the company's system, and manager Song narrowed his eyes and smiled. Compared to the smooth enjoyment group, our glory treats the employees more humane. Come to work and not sign the contract of sale. Now I'm going to ask questions to you. When you are satisfied with us, we also need to be satisfied with you. First of all, do a little self-introduction. Han Qian returned the smile and said softly, Han Qian, Han nationality, 25 years old, divorced, 3 years of work experience in the planning department of the Smooth Enjoyment Group, planning a number of small projects, but also to participate in the Smooth Enjoyment Group of the world of Rongju's planning. Education is only a high school. Freshman year there was an accident in the family, dropped out of school. At the risk of asking, the reason for your divorce. Huge difference in family situation with ex-wife. Didn't want to delay, wanted to give her a better one for the future. Yes, you said you were involved in the planning of the Rongo world, in which one you were mainly responsible for. Choosing a clientele to monopolize. If you had to come up with a plan to deal with the Ronin world right now, where would you start? I don't think there is a need to target the world of military. He is just a low-end brand. The main customers of the middle-aged and elderly people. The world of military is just a way to save the enjoyment of the department store. No way but to choose the transformation of the approach. The glory of the department store is mainly a gold store. Luxury counters and video game city to attract gold. If you go to imitate the world of a military, there is no need, and the results will not look good. Won't be too pretty. One last question. Why did you leave the Smooth Group? Is being far from home a reason? I'm clean after the divorce. Yes, I'll get back to you by tomorrow night at the latest, and I look forward to working with Mr. Han. It's over? Han Qian was a bit confused. It ended with just a few questions? He didn't ask about his ability? When Han Qian stood up, he was still a little confused, but also a little less confident. He originally thought that he would ask a lot of questions and thought of a lot of answers, but there was no use for them. Han Qian, who walked out of the room, was still in a state of confusion, and when one foot stepped out the door he suddenly folded back and asked a question. That Raptor downstairs is your company car? Once this question came out, all 3 interviewers' faces were a bit embarrassed, and manager Song stood up and said awkwardly, Mr. Han isn't hurt, is he? This car does belong to the company, just. Oh, I know. When I see the owner of the car, I'll slap her twice. And don't you guys blame me for being rude. She almost ran me over in her 8-centimeter heels. Han Qian walked away, leaving the three interviewers looking at each other in disbelief, wondering if this last sentence should be recorded. It's not the first time I've driven in heels, and the whole company knows that you should never cross the plaza early around 9 a.m. You must not slip, and you must use the pedestrian walkway. Manager Song sighed. I feel good. You can stay and try first. Anyway, the company has a 1-month trial period. The contract will also be written within a month. Will be persuaded to leave without reason. As for the thing that he was almost bumped into, just take it as a meet and greet gift from our aunt. After all, we have all experienced it. This has become a tradition for the Pride group. Waiting for the elevator, Han Qian's brain is all the aftermath, and thinking about whether it is the retribution of the divorce. The front foot of the divorce and the back foot of the Li Jinhe cleaned up a pass, and then it is the warmth and back again. And this morning was almost hit by a car, and the interview is not ideal. Ding! The elevator opened. Han Qian, with a head full of strange ideas, just out of the step felt a burst of softness coming from the chest. Before he had time to see what this is in front of him, the belly was heavily punched, followed by sharp angry curses in the ear. Do you have eyes when you walk? Do you want to die by taking advantage of me? Before the words fell, Han Qian's hair was grabbed. Han Qian, who was punched and had his hair grabbed, was furious, and reached out to grab the woman's hair. A scream came out from the woman, and her high-heeled shoes stepped hard on Han Qian's shoes, which was followed by Han Qian's wailing. This will be Han Qian has seen the person in front of him. A black hip dress, feet a pair of 8-centimeter high heels, but this will be cloaked in hair, cannot see the face. Look at the face has not been important. Important that will be almost killed by this woman to crash. Ah dash. You tell me what department you're in. I'm going to fire you right now. Get off my back. The woman's hand got harder as she spoke, and Han Qian, who recognized himself as no gentleman, didn't show any mercy and gritted his teeth in anger. I'm not from your company. You almost hit me downstairs. I was worried that I had no place to look for you. Chaos attracted onlookers. Responsible for the interview of the three people also rushed too, because these two voices, they are too familiar. The personnel department of the Song manager saw the scene in front of him when instantly confused. How is this? Jogging all the way up to pull the two apart. He gently pounded Han Qian's shoulder with his fist and said eagerly, Han Qian, you let go quickly. Mr. Yen, you also let go, let go, let go. The employees are watching. Han Qian, you let go first. Yen is always a girl. Mr. Yen? Han Qian frowned and let go of his hand, but unexpectedly the woman not only did not let go, but even opened her mouth to bite towards his neck. Manager Song saw this and hurriedly persuaded to let Mr. Yen let go of his hand. The two were in a state of wolfish fury. Yen Qingqing bent down and was about to take off her shoes and smash this man to death. Manager Song hugged Yen tightly to persuade him, and then gestured for Han Qian to leave first, and later she would call to apologize in Yan's place. Han Qian walked into the elevator with a cold snort and withdrew the tie around his neck with a cold grunt. Obscure. With one of the people gone and quiet, Yen Qingqing straightened her hair and said softly, Do you recognize this man, Manager Song? Manager Song helped straighten her short skirt and whispered back, Mr. Yen, he is here for the interview today. Just now downstairs almost by your. Ah, I know. I get upset when I see a handsome guy. I can only look but can't eat. Why don't you just crash and die? Interviewer, tell him to come to work tomorrow. Grabbing my hair and taking advantage of me? I'll kill you. What's his name? Han Qian. Han Qian? A bit familiar. Damn it. Can't think of it. Manager Song, you go tell the managers of the project and planning departments to send me the results of that plot of land today. Annoying as hell. It's more annoying than seeing a handsome guy. Yen Qingqing walked away, lifting up her skirt and tugging at the safety pants inside as she left, and the crowd was outraged. Everything about the company is good. It's this GM that's creepy. Chapter 8, The Debtor Lives in the House. Mr. Yen Qingqing of the Glory Group? The internet has said that this woman is the company's legal person. I thought it was a not Yun Obasan, but I did not expect it to be, let's just say it is a beautiful woman, but also one of the 90 or more beautiful women, and the warmth is the two extremes, not divided into two. Leave the company received a text message through the admission, told him the day after tomorrow on Monday can go to work in the company. All the formalities in the reception desk to receive it. Han Qian always have a sheep into the tiger's den feeling. He cannot refuse. To the glory of the group is the first step of his plan, but also the most important step. It is only here that he will find the opportunity to show his talents. Took out his cell phone and gave his mom a call to ask how the crops at home, whether the old man has gone to gamble, remit the money received or not. On the other end of the phone, Ken's mom kept nodding. Her face was full of relief. Mom and mother-in-law are again two extremes. Mom's gentle and doesn't even speak loudly, and mother-in-law can't speak if she whispers. Qian your salary is not much, keep some money for yourself. Although Shanwan's family is rich, you can't expect people to support us. At home I don't have much to spend. The money is all saved for you. Han Qian sat on the curb nibbling a piece of bread to fill his hunger and laughed. Mom, don't worry about me. Today I ate with my clients. More than 10 dishes. Your health is not good. You can't lack of nutrition. This year because of malnutrition hospitalization. As a son is a disgrace. A moment you tell the old man to go and buy some ribs. I know. Go get busy. Qian mother heartache phone bill. There is reluctance in the heart, but still hung up the phone. Until now she did not know how much money she spent on hospitalization. The old man said only spent 30,000, which let Qian mother on a fire. Almost back to the hospital to lie down again. Over here, Han Qian took a deep breath after hanging up the phone and mentally said a few things for himself that he had to do. Give the money back to Warmth in a year. Next year, I'll earn money to pay for mom and dad's pension and health insurance, and then I'll renovate the house. Make enough money to buy the old man a car. It's too cold in the winter. When everything is done, buy yourself a car for around $10,000. A used charade will do. Han Qian finally thought of himself, but he didn't want to fall in love. 3 years of living with Warm shattered his beautiful fantasies about all women. Why is the room of a woman who lives alone so messy? Thinking of the warmth, Han Qian made a call to Li Jinha to ask when the old couple would come back, and the call went through. Hey, Han Qian, your mom. He played swimming it. We are in Sanya. Listening to the sound of the mahjong machine on the phone, Han Qian felt his blood pressure increased. The fart of tourism. The old couple just don't want to let the warmth back to disturb their world of two, but also really dare not send the warmth back to the old and the mother-in-law to keep face, but also to warmth to keep a face. The divorce was initiated by him after all. Thinking of warmth, Han Qian felt that his life had become even darker. Who would have thought that the vice president who was rumored to have a cleanliness fetish in the smooth company would not be any different from a pig at home? This great lady made Han Qian understand what it meant to have 10 fingers without touching the spring water. It's too much to say that you have to buy a quilt and have new toiletries, still have to buy groceries. In a luxurious villa, Li Jinha has come down from the mahjong table, leaving to clean up the old one who spoke out of turn. The old one in casual clothes frowned. His face sadly looked at his daughter-in-law who had oppressed him for many years, and sighed. Daughter-in-law, do you think it's really good for us to be like this? Will it make Han Qian think that our precious daughter-in-law has some? Li Jinha peeled back the orange and handed it to old one. Frowning, these two kids have a lot of things going on in there. I've asked around, and the little white wolf has called us. Did she say she wanted to go home? She has long been used to having Han Qian to serve her, so don't worry about it. We've been watching Han Qian for 3 years, and you don't know what kind of character he is. I'll tell you secretly, Han Qian is a smoker, but he hasn't smoked a single cigarette in 3 years for little white-eyed wolf. Do you think little white-eyed wolf will be alright? Old one does not eat oranges anymore. Leaning back and tilting his head to look at Li Jinha frowned. It's right for Han Qian to smoke, and then it's a capital offense for me to smoke? Li Jinha, you've gone too far. What's the point of getting a divorce if you can't get over it? I'm happy today. You're allowed to smoke too. Old one liked to receive the holy decree. Get up and run all the way to the balcony with old friends to blow smoke. In fact, Li Jinha gave Warm a phone call. As long as she admits her mistake, she can get the house key to go home to live. The result is that this little white-eyed wolf did not say a word to hang up the phone, which is obviously a backing. There is a backing. What's the point of worrying? Li Jinha rejoined the mahjong table, and Han Qian pushed his cart and wandered inside the supermarket, thinking about what to do in the evening. Celery? Warm seems not to eat celery. Would shaved meat? She does not seem to eat carrots. The more you think about Han Qian's face, the more ugly. Warm picky eaters are very evil. Do not eat garlic shoots, leeks, garlic shoots, green peppers, carrots, green onions, parsley, celery. Fond of crabs. Unfortunately, Han Qian does not eat seafood. Not that Han Qian does not like to eat. First of all, when he was a child did not eat crabs. Do not know where you can eat, where you cannot eat. Grew up naturally lost interest in crabs. And then there is the seafood needs to be alive to go down the pot. He cannot bear to do so. In the end, Han Qian bought a section of large intestine, bought some beans and mushrooms, eggs and tomatoes. That is, tomatoes, followed by some snacks. Habit is a very scary thing. Han Qian do not know why he bought yogurt and potato chips. The landlord's sister who works in the supermarket looked at Han Qian with an ambiguous face and asked if it was his girlfriend who was going to move over to the residence. Han Qian shook his head bitterly. Here comes a debt collector. Big sister, you have time to bring the kids over for dinner one day. I'm a top-notch cook. Big sister snickered and laughed. Just bring dishes? I'll get the bowl. Han Qian smiled and said goodbye to the landlady. It never hurts to be kind to others, and sent the things upstairs as if they were moving. And after laying out the bedding on the tatami mats in the second bedroom, Han Qian originally wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but ended up falling asleep. It was dark outside when I woke up and opened my antique Nokia 110 to see that it was 7:30. Han Qian got up and went downstairs to find that Warm had already come back. She specially bought herself a set of Yellow Bear cartoon pajamas, and was sitting on the sofa holding potato chips and watching TV. Seeing Han Qian standing at the stairs, she put down the potato chips and tilted her head to shout, "Hankin, I'm hungry." Han Qian took a deep breath and said softly, "You're going to live here permanently?" Warmth nodded vigorously. "I can pay for food and rent." "Hankin, I've been abandoned. I called my mom and she won't pick up and she's texting me and cursing me." "Text me? Deleted. Are you trying to check my cell phone while you're at it?" Show you. Han Qian went to the bathroom, and Warmth clenched her fists and exclaimed her happiness. Lin Zonghong really went into the blacklist. There is no reason. The Warmth just don't want that guy to give himself a hard time. Like the foreign girl, sister is still not serving. P.S. If there is a typo, please help to pick out today to go to print the contract. Thank you for your support. The comments I will go to see. Mwahahaha. Chapter 9. Tie on the apron. Wash vegetables and cut vegetables. Cooking is not difficult for Han Qian, much less exclusionary. Not superb knife work at home cooking enough. Not outside the chef's taste, but also is considered to be colorful and fragrant. While Han Qian was washing the dishes, Warmth burrowed into the kitchen, looking curiously at the ingredients in the sink with her backhand and whispering, it's all my favorite food. Aren't you afraid I won't come back today?" Without turning his head, Han Qian carefully washed the vegetables and whispered back, "I thought you didn't like the smell in the kitchen. What are you doing sneaking in here? I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat just the same if you don't come back." Hey. Han Qian, you have changed. It is true that men are fickle. Only a few days after the divorce you were so cold to me. You do not forget that my sister is still your debtor. Pay back the money. You do not picky eaters, why do not you buy crabs? Crabs have always been warm to buy, ready to come back to eat. After 3 years of marriage, she and Han Qian only quarreled once. The reason is that the Warmth bought crabs for Han Qian to cook. Han Qian cannot get down on the inside of the aquarium to keep up, and then the next day saw the warmth of a live crab thrown into a pot of boiling water. And then the whole night Han Qian's face is gloomy, did not make dinner, and did not brush the dishes to clean up the kitchen. Warmth knew she had said the wrong thing, but Han Qian didn't take it to heart and turned around and walked out of the kitchen. And when Warmth thought Han Qian was going to strike again, Han Qian came back with an extra box of yogurt in his hand. "Go on, go out and sit on the couch and drink. Don't bother me here." After the divorce, Han Qian will not be respectful to Warm anymore, and his bones do not have this idea of pleasing a woman. People are all equal. There is no difference between high and low, even though now you are a debtor. But the Warmth did not go. She did not know that when she said Han Qian changed, she also changed. Probably the relationship between the two changed. No longer a couple. The sausage needs a little more cayenne to make it good. Forget about almost dying in bed from pain at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night to go to the hospital and toss around half the night. That is still the second year after the marriage. The wintertime Warm shouting to eat boiled fish, to be the most spicy, and then in the middle of the night the Warmth of the emergency was sent to the hospital. The doctor's diagnosis is intestinal cramps. Antispasmodic needle is useless. The drip is useless. The last cannot help Han Qian, can only be an effort to let the warmth of the drinking water. Han Qian stayed with him at the bedside for a night, and Warmth squeaked and screamed in the hospital bed for a night, and because Warmth disturbed the rest of the others, Han Qian almost got into a fight with someone at the hospital. Warm also remembered this matter, previously thought Han Qian should be, now think about it, should also be a small happiness. After all, it is just a contract marriage. Well, put a little less in, a little more heat. Any soup? Egg soup. Missy, if you're alright, could you help the minister take the dishes up? Okay, Eunuch Han. Warmth left the kitchen. Han Qian could not help but show a smile. At this time the phone suddenly rang. Han Qian hands and feet took out the phone to look at it as an unfamiliar number. Hello, would you like a house call, sir? We're the most in the country. Han Qian hung up the phone directly. There are too many scammers these days. Dinner, 3 dishes and 1 soup. If it is not warm here, Han Qian may not even cook. The dinner table, Han Qian and Warm did not open their mouths, eating quietly, as if back to those 3 years of life. After the meal Han Qian cleaned up the dishes, Warm initiative to help, and then her little toe accidentally kicked in the table leg, so that Han Qian also have to give her to look for a band-aid. But unfortunately, there is no home. After washing the dishes, Han Qian returned to the sofa and took out his computer in preparation for studying when Warmth came and changed into a casual outfit. Eunuch Han, do you want to go down for a walk? This princess is giving you a chance to protect the flowers. No go. Han Qian, no go. I want to see something. Warmth was furious and took a deep breath, then looked at Han Chen with a smile on her face and cried out in a coy, delicate voice, "Brother Ken, people eat. I'm going downstairs and you shut up." Straight man's cancer. Han Qian didn't manage to withstand the warmth of this physical and also a little bit of magic armor-piercing attack, and raised his hands in surrender to go downstairs. Warmth of the vegetarian face is very beautiful, coupled with her proud height and slender legs. Wherever she goes is a scenic line, and Han Qian, who is beside him, has a handsome appearance. The pair instantly became the focus of the neighborhood, attracted a lot of attention. Walked to the basketball court. Warm exclaimed that he could not walk. To go to the supermarket to buy water. Asked Han Qian what to drink. Han Qian looked at the supermarket, and then looked at his own home, and then shook his head and said to go home and then drink. Warmly muttered a miser, then trotted to the supermarket, where there is still the appearance of not being able to walk. Remaining in place, Han Qian looked at the basketball court with some heart, thinking about whether to go to play and exercise. It just so happened that at this time there was a 20 or so children broke his foot. The whole basketball is one less person. The eyes of the crowd also fell on the body of Han Qian. One of them asked if they could come over to take a shot for a while, and in a moment there will be someone to make up for it. A long time did not touch the basketball. Han Qian some hand raw. 2 passes did not receive after he was disliked. Proud Han Qian cannot just gray away, take off his jacket, re-enter the court. Catch the ball is not in a hurry to attack looking for the hand. With the sweat, the hand is getting better and better. Layups, 3 points, steals, assists. In addition to rebounds, Han Qian have reached the best state. In Han Qian some complacency, the painting of the boys on the court suddenly changed, one by one, as if playing chicken blood. The speed of the speed soared, and actually appeared to dunk. When Han Qian was puzzled, he found that the injured child was looking straight out of the stadium, and Han Qian turned his head to find that it was Warmth who had come back, sitting on a chair and holding a cell phone on the phone. My husband doesn't need house calls, he doesn't snack. Warmth looked confused and serious as a flirtatious voice whined over the phone. Oops, sister, you're wrong. Which man doesn't cheat? The family flower is more fragrant than the wildflower. Then he doesn't eat it either. Wildflower burying. The other was silent, as if his pride had been hurt by the comment, and could be heard taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Don't be afraid, sister. My sister will attract him. Auntie, you are very confident? My husband only likes the ones with long legs. It just so happens that I'm 5 feet 2 inches. How about you, auntie? Have you passed 1 meter 7 yet? Excessive. The phone was hung up. The ball also finished. In this last round, Han Qian was finished very miserable, and then he walked in front of the not so often seen beauty in the stadium under the watchful eyes of all the people, and took a bottle of water and poured it down with his head tilted up. The girl is taken? Han Qian ignored these children's thoughts and looked at the cell phone in Warmth's hand and wondered, my phone? For me? Warmth smiled and shook his head. Harassing phone calls. See you playing ball, being abused so badly can't bear to watch anymore. Answered the phone to kill time. How is it? Are you feeling old and physically exhausted? Han Qian shrugged. Having a heavenly beauty here can be much more effective than stimulants. Let's go. Later those kids will take me for a love interest. The words just fell. The sound of the ball shot came from behind. That many times Dunk the boy came to Han Qian's back, said he wanted to have a singles match. Han Qian did not refuse. The result is to be abused body. The boy's heart rejoiced, thought that he would get the goddess's favor, but it turned out that the goddess covered her mouth and sneered at Han Qian. In the time of looking at him, a pair of eyes as cold as frost. Han Qian and Warmth are gone. The people in the court also have no interest in playing. One by one, as if the frosted eggplants sitting on the ground. The dunking young man sighed. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to find a girlfriend without playing soccer? The crowd nodded in agreement. In one of the city's upscale apartments, a woman stood angrily in front of a mirror, gritting her teeth. You're proud of being 5 feet 2 inches? I'm 5 feet 8 inches and you're short? Damn, the ruler is not allowed. How come it's 166 meters? Chapter 10. Is the nightjar lady not a nightjar? Han Qian lay down early, physically and mentally exhausted. He closed his eyes a moment into sleep. Sleeping in the master bedroom, Warm fiddled with Han Qian's antiques, looked at the 2 numbers above, remembered to connect the phone when the other side of the reaction. Warm how to feel a little bit wrong. Is it possible that Han Qian outside with a dog? It's hard not to hook up when you're not divorced yet, although I cannot say that I like Han Qian, but how to say that this is only divorced for 2 days to have a dog? Warmer think more and more upset. Dialed a number. The phone was instantly connected. The face of the party is not very good. Warm instantly changed a person like, narrowed his eyes and laughed. Supervisor Lee is a little embarrassed to disturb you this late. You're still awake. How can the company vice president's phone call say that he is asleep? The other party even said that he is still awake, and the warmth smiled and continued. I heard that your application for annual leave was rejected the other day. Was it something at home? Oh, well, tomorrow is Saturday. This way, tomorrow is Saturday. Counting Sunday, you can take 2 more days. Enough? Not enough for you to say you go to the company tomorrow to the hands of the thing to explain. I will give you a note of approval at that time. After a bit of small talk, Warm stepped into the thick of things. Supervisor Lee, I heard someone from the company say that your lover works in communications. I have a number on my side that can help me check it. There's no rush. Just let me know when you have time. Just check who the cell phone card registrant is. After the phone hung up, the warm face returned to the appearance of a moment ago. About half an hour later, Lee's supervisor called back, in order to take a vacation. In the middle of the night, the husband whisked his husband to the company to check the owner of the number. But unfortunately the phone number of the authority is very high. Did not check out. Lee's supervisor heartfelt to tell the vice president of the one the truth. Her vacation is still permitted, but counting the weekend is only 4 days. Warren sat on the bed looking at the cell phone number and muttering in a small voice. This poker-like number is still a premium user? The 2 days of the weekend life is very plain. The warmth is back to the temperament of the marriage. Shut himself in the room, busy hands of the work. The yaman mouthed to a few companies to bid for a piece of land, an old neighborhood, the investment department and the risk department of how to calculate how to lose money. The warmth is afraid that this piece of land was forced to the yaman mouth to the smooth enjoyment of the do-it. Han Xian is also lazy to take care of the warmth. In the first floor to check the information needed. In the afternoon in the exercise. Except that no one to play with him when playing ball. A few playing boys always feel that this guy is to show off. These 2 days for Han Xian is a day like a year. Now every minute he will not let go. A year of 4 million dead oppression of some of his breathing difficulties, but also let him feel the excitement and challenge of the proud Han Xian confidence in themselves. But confidence cannot be eaten as a meal. The road to take one step at a time. Monday morning, the warmth of a hurried meal to go to work. Go out and ask Han Xian need to send a section. Han Xian shook his head and said not by the way. Mother-in-law seems to be really the big girl like a flower to forget. A phone call did not see the warmth of the past 2 days to pick up the phone. Han Xian's heart is a bit confused. Mother-in-law did not call even if the foreign guy did not call? Warm really to him to pull black? This and what the whole month? I don't know the other side of the ocean. A big man lying on the bed in a daze. He didn't understand what the warmth, how to say black on the black, to Aunt Lee called. The answer is that the warmth of the couple went to make up for the honeymoon. Lin Zongheng nearly died of anger at once. When he returned to China, he must deal with Han Xian first, but he let this mud-legged man get ahead of him? Once again arrived at the company, Han Xian learned smart. No longer crossing the square in front of the front door of the Glory Group. There is a real possibility that the tiger lady to be bumped to death. And the warmth of these 3 years Han Xian know the rich and the rich people are different, but also on the beauty of the point of resistance. Outside of the slippery girl in the home is very likely to be the same as the warmth of the girl, because warmth said that 90% of the women in the world who live alone pretty much look like this. These words sort of broke all the beauty in Han Xian's mind. Safe and sound into the door of the Glory. This will be the company's staff have come to work. Re-exchanged the suit. Han Xian became handsome. Came to the front desk to take out his ID card to receive the admission contract. Signed the word. The receptionist girl took out a piece of sugar on the contract. Squinting and smiling. Welcome to the Glory Group. This piece of candy is the company's meet and greet gift, which means forgetting yesterday's bitterness and working in glory is sweet. The little girl's face was round and cute, and Han Xian smiled and was just about to reply when an icy rebuke came from behind him. Are they all idle? Work are done? Idle to run 20 laps around the company. Don't all sit out a small belly of corruption look. Damage the company's image. Han Xian turned around and leaned on the front desk to look at Yan Qingqing, who was scolding the staff. Pale yellow wraparound short skirt, a pair of 8-centimeter high heels, long burgundy hair. How can this look like a general manager of a company? It's more like a junior who is being kept. Gradually the smile on the corner of Han Xian's mouth disappeared, and Yan Qingqing had already come to his front. I have to admit that this is very beautiful, very sultry, very foxy, very dumpy, but unfortunately it is such a foxy beauty with a long mouth. Don't know what to do? If you don't know, go clean the toilets. Don't stand here in the way, and you won't get an extra penny at the front desk. This is definitely coming to the ant. Han Xian, adhering to the good men do not fight with women, but also cannot fight the idea of turning around to go. The results of just a step was Yan Qingqing grabbed his arm, snatched the hands of the contract to look at, and then to the front desk of the girl is a storm of lessons. The little girl also do not know what they made a mistake. Lowered his head and red eyes do not dare to refute. The planning department? Who said Han Qian should go to the planning department? How many times have I told you? Comprehensive department, comprehensive department. Han Qian, you go to the comprehensive department to report. The contract will be sent to your hands in a while. Now don't get in the way here. My lady is very upset today. Yan Xingqing's mood 1% is unhappy because of Han Qian. The remaining 99% is that piece of land that is being tendered by the Yamen mouth. This piece of land, whoever does it loses money. Yan Xingqing's greatest fear is to lose money. Han Qian took a deep breath. Mr. Yen, I applied for a job in the planning department. Now let me go to the general department. The general department is paid 1,000 more than the planning department, with bonuses as usual. Okay, Mr. Yen, you're about to get naked. My mother wears safety pants. Off. Originally, I wanted to embarrass this woman. Who would have expected her to be so feisty? After Han Qian left, Yan Xingqing's temper seemed to have improved, and after venting, she felt a lot more comfortable, knocking on the receptionist's desk and coldly saying, "Why are you crying? Crying is useful, I can cry for a month. Go to the finance to receive 200 bonus. Let you 2 hours of vacation. Do not delay the work." The little girl broke into tears. This is the reason why Yan Xingqing dares to lose her temper randomly in the company without any employees hating it. When she does something wrong, she will scold without mercy, and after scolding she will find a way to coax it back. The company's evaluation of Yan's general manager is that she has a knife's mouth and a bean curd's heart. A 20-something-year-old young girl who carries a huge amount of pressure managing the company, and it's good if she doesn't break down. And she also thinks of helping them to make benefits. Yan Xingqing sighed as she walked into the elevator. What to do? Chapter 11, Comprehensive Nursing Home? After arriving at the comprehensive department did not encounter any trouble. The supervisor is a 35 or 36-year-old sister, surnamed Yang. Character is very mild. The staff 12 or 13 or so, and Han Shen the same age mostly. The deputy supervisor of the age of a little older, almost 40 or so, very greasy, a big uncle. Throughout the morning Han Qian had been observing the atmosphere of the general department. Idle, very idle. Basically no one was busy. Occasionally they would type a few points of documents and send them to other departments, and then there was nothing else, watching movies and playing games. But this didn't make Han Qian feel comfortable and cozy. Right now he wasn't qualified to enjoy all this. He wanted to go to the planning department. Only in the planning department could he find opportunities. In the planning department it was like a battlefield, while here seemed to be a retirement home. Having made it to noon, they didn't seem to have any intention of going to lunch, so Han Qian stood up and softly asked his colleagues around him how to fix lunch here. Hungry? Come along, just as I don't feel like going myself. This colleague seems to be very good to talk. The two left the ministry to go to the first floor of the restaurant. On the way to a simple exchange is to recognize the young man surnamed Su, the name of the bright, a few months younger than Han Qian, just come to the company for 2 months. The specific Ministry of Comprehensive work to do what he's also not clear. Printing a few documents a day is considered work, but Sister Yang is so busy every day that the big guys don't know what to be busy with. In the restaurant encountered the personnel department of Song manager Song Jing. The two smiled and greeted. The glory of the meal is good. Han Qian asked for a copy of rice. Su Liang a bowl of beef noodles. The two were just ready to move the chopsticks when Song Jing came over with 2 bottles of fruit juice. The juice was placed in front of Han Qian, and Song Jing asked with a slightly embarrassed face, Han Qian, actually Mr. Yen is very nice. I heard that you were transferred to the comprehensive department. Quite embarrassed. I gave you the contract to go to the planning department, but the comprehensive department is also very good. The department set up by Mr. Yen after he came to the company. When there is no work it is very idle. Once it gets busy it won't be a small thing. If you don't want to stay, I'll be transferring you to the planning department in the next few days. Han Qian smiled faintly. Can go to the planning department is the best. Cannot go also cannot force. To go to the comprehensive department is the morning yen personally under the order. I cannot refuse, right? I just want to take advantage of the young to go to new efforts. Learning to learn, if it is possible to. Trouble manager Song. Song Jing smiled and shook her head. It's okay, it's my job too. So eat, I have some things to do. What can there be in the middle of the day? Han Qian smiled and nodded, getting up to send Song Jing away. And when he sat down again, Su Liang looked at the 2 bottles of juice on the table and said softly, Brother Qianer doesn't like being in the general department? The days here are free and the salary is still higher than other departments. Why bother to go to the planning department to suffer? You don't say it as if I didn't ask. I'm not interested in this anyway. I just want to know what kind of misunderstandings Brother Qianer has with Mr. Yen. Han Qian laughed helplessly. When I first came to the company, I was not familiar with it, and I was almost hit by Mr. Yen, and I didn't know Mr. Yen at that time, so I had a big fight. The words fell. Su Liang's face changed. His body asked to lean forward and whispered. A few days ago someone fought with General Yan in front of the elevator. I heard that they even pulled General Yan's hair. Brother Qianer wouldn't be you, would it? If you said it was Friday day it should be me, right? Stop gossiping and eat you. Brother Qianer is a true hero. Su Liang added a sentence after the head down to eat noodles. Look at his appearance, seems to be not at all worried about being implicated. I do not know to say that he is heartless or people are more easygoing, but Han Qian cannot laugh out. He suddenly thought of just now the Ministry of Personnel of the Song Jing came over is not to help the Yin General Secretary to set the word. If it is, that would be a disaster. Yan Qingqing absolutely will not allow him to go to the Ministry of Planning. Melancholy. In fact, Han Qian guessed exactly right. Song Jing left the restaurant and ran all the way to the general manager on the 14th floor, stood outside the door and took a deep breath and pushed the door in. Yan did not say the second word. A folder was thrown over, rubbing Song Jing's brute waist. Scared, Song Jing stood in place and did not dare to move in. Yan Qingqing, eyes with anger, clenched his teeth and said angrily, "The planning department raised a bunch of losers? This is the program they gave? Do they think everyone else is so cute? As long as this project is finalized on our heads, when the bidding is open, enjoy will kill us. Build a granny's whistling commodity building, and he's going to buy this pedestrian street? He's going to buy this pedestrian street and watch airplanes take off from it?" Song Jing picked up the documents on the ground and sent them back to the desk, and then even backed up 5 or 6 steps to stand far away. Yan Qingqing sighed and dialed a phone number, which is not good. After learning the results of her, even more devastated. The Wen vice president of the smooth enjoyment of the use of family relations to solve the matter. The smooth enjoyment cannot do this. Wrongdoer will have to turn to the glory. The city is so too real estate companies. The Yamen mouth of the absolute will not go to those small companies. Small companies will not touch this hot potato. Yan Qingqing unloaded her entire body's strength, her chin resting against the desk as she looked at Song Jing pitifully. Sister Son, what should I do? Now just short of a holy decree to us glory to pick up this hot potato. Surely we'll lose business. Forget it. Ask you also asked in vain. Song Jing blushed and smiled awkwardly, lowering her head and whispering, Mr. Yen, this project and planning is not my forte. You should ask Vice President Kong Gao. He can't wait for me to go down earlier. By the way, I asked you to ask Han Qian how things are going. I'm still a little overjoyed to have gotten him to the general department. Yan Qingqing seemed to have no strength at all and spoke breathlessly. Song Jing recalled Han Qian's appearance just now and whispered back, "This person's things I checked. The education is fake, mixed into the smooth enjoyment group. Less than a year time in the planning department of the smooth, think a little famous. And then it seems to specialize in a private consultant to a certain person. He still wants to go to the planning department, but is not too strong. Has an age does not match the maturity. The planning department? Now I want to set the planning department on fire and he goes and sets himself on fire? Hey, he knows about planning? Seemed to know a little bit about it during the interview conversation. Got it. You go and get busy. Tell Xiao Yangjia to notify the planning department to make another plan over here, and the project department to give me an answer early. If they can't make it, they all don't go home. Remember to prepare dinner for them." Song Jing nodded her head and left the general manager's office with small broken steps. Chapter 12. Transactions. Han Qian, who was ready to rest for a while after the meal, was woken up by a crisp sound. He raised his head and looked at a professional outfit of a triple lowly bouncing and rushing into the general department. She seemed to be very familiar with everyone here. Those who were playing the game shut down the game, and there were female co-workers who took out snacks. Unfortunately, the three less lowly didn't fool around for long before she was scared honestly by Sister Yang's dry cough, hugging the arm of Yang Lan, the Minister of Comprehensive Department, and intimately shouting out, "Sister." Yang Lan was also a bit helpless and powerless to this sister. "What are you doing sneaking around my place when you're not over it, Mr. Yan sighed. "Be careful of Mr. Yan packing you up." Little Yang Jia wrinkled her nose and retorted, "It's not sneaky, Mr. Yan won't say anything about me. I still have to help her block those flies." "Sis, which one is Han Qian? Mr. Yan wants me to come and find him." Hearing these words, all the eyes of the crowd fell on Han Qian's body. The corner of Han Qian's eyes twitched. Never thought that this woman's retaliation would come so quickly. Su Lian leaned on a side table and whispered, "Brother Kenner, will I ever see you come back alive? I see you have a nice box of cigarettes in your pocket." Han Qian laughed and snickered, but he didn't expect Su Lian to shove the cigarette directly to Han Qian, covering his stomach and laughing. "Brother gave you a farewell." As she spoke, little Yang Jia, a three-dimensional lowly, came over to Han Qian's side and looked up and down carefully, then turned her head to look at Yang Lan and smiled with narrowed eyes. He's Han Xian, right? He's quite handsome. No wonder he got accepted even after he made a move with Mr. Yen. TSK, 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 Han Xian. Your brother Yang, I would call you the strongest. Go go go. The innermost office on the 14th floor is Chief Yan's. Han Xian looked at this little lowly and frowned and laughed. You're not going? Xiao Yangjia narrowed her eyes and smiled. Brother Yang, I will only strike when you are in distress. Now you are in distress. But I am hungry. Then you're hungry. Han Xian stood up, not paying attention to the little Yang Jia who came to extort, smiled at Yan Lan and said he would go fast. Minister Yang smiled and nodded. Only when she turned her head to look at her own sister the smile disappeared, grabbing her ear and carrying it into her office. Han Xian smoked a cigarette while heading to Yan's office. He didn't know what Yan Xingqing this was smoking. No matter how it is to be endured, glory is his only chance. After knocking on the general manager's office and hearing Yan Xingqing's voice coming from inside, Han Xian pushed the door in and said softly, Mr. Yan, you're looking for me. At this moment, Yan Xingqing was still lying on the table, feebly rolling her eyes as she weakly and feebly opened her mouth. If I don't get you, can anyone else let you into my office? I'm not hiding anything from you. You put your hands on me and yanked my hair. I'm just going to torture you. If you can't take it, get out of here. Triple your paycheck. And if you can take it, clean up your office. It's one of the jobs of the general department. Okay, Mr. Yen, I'll go prepare the mop and rags. Han Xian accepted it bashfully, which made Yan Xingqing feel that she could not see the sky anymore, and watched Han Xian mopping the floor and cleaning up the peels on the coffee table. And after watching it for a while, Yan Xingqing got tired of looking at it, and lowered her head to look at the documents of each department against the ground. The more he looked at it, the angrier he realized he had raised a bunch of pigs. A shopping mall? Can a shopping mall beat an old department store? Eyes blind or deaf? Do not know the city center on the glory of the department store? There are also said to build a market. Across the street is a small commodity city, simply unbearable, and even more people said to do RT Mart, simply not long brain. Ah! A piercing scream scared Han Xian shivered, and then saw the throw all the papers on the table on the floor, as well as the pair of high heels on her feet. Han Xian took a deep breath and lowered his head to continue to clean up. There was no reaction on the surface, but in his heart he had already begun to self-doubt. Are you destined to be a housewife in this life? Married for 3 years to do 3 years, divorced and thought to be relieved, but the warmth came back. Thought to go to work can do something serious, but the result is still clean up sanitation to serve women? Han Xian firmly believed that he must have offended many women in his past life. For sure, tidy up the documents and put them back on the table. Yan Xingqing pushed them to the ground. Han Xian took a deep breath and picked them up again, only to be pushed down by Yan Xingqing again. Han Xian didn't care. He loaded all the documents into the garbage can, and by the way, there was also a pair of Yan Xingqing's shoes, and then he started to mop the floor. Yan Xingqing was furious at this. Han Xian, you're sick. You threw away my mom's shoes. You carry me home? Can't you carry it? And the general department has the duty of carrying the general manager home? You're awesome. And I raised a bunch of losers. Waste does not include me. You are your business. You came to argue with me? Han Xian, you think I won't fire you? Mr. Yen thought I was applying for a housekeeping job? The mud man still has 3 temper, and Han Xian would have had this absolute immunity to beautiful women, all thanks to the warmth of Miss One. Yan Xingqing was so angry that she breathed heavily. The phone in her hand was 1 digit short of dialing to the personnel department, the plump breastplate constantly undulating, but unfortunately Han Xian's back was to her, could not see the ripples, and if he saw it, Han Xian would have been sad for the warmth. What's the difference? It took half an hour to clean the office and opened his mouth to ask when he was ready to clean up the trash. Mr. Yen, should I throw away these planning plans? Am I going back to the general department? Fall in love with wherever you go. It's annoying to look at you. Yan Xingqing didn't have the good sense to reply, and just as Han Xian walked out of the office, Yan Xingqing opened her mouth to curse. Han Xian, you give my mother's shoes back. Han Xian slightly stunned, looking at the shoes inside the paper basket, his face slightly embarrassed. He forgot the shoes, carrying the paper basket back to the office, carrying a pair of shoes awkwardly scratching his head. Inside, Mr. Yen, I put it here for you. Yan Xingqing stood up and walked barefoot on the floor tiles. Han Xian saw this and frowned, but didn't open his mouth, not looking for those troubles. Yan Xingqing walked by Han Xian's side, snatched the shoes and threw them to the side, raised his head and looked at Han Xian. Yan Xingqing was out of options, a pair of fox eyes with aggression and unwillingness. Hankin, help me. Han Xian froze slightly and lowered his head to look at the paper basket in his hand. He guessed the general idea and took a deep breath to ask softly, dead horse? Yan Xingqing nodded honestly. I can't think of anyone else. The planning department, the program department have thought of everything. I don't count on anyone in the general department. If it fails, I have no way out. I'm expensive. Flesh payment? You're no more than a bill in my eyes. I need money badly. and I want to go to planning because I need it. How much can you give me? I heard Song Jing from the personnel department say that the department you came to Glory to interview is the planning department. You know planning, right? If you can guarantee that your planning will not lose money, I will pay you $200,000 through the high-level meeting. Give me time. A week at the most. It's too late. Only 2 days. Double. Could be. No one loses. Yan Qingqing is not a little cute. If the planning case is a failure, Han Xian cannot get any penny, but also see his strength. Even if he does not do anything now to go back to the Ministry of General Affairs is also playing 2 days of games. Women are natural actors, especially playing an underdog. And it's not a loss for Han Xian. It's just a matter of using his ability to make money. It's a plan to come to glory. Only in this place he has the chance to find out the problem and then solve it. Han Xian left, leaving behind the paper basket and Yan Qingqing. All he wants now is money. Chapter 13, The Three Lolitas. Going for a big half hour. The people in the comprehensive department have already begun to guess who this suddenly killed out of the guy. Some people ask Xiao Yangjia about it. Some people are also slandering in their hearts. It must be Yan Qingqing springing to look at this oily boy. This is the difference between the hearts of the people. Of course they only dare to think about it in their hearts. Often what you can't eat is sour. Not to mention that Yan Qingqing often dresses up in a very bewitching manner. There's no such thing as a man's nature. A dirty heart is innate. Yang Lan was also curious to ask Xiao Yangjia about this Han Xian. How come he was called to the office by Mr. Yan on his first day at work, and this person still joined the company first and went through the formalities later? Gossip is a woman's nature. Not to mention that Xiao Yangjia, the head of gossip here, she has long inquired about Han Xian clearly. Sneaky left and right, lowered his voice and whispered, "Sis, this Han Xian isn't as honest as he looks. I heard that this guy got into a fight with Mr. Yan on the day of his interview on Friday, and fought so hard that he was finally talked out of it by Manager Song of the personnel department. Get hands on with Mr. Yan." Yang Lan's corner of the eye slightly twitching. This thing is not a secret in the company. On Friday day there were people guessing who even dared to take action with the company's night maiden. The image that appeared in his mind made Yang Lan cannot help but rub his head. Quiet and peaceful comprehensive department seems to have come to a not so quiet person. There was a knock on the office's hidden door while the sisters gossiped. Sister Yang, MS. Yen told her secretary to hurry back and report. Something's up. Han Xian came back. The little Yang Jia did not dare to continue to be lazy in the comprehensive department, got up and ran all the way, and did not forget to go along with the snacks of the comprehensive department when she left. The little girl's height is not high. This gluttony cannot be small. And then Han Xian remembered the warmth holding the snacks in the sofa to eat the picture. The hardest thing for him to accept is someone in bed, or nestled on the couch eating a snack and getting it all over the floor. Sitting on the chair and fuming. It seems that I forgot to find Yan Qingqing to ask for the information. Does it mean that I still go back for a trip? Recalling Yan Qingqing's mouth, Han Xian shivered. It's better to wait a little later for Xiao Yangjia to finish her busy work to find her to ask for it. If not, then go to the gentle and soft young sister. While Han Xian was fuming, Su Liang dragged his chair and rubbed up against Han Xian's side, asking in a small voice, "Did Brother Qianer have a safe journey? Is Mr. Yan looking for you to take revenge for Friday?" Han Xian reached out his hand to press Su Liang's head and scolded with a laugh. "How do you gossip more than a? You really guessed right. Yan is looking for me to take revenge to go clean up the office health, and then divided a bunch of work, as early as knowing that she is the old boss. Buddies cannot do it, is not it? Come on, Brother Qianer, you don't want to get a bargain and still sell your good behavior." Although General Yan's temper is a little bit grumpy, she is a real goddess. How many people would rather get scolded but also look at General Yan more than once? "Next time you don't want me to go." Su Liang had a lewd look on his face, while Han Xian looked at Su Liang with glowing eyes and said seriously, "You said it without backtracking. I heard that mess. Yan is in a short dress and high heels today. Queen, you still have this hobby? I'd rather be whipped." Su Liang's lewd face made Han Xian helpless, when the girl sitting across from them whispered a pervert curse, resulting in Su Liang abandoning Han Xian to break up perversion and love with the little girl. This self-acquaintance character is quite comfortable for Han Xian's. It's good to make friends without getting tired, and he doesn't have the heart to count with people. At this time there was a rush of footsteps at the door. Xiao Yangjia came back, holding more than 20 folders in her arms. The comprehensive department livestock saw the opportunity to please Xiao Yangjia, and hurriedly went forward to help, and the result was kicked away one by one. "I'm still a child, so don't you come and take advantage of me." Speaking, holding a pile of documents, came to Han Xian's side, bang on the table. Han Xian body back looking at these documents in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching. Small Yangjia took out a can of Red Bull in his pocket and also put it on the table. Panting, "Mr. Yan said for me to give you all this information. By the way, he said for me to bring you coffee. I'm very poor, so I went to the marketing department and shunted you a bottle of Red Bull. Don't tell Mr. Yen. Looking at the trippy loli with her fists clenched threateningly, Han Shan laughed and tossed the Red Bull to her. Little Secretary Yang has worked hard. This is a treat for you. Yang Jia nonchalantly put away the Red Bull before remembering Han Xian's sentence about a little secretary, and immediately became furious and pushed up her small breasts in a petulant heckle. Where is my sister small? Han Xian cupped his chin and looked at Yang Jia in mock contemplation. TSK, 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 still small. Wow. Sis Han Xian, he bullied me. Little Yang Jia got into the scene for a second, and saw that tears were about to come down. This time Han Xian panicked, and hurriedly got up. Apologizing is not apologizing is not. At this time, Yang Lan came out in the office, and knocked on her sister's head, and then smiled at Han Xian. She is my own sister. Usually often come to the comprehensive department to be lazy, like to fool around. Han Xian, you do not her general understanding. So they're sisters? How did the gentle Yang get such a naughty sister? Han Xian scratched his head and turned his head to find his co-workers snickering. Han Xian was even more embarrassed and scratched his head in a small voice. It's still my fault. I shouldn't have teased Yang Jia. Yang Lan shook her head and smiled gently. In the future, we are all colleagues. Head down. Don't need to be so polite. Just now Mr. Yen also called me, said that we need to see the results on Thursday. If there is something you don't understand you can come and ask me. Okay Sister Yang. Han Xian suddenly received a job, which makes the other employees of the comprehensive department is not happy, but also the work of the general manager of Yen personally accounted for. Do salted fish will do salted fish together. You suddenly work, it seems that we are more idle, which falls in the eyes of which department manager is not good. No one is willing to work, and they are also not willing to see Han Xian work. You're new here. You have to follow the rules here. And on your first day you want to set a new standard and curry favor with the leader? Han Xian does not know the thoughts of these people. He and these people are not the same. They earn a salary, has been able to meet the life. Perhaps there are a few of them do not need to come out to work, but Han Xian is very short of money. The warmth of the current looked good to talk, but after a long time, Lin Zongheng came back to chew on the root of the tongue in her ears. People's hearts are all flesh, will be shaken. Taking a deep breath to find the most basic information to see what the dilemma was that had killed the entirety of the planner. Looked at an afternoon. Su Liang shouted off work. Han Xian realized that it was already 5 o'clock. It was time to pack up and go home. Han Xian organized the documents want to take home. Su Liang suddenly smiled and wrapped his arm around Han Xian's shoulders, whispered and laughed. Don't try so hard, brother Kennel. Not everyone wants to see hard work. Han Xian froze slightly and immediately understood Su Liang's words, taking a deep breath and scoffing to himself. Rio, if you knew the pressure I'm under maybe you'd understand me. I didn't mean to play anyone. Su Liang still had that cynical smile and laughed. Everyone has, everyone lives, but there should be a defense that things are difficult. Look at you frowning all afternoon. If need be, I'm just being polite and courteous. Brother Kennel. It could be eye contact, or it could be that Han Xian hadn't made any friends in a long time, except that their hooked up look fell uncomfortably in other people's eyes, especially some men. In their eyes, Su Liang was a dog with a wagging tail. Chapter 14, Dogs? Han Xian, come back soon. I'm so hungry. Warmth's call came while Han Xian was preparing to work overtime, forgetting that there is a mouth at home waiting to eat. 3 years of developed habits let Han Xian choose to give up his work to go home. Some things can also continue to do at home, and softly tell Su Liang to come together tomorrow. Squeezing onto the bus for the journey home, thinking on the way that there should be some left over from yesterday's cooking, warmed up enough to deal with another serving in the evening. The idea was then questioned. Would Warmth approve? Hey, why should I care what he thinks when we're divorced? I was having an internal duel the whole way and finally decided to just go home without buying groceries. When he opened the door to his room to see Warm nestled on the sofa eating chips, black lines appeared on Han Xian's brain. This is about to starve to death? Warmth also saw Han Xian, quickly put away the potato chips, kneeling on the sofa, shouting hungry, and threatened Han Xian to call his ex-mother-in-law. Han Xian abused her. Han Xian took a deep breath. It's a busy first day on the job. I'm not used to it yet. You'd better not call my mom. The other day she was asking if she wanted to go back for New Year's Eve this year, which if she knew we were divorced. You should be fine, but I might die. There's still a few months until New Year's. Stop nagging. I'm going to starve to death. I bought the food and it's in the kitchen. Hurry up and go. If you don't go I'll tell mom you're the one who filed for divorce. Warm did not change his name to Auntie. Han Xian did not put it on his mind. Walked into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner. Looking at the dishes thrown on the cabinet, Han Xian was a little confused. Could not help but grin. Almost all of them he loved to eat, and I do not know whether it is Warm crooked or intentional. Han Xian, who was busy cooking, suddenly remembered the job Yan Xingqing had given him and couldn't help but start asking. Warmth, I heard that a piece of land by the airfield at the junction of the old and new districts is going to be remodeled. Have you guys at Unbridled put out a tender? It's not a tender. It's to choose an ingrate to do it inside several enterprises in the city. This piece of land will lose money anyway. The board of directors has entrusted the relationship over there, and Shangxiang is just putting together a lively event. How is it? Your new company is also in the tender? Warmth did not know when appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe, crooked head, watching Han Qian cooking, suddenly opened his mouth to scare Han Qian, turned around and frowned. What are you doing here? Remember to wear shoes. I do not know if it is in the tender inside. Just heard colleagues talk about this matter, so curious to ask. Surely we'll lose money? Kung Pao chicken can put carrots? Whatever. I don't eat. The airfield is for training novice pilots. It's impossible to move it. It's that old neighborhood across from Decorative City. The planes sometimes train at night. The residents in the airfield side had a very bad time, and our Na Menkaur can't do anything about it, relocating it, but they don't want to lose money, so they're just looking for a wrongdoer. Han Qian put down the chopper and turned around with a frown. This thing now the house sound insulation is not bad, but now people are pursuing the elevator. Cannot be higher than the current height of the building. This location is not suitable for townhouses. The morning will be traffic jams. Pick up the child is more troublesome. Across the street is a Decorative City and a small commodity city, the passenger terminal. In the walk not far from the RT Mart in the wealth of the street, it seems to be doing what will be a loss. Demolition money. Who is responsible for it? You fry first. I'm hungry. Warmth clenched her fist and threatened Han Qian, who hurriedly turned around to prepare dinner, at which point Warmth continued. The demolition money is the Yamenkauer is responsible for. This piece of land to spend money to buy, said the bidding, but should be before the auction will be someone who received instructions to whom to go. Go a form only. So many years Yamenkauer has been giving us these groups to make things easier. Who is not good to refuse. This place cannot be done in the community. The mall is not working. The floor is looks smaller. Higher the airport will not agree. A mess. I do hope that Glory took over. By then they will not have the heart to compete with the smooth enjoyment. Han Qian, who was seriously frying vegetables, had a general idea in his heart. It looks like Yin Xingxing already knew that this mess would fall on Glory's head. $400,000 in 2 days. How much can you lose if you lose money? The land will be taken back if they don't build for 5 years. The government office will force them to build. No matter what they do, counting the land and the industry built is almost the same as what you owe me. I'm talking about a loss. In fact, the most important thing is the reputation. Don't think about these useless. Think about how to pay me back first. Remembering that you and I divorced, I'm very angry. I want to eat 4 dishes and 8 plates tonight. Do you eat eggshells when you have them? Han Qian, you've changed. You've got a dog outside. You won't let me. Han Qian did not pay attention to the warmth of the meal when the feet were stepped on a dozen times. Han Qian did not take it seriously. After the meal to wash the dishes, the warmth of the angry on the floor. Han Qian did not understand how this suddenly angry did not provoke her do not understand and do not want to clean up the housework. Han Qian also returned to the second floor to continue to look at the information in hand. Now there is no hurry to do the planning. He wants to start from this city to cut. Cannot limit their attention to this piece of land. Busy room door was pushed open. Wearing pajamas, Warm suddenly pounced on Han Qian, beating and biting, until Han Qian wrote underneath the body declared victory in a face of triumph after leaving. By the way, took away Han Qian's cell phone, bluntly told Han Qian, divorce also requires a cooling off period. I've pulled the plug on Lin Zongheng, and you're being honest. If you dare to hook up with another woman behind my back, you'll pay me back now. Han Qian looked at Warmth lifelessly and sighed hard. Cootie, only will choose a man with $4 million on his back. Besides, I don't even have a WeChat. Who can I hook up with? The only one buckle you also gave me cancelled. Warn, you come over. We two have to talk. You can't help but clean me up a meal. You come over. Looking at Han Qian about to get up, Warmth hurriedly dialed a number with Han Qian's cell phone. And as Han Qian stood up, Warmth opened her mouth and shouted, Mom, Han Qian is going to hit me. Things have made a big deal. Han Qian never thought that the Warmth will actually call the mother. Put down all the work in the hands of the phone on the other side of the mother to explain. Just play with the Warmth. Did not want to do it. The phone was the old man snatched over. Not to say that the Han Qian scolded. The old man did not have a lot of this life, but there is a little bit of a good thing. Never let the old mother to do the meal, but also did not have a gas with the mom. Heard that the old man to beat the daughter-in-law. The old man can't stand it anymore. Finally, Han Qian begged the Warmth to testify that the matter is resolved. The old mom gave an order to the two of them to go home this year to celebrate the new year. The old two do not bother to come to them. The child does not go home and did not have a New Year's Eve. The phone hung up, and Han Qian lay down on the tatami and looked at the roof powerlessly. Right. Now we want us both to go back for New Year's Eve. If you don't go, Mom will inquire at the root of the matter, and if she knows that we're divorced, your first base will be gone. Warmth sat cross-legged beside Han Xian, skimming her lips in contempt. Look at you. It's none of your business if I go back to see Mom on New Year's Day. Mom treats me much better than Li Jinha does. Go go go. Go take a bath. You don't sleep with me at night. I warm you a dog? Spit it out. While Warmth and Han Xian were fooling around, Lin Zongheng had already stepped onto the plane back to China. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 15, Dragging People Down. Early in the morning up Han Xian, topped with 2 black circles under the eyes, was ready to stay up to 12 o'clock or so to sleep, but the warmth of the alarm to 11 o'clock. Do not know where she came from the energy. A total of no 2 hours of sleep. Han Xian is really no stamina to cook. Knocked on the door of the warmth of half a day without a response. Han Xian pushed the door to enter the room and found that the warmth of the work already went to work. Puzzled glance at the warmth of the bedside table of the cell phone. Han Xian turned around to take the clothes and ran away. Han Xian turned around and took his clothes and ran away. It's almost 9 o'clock. That's not 2 hours of sleep. That's 4 hours of sleep. Out the door, extravagant taxi to work. But no matter what, he is still late. Glory Group's punch time is 8:50. Get off the car. Found Yen Qingqing's Raptor has been parked in the company's main door. This heart on the bottom, pulling the leg to run. When see the hands protective embrace. Dressed in a step skirt, Yen always stood in the doorway. Han Xian despaired. Sorry, Mr. Yen, I overslept. Yen Qingqing slanted a glance at the folder in Han Xian's hand, her face easing a few points. All night reading last night? Or were you stuck in traffic? You can say a reason that makes me feel like you worked hard and maybe you'll even get a bonus. Han Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. There's no reason. I just overslept. Mr. Yen has promised me a bonus, and to be honest, my father has always taught me that. Unfortunately, your honesty didn't impress me. An hour and a half late, an hour and a half of overtime at night. It's Tuesday, and on Thursday mornings I want you to make me walk out of the office with a smile on my face. Okay, Mr. Yen, never mind. Can I go upstairs now? 3 steps and 2 steps rushed into the elevator, and did not see the people in the elevator. To the 11th floor, rushed out of the elevator, saw Su Liang, who was drinking coffee in the corridor. Su Liang tilted his head to look at Han Xian. Han Xian tilted his head to look at Su Liang. Problems? You came up in the high-rise elevator. Brother Kennel? Perhaps. Han Xian said fast words. Listening to Su Liang, so said, turned his head to look at. Found that it is really not yesterday. Sat. Then an arm around Su Liang's stride towards the Ministry of General Affairs. While walking, don't care where I came up first. Can you find someone who can do modeling in 3D? I have a sketch here. You let him help do it, and then I'm going to trouble you to work a little harder today to visit a reputable renovation company. Ask them about the demand for building materials and how much homeowners can afford to pay for the renovation materials on this side of our new district. And remember to leave the receipts, and come back to the finance department for reimbursement. Eat something nice. As he spoke, Han Xian handed the folder to Su Liang and said again, there is a rough plan for the preliminary stage in here. You'd better be able to give me the news you received tonight. If the plan is successful, you should be able to get a bonus of about $20,000. Go and come back quickly. I'm going to look for Sister Yang. Do not give Su Liang the opportunity to reply. Han Xian pulled his legs and ran away, leaving Su Liang in place to daze. Su Liang gradually realized that he likes is not a leisurely work, the same as to get up early to go to work. Leisure is also a day. Busy is also a day. He thinks this is an opportunity. Su Liang went to be busy. When Han Xian walked into the comprehensive department, he immediately felt an unkind gaze looking at him. Yesterday, Su Liang's kind reminder came true. The rules of the comprehensive department had been broken. These people didn't like to be busy, and even more so, they didn't want to see other people being busy. Lazily ignoring these guys, Han Xian has never cared about how other people look at him, and he doesn't live for other people's sake. With the information in his hand, he walked into Yang Lan's independent office, and there was a gaze that became even sharper. Walking into the office when Yang Lan is talking on the phone, between the conversation can be heard seems to be talking to the school teacher. Han Xian slightly stunned. Looking at Yang Lan is only about 30 years old. Children have gone to school? Yang Lan put down the phone and frowned at Han Xian and smiled. Xiao Qian, this is not a good habit to be late for work on the second day. In the morning when Mr. Yen specially came to the comprehensive department to look for you, I said it was me who asked you to go and buy something. You can't talk about it. Listening to the words, Han Xian's face instantly crossed over, sitting across from Yang Lan and sighing bitterly. My sister Yang, my little brother has failed you. I was blocked by Mr. Yen at the company's entrance. I have confessed and finished. I was late and also implicated you. Yang Lan was slightly stunned, then got up and stretched out her white onion finger to point at Han Xian's head, smiling bitterly. You. Why can't you be a little more mellow? Xiao Qian, I heard that Mr. Yen gave you that job that made the planning department a total loss? Well, Yen said that this is also the responsibility of the Ministry of General Affairs. At that time it is also considered a moment of impulse to take the job. Last night to see the information only to find out that I have some expansion. This planning I have no way to complete a person. I looked for Su Liang to do some trivia. Within the work of the Ministry of Finance can be reimbursed for the expenses? It's okay if it's within reason. That's good. Then this is last night my simple planning. Also hope that you have time if you take a look. Help me this newcomer to point out. Is also considered to be our comprehensive department together to complete the task. I'm a newcomer. Oversteps to do things a little bit not in line with the rules. I want to stay in the company for a long time. In the comprehensive department to continue to mix and continue to rely on Sister Yang your shelter. Han Qian acted humbly. He did what he thought he should do. Even if this was a task given to him by Yen Qingqing, he was now working in the comprehensive department. He couldn't make the immediate leader look bad, let alone show a move that threatened the leader's position. Yang Lan did not rush to touch the information on the table. Her body slightly leaned forward. The fullness of her chest has fallen on the table, but Han Qian has been lowered his head and lowered his toes. Not to be polite, and in front of a woman like Yang Lan cannot show too much sharpness. Her age should have seen all seen, and can sit in the head of a few departments is not likely to be the role of the vase, unless you want to conquer her. But Han Qian did not have this idea. The now he only wants to get money. You want to drag me down? Han Qian wanted someone to help you share the blame? Su Liang didn't have enough seniority, so he chose me? Or that you sensed that the other staff in the general department were unhappy with you? Han Qian looked up and smiled. Sister Yang, if the planning case is successful, the prize money is very generous, beyond your imagination. Yang Lan nodded lightly and smiled. I know the bonuses are generous, and I know what the dilemma is that makes the planning department all but dead. They just get paid to do things. They don't care about the company's losses or profits. And if Mr. Yen wants to get a sincere plan, he'll need to spend a lot of money. And right now I'd like to know how much of a surety you have that you're going to be able to pull it off. 100%. Han Qian smiled a very sunny smile. Not the slightest bit of nervousness or embarrassment of being recognized. This confidence made Yang Lan a little stunned. There was not much appreciation in her heart. She just thought that this young man was too conceited. Of course she still did not reject Han Qian's good intentions. What you don't understand can come and ask me anytime. Any need for help can also find me to apply. You've already made the first decision. I can't be too careful to make things difficult for you to show my little supervisor's authority. You're late for an hour and a half. Stay and work overtime in the evening. Since Su Liang has already been drawn in by you, he'll stay too. I'll be keeping an eye on you guys. Go and get busy. Han Qian got up and bowed to Yang Lan to thank him, and as he opened the office door, Yang Lan suddenly shouted out, Han Qian, just do what you need to do. No need to pay attention to others. Sis, I know. After Han Qian left, Yang Lan took the folder and cursed in a low voice. Slick. Chapter 16 Erasure? Han Qian didn't go to take the initiative to get to know the others in the general department because he had enough helpers now. And Han Qian thought that now that he had been recognized as a selfish and unruly person, going to say hello would only be considered as an active gesture of goodwill. But someone had come to him to say hello. Han Qian, late for work on your second day. You're quite a talent. Han Qian lifted his head to look at the person walking up beside him, an older man of about 40 years of age, slightly balding, not very tall, with a beer belly. The belt of his suit seemed to have become a belt that pocketed his belly. Han Qian smiled politely. Hello. The middle-aged man didn't take the hello as a courtesy, and reached out his hand to pat Han Qian's on the shoulder, saying softly, it's right for young people to be impulsive, but they should also know some rules and take care of other people's feelings. Stepping on others to get to the top is not a good habit. Han Qian understood. This is unable to hold back want to give him a newcomer a downward spiral, smiled and did not reply, turned his head to continue to write the planning, ignored middle-aged man some dissatisfaction, stretching out his hand to take the documents on Han Qian's desk. Just touching the documents was held down by Han Qian with his hand. Han Qian turned his head to ask with a frown, shouldn't you ask when you're touching someone else's stuff? The middle-aged man frowned. I'm the assistant supervisor of the general department, and I have the right to check on the busy work of the general department staff to avoid slacking off. Then you'd better go and see those people playing games and watching movies. If you're holding up my work, I'm going to ask Sister Yang to go and tell General Manager Yen that you're disturbing me, causing the work that should be done to be left unfinished. Han Qian knew too well the purpose of this guy who claimed to be the deputy supervisor. It was that the other people in the comprehensive department didn't want to see Han Qian continue to break their rules. If it was because of him as a person that led to keeping the comprehensive department busy, It wasn't something they could accept, so they got Lu Jiolong to come and get Han Qian in trouble. Against a new young man, Lu Jiolong thought he could get his hands on him. Never thought that this little brat would not understand what is called rules at all. At this time, Yan Lan opened the office door and frowned at Han Qian and Lu Jiolong. Deputy Supervisor Lu, you shouldn't disturb Han Qian. The work in his hand is explained by Mr. Yan. Well, everyone put away the things in their hands. Other departments have always had a lot of opinions about our comprehensive department. In the last high-level meeting, Vice President Gao has already mentioned the integration of the comprehensive department. There is really no work to learn to do forms and practice writing. Vice Supervisor Lu has something else to do to find Han Qian? No. Erasure has time off work today. No, I'm going to pick up Bebe. She's got a bit of a cold. The words fell without giving Lu Jiolong the opportunity to open his mouth. Turned around and returned to the office and closed the door. Lu Jiolong was not embarrassed, and the others also seemed as if nothing had happened. Han Qian put down his hands and opened his mouth with a few taunting tones. Deputy Lu, isn't it a bit immoral to ask out a married woman? What the hell do you kid know? How hard is it for Lan Lan to bring up a child by himself? Brother, I'm feeling sorry for him. Sister Yang is single? You boys got an idea? Then a dry cough came out of Yang Lan's office. The two instantly honest. Lu Jiolong seems to have forgotten about targeting Han Qian, casually pulling over a chair with one hand resting on his cheeks to look at Yang Lan's office fondly. Dazed. Or a deep love guy? Even though Sister Yang intentionally told these people that Han Qian was busy with things for General Manager Yan, and the girls stopped online shopping to catch up on dramas, the lads took Yang Lan's words as an earful, and did what they should have done, blaming Yang Lan's nature for being too gentle. Lu Jiolong kept looking at Yang Lan's office with peachy eyes. Afternoon. After everyone has eaten, Han Qian went downstairs to eat. Just played a set meal ready to move chopsticks when Su Liang came back. He saw Han Qian at a glance, sprinted forward to unscrew the drinks on the table, tilted his head back to drink. Han Qian put down his chopsticks and wondered, "You went to the desert? Didn't eat out?" Su Liang put down the bottle and gasped back. "No, originally was ready to pull the renovation company to go to dinner. To the hotel there are a few bosses have to drink. Your time is very urgent. The afternoon and the delayed things are not good. Settled the bill, I came back." The words fell and pointed to the dinner plate in front of Han Qian. Han Qian smiled and pushed it to Su Liang, then got up and played another one, and bought 2 bottles of water back by the way, and sat down again and told Su Liang that it's not bad for a minute or two. Eat first, and it's not too late to talk about it in a while when you go out for a smoke. Wolfing down his food, Han Qian didn't see a glance to realize that the chicken fillet on his plate had already been finished off by Su Liang. Outside the main entrance of Glory Company, 2 young men were blowing smoke. The short-haired Han Qian and the long-haired Su Liang were enjoying the pleasure brought by the cigarettes. "Qianer brother, I asked some decoration company in the morning. Now as long as people go to find a decoration company to renovate the house, home conditions will not be too bad, especially in the new area this side of the house to buy a house. Decoration with some of the materials are from the surrounding cities to buy, and some like the Chinese style of the Beijing Shanhe." The decoration company said that the renovation is now not only to live in comfort. Good and bad home decoration will also form a contrast. Once friends asked to buy some branded materials, not to say more face, at least will not be despised. The home decoration is good and poor will also form a contrast. Once friends asked to buy some branded materials, not to say how dignified, at least not be despised. The other is that now people have begun to renovate the gift. Han Qian nodded and took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Liang, who did not take it backhandedly, threw the half box of Cloud cigarettes in his hand to Han Qian, and then said, "Don't worry yourself out too much if you're under pressure. They say a car watch is a man's second face. I think cigarettes are." "Got an assignment this afternoon?" Han Qian nodded again. "Yes, this time you go to Decoration City to look at their products and prices, and then go to the Furniture City in the outer ring of the old district to inquire about it. Just call and tell me before you get off work. Sister Yang wants you to stay at the company to work overtime with me as well." "Overtime is not possible. I have a date with a college student to go to the movies tonight, so I can't accompany you to share the pain, and I won't go back to the company." "Okay, I'll tell Sister Yan you'll be busy until late. Just came to the company to take this a tricky problem, including Yan Qingqing, including do not know Han Qian have much ability. Yan always look at the person. Yang Lan will also give a few points of face. The whole afternoon Han Qian are writing the plan. The end of the day, when the warmth of the text message, Han Qian look at the ready to put down the phone, and then think about it or back to a phone call. "I'll probably be back a little later in the evening, almost an hour or 2 or so late, so don't order takeout, I'll make it for you when I get back." Han Qian, "I'm a bit uncomfortable. You've come back early. Good." Hang up the phone. Han Qian did not think too much, continue to bury his head in the work in hand. "I do not know how long, Feel some waist pain when I found the phone is missing. Get up all over the place to find. And finally in the crevice under the table found a cell phone. Looking at the top 3 missed calls, 2 are warm. 1 is the old mother. Han Xian was confused. The old man around the old mother. There is a big event is also the old man called. First back to the warmth. Even dialed 2 are not answered. Han Xian panicked. He remembered 2 years ago the warmth of the home broke into a pervert, using the identity of the restaurant delivery. So Han Xian's arm was also cut a knife. Han Xian ran while calling his mom. He thought it was warm to call his mom, but it turned out that his mom just asked him when he was going back for the new year. Done. Something happened to warmth. The sky outside is like Han Xian's mood. Chapter 17 Warmth is sick. On the off chance that the house was out of commission, the elevator was flagged and out of service for maintenance when I returned. Han Xian sped all the way up to the top floor. Hands trembling opened the door. The room lights are off. No traces of fighting. The more let Han Xian panic. Do not even think about rushing up to the second floor to push open the 2 bedrooms. Did not see the warmth of the Han Xian feet. Did not stop downstairs. Out of the cell phone is ready to call the police. In the corner of the sofa found the warmth of the curled up. The tall figure of 1 meter was stiffly shrunk into a ball. And Han Xian sighed in relief. Powerless. Why don't you turn on the lights at home? And you don't answer the phone when you call. Did not get a reply. Han Xian thought that the warmth was sulking with him, turned around and took off his jacket to go to the kitchen. These 2 days Han Xian cooking when the warmth will come to the kitchen to get together. Han Xian waited for a long time, did not find the warmth to come over. Frowning back to the living room to turn on the lights only to find the warmth closed his eyes and fell asleep. Han Xian smiled helplessly and walked up, ready to send this not so smart but kind girl upstairs. When his arm touched the warm body, Han Xian once again panicked. Warm is sick and hot. Han Xian anxious. Warm rarely sick. The only time to go to the hospital or she ate too much spicy. Holding Warm left the house, out of the door only to remember that the kitchen fire is not yet closed. Go back to turn off the fire and remembered that the elevator cannot be used. Holding 100 pounds of warmth all the way to trot. Do not dare too fast. He was afraid of delaying the burn out of pneumonia. Out of the door of the unit found outside the rain, Han Xian took off his jacket wrapped around the warm upper body. Rented a house with no underground parking. The car is still outside the community. On the way to the hospital, Warm just wet a little hair, while Han Xian is turned into a soup chicken. Han Xian does not know who can call. Warm has no friends, cannot tell Li Jinha, cannot tell the old one. Counting Warm's side is only one person. Thinking of the phone call from Warmth when he was working overtime, Han Xian wanted to slap himself. She said she was not feeling well, but he didn't put it in his heart, until Warmth hung up the drip when Han Xian's heart fell in his stomach. The doctor barked a few words and left, telling Han Xian in passing that he could go home and change his clothes before coming over. The nurse would be here all the time to keep an eye on things. Han Xian shook his head and politely refused the doctor's kindness. Looking at the Warmth that was already asleep, he quietly walked out of the hospital room, finally deciding that it would be better to give Li Jinha a call. Hey, Han Xian, why are you calling so late? Is the little white-eyed wolf acting up again? No, Warmth is fine. It's my fault. She had a fever that I didn't notice. She's in the hospital on N4. With me going over? No, it's just that I didn't take care of Warmth and I should have called you. I'm glad it's okay. Remember to call me if something happens. Li Jinha heard that just ordinary fever is relieved. Hung up the phone, Han Xian went to the hospital's restaurant. He became the object of attention of the passers-by pointing out. But Han Xian does not care about these. Bought a bowl of porridge and a few small mixed vegetables. Opened the ward when the Warmth has woken up. Staring a pair of big eyes confused survey around. Han Xian can feel the Warmth to see him when he breathed a sigh of relief. But the girl arrogantly covered himself inside the quilt. Seems to be in and Han Xian gambling. Han Xian smiled, put the porridge on the small table. It did not take long for the Warmth to come out from inside the quilt, wrinkled his little nose and looked at the fragrant rice porridge. His temper still did not win over his appetite. Small mouthfuls of porridge. Han Xian tilted his head and looked at the window. He did not think about anything, he just felt that he should not turn back now. Hearing the sound of Warmth pattering and shrinking back into the covers, Han Xian turned to clean up the dishes as the nurse brought medicine and warm water. Han Xian did not persuade Warm to take the medicine, and did not say a word since Warm woke up. He was confused. What kind of relationship is it now with Warm? A little closer than when they were married, and a little farther than lovers. It's as if they're shacking up for the rest of their lives. He was anxious when he saw that Warmth was sick, and now that Warmth is fine, he is relieved. The rain outside the window is still falling. Han Xian's heart gradually quieted down. The current debt has not been paid off. Think so much why? Hands propped up on the windowsill looking out the window. The 3D model of the plan appeared in his mind. Now you can determine the feasibility of the plan. From multiple perspectives there is no problem, as long as the mind to write out even if it is the completion of the task. One day tomorrow was enough. Han Xian thought. Hankin. Thoughts interrupted. Han Xian turned his head to look at Warmth with a few moments of confusion, then tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm going to bed." "You turn off the light." "Good." At this time Han Xian didn't have the heart to make a scene, and Warmth wasn't in the mood to listen. After a long time, Han Xian didn't even know what he thought about during such a long time. His brain was blank. Suddenly a cell phone ringing once again interrupted him. It was Warmth's cell phone. Han Xian almost forgot that Warmth had been holding the phone when he was at home. Frowning walked up and found that it was an unfamiliar number without a recorded name. Han Xian directly hung up the phone. Not 2 seconds later the phone dialed once again. On the Warmth of this high-grade thing Han Xian does not know how to be able to mute. Looking at the sleeping Warmth, he pressed the answer button. Warmth won't be able to answer the phone this time. The other party was silent, and Han Xian glanced at the number again, ready to hang up when the other party spoke. "Who are you and why are you holding Muan's phone at this hour?" "Hankin? Warm and asleep. Something wrong?" Han Xian knew who it was when the other party shouted out Muan. That phone had been blacked out and changed to a new number. And just as Han Xian acknowledged it, the other party erupted. "Han Xian Yuhi ******* ing stay away from Muan." Han Xian smiled and laughed coldly. "What do you care? Lin Zongheng, you seem like a piece of dogskin plaster. There's something to talk about tomorrow when Xiao Wan wakes up." Snap! Han Xian hung up the phone, got up and was ready to leave when the phone rang again. Han Xian frowned and hung up. Lin Zongheng seemed to be obsessed and kept dialing until Han Xian couldn't help it when the phone was picked up once again. This time not waiting for Han Xian to open his mouth, Lin Zongheng opened his mouth and roared, "Han Xian, don't let me catch you. I'll make you regret what you've done. Lin Zongheng, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to come get me." Han Xian hung up the phone directly, venting the anger in his heart with successive deep breaths. He didn't know why he got angry when he heard the name Lin Zongheng, and he was even more angry when Lin Zongheng affectionately called out the name of Warmth. "There's a button on the left side. Long press to turn it off." Warmth's voice came into Han Xian's ears. It turned out that she hadn't been sleeping. In fact, she hadn't slept until now when Han Xian carried her downstairs. Although confused, she could know everything Han Xian had done. Han Xian didn't turn off the phone, but handed it to Warmth. Warmth took the cell phone and turned it off directly, then tossed it aside and turned her head to Han Xian. "Hankin, I want to go shopping. It's raining, the stores are closed. Will you accompany me to go shopping tomorrow?" "I haven't gone shopping for years. The last time I went shopping was when Lin Zongheng didn't leave the country. He's back in China. He's asked me to go to his house to have dinner with his parents tomorrow. I don't want to go." "Yes." Han Xian didn't have any hesitation or resistance. Only one good word. Warmth also likes to hear this one-word answer from Han Xian the most. A good. No hesitation, no procrastination. But Han Xian forgot that tomorrow was his last time. Chapter 18 Han Xian is lost. Perhaps women are born to shop. The morning before the hospital, Warm asked Han Xian hands and how much money. Han Xian pulled out half a day to pull out $31. The two stood at the door of the hospital room staring at a long time. Warm turned to the hospital room to go. While shouting to call Mom. "Tell Mom that she is sick. Han Xian are not taking care of her." "Stop. The money's not on the cassette, and there's 1,435 and 6 cents on the card." Now that Warm has found a way to clean up Han Xian, just call her mother-in-law whenever there is something going on. Warm held the door handle with one hand and turned her head to look at Han Xian with contempt and gritted her teeth. "Do you dare to be poorer? I've got a dry eater living in my house who doesn't work. I have to buy snacks, groceries, and 3 towels, and I pick my food every day. And I was hospitalized last night and paid. Can you stop nagging?" The head was warmly clamped under the armpit and the mouth was muffled. Last night it was the fallen chicken who came to the hospital. Today it was the girl who took it away with her head in her hands. And Han Xian was very successful in making the nurses know him. And after the two had left, the nurses gathered to whisper about everything. "Hey, people are more angry than people. Girlfriend just has a high fever and people send her to the hospital despite the storm. Don't be sour. Last night I was on duty. It was raining so hard. Other people's girlfriends just wet a little hair. The man was soaked to the skin, but also busy to buy kanji, independent wards on a bed and a chair, which is accompanied by a night without sleep. He's so handsome. What a great face. You think that woman is simple? Look is also quite a beauty at wrist of that Cartier bracelet. Enough we do not eat and drink to take the salary to save 3 years. 18 million. Nurses gathered together to sigh. Good looking and money, tall and temperament. Boyfriend as a baby bump. The same people. How the gap is so big. The sun was already high in the sky when he left the hospital, and Han Xian looked at Warmth, who was dressed in pajamas, and said softly, "Where to?" "Glory department store. Find out what's so great about their Glory. Bring a mask. Others don't know you, but the people of Glory know you." The famous president won. It's a vice. Han Xian seriously driving. Warm quietly opened the handclasp in which to take out a bank card. These years secretly accumulated private money. Already after 9 o'clock. Yan Qingqing black face sitting in the comprehensive department Han Xian position. Su Liang cannot dare to be so close to the yen total. The mouth said that the yen total here is good. Willing to go to the office to be a lackey. In fact, the yen total is really not his favorite type. And do not dare to like. No one dared to play games and watch movies anymore. All of them lowered their heads and pretended to do their work. Yang Lan and Lu Jiulong stood behind Yan Qingqing, while Xiao Yangjia had already run out to contact Han Xian. After half an hour, Xiao Yangjia came back with a deflated mouth, and timidly lowered her head to open her mouth. Mr. Yan, Han Xian's cell phone is off. Bang! Yan Qingqing slammed her hand on the table, her face containing a fierce anger as she opened her mouth to shout angrily. Shut down and you don't know how to think of something else? You have to come over and ask me for permission for everything? I invited you here to solve problems, not to add to them. Little Yang Jia turned around and ran, her little legs primed and quick. Yan Qingqing's anger towards Han Xian has not yet disappeared. She dared to make a move with her during the interview. She dared to throw her shoes on the first day of work. She was late on the second day, and she simply didn't come on this third day. Not even a phone call or a request for instructions? Yang Lan didn't dare to help Han Xian to excuse himself now. She wasn't sure what was wrong with this young man. Lu Jiulong rolled his eyes. This seems to be an opportunity, offering a smile. Mr. Yen, this Han Xian simply doesn't take the company's rules as rules. He can eat for more than an hour at a lunch, and he often runs out to smoke. So why not just fire him? In addition to Su Liang and Yan Lan, 2 people in the comprehensive department, the rest of the faces of the people are floating happy look. Should give this Han Xian fired. Without her Yen general manager how to come to the comprehensive department. Yan Lan seems to think of something, turned around and stepped on high heels trotting back to the office, took out a file and handed it to Yan Qingqing. Mr. Yen, this is the planning prototype that Han Xian made yesterday. I've already read it. It seems. What good is it if you've read it? What do you know about planning? Yan Qingqing grabbed the document in Yang Lan's hand and opened it for a cursory glance, then raised the document and pointed at Lu Jiulong to open his mouth to curse angrily. Fired Han Xian? If you guys are good at what you do, why do I have to suffer from this? Except for playing games, you know how to make up and dress up. What's the use of each one of you? If you fire Han Xian, can you replace Lu Jiulong? Or you, Yang Lan, can do it? I'm not targeting anyone. Which one of us here can go out without being belittled? The same person. A brand-name university graduate can't beat a college dropout? What the are you looking at me for? You don't have a job? If you don't have a job, go clean the 14th floor. No one dared to answer, and Yan Qingqing became even more angry, slamming the document hard on the ground and cursing angrily. All deaf? Can't you hear me? Want me to put the mop in all your hands? Or is it a waste of talent to let you guys clean? If you don't want to do it, prepare a resignation report and hand it to me, and triple your wages will be settled for you. The night fork lady is moving real fire. Lu Jiulong first ran out of the office. He still need this job to support the family. Wife and children are still waiting for him to make money. Deputy Supervisor Lu is married and likes Yang Lan. Yan Qingqing looked at the documents on the table and said in a cold voice, Supervisor Yang, Su Liang, Han Xian wrote all your names inside the desk document. If Han Xian can't give me a satisfactory result tomorrow morning, you two will pack up and leave the company, deducting all your salary and bonuses. Mr. Yen, I'll go find Brother Qianer. He's definitely not the one who's running away from the battle. Su Liang also ran away, leaving Yang Lan choking with her head down, her tear lumps falling drop by drop on the ground, as if she was a bullied little daughter-in-law. Listening to Yang Lan's cries, Yan Qingqing closed her eyes and sighed. Don't cry. I only have a few of your beloved ones inside the company. It's not easy for you to bring up a child as an orphan and a widow. But this Han Xian is simply too unruly. When he comes back you'll have to discipline him properly, just like you disciplined little Yang Jia. You hear me? No, Mr. Yen, will you stop crying? I'm bored. No more crying. Wow. Yang Lan's nature is too cowardly. After being scolded by Yan Qingqing cried even louder. Yan Qingqing suddenly felt that her world exploded, picked up the documents and fled. But just after Yan Qingqing left, Lu Jiulong came back, looking at Yang Lan crying like a tearful person suddenly distressed, took out tissue paper and handed it to Yan Lan, softly said, Arashur, don't cry, don't comfort me, go find Han Xian, I don't want to lose my job. Good, fine, I'm on my way. Lu Jiulong really likes Yang Lan, but it's a pity that Yang Lan just treats him as a colleague. Chapter 19, Mutual Gifts? The comprehensive department of the Glory Group blew up, and all departments ran up to see the joke of the comprehensive department, and the people in the comprehensive department hated Han Xian. But at this time, Han Xian was strolling through the shopping mall in a dirty shirt and warmth and a nightgown. The two can be said to be the most shabby people inside the mall, despite the fact that so dressed also did not hide the fact that the groom and the girl, the warmth of pulling Han Xian wandering a variety of brand stores, but also pulled Han Xian to look at the Vacheron Constantin and Rolex, look at the watch, try on, and finally do not buy. The glory of the department store's sales did not have a trace of impatience. Look, dedicated service, warm is to look for trouble. The result let him some disappointment. This point is too good than the smooth enjoyment to do. Han Xian does not let the warm in the nonsense, pulling the warm to go to the second floor of the ladies' monopoly to buy clothes. Cannot always wear pajamas, right? Shopping is the best medicine for women. Warm headache no longer, legs are not sore. In the second floor of the various stores wandering, Han Xian looked at a white long-sleeved fairy dress. This dress if Warm can wear should be very good. What a do Warm last night sick to him call did not receive. Should give her a little compensation and comfort. Warm, what do you think of this dress? Don't you always like white? Warmth, who was looking at his pants in front of the discount jeans, turned his head and skimmed. It's not me who likes the color white. It's you, the monster with the cleanliness fetish, who likes the color white. Warmth still came to Han Xian's side when she spoke. She didn't go to see the skirt at first glance. She never went to deliberately pick a certain dress. She knew what she said was the best. Warmth saw the price of the label. 999 yen. No discounts. Warmth gave up decisively. Don't buy it. Don't like it. I haven't seen you wear a dress like that. It must look great. Try it on. Han Xian heartless persuasion. Warm was angry with some red eyes. She knew that Han Xian's hand only more than 1,400 points. This one skirt will use up 2/3. Warm cannot afford to give up. Not buying. Girl, your boyfriend's vision is really good. Not about this skirt, but about you. You are really too beautiful. No matter from the temperament or body, face value, your boyfriend is really too blessed. He must want to see you wearing a fairy skirt. In fact, after wearing a fairy skirt can see a few minutes of the shadow of the wedding gown. Oh, I don't recommend you to buy it, but you should try it anyway. Your boyfriend from entering the door has been staring at this dress. He must love you very much. I've seen too many couples. Most of them are the girl is buying. The guy is waiting on the sidelines. Do not give any advice. Just trying it out. It won't take you too long. Consider it a favor I'm doing for your boyfriend. The clerk curved path to save the country's recommendation so that the warmth of some embarrassed in the refusal. Not worried about refusing the clerk, but do not want to refuse Han Xian, drumming his mouth reluctant to take the skirt to go to the fitting room. At this time, Han Xian went to look at the shoes, looked at half a day to ultimately choose a pair of canvas shoes. The warmth of the person is very high, do not need to wear high heels, and high heels are not suitable for shopping. Wearing slippers is not very suitable. After looking at the shoes, Han Xian left the store and walked into a lingerie store in full view of everyone, returning shortly after with a black bag, knowing too much about Warmth's body, despite not having touched it. Little Mango, the shopkeeper's sister, sent the shoes and the black bag into the fitting room with an envious look on her face, and at this time Han Xian also began to chat with the other shopkeepers by the way to pay the money, and asked them whether this store was rented or bought, and how much the rent was roughly, and whether the price was different depending on the location. Han Xian, conversation. Warm came out. A white fairy dress will set her more outstanding. Han Xian to understand the warm look at home, and look 3 years. He did not think of any words to describe the woman, only think of the 4 words as a lotus flower. The hemline design of the pleated skirt hides the pair of legs, but it will set her off even taller. The actual waist of the girdle will be her yin and yang waist appears very attractive. The pleated chest hides the flaws of the small chest. Han Xian's gaze lingered for a long moment, not that he was uncharacteristically stunned. He took it as a sign of recognition and respect for the dress and smiled at Warmth. Wear it. I know you look good in anything. The money's been paid. They don't do returns in this house. Warmth rushed over at the end of the sentence, pinched and kicked Han Xian, but did not put forward the intention to return the goods. Han Xian grinned and giggled. Warmth pushed Han Xian out of the store, whispered through clenched teeth and said, "How expensive? Over $1,000? Han Xian, Your Highness, I just want to make up for last night's mistake, and I ask for your forgiveness." Warm puffed cheeks glaring at Han Xian, then went forward and grabbed Han Xian's arm with both hands and dragged him to the first floor, all the way to the Gucci. Han Xian tilted his head and glanced at Warm, shook his head one by one, and Warm coldly grunted, "You have less than $300 in your hand, and you can't afford it. Go in and scourge the store clerk, and I'll see if all of Glory's sales are so good-tempered." It turned out to be a test. Han Xian was relieved. Followed the Warmth into the Gucci, into the store after the Warmth abandoned Han Xian, backhands light in front of the suit walk stop, From time to time also take down a piece of Han Xian compared. The plaid ones aren't suitable for work. They're too fancy. The black ones look too demure. White doesn't work. It's too cool to wear and not safe. Warmth doesn't know where the word unsafe came out. Not the white ones anyway. Gray. Yes. Warm pointed to the gray suit, and then pointed to Han Xian. Han Xian understands Warm's figure. Warm is naturally clear about Han Xian's height. In Han Xian's confused eyes, he was pushed into the fitting room by a few little girls, and then Warm picked out a white and very ordinary, the cheapest gray shirt, and even the cheapest one is much more expensive than the skirt on Warm. Han Xian was quicker and straightened his hair in the process, walking up and tapping Warm's shoulder, frowning. How is the suit still tried on? Just now the clerk said, "Shut up." The words fell. Warm turned around and backed up 2 steps. One hand rested on his chest and one hand cupped his chin and looked Han Xian up and down. Very good. The gray color is much more introverted. Broad shoulders, upright posture in matching his inches, with a feeling of a suit thug. Very handsome, very mature. Warmth likewise didn't compliment Han Xian and made a silent gesture to Han Xian toward the bar. Warmth turned her back to Han Xian and took out a card in a black plastic bag and sneakily handed it to the clerk. The swipe was successful. Warmth turned to Han Xian with a small fox smile, grinning. Han Xian, you owe me $4,300,000. Ha ha ha. Work hard to pay your debt. This princess will leave first. Warmth ran away. Han Xian stood in place and stared at his eyes, not knowing what to do. Just sew 3 pieces of clothing for 30,000? Han Xian then whispered to the clerk, "Hold on. I'll grab him back and get another one, a cheaper one." The comment was not taken to heart by the clerk, who didn't ask a single question about the price from the time the fairy-like girl walked into the store until she checked out. Warmth in canvas shoes exaggeratedly swinging his arms, giggling non-stop. His side of the Han Xian bitter face are about to cry. This is still not a penny yet it owes another 30,000? Look at the small ticket in hand. 28,000 for the suit. Shirt 3,999. If working half a year without eating or drinking is not enough to buy this dress. Han Xian cried and turned his head to look at Warmth first. Your Highness, the clothes are a bit thin. Go back and get another set, okay? I definitely won't return it. It's no good. Your Highness knows you want to trade for a cheaper one. It's too expensive. I'm heartbroken. Warmth stopped in her tracks when Han Xian uttered these words and turned around to look at Han Xian seriously and said softly, "You have less than $1,500 in your hand. You spent $1,200 on clothes and shoes for me. It's not expensive, but it's all you have. I have $800,000 in my card. What's wrong with me buying you a $30,000 suit? You think it's expensive. I think it's cheap. Han Xian, last night was indeed your fault, but I know that if I had called you first and told you that I was sick, you would have dropped everything you were doing and come home to see me. Don't beat yourself up with guilt. I don't want to be in your debt. Just like that, okay? Don't make me feel too embarrassed and humble. We are not husband and wife. We're the best of friends and confidants. Do you have the right to send me clothes and take care of me when I'm sick? I do, too. All right, after dragging you around all morning, I'm going to work. Yes, it's still a word. Chapter 20, Love. It's a long way to go. Warm gone. Han Xian went back to Gucci to discuss whether it can be refunded. The results of the other side to buy a small ticket, even if the refund is returned to the card that pays the bill. Han Xian sighed powerless, lying on the counter to ask to buy this expensive clothes have not cut the price. Can you send a few pairs of socks? This request was not rejected. Took the socks of Han Xian or feel the loss of a great deal of money. What brand is not all clothes. Do not show meat on the line. How he sold so expensive it. The clerk also saw Han Xian's heartache, smiled and walked up softly. Sir, you should be very happy to have such a girlfriend. Happiness? Thinking of all the warmth. Han Xian shivered. These days the warmth is quite honest. Waiting for her to be dishonest is only maddening. Han Xian turned his head to coyly scratch his head and laughed lightly. Friend, just a friend. Your clothes are sold at such a high price, and I see you don't have many customers. Can you earn back this month's rent? The clerk stared slightly at this, then laughed. Sir, you can really joke. Gucci does not need too much sales. Our pursuit is the highest end brand. The masses for the high consumption of people. Make money or not, I a shopkeeper is not clear. But I know if not make money. This year's $200,000 of rent our boss can still accept. You're not employees of the Glory Group? No, but it takes a glorified training to get on the job. Anything else, sir? No more, no more. Han Xian awkwardly scratched his head and turned around, his head constantly chewing on what the clerk had just said, which helped him a lot. Walking out of the Glory department store, the sunlight was blinding. Looking at the sun hanging high in the sky, Han Xian felt a burst of warmth, and then slapped his head. Forgetting to go to work, blaming it on the warmth. Being a housewife for 3 years made Han Xian forget for a moment that she had to go to work every day to punch in, and gritting her teeth, she stopped a cab and got in and started directing the driver to go that way, which could be a little farther away. But the overtime charge for the traffic jam was unacceptable to Han Xian. He's poorer now. With apprehension and nervousness into the glory of the door, the front desk of the round-faced girl saw Han Xian when he stood up violently, picked up the phone and dialed the general manager of the secretary desk, but unfortunately no one answered. Han Xian also found that the girl's different. Grin cast to the girl a sunny smile. The round-faced girl stood frozen in place. This just came 2 days of Han Xian in the end is where the gods are. After returning to her senses, she turned around and ran to the 14th floor, to be the first to notify Mr. Yan that Han de Shinxian had returned. Han Xian rode the elevator to the 11th floor, and when he opened the elevator he saw his colleagues in the comprehensive department either mopping the floor with a mop or cleaning the windows and watering the flowers. Ego? Han Xian laughed. Glory Group's work is really good, but also know to let employees move their muscles. A curious face walked up and stood in front of Lu Jiulong, laughed. Deputy Supervisor Lu is really proactive. Know that the colleagues in the comprehensive department are too idle. Bring out to move their muscles? Bah, do you think I want to? Or did that Han surname provoke Yen Han Xian? Han Xian, someone come, don't let Han Xian escape. At first, Lu Jiulong bent down to mop the floor and didn't realize that standing in front of him was Han Xian, the little brat, who only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar when he returned to half of the words, and raised his head to make sure that it was the little brat who threw away the mop and opened his arms to hug Han Xian tightly. This moment Han Xian is confused. This cannot be this passion, right? Then he found that all the employees of the comprehensive department rushed towards him, some with mops, some with brooms, shower heads, and some with basins, with fierce faces containing anger, and a strong murderous aura towards him. Han Xian was afraid and couldn't break away from Lu Jiulong's embrace. He closed his eyes. Since he couldn't resist, he would suffer the care from his colleague in silence. It might hurt. Han Xian has been found? Where is he? Yang Lan's voice was like heavenly music reaching Han Xian's ears. Then he felt Lu Jiulong let go of his arm, and in the next second a pain came from his ear. Han Xian opened his eyes and looked at Yang Lan, who was full of anxiety and had slightly reddened eyes, and grinned right away. Sister Yang, pain, have a word, be nice? You don't come to work and don't even make a phone call? And then the cell phone is also turned off. Do you know that you almost caused Su Liang and I to lose our jobs? If I lose my job my family will be crossed. Han Xian Yu. Speaking of, Yang Lan cried again. Han Xian hastily took out the antique only to find that there is no power. Last night fell broken? It seems that there is a small half a month has not been charged. Yang Lan so cry can be Lu Jiulong heartbroken. To Han Xian's but is afoot. Little brat cannot be a little awareness? In the morning, Mr. Yen waited for you early in the comprehensive department. You do not come to work to simply resign. Implicating Lan Lan was pointed at the nose of Mr. Yen scolded a pass. Pull your ear? I now kill your heart have. Lan Lan do not cry. Lu brother hug. Stopping Lu Jiulong greasy about to embrace Yang Lan, Han Xian hurriedly stepped forward to squeeze this old man away, apologizing earnestly with a contrite face. I'm sorry, Sister Yang. A friend of mine was hospitalized after being hit by a car last night, and I rushed over. I was so freaked out that I forgot about the cell phone, and her parents weren't around, so the little girl was all alone. Warm you help take the blame. Have to shop. Han Xian, you've changed your clothes These clothes look pretty good. Did you buy them at the hospital? Lu Jiulong, who was squeezed out of the way, glared at Han Xian with a face of unwillingness, deliberately breaking up the stage. Yang Lan was not in the mood to pay attention to these two people bickering, grabbing this Han Xian's ear to the Ministry of General Affairs to drag, while walking all the time. What Mr. Yen wants you to do is urgent. Why are you still in the mood to go clothes shopping? If you don't have any clothes to wear, talk to me. I'll go and buy them for you. You can't just disappear all of a sudden either. Right now it's you that's more important to Mr. Yen, otherwise you'd have been fired a long time ago. Han Xian, who was grabbed by the ear, showed his teeth and looked at Yang Lan with blank eyes and whispered, "What's her hurry? Didn't I say I'd give her the results tomorrow morning? Sister Yang, don't feel aggrieved. I caused this. I'll go and argue with her." Yang Lan threw Han Xian onto a chair and cursed with red eyes and clenched teeth. "Say you, why did you take this hot potato?" "Hot, the ear is quite hot." "Sister Yang, you hit too hard inside. Don't tell me that it's because of me that the General Affairs Department went out to clean." Lu Jiulong rubbed his fists and looked at Han Xian and gritted his teeth. "Or do you think it's still us who feel sorry for the cleaning lady? Uncle Lu, we're called Auntie. You should be called Big Sister. Little brat, are you looking for a beating? Your brother Lu I'm only 39. How can I say this person Lu Jiulong? Not a good person, but also not a pure bad person. Like it or not, he will surface on his face and say it. Han Qian awkwardly scratched his head, not paying attention to the greasy uncle, turned around and raised his head to look at Yang Lan grinning. Sister Yang, you calm down. When things are over I shell out money. You treat to take everyone to go dashing to go. After all, was I dragged down well? Su Liang? Where's Su Liang? Yang Lan took a deep breath that rippled and made Han Qian lower his head in embarrassment. Yang Lan was just about to open her mouth when Xiao Yangjia hurriedly ran over, followed by Su Liang, who was wearing an apron behind her. Xiao Yangjia was relieved to see Han Qian, and then stepped forward and grabbed Han Qian's arm and dragged him towards the door. Now go see Mr. Yen, you can still save your whole body. Han Qian was pulled along by Xiao Yangjia, but his eyes were looking at Su Liang. Han Qian smiled slightly. Card or present? Su Liang smiled back with the same smile. Now, look at it. It's too much. Such a thick pile. Hooking up with girls. Hey, you know, Ken-chan. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Han Qian was dragged away. The whole comprehensive department breathed a sigh of relief. At this time Su Liang was Lu Jiulong put his arm around the shoulder, whispered threats to Su Liang to explain Han Qian in the end to do what planning. Su Liang was relieved when he saw Han Qian's smiling face, gently shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know exactly. All I know is that Brother Kenner has taken me, and I can receive such a thick pile. Su Liang, you didn't have fun cleaning the restroom? Yang Lan's rebuke made Su Liang shut up. It is still unknown whether he can succeed or not. If it is known by everyone and then Han Qian still fails, there is no way for him to continue to work in the general department in the future. Lu Jiulong let go of Su Liang and turned around with a pandering face towards Yang Lan. Barb, I have two here. Snap. The office door slammed shut, almost hitting Lu Jiulong on the nose. Oh love, a long way to go. Chapter 21, She's not a good person. Han Qian, you went to sell? You were taken care of by a couple of rich women in one night, served well and bought a suit? TSK, Gucci, you still have time to go gloriously shopping at the mall? Yan Xingqing grabbed Han Qian's collar with both hands and roared and growled angrily. On the side of the small Yang Jia, go out is not right. Do not go out is not right. Seems to be not too much want to go out. A face of curiosity to look at the Han Qian and Yen total. The whole company's most gossipy person belongs to her. Han Qian slightly lowered his head to look at Yan Xingqing, and then he was hit on the nose by this with an iron headbutt, and in an instant tears flowed down from his eyes as Han Qian covered his nose and backed up in anger. What's wrong with you? I was late. You scolded me, and now you're doing it? Cursing Mr. Yen, Xiao Yangjia was listening on the sidelines, and Yan Xingqing's face turned blue as she clenched her teeth and said angrily, Han Qian, Lao Mian and you fight? Together you have been teasing Lao Mian all along, just to get back at me for almost driving over you thing. I'll satisfy you today. Yang Jia, go call the security guards over to tie Han Qian up and throw him outside. Lao Mian is going to run him over. The night fork nymphet is ruthless. And as Xiao Yangjia turned and ran, Han Qian hurriedly opened his mouth. Xiao Yangjia, you come back. He then looked at Yan Xingqing and frowned. Why am I teasing you? If you want planning, I'll give you planning. If you want solutions, I'll give you solutions. What are you arguing about? Why can't I go out and investigate if you just give me 2 days? Can you get inspired just by sitting in the office every day? What? Glory is a fountain? If I didn't have a diamond, I'd be able to stop your porcelain work. This plan is confidential. Once it's imitated, we won't stand a chance. And why did you go to the general department this morning to scold Sister Yang? You just say you can still cooperate. Cannot cooperate, I resign to leave you lose money. Continue to cooperate so that you can ensure that profits do not lose money. Bring the planner. Get you a wrench and pry my head open for you? Janja, go get the wrench. Han Qian turned around and ran, not doubting at all that Yan Xingqing really dared to knock his head with a wrench. Yan Xingqing wouldn't be so young to be able to sit in this position if she didn't have a little bit of gumption. Yan Xingqing made a wink to Xiao Yangjia, who immediately closed the door tightly and stood in front of the door to stop Han Qian. Yan Xingqing sat in her boss chair crossing her legs and said softly, go make 2 cups of coffee. I don't drink coffee. Make tea. Then give 200 bonuses to each person in the general department. Give it to Yang Lan, but she doesn't have it. She didn't clean today. And also tell her to prepare a deed of sale and sign Han Qian first. The joke of the deed of sale, but Xiao Yangjia did not dare to listen to it as a joke, turned around and left the office, but also did not forget to close the door, and then ran all the way to the Ministry of Comprehensive Affairs, which is a heavenly gossip. Han Qian is not afraid of Yen at all, and Yen is always egged on. Not long after the tea was sent over, by the way, with a copy of the deed of sale, the little Yang Jiao ran to the finance again. The 3-no lowly day is quite busy. Yan Xingqing pointed at the teapot on the coffee table and said in a cold voice, you give me a rough idea of what you're planning, and if I'm not satisfied, this teapot hits you over the head. This latter half of the sentence was automatically blocked by Han Qian. Half of this S words were enough to listen to. Picking up the teapot and walking towards Yan Qingqing. The latter saw this and got up violently, looking at Han Xian with a pale face and trembling voice. Han Xian, don't mess around. Han Xian ignored the woman, filled her cup with a cup of hot water, and spoke faintly, and came to drink some hot water. My plan is still choose to do shopping malls. Afternoon I will let Su Liang to do the last inspection, and will make a certain decision. When you are ready to approve the note allows, specific no time to write out. I can only say that you try to take this piece of land, make a statement of life and death or not. Sign the deed of sale also line. I will never let you do a loss of money business, because I need that 400,000 to save my life. I told you that you may not be able to remember all of it. You can notify the senior management in advance to prepare for a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this matter. I will go to the conference room to explain my detailed plan to you. Yan Qingqing picked up the cup of water on the table and asked, frowning with a diaphanous eyebrow as she wasn't messing with Han Xian's temper. You're very confident in yourself. There's no need to alarm the board about this, but there's going to be a high-level meeting, and I have no way of knowing for sure if you're not the one my enemies sent to make a fool out of me, and there's no way I'm going to trust you. Han Xian nodded lightly. You consider reasonable. We are not familiar with. You certainly have no way to make trust in me. I have no way to give you any guarantee. I can take the comprehensive department of young sister to go to the conference room together. She has some of my hands to do some preliminary planning. I'm more underhanded also will not take a single mother to do sacrifice. In addition, even if the ugly is also better than helpless. Ugly is me, and you at most fell into a look at the wrong word handle just. You also do not have to pay me 400,000. 400,000 for me to sign an agreement with you. If I fail, you can put my photo hanging in the Glory Plaza. You don't have to pay me $400,000. $400,000 is an astronomical figure for me. I can sign an agreement with you. If I fail, you guys can hang my picture on the top of the display in the Pride Plaza, so that I can die a social death. Han Xian's bones have confidence in himself. He also has a pride that he cannot possibly fail. Yan Qingqing intention. Han Xian's last words are the most effective pill. If he fails, there is no way to survive in this city. Even if the surrounding cities, he has no way to survive. What makes Yan Qingqing most skeptical is where did Han Xian get such a pricey Gucci? Isn't he very short of money? How could he spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a Gucci suit? Looking at Yan Qingqing staring at his suit, Han Xian awkwardly scratched his head and whispered, 500 a day rentals. Go inside the mall and wear something expensive that won't be belittled. And then I'll probably meet with some decorators to punch up the facade. And I swear absolutely I didn't buy it for myself. Yan Qingqing's eyes revealed contempt. Then she took out a tie from the drawer and tossed it to Han Xian. Tie it on. This tie still needs more than $2,000. It was originally, why do I have to explain to you? Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I can promise you, but you can't leave the company tonight. At the same time, Su Liang, Yanglan can't leave. I will also keep an eye on you at the company. Tomorrow morning if you pass the meeting you can go back to rest. I will pay you $100,000 bonus. The rest of it will only be given to you when your planning is sure that it won't be a loss. In addition to not passing it, you will have to go home as well. Han Xian hesitated. There is still a cooking is equal to self-immolation idiots at home, but not agreed to this planning may have to fizzle out, and even lose their jobs. After a long period of silence, Han Xian opened his mouth. How was the evening meal? 4 dishes, 1 soup, enough drinks, 2 packs of soft Chinese. Prepare a bed for Sister Yang. It's not good to stay up all night when you're old. Yes, why didn't you say you had a bed for me? The lady of the night needs rest? Han Xian, I'll kill you. In the moment when the hot water was splashed out, Han Xian turned and ran. And when he went out and heard the angry roar coming from inside the office, Han Xian was afraid for a while, and all the toughness was pretending. And when he saw Yan Qingqing, his legs were shivering. She's not a good person. Chapter 22, so there's a drinker. 2. Back to the comprehensive department when Yang Lan is giving out bonuses to everyone. Xiao Yangjia eyebrows to tell everyone about General Manager Yan and Han Xian in the office of the Ice and Fire. Is talking about the excitement. The fate of the back of the neck was clamped by someone. Little Yangjia, do you want me to tell Mr. Yan that your idol? This voice fell in the ears of little Yangjia as if the call of the god of death. And the hand on the white neck was the scythe of death. Slowly turning his head when the tears in the eyes of the tears in the tears, a grieved and small voice. Brother Kenji, I was wrong. Wow. Crying again? The people from the general department didn't lessen their hostility towards Han Xian much after they got their bonuses, except that Han Xian didn't really want to bother with them either. He's a son of a wealthy family, a young man, and we can't compare to him. Han Xian's guess was right on this idea. Most of the people who could come to the general department were not simple characters, for the most part. Walking up and patting Su Liang's shoulder, he said softly, pack up, we're going out later. The latter took the suit jacket and stood up to get ready, but unexpectedly the words were heard clearly by Lu Jiulong, who heard that Han Xian still had to go out, and immediately grabbed Han Xian's arm and roared, "You still want to run? Han Xian, are you here to work or not? Yesterday you were late. This morning you were absent from work. And what are you doing in the afternoon? I'm not even as busy as you are as an assistant supervisor." Han Xian's face was slightly embarrassed, and at this time, Yang Lan also walked over and frowned at Han Xian and asked, "You're going out again? With Rio?" Han Xian nodded awkwardly and whispered down, "Going to talk about something about the planning case? And you may have to work all night at the office tonight, Sister Yang." Yang Lan's frown tightened and she once again stepped forward to ask in a small voice, "The planning plan thing? You don't tell sis that your planning plan has been completed. It doesn't matter if you work overtime all night, it's just that Bebe is home alone. I'll do it, Barb, you go home. I'll work overtime for you, as long as it is able to seize the opportunity." Lu Jiulong is absolutely will not let go. This guy is attentive to the extreme. Yang Lan, slightly some intention, once again said, "It was Mr. Yen who made the decision, Vice Supervisor Lu He." Han Xian was going to shake his head and square off. "No, the purpose of you staying here tonight to work overtime is to cooperate with General Manager Yen to watch me not to run away. Tomorrow morning's high-level meeting you have to attend. There are some things I have to talk to you about tonight as well." Deputy Supervisor Lu a little small. At first, Lu Jiulong did not listen. When he heard the last three words, almost smashed the chair, smashed Han Xian. This little brat, how what words are said to the outside. And Lan Lan's body is really fragrant. Lu Jiulong a little bit to Yang Lan body leaning. Yang Lan constantly backward to avoid. Looking at Han Xian frowned. Since it was explained by Mr. Yen, you two shouldn't be in a hurry. I'll go with you. At this time, Su Liang stretched out his hand to catch Vice Supervisor Lu's big head and laughed. "Brother Lu is falling off the pillow? Look where you've squeezed Sister Yang." The comprehensive department laughed loudly. Lu Jiulong slightly some blush, awkwardly scratched his head. Then he said that he wanted to keep an eye on Han Xian and Su Liang, but Yang Lan did not agree to it, and asked him to stay in the comprehensive department to prepare for the work. 20 minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora slowly made away from the Glory Underground parking lot. Originally Su Liang wanted to help Yang Lan to drive the car, which was rejected by Han Xian. "You do not drive a Bright. You call about our city's largest renovation company's manager phone," said Glory Group to talk to them about cooperation. "Hey, we still have to go back to a trip. I forgot to find Mr. Yen to ask for money to eat. Sister Yang, trouble you turn around and go back a bit." Yang Lan shook his head with a positive expression and said softly, "No, I've brought money." Han Xian, you tell me exactly what kind of planning you've done that would make General Manager Yen indulge you. To be honest, I'm a bit envious. Leave the comprehensive department of Yang Lan dressed very urban. White chiffon shirt with a blue small suit. The lower half of the white one-step skirt with flesh-colored stockings. Hair high played up to reveal the white neck. No wonder Lu Jiulong will be how to pander to the Yang Lan is a beautiful woman. If a few years younger, how to be above 80 points. It's a good thing that Han Xian has lost his wonderfulness for women. Half lying in the backseat and lazily saying with his eyes closed, "Is the airport that piece of land? Which young sister you should know. I plan to build a shopping mall. Only this mall is somewhat special. Need to talk to the decoration company's people to decorate the knowledge in this area. Specific I will say to you tonight. A moment you two also have to cooperate with me, this newcomer, to play a drama. I'm very sorry for the Yang sisters, you have to play a secretary of me. Bright child to do a little to me as an assistant. Now do things are dog-eyed low. Dog see people lift the head. Last night I didn't sleep a night. I squinted a little bit. Now the office is a dog's eye look at people low. The dog look at people lift up the head. Last night night did not sleep. I squint a little bit. Sister Yang, how much you spend? I look for yen total reimbursement to you. Yan Lan listened to the clouds, and so on, and asking when found Han Xian has fallen asleep. No choice but to ask Su Liang. Got the answer is a high-end building materials shopping mall. Yang Lan's eyes lit up. It seems feasible. Also understand that today Han Xian is to go to cheat. Took out the phone in Huatai Hotel, booked a room. Drinks and food control in the 3,000 or so on the right. The glory of the group and a renovation company to talk about things. 3,000 already is to lift them up. When Han Xian was sleeping and drooling out of his mouth when he was woken up by Su Liang gently slapping 2 slaps, Su Liang stood outside the door and laughed badly. Mr. Han, it's time to get off. Just woke up. Han Xian confused left and right observation. Half a day only to return to his senses to find that Han always shouted him, smiled and scolded a sentence out of the car. softly asked whether people are here. Su Liang nodded. Came 4, 2 managers, a chief design and a supervisor. At this time, Yang Lan walked over, gently straightened the folds on Han Xian's clothes, and took out a man's watch and handed it to Han Xian. My ex-husband's watch was in the car the whole time. It's better to take it with you. Men are more observant of what each other is wearing than women. Han Xian nodded and smiled. Or Sister Yang is thoughtful. When this is over we 3 should be able to share a nice bonus. Today also troubles Sister Yang. When I go to see Bebe, is it a boy? Girls, let's go. Mentioned her ex-husband and child. Yang Lan's face obviously darkened a lot when Han Xian walked into the main door of the Huatai Hotel. His temperament was instantly different from the outside. His face was cold and he did not speak or smile. In his heart, Han Xian heartfelt thanks to the warmth. This one temperament is with the warmth when traveling cultivated. In order not to reveal the cloven foot, in order not to give the warmth of shame. The warmth of the warmth also told him a lot of. In hotels and such places, the rules of the hand does not hit the smiling face of the people have long been gone. The more serious you are indifferent, they will be more and more important to you. Know that you are not a good to talk to, not good to mess with the people, and at the same time, they also cannot see your background. Facts to verify that the warmth is right. When Han Xian 3 people walked into the hotel lobby, manager came over and smiled hello. Han Xian did not even look at him a glance. Acting as a secretary of the duties of Yang Lan softly told each other that they are the glory of the group, booked the room. And now there should be someone to. Han Xian all the way to a cold face, until he walked into the room to see a few decoration company talent to reveal a trace of a smile. Simple pleasantries to introduce themselves. Han Xian was disguised as a manager of a department of the Glory Group, mainly responsible for the group to expand the business of the thing. Do decoration people sharp eyes? They have seen this Han manager's suit and wristwatch are very expensive. The watch may be only 10,000 up and down, but on this body a Gucci suit is not anyone can buy. And the sight of the beautiful dignified beauty of the secretary's demeanor also shows that she in the glory of the group's status is also not low. So there is even less way to judge this Han manager. The wine and food were complete, and Yang Lan was the first to speak, smiling softly, inviting all of you here. Please bear with me for the delay. This is my business card. Mr. Han is busy at work. Just call me if there is anything. Han Xian heart thumped. This is not Sister Yang with a business card. He did not know what to do. The person who decorated the company took the business card, looked at the top of a few words instantly confused. Head of the General Department of the Pride Group. Yang Lan, a minister as a secretary? The manager who received the business card with both hands was obviously a little nervous. Originally he thought it was a small steward. Now he had no way to judge the identity of this young man. Forcing himself to be calm, he took out a business card and handed it to Yang Lan. Hello Mr. Han. Hello Minister Yang. It's also our honor for your company to cooperate with us. Fenghua Decoration. It's our destiny to meet again. I toast Mr. Han. Drinking. When Su Liang wanted to get up, Yang Lan had already picked up her wineglass and smiled gently. Manager Li is a bit embarrassed. Our Mr. Han is allergic to alcohol. Please, Yang Lan is a real secretary of the role. That a small glass of white wine down. Han Chen looked at the stomach. Yang Lan is like nothing. Wine over 3 rounds. Han Chen finally opened his mouth. Manager Li, recently the airfield opposite the decoration city and the residents of the neighborhood had a very unpleasant row. You should have heard about this matter, right? I also do not spare the bend. We Glory will take the right to develop this piece of land. We develop projects with your company has a lot of space for cooperation. Whatever you say, Mr. Han. Good. Now I have some friends in the River King House has a few sets of houses want to decorate. They invited some well-known designers to design. The effect is very satisfied. But in the purchase of materials out of the problem. Alone this floor tiles. In our small city to buy some of the preferred floor tiles is very difficult. And in the price cannot let my friends are satisfied. Too cheap. If someone asks it's too cheap. If someone asks, they're too embarrassed to answer. This problem should be understood by Manager Li, right, Mr. Han? You are said in my heart. Our designers in the whole province can be ranked on the name of Fenghua Decoration. The reason is that in the poor material, we these decoration companies will cooperate with the building materials business. We recommend customers take kickbacks or in our use of the price will be a little lower. But in the past few years the customers' taste continues to improve. Our city building materials business a lot of goods cannot meet the customers. We go to other cities in building materials merchants. Not only the price cannot be pressed down. Back and forth carfoot money is not cheap. The main thing is that there is no way to take the customer to see once or twice line. Encountered trouble with the customer to go to 3 times 5 times. Is not the customer is afraid of trouble. We cannot afford to delay this labor. Manager Li is right. I let people to investigate the market. High-end expensive cannot come in. Low-end cannot be sold. The products of the decoration city we have seen, mostly for the middle and lower customer demand for goods and prices. If a high-end brand moved into the decoration city, not only will not improve the taste of the decoration city, but also because of the price of the expensive do not ship. As for the outer ring of the building materials market on more, don't mention it. Local carpenters to create a 3 less product only. Not that I look down on carpenters, I admire the craftsmen. We are businessmen, we have to go for the customer to consider. You say right, Mr. Han is simply our confidant. Half of Managerly was showing his goodwill. He sensed this Mr. Han's meaning, and the other half was really speaking to his heart. Managerly lifted his wineglass, and young Lon stood up in a hurry. This is the 4th cup and it's already over half a pound. Chapter 23. Okay, our glory is ready to build a high-end brand building materials mall, targeting the current market vacancy, so that our decoration company does not need to ask grandpa and grandma to go to other cities to look for building materials dealers. We glory only provide mall and property. We'll also audit the brand, and strive to build the highest-end building materials mall. And at the same time, we also hope that we can cooperate with Manhwa Decoration. The mall will tell the building material merchants who move in our primary cooperation is Manhwa Decoration. When the mall is constructed, the display outside the Glorious Group will give your company 15 seconds of advertisement. The period is from laying the foundation to the end of the mall. After the completion of the mall, the advertisement position in the middle of the main entrance will be left to your company for a period of 3 years without charging any fees. Assistant Sue, show the effect diagram to Managerly. This will Su Liang has already taken out a rough effect map in the bag. The chief designer of Manhwa saw this effect map when the face on the satchel. This is also called the map? Han Xian saw this and laughed. Our company's design department certainly can't compare with your company, and this is just a sketch. The specific design may ask your company to help design at that time. The cost will be calculated normally. I will try to fight for the design right to Manhwa. That's the original intention and purpose of coming to see a few of you today. Of course, the pre-publicity still needs your company's influence. Secretary Yang, can you bring a contract? Han Xian pressed step by step and finally used a contract to express his sincerity. But where is the contract? Yang Lan was a little confused about Han Xian's meaning and could only return with a hard head. Mr. Han, there are still a few companies that are contacting us. They already called just now. In addition, Managerly is already drunk. It's better to wait for the mall to start construction before signing the contract. Good. In that case, we have things to do. So be my guest. Secretary Yang has bought the bill? Bought it, Mr. Han. Han Xian stood up and nodded with a smile at the few people, and the 3 of them didn't move a single bite of the meal on the table. It doesn't matter if Manhwa's people answer or not. They don't have any use for Han Xian. The answer to what they want to know is already known, so there's no need to spend time on it. Yang Lan was already a little confused when she went downstairs, and she walked out of Huadai's front door and crouched down in the flower bed and started to vomit. The small 1 pound of white wine down who cannot stand and did not eat anything, assisted Yang Lan on the car. Han Xian driving frowned. Liang, we may not be able to eat for a while. I still have a baby waiting to be fed at home. I'll go home to cook the meal now. It'll take almost 20 minutes. You order 2 takeaways to send to the company. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. Gotta. You come down and I'll drive. Where's your house? Landscape Dragon City. Han Xian felt so tired, but he actually had a kind of perverted elation deep inside. He enjoyed this kind of work brought exhaustion and busyness. The elevator was not yet fixed. Climbed to the 11th floor to take off his suit and tie his apron. Took out his cell phone and dialed Warmth's phone. Hey, Hankin. Warm seems to be sleeping. The voice is very lethargic and no strength. Han Xian busy cutting vegetables. Whispered, I was caught absenteeism this morning. Tonight I have to stay at the company to work overtime for 1 night. I can't come back at night. I am now cooking dinner for you. I bought a thermos bucket. I put it under the sofa's cushion after I made it. You remember to eat when you come back. Don't allow me to order takeout. I bought medicine and put it on the table. Come back and remember to eat it. 2 tablets. Do not secretly throw away the medicine. And do not open whoever knocks on the door at night. I have brought the key. I know. Han Xian, you're so nagging. Why don't you come work at Smooth, so you can keep an eye on me? I'm going to fight with Lim Zongheng for fun? Don't sleep. Spiritually drink some water. I know. Nagging. Warm let out a scream of annoyance to hang up the phone, and then lying on the desk to look at the phone records in the phone. A page are Han Xian's. Annoyed to death. The heart said annoyed to death. The corners of the mouth with a slight smile. At that moment there was a cacophony of voices outside the door. The company's acting president returned to China. Lin Zongheng waited for a morning, did not see the warmth of the anxious. Busy work in the afternoon, heard that the vice president of one has returned. Rushed over, The results to the secretary stopped outside the door. Lin Zongheng that called a gas pushed away the secretary to open the door. See the lazy warmth when his throat involuntarily moved. 3 years have not seen this woman is more beautiful. Faded green, cloaked in maturity, especially the table that pair of legs. Simply let Lin Zongheng are about to explode. The anger disappeared, and with it came a humble smile. Nuan, I'm home. Warmth slowly turned her head to look at Lin Zongheng, and then plopped down on the table again to look out the window, only letting out an O sound. Lin Zongheng is very dashing, 1 meter 85 tall, has a pair of long legs and Korean oba a handsome face and hair. A customized Italian suit makes him appear very perfect, but Warm don't know why Lin Zongheng have no interest at all. Warmth suddenly felt a wave of nausea whenever she remembered those women's voices coming out of the phone. From leaving to now, Warm gradually understand one thing. She may not like Lin Zongheng, just from childhood to the side of only such a peer. From childhood to play together, grew up together to school, graduated together. Warm went to the company, he went abroad. Warmth never seemed to talk about falling in love and marrying each other. The same 3 years, Lin Zongheng go abroad is 3 years. Han Xian is also 3 years around. He can endure 3 years do not smoke. You cannot control your own desire? There are 3 years in which Han Xian is not the same in enduring? Lin Zongheng discovered Warmth's indifference and froze slightly, frowning as he walked up and reached out to touch Warmth's shoulder in a soft voice. Nuan, you're not feeling well? In the moment of touch, Warmth violently drew up body to lean back. This one action let Lin Zongheng flabbergasted in place. Accustomed to bullying Han Xian's Warmth but did not feel any discomfort, frowned and whispered, I have a cold, don't pass it on to you. Lin Zongheng laughed. I'm not afraid. When you were a kid, you stuck to me when you had a cold, didn't you? Did you take your medicine? I know a very good doctor. Let's go. Pack up and take you to see him. Lin Zongheng was still stuck in the impression she had of Warmth 3 years ago. At that time Warmth was like a follower, a rebellious little daughter-in-law. As long as she didn't overstep the boundaries, she never refused Lin Zongheng's decisions. But the Warmth of now wasn't the same as the Warmth of 3 years ago, and she gently shook her head. It's probably frostbite. I went to get in 4 in the morning. It's not a problem. In 4? I remember that the thing you're most afraid of, Nuan, is in 4, so show me. Cold, don't want to do it. Warm hands shrank inside his sleeves and he wrinkled his nose in a small voice. Another rejection created displeasure in Lin Zongheng's. The Warmth wouldn't let him get close enough to take care of it now, but Lin Zongheng still smiled. Nuan, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. I have a lot of things I want to say to you. I've booked a restaurant. Let's get together after work. Warmth stuck her hands in her sleeves and shook her head in resignation. I caught a cold. Han Xian bought me medicine and put it in the house. He also cooked for me. I haven't gone out to eat in 3 years. I haven't ordered takeout. I'm not used to it. These words were like a bolt from the blue hitting Lin Zongheng's ceiling. Han Xian. Habit. Han Xian has become a habit in Warm heart? Lin Zongheng held back the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I thought you guys were divorced, so when you get over your cold, Brother Lin will cook for you himself. The words fell and turned to leave, and on the way out the door Warmth suddenly opened his mouth. I don't eat Western food anymore. It's not good. Lin Zongheng almost smashed the door down. What the hell was this Han Xian? In just 3 years he could make Warmth change 20 years of habits? As Lin Zongheng left, Warmth took out her cell phone and made a call to Han Xian. Han Xian, I want to eat tomato stewed beef. I want to eat braised meat. I want to eat everything. Han Xian, I'm not happy. Warmth didn't know why she was crying. The tears kept falling down, while only one word came from the phone. Good. In fact, Han Xian has been waiting for Warm's phone call. He knows that Lin Zongheng will go to see Warm today. If this phone call can wait, he won't consider himself redundant. If it doesn't wait, this house will be left to Warm. Warmly, she said she wanted to eat everything, but didn't mention a few of her favorites. Han Xian called the supermarket to send food over and first told Su Liang to go back to the office and wait. From the moment he came home and walked into the kitchen until now, he only cut a green onion. Chapter 24, Not a Good Temper. Han Xian didn't know why he felt blocked every time he heard Lin Zongheng's name. When he received his call last night, Han Xian knew that he didn't have control over it. With Lin Zongheng's ability to want to deal with him, it was simply too easy and too simple. But then Han Xian thinks there's no wrongdoing. Han Xian didn't make red meat. He knew what Warmth wanted to say and why Warmth hesitated for a second when he spoke. It's just a fish. If I don't dare to kill others, why not? Do a good job on the dishes in the thermos. Turned off the gas. All ready to leave the house. Han Xian's hand only left $15. It happens to be $15 to take a taxi to the company. If the traffic jam is going to let Su Liang waiting downstairs to pull out the car money, mentally calculating downstairs, found Su Liang still parked downstairs. Han Qian walked up and opened the passenger side and sat in. Su Liang wrinkled his nose and whispered, "Hungrier? Any chance you can cook?" "No problem." Su Liang did not even ask more questions, drove back to the company. Along the way, Han Qian repeatedly looked at Sister Yang lying in the back seat. Sister Yang is really very hardworking. Cheating people like this can be done so, in the work must be very hard, right? But it is a pity that no one in the comprehensive department is afraid of her, and no one listens to her words. Took off the watch and wiped it and put it in Yang Lan's bag. All the way back to the company. The car was parked in the parking lot outside the main entrance. Han Qian frowned at a red BMW that was parked diagonally in the parking space, while Su Liang sighed on the side. "I'll get takeout from the front desk." "Eat out of the car?" Han Qian nodded. The car was Yang Lan's. Neither of them wanted to get dirty. As Han Qian was about to assist Yang Lan out of the car, Su Liang spoke up. "Let Sister Yang sleep first, so go back to Lu Big Head not to fight with you. Count me live in vain." Lu Big Head used to be other cities. In a few times when the company went to the field to study to meet Sister Yang, and then came all the way to the glory of the work. The child is in junior high school. People, day after day, always think of hooking up with Sister Yang. Look at it, all disgusting. Su Liang laughed. Han Qian smiled at this. Men also gossip. Taking off his jacket to cover Yang's body. Han Qian has no distractions in his mind at all. There is no room in his heart to think about these messy things. Just hope that Yang will not catch a cold. 2 boxes of boxed lunches, 1 meat and 2 veggies. Asked for 2 more boxes of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a fruit salad, which was prepared for Sister Yang when she woke up. Taking care of women. Su Liang is actually much more proficient than Han Qian. The two just squatted on the ground next to the car and ate, wolfing down their food. Passers-by cast disgusted gazes, frowning curiosity about where these 2 hungry people came from. The security guard in front of the door came once. Knowing that the 2 were glory staff, asked if they wanted to go inside to eat. Han Qian shook his head. They couldn't leave Sister Yang here alone. Rice down is considered to pick up half a life. Su Liang threw Han Qian a cigarette. $22 of Su's cigarettes. "Qian, brother, don't blame me for talking too much. Also don't blame me for being realistic. We both know time is not long. The beginning to help you just want to make a friend. Idle is also idle. Later is for you to promise me the money. Of course failed, I can't be cheeky to find you want. Just don't overestimate my ability. I don't have a lot of ideals in this life. I can't starve to death on the line. The typical no one. But the other people inside the integrated department is different. There are a lot of people are relying on the relationship to come in. The company is not as harmonious as you think. And tomorrow the senior meeting, can I not go? But the comprehensive department inside the other people are not the same. There are a lot of people are relying on the relationship to come in. The company is not as harmonious as you think. The comprehensive department is only belongs to Mr. Yan's, and tomorrow's high-level meeting I can't not go. At first Han Qian was still listening attentively, and when he heard the last sentence he turned his head and cursed with a laugh. Are you a ing wimp? Don't even think about it. If you get on the boat, you won't get off. Don't you want your $20,000? It always feels too ethereal. 2 days to make $20,000? It just doesn't feel real. Kenner, where did you sell it last night? Is the rich woman pretty? Su Liang is a typical can only say 3 serious words, and then began to run away from the topic. 2 big men in the downstairs fighting. A moment of pressure are cleaned up, which can be in the 14th floor. Yan Xingqing was angry, pointing to the stairs of the 2 guys gnashing teeth. How come they don't seem to be in a hurry at all? There's still time to eat boxed lunches and smoke cigarettes? Immediately to 5 o'clock when Yang Lan woke up, opened his eyes and looked left and right in a daze. Immediately felt a splitting headache, got up when the suit on the body slipped. Yang Lan got up and opened the door of the car, looked at the 2 young men are squatting on the ground to play catching thieves game, simply childish to the extreme. Both of them turned their heads at the same time when they heard the sound of high heels and laughed at the same time. Sister Yang, you're awake? Su Liang was on the road. Today is also thanks to Sister Yang. Who would have thought that Manager Li could drink so much? Here is a vegetable salad. In a moment I'll go buy you a glass of milk. Yan Lan took the salad, did not open it, but squatted beside the 2 to watch the childish game they played. This will be her brain is blank. No more thoughts. This scene was again seen by Yan Xingqing, holding the telescope's hand slightly trembling. This Yan Lan how also infected by them? After about 20 minutes, the glory group off duty, get liberated staff like as the school children. Finally ended a day of busy. Han Qian 3 people also stood up. Su Liang assisted Sister Yang into the glory of the door. They had just walked up the stairs when an unkind female voice suddenly came from behind them. Supervisor Yang, your car should not be parked here next time. Yang Lan covered her head and turned around to force out a smile, saying in a loud voice, well, today, I don't want to hear the reason. Your general department is already idle, so don't be wasting the company's resources. Han Xian turned to look at the woman who spoke. Her age was similar to Yang Lan. Her figure and appearance were considered middle to upper. She was dressed in a glamorous way, a brand name logo. Her makeup and hairstyle seemed to have been learned like Yen Qingqing's. It was very bewitching, just too much difference in her face value and temperament. This woman was a bit unreasonable, and finally even started personal attacks, saying that Yang Lan's car skills were not good enough not to park on it, causing her to need to back up in order to drive out. Yang Lan kept her head down and apologized. This time Su Liang and Han Xian could not help it. Su Liang frowned and opened his mouth. I'm the one who parked the car. Just come at me if there's something wrong with Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, or an officer. This Mr. Sun didn't even look at Su Liang and looked Yang Lan up and down, revealing a despicable gaze, sneering and laughing. Yo, does Supervisor Yang even have a driver? The head of the General Affairs Department is really great. How much do you pay him in January? Yang Lan lowered her head and wasn't speaking, and when Su Liang was about to open his mouth, Han Xian stepped forward to block Yang Lan's body and frowned. It's about you? Don't you get old worrying about it? Do you need to tell the General Department what to do? What department are you from? Han Xian really has a good feeling for Yang Lan. It is the kind of feeling that a younger brother has for his sister. From the last time he was late, Yang Lan helped him to lie. Today's urgent crying at noon, and the blocking of the wine at the wine table in the afternoon of the road. How can Han Xian not think that Yang Lan can be a bad person, and it is still a single mother with a child? Only Han Xian does not understand. The status of the little Yang Jia in the company should not be low. How can this woman still dare to bully Yang Lan? You're asking me? Suanya, the general manager of the PR department. Just now, I hadn't realized that Yang Lan didn't only have Su Liang, a little handsome guy, by her side, but there was another one over here? At this time, Yang Lan suddenly tugged on Han Xian's sleeve, and Han Xian reached out to remove Yang Lan's hand and looked at Sunya and frowned. Car, you can drive it. If you can't drive it, don't drive it. What department you are and what position you hold has nothing to do with me. You're looking for Sister Yang's trouble for once. Don't force me to whip you. The words fell out of his mouth and he turned to look at Yang Lan. Sister Yang, tomorrow your car will be parked outside in the parking lot. If someone is looking for trouble with you, just look for me and Su Liang. I don't have anything else. I just have a mixed temper. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother Chiener's temper is enough of an asshole. The first day he came to the company, he dared to make a move with Mr. Yen. Mr. Sun, I advise you not to provoke him. Xiao Yangjia suddenly appeared. Strange voice came over. Sunya looked at Xiao Yangjia over is not good to continue to make trouble. At the same time her heart is also a little afraid. The other day the company really someone in Yen total hands. I heard that also grabbed off the Yen total of a slip of hair. Leave a few people a threatening look cold grunt out of the main door. Han Xian just slightly frowned. Press the elevator. 4 people walked into the elevator. There is no one else. Han Xian frowned. You're afraid of her, Sister Yang? What the hell is this, Sunya? Yang Lan lowered her head and didn't reply. On the side of the little Yang Jia saw her sister being bullied in her heart, wrinkled her nose and whispered, Vice President Gao's cousin, the manager of the public relations department. Some wrists and ability to bully my sister, to be honest. Han Xian, you directly beat her next time. Shut up. Yang Lan raised her head and scolded little Yang Jia fiercely, then continued, Do you still think Han Xian is not in enough trouble? Just avoid her in the future. There's no need to be in the middle of a fight. In addition, you can't talk to anyone else about Han Xian in Mr. Yan's hands. In the future, how will you let Mr. Yan convince the public? You go home and take care of Bei. I'm going to stay and work overtime today. Oh, little Yang Jia aggrievedly took the car keys and walked out of the elevator, turning to Han Xian when Yang Lan wasn't looking and giving him a yeah gesture. Han Xian smiled. As the elevator closed, he thought of what Su Liang had said. Maybe glory really wasn't as simple as he thought. Chapter 25, Summoning an Ancestor. When he returned to the comprehensive department, everyone had already left. Only Yen Qingqing was sitting alone in Han Xian's seat. Han Xian pointed at Yang Lan to Yen Qingqing, and then pointed at the office. Yen Qingqing nodded. Just at this moment, Lu Jiulong suddenly revealed half of his head outside, looking at Yang Lan with a heartbroken face. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Yang Lan went to rest. Han Xian glanced at Yen Qingqing sitting in his position, then walked behind Su Liang, softly explaining to do some copywriting records. Copywriting, casually write a rough on the line. Mainly drawings, cannot be in a clear refinement of a little bit. Lu Jiulong also sat on the side of the Su Liang to get together. At this time, Han Xian turned to look at Yen Qingqing. Mr. Yen, will the demolition money come from the government office or from us? Yen Qingqing frowned and said softly, Said only the money for the land. Specifically, I will call in the morning to ask, but I heard that it is to transfer the residents to a neighborhood that is being developed, the specifics of which I'm not too clear. Han Qian, you calculated how much not to lose money? If there are no surprises, compression within 6 million is a solid profit, and the return will be fast. The time for specific paperwork is definitely too late. I'll dictate it at tomorrow's high-level meeting, should be fine, right? I'll make a call. Words fell. Han Qian walked out of the Ministry of General Affairs, also ignored Yin Qingqing that wanted to eat people's eyes, walked to the corner and took out his cell phone and dialed Worm's phone. Worm has already arrived at home, seems to be eating, and said that it has been much better. The medicine cannot be eaten. The answer was definitely no. A good word of advice and a warm oh so pleasant phone call to mom to tell her it was alright. After the phone hung up, Warmth dialed the number with the memo mom and spoke sweetly with narrowed eyes when she got through. Mom, what are you doing ACA? Han Qian went to work overtime. I'm so bored at home alone. I'll give you a call. Hey, if Li Jinha is here, he will definitely gnash his teeth and scold Warmth for being a little white-eyed wolf. And Qian'er's mom hugged her cell phone and smiled happily and softly. Nuan, did Han Qian work overtime and leave you at home? Did he cook for you? Are you hungry? It's done. Mom, I have a cold. Cold? Did you take your medicine? Did you get sick and Han Qian left you at home? Old Han, you take care of your son. Call Xiao Qian right away. Work is important or daughter-in-law is important. Can't he tell the difference? Don't get excited, Mom. Han Qian accompanied me to get an injection yesterday. I just miss you. Mom, I want to eat the dumplings you made. You want to eat dumplings? Mom will wrap them here, put them in the freezer at night, and have the shuttle bus bring them to you in the morning, so you can cook them if you want to eat them then. Listening to the phone inside the mother-in-law's hurried footsteps, the warmth did not hold back, covering her mouth, tears falling down. She really liked her mother-in-law. Li Jinha is very good to her, but only in the economic satisfaction of her requirements. The rest have to go to the old one. And now she just want to say eat dumplings. Her mother-in-law is going to go to the busy. Have thought of using the shuttle bus piggyback over. Mom, I'll go back to spend New Year's with you. Okay. The warm voice trembled slightly, and there was silence on the other side of the phone for a few seconds, seemingly unreciprocated, followed by Kenner's mom's voice filled with joy. Old Han, Shanwan is coming back in the new year. I have to think about it. Shanwan likes to eat crabs. Go and buy some to raise and wait for Shanwan to come back to eat. Shanwan, can't make mom happy. You didn't even come last year when you said you were coming back. Warmth couldn't control her emotions anymore. Tears kept falling down, and she nodded her head vigorously. Mom, I'll go back on the New Year's Day. Go back to be with you. Mom, you take care of your health. I'm going to take my medicine. Said to hang up the phone, listening to the hush-hush coming from inside the phone. The warmth really do not want to hang up. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted for half an hour, until the warmth of the cell phone prompted to turn off the phone before hanging up the phone. Warmth sat on the couch crying and laughing at the same time. People are vulnerable when they are sick, including Warm, who is a strong woman in the company, is also vulnerable, and when she is sick, she is the only one at home. And listening to her mother-in-law's concern, and hearing her mother-in-law's joy when she heard that she was going to go back to celebrate the new year, Warm was really touched. Warm mother-in-law to her good Warm don't know how to say. She only know the first time back to New Year's Eve. Han Qian's family cottage. The morning before dawn, in-laws began to burn the Kong, worried that she was cold. The cockerel was killed. When the warmth to wake up and then eat breakfast, her mother-in-law will pull her hand and talk about the past, talking about the Han Qian scandal. Then Warm will always embrace the mother-in-law's arm, petulant said want to eat this and eat that. The mother-in-law would nod her head with a smile on her face and ask her father-in-law to go and get ready. In fact, Warmth doesn't know yet that at that time she had already gotten used to Han Qian and accepted her mother-in-law and father-in-law with an open heart. After charging her cell phone, Warmth sent Han Qian a text message. Don't tell mom and dad we're divorced. Han Qian looked at the text message with a confused face. How did the warmth suddenly send this text message? The next second the cell phone rang. After connecting it was scolded by the old man's head. Han Qian powerless slumped in the chair. Let Warm tell Li Jinha not to worry about it. How did she hit the mom's side? Han Qian only remembers the old man saying, "Little brat, you wait to go home." The old man is a person who will not easily make a promise. As long as he has said this sentence, Han Qian has not escaped once. It is a real beating. This loser is sick and she's thinking about snitching on herself? Then Han Qian made a phone call to his mother-in-law, who seemed to be home training Lao Wen about sneaking alcohol, told Han Qian not to spoil the little white-eyed wolf too much, and listened to Lao Wen say that he was not allowed to bully his daughter. And then Li Jinha's angry roar penetrated Han Qian's eardrums. Bullying your daughter? Old one, are you talking like this? Don't you know what kind of child Xiao Qian is? You don't know that Warmth just has a cold and Han Qian stayed at the hospital for a night. Is it you as a father who can stay up all night to watch over your daughter, or me as a mom who can stay up? Han Qian, don't listen to your father. There's no such thing as a husband and wife who don't fight. Hey, Li Jinha, you're wrong. For 30 years it's been you who's been unilaterally slaughtering me. Do you really think that have no temper? Practice? You should go play cards. Han Qian silently hung up the phone. Mother-in-law, this temper character is estimated to be Yan Qingqing, will also be cleaned up the obedience. She is really will do it. Lifelessly limp in the chair, took a book over his face. He is still thinking about the new year when the old man will not forget the promise made. Forget the best. Forget the best. The more you think about it, the more upset. Han Qian in place to explode. I'm going to bed. Yell for me in the morning. Then in a few stunned eyes, Han Qian's legs on a chair to sleep. Su Liang's corner of the eye slightly twitching. He is really not at all anxious. Yan Qingqing's eyes are almost spitting out flames, gritting her teeth and trembling. Lu Jiolong, you go to the security room and tell them to turn off the monitoring of the comprehensive department. Old lady cannot be angry, cannot be angry. I recruited the ancestor, I allowed him to come to work in the glory. Self-inflicted sins, self-inflicted sins. Lu Jiolong was in a cold sweat. Chapter 26, Overtime. At 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yang Lan woke up and walked out of the office to see Yan sitting behind Su Liang frowning and looking at the planning case. Was a little embarrassed. Walked up and whispered, Mr. Yan, Su Liang has told me all about drinking a kilogram of white wine. Here's 4,000. That should be enough, right? Yan Qingqing did not turn her head and handed the $4,000 on the table to Yang Lan. This is Lu Jiolong went out to fetch it on the big night. She knew that the meal expenses totaled a little more than 3,000, and the other extra few $100 were given to reward Yang Lan for her efforts for the company. Yang Lan didn't reach out to pick it up, and Yan Qingqing casually threw it onto the table, faintly saying, this character of yours will be bullied wherever you go. Soft and sticky to go to the finance department will also be difficult. The extra money will be treated as me as an aunt in advance to give Bei's New Year's Eve money. You and Yang Jia sisters are doing things for me. The reward should be rewarded. It's not easy for you all to make money. I can't stand to punish you for the money. I can't control myself when I get my temper up. Apologizing words I won't say. I understand you, and I also hope you guys can humble me. Humble, not understanding but humility. Yan Qingqing, this word used very essence, not in the capacity of general manager to force them to accept, but in the capacity of already young people to open the mouth. Yang Lan took a deep breath, took the money ready to count 500 to Su Liang and Han Qian. Su Liang, sharp-eyed to Yang Lan, shook his head. Yang Lan sighed once again, turned around to go to get a chair when he found that Han Qian is not far away from the sleep, very fragrant. The corner of Yang Lan's eyes slightly somewhat twitching. This, walking up and gently shaking Han Qian's shoulders, he softly said, Han Qian, Supervisor Yang, don't mind him. What do you guys want to eat? This will only have takeout. When things are over tomorrow, regardless of success or failure, I'll treat you guys to dinner. If you succeed, you have Han Qian. If you fail, he's in my trunk. The pen in Lu Jiolong's hand fell to the ground when these words came out, and Yang Lan's face was slightly embarrassed as she whispered, Mr. Yan, not hungry dash. You're not hungry, they two big men are still hungry. Lu Vice Supervisor, you know the people in the comprehensive VE department. Set 4 copies will be enough. Lu Jiolong nodded, then wondered, Mr. Yan is not eating? Yang Lan strides forward and slaps Lu Jiolong's shoulder. Can't you see that Yan is always angry with Han Qian? Fixed for 5. The meal was sent up by the security guards on watch downstairs. Yan Qingqing threw the 2 bottles of drinks given away by the takeout to the young security's young man, and the hot stir-fry just opened. Han Qian woke up, cheekily dragging his chair forward, reaching for the boxed lunch, and in the next second quickly drew his hand back, and a sharp chopstick was inserted into the lid of the lunchbox. Han Qian was scared out of his wits as Yan Qingqing glared at him with cold eyes. We're busy and you're sleeping? And have the face to eat? Mr. Yan, calm down. Han Qian, don't stare either. Eat. You can't go back to sleep after eating. Yang Lan opened her mouth to round off the conversation. Yan Qingqing snorted coldly. The meal was very quiet. This was also the first time they ate at a table with General Manager Yan. Yang Lan hadn't eaten for almost 10 hours. She had been hungry for a long time. Su Liang had been busy for the whole night, and a box of rice quickly went down his stomach. Han Qian gave the other half of his lunchbox of rice to Su Liang, and then looked towards Yan Qingqing, who had already put down her lunchbox, and said softly, Have you finished eating, Mr. Yan? Blind? Oh, I'll eat then. Han Qian didn't even think about taking Yan Qingqing's lunchbox in the 4 people's shocked gazes and rattled the other half of the rice that he hadn't touched yet inside his own lunchbox. Yang Lan was stunned. Lu Jiolong stared in disbelief, and Su Liang looked at Han Qian with a face of adoration. Even how calm Yan Qingqing was slightly unnatural. This Han Xian is not on the mind. He is really hungry, and say that half of Yan Qingqing did not touch, clamped a little food sliding chair to Su Liang's computer. Looking at the rendering of the effect, Han Xian ate a mouthful of rice vaguely. Almost, just like I imagined. This one won't need to be moved. Remember not to leave any windows when you're on the outside. The rendering is just a thing to add to the convincing. Not too important. In a moment this one you'll hand over to Lu. You'll type up the text that I've talked to you about. And by the way, there's also nearby bus stops and the like that need to be marked out. Su Liang nodded, and Han Xian continued. Sister Yang may have to trouble you. I'm going to teach you a paragraph of rhetoric. You remember to memorize, not print it out and read it. Maybe use it, maybe not use it, probably to persuade executives to invest in the business. No surprises. Feng Hua decoration of the Li manager to go back tonight to tell his friends around him to prepare to do building materials agent. This thing is familiar with the decoration of people do. In addition there is another thing. I don't quite understand how much the price of goods for rent is now. Sister Yang trouble you? Yes. Yang Lan proceeded to start preparing. Su Liang and Lu Jiolong also returned to the computer to prepare his work. Lu Jiolong smiled at Han Xian. Your kid looks unreliable. This has eaten a good really like that. I would like to see if it is not a slight on you. Han Xian smiled and stretched out his hand to Yan Qingqing, who gritted her teeth and took out 2 packs of soft china in her bag and handed it to Han Xian. Then the rest of the 3 froze again. How come Han Xian didn't treat Mr. Yan as a boss at all? Han Xian threw the soft Chinese to Lu Jiolong and laughed. Trust me. Yan Qingqing looked at Han Xian with cold eyes and frowned. You tell them to do something. What do you do? Go back to sleep? Do not sleep. Sleep and wake up cannot sleep. I want to calm down the brain. All the planning to match the effect and dictation, which also avoids mistakes in writing and the copywriting to be caught wrong. Right, Mr. Yan, I ask you something. Sunya in the PR department is very powerful? A bit of tact, under the cultivation of a group of handsome men and women, a small credit to the company. How much trouble would I be in if I slapped her twice? As soon as these words came out, Yang Lan hurriedly opened her mouth to stop Han Xian. Han Xian held out his hand to indicate that Sister Yang didn't need to speak first. He was looking at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing frowned and said softly, the public relations department is not in the scope of my management. You are now smacking his 2 slaps. High fulfillment may clean up you. If you want to take out the anger for Yan Lan, this plan is perfectly successful. I said more than just through. When the time comes to fight, I don't really like this woman who is selling out. Compared to you, it's not a little fox meeting a sodomite. Han Xian, you want to fight? Sister is too lazy to bother with you right now. You'd better pray that your planner works. Embarrass me and I'll find a way to get you killed. Han Xian smiled and glanced at the antiques, then laughed. 4 o'clock, whether busy or not, go to bed. The meeting is 10 o'clock anyhow. I said for Mr. Yan. Han Xian had absolute confidence in himself. Then he put in a remark about washing his shirt and if he needed any help. Su Liang took off his shirt and threw it to Han Xian. Brother Kennel remembered to wash up. A high-level meeting is a first for me. Chapter 27, Gucci and LV. Han Xian, who was rubbing his shirt inside the sink, muttered how nice it would be to have soap. As soon as his words fell, a bar of soap was placed beside him. Turning his head to look at Yan Qingqing, who walked into the men's restroom, Han Xian frowned. This place doesn't quite suit Mr. Yan, does it? Yan Qingqing didn't bother with Han Xian's question, and sighed with a somewhat melancholy expression on her face. Hankin, how confident are you that your plan will be profitable without losing money? Han Xian shook the water on his hands, ready to go to get the pocket of cigarettes when Yan Qingqing suddenly walked up to Han Xian's hanging on the door inside the jacket, took out the cigarettes, took out 2, put in the mouth and lit. Will be one of them handed to Han Xian. Han Xian frowned and smiled. He thought that Yan Qingqing was afraid of trouble and that Yan Qingqing was just looking at him as inconvenient. Pure white as paper. Han Xian smoked a mouthful of smoke and laughed. If we can successfully pass the plan, profit is certain, and it is going to pay back the capital in 2 to 3 years. The rest is profit. Mr. Yan, I owe a lot of money. A lot. I have to pay it back. $400,000 is very important to me, especially important, and don't blame me for asking too high a price. If this piece of land is not run well, the loss is not as simple as $400,000. I hope you don't disappoint me at the meeting tomorrow morning. Gucci is too old-fashioned. I prefer LV. I'll send you a set after your planning is on track and I swear I won't lose money. Mr. Yen doesn't like Gucci? Extremely annoying. The center of interest LV? Solo love. Yan Qingqing left. Han Xian stood looking at the Gucci jacket hanging on the toilet door. Some of the heart muttered. Warm like Gucci, hate LV. Thought of this, Han Xian gave himself a slap. Damn. Think what? It's not all clothes. You Han Xian really want? But it seems like there is no burden in the heart to have Yan Qingqing's clothes at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yang Lan walked in front in a small blue suit with her head held high, a pair of high heels making a crisp sound. Behind her was Han Qian with short hair in a gray suit and Su Liang with long hair in a black suit. Two handsome clerks and their minister walked toward the large conference room on the 13th floor. The faces of the three people are grim. The woman looks beautiful. The man is handsome. Glory is not a lack of handsome men and beautiful women, but the three people's aura has shocked the other departments of the staff. Some people whisper about the general department of General Young today, how it seems to be like a change of appearance. There were also some people talking about when the two handsome men behind them who were colder than bodyguards came to the company, and how they hadn't seen them once. In the conference room, Yan Qingqing has sat in the general manager's position. The company's senior management has all arrived. Yan Qingqing slightly nervous. Facing these old oil men she was not enough, and now it is still a very risky project. Beside Yan Qingqing was a man of about 35 or 36 years old. A handmade customized black suit looked very expensive, and the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist highlighted his worth. Glory Group Vice President High Fulfillment. It was also the only character in the Glory Group that could be separated from Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing had changed into a formal dress today, but her long burgundy hair was still rather eye-catching as she took a deep breath and knocked on the table. Since the managers of the various departments have arrived, then the meeting now begins. Nonsense. The airfield, that piece of land thing I think you have heard. Yaman mouth of the meaning is in the Glory. Enjoy. Starlight. Transport macro 4 groups in the choice of A to do. And now get the accurate news is to enjoy the side of the Wen family and the Lin family has used the relationship will not go to pick up this hot potato. And Starlight and Transport 2 is a new enterprise. Now it is left to the rich and powerful Glory Group, the Taro, and Starlight and Transport Macro 2 is a new enterprise. The Yaman mouth will not be difficult for the rookie. Now left with the rich and powerful Glory Group. I passed a phone call with a few directors. This project as early as a month ago to determine is our glory to do. You should have heard a little bit of the wind. In the seat of all of you on this piece of land can have any opinion? Song Jing from the personnel department slightly lowered her head, and Sunya from the PR department shrugged her shoulders and opened her mouth. Mr. Yen, not a month ago, but a long time ago I heard that this project is going to fall on the glory side of the side. At that time I wanted to go over to communicate with the people in the Yamankaur, but was stalled and politely refused. Although I do not know how to invest, but how to do this land, how to fail. Yan Qingqing nodded and dropped her gaze on the head of the investment department. The middle-aged uncle glanced at the information in his hands and frowned back. Mr. Yen, the location is indeed a good location. 3, 18, 22 buses have stops, 10 minutes walk from the passenger station. Across the road is the Decoration City, Small Commodity City, 20 minutes walk is RT Mart, Fortune Street, but all the landmarks are on the south side, and we are on the north side of the road. Behind us is the military airfield, the place where the pilots are trained. As early as several years ago the airport was ready to change the place, but the government department did not seem to agree. Now the airport marked that it will not be moved, and asked all the buildings not to hinder their flight training. Small Commodity City and only 2 floors. The airport was ready to change its location a few years ago, but the government office didn't seem to agree, and now the airport is marking that it won't be moved, and it's required that all the buildings must not obstruct their flight training. And the Small Commodity City and the Decoration City are only 2 floors, so the investment department doesn't recommend investing in them. Then someone from the risk department followed. Yen, we assessed the price of this piece of land. The location is very good, cheap, can be developed, potential is very low. Now the surrounding neighborhoods are high-rise house building, and even if you do the soundproofing at night when the plane takes off will still hear clearly, and cannot build a high-rise. All the conditions do not have to build a community. The loss of the chance of 80% to build a shopping mall across the street. There are Commodity City, RT Mart, Fortune Street, are some old shopping malls. There are fixed sources of customers, and here from the city center to drive only 10 minutes away. The construction of the mall loss rate of more than 70%. As for the playground, the golf course are too small. The loss of 100%. I forgot a little bit. In the distance from the location of 2 kilometers is the Second People's Hospital. Cannot build hospitals, and the height of the standard will be exceeded. The head of the planning department lowered his head, never daring to raise his head to look at Yan Qingqing. But of course Yan Qingqing had already given up on him long ago, turning his head to look at Cow Fulfillment and smiled bitterly. Mr. Gao might have a way to get this land transferred to another company or something else? Gao Fulfillment's face was flat, and not only that, he laughed softly. Mr. Yen, the board of directors should have already used all the relationships that can be used, and tomorrow is the day of the bidding. I don't have any way. If it's really not possible, I will accompany Mr. Yen to the board of directors to apologize for his mistake. Ha! Gao Fulfillment was sneering inwardly. This piece of land was taken over by him by secretly trusting his connections, just to give Yan Qingqing a trouble, letting the board of directors see that she was not capable of sitting in the position of the general manager. A little girl. In fact, not to go tomorrow's bidding has been of no use. This piece of land is now the glory. Waiting for a form of playing money to the yaman mouth can be. Yan Xingqing drew her eyebrows together and sighed bitterly. Then we will talk about this when we go to the end of the bidding tomorrow. Hey, hi Vice President, you may not know. The bidding time changed. Not tomorrow, but this evening. Hi Vice President together? It's just for Mr. Yen to go, so I, a Vice President, shouldn't go over and get in Mr. Yan's way. Dismissed. Yan Xingqing got up and walked out of the meeting, gently shaking her head at the three outside the door. Supervisor Yang is giving you a day off, so is Su Liang, and Han Xian is staying. The three people who had been ready were suddenly stunned, and Han Xian became anxious on the spot, taking a step forward to stop in front of Yan Xingqing's body, frowning and coldly saying, "You tricked me?" Yan Xingqing coldly replied back, "I don't have the time or inclination. Go to my office." Chapter 28, A Change of Heart. The preparation was suddenly cancelled? Han Xian doesn't care about planning or not. He cares about the money. From last night, Yan Xingqing's appearance doesn't look like it was suddenly cancelled at all. Walking all the way into Yan Xingqing's office, Han Xian sat down on the sofa with his butt and frowned angrily. Stay up all night and suddenly cancel? Mr. Yen, you have to give us a reason even if you have a change of heart. Treating us like little cuties. Play? Yan Xingqing frowned and glared at Han Xian, picking up the teapot to make tea and placing it in front of Han Xian, then telling Yang Jia to keep an eye on the movements outside the door. This action caused Han Xian to faintly freeze. Then he lowered his head and whispered, "Trouble?" Yan Xingqing squatted in front of the coffee table opposite Han Xian, frowning as she arrived at 2 cups of tea and whispered, "It's not trouble. Your planning is not cancelled. It's cancelled the opportunity for you to disclose the news. These days I have been running to the comprehensive department, last night and overtime for a night. It has long been seen by the people. This company wants me to step down too many people. Now it's us who know that this piece of land will fall in the glory. If it fails, I will have to roll up my sleeves and go away to be a canary. If it succeeds, I will be able to stay in the company. Han Xian, do you think a new general manager will be useful to you? Or can I, Yan Xingqing, give you the benefit of the doubt?" Han Xian scratched his head as Yan Xingqing continued. "This morning when I went home I received a call from the Na Menkaur. Tonight there will be a party for the Na Menkaur and the businessmen. The bidding will also be at this party. It was brought forward. In the morning I didn't tell the top management what meeting was going to be held, and they have indeed prepared the information, especially those from the project department and the investment department. It seems that they are just waiting for me as if I were waiting for them. And Sunya of the public relations department also said that they have been in very early got in touch with the Na Men's mouth." Han Xian scratched his head again, puzzled. "That's not right. The Changxiang side only confirmed not long ago that it wouldn't fall on their heads, and would have used their connections. Do you mean to say that it was decided a long time ago, or that you, Glory, took this hot potato on your own, but you didn't know about it, and that's why the Yamen Koku gave Changxiang the green light? Right. If we let them know about the planning today, just high fulfillment will definitely put the news out. Even if we get the land, we will still bleed money. Now I am thinking about you. If your planning gets out, the price of the land is raised. Glory can give it up, but you won't get a penny. How will you explain it to Yan Lan and Su Liang at that time? You don't think that I, Yan Xingqing, will only scold people? You are short of money. I need to make people who question me shut up. So you get it now? Do you want to take the land and then you believe me? You're from my comprehensive department. I see you and Su Liang squatting on the floor eating boxed lunches. Look at this Yang Lan drinking a kilogram of white wine. How do you expect me not to believe you guys? You guys are working hard and I still doubt you? I don't know if you're betting, but I'm betting that you, Han Qian, won't let Yan Xingqing, who gave her heart, lose. I feel like you're confessing to me. Believe it or not, I'll smash you to death with a teapot. Han Qian leaned back and frowned and repeatedly chewed Yan Xingqing's words. What she said was also reasonable, and gave the time and promise she would those this piece of land. Tonight it will be determined. Han Qian will still think he is being tricked. If the whole piece of land cannot be taken down, he won't get a penny of it, but it seems to be not a loss. Yan Xingqing is now do not know what the specific planning is. This is a defense for Han Qian. Now that Yan Xingqing was expressing sincerity, Han Qian was torn between believing and disbelieving. I want the deposit. I promised Su Liang and Yang Lan that I would pay them for their hard work today, so give it to me and I'll continue to trust you. Yan Xingqing is also very decisive. Turned back to the desk from the drawer out of a paper bag. Han Qian sat on the sofa and watched Yan Xingqing's action, very envious. This if he also had this day, how good it would be. Yan Xingqing took out 2 piles of money and returned to the coffee table, continuing to squat where she had just been and looking at Han Qian, saying flatly, 20,000. Planning used, I still short of your 380,000. Failed, this 20,000 is considered to be your hard-earned money. Han Qian, I said, I want to continue to sit in this position. I just sit in this position. I will not lack this hundreds of thousands of small amount of money. Do you know what I mean? If you don't believe me, you can go to the party with me at night. It just so happens that I'm missing a male companion. No, go home and cook. Han Xian took the money and turned around and left without leaving any promises to Yan Xingqing. Xiao Yangjia looked at Han Xian with a gossipy face. Han Xian told Yangjia to call Yang Lan to not rush home first and wait for her downstairs while taking out his cell phone and dialing Su Liang's number. At the main entrance of the Glory Group, Han Xian saw the two men and threw a pile to Su Liang, who smiled and put it in his pocket without bothering about the remaining one. But Yang Lan frowned and asked Han Xian what was going on, and Han Xian told Yang Lan that he probably might have to wait until tomorrow's high-level meeting. Yang Lan didn't take the money, and after receiving it, she put the cash in Han Xian's pocket and softly said, "Sis is doing her part, and you're working hard. I can't take this money." Han Xian insisted on refusing. "No, just for yesterday Sister Yang you helped me drink a caddy of white wine, this money should be received. 10,000 is not much, as I give Bebe pressure your money. If you do not receive I can give Xiao Yangjia, she help you to receive. In that case, I'll collect it tomorrow after the planner passes sis, okay?" Yang Lan's very insistent attitude makes Su Liang a little embarrassed. Just about to pull out his pocket was Han Xian kicked in the ass, scolded a get lost, and then in Yang Lan to determine that tomorrow will collect the money after and put down the heart. Turn around and do the elevator to the 14th floor. Did not go to Yan's office, sitting outside in Yangjia chatting. He really do not want to go back to the Ministry of General Affairs. Of course the snacks are Han Xian bought. At noon, the two of them did not go downstairs. Small Yangjia know that Han Xian is in hiding comprehensive department of Lu Jiulong. She is busy with her Han Xian to do aside to continue to sleep. This sleep to the afternoon more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the cell phone was woken up. Han Xian dazed and confused to pick up the phone. "What's up? Want to order again?" Han Xian, I may have to go to the party prepared by the Yamen mouth of the night. Will be a little late to go home. If you do not want to cook I go back to bring you. Hearing the warm voice, Han Xian sat up violently and frowned. That party at Vantage Point? Actually don't want to go. I want old one to go. He said he wants me to exercise. What do you want to eat? Sister will buy it for you. Inside a warm I may have to go tonight too. There was silence from across the room. Then Warmth let out a scream of rage. Han Xian, tell me if you work at Glory? Han Xian, I'm at loggerheads with you. You wait for the night to go home. Warmth hung up the phone, and Han Xian remembered the old man's threat again. You wait for the homecoming. What's going on here? Chapter 29 Han Xian. When she got off work Yan Xingqing met Han Xian outside the door. Han Xian touched his stomach and whispered, "Is there food at the dinner?" "Self-help. It doesn't cost anything, does it? Scrooge, get the car." Yan Xingqing had the advantage of saving time and effort in talking to him. A woman who did not hold back, drove a few warm alpha clover in exchange for this large raptor. Han Xian is really a little unaccustomed to. The throttle is very shallow. Gently step on the speed to soar to 80 up and down. Get on the car before Han Xian put a not very useful documents thrown to the Yan Xingqing. No other purpose, just want to go all the way to the quiet point. But he underestimated Yan Xingqing's head. This woman did not dress up like a junior. White flower collar shirt, azure blue suit uniform, 7/4 pants suit pants with white high heels, 4 or 5 centimeters or so. Burgundy long hair is also casually combed up. Light makeup makes this woman as if she has changed a person in general. Look. You see me useful? Look at the lights. How did such a foxy woman grow a mouth? God will definitely close a window for you when he opens a door for you. Han Xian sighed softly and drove seriously. After about 10 minutes or so, Yan Xingqing spoke again. Han Xian, I probably understand. You mean or do shopping malls, only is not to sell clothes and so on, but you also see, across the small commodity city and decoration city only 2-story building, and we are on this side of the road. And now the small commodity city is the first choice of the customer. And then go to our T-Mart to buy some snacks and vegetables. They will not choose to come to our mall. The direction is the opposite, and the price is not the same as our T-Mart. And the price is no match for our T-Mart. I know, 2 floors are too little. The rendering is a 4-story building. I calculated. The height should be enough. We in RTD Fortune Street can't have any conflict. I'm a novice at driving. Don't bother me. Are you that confident? Han Xian, give me a bottom. Count me as begging you, okay? I did the planning for the Ronin world alone, and I sold it to someone else for money. Is that answer okay? Yan Xingqing froze, tilted his head to look at Han Xian full of suspicion. The predecessor of the military world is enjoying the department store. By the glory of the department store and the old department store joint impact immediately faced with the closure of the mall, and then enjoying the sudden hand of a big change of blood. Enjoying the department store renamed the world of military, not only to save the mall on the verge of closure, but but also got the government office mouth of the praise, claiming that enjoying the group know that the people to consider, and did not drilling into the eye of the money. After that, the application for Ronju World was given the green light all the way. Hankin planned this? Yan Qingqing some not quite believe. This time Han Shan laughed at himself, looking at the red light in front of him in his pocket, took out a cigarette in his mouth, mocking himself. 3 years ago in the fall, the legal department at Enjoy seemed to be busy with a case, right? And then suddenly the case was squashed. Do you want me to tell you the details? Popper. Yan Qingqing took out a lighter somewhere and lit the cigarette on Han Shan's lips, gently shaking her head as she retrieved the lighter. Don't want to know, and don't you tell me. I'm crazy, so I don't want to mess with another crazy person, and a woman can't easily be curious about a man. Han Xian opened the window and took a sharp drag on the cigarette, throwing the rest out the window. Stepping on the gas, the raptor rushed out like a roaring beast. He thought of something. Tonight Warmth would go to the dinner party. Then Lin Zonghong would also show up. It's time to meet. The car was parked in the parking lot of the main entrance. Han Shen opened the door and got out of the car. Suddenly a black Mercedes-Benz sports car crossed a black arc and stopped next to the raptor. The door was opened and Warmth walked down in the passenger side, wearing the white fairy dress that Han Shen had given to her. Han Shen found intense worry and anger in Warmth's eyes as she looked at him. It almost hit Han Shen. Han Shen went to glory in the end, and there are not many big red raptors in the whole city. The driver's door was opened, and a handsome man with a backcombed haircut and a face like a blade stepped down, squeezing the buttons of his suit as he trotted around the front of the car and asked eagerly, "Yuan." Han Xian's face instantly became grim. He already knew the identity of this man from this affectionate address. Lin Zonghong looked Warm up and down, and then realized that Warm's eyes were staring at the man in front of her with anger. Lin Zonghong instantly said angrily, "Do you have eyes? Didn't you know to look for cars when you opened the door? You deserve to be killed by a broken driver." Lin Zonghong wanted to take it out for Warm. As the future chairman of the Smooth Group, how could he not understand his opponent? Warmth knew that this red raptor was Yan Qingqing's, and so did he. Lin Zonghong, he wouldn't think that Han Xian was a high level, because Yan Qingqing wouldn't allow anyone else to touch her car, much less a man, and Yan Qingqing had a big backer for this woman. Han Xian ignored Lin Zonghong and grinned at Warmth, when the raptor's passenger door was pushed open and a voice full of taunts came out. "Yo, I thought who was strutting around in front of our Chiener, but it turns out to be Great Turtle Lin. I'm sorry, why don't we bump into each other? Let's see if your broken Mercedes is tougher or my big red-hearted baby is stronger." Our house? Ken? Cold sweat instantly flowed down Han Xian's forehead, and he realized that Warmth's eyes had changed. There was no more worry, and a pair of large eyes filled with anger and murderous aura stared at Han Xian, and Warmth clenched the back of his teeth and said in a low voice, "Whose house is it?" In order to avoid a conflict between Han Xian and Lin Zonghong, Warmth didn't mention Han Xian's name, but Yan Qingqing had already walked over to Han Xian's side, took his arm, and said with a smile, "Of course Han Xian is from our family." What? Vice President 1 and Han Xian know each other? Han Hankin? Lin Zonghong's face was stunned. Then he thought of the way Warmth got off the car in a hurry. Then he remembered the guy who shouted inside the phone the day before. All kinds of images appeared in Lin Zonghong's head. Anger rushed to his head. It was this guy who got there first? Swinging his fist straight at Han Xian's face. This kind of mudblood just kills him without much trouble. Lin Zonghong. See Lin Zonghong hands Warm open mouth angrily. But at this time the fist has been very close to Han Xian. Not waiting for Han Xian back to God, the fist has landed on the face. The pain Han Xian did not have any hesitation. Raised his leg and a foot in the abdomen of Lin Zonghong. What, the president is not the president of the president? What kind of president is it? It's just a head and 2 legs. Am I afraid of you? Warmth stopped Lin Zonghong, who was ready to fight back, while Yan Qingqing had already taken off her high heels and raised them high. As long as Lin Zonghong dared to come forward, she would dare to crack his head with the heel of her shoe. Now Han Xian was a person from her company, and also an object she needed to pay attention to right now, and at the same time, she remembered that Han Xian's name did have heard of it before. Warmth stood in front of Lin Zonghong's body with a fury on her face with her back to Han Xian, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, do you still want to be seen as a joke of smooth enjoyment? Look at where this is. But Nguyen, it's between him and me." Lin Zonghong took a deep breath, patted the dust on his body, looked at Han Xian with cold eyes, coldly grunted and walked towards the main gate of Vantage Point. Warmth turned to look at Han Xian, his right cheek slightly swollen. Warmth turned to leave after glancing at Yan Qingqing. Han Xian's eyes were cold, staring at Lin Zonghong's back for a long time. When Yan Qingqing put on her high heels and laughed delicately, I felt familiar when I heard the word Han Xian. So it's the man who suddenly got flash married to Vice President 1 3 years ago. This matter is not a secret in the upper class circle. TSK. Ex-husband meets old lover. Weirdly interesting. This ex-wife of yours is also weirdly interesting. Don't talk to you for fear of me guessing your relationship? TSK. Silly obnoxious. Han Xian slowly turned his head, his face ironic, and Yin Qingqing immediately raised her hand and spoke with a few aggravated tones. Hey, I've been helping you out. Chapter 30, My Grassland, My Horse. To participate in the party is not the company's first or second in command, which also has a lot of celebrities. Han Xian has never understood what the celebrities in the end. He asked the Warmth. The Warmth shrugged his shoulders and said that it is not clear, but only know that looks good. In the upper class circle ate a lot of open. Yin Qingqing was warming up to her acquaintances and chatting happily. Han Xian standing in the corner looked a bit out of place. Of course there were some girls who came over to say hello, and politely left after hearing that Han Xian was not even a basic manager. This is not the prey they should pick. There are a lot of handsome men, but rich and handsome is not much. The first consideration is also the economic strength, and then the face, which also has one or two left a phone number for Han Xian. Flirting with the knight to eat a snack together. Han Xian didn't have much interest. The other party was just on a whim. Han Xian surveyed the people attending the dinner, looking for prey that he could find an opportunity for. A figure appeared by Han Xian's side, a white fairy dress, a tall figure, and 2 glasses of champagne in his hands. Lin Zonghang and I are in a company. We can't let outsiders think that the two of us don't get along, so we had to choose a car to come. Well, I know that. Han Xian took the champagne and whispered back. Warmth can come over to explain is enough. Can let this big lady take the initiative to bow down and explain is not easy. Han Xian looked at the distance a few dressed ordinary but became the protagonist. Whispered. The Yaman's mouthpiece? A handful. This time, Han Xian did not wait for him to open his mouth. 2 people appeared in his line of sight. The dashing Lin Zonghang and the passionate Yin Qingqing came together. How did these 2 guys get together? Han Xian was a little worried in his heart, and only after he walked in did he hear these 2 people bantering with each other verbally all the way. Yin Qingqing stood by Han Xian's side, while Lin Zonghang stood on the side of Warmth. The appearance of the 4 people can be said to be the ceiling of tonight's party, instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Some of the girls who had greeted Han Xian were a little chagrined. This guy must be cheating. How can a small profession attract the smooth and glory a few old bosses to take the initiative to go over and say hello? Lin Zhenghong coldly grunted and whispered, the bar is getting lower. Han Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled back. Isn't that right? Turtles can attend a dinner party with humans. Warmth blocked the Lin Zonghong who wanted to do it again. Yin Qingqing gently tugged Han Xian's sleeve, signaling not to quarrel here. From knowing Han Xian to the present performance, she does not think that Han Xian is just to show off the mouth of the nature. This time, the Yaman mouth of a hand waved his hand to Lin Zonghong. Lin Zonghong smiled at the distance and said softly, Han Xian, you'd better not give me a chance. I'll get you killed even if Nguyen stops me. Han Xian did not take care of this guy who said big words. Small sips of champagne in the glass. Lin Zonghong gone. This corner did not become quiet. Warm cold eyes up and down a glance at Yin Qingqing. Deliberately stopped straightened his waist. This action fell in the eyes of Yin Qingqing turned into a provocation. Narrowed his eyes and laughed. How old is my sister? And have she read any books? Taken any medicine? Not a lot of reading. I've read King Wu's War a few times and turned a few pages in Liuzhai. Han Xian suddenly felt that the cup in his hand was a bit solid, stepped forward and said that he was going to change the cup, but as a result, both of his arms were pressed at the same time pushing the person back to continue leaning against the wall. Yin Qingqing narrowed her eyes and laughed. Sister would like to think that King Zhou is very good, very heartbroken and doting on Su Daji. What does the rise and fall of the world have to do with us women? That's for men to worry about. Sister thought just serve her man well. Sister you say right. That Yen always should find a boyfriend there. Passing a lot of bookworms. Some people and things are mine is mine. Rob not take away also not take away. Honestly look on the line. No grabbing. Just touching. The words fell stretching out his hand onion finger under Han Xian's horrified gaze down on his face. Yin Qingqing looked at the Warmth with a provocative smile. And thanks to my sister for sending him to my sister's company. Warm eyes were like 2 sharp blades, staring deathly at Yin Qingqing's hand, but she laughed, sneering and laughing. Some things get dirty when they're touched. They need to be washed properly. They smell. Yin Qingqing wasn't angry in the slightest, covering her collar with one hand as she laughed petulantly. My meadow, my horse, I can juggle as much as I want. The words fell not to pay attention to the warm murderous gaze toward the Yaman mouth of the people. Bidding seems to open up. Out of the 3 meters or so, Yin Qingqing suddenly turned back, smiling at the Warm again. Sister has a lot of horses. Yin Qingqing walked away with her trademark laugh. Warmth exploded. Ignoring the stunned gazes of the crowd, she grabbed Han Xian's suit collar and dragged it towards the bathroom. Han Xian's heart is also bitter as hell. How can a pampered young lady like Warm be a match for this fox Yin Qingqing? Han Xian was pressed against the sink, and Warm rolled up her sleeves and held the wire brush by the sink in her hand to look at Han Xian angrily. I was thinking of buying you a spray to wipe your face, but now I don't have to. That vixen's hands are soft, aren't they? Comfortable, right? Let me give you a good face wash. Han Xian looked at the wire brush in Warmth's hand, then at the laundry detergent that had been thrown in front of him, and scratched his head, embarrassed too. And not really. Want to use acid or I'll do it. I'll wash it. After washing his face after the Warmth has gone to busy her things, Han Xian always feel a layer of paste on the face. All blame Yan Qingqing. You provoke the Warmth of you are fine. The last hurt is not still me? Han Xian went downstairs to smoke. While the bidding was going on, they listened to the leaders of the government offices telling how these groups of companies had developed the city and how the government offices had given them help, playing the emotional card to try to give away this hot potato. A few companies tried to open their prices, and Yan Qingqing suddenly raised her hand. 4 million. The words fell smiling at Lin Zongheng at his side. Shouldn't Mr. Lin come back from studying abroad for something? As long as Mr. Lin asks, even if it's just an extra $1, I'll give up this piece of land. Lin Zongheng returned a cold smile. Hee, you're stupid, don't think others are stupid too. This piece of land is still for you, Mr. Yen. I also want to congratulate Mr. Yen for taking this piece of land. Congratulations, 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 congratulations to Glory for losing money. TSK. Thanks to Mr. Lin. If I didn't know that Han Xian and you have a grudge, I would have to be skeptical to doubt this guy's plan. Now well, I'm relieved. Yan Qingqing stood up and walked towards the government office to discuss the signing of the contract. At this time Lin Zongheng found that the Warmth disappeared, left and right to look for no avail when he took out his cell phone and dialed. But the result was to hear the warmth of the sound of closing the door of the car. She went home. In the cab, Han Xian sat in the passenger side and Warmth sat in the back seat. Han Xian, you resign. You must resign. Yan Qingqing is not like a good person. Quit your job and you feed me? I'll feed you. Debt no more. I'm afraid you're using a wire brush. Do all you rich women have that kind of fetish? Snap. Han Xian takes a slap on the back of the head. Chapter 31. Mom, please pick her up. After returning home, warm and angry to take a bath, Han Xian heated up some meals, ready to eat when Yan Qingqing called to call. Told Han Xian she has taken the land. If tomorrow's planning to let her fail, she will find someone to unload his arm. Antique cell phones are very loud. Yan Qingqing's words were warm and heard clearly. Whispered cursed a vixen. The results of the Yan Qingqing suddenly let out a scream and shouted, "And my husband does not eat snacks," hung up the phone. The warmth that had already subsided remembered the phone call that Han Xian received when he was playing soccer that day, and it turned out to be Yan Qingqing this day. The war between the two women seemed to have been provoked, and Han Xian was still looking at his cell phone in confusion, muttering in a low voice that Yan Qingqing was married. After the meal, Warmth went back to her room with an expressionless face, not bothering to pursue Han Xian's matter. Busy all day, Han Xian took a shower and lay down early, thinking about tomorrow's high-level meeting. Took out his cell phone and gave Su Liang a call to ask how the preparations were. And the moment the phone hung up, the door to the room was pushed open, and Warmth was wearing cartoon pajamas, with her small fists clenched tightly, bulging her mouth as she glared at Han Xian. Han Xian hurriedly got up when he saw this, remembering his nightmare from the other day. Han Xian, I'll fight you. The 6'2" pounced on Han Xian. Han Xian lay down on the tatami mat. Warmth rode on the back of Han Xian. Han Xian is really afraid to mess with this big lady with no sports cells, for fear of accidentally hurting her. Laid down on the tatami mat powerless. What are you smoking? I and Yan Qingqing is not at all ambiguous relationship. Her face value is not as good as you. Her height is not as good as you. Your temperament and character is also better than her. I'm blind, I can't let go of you as a big beauty, not rare. To rare Yan Qingqing this river lion ah. You're about to turn into a rouge leopard now too. Liar. Han Xian, you still owe me money. Warmth gave a gentle slap to the back of Han Xian's head, not much different from tickling, and Han Xian suddenly heatedly laughed. Warm, I didn't realize you had some meat on your ass. You rascal. Warmth let out a squeal. The back of her heel slammed into the back of Han Xian's head, and she ran back to her room with a red face and covered her butt. Han Xian hemmed and hawed and smiled and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, open your eyes early, cannot dare to be late. Put on the clothes downstairs when you find that breakfast has been prepared. Han Xian, a confused look at the Warm sitting at the table. A white suit, painted light makeup, but also put on a long time, have not brought the earrings. Han Xian step by step apprehensively walked to the dining table. The Warm squinted, softly smiled. Brother Kenner, it's time for breakfast. This sentence fell in Han Xian's ears as no less than the sentence De Lang should drink medicine. Less than 7 o'clock, certainly will not get up. Warm will go downstairs to buy breakfast. And today this all dry dress. Han Xian always feel that things are a little wrong. Warm, this is too abnormal. 3 years have not seen her this look over. Han Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and squeezed out a smile. I'm not hungry. Warm, you'd better call me Han Xian. I'm in a hurry to go to work. Warmth narrowed her eyes and smiled warmly. Brother Qian, Glory has to clock in at 9. Are you trying to pick up Yin Qingqing this early? If not, you might as well sit down. Of course, if you need me to drive you to work, that's fine too. I know that this matter will not be easily turned over. Han Qian sat down, forehead covered with sweat, eating donuts. His heart is about to collapse. If the warmth is allowed to continue so far, he is afraid that he will be tortured crazy. Warm, one hand resting on his cheeks, looking at Han Qian, and does not move the chopsticks. Gentle, tender, affectionate smile. Brother Ken, do you want me to give you a car, so that you don't have to squeeze the bus in the morning? The Raptor is comfortable to drive, isn't it? It's not expensive either. Can't afford the gas, so I'll take you to work? Are you afraid people won't know we're related? This also makes all those little vixens break their minds. Don't always think of snatching people in my warm hands. Han Qian, I tell you, until you pay me back. Your label belongs to warmth. Put down the words. The warmth picked up the car keys and got up to go. Slammed the entry door. Eating the donuts, Han Qian sighed powerlessly, took out his cell phone and dialed the phone of Li Jinha, and after connecting without waiting for the other party to open his mouth, Han Qian sighed, alas. Mom, I beg you to pick up warmth. We respected each other when we were married, but after the divorce she fought against me. I can't carry on anymore. Li Jinha had just woken up from his nap and hadn't yet returned to his senses, listening to Han Qian's complaints and wondering, can't carry it? No money? Mom will transfer money to you, is it? Warm, spend money, indeed big, spend a little. Lack of money, and Mom said, anyway, I an old one's money sooner or later is also you too. Hearing this, Han Qian's crying heart have. Mother-in-law is completely did not put the two of them divorce matter on the heart. Han Qian holding the phone powerless, alas. Mom, it's not about the money. Now I'm working for the Glory Group, and then at work, forget it. You rest, I'm going to work. Still don't talk to Li Jinha. If she knows that Yin Qingqing's sentence my grassland my horse, I want to play as much as I want to play. It is estimated that she will be angry and crazy. By then the warmth may still be here, and he will have to resign in Glory instead. Han Qian thinks that the best decision and the wrong decision in his life is to divorce Warm early, but he also has to admit that Warm's appearance has changed his life. Going out to work, one day to see a day. Do not want these messy. First Warm money back to clean, but how can not want to the new year and Warm back to the new year. When Han Qian think about it all, feel the headache. Listless clocked into work, walked into the office, whimpered on the table. Is flirting with colleagues. Beauty Su Liang decisively gave up the beauty to come to the side of Han Qian. Whispered, Brother Qianer, you're finally here. I heard that you left with Mr. Yen last night? Han Qian raised his head and looked mournfully at Su Liang as he returned feebly. I'd rather not go with her. Rio, do you know how I spent yesterday's vantage dinner? The wire brush almost brushed my face. And La Qianer, brother. Rich woman, fast musical instruments. I see that your face is also alright. Yen will not be cruel. It's not Mr. Yen. Rio, what would you do if two women fought over you? The big quilt, the rain and the shower. Sure enough, there is no way to communicate. Han Qian sadly stood up and wanted to go out to smoke a cigarette, when Yang Lan came jogging outside, pulling Han Qian and Su Liang toward the 14th floor. Don't dawdle, Mr. Yen had his meeting an hour early today, and has already been attacked by the senior executives led by Vice President Cao for an hour. Is the plan ready? Success or failure depends on you too. Han Qian took a deep breath. It's finally coming. Chapter 32, The Plan Succeeds. High fulfillment. Today's dress is very alternative but also exudes his alternative charm. A brown-red tailored suit with a printed shirt. Deliberately uncovered the shirt's two buttons. Ears with about 3 centimeters of platinum earlobes, in conjunction with his personality of the beard. And the mad dog Seiki in the Japanese drama Shinjuku Swan. Seiki is almost a mold carved out of it. After knowing that Yin Qingqing spent 4 million to auction this piece of land, his heart was about to burst with joy. This piece of land will definitely lose money. As long as it loses money, Yin Qingqing will be impeached by the board of directors and step down. And then the chairman's position will be the turn of his great-uncle brother to do. Since the morning meeting, he has taken several people from the project department, investment department, business department and public relations department to start the attack on Yin Qingqing. The pressure from several department managers has already made it a bit difficult for Yin Qingqing. And now Gao Fulfillment has forced Yin Qingqing to ask her what she wants to do with this piece of land. And Yin Qingqing has told them that she is going to do a shopping mall. But she can't answer the questions after that positively. Just as Gao Fulfillment bared his teeth in a playful, smug smile, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and with an apologetic face, he nodded to Yin Qingqing and whispered, Mr. Yen, Han Qian and Su Liang are here. Finally coming. Yin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief as well as lifted her breath. In case this Han Qian failed, there would be no way for her to end it, and at the same time, she was also a bit chagrined at her own impulsiveness, and more than a few points of helplessness. Han Qian walked into the conference room, curiously swept through the glory of the executives, in the sight of high fulfillment slightly stunned. This guy is a little handsome, already 35 years old. Gao Fulfillment's pompous dress is indeed very handsome, with a few points of gangsterism, and a few points of alternative elegance. Gao Fulfillment smiled at Han Qian. Han Qian smiled back. These two people's smiles fell in Yan Qingqing's eyes, making her retch. Gao Fulfillment wasn't a good thing and Han Qian definitely wasn't a bad thing. There was a kind of sympathetic feeling between these two guys when they met. Of course this was what Yan Qingqing thought. Han Qian, don't dawdle. Get your plan ready and say it to everyone. Make a decision early. I also want to see if I'm losing money or making money on this piece of land. Han Qian smiled and nodded, signaling Su Liang to go in front of the projector and link the computer, then smiled at Yan Qingqing. Don't worry, Mr. Yan, you have a good eye, so naturally you won't lose any money. Yan Qingqing didn't reply, but it was Gao Fulfillment on the side who leaned back slightly and crossed his two stool legs to laugh at Han Qian. The young man is very confident in himself. Show me these diagrams, do not need to show me. Are some flowery? First of all, tell me about your preliminary plan? Han Qian slightly frowned. At this time Yan Qingqing opened his mouth for Han Qian to tell the plan to Vice President Gao. Han Qian then realized that this alternative handsome uncle was the high fulfillment high vice president that Yang Lan talked about. Han Qian grinned and raised his hand to scratch his head. I'm new here and I haven't recognized all the people in the company yet. Mr. Gao won't mind, right? Of course. I hate those wordy rules and like capable young people. If there are omissions, also please Mr. Gao, more guidance. My initial plan is to build high-end building materials shopping malls, to rent out the store way back to the capital. Our comprehensive department has investigated the market. Now our city lacks is high-end building materials shopping malls. Renovation of the customer wants to spend a lot of money to buy building materials but there is no place. I think this is a good idea. Han Qian smiled and opened his mouth, and Gao Fulfillment laughed as well. Well, the idea is good. You can think of other people can also think of. This piece of land across the street is the Decoration City, in front of the old business up competition. This does not seem to be anything easy. In addition, you should know, Decoration City but only 2 floors. Want to do high-end business floor less is also a problem. Have you ever heard of sensory shock? The entire conference room was looking at Han Qian and Gao Fulfillment, listening to their conversation. This would make Yan Qingqing and Yang Lan a little nervous. They both didn't think that Gao Fulfillment would have done research on this land as well. But Han Qian wasn't afraid and laughed once again. Gao Vice President is very considerate. What you said I have also taken into account. The price of the Decoration City we have inquired about. The consumer population is mostly middle and lower reaches, and the mall is more chaotic respectively. The environment and the service attitude is very poor. We compete with them by means of the pre- and Manhwa decoration. Do not have to worry about the problem of the source of the customers. As for the height of the floors cannot be super high. We can dig down the center to do the picket. Give people a spacious and bright feeling. High Fulfillment stood up to stretch his muscles and frowned slightly before saying, aircraft noise problems? Only a few bathrooms have windows left in the entire building and fire escapes have windows left in them. The rest of the building is all enclosed as a way to minimize the noise impact. Lighting all with lights, with tempered glass for the ceiling of the picket in the middle of the hall. The sunlight during the day will be directed from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, which will not only allow for light, but the stores at the ring corridor will also raise their prices, as customers will have to pass in front of them, and it is stipulated that the corridors will not allow any benches, lamps, signs, etc., and that no vicarious buyer will be allowed to block the pulling of customers in addition to it. Merchandising problems? We have released the wind to the outside world, and made a verbal agreement with Manhwa Decoration. The purpose is to give them to reveal the business opportunities. I thought of a problem. Open the restaurant is more than know how to cook. Do hairdressing sure to understand the fashion trend? Open the taxi must be able to drive. Come to do the business of building materials or also know how to build materials of the people. The people of these decorating company to tell their side of the relatives and friends to seize this opportunity. There will also be some boom is not good for the renovation company to change the line. After all, do store is not difficult, just need to get an agent can. Of course, this also has to trouble the Ministry of Marketing. In addition to the promise to give them as long as they are prepared to move in advance, the construction of the project outside the advertisement can be free of charge to them to use. Returns counted? A layer of about to have about 50 or so stores. Good location about 20 or so. Good location of a year can return $1 million or so. A total of 4 floors. The money of the land almost a year can be recovered. The small store 2 years can also be built to spend back. As long as the operation of the good do not err, almost 2 years can be returned to the capital, and even earn a little. Approval note? The land belongs to the Yamenkauer, and they don't want to see it deserted, and we gloriously gave them a favor that should be returned. Gao Fulfillment's face had been wearing a smile, but his heart had begun to turn over. Where did this Han Xian come from? And still appeared from inside Yin Qingqing's comprehensive department. This guy's appearance not only broke his plan, but also gave Yin Qingqing a chance to get a blessing due to a disaster. The plan is feasible, and still all the executives are present in the case. High Fulfillment, there is no way in going to egg on the bones, in case it is passed to the board side. Even if he is a royal relative cannot say. At this time Sunya from the PR department suddenly spoke up. Han Qian, what you're saying is just on paper. The reality is not as simple as you think. Mr. Sun also knew that it would definitely succeed when he went to do PR to talk about business. Things are what they are. I believe that with our glory's power and reputation, we should be able to accomplish this plan. Yang Lan, who had always been a coy and obedient person, suddenly targeted Sunya, which was not a small thing for the others. The manager of the marketing department laughed and agreed with the plan, and the manager of the business department also raised his hand to express his agreement, and their business department would make efforts to assist the comprehensive department to complete this plan. The manager of the business department is also a woman, around 30, said to be surnamed by a very competent sister. When Han Xian looked at her, she even blatantly threw a wink to Han Xian. Han Xian hastily bowed his head, and now a Yin Qingqing is almost torturing Han Xian crazy. Gao Fulfillment looked at the situation in the conference room. Since there was no way to change it, he would go along with it and give this young man a favor, while seeing if he could pull some strings. Not bad, not bad. Young people are very thoughtful. Glory needs talents like you. Since no one is against it, Supervisor Yang will let your general department refine this plan, then send it to the planning department, and finally I and General Manager Yan will sign it. Not bad. Very good. The last three words High Fulfillment bite very heavy. After the meeting was adjourned, Han Xian packed up his computer and prepared to leave with Su Liang. Yin Qingqing suddenly rushed over to Han Xian's brain and bit hard. Han Xian wowed in pain. Su Liang looked at the people are stupid. A kiss from Mr. Yan. Chapter 33, Former Sister-in-Law, Later Sister-in-Law. The whole morning Han Xian is using his hand to cover his brain. Yin Qingqing, this is definitely sick in the brain, and the disease is not light. Which open mouth to bite someone's brain, and also left a tooth mark? Threatened Su Liang not to talk too much or he will be silenced. The plan passed. Han Xian, several people are in a good mood. The marketing department and the project department sent some work. The plan was given by the comprehensive department, and just listen to some oral statements. They need some detailed information and copywriting. Yang Lan gladly accepted the request of the two departments, and after distributing the work there were employees of the general department who were dissatisfied, and Li Dongsheng muttered and opened his mouth to complain after receiving the work. Sister Yang, why should their marketing and project departments' work be given to our comprehensive department? You are also stronger, so that you are bullied by them, causing us to be dragged into it as well. Annoying as hell. Yang Lan, who was preparing to prepare the others for work, was a bit embarrassed when Li Dongsheng added another sentence. I'm not doing this job. Find someone else. Vice Lu, don't you like Sister Yan? Give you a chance to perform. The atmosphere of the office was made very awkward by Li Dongsheng's few words. Lu Jiulong had the intention to help Yan Lan to finish the work, but he didn't want Yan Lan to lose face. Yan Lan's face was stiff as he looked at Li Dongsheng, who was playing the game, and laughed awkwardly after a long silence. Dongsheng, this is what Mr. Yan explained. I don't see Mr. Yen. I see it's people from the project department and marketing department. Isn't that Han Xian willing to work? Dog leg like you find them. Don't bother me to play the game. Yang Lan was even more embarrassed. All the staff of the comprehensive department were looking at her. This Li Dongsheng did not give Yang Lan any face at all. He was chatting with Su Liang. Han Xian stood up and frowned. He did not know whether the three words of this dog-legged man were cursing Yang Lan or him. Looking at Li Dongsheng, who was 25 or 26 years old and had a thin body with a pair of rimless glasses, Han Xian frowned. If you want to do it, you do it. If you don't, you shut up and don't call me names. I know you well. The staff of the general department had their eyes fall on Han Xian's body again. They knew that this Han Xian was not an oil lamp, but Yang Lan and Lu Jiulong both knew that this young man was not a good temper. Ah, the person who could make a move on General Manager Yan would be a good-tempered one. Li Dongsheng slowly raised his head and looked at Han Xian out of the corner of his eye with a contemptuous sneer. Poor man. Say one more word for me? Han Xian unbuttoned his collar. Su Liang saw this and quickly stood up to pull Han Xian, whispered a few words in his ear. Listening to Su Liang's words, Han Xian frowned. This Li Dongsheng is still a little bit of the way? After seeing Yang Lan also looking at him with a pleading gaze, Han Xian sat down with a cold snort. Li Dongsheng saw Han Xian concede, and immediately snorted a laugh, his mouth rambling in an uninteresting manner. The girl sitting next to him looked a little uncomfortable and whispered with a frown. Don't even say it, Dongsheng. If you don't want to do it, I'll help you. Hearing the girl's voice, Li Dongsheng turned his head and smiled, handing her the folder and laughing softly. Thanks, Saigon. I'll empty your cart later, that's what my mom told me. Employee Wu Saigon did not answer, raised his head and smiled at Yang Lan. A storm is considered to be over. Han Qian frowned in his heart is very uncomfortable. Softly told Su Liang and Yang Lan some of the things that should be done after getting up and walked out of the Ministry of General Affairs. Stood in the corridor, lit a cigarette, frowned and watched the oncoming traffic. I really did not think that the Department of Integrated really hit a few big dragons. This Li Dongxing's family has some background in the company Yang Lan, and even Yen Xingqing have to give him a few points of face. He came to the Department of Integrated is to mix the day. The specific what is the background of Su Liang is not clear. Looks like these guys are getting more and more disgruntled with him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of high heels came out of Han Qian's ears, turned around and found that Yen Xingqing had already come to the side. The woman reached out her hand in Han Qian's hand to take the cigarettes and pressed them on the windowsill to crush them out. Frowning, the company doesn't allow smoking in public, so don't make me make you clean toilets. Yen Xingqing's voice was very light. Han Qian took a step back and nodded with a smile. He was really a bit scared of this woman, remembering the scene when she provoked warmth. In remembering that bite in the morning, Han Qian's heart was a bit jolted. Yen Xingqing handed the file bag in her hand to Han Qian. Here is 80,000. Counting the 20,000 given to you is exactly 100,000. This is the first advance. I will pay you another 100,000 after the plan gets permission from the Yamanku. Han Qian took the dossier bag and opened it to take a look, then laughed softly. Thank you, Mr. Yen. I hope Mr. Yen doesn't delay too long. I need the money badly. Yen Xingqing smiled at Han Qian. This would be a warm and soft look in addition to the smile so that Han Qian's heart could not help but accelerate 2 times. Of course, only 2 times. Perhaps it is to see a different Yen Xingqing with the past days. The latter softly said, about how much do you need? How long is the rush? I owed $4 million from an accident a couple years ago, and I have to be clean by this time next year. Go catch the lottery. Maybe you'll have a bit of a chance. I'll try to give you about $300,000 before the year is out, but be prepared to only get 200,000. Know what I mean? Aha, got it. You let me succeed. In paying you money, I will also take care of some of you. The comprehensive department inside a few people more special. You converge your temper. Do not provoke them. Can bear to bear. Other things you own discretion on it. And I'm going to change the company's system for you. You won't go to work on time without paying you. And in the future you'll be fined for being late. And you'll be fined for smoking indiscriminately. Han Qian, you should be proud of the fact that you made the company customize a separate rule for you by virtue of your own strength. Biting me counts? That's a bonus. Asterisk 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 off. Han Qian turned around in annoyance and went back to the comprehensive department, not wanting to take care of Yen Xingqing, the tiger, and quietly slipped $10,000 to Su Liang, promising to give 20,000, and then went to Yang Lan's office and put $10,000 on the table. Han Qian laughed softly, originally also thought of inviting the big guys to go out and have a good time. Now look at them like this, I'm too lazy to pay attention to it. Sister Yang, you are too gentle. Yesterday said that the money. Today you cannot be in the excuse. Yang Lan was not in a good mood inside as she looked at the money on the table. Xiao Qian, I have been helping them thinking that are just out of school children. Do not want them to find life in society those malicious, making money which is not as simple as they think. Wasting time is easy, but a few years after the comprehensive department was dissolved, they are not young, no work experience how to do. You're just like an old mom. Why do you worry so much? You don't know sweetness without suffering. Take the money. I'll go eat. I'm a little hungry. I'll go out this afternoon. Take an hour off. Go on. Yang Lan didn't make any pretense of refusing, and as Han Qian walked out of Yang Lan's office, Lu Jiulong appeared beside Han Qian as if he were a ghost and whispered, Xiao Han Qian, you ignore Li Dongshang. His mom is great and spoils him. Han Qian asked with a frown. Mommy's boy? Lu Jiulong did not answer. Han Qian shrugged, shouted at Su Liang. The two left the office, did not go to the company. Su Liang pulled Han Qian to go outside to eat his treat. Han Qian also thought to go to save money. After leaving the door, Han Qian remembered something and gave Worm a call. Worm seemed to be in a meeting, whispered that he would return after the meeting, and then hung up. Su Liang asked with a smile, sister-in-law? Ex-sister-in-law. Then Yen sure is the queen's sister-in-law? Chapter 34, is she stupid? Su Liang then knew that Han Qian divorced, threatened to take Han Qian at night to dash, recently met a bar little brother, called Ma Kerson, talking between the two walked into the restaurant, not too big and not too small, asked for a private room, for dishes a mention of beer, to be the best. The best is just Qingdao Pure Life, $12 a bottle. Su Liang opened the beer and poured 2 glasses, laughing, Brother Qianer, tomorrow's vacation. Why don't we go for a night of dashing? Han Qian took a sip of his beer and smiled. Dashing my ass. Your thing is finished. I still have to be busy for a while. Tomorrow I have to have dinner with the landlord's big sister's family. When I rented the house gave me some help. We don't want to owe favors. Su Liang took a large gulp of wine and exclaimed in relief. then laughed. Chiener brother, you are the interpersonal communication is too clear, right? Some things are not a meal can be resolved. Some things do not need to have the burden of heart. Not to say that other people are good to us are for granted, but also think that the other side may be wanting to do good to you, rather than ask you to have something in return. Let's say that I do. Our brother and sister to know the time is not long. I don't care what your purpose is to me. I know you are good to me, and I don't say how to go in return to you. Drink, 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 drink. Han Qian laughed helplessly. Being nice to you my ass. I'm just too busy for one person. Don't talk about it. Let's go to work and drink less. Mr. Yen said that he would treat us, then in and you drink. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yu Dongxing's mom and the company's executives are very close to the relationship. The specific work of what is not clear. This Yu Dongxing is almost a mom's baby boy. To the Ministry of Integrated is to experience life. He looks at the Wu Saigon. Don't take care of him on the line. Oh, one person 2 bottles of beer. Su Liang check out. Han Qian to go to the bank to deposit money. Just walked into the glory door when the warm phone call back. Han Qian signaled to let Su Liang go first. The phone Han Qian told the warm he wanted to call the landlord elder sister mother and son to come to the house for dinner tomorrow. If the warm feel inconvenient, she went out to go shopping first. This sentence said the wrong thing. The warm at the other end of the cell phone holding the phone to the Han Qian angrily shouted, "Is sister unseen or has she embarrassed you? You're taking Yin Qingqing home? Then I'm going to watch a movie with Lin Zongheng. Go on. Watch what you like. You can't get over the Yin Qingqing thing, can you? You don't want to eat. Wait, my sister will pick you up in the evening. And there's something else. Bye-bye." Warm just hung up the phone. The secretary pushed the door to tell Warm said Lin asked Warm vice president of the evening there is no time. The chairman of the board of directors want to shout Warm vice president to go to the home for dinner. Warm looked at the secretary. The secretary looked at the Warm. And then the Warm asked her a month want to not want a bonus. The small secretary seconds to understand the smile. Another rejection? Lin Zongheng from the beginning of the return would like to ask the Warmth to eat together. Night no time. Noon in the company. Lin Zongheng are ready to ask about breakfast. The result is to know that the Warmth every morning will eat a meal before coming back to work. Before this woman is to sleep until the natural wake up will get up. And in the morning seldom eat breakfast. This how to after 3 years has changed? Eating breakfast, not being late, and not liking him. Lin Zongheng did not understand where the problem lies. He is even less convinced that this Han Qian can shake his presence in the heart of the Warmth. Lin Zongheng thought about it or ready to personally ask the Warmth in the end what happened. Down the stairs just opened the elevator to find a white suit of the Warmth stood outside the elevator. The car keys and the finger turn is very playful, but Lin Zongheng's eyes fell on the pair of slender legs. Small suit with straight suit pants. Small high heels make Warm's legs look even more slender. Nuan, I was just about to go find you. Lin Zongheng opened his mouth and spoke warmly before he returned to his senses and found Lin Zongheng inside the elevator, smiling and walking into the elevator softly. Looking for me? Oh, you said something about Uncle Lin wanting me to go to dinner? I'm sorry, it seems like I really can't go. I've already made an appointment with a friend for tomorrow and the day after. I'm going to pick up someone after work, and when I'm done with it, I'll make sure to make up for it by hosting a reception banquet for Mr. Lin. Since you're busy I can't force you. I'll explain to my dad on his end. Now where are you going? I'll give you a ride? Lin Zongheng maintained this his gentlemanly attitude, warmly narrowing his eyes and smiling. This will be nothing. Want to go to wash the car? Want to let Lin always send is not too good. Lin always if you have time can think about the airfield that piece of land. In case the glory of the wonderful hand I arrived. Lin always buy. Warm simply do not give Lin Zongheng the opportunity to speak. Quickly left the elevator. Remembering in Lin Zongheng call when the phone those women's voices. Warm would like to scold himself a brain is not into the water at the beginning, but also acquiesced to his outside screwing. At the beginning but also persuaded himself that foreign folk customs are not the same. Thinking about it, Han Qian is still better than Lin Zongheng, and then thought of Yin Qingqing's words. My meadow, my horse, I can play as much as I want. Warm some regret. Should not let Han Qian to return what 4 million debt, and originally did not want this money. Only the divorce in the way of face plus some of the grievances of Han Qian in the proposed. And every time after that is to tease Han Qian. Find reasons to live in the Han Qian home only, because of the 4 million and then kill out a shameless Yin Qingqing. Warm feeling a big loss. While driving, she remembered the matter of Yin Qingqing pretending to be a lady and calling Han Qian. And Warmth completely blew up, a foot of gas to the bottom. Half an hour later, the tow truck came. The front bumper is trashed, the headlights are shattered beyond repair, and the windshield is cracked. Warm hands clasped looking at the Alfa Romeo towed away by the tow truck. Not much heartache in the heart, not much anger on the face. A vicious stomp. Took out his cell phone to Li Jinha made a call. Give me a couple days in old Winnie's car. I crashed mine into a pole. Li Jinha on the phone slightly stunned, then frowned and asked if the Warmth is injured. Heard that the daughter is safe and sound is relieved. whispered, "Your dad's car is too old-fashioned to drive, isn't it? It's not suitable for you young people. Why don't you take mine? It's getting dusty. Didn't Han Xian say my car is better for you? Paramila? I have another electric bike. I can't give it to you. I'm going to ride it to the poker game. Your bike is rather rare. It's going to take a while to fix it, so come over and pick it up now. I'm going out later. Didn't you go to Sonya with old one? Little white wolf your mom and I'm mom? Do I have to tell you where I'm going? Open or not? Give me a quick word. Drive. Have to pick someone up at night." Lin Zonghong stood right behind Worm, waiting to hang up the phone to shush. When he heard that Worm's car crashed, Lin Zonghong's first thought was to worry about Worm, and then rejoiced. Worm's car broke down. Isn't he just having a chance? But I didn't expect the warmth to be generous to tell Li Jinha crashed the car. Does it mean that Li Jinha's temper has changed for the better? In his thinking, when the warmth has left the underground parking garage, Lin Zonghong jogging to chase out when the warmth has been on the cab. From beginning to end, Warmth did not pay attention to Lin Zonghong, also did not give him the opportunity to open his mouth. Perhaps the Warmth did not notice Lin Zonghong's presence, and now she is not in her mind Han Xian, not Lin Zonghong, only Yan Qingqing this vixen. And at this time, Yan Qingqing was also looking at the warmth of the information. She was purely in a good mood, nothing to do with idleness. TSK, really a golden lady born with a golden spoon. Good family, good birth, good looking. How come she married Han Xian? How come she let such a talent go and left Enjoy? She's stupid, right? Chapter 35, The Vice President Meets the Vice President. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Xian really cannot stand the atmosphere of the Ministry of General Affairs. Do some work wrestling? Han Xian got up and walked out of the Ministry of General Affairs. Go to the main door to smoke and wait for the end of the day. Han Xian left the Ministry of General Affairs and heard Lu Jiulong's chiding. He seems to be also a little bit dissatisfied with these co-workers. But of course, he is for the sake of Yang Lan. On the first floor front desk and the little girl gossip. The little girl is not quite dare to have too much contact with Han Xian, for fear of getting into trouble. Han Daxiener is the object of special care of General Yan. Standing in the glory of the main door, just want to take a cigarette. A cigarette appeared in front of Han Xian, turned his head slightly stunned, then smiled and took the cigarette, took out the lighter to the other side of the fire, and only then to their own cigarette. Deep inhalation of a mouthful of mellow flavor into the lungs. Han Xian a long breath of relief. Gao fulfillment on the side looking at the distant street in the smile. His smile and others are not the same. He smiled when the upper and lower teeth are not separated. The old man at home always said that the teeth-bared smile is looked at silly, but Han Xian did not find in Gao fulfillment body silly this kind of temperament, but rather there are a few points of the prodigal gangster. Smoking habit? Gao fulfillment opened his mouth and asked, but his gaze did not move. It seemed that the vehicles on the street were much more interesting than Han Xian, who smiled back. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury. You want to get used to it, the bills in your pocket won't allow it. Gao fulfillment took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke with a self-deprecating smile. When I was thinking the same thing as you, working my ass off to make $100 a day, and I saw someone smoking $100 worth of cigarettes, I was like, ah, how much do they have to make in a day? But I didn't envy it because I knew I could be like them one day. And being in your 20s and having a little confidence in yourself isn't always a bad thing. Oh, Mr. Gao is right. Han Xian did not know the bottom line of Gao fulfillment, and did not know how to answer, but could only how to say yes. Gao fulfillment smiled in the road. Han Xian, right? It's been a few days since you came to the company. Glory is more humane than other companies. I think you should be used to it, right? Yen is young and vigorous. From the countryside, not as good as the big girls in the city, so take some things a little more on your shoulders. Mr. Yen is actually okay and is thinking about the company. Han Xian looked at Gao fulfillment and tried to open his mouth. Yang Lan said that Gao fulfillment and Yan Qingqing are not in harmony. The company is also divided into two factions. Yan Qingqing is considered to be halfway out of the Changbite gene. Young and naturally cannot be convincing. Gao fulfillment is the biggest shareholder's great uncle. From the company's inception here, he naturally also has supporters, but he is now to help Yan Qingqing to speak? Gao fulfillment seemed to go for Han Xian's words, throwing away most of the cigarettes still left in his hand and laughing. The plan of the airfield is very good, just I don't understand why you will go to work in the comprehensive department. The planning department and the project department is very suitable for you, and then do not help the marketing department and the business department. You can also take the hand to pinch. The comprehensive department buried the talent. There in the nursing home is not much difference between a group of people who play with things to lose the spirit of the people gathered together can have what success. Mr. Gao, this is reasonable. Just came when the interview with the planning department, and then suddenly was changed the contract to the Ministry of General Affairs. Where to go the same? God arranged it. Can make money on the line. Oh, put Yen general manager on the same day? Idea is good, but unfortunately women can only hold up half a day. Feel this cigarette is good, go to the office to find me to get it. I treat talent has always been very generous. In addition to the comprehensive department will be disbanded sooner or later. The words fell. High fulfillment nuzzled into the distance and whispered, do you know who in our company drives a Porsche? Except for Yen Qingqing's eye-catching Raptor. The company's cars are all very low-key. Han Xian is still thinking about the words of Gao Fulfillment just now. Suddenly was diverted from the topic of Han Xian, followed Gao Fulfillment's gaze. A face instantly collapsed. Li Jin, his car drove to the front door of the glory to come. At the same time, a small red BMW 320 parked in front of the company's front door. Dressed in a flamboyant Sunya carrying a bag out of the car. A white suit on the body is also some flavor. She had come to pick up Gao Fulfillment, and when she saw Gao Fulfillment standing with Han Xian, she didn't go forward. She didn't like Han Xian, but then she realized that neither person's gaze was on her. Sunya frowned and looked at the white Porsche Panamera that was slowly approaching with a hostile face. The car is stopping against the small BMW. Han Xian tangled. Go down to the warm, blocked inside the car, do not come out? Then you have to leave the high fulfillment here. Do not go down to the warmth of the appearance will attract attention. In Han Xian tangled when the high fulfillment to open the mouth. Enjoy shareholder Li Jinha's car? Ha, there when family's relationship is really hard. 1234 license plate. Li Jinha came to glory for something? Han Xian suddenly woke up. The sweat on his forehead is even more dense. Li Jinha does not like to drive much. She goes out most of the time riding a small electric car. Occasionally driving that S6. In case the car is not warm as Li Jinha, Han Xian suddenly panicked. Good thing the car door is not open. At this time the cell phone rang. Han Xian looked at the cell phone number slightly stunned. Yen Qingqing? Pressing the answer button, Han Xian softly said, Mr. Yen, you're looking for me. Gao Fulfillment frowned slightly when he heard the words Chief Yen, and Yen Qingqing whispered on the phone, High Fulfillment is pulling your strings? Han Xian frowned slightly and whispered, Mr. Yen, I came out to get some air. I'll be back in a while. No need to rush back. Go ask your mother-in-law what she's doing in glory. I saw her car. Han Xian took a deep breath. It seems that Yen Qingqing is aware of his relationship with warmth. Hung up the phone and smiled at Gao Fulfillment and said softly, Mr. Gao, Mr. Yen asked me to ask. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. This time it was Warmth's. Han Xian smiled apologetically at Gao Fulfillment and walked down the steps straight to the Panamera. And just then the car door was opened and Warmth came down from inside the car. A white suit and Sunya collided. The same wear out a different feeling. Only Han Xian is not in the mood to appreciate the warmth. Quickly up to the Warmth also found him, smiled and waved at Han Xian. Han Xian, you're off work? Gao Fulfillment, who was just about to light a cigarette on the steps, froze slightly and frowned at Han Xian's back. This newcomer is very familiar with the vice president of smooth enjoyment? Han Xian walked up and frowned and gritted his teeth. Missy, you don't see me in enough trouble, do you? Warmth understood Han Xian's meaning and skimmed her mouth and shrugged her shoulders lightly. My car crashed. When I went to replace it, Li Jinha asked me to pick you up for dinner at her place tonight. As for trouble, did it bother you to go out with Yen Qingqing? Ha, were you with Mr. Gao just now? Stay away from this guy. Han Xian, I'm doing this for your own good. And for that you came to glory? I told you this morning that I would pick you up from work today. Han Xian, you forgot what I said? Gotta. We'll talk about it after work. There's still an hour and a half left before work, so why don't you go grocery shopping first? No, I'll wait for you downstairs. Warm began to play her little nature again, also ignored Han Xian, turned around and ready to go back to the car before seeing the opposite side of the Sunya. Warm face suddenly clouded. This woman looked at Han Xian's gaze with a few points of contempt and hostility. Women know best. Warmth sighed softly and spoke in a voice that wasn't too big or too small, just enough for the people around her to hear. If glory is going to be all that kind of stuff, sister won't have to worry about coming to get you. Sunya face anger. Warmth is shutting the door and booming the gas pedal stopped in the parking lot outside the main entrance of the glory. Han Xian smiled awkwardly at Sunya. When he turned around, Gao Xing extended a thumbs up to it with a lewd smile. Go on. Don't keep Mr. When waiting too long. You're a meritocracy. I'll allow you to leave 2 hours early. Han Xian's heart sank to the bottom, and he knew that he seemed to be caught in a not-so-small whirlpool. Chapter 36 Ex-Husbands and Ex-Wives. How do I know what Gao Fulfillment is up to now? The general department has a big opinion of me, as if I have implicated them, and I can't tell him that I don't smoke when I meet him downstairs for a smoke, right? No, I don't even know what kind of grudge there is between you and Gao Fulfillment right now. Auntie, I'm just a part-timer. What's the point of Vice President Gao Im pulling me in? Is it the high-level meeting I can say something or what? No, he just said that if he likes to smoke he can go to his office to get it. As for leaving work early, he even opened his mouth, and then I rejected him saying that I like to go to work. Warmth is waiting for me downstairs. What am I supposed to do? Something to talk about on Monday. I was suddenly dragged into your fight. I'm also aggrieved. It's not about money. The co-pilot Han Xian was whining and bitter to Yan Qingqing on the opposite side of the phone, without a trace of the appearance of an employee talking to his boss. After hanging up the phone, Han Xian threw the phone onto the chair behind him, frowning and cursing in a low voice. It seems like they're all sick. Warmth, who was driving on the side, laughed at this and softly said, "Are you throwing a tantrum? Shouldn't I be there to pick you up?" Han Xian shook his head inside. "It doesn't have much to do with you." Yan Qingqing and Gao Fulfillment seemed to be at odds. Yan Qingqing this said she would betray her to go be with Gao Fulfillment. Ken brother, you first do not get excited. Glory of the internal, then enjoy a lot of chaos. High Fulfillment is the largest shareholder. Lu Xingga's brother-in-law is considered to be a relative of the emperor. Yan Qingqing is the sudden emergence of professional managers. It is said to be Lu Xingga to get in the glory of the shareholders will not intervene in the management of the company. High Fulfillment to Yan Qingqing want to squeeze away. Not long ago when I called my second uncle, asked the airport thing, he told me that there has been glory in that side of the contact. You now stand in the position of Yan Qingqing this vixen to think, not right? You recently hit the ground running again in glory? Warmth pulled over to the side of the road and handed Han Xian a bottle of water as she spoke, the latter frowning as he took it. Where to come from again? Hit over? It is the airfield at piece of land thing. This morning glory high-level meeting I went to attend. A part-time I have what position? Warmth reached out and pinched Han Xian's cheeks, forcibly pulling her face over to make him look at her, and said seriously, "You think again? Sure, and you have nothing to do? I would like you to think about not understand, and then leave the glory to continue to give me a favor. In fact, you cannot be completely free of this wronged gas. To you in the heart of Li Jinhe and the old one, to ask them to give you to open a company is not just a word of things. Have you taken your pills yet? I forgot to ask you yesterday." Hearing this, Warmth let go of the hand that was pinching Han Xian's face and digressed to say that she was going to go grocery shopping, only to get out of the car just as Han Xian grabbed the back collar and shoved it into the passenger side, replacing Han Xian with the driver. "Let you take the medicine is as difficult as heaven. You like to eat, not to eat? When the time comes to get sick is not me. Don't eat a single grain of you. Shouldn't give you to buy medicine. That thing open the mouth and swallowed will be fine. And it is not bitter. Eat it difficult? It's not bitter. Hard? Eat now. Buy it." The car only appeared for a moment of serious atmosphere. Then because of the warmth of not taking the medicine, Han Xian's nagging became not those harmony. Drive all the way to the landlord big sister work supermarket. The warmth of the huffing and puffing went to get the trolley. Han Xian is all the way to the side of the pharmacy jogging. When the warmth saw the 2 pills and mineral water in Han Xian's hand, her whole body was not good. After drinking the medicine, the warmth pushed the cart straight to the seafood market. In the time of buying crabs, Han Xian constantly told me Warm which crab is fat, which one is thin, and how to make it tasty. Warm was so angry that she grabbed Han Xian as a small fist. Han Xian did not feel the pain. Warm anger threw the cart to Han Xian, turned around and walked away. Han Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. Warm seems to be angry and cried. Warm did not want to buy seafood. She likes to eat, but Han Xian's soft heart not eat. Warm just want to scare him. The results of Han Xian forced her to buy seafood. Warm or intolerance. The drama to the end of the heart aggrieved. Wet eyes. This time Han Xian finally panicked. Together for so long also did not see the warmth cried a few times or by the angry cry. Han Xian worried about the warmth of a sudden phone call to the side of the mother. If the mother knows that the warmth of the crying, she can come tonight to clean up the house. Xian mother to Warm love is really love to the bone. From the first time to see the Warm heard that this is the Han family's daughter-in-law, Xian mother went home to go around the temple to burn incense. This is to repair how much luck can have such an understanding of the daughter-in-law. Han Xian poked the Warm home shoulder with his finger. The result is not much reaction. The woman lowered her head and did not look at the road to go forward. Han Xian did not apologize, walked up and grabbed the hand of Warmth. Warmth struggled for a few unsuccessful, opened his mouth towards Han Xian's hand to bite. Han Xian hastened to take a tomato stuffed into Warmth's mouth. Warmth puffed up and ate the tomatoes. Han Xian grabbed Warmth with one hand in a handcart. I met the landlord's elder sister in the area of daily necessities, who was a warm-hearted person and threw a black plastic bag into the cart before Han Xian could speak. Laughing, "Don't look, it's a few towels." The big boy's heart thick. The girl can only 2 towels so beautiful girlfriend you kid is blessed. Han Xian opened his mouth and laughed silently. "Sister, you must have been a village flower when you were young. Ha ha, do you have something to do after work tomorrow? Bring the kids to the house for dinner. I'm a tenant who has to please my landlord, not to mention that my cooking skills are definitely of a chef's caliber. Yo, the mouth is not small. As a sister's also not to be pretentious with you, but I have to buy this food. It's not easy for you two to save up some money. It's not okay to refuse. Hey, I'm late. I've finished buying all the food here. It's settled. bring your child there tomorrow, and ask me if you don't understand any of your homework after your child and I get acquainted." Han Qian and the landlord's sister laughed and joked, but Warmth stood on the side like a lump of wood, eating tomatoes and did not say anything. Han Qian several times pinched her hand to let her speak, but Warmth just did not say anything. She hadn't been a wimp for more than a day or two, and that bit of energy had played with the family. Going out to the car, Han Qian frowned at the yogurt drinking Warmth and opened his mouth. "Why don't you say something when you see someone? The toothbrush and towel you use are all prepared for you by Big Sister. Where's that little bit of ability you and I have? You don't even say thank you when people compliment you on your beauty." Warmth whispered back with yogurt in both hands. "I don't know what to say. She wasn't complimenting me, she was just stating the fact that I was already beautiful." Han Qian skimmed his lips and whispered, "So next time I'll compliment you on your boobs? You're going to die." Warmth erupted. Then unconsciously he pinched himself, with a raw look on his face. Chapter 37, Couple of Thieves? Along the way Warm always wanted to go to the back seat to get snacks. Han Qian frowned and said that the night to eat. Warm said we'll eat 3 big bowls. Han Qian still does not allow her to eat snacks. Chatting when the old one's phone call. Warm opened the speakerphone to tell the old one that the two of them are on the way home. The old one listened to the opening. "What? You said Xiao Qian wants to have a drink with me? You say this kid doesn't drink anything on New Year's Day. Since Xiao Qian is sincere, the old husbands, can't not give face, so let's have a drink." Han Qian looked at the car with a confused face. When did he say he wanted to drink? Warmth, on the other hand, grimaced and gritted her teeth. Han Qian doesn't drink. "Ha, you said you two are together? Xiao Qian, don't buy outside wine. Is there any more wine in Jinha's house? Xiao Qian said he wanted to have a drink with me, his old husband, to liven things up. If there's no more I'll go downstairs to buy it. Don't let the two kids get in and out of the car to get busy." Old one mumbled to himself on the phone. The warmth of anger directly hung up the phone. Han Qian took a deep breath. A little heartbroken old one, and now this drink some wine he is painstakingly No surprise that today shouted the two of them to go home for dinner is because of the old one craving for wine. Craving cannot be. To the Xingjiao Wangfu was only 5 o'clock. Open the door when the old one has been waiting at the door. To Han Qian in Warm winking, indicating that the two children do not give him a hole exposed. Warm lazy to pay attention to the old one this unproductive energy. Go to her room to change clothes, but also for Han Qian to get a set of old one has not been worn clothes. The father-in-law and son-in-law sneaked into the kitchen. Lao Wen washed and cut vegetables. Han Qian cooked. Lao Wen suddenly closed the kitchen door sliding door, said loudly that he was afraid that the fumes would run out, and then asked Han Qian if the cigarettes had been brought over. Han Qian shook his head and then shouted, "Warmth, bring me my top coat for a moment." The sliding door was opened, and instead of taking the clothes, Warmth simply handed Han Qian a pack of cigarettes, and with a reluctant face, closed the sliding door with force and walked away, while the old warmer on the side stuck out his thumbs to Han Qian. "I have never dared to be so strong with your mother in my life. Although the warmth is my daughter, next time to buy some good cigarettes. There is no money to talk to dad." Han Qian lit a cigarette for old Wen and grinned. "What? You've got a small fortune. Ha, I might reward me with more cigarettes if I tell mom." Old Wen was unimpressed and bristled. Less talking, more smoking. Enjoyment is hard won. At the dinner table, the old one got the chance to drink as he wished. Of course, Han Qian has not been spared. On the white wine Han Qian is really not good. Only poured a small half a cup of sacrifice to accompany the father-in-law. The warmth finally ate the long-for crab, is made of Li Jinha. Old one sipped his wine with a look of enjoyment and asked with narrowed eyes, "Han Qian, I heard Warmth nagging me this afternoon that you've made a small stir over at Glory? Is Mr. Yen of Glory paying much attention to you?" Han Qian scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. No, don't you listen to Warm make things up." As the words fell, Warmth handed the crab to Han Qian and opened his mouth. "Old when you don't be fooled by Han Qian. I met Gao Fulfillment when I drove to pick him up after 3 o'clock, and Gao Fulfillment told Han Qian that he could get off work early. Not a small movement anymore. Han Qian does not eat crabs. He knows that Warm is not for him to eat either. Broke open the crab and handed it to Warm. Raised his glass to signal the masters to drink, wanting to digress from the topic, but unfortunately it did not work. The old Warm drank a big mouthful of wine. His face was slightly red, and he clapped a piece of pork ribs and put it in Han Qian's bowl, and said softly, "Why don't you eat seafood? And don't be so modest in front of me. I know how capable you are. If you were a loser, your mom and I wouldn't have entrusted Warmth to you. Don't say you're divorced or not divorced. What's the point of having it recognized by the law? My daughter and son-in-law, if I don't recognize you, you're not divorced. Understand? This divorce thing. Drinking, nagging, what nagging? Warm shortcomings are more than a little, but her character is your mom this temper I do not endure for 30 years? I'm just saying, really character is not, and I do not have the old man's cannot force you right? The age of love nagging. Do not talk about these. Say you work in the honor of things. Things said a general. Old Wen's face darkened, a mouthful of wine in the cup, and stood up and patted Warmth's shoulder to go back to the room. Things have already passed. He did not want to say anything more. Li Jinha also found the old Wen's despondency, stood up and trotted to the bedroom. At the dinner table, Han Qian looked at Warmth. Warmth looked at Han Qian, and then Warmth handed Han Qian another crab and whispered, "Brother Ken, help me break it off. Old Wen doesn't seem happy." Han Qian broke open the crab and drank all the wine without answering. The room. Lao Wen's mood is very complicated. Sitting on the edge of the bed smoking cigarettes, Li Jinha surprisingly did not go to extinguish Lao Wen's cigarette, but only asked softly, "Is very serious?" Lao Wen shook his head. "It is not serious, but it is not light. Yan Xingqing will sit steadily in the position of the general manager of Glory, and it is still the first opportunity to seize the opportunity. I was thinking that if this plan case is given to the Warmth, she is considered to be completely stable in the company. Hey!" Unsurprisingly, Xiao Qian and Yan Xingqing's deal is for money. The plan passed by the attention of the top management. This child need money to open his mouth. I'm not giving this money to the Warmth, will also give him. Wan Hui, are you speaking in human terms? Don't you know Xiao Qian's character? Has he ever bowed his head and opened his mouth? You should just give the money instead of waiting for Xiao Qian to ask for it. If he could open his mouth and ask his old man for money, he wouldn't be Han Qian anymore. Okay, it's all in the past. Get the room ready and keep the two kids out of the way. Old Wen is a bitter heart, lost a watermelon and did not pick up sesame. Not 2 minutes after the living room came Li Jinha's roar. "Little white wolf!" Han Qian and Warm ran away. Before leaving, when Han Qian secretly grabbed to Warm pack away, and Warm is inside the TV cabinet, took away Li Jinha's 2 cigarettes. Originally also want to stay 2 little brats in the home overnight. I did not expect. Warm driving all the way to laugh. Not at all angry because Han Qian has planned to give Yan Xingqing. On the contrary, the feeling of stealing things from the house with Han Qian is simply not too good. Han Qian will not drink white wine, go downstairs to see the wind and get drunk. Home upstairs, Han Qian returned to the room. Clothes are not returned to the head to sleep. Warm skimmed. It's going to be the second weekend since the divorce. Chapter 38, Calling the Parents? When I opened my eyes and fumbled for my cell phone, I found that the phone had disappeared. The old antique stuff, don't want to give it away. Don't have to think about it. It was taken away by the Warmth. The Warmth has become a little strange after the divorce. When they were married, they were indifferent to Han Qian. They seemed to think that they had already got their hands on it anyway, and no one else could take it away. And after the divorce, Han Qian seemed to have become a sought-after commodity. Han Qian does seem to be very sought after. On the hall, down to the kitchen, hit the hooligans, but not rolling the big bed. Have a life of cleanliness. He will always clean up the home and burn a handful of good food. Outside, and another capable of solving any work trouble. Not tall, only 178, which cannot be counted as a short. Body is not fat, slightly muscular. The face is not compared to the stars, but also counted on handsome. Not fair skin makes him less bookish and milk dog breath, adding a few tough guy feeling. Not counting the white skin makes him a little less bookish and milk dog, adding a few points of tough guy feeling, especially his inches. If I had to say a downside, it would be being a little less sweet to women and being a debt-ridden pauper, I guess. The upstairs bathroom has been occupied by Warmth, and when Han Qian went downstairs to wash up, Warmth was already sitting on the sofa eating potato chips and starting to work. And when he saw Han Qian coming downstairs, Warmth threw the antique to Han Qian and said softly, "The landlady called and said she had a favor to ask of you," and seemed a little embarrassed, and hung up the phone in the middle of her sentence. Han Qian proceeded to flip through the call logs on his cell phone and frowned. "You're the one who didn't say anything, right? That's all you can do with me. Do you want anything in the morning? What I say doesn't count." Warm face of indifference, she said, is also the truth. Breakfast, she said, does not count. Han Qian do what she ate. Han Qian took the phone into the bathroom. To the landlord's sister dialed, while brushing his teeth while waiting for the other side to connect, and then Han Qian saw a few pieces of warm clothes hidden in his change of clothes, and that's when the phone was answered. "Kian, you're sleeping in this morning, right? Sorry about that." Han Qian picked out the warm clothes one by one. Washing clothes he is not difficult, thrown into the washing machine on the line. But this white clothes and clothes with color together can still wear it, and also hid in the inside? Luckily, this will be on the phone. Last night drank a little wine. In the morning is warm to answer the phone. Her that temperament dare not talk to others. Sis have something you just say. We sister and sister do not need this polite. As he spoke, Han Qian stuffed the warm clothes into the washing machine, and after a few seconds of silence on the other side of the phone, the landlord's elder sister sighed with an alas. Xiao Qian, actually this matter shouldn't trouble you, but sis really has no choice. Need money? I'll give you in turn 6 months rent. No, 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 no. It is Jiawei, that child. In the school to learn others jealous and people fight. Today the other parents to find to go to school. With a lot of people. Jiawei, this child has always hated his grandfather's side of the relatives. So many years have not been a to and fro. Sister in this side also do not know a person. Jiawei dare not go to school in the morning. I sent him to the past. And now sister. I know. Sis, you send me his school and class by text message. I'll go to the school to see him in a while. You can say if there's something between us, sis, in the future. If it wasn't for you giving me a 2-month deposit waiver, I still wouldn't know where to live. Good, good, good. Han Qian, sis, really don't know how to thank you. Just pick up Jiao Wei back. If it's not possible, I'll transfer him to a different school. Sis will wait for you in front of the school. Oh, no, just go to work. Han Qian hung up the phone frowning. The landlord's sister, orphaned and widowed, is not easy. Sister Can and Han Qian open is completely out of the way. Next year will be the college entrance exams. At this juncture, to transfer or because of these things affect the study but to delay the whole life. You've been through 9 years of hard work just waiting to pass the midterm, right? Walking out of the bathroom, not waiting for Han Qian to speak, Warmth had already stood up and walked to the bathroom door. Frowning, you transferred me $70,000? Han Qian nodded. Then Warmth raised her head and grabbed Han Qian's head and hit him with a headbutt. Han Qian was dazed and covered his head and asked Warmth what he was smoking. Warmth gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Han Qian and said angrily, "Come back and bring me a cooler. I don't feel like eating today." Oh, it seems that the Warmth has heard the phone just now. Han Qian took the car keys on the coffee table, changed into a set of sportswear out the door, to the downstairs when Han Qian suddenly regretted. Forget the Warmth to change the car. Driving this thing to school is not too eye-catching a little? When Han Qian was ready to take a taxi to the school, he realized that he didn't have any money with him, and his phone didn't support such advanced features as cell phone payment. So it was good that the gas in his car was full and he drove to Haiwo Middle School. The landlord big sister in the end is still waiting for Han Qian in front of the school. When she saw the white luxury sedan appeared in front of the school, lifted a breath, afraid that it was the other side of the family, shouted people. When she saw Han Qian from the car down, the big sister hurriedly jogged forward, and Han Qian's shoulder gently patted a slap, a little reluctant to say, "Xiao Qian, only to pick up Jiao Wei. How much do you need to rent this car for a day? Sis doesn't know if $1,000 is enough. You take it." Han Qian smiled bitterly and hastily refused. Don't. The car is the company owner's. I drove it back last night when I worked late. Jiao Wei should have seen me, right? You wait for me here. I'll just go by myself. The other party doesn't know my identity and Jiao Wei's relationship, and doesn't dare to make a fuss, or else look at you as a woman's family that will surely intensify. First give me Jiao Wei's homeroom teacher's phone number. Good persuasion to persuade the big sister into the car to wait. In fact, the big sister really should not go in. She gives the first impression is more cowardly. Good bully. So go not only can not bring Jiao Wei, bring what help, but also let the other side to know that Jiao Wei, this child, is not much of a bottom. Though her big sister was uneasy, she still promised Han Qian. On the side of the car to the class teacher made a phone call, told the other side that he is Jiao Wei's brother-in-law, come to the school to see the child. It did not take long to see a young woman with glasses jogging, the age and Han Qian about the same age, all the way to stumble to be a little bit worse than the warmth of the athletic cells. Han Qian saw this, also walked towards the school gate, smiled at Jiao Wei's homeroom teacher. "Hello, Mr. Tong, I'm Li, Jiao Wei's brother-in-law. My sister called me and said that my child was bullied at school, so I rushed over to see how my nephew is doing." While the nursery rhyme was looking at Han Qian with a few skeptical gazes at his car, the landlord's elder sister came down inside the car. Seeing this, the nursery rhyme believed that this young man was Li Jiao Wei's uncle. The doorman opened the school gate. Han Qian followed the homeroom teacher into the school after he made an okay gesture to the landlord's elder sister. On the way, nursery rhyme was still a bit unconvinced that Han Qian was Li Jiao Wei's uncle and asked in doubt, "Your last name is Han?" Jiao Wei's mom's last name is Sun. Of course, cousins don't have the same last name. My mom is related to Garvey's grandma. Oh, where does Mr. Han work? The Glory Group. Oh, both of them were silent. Came to 3 years 11 class. Nursery rhyme interrupted the teacher of the lecture, not waiting to open his mouth, told Jiao Wei his uncle came. Li Jiao Wei walked out of the class puzzled when Han Qian looked at Han Qian. Was Han Qian put his arm around the shoulder, whispered, "Surprised?" Li Garvey nodded. "Brother-in-law, my mom sent you to pick me up?" "Nonsense, right? But it's not right. We do not go home. I'm going to see whose parents are so powerful, but also chased to the school. Within a child teacher, you give each other's parents a phone call. Don't always." And the child flaunted, "This is not good." Nursery rhyme looked at Han Qian, who had a kind face, and her heart thumped. This young uncle didn't seem to be as nice as he appeared to be. Chapter 39, A Rascal. Li Jiawei Han Xian does not have too much resistance and alienation. The young man is quite familiar. Also heard the mother mention Han Xian a few times, and about today to go to this brother-in-law's home for dinner. Most of the kid this will forget what happened in the morning. This will be to Han Xian cheek to cheek, but Han Xian is not laughing out. Bruises at the corners of the eyes, the side of the face swollen, constantly sucking in cold air when talking. The mouth should be broken. This is only the face of the injury has not gone to see the body. Han Xian's face has become very ugly. Li Jiawei was very young without a father. In the eyes of others he is the same as the other children to eat, go to school, but they do not know that there is no father in the heart of the child's heart lacks should be self-confidence. But also then the other children have less of a the mother and how good to him also has no way to make up for the father should give shelter and courage. Fatherless children worry about a lot of things. What if the other side's father comes over and makes a move? What if they give their mom a hard time? The family does not have a pillar of support, a great back to cover the wind and rain. Han Xian was angry and heartbroken. Following nursery rhyme to the office. The other teachers in the office seemed to have a good impression of Li Jiawei, returning smiles and asking questions softly. Han Xian pulled over a chair and sat across from nursery rhyme, speaking softly. I don't think Mr. Child has just been in the teaching profession for long, has he? Nursery rhyme froze slightly, then nodded dully and vigorously in earnest. 3 months. Han Xian nodded lightly and pulled over a chair for Li Jiawei to sit down, laughing softly. Look out. I just heard about Jiawei's fight with his classmates, and I heard that a parent brought a social worker to the school to terrorize my nephew. I'd like to ask Mr. Tong to call them and tell them to come back. What's the point of bullying a kid and then leaving? My nephew junior high school is about to take the midterm, which fell psychological shadow of failing if I am looking for your school to privately release the social people into the college. Or to say that find someone to fight back? Right. The other teachers in the office have put down their pens in their hands. They have seen that scene in the morning. Li Jiawei's mother dressed in plain in the office a strong apology, hoping that the other side can forgive Li Jiawei. Originally thought that this matter has passed. Did not expect this self-proclaimed Li Jiawei brother-in-law man seems to not want to easily uncover the matter. Nursery rhyme was a little difficult. She had just interned not long ago, and making such a mess had already had an impact on her. This if she shouted the person back in a big fight, she was likely to be dismissed halfway through her internship. Mr. Han, this matter has already passed, and the parents of several students have also forgiven Jiawei. You see that this matter will also affect the children at school if it continues. Past? My nephew was beaten to such a state you tell me the past? Teacher Tong, I'm talking to you about this matter calmly. If you can't manage or don't want to manage, then let the director of teaching or the principal come over. Lest I find a few social youths to keep blocking the door of the school to take care of those kids tomorrow morning. This is clearly a rogue. All the teachers in the office think so. Don't look at the long face. But this talk is not soft at all. Han Xian is not taking care of the nursery rhyme, and turned his head to ask Li Jiawei the reason for the fight. The reason is indeed because of jealousy. Li Jiawei has a very good relationship with female classmates. School, class, dinner, class basically together. A long time there are classmates uproar that the two are in love, engaged in objects. Li Jiawei did not deny or admit this, continue to follow his idea to get along with female classmates. Then it provoked a class called Li Bo's children. He seems to like the female classmates. Looking in Li Jiawei stick together in the heart of jealousy, a large pot of water poured on the body of the girls. This weather is still very hot. Summer uniforms are not thick. A pot of water splashed down after the girls' underwear are clearly visible. And then this Li Bo to help wipe the clothes of the girls under the pretext of salty hands. Li Jiawei looked down on the move. The 4 children beat him one. He only gave the Li Bo a punch to break the corner of the mouth. Han Xian sighed in his heart when he heard. Really vigorous and a little precocious children. Think of his junior high school that will still be in the dirt pit to play glassball it. Things to understand a general. Han Xian asked Li Jiawei body has not been injured when a middle-aged woman walked into the office. The woman's tall, almost in warm with a fight, dressed in a very stylish, with a pair of glasses, the age of 43 or 44 years old or so. The teachers in the office got up to get ready for class when they saw this woman coming, and nursery rhyme also stood up and whispered to the director. But Han Xian ignored him and lifted Li Jiawei's clothes to look at the injuries on his arms and back. The bruises were red and swollen in several places, and it appeared that someone had moved a guy as well. And it didn't even look like it was done with a fist. The director of instruction sat down at nursery rhyme's position, his eyes coldly looking at Li Jiawei, and said in a cold voice, "It's time for class, so go back to class." Li Jiawei seemed to be very afraid of the director of instruction and got up to go back, only to be pressed by Han Xian on his shoulders and pressed on the chair. The director of instruction saw this and frowned coldly. Li Jiawei's uncle? Since the other party is no longer pursuing Li Jiawei's responsibility, it's fine for this matter to be uncovered. There's no need to make too much of a fuss. There's still one semester left before the midterm exams, and a temporary change of school isn't good for anyone. These words fell very uncomfortably on Han Xian's ears, and he turned to ask with a frown, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before speaking? Otherwise I would have thought you were the mom of those kids." Now it's not about them pursuing Jiawei, it's about me going after them. Besides, my last name is Han. There should be some basic upbringing and qualities to being a teacher. Ha! The director of instruction let out a sneer and rejoined, "Mr. Han is still pursuing the other party? Don't you still know that Li Bo and the other 4 students have been hospitalized? Li Jiawei's family is not well off. If it wasn't for his mom coming over in the morning to plead for leniency and the other party not pursuing the medical bills, what else do you want? Hospitalized? Whoever is hospitalized is weak? You don't get to say who's right and who's wrong. If you're intent on favoritism, then let's get the police station to come over to examine the injuries and determine the responsibility. And if Jiawei really beat them up, then I'll pay for as many medical bills as I can." The words fell Han Xian threw the car keys on the table, not intentionally showing off, but this would be useful. The Porsche's car keys turned in a circle on the desk, and Han Xian coldly said again, "Now I see my nephew hurt not light. This look is not a minute or two can be beaten out of the injury. And so I hold them responsible after the responsibility will come to hold your school accountable. The Education Bureau side I can really say a few words. Do you want me to now a Bureau of Education to make a phone call? To be honest, this phone Han Xian really do not want to play. The relationship is really there. That should be called Aunt Zhaoant's lover is the Bureau of Education, belonging to the kind of real power. But the Zhaoant every time he saw Han Xian forced him to call Zhao's sister, and then asked for some privacy. A month in the warmth of the same room several times there is a feeling of physical inability to support, and also is not the kind of whispering ask, regardless of the occasion, regardless of the location of the beauty of the name said that the warm is the first thing I want to do is to ask you to tell me how many times a month you've been in the same room with warm, and not just in a whisper. The director of instruction was a bit confused about the identity of this young man, and after thinking for 2 minutes, he said in a cold voice to nursery rhyme, "Call the other parent and see if there's time to stop by the school." The words fell. Han Xian stood up and stretched, moving his muscles lazily. "Tell them to bring more people." Chapter 40, A Hard Relationship. The director of instruction went out to make a phone call, and nursery rhyme, who remained in the office, pushed up her glasses and whispered, "Mr. Han, what you're doing is going to affect the image of Li Jiawei's classmates in the hearts of the other students." Han Xian raised his head to look at this teacher who was still in the internship stage, frowning. "So what? You have to endure a beating? You think you have to endure the beating? Is it okay if I beat you up now? How can you hit a woman? And women aren't human?" A sentence to the rhyme choked cannot find a reason to refute. Furious sitting on the chair. Not long after the director of teaching came back, face gloomy sitting knocked the table. Nursery rhymes hastily stood up to make the position. The director of teaching played the official voice to open the mouth. "Mr. Han, students fighting in school is not a big deal. Students will inevitably have a verbal dispute. The school will also do its best to deal with this matter to give you a satisfactory answer. And now the other parents have something to do, cannot come to the school, but also please go back. And when we notify you of the time, a few parents to meet in the talk about this matter." Han Xian sat in his chair without moving or opening his mouth, and the director of instruction saw this and said again, "Besides, the cause of this incident is indeed Li Jiawei's early love caused by jealousy. The school has already been very lenient by not giving him a demerit." How did this sound uncomfortable? Han Xian frowned at this old woman and said in a cold voice, "Early love has something to do with fighting and hurting people? I would like to ask whether early love is a crime or which law has been violated. Early love is just a rule in your school, but when they hurt my nephew, they broke the law of the society. Can the two be mixed together? They can't come, can they? Okay, I now contact person to take Jiawei to the examination. Jiawei, you go to ask your little girlfriend. Ask him that Li Bo did not touch her or how to prosecute that Li Bo for attempted rape and molestation." Nursery rhymes on the side listening to the stunned. The director of teaching face became very ugly, gritted his teeth and stood up and went out to make a phone call. Han Xian has already seen the understanding. This director of teaching is either related to Li Bo, or received money. At noon Han Xian took Li Jiawei out to eat with the landlord's big sister, but also to the big sister to report a peace of mind. After the meal, Han Xian went back to the school. Around 1 o'clock, Li Bo's parents came to the school. They jeweled, dressed in suits. At first glance is a successful man's posture. Followed in a few minutes the other children's parents also came to the school. Li Bo's parents seemed to be a successful man. The director of the teaching staff went up to flattering gestures of goodwill. Han Xian sat in his chair in the office, did not even raise his head a bit. Parents in the office inside the rendezvous. The landlord's sister also sat next to Han Xian. See Li Bo's parents as she wanted to get up by Han Xian grabbed the hand signaling don't move, and then raised his head and swept through the front of the standing Li Bo. Father opened his mouth. Let's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You a few children to my nephew hit. We are private or said directly to the police to deal with the police can be. Private it is to bring your children. How to beat my nephew, how to beat back. The police we go to the examination of injuries to determine responsibility. Li Bo's father wore a pair of glasses, a tall and thin figure with a haughty look, and didn't even look at Han Xian, but instead cast some threatening glances at the landlord's elder sister in a cold voice. Whatever, call the police if you want. Right now my son is still lying in the hospital and can't get up. If you want to send Li Jiawei to the juvenile detention center, whatever you want. The landlady was a little anxious, and her heart was a little afraid. How can they fight with these people when they are orphans and widows? But Han Xian was not panicked and laughed coldly. Okay, then we now call the police. Your son Li Bo suspected of rape and molestation of female students. Who into the juvenile detention center is not certain. In addition to not say what hospitalized as if the multiple injuries. Fixed injury things hospitals do not say. Speaking Han Xian has taken out his cell phone. Not he wants to call, but the warmth called the phone. Han Xian connected and did not wait to speak. Li Bo mother with a sharp voice open hi he he. Surname Han you less here to stir up the right and wrong. My son Li Bo is recognized as the school's 3 good students. Will go to molest a little girl? Call the police as you like. When the time comes, don't cry and beg me to let you go. Who doesn't have a relative anymore? Warmth on the phone heard this sharp voice. Originally wanted to ask Han Xian when he would come back. After listening to this I don't know which woman shouting Warmth directly hung up the phone. Han Xian was a little unclear, raised his head to look at Li Bo's mom and sneered. Molestation or not you don't count. The class that many children watching it. Since you wanna make a big deal I'm going to charge your son with rape and molestation. Anyway, the students have more people to testify. I'll see how hard your connections are. Li Bo's mother sneered and took out her cell phone to dial the phone. After connecting that face became called a fast, a pandering mouth a brother. Listened for a while Han Xian also probably heard out. Is a police station near Hanhwa director? Surnamed Lu. The phone this Lu director seems to give her promise. Hung up the phone with a face of arrogance and contempt. Han Xian frowned. This Li Bo's parents did seem to have some connections. No wonder this director of instruction was pandering to them. And while agonizing over whether or not he should let Kuxian bring a few social youths, the phone rang. Strange number. Han Xian frowned as he picked up the phone and said softly, "Hello, Hankin." There was a 3-second silence on the phone, followed by an ear-splitting roar of rage in the middle of the air. "Hello? You don't even have my number saved, little brat?" Han Xian was confused. The voice was indeed unfamiliar, and the roar inside the phone was heard clearly by the office. Han Xian frowned at the road. "I really didn't save the number. Are you, Li Jinhai? Little brat, do you want to die? How many people are waiting for me?" Li Jinhai, to take the initiative to call them, "Little brat, you don't even save your phone? Second uncle? Accidentally, absolutely accidentally. Was it the warmth that made you call me? I just bought a cold skin late. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not in the mood to care about you and Wen Xiaowan. How come I heard that you've been embarrassed? The other party's relationship is quite hard? Hall level or ministry level?" Inside, the chief of the Hanhwa Middle School police station. "I know. Remember to come over to the house for a visit. Don't learn to be like the Winchesters. Your brother is still waiting for you to come over and give him a lecture." The phone was hung up, and when Han Xian lifted his head he realized that Li Bo's dad's face was hard to see, and he lowered his stance and asked softly, "Mr. Han, is that your car outside the school gates?" Han Xian frowned. "Paramera? My eldest's car. You and Vice President Win are. Something to do with you? It's okay, Mr. Han, everything is a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. My humble self Li Yang, Vice President of the Marketing Department of the Smooth Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Yang took out his business card and reached out his hand, but Han Xian was not to pick up the meaning. This time Li Bo's mom's phone rang. The phone's voice is not smaller than Li Jinhai's. To Li Bo's mom is a roar. Said she got into big trouble. The office of the people's faces have changed. Han Xian's heart is not too comfortable. How this is again and the relationship between the Wen family people closer and closer warm how to call the phone to the city council. The matter has come to this. Han Xian sighed powerlessly. "I don't care what you're doing at Smooth. I'm settling my nephew's affairs right now." Li Yang hurriedly said. "Good to say. It's all because the child's mother is too spoiled, Li Bo, this little brat. I will go back to teach him a hard lesson. Let him honestly apologize to Jiao Wei. All the compensation our family to bear as long as you mention the request." Bang! The offices were kicked open and a man in a big red suit with long hair walked in with a couple of burly men in black suits and opened his mouth to speak angrily. Who splashed our missy with water, and I heard that she even moved her hands. Where are the people? Chop off 2 fingers and that's the end of it. The situation doesn't seem to be what Han Xian says it is. Big red suit guys wearing plaid shirts. A bandit mouth shouting miss. How to see these guys are not like a good person. Talking is even more rampant. Li Yang's face becomes ugly. He can put down his body to Han Xian. These social hooligans cannot be afraid of. Straighten up to straighten out the suit. Coldly reprimanded. This is a society of law and order. What are you doing? The man in the big red suit was about 32 or 12 years old, with long hair from the 80s combed into a ponytail, and sneered and laughed as he looked at Li Yang with cold eyes. What? Think my master didn't investigate your identities? Who the hell is a small, crappy manager of the Enjoy Group? Ask him if Lin Zonghong and that surnamed one dare to speak up in front of our master? Li Yang and the others' faces became even more ugly. These few hooligans were obviously prepared but Han Xian stood up and looked at the man in the big red suit in a cold voice. If you don't have a mouth on you, weld it with a welding rod and don't come out and embarrass yourself. The man in the red suit squinted at Han Xian, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Ha! What? You're going to help him out? It's none of your business if you help or not. Not if you scold surname one. You who? A suitor for a warm boy? Go out and practice? Han Xian took off his suit and threw it to nursery rhyme, striding towards the man in red, giving him a slight smile, and waving his hand was a fist smashed in his face. This sudden move made the office people, including the man in red, didn't come back to their senses, and after receiving a punch, he grabbed a chair and smashed it towards Han Xian, and behind him, a few burly men in black suits were ready to make a move, and Han Xian was a little bit flustered in his heart, but he didn't fear, and likewise grabbed a chair and was about to make a move. Nursery rhyme as well as a few parents had been too scared to breathe. They didn't expect this female student's family background to be so complicated, and they didn't even expect Han Xian to make a move on them, the reason being that someone had scolded Warmth, the vice president of the unbridled group, just as the two men were about to slam their chairs down on each other's heads at the same time. A childish, anger-filled scolding came through the doorway. Guan big dog, you put the chair down for me. The red suit man reacted extremely quickly and quickly drew back his chair, the other blame grabbing the chair that Han Xian had slammed down, and several of the black suit men simultaneously stood up straight and placed their hands overlapping in front of them, bowing and shouting in unison. Missy, Chapter 41, Single Combat. The little girl with a fierce face, bulging mouth to Guan Degu, a flurry of punches and kicks. This will be Guan Degu bent over a lackey look, not the slightest, just walked into the office to chop people's fingers. That the arrogance of the flames. This scene looked at the office of the teachers and parents froze. Who did not expect this little girl who was splashed with water has such a complicated family background? Li Yang and other parents have their hearts in their throats, not afraid of the powerful, but afraid of this barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes of gangsters. Han Xian found a few points of cruelty in the eyes of the lackey Guan Degu looking at him. The little girl apologized to Han Xian, although she didn't know what happened. Then Han Xian found out that the little girl seemed to be very familiar with the landlord's elder sister, and in the end, the little girl didn't want to pursue the matter any further, but just told Li Yang and other parents to let their children go back to school to apologize to Li Zhouwei, or else she would see them once and beat them once. This matter was no longer within the school's control, and everyone in the office, the head teacher and nursery rhyme, could not afford to offend. But nursery rhyme chastised the young girl, saying that she couldn't bring her social vibe into school. Yet the young girl didn't even look at her and asked if she could go to her landlord's big sister's house for dinner in the evening. That seemed to be the end of it. But there's no closure on Han Xian and Guan the dog. Leaving the school building, Han Xian and Guan Degu walked in front. Guan Degu put his hands in his pockets and dangled a cigarette, sneering. Don't think that Missy gave you an apology. This matter is over. Let's go out of the school door in the settlement of accounts. Don't think of apologizing. I Guan Juandiao do not eat this set. Ha! Han Xian let out a sneer, left the school gate to let the landlord big sister go back first, and awkwardly asked the big sister for $6. The big sister insisted on giving 100. The siblings were constantly pushing and shoving between these 6 and 100. Guan Daogo, who was waiting to settle the score with Han Xian, could not look away and gritted his teeth angrily. I'll give you $6, and Guan won't make things difficult for you. 1-on-1, win or lose, this matter is turned over. Han Xian turned his head to look at Guan Daogo in the big red suit and said indifferently, you give me $6 first. Inside the school side of the Hadong, for black-clothed strong man stood outside the Hadong. very benevolent to let the inside of the two guys one-on-one. For Guan Juanbiao, this kind of person to show goodwill and reasoning does not make sense. Han Qian moving wrist and neck. The rural grew up and the children's body bones are always a little sturdier than flowers in the greenhouse. The fight, this kind of thing is also a common occurrence. 10 minutes later, Han Qian dragged his already dislocated body out of the hut on carrying his tracksuit jacket. Now he was a little more lousy than Li Jiawei just a moment ago. Stepping into the car, Han Qian closed his eyes and breathed heavily to ease the pain. 2 minutes later drove away. Hudong, Guan Juanbiao lying on the ground. He is not better than Han Qian. Was a big word. Lying on the ground looking at the sky, cannot figure out how to not beat this look very weak guy. The only explanation is that he did not move. Guys, do not dare to kill. One also had to admit that this Han Qian's fists were really hard. Warmth called when driving to ask how things are. Do not need her to come to a trip. Han Qian just returned a sentence is fine. Immediately home to hang up the phone. When Han Qian opened the door to hand a cold skin to the warmth of the time, warm tears instantly down. Who? You tell me who moved. The corners of Han Qian's mouth and eyes were cracked. This face is either bruised or red. He put the cooler on the shoe cabinet to force out a smile and laughed softly. It's okay, got into a fight. I didn't ask you what happened. I'm asking you now who hit you. It's fine. It's really fine. When Han Qian took off his already dirty jacket to reveal his back, Warm's eyes became very eloquent. Not going after Han Qian turned and jogged to the coffee table to pick up his cell phone. And Han Qian, who was in the bathroom looking at his face in the mirror, heard Warm's angry roar in the living room. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I can bully Han Qian, but not anyone else. If you don't feel sorry for me, I feel sorry for you. How can you hit a child so hard? I'll call if you're too embarrassed to call. Warmth hung up, and when Han Qian heard that Warmth's call was to his second uncle, he panicked. Second uncle? I'm Warm. My husband was beaten up half an hour ago at Manhwa Middle School or so. Didn't I call you to take care of it? How can he still be beaten? Okay, I'll go over to you now. Either file a case for this, or I'll call my great uncle. Warm talk has put on the clothes to go out. Han Qian rushed out of the bathroom to pull the arm of the Warm, snatched the phone to explain. Good talk before letting the Warm second uncle let go of the heart. Han Qian, the face of the angry Warm, pressed on the sofa, and then find Yunnan Baiyao handed to the Warm. Powerless road. Just had a fight with someone. I was standing and walked out. He is still lying inside the hutong. The back can't reach. You help me spray some? It's a coincidence that the kid who fought with the landlord's big sister's son is the manager of your smooth enjoyment what's department, called Li Yang. Warmth looked at the injuries on the back of the man sitting on the pony in front of her. She was still heartbroken and gritted her teeth and said angrily, Li Yang, he gave you a beating? I'll fire him right here. Where's that? He wimped out when my second uncle called me. Was it another jealous fight over some little vixen? Han Qian, you quickly say. Was it Yen Qingqing? You seem like an old hag who catches adultery. This person I do not know. Just know the surname Guan, wearing a red suit with a ponytail. Seems to be a gangster. He knew that Li Yang is the people of the smooth enjoyment of the speech is not too clean. The two of us moved off. Warmth put down the medicine in her hand, got up and went to the bathroom to take Han Qian's clothes out and threw them onto the couch. Frowning, Guan Juanbiao? The one from District 8? Why are you fighting with this crazy dog? Isn't his little master a girl? Han Qian, who was in the middle of putting on his pajamas, was slightly stunned and then said, you know, the missy in his mouth is also one of the victims. Seems to be very familiar with the landlord's elder sister's child. In love it seems. Is there something wrong with his family? What era is this still missy? Warmth wrinkled up and snatched the pajamas, unbuttoning them and handing them to Han Qian in a soft voice. Guan Big Dog is to two Snapdragon's life. Listen to the old and mild uncle, said this two Snapdragon. Young time is a gangster. After dark 8 areas are this two Snapdragon said to count, and then said to be whitewashed to do businessmen. Opened a few KTVs, bars and baths. Not to say that too rich. The hands of 1,000 or 80 million top day. The reputation of the stink of no one is willing to mess with them with a taste of the Jianghu. Guan Big Dog. To two Snap's daughter called Missy is not too much. Now people go to the second uncle's home to pay tribute to the new year does not also give Lier called the second son of it. A moment I let the second uncle to two Snap to make a phone call. Lest this Guan Big Dog to find you trouble. Han Qian shook his head at Warmth as he put on his pajamas. Don't bother Uncle 2. But Uncle 2 doesn't know we're divorced yet. And when he called, he was a little unhappy that we weren't going to visit his side of the family. Then find time to make a trip. Either Lier is also clamoring to see you. I don't know how you two play together. Is Jiao Wei's homeroom teacher pretty? Not bad. Dogs can't change their minds, Warm Mouth cursed, but the hand was picked up the medicine box and sat on the sofa, then patted the pair of jade legs that made men crazy, and said softly, "Come here, lie down and get medicated." Han Xian smiled in embarrassment. "It's not good, is it?" Warmth nodded as she listened. "Indeed, you go and bring the cooler, with your head as a table." Chapter 42, Buying a Murderer. Lying down and fell asleep. Opened his eyes when it has been 3 o'clock. Touched the cell phone and looked at the top of the missed calls are the landlord's sister. Han Xian dialed back. It is the landlord's sister to cook in the house. Shouting Han Xian and Warm to go over together. Han Xian did not refuse, got up and put on a dress, then went downstairs to look for Warmth. Not at home? Called a phone. Warm stammered and did not say where. Just told Han Xian half an hour to go back. City Council. Warmth took one of the 2 cigarettes he had stolen from Li Jinha and placed it on the table, pouting. "Second uncle just give 2 snap a call." Han Xian and Guan Big Dog got into a fight. Just that dog's temperament will definitely find Han Xian in trouble. Li Jinhai niece's gift is not taboo. Opened the package to take out a cigarette lit, laughing and cursing. "If your mom knew you stole the cigarettes her troops brought back for old one, she'd still fight you to the death. Little white-eyed wolf, if you're fine, you'll never come over to see me as your second uncle. And when did you become so attached to Han Xian? We used to advise you to be nice to Han Xian. What's wrong now? Have you changed your mind?" Warmth hemmed and hawed, scratching his head and laughing nervously. "Can't carry you all praising him for being good. Xiao'er always calls me to ask when I'm going to bring Han Xian back, and I don't know how these two play together." Li Jinhai was laughing at that. "This thing I really have to thank Han Xian. Xiao'er childhood that nature you do sisters is not unseen. Rely on me as a small errand dad arbitrary, and then somehow was Han Xian cleaned up obedient. Not bossy not to mention that. These exam scores are also quite high. I thought that this little bugger cheated. In addition to the Han Xian this child's head smart tight. My side of the annual report are not all he wrote it? Some of the annual reports on my side are not all written by him. Even if you do not say I have to give 2 Snapdragon a phone call, still really think I cannot clean him up? Hey, thanks uncle too. Don't say this out of the ordinary words. Xiaonuan listen to uncle a sentence. Han Xian's origin is not as good as you, but think about it, your great uncle, I have your mother are not poor children. Don't pay too much attention to the origin of Han Xian's brain is better than a lot of people. To say that the interests of the word, he can give you a lot of help at your side. At least you can also keep you in the position of the enjoyment of the word. To say that the family word, he is good to you, we are all eyes, right? We all see how good he is to you, don't we? The first thing you need to do is to get on with your life and make more visits to your relatives. Your mom and your uncle don't say anything. But what does this have to do with your juniors? You said he beat up Guan Degu. Not bad, is a man, early to have a child. Then, Warmth got up and ran. Her greatest fear was that her relatives would ask about the child. At 6 o'clock, Han Xian took Warm to the landlord's big sister's house downstairs, thinking to go early to help make dinner. Busy. Opened the door as Li Jiawei. The young man saw Han Xian enthusiastically shouted a little uncle. To Warm shouted auntie. Han Xian was slightly embarrassed, but the warmth was gladly accepted. Changed his shoes and walked into the living room to sit on the sofa, with the appearance of a hostess coming home. Landlord's sister's living house is not small, almost to have more than 150 square feet. 3 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, 1 meal, 1 study. Can imagine that the previous Jiawei father did earn a lot of money. Han Xian walked into the living room and found that during the day in the school of the little girl is also nestled in the sofa. Looks like it is not the first time to come here. The living room is with a few sagging style, 4-sided sofa. The little girl Tu Kuan sitting opposite the warmth, legs covered with a small blanket. The little girl is not a beautiful long, young temperament is also already there. Han Xian and Li Jiawei stood at a distance and simultaneously sensed an air of not-so-safety. Some sort of unspoken battle seemed to have begun between the woman and the girl. Han Xian said that he would go to the kitchen to help, and Li Jiawei followed closely behind. Warm know this little girl is Tu Snapdragon's daughter, and Tu Kuan has also seen Warm photos. Warm from almost official and businessman. Tu Kuan is a little bit of Jianghu family. Women and girls exactly are said to be the 2 girls look at each other. Especially Warm also know Guanju and Gao beat Han Xian, without speaking to each other. Warm swiped his cell phone. Tu Kuan fiddled with a magazine. After about 10 minutes, Tu Kuan's phone rang. The latest model of Apple cell phone. You're downstairs? I got it. Wait downstairs. Hanging up the phone, Tu Kuan stood up and walked towards the kitchen. She is very resistant to warmth, but Han Xian is still good. Sweetly shouted a brother-in-law. Said that ordered some fruits and gifts to arrive. can you help to go downstairs to take a little? Li Jiawei listened to the opening and said that he went. The brother-in-law is a guest, but Tu Kun is to tell Li Jiawei to give her a few questions. Han Xian understands. This little girl wants him to go downstairs should be some things. Smiled and nodded out of the kitchen when asked the warmth there is no drink to drink. He brought, the words have not finished. The small Tu Kun has been served with a teapot over. Sister one drink tea. Warm your tummy. Sister one is so pretty. Much prettier than in the picture. Her skin is so good. I know. Warm this fart and do not know the character of modesty is really no way. Han Xian covered his head downstairs. Outside the door of the unit, Han Xian saw a big red suit and flower shirt flirty Guan Degu. This guy hands carrying a lot of things are wandering around it. Turn his head when he saw Han Xian carrying something all the way to the trot. Stood in front of the body grinning. Brother-in-law asterisk 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 off. I don't have a nephew your age. Han Xian was shocked and took a step back, and Guan Daogo hemmed and hawed and laughed as he placed the object in his hand on the ground. This is a big lady let off so called you. We a dog shall not listen to the master of the words. Guan Mao this life is not convinced by the mouth powerful, not convinced by the rich and powerful, convinced by the hard fist, one-on-one lost on the loss. You beat me that I am not as good as the people. There is no hatred or resentment, but also back to the company to know that the Miss Wen is your lover. Is my Guan big dog has a mistake first? Brother you want to kill the death as you wish. So good. Brother you want to kill to death as you wish on good. Han Xian frowned. Guan Juanbiao this flip a little fast. Also let a person's heart a little unsettled. Frowned and took the things in his hand. Faintly shook his head. There's no need. You cursed. I beat you up. They're all big old men not pretentious. You said we'll get over it when it's over. This is very good. But brother, don't blame me for asking you one more time. Do you know this person Lin Zonghong? Han Xian's heart thumped. He already knew what Guan de Dog was doing. Now that he mentioned Lin Zonghong, Han Xian's heart was slightly uneasy. He forced himself to hold back the curiosity in his heart and gently nodded his head. No. Guan Juanbiao took out the cigarette want to point, think or put back. Again raised his head when the ice cold, sullen voice. His people contacted me. $400,000 for Han Xian's 2 legs. This Han Xian is you, brother, right? Chapter 43, Rascals are unreasonable. Downstairs, Han Xian didn't rush back and put down the things in his hand and frowned. The Lin Zonghong you're talking about is the one from the unbridled group? Guan Juanbiao shrugged and bristled. Lin family's big young master can still have a few. His father back then for the equity of the smooth enjoyment married with the warmer and his Lin men worship sister. A family are not a good thing. Guan Degu smoked a cigarette and cursed the Lin family father and son. Han Xian sighed in relief in his heart on the sidelines. Guan Degu is so anti-Lin family. This order they should not be able to take. Han Xian sighed. This grandson really doesn't want to let me go. You guys don't take this order, who else can he go to? No, it wasn't refused. We took it. Guan Juanbiao looked at Han Xian with a stunned face, and by this time Han Xian was already using his eyes to find bricks that could be utilized. And Guan Juanbiao, who had been in the society for many years, saw Han Xian's thoughts at a glance, and got up and smiled sarcastically. Brothers, took the order is to take the order. Do not do as we do the main thing. If did not happen today's things, perhaps not really sure one day someone will do it to you. Now will not be. Do not fight right. In addition to my home Missy seems to you this brother-in-law is still very satisfied. Your old man doesn't care about Tu Kuan's early love affair? Why should I? Why should I care? My master is more discerning than us doglegs. The Tu family does not have illiterate. I heard that Li Jiawei this child is good at learning. The reason why this time I did not go to school earlier is to see if Li Jiawei has a little manly strength. Do not ask him to solve the matter. As long as he dares to come to the school on the line, the rest is the Tu family's business. My master and Missy said that as long as you do not go to bed, how can play anything? If Li Jiawei is dedicated to Missy, it's good. This, Han Xian also do not know how to evaluate Tu Kuan's father. Said it is good, right? Education is still a bit of a problem. Say it is not good. On the girl spoiled too much. Han Xian heart something when always want to smoke a warm. Warm this does not say, but can see that she is not too much like the taste. Endure the addiction to smoke frowned again. $400,000 for 2 legs? I'm kinda worth that. What would you guys do if you had to do it? Guan Juanbiao took out a cigarette and handed it to Han Xian, who gently shook his head. And Guan Daogo once again put away the cigarette case and laughed softly. Find a car and hit it, or find a place at night with no surveillance and just do it. The $400,000 won't buy a lifetime disability. That's not enough money. How much did Lin Zonghong give you guys? $100,000 deposit. You break the legs, I won't sue you guys, and you split my $300,000. Han Xian's proposal startled Guan Daogo for a moment, then said with a bitter face, Brother now your photo is in our master's tablet. You're to break my dog legs, I do not dare to do it to you Lack of money if the brother give you to take 50,000. More than 1 point cannot be taken out. Han Xian shrugged his shoulders and smiled skittishly. Look at you this out of breath. Talking about playing, there is time for us to go to the boxing gym to train. Activity, you do not do it. Lin Zonghung's side is okay? Wang Juanbia had a disdainful look on his face. What can it matter? How dared he come to me for money? It's obvious that he is blackmailing him. What can he do? Have the patience to go to the police. By the time things get serious, we just go in a little brother squatting for a few years. Lin Zonghung's reputation cannot afford to lose. Within a brother, I have to go first. A moment, missy that dislike me nagging. Do not have to leave a phone number. I'm looking for you. The big red suit with a ponytail and the big dog Guan ran away. Chapter 44, Brother-in-law and Niece. Guan big dog gift is fake. Come over to make this matter clear is true. Han Xian frowned upstairs. Think not through Guan big dog to tell this matter to him can get what benefit. Lin Zonghong's rich in the city. Even the whole province are ranked on the name. Too Snapdragon for him such a small role to offend Lin Zonghong? Han Xian couldn't figure it out. When he stepped out of the elevator, he saw little Tu Kuan standing outside the door with his back against the wall in his white school uniform. The little girl saw Han Xian and rushed forward to take the things in his hand, lifting her head up and laughing, ha ha. Brother-in-law, don't think too much. What kind of relationship you have with Li Jiawei I know well. Today Guan Daogo came to tell you these things also counts Jiawei's thanks for the school thing. I don't want Jiawei's family to owe others. Snap. Han Xian waved his hand and slapped little Tu Kuan's smooth head, cursing with a laugh. What kind of makeup is a little girl wearing? I'm helping Garvey because his mom is my landlord and gives me help and care. And at a young age. Read more. Little Tu Kuan looked at Han Xian with wide-eyed incredulity and exclaimed in a low voice, How dare you hit me? Han Xian, you dare to hit me? The words fell. Han Xian grabbed the back of Tu Kuan's neck and pushed towards the door of the room. The door was hidden. After entering the door, Han Xian lifted his foot to the little girl's ass cheeks and kicked it gently, laughing, If you call me brother-in-law, I'll treat you as a niece. What? Still can't beat you up? Miss Tu has never been touched by anyone since she was a little girl, and after her mom died, she was even given double or even triple the favor from her dad, and today she was slapped and kicked in the face? The little girl cannot be angry, chest constantly undulating. Suddenly, Tu Kuan deflated mouth while cry, ran all the way to the living room, put down the things, hold warm arm, began to complain. Sister 1, brother-in-law, he beat me. I was kind enough to help him go get something, and he said I was walking slowly, kicked my butt and slapped me on the head. Warmth frowned at the quirky little girl beside her. Then when she raised her head, a pair of eyes sent out two gazes full of cold air at Han Xian. Not because Han Xian kicked Tu Kuan, but the location of the kick. 30 degrees of the day is very warm, but Han Xian was involuntarily shivered, muttered a sentence to say to help to cook and went to the kitchen. And when he left, he thought in his heart, now the child is really not good to deal with. After Han Xian left, Tu Kuan let go of his warm arm, and the two girls continued to do their own thing without disturbing each other, as if it wasn't them who were just affectionately holding their arms. The dinner was so sumptuous that Han Xian didn't know how to put down his chopsticks, and the cold and indifferent warmth also revealed a smiling face, because there is a small pot of hairy crabs on the table, the left hand small spoon, the right hand directly hands to grab. Just stretched out his hand was Han Xian with chopsticks pumped. Warm frowned, Han Xian the same frown. You're a guest. Why are you in a hurry when the host hasn't even touched the chopsticks yet? Han Xian, why are you bullying Xiaonuan? What host guest? All our family. Come on, pick a big one for Nuan. The landlady put the crab in Worm's bowl, and Worm shook her head pitifully and whispered, he doesn't eat crabs, and he won't let me, and I haven't eaten crabs in a long time. These words fell on the ears of the landlord's elder sister, and she lightly slapped Han Xian's shoulder and snapped, if you can't eat it, you can't keep Nuan from eating it. Han Xian, you can't do this. Han Xian is a stomach of bitterness, no place to spit. Then he saw the small Tu Kuan mouth muttered a sentence. Did not hear, but definitely not what good words. Han Xian do not want to take care of these two girls. Opened the door to ask about the results of the Li Jiawei. A high school does not have 100% certainty to try to fight a little bit. The second high school has been considered stable. It seems that the results are not bad. If you work hard, 211, 985 universities should be no problem, provided that he has been working hard. Jiawei's character is not bad. The landlord's sister does not need to worry about much. Perhaps children from single-parent families are more precocious. The landlady seems to be very open-minded about early love, as long as it doesn't affect the two children's studies and doesn't cause any excesses. Looking at the landlord's elder sister, and then thinking about Tu Snap, Han Xian inwardly sighed powerlessly. When he first married Warmth, the old man said that he married too early, and looking at his children now, Han Xian feels old. After the meal, the two children went to study. Han Qian helped clean up the dishes and then took Warm to leave the landlord's sister's home. On the way back to Warm whispered that she did not like Tu Kuan this child. A young age has an age does not match the city, which has a lot to do with her family's living environment. Warm also licked the face of people say people it. Small Tu Kuan is a little precocious, and you are simply is not familiar. The front foot just arrived home. The back foot of the two children came over. Li Jiawei holding a book of math problems to come. There is a problem do not understand. Asked a bear fell into the pit what color? Han Qian frowned and cursed this question person is not sick. Warma snatched the book to Li Jiawei to speak. From mathematics extended to geography, and finally to the biology. Han Qian listened to the clouds. Simply go to the bathroom to wash clothes. Warm the self-proclaimed cleanliness fetish of the slovenly girl's clothes are light-colored. Han Qian one by one, divided into washing. Small Tu Kuan squatting in the doorway of the bathroom to look at Han Qian, with a serious face, said that Han Qian should be at home to be a housewife. Han Qian raised his head and asked with a smile, "Why do you say that? Looking at Warmth doesn't look like a woman who can clean up the house. Your house is so clean. The floor doesn't even have a single hair. The floor tiles can be used as mirrors. Aren't you the one who washes these clothes as well? And I saw you cooking inside the kitchen when we were at Li Jiawei's house." Han Qian snap, with the water hand slapped on Tu Kuan's head. The little girl was instantly hit by anxious eyes. Get up and Han Qian to fight for his life, but the arm is too short. Was pressed after the head how can not reach Han Qian. Finally received a melon crash after deflated back to the living room to seek Li Jiawei to give her comfort to go. Li Jiawei is studying. Tu Kuan on the side of the mess. The two little ones surprisingly there is a sweet feeling. After 10 o'clock, Tu Kuan's cell phone rang. Guanju and Biao came to pick her up to go home. Han Qian sent the two children out, did not go downstairs, for fear that Guan Daogo suddenly said something again. A moment of time cannot be digested. Clothes drying. Things are also busy. Han Qian took a shower and changed clothes upstairs to rest. Lying on the tatami mats thinking about Lin Zongheng this guy looks at the IQ is not high. Give a kind of dude no brain brother feeling. Back to down is not ambiguous at all, and also very generous. $400,000. Chapter 45 An Unhappy Sunday. On Sunday, Han Qian was ready to completely and utterly give himself a vacation and rest for a day, but unfortunately, he was still woken up in the morning. Li Jiawei and Tu Kuan came and brought a rich breakfast and a day's worth of snacks, and Han Qian squatted on the stairs in his pajamas and looked at the two small children. Powerless. Don't either of you have to go to cram school? Don't argue. Your sister Wen is still sleeping, so if she wakes up, she'll kick you out. Speaking, Li Jiawei took out a cup of soybean milk under the cushion of the sofa and sent it to Han Qian's hand. The soybean milk is still hot. Drinking soybean milk and walking down the stairs, leaning on the sofa and looking at Li Jiawei. After half a day, Han Qian came back to his senses. How did you two get in here? The door is open. Tu Kuan's face was so innocent that if the key wasn't on the table, he almost fooled Han Qian, who nodded and casually said, "Why is this key still left here? I have to put it away." Tu Kuan stepped forward to grab the keys on the table, and covered his smooth brain after receiving a melon crash and stared angrily at Han Qian. "Brother-in-law, can you keep your hands to yourself?" Han Qian put away the key with a serious face. "Can't." The words fell out of his mouth as he got up and told the two kids to study hard. He was going back in for a nap. Waiting for Han Qian in the time to get up is already noon. Open your eyes when you look at a big two small three guys sitting in rows on the tatami mat. Small Tu Kuan cross-legged tilted his head and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I'm hungry." Li Garvey followed up, "Brother-in-law, I brought groceries." Han Qian spoke first when it was Warm's turn. What would the great niece like to eat? The warm foot landed on Han Qian's face, and little Tu Kuan realized that he had a chance to take revenge and directly pounced on it. At noon when Han Qian was cooking, two girls and a boy stood in rows outside the kitchen. Han Qian's nose was stuffed with a paper ball, a face of angry frying. The dishes were Tu Kuan brought over. Spicy chicken, hairy blood want, a plate of white water boiled greens, a plate of cucumber mixed with cold noodles. Han Qian drizzled hot oil on the mal blood wonton. The choking smell filled this kitchen. Li Jiawei was busy going to open the window in the living room. Warmth went into the kitchen to clean up the dishes and prepare for dinner. Little Tu Kuan handed a pair of gloves to Han Qian. Brother-in-law hot. Li Jiawei was busy going to set the water he brought on the table, and when the four of them were seated and ready to eat, Warmth chucked a piece of ham in Han Qian's bowl and awkwardly said, "You eat more meat." Li Jiawei poured a glass of beer and placed it in front of Han Qian, whispering, "Brother-in-law," chilled to relieve the spice. Little Tu Kuan, who had never served anyone before, sized a bowl of rice, pressed it in front of Han Qian, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, eat more." Han Qian swept over the three with a grim face and snorted coldly. "After dinner, Jiawei, you go and review your homework. Little Tu Kuan, you do your homework. Warm, you, Henkin, I don't have homework. Then pack up your snacks. I just slept for a morning. You guys made the house like a pigsty? Rebellion one by one. Living in my house. I cook for you guys, still have to get a beating first? Snap. The chopsticks landed on the back of little Tukuan's hand, and the little girl screamed in pain as Han Qian frowned. I don't have any control over what you look like at home, but I do have the right to control you when you're in my house and call me brother-in-law. No drinking without being an adult, and there's yogurt in the fridge. Little Tukuan immediately to explode, open mouth to retort. Li Jiawei quickly clamped a piece of cold cinnamon sausage, fish balls and so on stuffed into the mouth of the little Tukuan, and then said, "Don't talk, my mom's back home and won't be back until tomorrow morning, and your dad's not coming home tonight. They're not going to allow the two of us to spend the night alone in the house, so shut up if you want a place to sleep." Goo. I haven't realized that little Jiawei still has this ability to clean up Tukuan, this dishonest little girl. After the meal, Li Jiawei did not rush to review homework, washed the bowl, and then took a rag to wipe the coffee table floor tiles clean, cleaned up the warm scourge of the snack bag and then go to review homework. This child is too understanding. Turn your head in to see the small Tukuan, write a homework as if it is to let her go to the torture chamber, frowning and biting the pencil. Warm helped Jiawei review homework for a while. This is completely in return for Li Jiawei to help him clean up the home sanitation. Review for half an hour. Warm go to work. A phone call after a phone call. Han Qian stood idly by the side of the Tukuan, looking at the homework book of the clean and dry. Han Qian frowned. Hard? Little Tukuan raised his head and nodded vigorously. It's too hard. Han Qian picked up the roll and glanced at it, then said, "Here, let me show you. It's really not that hard." An afternoon, Han Qian are giving Tukuan lectures. The little girl is also very smart, just do not like to study. The evening Han Qian checked the test paper, found that the effect is not bad. Was liberated by the little Tukuan, shouted to go out at night to eat a good treat to treat yourself. Hard not to let Han Qian cooking at home. Tukuan, this little girl is also very understanding. Only she understands something wrong. Just put down the work of the warm herd to go out to eat. Immediately proposed that she wants to treat to eat barbecue. By the way, you can drink some sake or beer. The vote is 3-1. Li Jiawei surprisingly is the one who does not agree to go out to eat. The evening sky is a little cool. Warm changed into jeans and knee-high boots, white tea-blood shirt on the upper body, and thought about finding a brown leather jacket. So a moment from the small family girl into a biker style really let Han Qian a little bit cannot accept. Small voice reminded will be hot. Warm mouth said to throw the car is good. This time small Tukuan complimentary knife. Sister Win's body is so straight. Warmly turning her head angrily, she looked Tukuan up and down, a cold smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. Little kids. Tukuan instantly turned into a puffer fish. Look at the situation is to compete with the warmth of the competition. The results in the way of standing next to the warmth of the need to raise their heads. She gave up. However, childish warmth did not give up. She changed a pair of exactly the same with 5 centimeters of high-heeled boots. The small Tukuan is even shorter. Han Qian asked in a low voice as he descended the stairs. You're childish, no. What's the point of fighting with a child? Warmth shook her long, loose hair and frowned coldly. Then I'll go and count with Yin Qingqing? I don't mind if you're willing to give it up. This shed do not know whether to say shed warm to suffer, or shed let Yin Qingqing out. Han Qian wisely chose to shut up. This kind of time to choose silence may be right, but Han Qian never expected just out of the elevator Yin Qingqing phone call over, worried that it was the matter of that piece of land. Han Qian did not dare not answer. While sitting in the driver's seat, took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Not waiting for Han Qian to open his mouth, Yin Qingqing's roar had already been heard clearly by the whole car. Han de Cien Air, do you want to die? Did answering the phone earlier delay you and Warmth from doing your business? It's not even dark yet. Warmth's face instantly darkened, and she leaned close to the phone and shouted in a mushy voice, Brother Qianer, who's so rude? Han Qian was covered in goosebumps, and Yin Qingqing on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds before cursing. Your second aunt, whoever, you ex-wife, what the hell are you asking? Han Qian, get your ass to my office tomorrow morning at 7. Warmth became angry and snatched the phone and opened it to curse angrily. Damn vixen, who are you cursing? Giant baby. I'm calling a baby a baby. Snap. Yin Qingqing hung up the phone, casually threw the phone to the bed. Her front is full of the plan case passed, the certificate has been allowed to build the paperwork. She did not think that things will be so smooth. The big weekend Yaman mouth even work overtime to give her approval of the note. Originally thought to share the joy with Han Qian, now she is in a bad mood. 7 points? I'll count on you to be at the office at 10 o'clock tomorrow. At this moment Warmth asked Han Qian to drive to the hardware store. She wants to buy an axe and Yin Qingqing to fight for her life. Xiao Tukuan was honest, did not dare to provoke the Warmth. She felt the terror of the woman from the voice on the phone. Han Xian had a bit of a headache. Chapter 46, Open the Door. Don't open the door. A company's general manager, a vice president. Before Han Xian from the TV to see the top management cursing each other are literary. How to warm and Yen Qingqing's side is a bit of cursing. At night when he went home, little Tu Koan was arranged in the guest room on the first floor. The quilt was carried from the big sister's house. Han Xian and Li Jiawei a room. Han Xian took a bath when the warmth appeared outside the door, knocking hard. Open the door. Not open. Ka-ching. Warmth directly pulled the door open. Han Xian was scared and hastily grabbed a towel to cover his vitals, and looked at Warmth angrily with a face of shame and indignation. You're a hooligan, aren't you? Warmth's face was also slightly red, probably due to the fact that she had drunk a little wine at night, and she looked at Han Xian angrily with her hands on her hips and said angrily, You resigned at Glory. I don't want any of the money you owe me. I'll give you another $400,000. Han Xian took a deep breath and then said, Warmth, what do you think would happen if I threw in the towel? Warm face provocative. Han Xian loosened his hand towel off. Warm see this screamed and turned to run. Standing in the bathroom, Han Xian pinched his waist and laughed. Lousy underwear has not yet taken off. Resignation is definitely not a resignation. And what Warmth said will not be reversed. She will indeed not ask Han Xian for a penny of debt, and she will also give him money. But this kind of life is what Han Xian wants. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have chosen to get a divorce in the first place. A man should have some pride and pressure. The life of glory is very suitable for Han Xian. And Yen Qingqing, a woman who is just a knife with a heart of gold, will be of great use to Han Xian. One more thing, Han Xian wanted to try to see if he could make enough $4 million in a year. In the bathroom with cool water, rinsed his head to make himself awake. At the same time also some headache. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock to the company. Women in the future, it is better to try to avoid Yen Qingqing and Warmth to meet. Damn it! Lin Zongheng, this guy will not be in the hole out of what moths to. Have time to really want to sit down with Guanju and Biao and have a good talk. Getting in good with this guy should do some good. It's just the tawdry energy. Warm rested when he went upstairs, and when he returned to the room, he found that the quilt was lost. Li Jiawei said with an innocent face that it was taken away by his little aunt, and it looked like he wanted his little uncle to go over and sleep with him. And Han Xian conceded that he went to bed and yanked over Li Jiawei's quilt. We'll sleep together as a couple. Han Xian was about to fall asleep in a daze when Li Jiawei suddenly whispered, Are you asleep, brother-in-law? Sleep. Indeed, a little sleepy, and I have to be at the office at 7 in the morning. Li Jiawei sighed and whispered again, Do you think a child without a father will be looked down upon? At school I don't dare to fight with Li Bo and the others. When I do it I'm still afraid. In case his dad comes to my mom, I don't know what to do. My mom is a woman. I'm still small. I definitely can't beat his dad when I move. Han Xian turned around and slapped Li Jiawei on the head, frowning. What are you afraid of? There are a lot of fatherless children in this world. Which one didn't live well? You are looking at Neza. He had a father, but didn't his father still give him to the Dragon King? So, it doesn't matter if you have a father or not. The important thing is that you have to fight for yourself. Study hard, and in the future, you'll be able to show people that you're not only not less than other people, but you're even better than they are. But Neza has a master. Neza has no uncle. Hearing this, Li Jiawei laughed and rolled the quilt away. Han Xian got up and knocked on the door of the warm room, and in no time at all, the quilt with a new cover was thrown out. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Jiawei and little Tu Koan had already gotten up and washed and dressed. Han Xian asked the two children if they needed to be sent. Li Jiawei shook his head and said that he would take a taxi to go to school, and shook his fist and pumped it to Han Xian as he left the house. The two children left. Han Xian put on his clothes and also went downstairs. The night fork lady jerked like she wanted him to be at the company at 7 o'clock, which if he went late she would have a reason to scold him again. Squeezing onto the bus, with the swaying of the crowd, Han Xian wondered why these grandparents had to come early in the morning to squeeze on the bus with the children who went to work and school. Is it just for the few eggs that are less than 20 cents a pound cheaper at the supermarket? There was another thing Han Xian had never known. Which one of the senior card or the honor card cost nothing? Finally get off the car because there are too many people. Han Xian did not squeeze down. Not only more than one stop and a few old men and women in the car argued. Get off the car when Han Xian turned his head to look at a few old men. Beat Guan de Gao but lost to these people old people. Han Xian is a little bit unconvinced. I bought a pancake fruit and a cup of soy milk at the roadside stall, and walked into the company at 6:55 p.m. The security guards of the company looked at Han Xian with a strange look. Why did he come so early? Dragged the tired body into the elevator. Feel all the strength has been buswear out. Just in the elevator closed the moment. Small Yang Jia appeared in Han Xian's line of sight. Han Xian rushed to press the door button. Little Yang Jia rushed into the elevator with her face in the air, snatched the soybean milk from Han Xian's hand without seeing anything out of the ordinary, and muttered and complained. Brother Qianer, can you and Mr. Yan flirt with each other without dragging us, the brats, into it? We're chasing dramas at home, but we have to come over in the morning to monitor whether you've arrived at the office or not. Han Xian handed the straw to little Yang Jia and frowned. You came to spy on me? Where's Mr. Yan? I don't know. When he reached the 14th floor, Xiao Yang Jia went to change clothes, and Han Xian didn't go out of the elevator, but went back downstairs to buy another cup of soybean milk and stood at the front door of Glory to settle his breakfast. 7:30 p.m. Gao Fulfillment came to the company, today changed into a white suit. Earrings also changed into silver. He saw Han Xian slightly surprised, walked up and took out a cigarette and handed it to Han Xian. Smiled. This early? A little too dedicated. Han Xian took the cigarette and clipped it to his ear, smiling softly at Gao Fulfillment. Mr. Yen called yesterday and asked me to come over earlier, and after resting for 2 days and slowing down, it's better to stay at home than to come to the company earlier. Gao Fulfillment smiled and shrugged his shoulders, lighting a cigarette and taking a sharp drag, baring his teeth and laughing. 2 days off? Look at your face, does not look like rest. Boxing practice or encountered trouble? If there is trouble, say to hear. If the smooth words I help you to solve is, I do not want to let our glory of the great merit of the suffering. Han Xian reached out his hand to touch the corner of his eye and laughed bitterly. There was a bit of conflict, did not control the temper to move the hand. Think about it is also a bit regrettable. A moment I go to find Yang Jia to ask for a mask to bring. Cannot smear the image of glory. It's better to be young. Gao Fulfillment let out an exclamation. Han Xian is not picking up the conversation. Warmth and Old One have mentioned this Gao Fulfillment, and both told Han Xian to be careful. And now Han Xian would like to pretty much just go back to the general department to lie down for a while, but Gao Fulfillment is not leaving, chatting with one sentence or another, and it seems like he doesn't want to go up the stairs. The company's staff gradually came to work. Han Xian's flower cat face became the focus of attention. Everyone who went over had to stare for a while. The red little treasure horse came. Sunya, wearing a short skirt twisted the sultry waist, slowly walked. High fulfillment of the face showed a lewd smile. Very obscene smile. Ah, Han Xian. Lin Zonghang's animosity towards you is not small. If he makes things difficult for you, feel free to come to me. Han Xian frowned slightly, then laughed. Okay, Mr. Gao. Chapter 47, Two Living Treasures. What the hell is Lin doing? He's going to make a scene in the city? Isn't he afraid of losing face? And Gao Fulfillment is a bit too attentive, isn't he? Looking at the back of Gao Fulfillment and Sunya, Han Xian's brows stretched. Hey, what's Kenchan looking at? Su Liang patted Han Xian's shoulder, and the moment Han Xian turned his head, Su Liang was startled and jumped back a step, his eyes twitching as he asked, You've had a bit of an exciting weekend, haven't you? Han Xian sighed feebly. Can't help it, people are in the world. I see you two have dark circles under your eyes. You worked pretty late last night, didn't you? It's not bad. Brother Kenner's money is a bit unforgiving. Asterisk 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 off. Everyone has everyone's way of life. Su Liang adhering to the concept of today's wine, today's drunkenness to live. Indulge in the young capital and youth. Han Xian cannot care and do not want to care. Two people chatting when Yang Lan came. She seems to like the blue professional skirt with flesh-colored stockings, the upper body of a chiffon blouse, long hair coiled in the back of the head, long and fair neck. Yang Lan is very beautiful. Today seems to be specially dressed up. Today, she seems to have deliberately dressed up a bit, even more beautiful. Su Liang and Han Xian looked at each other, then put on a piggy look and shouted at the same time. Pretty girl, leave your phone number. Yang Lan, who was already preparing to enter the elevator, instantly stiffened in place, being shouted at by these two broken children. All the staff's gazes landed on her, and being exasperated, she stomped her foot and turned around to run at the two people who were making a mess. Yang Lan faced a few points of shyness and anger, stepping on high heels trotting style, but this scene fell in the eyes of Han Xian and Su Liang is not so good. The two ears were Yang Lan grabbed. The two hastily begged for forgiveness, but unfortunately did not have the wish. Was Yang Lan one hand grabbed, one dragged into the elevator. As she walked out of the elevator, Yang Lan heard the people in the elevator behind her whispering, Manager Yang is really pretty today. She's already good looking. She just doesn't dress up much. Not to mention Yang Lan, that Han Xian and Su Liang from the comprehensive department are also very handsome. How come all the handsome guys went to the comprehensive department? Listening to the chewing behind her, Yang Lan became even more ashamed and angry. And when she threw the two into the comprehensive department, Lu Jiulong's eyes went straight when he saw Yang Lan, rubbing his hands and going up to the front to offer a naive pander. Arrow sure. Yang Lan was taken aback and ignored Lu Jiulong, pointing at the two assholes and gritting her teeth. Both of you. Before the words were finished, Han Xian raised his hand and said evenly, Sister Yang, I'm going to report to Mr. Yan's side. Everything is Su Liang's doing. I'll leave first. AI. Brother Qianer, you're not decent. Don't run away. At the critical moment, Han Qian decisively sold his teammates and ran out of the comprehensive department. Then he heard Yang Lan's order for Su Liang to clean up the comprehensive department's sanitation. Han Qian was glad to run fast, and when he came to Yin Qingqing's office, the Night Fork Nymphette had already begun to work, and a lot of documents were placed on the table, and Xiao Yangjia was busy with her work, and Han Qian quietly sat on the sofa and flipped through a fashion magazine, and didn't open his mouth to interrupt. After a short while, Yin Qingqing, who was looking at the documents, spoke. The preliminaries have been taken care of, and now that the court is getting ready for the residents to move, work can begin in almost a month to find a builder, and I can put you in charge of that along with the project team. Han Qian leaned his back against the sofa and said softly, just negotiate to the project department. I'll have to look at the design drawings when the time comes, and the supervision is best left to the general department. It was then that Yin Qingqing raised her head, frowning when she saw Han Qian, whose face was injured, and said in a deep voice, how old are you and still fighting? Han Qian, I really suspect you have violent tendencies. What did you and Gao Fulfill say downstairs this morning? Between words, Yin Qingqing has stood up and walked around the table towards Han Qian. Today this woman's dress seems to have a bit of a human appearance. A black suit, only on the feet is a pair of pink rabbit slippers. Han Qian covered his face and shook his head. He also asked me about my face injury. He didn't control his temper and fought with someone the day before yesterday. Mr. Yen, I don't quite understand the relationship between you and Gao Fulfillment. I feel like he always kind of pulls me in. Yin Qingqing took the magazine in Han Qian's hand and put it on the coffee table, then sat on the sofa to face Han Qian. The distance between the two was very close. Han Qian couldn't help but lean back. Yin Qingqing leaned forward slightly, and when Han Qian was about to retreat again, Yin Qingqing suddenly shot out and grabbed Han Qian's collar to forcefully pull it down in front of him, and angrily said, I just wanted to see the bruise on your face. What the hell are you hiding for? Han Qian had an innocent face and whispered, I thought you were going to kiss me. This word, Yin Qingqing suddenly laughed, smiling like a flower. Looking at Han Qian also threw a wink. Han Qian saw this slightly stunned, then suddenly felt a pain in the arm. A moment of inattention actually let Yin Qingqing was backhanded pressed on the sofa. Yin Qingqing delicate voice laughed, little handsy, do you want more kisses from the queen? Han Qian didn't say anything, and Yin Qingqing tilted her head in the Dao. Gao Fulfillment is indeed pulling you in. Some of the individual talents that I found around me have been dug up by Gao Fulfillment, and now there are a few left. Song Jing of the personnel department counts as one, and Yang Lan of the comprehensive department counts as half. Do you really think that my sister threw you into the comprehensive department in order to get back at you? I just need to succeed once. It is the same as high fulfillment failure once. He has been wanting to sit in my position. You think he can let me around to stay around? Han Qian, you lack money. I'll give you the opportunity to make money. If you dare to take revenge on my old lady will go in front of Warmth and tell you that you slept with me and haven't paid yet. I'm kind of psyched that you said that. Sleeping with me? I'm talking about high fulfillment pulling the plug on me. What am I doing sleeping with you when I have nothing to do? I'm afraid you'll be strangled in the middle of the night. Han Qian slightly forced to break free from Yin Qingqing's restraints, but this time the force with the large in the Yin Qingqing's arm around the head when accidentally pulled the woman into the arms. Yin Qingqing suddenly furious, Han Qian also confused. In the two ready to separate, Xiao Yangjia pushed open the door. Mr. Yen, you want you don't. The scene in front of her stunned Xiao Yangjia. Han Qian was busy trying to push Yin Qingqing out of his arms, but Yin Qingqing suddenly wrapped her arms around Han Qian's neck and softly told Xiao Yangjia to just put it on the coffee table. Xiao Yangjia left the office with a red face, which is when Yin Qingqing stood up, followed by a punch to Han Qian's stomach. Han Qian yelled in pain, "You're sick!" Yin Qingqing bristled. Xiao Yangjia is known for her gossip and big mouth in the company. She will immediately tell the others about me sitting in your arms, and slowly it will reach Gao Fulfillment's ears. At that time, even if you want to go to Gao Fulfillment's camp, he will be suspicious and won't believe in you. Don't blame me for being too sinister. Han Qian, the adult world is like this. What is my fate when I fail, do you know? It's a canary. I'm not a man, and I don't have the capital to rise again. Han Qian's face was helpless, powerless to sigh. And then you want everyone in glory to think we have an incestuous relationship? Lady Nightcrawler, if you don't marry, I'd like to. Getting back together with a giant baby? Big deal. My sister commiserated. Don't. You're the big earner. I'm aggravated. Chapter 48. Wan Degu finds the door. Han Qian, you said you want the general department to be the supervisor, but do you know that Yang Lan from the general department can't control those people? Yin Qingqing was arranging her hair, and her proud chest was estimated to make the warmth heart murderous. Han Xian said softly as he lay on the sofa and looked at the ceiling. No, do supervise pretty much as me and Su Lian to do? Others will be safe and sound in the office to stay on it. Comprehensive department always this way is not a thing. Other people's life and death I do not worry about. The main thing is that young sister side. High fulfillment thinking of disbanding the comprehensive department. On the character of Yan Lan to go to where not to be bullied or to make a little action is better. Asterisk. Don't you know that women look best when they brush their hair? I don't bother to look at you. How horrible you look. Get out. Okay. Han Xian does not want to stay in an office with Yen Qingqing alone. Han Xian is not horny, but it does not mean that he is not a man. Out of the door when looking at the small Yang Jia face of excitement. Han Xian to the brain is a slap. Headache. The brain is its own. In the small Yang Jia face of gossip under the gaze of Han Xian into the elevator. Compared to Yen Qingqing's office, Han Xian more hate the current Ministry of General Affairs. Inside the pandemonium of a little bit of no work atmosphere, Lu Jiulong is bent on hooking up with Yan Lan. Li Dongshang led a partnership of people protesting, including Han Xian, including none of the serious people. Walking in the corridor when you can still hear the noise of the comprehensive department. The moment you walk into the door, the comprehensive department is clean. Only a girl sitting in the corner is wearing headphones to the computer spitting 3 words. Articulate. So that Han Xian a little afraid to sit down quietly in his seat and Su Liang chatting about how the weekend is spent. Han Xian came back. Yang Lan also walked out in the office. She just received a phone call from Mr. Yen, clapping her hands and telling the members of the comprehensive department to get ready. In a while they will go to the construction site as a supervisor. At that time remember to prepare a few more clothes. At the same time, she also shouted to the girl in the corner. Little Wan Air, how can a girl's family curse? Xianwan raised her head and laughed nervously, closing the game and taking off the headset. When Li Dongshang, who was on the side, opened his mouth and sneered. My mom said that you, Xianwan, are the most unsuitable woman to be a daughter-in-law. Looking at the obedient and coquettish Xianwan turned her head and smiled sweetly at Li Dongshang. Mama's boy, you better shut up. Don't think that just because your father is one of the shareholders I wouldn't dare to scold you. All day long your mouth is on your mom. Why don't you kick her in the pocket? Ego? Han Xian to interest. Have guessed that the Department of Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons. But how also did not expect this Li Dongsheng his father is actually the glory of the shareholders. And this Qianwan does not seem to take the shareholders seriously. Yan Lan to stop the two men's quarrel, and told them that if they want to quarrel immediately be transferred to other departments to go. Han Xian looked at Qianwan and Li Dongsheng with interest. His face was now full of gossip. Su Liang saw Han Xian's expression and laughed in a small voice. Inside the comprehensive department there are just a few people who don't rely on relationships to come in. You, me, Wu Saigan, as long as it's basic to work with your head down it doesn't matter. Eating snacks and playing games is all about relationships. And Sister Yang's temperament is also relatively soft. Hey, Xianer brother, I ask you just now Xiao Yangjia ran over to say that you and Mr. Yen are in love? Han Xian reached out and pushed Su Liang's head away, cursing with a laugh. If Xiao Yangjia's words are believed, dead people can't put on clothes. Don't listen to her nonsense. On the contrary, Sister Yang said that she will go to do the supervisor's thing next month is true. It may be cold at that time. At that time you remember to put on more clothes. How big is that Xianwan's background? Her aunt is also one of the shareholders of the company. Are down to experience the life of the male child. Missy, cannot be compared to cannot be compared to. Xianer brother, you say they spend money is not all will not blink. Every day is not have to 8 dishes Think what? There is not much difference with ordinary people. When you have $1 million you feel actually the same as now. Can't afford it or can't afford it. Su Liang smiled and didn't answer. The life of the comprehensive department became calm again. At noon in the cafeteria met Cao Fulfillment. He just smiled at Han Xian and did not come over to greet him. Yen Qingqing's vicious approach seemed to work. In the afternoon when Han Xian was bored, he received a phone call from Guan Degu. For Guan Big Dog can know his phone. Han Xian is not at all surprised. If he does not have this ability, what he said can be treated as a fart. In the shade of the main entrance of the glory, a big red suit Guan Big Dog and Han Xian stood in the shade. The people passing by have to go around. Guan Big Dog's reputation seems to be poor to the extreme. Guan Degu didn't forget to bring a bottle of water to hand to Han Xian. Grinning, brother Han, today Lin Zonghong called again to ask when he's going to do it. I didn't tell him not to do it. I just said I was looking for an opportunity and came over to ask for your side's opinion. Han Xian took the water and frowned and laughed. Brother Guan, your being so attentive is making me a bit uneasy. I don't think I have anything on me that would interest your master, right? This brother Han said is not right. A phone call from your relatives make my master are a little worried. How is it useless? Li Jinhai can be regarded as our natural enemy. Cannot afford to provoke. Of course a Li Jinhai can only be exchanged for a tell you Lin Zonghong want to harm your news. As for that our side to help you stabilize all because of my home Missy this morning to the master to make a phone call. Very surprising. The phone in addition to Lee Jiawei said the most is brother Hanyu. I heard that Missy also want to take the roles made in your home to go home to the master to show off. So, said to this, Guan Degu suddenly ran away. Han Xian followed the gaze frowned when he looked. Wearing a short skirt, Sunya twisted flirtatious waist down the stairs. Guan Degu, this is the past accosted. The result is naturally needless to say. Guan Degu was rejected, and re-walked back to the side of Han Xian when Guan Degu laughed. This Sunya is Gao Fulfillment's woman. My master has always wanted to blackmail Gao Fulfillment, once couldn't find an opportunity. Opportunities are hard to come by. Brother Han, don't blame me. The words were automatically filtered by Han Xian, who laughed softly. So your master had you come over here to tell me that you guys are going to reject Lin Zongheng? Listening to what you said, it seems like things aren't going well for your master right now. Brother Han jokes. My master's name under the KTV for 2 bars, bath 2. Although not rich, but money, this kind of thing should be received still. Who is not afraid of money bite hand, right? This time the master put the treasure pressure on Brother Han's body. I believe that Brother Han also do not let my master suffer, is not it? Han Xian suddenly got angry and kicked Guan De Dog's stomach directly to the ground, pointing at the guy and cursing angrily. Guan De Dog, you are dishonest. I won't play with you anymore. The words fell and turned around. This scene was watched clearly by Cao Fulfillment, who was standing on the 12th floor, and Yan Qingqing, who was on the 14th floor. Both of them knew that Red Suit Tart and saw Guan Degu being kicked out. Lying on the ground, Guan Daogo sighed feebly and took out his cell phone to dial a number. Master, this Han Xian isn't too easy to fool. Why don't we just tie him up? Fine. I know. Chapter 49, Speculation. Han Xian just arrived at the 11th floor of the Ministry of General Affairs. Gao Fulfillment has been waiting outside the elevator. Do not have to ask to know is about Guanju and Biao thing, but not waiting for Gao Fulfillment to open his mouth. Xiao Yangjia is like a sword, like scurrying into the elevator. Press the button 13A to go to the 14th floor. Han Xian to Gao Fulfillment apologized a smile. Gao Fulfillment made a gesture that it's okay. In fact, Han Xian really want to talk to Gao Fulfillment in. Glory is very good to the staff, but the internal is really too chaotic. Just arrived on the 14th floor. Guan Big Dog's phone call again. The phone said to ask Han brother to go to the opposite side of the cafe to sit down. Han Xian hung up the phone directly without saying a word and walked into Yan Qingqing's office. Han Xian frowned. I'm kind of a twofer? Yan Qingqing grabbed the bookbinder on the table and smashed it against Han Xian. Frowning. I'm not in the mood to fool around with you. What does Guan the dog want with you? Combined. This Guan Big Dog's reputation is poor to this point. This reputation is not small. Han Xian took this binder and walked up and placed it on the table. Frowning. We two have a little relationship. How come you all know Guanju Inbiao? He's famous? Not famous, but infamous. Extortion. Fraud. Mob fighting. As long as the gangster hooligans do things on him, there is not a single thing that he has not done. After the incident, there are little brothers to take the blame for the crime in prison. Through the relationship of 3 to 5 years after the out, the phone rang again while he was talking, and this time Guan Degu opened the door and spoke bluntly. Name your price, Brother Han. Han Xian let out a thinking for a moment before speaking. Half an hour from now, the cafe across the street. Hanging up the phone, Han Xian looked at Yan Qingqing and asked, You know 2 Snap? No, not familiar. Neat sort of a nodding relationship. The black boss of the 8th district. The past few years transformed from the good. Do you think he has any desire to be a builder? Yan Qingqing fell silent, staring at Han Xian with a pair of fox eyes. She laughed. Han Xian also laughed. Then Yan Qingqing slammed the table and said angrily, No way. Han Xian, who are you to make decisions instead of me? Are you my man or my boss? It's absolutely impossible for you to give away favors. Han Xian couldn't laugh and frowned. Why? 2 Snap is from the Triad Society. Even if he cuts corners, our honor can't do anything about him. In the end, I will be held accountable. No, 2 Snap definitely can't. Yan Qingqing strictly refused. Weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't give it to 2 Snapdragon. Listening to Yan Qingqing, Han Xian also felt a little less reliable. But Han Xian thought of a sentence Guan Daogo said downstairs at that meeting. He wants to extort high fulfillment. Han Xian thought about telling Yan Qingqing about this matter. Yan Qingqing listened to his eyes bright again. Han Xian is not interested in listening to him and the nagging. Turned around and went downstairs, leaving Yan Qingqing to think of his own search. Extorting or not extorting high fulfillment, Han Xian does not care. He cares that this idea can make Yan Qingqing's heart want to take action against the high fulfillment or 2 Snapdragon. But from Guan Big Dog's behavior towards Sunya does not seem to be like talking about blackmail. 2 Snapdragon should be letting this guy to contact Sunya. The alternative is Han Xian. Guan Big Dog has made his own cafe. Guan Degu crossed his legs sitting by the window seat and not far from a white-collar lady eyebrows. Suddenly white-collar lady got up and ran. Guan Degu, suddenly furious, turned his head to look at the face full of smiles. Stood up, also do not care about the other people, need to be quiet. Shouted, Brother Han, here. As soon as the words fell, A waiter came over to remind him not to disturb others, and Guan Dagu frowned, hostility rising to the top, frowning as he took out a bunch of banknotes in his pocket in his arms, counting them one by one and placing them inside the waiter's tray as he continued to shout at Han Xian. Brother Han, you're finally here. If you don't come, Guan is going to be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish. Seeing Han Xian walking towards him, Guan Dago smiled and turned his head to the waiter and laughed. You come over here and bother me again. I'll break your legs. Bring over the best coffee. Not enough to make up for yourself. The rest is your tip. Get out. The waiter ran away with a $700 tip, and no one in the cafe dared to open their mouths to mess with this alien. Han Xian smiled and came, and when he took his seat the coffee was also on the table. Han Xian crossed his legs and skimmed his mouth. I don't have much interest in bitter things. Brother Guan, it's not like you're stalking me just because of Lin Zongheng, is it? Also, you should be able to see my current financial situation. I'm not a suitable target for your blackmail. Guan Dagu was a little confused about this Han Chi, and in front of him, and smiled with a smile on his face. Brother Han said what words? Not to mention that he Lin Zongheng want to take action against you. As long as you say a word, I will let him full of feces today. We brothers see each other like old friends. Do not say that 2 words. Do not like the coffee we brother and sister to change the wine is. Ha, Brother Guan's jokes are really good. If I continue to tell jokes, it's not good for me to skip out of work. I have to go back. Hearing that Han Xian was leaving, Guan Dagu hurriedly got up, his face a bit anxious. Seeing this, Han Xian suddenly smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Guan, this is too unforgiving. Just now you accompanied me in the company for a play. How can I leave, right? I hope Brother Guan can be more honest. Was it little Tu Kuan who told you that you had a good relationship with Yin Qingqing? Or did you find someone to investigate me? Saying that it has been said, Guan Big Dog is not doing cover. Disheveled and sitting on the chair with a powerless sigh. Hey, I said I'm not this piece of material. Killing and setting fire, I'm good at it. And people like you who play with their brains, I'm not willing to say. It's the master who called Missy to know. But I hope Brother Han can believe me a word. I absolutely do not mean to harm Brother Han you. I'm worried that behind the scenes, someone said that I Guan de Gao dog singles to fight but not to give people a trip. Han Xian picked up the coffee and took a sip. The coffee was too hot. Drinking this movement is a bit like the old man in the old country drinking tea. See Guan de Gao face of dismay. Han Xian laughed. Coffee drink. This temperament has not been raised. In fact, I prefer to drink some tea. Do not like this foreign things. I and Guan brother is to fight out of the friendship. At first sight like a dear friend. I do not believe you do not have to go to believe Pinocchio. Pie what? Wine. Han Xian didn't even bother to explain to Guan de Dog and smiled before saying, if you say that Brother Guan is just looking for me to make small talk, I definitely don't believe you. If I guessed correctly, the person 2 Snap wanted to find was Sunya, right? But you were more optimistic about me, Han Xian. Then you found out that I was harder to deal with than Sunya. And you also knew about Sunya and I not getting along. You and I got mixed up together and were directly sentenced to death by Sunya. The result wasn't what 2 Snapdragon wanted. So it's hard for you. Am I guessing correctly? Guan de Go's head left a cold sweat, pretending to be calm and picking up a coffee cup. Han Xian ha again. 2 Snap is having a hard time, right? Now he needs to transform. He needs a chance to make a solid profit. The only ones that can give him the backing to invest are Glory and Smooth. Smooth is not making any moves nowadays, so he chooses Glory. And 2 Snap wants to be a builder? Pust. A mouthful of coffee spewed out, coincidentally spraying on the man who was preparing to leave on the side. And Guan Daogo seemed to have missed it, staring at Han Xian with wide eyes. Brother Han, Yuri a god. Ha! Han Xian didn't give Guan Dagu an answer, picked up the handkerchief on the table and handed it to the poor man, who thought that this guy didn't appreciate it at all, and threw away the handkerchief to grab Guan Dagu's shoulder. Me so. A cold light flashed. Guan Dagu drew a half-meter long short knife behind his waist and nailed it to the table. The poor man saw this and turned around and left, without the slightest intention of dragging his feet. But this scene was rushed to the coffee shop of Yen Qingqing to see clearly. Outside she did not know what happened, only to see Guan Dagu suddenly draw his knife and stare at Han Xian in death. Yen Qingqing jogged across the road to the cafeteria, and Han Xian just shrugged his shoulders and whispered, "Put it away. We're both serious people here. Brother Guan doesn't ask if I, Han Xian, have the ability to convince Yin Qingqing." Guan Daogo put away his sword and sighed. 10 seconds ago I was skeptical. Now I believe it. Brother Han, you're truly a man of God. Vice President 1 of Smooth Enjoyment. General Manager Yen of Glory. You're blessed with a lot of lust. Han Xian jerked his head around, and Yin Qingqing was dragging a chair this way. What's the Lady of the Night doing here? Chapter 50, Snubbing. Then snubbing. Yin Qingqing sat down next to Han Xian and frowned with a bit of disgust at Guan Daogo. Guan Juinbiao did not look at her, but looked at Han Xian and smiled bitterly. Brother Han, my master's meaning you probably. No, it's that you've accurately guessed it, and now you can make your demands. Aren't you going to ask if I can do it? Mr. Yen is already sitting here. So, the one who negotiated with you was me, the one who pushed you guys was me, and the one who made the decision was General Yen. Brother Guan, your master is a bit insincere. We're both minions under the Dragon King. You're a shrimp soldier, and I'm a crab general. Got it. Please Brother Han, wait for the good news. In addition there is, just for the friendship between you and me, I will clean up Lin Zonghong's small action cleanly. Go, don't send. I've settled the bill. Mr. Yen, feel free to order. Is it? You don't nearly have the money. Just take it as me Guan Dage to apologize to you. Just as Guan Daogo left, Yen Qingqing turned around and punched Han Qian's shoulder angrily. Do you know how dangerous this guy is? Aren't you asking for trouble if you meet with him alone? He even moved his knife. Did he threaten you? Don't breathe if he threatened you. Han Qian waved off Yen Qingqing's hand and scolded with a laugh. Then I have to suffocate. The injury on my face is from Guan Dage. The injury on his face is also from me. Do you think he can threaten me? This morning you told me about the builder's business. Plus Guan Big Dog came to me and Sunya. I guessed a little bit of a clue. Guan Big Dog, this time this guy took it upon himself to almost do the wrong thing. But also it's also an opportunity for me. You know, I need money very much. 30, 000 or 50, 000 isn't too much. 100, 000 or 80, 000 isn't too much. Incorrigible you, really for the sake of money you will do anything. What do you mean by your shrimp just now? Does it mean that you want me to meet Tu Snap? Yen Qingqing had a look of resistance on her face, and Han Qian smiled as he straightened the hem of her coat and laughed softly. You step in too much to lift him. Tu Snapdragon, this person I have not seen, but from his experience and let Guanju and Biao come over to test the water today can be seen that he is very proud. First hang him out to dry for a while, boldly put out the message to negotiate with other builders. Yen Qingqing slapped Han Qian's hand away and said angrily, don't take advantage of me, Han Qian. I'm really brainwashed to let you into the glory group. Why do you always think of letting me have cooperation with Tu Snapdragon? With your brain to casually do some things can earn these tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of favor fee. So dangerous character, you contact him for what? Han Qian, who had been slapped, skimmed his mouth and faintly returned. There are many reasons to contact them. Lin Zongheng, this guy paid for my legs. The person he found was Guan Dage. This is one. Two is that after you work with Tu Snapdragon it's like having an ally. You only need to look at the results. When things go wrong, Tu Snapdragon is responsible. Those who want to secretly make things bad for you want to go to the construction site to meddle in it maybe don't have the guts to do it. You chose Tu Snapdragon, it's like pinching him off in advance and high fulfillment's cooperation. And in the end it's for my money. Asterisk 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 off. I think you're just fooling me for your money. And I'm not going to talk to Tu Snap anyway. I'll go. You don't have to step in. I'll go and talk. And if anyone on the board counters I'll tell Guan Dage the name of the person. And in the world of adults, well, it's not that straight and narrow. Yen Qingqing glared at Han Qian and stood up, then turned around and grabbed her hair with both hands, a pair of high heels continuously stomping on the ground, her mouth muttering as if she was chagrined and entangled. Han Qian smiled and stood up and straightened out his suit to follow Yen Qingqing's back out of the cafe. On the way Yen Qingqing punched and kicked at Han Qian. The force was not heavy, it was more to vent her inner kinks and unwillingness. How is it that she is now being led by the nose by this guy Han Qian? Mainly because the words he said really made her heart flutter. Cal Fulfillment stood in front of the window and watched the two people crossing the road talking about love. Frowning tightly, Sunya, who was wearing a short skirt, came and gently wrapped her arms around Gal Fulfillment's waist, saying sweetly, "What's wrong? That Han Qian giving you a headache?" Gal Fulfillment backhandedly dragged Sunya up and down in front of his body, and with his chin against Sunya's shoulder, he pointed at the two people downstairs and laughed lewdly. This Han Qian's appearance has broken my plans. I'm not sure if he's a mistake or if he has real talent. Whichever of the two, he won't be working for me anymore. I'm going to trouble you again. Don't focus on Li Dongsheng. Get rid of Han Qian first. Sunya stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a bloodshot face, nodded in a thin voice like a mosquito, and then High Fulfillment continued. Actually, you shouldn't have angrily rebuked Guan Daogo. Having a good relationship with him will be useful to us, so we can try to seduce this guy and try to find out what he's looking for in Han Qian. Sunya suddenly turned around. Some unwillingly looked at Cal Fulfillment in a delicate voice and pouted. You're willing to give it up? High Fulfillment let out a lewd laugh. Get you a different car. Didn't you have your eye on that Primera from Li Jinhee? You're so nice. Sunya snuggled in the arms of the High Fulfillment. The mind is already the figure of Guan Daogo. She valued the material. As for the body of the man who cares about the whole, money and interests are enough. Of course, if Guan Daogo replaced Han Qian, she may choose to as long as a bag. Han Xian and Yan Qingqing walk side by side into the group door. Yan Qingqing towards the executive elevator. Han Xian opposite direction towards the staff elevator. Waiting for the elevator, Yan Qingqing more and more annoyed with the thought of taking off the high heels smashed to Han Xian, but the distance is too far. Han Xian looked at the high heels fell in the distance, he smile and turned around and walked into the elevator in stride. Yan Qingqing pointed to the elevator and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My mother cursed you not to be able to get it up in your life. You want to cooperate. You go talk to him? As Yan Qingqing limped to pick up her shoes, the door of the employee elevator was opened, and Han Xian leaned against the elevator door with a smirk on his face, laughing softly. Well, Yan's account, small death will be completed. Do you want small to pick up shoes for you? Asterisk 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 off. You're not a prince. Don't put shoes on my mother. And rightly so, you're not a princess after all. Warmth is? What does she have to do with whether or not you can be crooked in a good way? Luckily, at this time, the lobby on the first floor was less crowded. Only a few security guards and the receptionists welcome. No one thought that they were arguing, and more thought that they were flirting. In the end, Han Xian didn't pick up any shoes for Yan Qingqing, and Yan Qingqing didn't wear any shoes. Walking barefoot into the elevator back to her office on the 14th floor, Han Xian returned to the office with a few more band-aids on his desk, and asked curiously after taking his seat, Rio, you bought it? Su Liang skimmed his mouth and shook his head, pointing at Lu Jiolong. Han Xian turned his head and met Lu Jiolong a pair of eyes with deep jealousy, and instantly understood that it was Sister Yang who put it down. Han Xian grinned. That's so nice. Sister Yang is so sweet. Tomorrow I'll introduce a date to Sister Yang. Lu Jiolong got up in great anger, and at this time, the back of Han Xian's head suddenly received a slap, and Yang Lan stood behind him. And just at this time, Wu Saigan answered a phone call and left the comprehensive department. Chapter 51: Escalating Conflicts. To the end of the time, everyone packing ready to leave work, small Yang Jia suddenly came, holding a company of children AD calcium milk holding drink. She was followed by a 5 or 6 years old or so of the little lowly. The little lowly walked into the department of Lu Jiolong has stood up. A face of spoiled walk up to the front want to go to hold the little girl, but unfortunately the little lowly is not too much to the face. Soft and weak shouted out a grandpa, holding the stockings of Yang Jia. The small legs do not let go. Han Xian curiously looked at Yang Jia, and then looked at the little lowly, looking still a little joint-like. It is difficult to say. Little Yang Jia, your daughter? Bah! Little Yang Jia made a face at Han Xian and bristled. No wonder Mr. Yan scolded you all afternoon. Brother Qian'er, your eyes are really a bit of a problem. Your brother Yang is a delicate flower that has not yet bloomed. Where is the daughter? My niece. Su Liang on the side opened his mouth and laughed. Yang Jia, you have no breasts. Before the words were spoken, Han Xian bumped into him and frowned. The baby's here. Don't be ridiculous. The words fell crouching on the ground with open arms and narrowed eyes and laughed. Little Bebe, come to uncle for a hug. This will be little Bebe. Hand AD calcium milk has finished, is raising his head pitifully looking at sister-in-law. A hand tugging at the hem of the sister-in-law. Han Xian see little Bebe ignore him. Get up and go forward, and Yang Jia's hand grabbed a bottle of AD calcium milk. Ignoring little Yang Jia murderous gaze, holding the AD calcium milk tempted little Bebe. Bebe, come, uncle, give me a hug, then uncle will buy you something delicious. Little Bebe looks really cute. Round face meat, a pair of big eyes as if two black jewels, small nose wrinkled is very cute. Sister Yang herself does not dress up in this daughter's body but the slightest bit of hiding her aesthetic. Blue jeans, backpack pants with two small antlers of the hat. The little Bebe is really too cute. Only this little girl didn't come close to Han Xian, hugging little Yang Jia's leg and asking in a glutinous manner, "You're a relative of Dad's?" Han Xian was slightly stunned by this question, then shook his head and laughed. "It's a friend of Mom's." "Then you should call uncle. You can only have a hug or Mom will get mad." Little Bebe took one step miso towards Han Xian, opening her two little arms to hug Han Xian's neck, and as Han Xian was about to pick the little girl up, little Bebe spoke. "Uncle." Han Xian busy AD calcium milk in his hand to the little Bebe. The results of the little girl turned and ran back to Yang Jia's behind, squatting down to drink milk, as if everything did not happen. This scene makes Han Xian helpless smile, combined with this little girl to deceive awe. Little Yang Jia shrugged at Han Xian and bristled. "She's such a wimp. She runs away when she cheats on food. Why don't you buy me something tasty and I'll let you hold it?" Han Xian got up and hastily shook his head in refusal. "Don't, can't hold it. No niece your age." Su Liang, who was on the sidelines, leapt to his feet and rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Xiao Yangjia, I can do it. I don't have a little uncle like you. Off." Xianwan also in this will come over. Laugh and ask Su Liang want a hug. she can consider. This Su Liang shook his head vigorously, refused, muttered that the last time to Qian Wan to help bring a bottle of water, and then was forced to pull over to practice the game for an afternoon. Although the girl is good, but this is two tired brain things Su Liang absolutely do not do. The most important thing is that game is all in English. The operation is simply troublesome to death. Qian Wan skimmed his mouth, like a magic trick to take out a variety of snacks in his pocket, looking at Yang Jia to give up the hands of AD calcium milk. However, these snacks are used to tempt little Bei. Shenwan then hugged little Bei back to her computer, saying that game playing should start with children. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bei broke free from Qianwan's clutches because Yang Lan came back. Yang Lan frowned and looked at Xiao Bei, and then scolded Yang Jia how to bring her over. Didn't he say to stay on her side? Xiao Yang Jia bristled and said that he was off work, and he came over to find her to get off work together. Yang Lan frowned and didn't say anything, and turned around to clap her hands to the members of the comprehensive department. Don't rush off work first. Just now during the meeting, the company's senior management had a lot of opinions about the comprehensive department, and some tasks and instructions have been given from above, mainly to help the marketing department and the project department to complete the plan for that piece of land at the airfield. And in addition, the members of the comprehensive department should go to the renovation company as well as the neighborhoods that are being developed in groups of 3 at the beginning of next week to investigate the current their market materials demand. As soon as the words fell, a loud lament and complaint came out from the general department, and Li Dongsheng, who was already preparing to pack up and leave work, leaned back in his chair and frowned. Sister Yang, we work here every day. Sigwan, they are busy. Work is our duty. This is what should be, but I am not convinced. Why this Han Xian cannot see the shadow of a day, said to go away, said to come back, and did not see him do anything. You this bias a little bit serious, right? Yang Lan was momentarily speechless. Recently indeed too indulgent Han Xian. Late, absenteeism, skipping work, but now Yang Lan did not know how to say. Han Xian was ready to return the favor. That seemingly in the comprehensive department is a small maid. Wu Saigan suddenly spoke. Dongsheng, this plan is all done by Brother Qianer. Didn't he let us help do things when he was busy in the past? Things are also handed over to Sister Yang from above. I'll do your job. Don't make things difficult for Sister Yang. Li Dongsheng frowned at Han Xian. His eyes became even colder. He stood up with a cold snort and left, stomping his foot heavily as he walked past Xiao Bei, frightening Xiao Bei. The AD calcium in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, both Han Xian and Yang Jia got angry. Han Xian coldly took a step forward, despite the fact that there are many people who told him that this Li Dongsheng can't be messed with. But Han Xian can't bear it. His good temper can be given to the people around her who treat her well. His shoulder was pressed. Han Xian turned his head to find that it was Lu Jiulong, who shook his head at Han Xian, and at this time, Yang Lan also stepped out to block Han Xian's body. This Li Dongsheng really can't be messed with. Han Xian let out a cold snort and walked forward to pick up the frightened little Bei and softly said, Uncle, take you to the supermarket. Don't be general with. This time Han Xian didn't care if there were any children around him. Li Dongsheng turned his head to look at Han Xian and despised him. Poor man. Li Dongsheng left, and Han Xian picked up little Bei, and the group left the general department. And when they walked into the elevator, Wu Saigan whispered, Brother Qianer, Li Dongsheng is like this, don't bother with him, his mom spoils him very excessively. Thanks. This Han Xian is not in a very good mood. No mood to pay attention to what family matters Li Dongsheng has. Little Bei hugged Han Xian's neck, little head hidden in his arms. The little girl was indeed frightened. Out of the elevator, Qianwan jogged to catch up, playfully. Brother Qianer, if you help me play the game, I'll help you beat Li Dongsheng, okay? No need. Chapter 52, The Encounter. Still the child is small. Han Xian pushed the cart. Little Bei sitting inside the car are about to be drowned by snacks. Little Yang Jia face enviously looking at little Bei. She also want to sit inside. Checkout spent $300. Han Xian put the bag of snacks in Yang Lan's trunk, and waved at little Bei to go. From the beginning to the end did not say a word to the people around him. There is a fire in his heart. To be good to the warmth is owed to the Wen family. His original charge is not something that can be ended in just 3 years. With the warmth can be said to be not much of a debt, but to the old and the one and the Li Jinhe, Han Xian believes that he has a debt, which does not mean that he has a good temper to anyone. Li Dongsheng's repeated provocations have already made Han Xian unable to control himself. If it is not Lu Jiulong stopping him today, he will definitely want to break up his life with Li Dongsheng. Working at glory is what Han Xian wants, but being bullied is not something he can accept. Not wanting to go home with fire, Han Xian got on the bus and looked aimlessly out the window at the lights. It's raining. The sudden showers were heavy and bullied the pedestrians on the road with impunity. Waiting until the rain stopped and the bus arrived at the terminal. Getting off the bus at the train station and walking towards the city's most lively downtown. The air after the rain carried a slight coolness. Han Xian tightened his clothes, and incidentally touched his wallet, which was bulging. The money she gave to Yang Lan for the first time she didn't take, and now it's still in Han Xian's hand. Today's warmth seems to be very honest, and hasn't come to harass Han Xian. Walking down the underground mall steps, there are a lot of people in front of him. Han Xian is not in a hurry. He has no place he wants to go. He just wants to take a break. But slowly the people in front of him did not move, and there came a cacophony of shouting and cursing from the young people. Han Xian was about to turn around and leave when a voice from behind him stopped him in his tracks. Poor guy, can you afford it? These two words are extraordinarily harsh. Han Xian remembered that Li Dongxing said these two words to him when he left the office. How is it that people nowadays don't know their own surnames when they have 2 cents? Han Xian turned around and squeezed through the crowd to walk down the steps, kneeling on the marble tiles of the water-filled subterranean entrance, dressed in rags and tugging a compost bag tightly in her hand, was a grandmother who was kneeling in a puddle of water apologizing to a couple of kids across the street from her. She was old enough to be a grandmother to these children, but at this moment was humbly kneeling on the ground, and behind her was a thin young man in a white chef's blouse, 23 or 24 years old, his clothes covered in footprints and bright red, and the young man's nose was broken and bleeding. Han Xian frowned and walked forward, taking out a packet of Kleenex in his pocket and handing it to the young man, then turned around and took the grandmother's arm, laughing. "Get up, it's cold, and you'll suffer if you get rheumatism." The grandmother was a bit at a loss for words, and slowly got up with Han Xian's help. Han Xian's move annoyed the young kids, who were also 17 or 18 years old, with their hair dyed white and green, and dressed in avant-garde clothes, and one of them, a boy with dyed short dark green hair, went up and grabbed Han Xian's arm, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and despised him. "Poor man, you want to stand up for them? There's that word again." Han Xian backhand threw away the green hair's arm, raised his leg and a foot in his knee. The green hair ate pain, broke the mouth cursing. Behind a few children see this, regardless of men and women are rushing up. Their movements also let the big sister hiding behind them revealed the body. "Little Tu Cohen, tell your father that his cooperation with Glory has fizzled out." Speaking a slap in the face of the white hair already close to the white hair. White hair was dumbfounded, back to the spirit of the opening of the curse. Asterisk 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 Nima. Anum. Bang. Another slap fell. This time their big sister couldn't carry it anymore, lifting her head with an aggrieved face and looking at Han Xian, whispering, "Brother-in-law, I'm not to blame." The children who would still want to make a move froze, turned their heads to look at their big sister, and then glanced at Han Xian. Frozen in place, Han Xian ignored her aggravation, and took out $100 in his wallet and handed it to the grandmother, saying softly, "It's my poor discipline that has caused you to suffer. You can have this money, and I'll take the bottle on the ground as if I had received it." The words fell and took out another 200 and handed it to the grandmother, saying again, "Consider this money as my unintelligent niece's trouble to you." The grandmother was somewhat at a loss for words, and Han Xian took out another $1,000 and handed it to the young man lying on the ground, saying softly, "Believe it or not, this little girl is my niece. I don't have much money with me when I go out. Take this money and go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll leave you a phone number. Come to me anytime if it's not enough." The young man didn't take the money, but instead stared at Han Xian with dead eyes and whispered, "I haven't heard that Tu Snap has any relatives here." Han Xian laughed. "Not a relative. She called me a brother-in-law and I'm going to wipe this niece's ass for good. She probably won't appreciate it and call you a dumbass instead. That's her business, and it's enough for me, a self-appointed brother-in-law, to do what a brother-in-law should do." The young man stood up and snatched the money from Han Xian's hand, walked up and shoved it to the grandmother, and turned to Han Xian with a smile as he assisted her up the stairs. "I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky." Han Xian laughed. "It's lucky, I guess. At least I go home aching for the money I can make again, rather than regretting that I didn't go through with it. Maybe, I hope we don't see each other again." It must have been a very unpleasant time. The young man and the grandmother walked away. The grandmother's heart palpitated. Han Xian turned his head and glared fiercely at the little Tu Cohen. "But I didn't expect the girl to open her mouth and howl without regard for the crowd. Wow, brother-in-law, really don't blame me. I'm so aggrieved. Obviously I'm the one who is aggrieved. And you're threatening me, threatening my father. Wow. This will be a few social youths understand. Together with this unassuming guy, really big sister's brother-in-law, green hair and white hair, a strong apology to compensate for the wrong. Back to the side of the small tukuan by the little girl, a foot all kicked away. A moment left her own howl at the same place. Absolutely howling, not a single lump in the eye. Being surrounded by the crowd and pointing, Han Xian was also a little embarrassed, walking up and grabbing the back of little Tu Kuan's neck, whispering angrily, "Stop yelling and go." "Whoa, can't walk. I broke my foot." This time Han Xian realized that the back of little Tu Kuan's light gray clothes were full of mud and water, and the neck of the foot that was exposed outside was slightly red and swollen. Han Xian picked up little Tu Kuan and walked up the stairs, leaving the underground. Han Xian left soon. Guan Degu brought people to come, and Han Xian handed over little Tu Kuan to Guan Degu. Tell your boss that I'll take the initiative to contact him if I have time. And don't go to Glory to mess things up for me. Now everyone thinks that you, Guan Big Dog, and I are brothers. Guan Dagu looked at Han Chen with a grudging face and spoke quietly. Brother Han, is it a shame to be brothers with me? Guan Ju and Biao? ***** off. I'm afraid your enemies will cut me down. Chapter 53, a lousy good guy for $1,000 for nothing? The cause is indeed not to blame Tu Kuan. Those few children around her are considered to have known each other since childhood. There are also a few who are a few years older than her. Their mom and dad are the same role as Guan Daogo. Some of them are working as managers in the business under the name of Tu Snapdragon. Some of them are working as canines, and these children are naturally protective of their big miss. The thing is Tu Kuan and they go to the underground mall together. Out of the door with the grandmother collided with a full. Tu Kuan was knocked down to the ground, sprained his foot, the grandmother carrying a woven bag full of bottles and cans scattered all over the place. And then she was surrounded by these small canine teeth on the grandmother began a mouth spray mode. And then there and the young man's conflict occurred. If it wasn't for Tu Kuan's cry of brother-in-law, Han Qian probably wouldn't have ended up too well today. Sitting in Guan Daogo's car, Han Qian was sent back to the neighborhood, and when he got out of the car, Guan Daogo also got out. Brother Han, please stay. Guan Dagu's culture is not high, which always speaks in words. Han Qian turned his head to look at Guan Dagu, and then glanced at the small Tu Kuan lying in the car window, deflated this mouth. Stopped. Guan Dagu trotted up to the front, smiled at Han Qian. Brother Han, today you are indeed wrong, Missy. I asked the few cubs. Missy from beginning to end did not say a word. Today let Brother Han broke the fortune belongs to the heart is a bit too much, but also a few points of joy. Brother Han is really Missy as a junior. If my master knows will also surely thank Brother Han. You should also be able to see that my Missy is not the same as us. Han Qian turned his head to look at little Tu Kuan in the car and said indifferently, business is business, cooperation is cooperation. I don't want Tu Snap's transformation plan to include little Tu Kuan. I won't help Tu Snap's transformation because I'm still familiar with little Tu Kuan. Feel at ease to do normal competition. Don't play some small tactics and small smarts. Tu Kuan and I are the two of us. You and I are the two of us. And as for Tu Snap is a matter between the glories. Guan Dagu shook his head from side to side. Think carefully is indeed so. In the arms of the wallet out of the wallet seems to think about it. And put away the wallet. This scene Han Qian angry bad. Pointing at Guan Dagu cursed. Guan Big Dog. You're not real. Brother Han has time for tea. Guan Dagu got on the car and ran away, leaving Han Qian in front of the neighborhood cursing. I knew I would not pretend to be noble, blinded by the more than $1,000. And then Han Qian softly consoled himself. I owe more than $4 million. How bad are you? Honestly, it still hurts. When he walked into the door of the unit he saw Li Jiawei standing outside the elevator, saw Han Qian jogging forward, lowered his head and said he was sorry, and said he would try to return the money to his brother-in-law. Han Qian stretched out his hand and rubbed the youngster's hair and scolded with a laugh. You think uncle is a lack of money people ah? You do not follow the small Tu Kuan those little brats mixing society me and your mother will be content. As a passerby, brother-in-law told you love to love, but do not neglect their own too much to take each other too seriously. Love is two people each other, not a party to pay without asking for a return. Think of it, the second floor of their own step ladder to go up. Exercise. Patting Li Garvey on the head he went upstairs. When he came home, Warm said that Li Jiawei had come to look for him, and Han Qian leaned his back on the sofa and covered his head and told him what had happened. And Warm smiled and softly said after listening, no money to spend? The words fell. Draw out the drawer of the coffee table, in which took out a small pile of cash, almost $2,000 or so placed on Han Qian's lap. Softly, spent money peace of mind is also good. You just went to work on the body also have no money. Earned a little hard work also or transferred to me. This money you first take use. You have not gone out to work for a long time. Will inevitably not adapt to the current way of life? In case of one day and co-workers go out to eat, on the body of the money is not how embarrassing. Han Qian sighed as he glanced down at the money in his lap, picked it up and put it back in the drawer. I have a little more on my card. You still have to go to the bank to get it. What a hassle. When we used to live together wasn't this how I give you money now? You weren't this generous back then. You were left with 30-20 at most every time. Cut the crap. Warm body leaned forward, almost about to press on Han Qian's body. Han Qian stopped breathing for a moment, feeling the slight touch. Warm didn't think about it so much, took out his wallet in Han Qian's trouser pocket, put the money in it, and then kicked it into his pocket for him. A series of actions as if it was between a real couple. Warmth does not exclude touching Han Qian, but Han Qian is nervous. A short minute had caused a fine sweat to appear on his forehead, and as Warmth patted Han Qian's pocket, Han Qian jerked to his feet. I'll cook. Han Qian fell away. Who can carry this? After the meal, Warm nestled in the sofa and watched the TV. She was very interested in the bears, learning the tone of the second bear and shouting Han Qian bawled. Han Qian, who was wiping the floor with a rag, was too lazy to play this childish game with her, and asked softly, "Nothing's happened to Lin Zonghan lately? Still pestering you?" Warmth shook her head as she shifted on the couch with her legs crossed. He has no time. Just returned to the company a large number of things and the pressure on him. The board of directors side also want to see whether he has the ability to sit in the position of president. I am also happy to leisure, so as not to always come over to pester me. Han Qian, you say I used to be whether the head is a problem. How do I like him? Probably got squeezed by a door as a kid. Warmth wrinkled her nose and snorted coldly, then suddenly stood up from the sofa, jumped off the sofa with bare feet and squatted beside Han Qian with a serious face. "Hankin, let's ask truth or dare. Without the dares, no play." Seriously wiping the floor, Han Qian decisively rejected the warmth. The warmth of the undying grasp of Han Qian's rag. Looks like Han Qian does not play, she will not die. Helpless Han Qian agreed to sit on the floor tiles powerless. Okay, then I'll start by asking if you got perfect scores in school. No, I asked you if you're a virgin. Hankin, warming his face with gossip. Han Qian frowned and asked, "What kind of questions are you asking? You answer quickly." Warmth was unforgiving, and Han Qian could only reply helplessly, Okay, so ask how you tell the difference between lipstick colors. How do you tell the difference between an Ultraman? I can't tell the difference. Han Qian's answer was about to give Warmth a furious grip, waving her hand and slapping her hand on Han Qian's shoulder in a petulant scolding voice. "Why are you such a loser? Then let me ask you, did you have a favorite girl before me? No, that time small also do not understand and then you were fooled into marriage. Line, I ask you is serious. You and Lin Zonghangang most intimate contact is what? Take a hand. There doesn't seem to be any." Han Qian cocked his head to look at Warmth and said seriously, "I don't believe it." Bang! 2 wounds appeared on the white little feet. Han Qian covered his mouth and looked at Warm angrily. This kick was put in Han Qian's teeth. Han Qian's mouth was broken, and Warm's toes were also broken, and Warm limped up the stairs. She was telling the truth. It was dark, and Han Qian sat on the edge of the warm bed to sterilize her toes and softly said, "Next time in the hands I cannot care about you fooling around you still anxious eyes. Have said it is a truth or dare. You can still lie is what? I'm not lying." Warmth clutched her pillow and struggled against Han Qian's grabbed feet. Snap! Han Qian slapped lightly at the back of his foot and frowned. "Don't move." Warmth quietly looked at the man in front of her who was carefully applying medicine to her and whispered, "I'm sorry. You're welcome. Just kneel down and kowtow." Han Qian takes another kick to the body. Chapter 54, You Stole a Kiss from Me. Han Qian said anything not to play with the warmth. Play to play on the hands of this play cannot afford to play the strength to play a little. Back to the room to lie on the tatami looking at the roof of the days. The 2 bedrooms compared to the gap is a little big. The warmth of the side of the TV, computers, smartphones, Han Qian this side of the only one antique. Brewing and preparing for bed, the door to the room was pushed open and Warmth, wearing cartoon pajamas, walked into the room, took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, lamenting, "Han Qian, I can't sleep. Stay with me and chat." Han Qian covered his head with the quilt and ended his voice, "I'm going to bed. You can play Demoralize and watch the bears by yourself." "May not. Han Qian, you and I talk. How about you take me to play the game? Just married when you will not also sneak at night to play the game. It happens to be that you also bought a computer. You take me to play it." Warmth pressed Han Qian's shoulders and shook them, a few pouty words in her tone. Han Qian lifted the covers and sat up, narrowing her eyes and glaring at Warmth. "Come on, chat. Tonight you can't even sleep, but playing games even if you are typical and vegetables and love to play. Warm, do you enjoy so much leisure now? Don't you have a job every day?" Warmth shook her feet from side to side with both hands, looking at Han Qian with a cute face and laughing. "Not busy AC. Lin Zonghan came back after all the work was taken over by him. I have the intention to block, but the board of directors side does not allow, meaning that first let Lin Zonghan grinding a few months to see if he can be competent to the position of the president. When I first went to the company is also like this. Uncle Lin is also so accounted for the board of directors. I am not too good to go to the block. Aren't you afraid that Lin Zonghan will come back this time and directly hollow out your power? I've heard old Wen and Mom say that the Lin family has always wanted to monopolize the control of Smooth. If Lin Zonghan's ability is shown to be outstanding, you'll be in danger. I know from Glory's side that their general manager and the vice president have a very frosty relationship, and the vice president has always wanted to overthrow the general manager. If Lin Zonghan does this, any decision you make in the future in the high-level meeting will be vetoed. Now you have a beloved one in Smooth?" Han Qian frowned as he looked at Warmth. The girl shook her head with a heartless look, then nodded, then shook her head again, scratching her head and smiling nervously. "Seems like no. My character and you are not unaware of. Outside do not like to talk to people. In the company inside the smile or less. Privately are called me ice lumps. There are some of the old ones beloved in support of me, but I do not know how to go to show very much attention to them." The words fell. Warm lowered her head. Seems to be some despondency and self-reproach. fiddling with the white little feet with her fingers, don't know what to think about. When Warm went to buckle the band-aid on her feet, Han Xian shot out and patted on the back of her hand, and said softly, "Don't move." Warmth stopped messing around and raised her head to look at Han Xian, deflating this mouth. "I'm not happy anymore. You're making me unhappy." Han Xian reclined and smiled at Warmth with his head propped up on one hand. "Now you don't have anything to do. I can't help you. In the future we solve our own problems. Don't always go to bother the second uncle. It looks like we don't have the ability to always need their help. Once or twice is okay, more often will inevitably be disliked. I may recently cooperate with 2 Snapdragon once, to get a bit of benefit fee from it." Warmth raised her head to look at Han Xian and said seriously, "You work so hard to pay me back? Han Xian, when I asked you to pay back the money it was just in angry words of divorce. I am not as warm as your brain, but I have a good skin and good birth. As a result, I was dumped by you. I'm very unhappy. It's all just in angry words. Why do you take it so seriously? 2 Snapdragon is a very dangerous person. My second uncle and I have said several times, he is an aged mad dog. Good boy. I don't want this money." Han Xian smiled and shook his head. "Not as dangerous as you think. Besides this money, even if you don't want me to go to earn, it's 2 Snapdragon who wants to transform and cooperate with Glory. I'll take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. And then there are some reasons why I may need to be friends with someone like Guanju and Diao, for reasons that I can't tell you just yet. And I'd also like to see how much I can earn in a year. Are you sure that you don't want the $4 million? Warmth looked at Han Xian with a serious face and shook her head after a long time. "Since you think so, I still have to have this money. Men become bad when they have money. I'm not going to give you a chance to hook up with this vixen Yenqingqing. I'm going to be your debtor. That way you have to listen to me. So, I am the mistress of this house. Master my ass. Why don't we just let old one go back to the company? How old is he and he's starting to retire? Not as simple as you think. The old temperature is considered to have an agreement between the old Lin. The old Lin left the company 2 years in advance. I entered the company before the old temperature does not meddle in the company's affairs. I did not understand when I was a child. It is not with you for a long time. The brain is also smart. Only to know that I used to be how stupid. 27% of the shares in my hand fell into the hands of the Lin family, and the shares in their hands on the more than the percentage of 50. Perhaps the old Lin thought that I would definitely marry Lin Zongheng. Then he got careless and didn't flash. What flash or not? Anyway, the current situation is that if I don't agree with a certain decision of the company, those old heartthrobs of old one won't agree, and there's no way for the Lin family to go ahead and execute it. The operation model of smooth enjoyment is different from Glory. Glory is a shareholder who doesn't take part in any decision of the company, and only enjoys the dividends. It's okay, now it's not stupid, and since you're not stupid, I'm going to teach you how to cook. I'm not learning, and if I do, you won't cook for me, and I'm not stupid. I'll teach you to wash. I can wash my own underwear. I just ordered the portable washing machine. You can take me to the game. I can play gold miner. I'm not going to work tomorrow. I don't want to play with you. Go go go. Go watch your bears. Why don't you ask me why I'm not working? You got your head on my neck? Ask me and I'll tell you. I'm not asking. Han Chen. Warmth did it again, this time directly pouncing on Han Xian, who hurriedly grabbed the quilt and covered his head. Then Warmth punched, kicked, nibbled and pressed and sat on the quilt, but it only lasted for a minute or so. Feeling that Warmth was honest, Han Chen was about to get up after lifting the quilt, but unexpectedly Warmth just looked at him with his head down. Wave. Warm lips imprinted on Han Xian's head, and Warm froze on the spot as Han Xian covered his head and wailed, "You rascal of a woman, you stole a kiss from me." Warmth, who was originally still a bit shy, instantly became furious when she heard this, ripping off the quilt and choking Han Xian's neck, gritting her teeth and saying angrily, "What happened to your brain when you got cheap? There are still teeth marks? I don't see any more." Speaking, Han Xian gave himself a slap on the spot, only to see the warmth of his eyes grow colder and colder, and his hands grabbed Han Xian's ears. To Han Xian's brain was a headbutt. Is it Yenqingqing the vixen? This will have just returned to bed inside the bathtub ready to call Han Xian to tell him to get up. Curly Yenqingqing suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Ha! Someone misses me? If it's not my parents. Little brat, don't let my old lady catch you. And my old lady is something you can think about? Chapter 55, Breakfast. A night Han Xian is not much sleep. The warmth does not go to work. Also pull not let Han Xian sleep. Must he say clear brain in the end who has been bitten. The last Han Xian has been in a dream. The final warmth cannot resist, lying on the tatami mats to fall asleep. A total of 2 hours of sleep. In the morning Han Xian felt a sore arm. Dazed and confused when he opened his eyes, found warm pillow in his arm asleep. Han Xian gently lifted the warm head, the only pillow placed under her head. Warm suddenly spoke. Take my car, you're going to be late, and remember to close the door when you get out. I'm not going out today. I may be driving fatigued. I'll drive you? I'll drive. Now it is warm less once to glory. Han Xian is one less trouble. Put on the clothes face or not washed downstairs. White Paramila drove out of the neighborhood. Stay-at-home warm has begun to dream. Han Qian is thinking about what should be eaten in the morning. Go to the company if go to where to make up for the sleep is better. Neither of them felt awkward or uncomfortable because they slept together. Han Qian knew that Warm, the lazy bastard, was too sleepy and lazy to go. As for Warm, there was no such thing in his head. The car definitely didn't dare to drive to the company, and when there was still a stop away from the company, Han Qian parked the car in a public parking space and got out of the car to lock it when a laugh came from behind him. Yo 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 yo. Brother Qianer is deep in hiding, driving a luxury car as a white-collar worker. His salary is not enough to pay for the gas. Han Qian followed the voice and then looked at the person who spoke with a helpless, powerless face. Likewise to each other. Your car isn't cheap. You keep my secret. I won't tell anyone you drive a supercar to work. Qianwan, the internet-addicted girl, stepped down in the car and smiled nervously at Han Qian as she hemmed and hawed, handing Han Qian the breakfast in her hand. Brother Kennel hasn't eaten yet. Right, just in time for me to lose weight. Han Qian raised his hands high not to take the breakfast and said in a row, don't ask me to play games for you. I'm a gaming idiot. Qianwan skimmed her mouth and despised it. Look at you scared. I changed a sandbox game. Drummed up half a year out of the hole of a titan was when the fireworks to the release, but also cannot play on, which do not want to find someone to play the game together. The Ministry of Comprehensive on you the most free. Li Dongxing is also idle. Don't mention this mama's boy to me. We can still have fun. Brother Qianer eat. You play games sister Yang will not talk about you. Qianwan this girl looks very beautiful, tall, but this character is a little big-headed. How to look at this professional dress feels strange, and at this time she wrapped one hand around Han Qian's neck. Han Qian preferred to die rather than obey. Gung refused with his neck and opened his mouth. De Qianer, have you graduated from college yet? I was persuaded to quit, and then I was shoved into the company by my aunt to work. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my aunt's last name is also Qian, so don't call me Big Qianer. It's said as if it's an ancient currency. Qianwan's character and her name and appearance are simply worlds apart. Han Qian suddenly came up with a thought. Is this child taken over? Like Angela, a lowly body has a royal soul living inside it. Han Qian broke free of Qianwan's arm and said feebly, I know your aunt's last name is Money. Hey, how do you know? Your dad's last name is Money, right? Oh, you're right. My aunt is one of the company's shareholders, accounting for 25% of the shares, and Li Dongxing his dead father as much as a family of sick. His mother said in front of the company that I was suitable to be a daughter-in-law. Li Dongxing chased after me. I thought that this strong combination, playing the game does not pay attention to the alliance well, and then I met with his mother to think of the bold point, blowing a bottle of beer. His mother even scolded me that do not keep the I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this. Han Qian really do not know how to take it down. The first time to see the future mother-in-law blew a bottle of beer? Thinking about when the warmth to see the mom seems to be obedient and coquettish. Surprisingly went to the kitchen once, although the end of the two fire-roasted black scallops out, but how it is also efforts, right? This Qianwan, a bit hoity-toity. The two chatted and arrived at the main entrance of the company. Han Qian was ready to cross the parking lot when Qianwan suddenly pulled him back and said he wasn't afraid to die. It was only then that Han Qian remembered that this time Yan Qingqing seemed to be coming soon, and he was busy walking up the passage with Qianwan. In front of the company's door, I met a few colleagues. Su Liang and Yang Jia were there. Qianwan abandoned Han Qian on the spot to find Yang Jia to ask for gossip. Su Liang looked at Han Qian with a bad smile. Brother Kenner, you were very tired last night, weren't you? The dark circles under your eyes are coming out. Han Qian sighed as he helplessly wrapped his arms around Su Liang and leaned on his shoulder. Trust me, you definitely don't want to know what happened last night. Lu Jiolong, who was on the side, frowned as he looked at the two of them and chided. Be mindful of the implications. Su Liang put his arm around Han Qian's shoulders on the spot and laughed playfully. Vice Lu, how many girls would have their hearts broken if the two most handsome guys in our company were together? Lu Jiolong Winston couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At this time not far away Xiao Yang Jia grinned. Liang I don't know if the girl's heart is broken or not, but I know that Mr. Yen will definitely chop you up. The dumpling-filling kind. This time it was Su Liang's turn to shiver coldly. The big guys had a word without a word to chat up the stairs, and when he walked into the comprehensive department Han Qian found that there was an extra breakfast on his desk, and when he was puzzled, he found that only Wu Saigen came to the office the earliest. Thanks, I'll buy you lunch at noon. Wu Saigen nodded with a red face, and Han Qian didn't think too much about it. And when he sat down and was about to open his breakfast, Su Liang suddenly reached out and snatched it away. Brother Qianer had better go over to Mr. Yan's side to eat. I'll help you digest this, Sister Saigen. At noon your brother Liang treats you. Hey, Shut up! Su Liang suddenly turned his head to Han Shan and let out an angry shout. Han Shan looked at Su Liang suspiciously and frowned and got up to go out for a smoke. The people in the office were watching the fun. These two good buddies who are usually good as one seemed to be quarreling over a woman. Wu Saigen sat in her place tightly gripping the pen in her hand, bowing her head. Qian despised a glance at Su Liang, turned on the computer, put on the headphones and began her journey to the game. Su Liang, who had eaten all of his breakfast, stood up and walked over to Wu Saigen's side and knocked on the table, grinning. Don't play your little game. As he spoke, Li Dongsheng happened to walk into the office, and when he saw Su Liang standing beside Wu Saigen he immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, Su Liang, what do you want with Saigen? Su Liang turned around and shrugged his shoulders and laughed. It's all right, I ate one of Saigen's breakfasts, and I'm thinking of making up for it tomorrow. As a courtesy, Li Dongsheng walked up and sat beside Wu Saigen coldly looking at Su Liang as if his daughter-in-law had been molested and said angrily, Don't use it. Think of yourself first and don't starve to death. Poor man. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders, also not, and Li Dongsheng took out a cigarette out of the office. The floor of the bathroom. Su Liang looked at the bathroom door leaning on the frowning Han Xian, grinning. Angry? Han Xian skimmed and shook his head, tossing the lighter and box of cigarettes in his hand to Su Liang and skimming. Try it, the army side brought it. It tastes pretty good. Goo. Thanks my good buddy yet. Not even mad at me for stealing the breakfast that belongs to you? Su Liang took out a cigarette, gently tapped his palm. The cigarette crossed a white arc and landed in his mouth. Lit it with a face of enjoyment. Han Xian clamped the cigarette and frowned. It's a little weird. Su Liang nodded and smiled. He, not a little. It's strange. Qian, you came to the general department not long ago. You still don't understand some things. Wu Saigen wants to hold on to Li Dongsheng's thighs. Li Dongsheng's mom treats Wu Saigen as an alternative daughter-in-law. She puts the mansion aside to not work hard, and gives you a breakfast on this windy day? She's really treating everyone like a little cutie. I don't know what to do. 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 Han Xian threw away the cigarette in his hand, put his arm around Su Liang's shoulder and looked at the two handsome men in the mirror and laughed. Go back and accompany Qian to play the game. And then work hard. We brother and sister to earn a sum of money again. I have a new plan. Don't give me the money too soon. My back is failing. Save it for me. I need to take some money back home for the new year, lest my father scold me again for being unproductive. Bring back a daughter-in-law. How about Wu Saigen? Su Liang looked at Han Xian. Han Xian looked at Su Liang, and the two handsome men in the comprehensive department laughed at each other, only to be dragged away by Yang Lan, who suddenly appeared and grabbed both ears. Next time you smoke, go to the smoking room. Either that or go inside the men's restroom. The complaints are chasing the general department. You two broken kids. I'll have to clean up after you two today. Yang Lan seemed to change into a new outfit every day. Her blue dress stepped on a pair of high heels and walked in front of her, with two handsome men showing their teeth on her left and right. Passing male and female employees could not help but sigh. I'd like to go to the general department too. Easy, eye candy, good pay. Chapter 56. You can't play games at work. Han Xian and Su Liang blocked the bathroom door in front of the sink. Smoking thing is considered a big mistake. Was carried back to the office by Yang Lan in front of the face of the crowd. A good scolding. Lu Jiulong end of a cup of hot water handed to Yang Lan. Glaring at the two boys, scolded. How old are you two? You're 50 years old. Why are you so unintelligent? Han Xian skimmed his lips and muttered in a small voice. Then I've almost got a cerebral thrombosis for my age plus yours. Han Xian, what the hell are you muttering about? Who's got a cerebral thrombosis? Lu Jiulong loudly rebuked. Han Xian did not want to take care of this guy who took the opportunity to curry favor with Yang Lan, raised his head and pointed to his two black eyes to look at Yang Lan, pleading in a small voice. Sister Yang, has the crib in that office been lifted yet? This meaning is obviously to go to Yang Lan's office to make up sleep. Yang Lan's face is black, but looked at Han Xian's pale face and dark circles under the eyes and slightly some reluctance. Just want to speak was interrupted by Lu Jiulong, grasping Han Xian's two arms pressed in his position. Work. Yang Lan swept over the crowd in the general department and opened his mouth. Same old problem. All watch your influences. Get ready for what's in hand. I'm going to a meeting now. Yang Lan stepped on high heels and left the comprehensive department. There is always a little bit of classroom teacher with students feeling. Yang Lan left. Han Xian also returned to his position to doze off, just about to fall asleep. Li Dongsheng suddenly played music in the comprehensive department. Noisy Han Xian straight frown. At this time, Wu Saigen whispered to remind Li Dongsheng not to disturb the work of everyone. Li Dongsheng face does not care. This typical home spoiled out of the problem is still a little angry. Qian Wan suddenly stood up, walked to Li Dongsheng's desk directly to the computer shutdown, frowned. You play your game, I play mine. Don't interfere with each other. I can't spoil you if you interfere with my game playing. Li Dongsheng stood up and reached out to push on Qianwan's shoulder and scolded. Qianwan, do you think I don't dare to beat you? What's going on? All go back to your positions and do well. Li Dongsheng, you listen to music, also don't affect others. Qianwan, you also go back. Lu Jiolong stood up and angrily shouted at the two men. Qianwan's eyes glanced at Li Dongsheng grimly, but did not return to his own position. Walked up and patted Han Qian and Su Liang's back, asking the two men if they had anything to do, and if they did not, if they wanted to play a couple of games together. Comprehensive department is so idle. Su Liang some hesitation. Han Qian is smiling and agreed, and Qianwan side of the two colleagues to change a position. Put on the headset. The comprehensive department into a cyber cafe. This sandbox game is very addictive. Really is along the line. Go out an umbrella. Equipment all rely on picking up. Han Qian and Su Liang gradually mastered the hand, but also just out of the ranks of the rookie. Lu Jiolong is also lazy to care. Now as long as the comprehensive department does not quarrel, he began to burn high incense. 2 hours later, just when the three people are ready to take the first victory of the day, Yan Lan came back and walked into the comprehensive department with Yin Qingqing. The three guys are still wearing headphones, did not find out until Yin Qingqing stood at the side of Qianwan, though the little girl only noticed. The side of Han Qian is still asking Qianwan whether there are smoke bombs. A stack of documents smashed in Han Qian's back. Han Qian painfully removed the headset, turned his head to anger, found that it was Yin Qingqing. Han Qian shrunk his neck and pulled Su Liang to run. Su Liang's movement slowed down a little bit, and was caught by the hair of the Yin Qingqing, angrily shouted, "Play, play, play. Day in and day out you just know how to play." Now the senior management are thinking of disbanding the comprehensive department. Can't you guys be a little more careful? You're willing to play, right? Okay. Han Qian, Su Liang and Qianwan, you three form a team and immediately go to the airport neighborhood and ask the residents about the resettlement fee they need. Now. Qianwan, if you don't want me to call your aunt, don't pout. Qianwan didn't dare to pout anymore, and got up to take her clothes and prepare to go out, when Han Qian suddenly opened his mouth. Mr. Yen, I'm a bit unwell. Look. As the words fell, Wu Saigan, who had been quiet for a small morning, suddenly stood up and said crisply, Mr. Yen, Brother Qianer, he didn't rest well last night, why don't I go instead of Brother Qianer? When these words came out, both Li Dongsheng and Yin Qingqing's brows furrowed. Li Dongsheng looked at Wu Saigan incredulously, then looked at Han Qian with a grim gaze, while Yin Qingqing stared at Han Qian with a deadly stare, and after a dozen seconds of silence, coldly rebuked Wu Saigan. You go? If you have that kind of ability, I still need to worry about the dissolution of the comprehensive department? And Li Dongsheng, if I know that you embarrass Yan Lan again, I'll make you leave the comprehensive department. From now on, the comprehensive department is forbidden to play games and watch movies, and if I catch you all expelled, I don't care who the backer behind you is. The words fell to look at Han Qian. Get out of here yet. Han Qian scratched his head and extended his hand to Yin Qingqing. Mr. Yen, there's no car. Then do the bus. Get lost. Good or bad, there is no way. Who let be? Yin Qingqing caught a current. The three unlucky children nimbly left the office. Yin Qingqing was furious face, pointing at Yan Lan said, if you can't do a good job as the manager of this general department, you'll let White do it tomorrow. Hearing the word Xiao Bai, the eyes of the men in the general department all lit up. Only Li Dongsheng didn't have much of a reaction, frowning as he looked at Wu Saigan questioningly. Have I not given you enough? Why are you so attached to Han Qian now? Don't forget that you're the daughter-in-law my mom has her eye on. Wu Saigan tightly gripped the pen in her hand, biting her lower lip without making a sound. This makes Li Dongsheng's heart even colder, and his hatred for Han Qian has added a point. Unaware that the corner of Wu Saigan's mouth reveals a smile. It's rare to be nice and mean to someone for no reason. Interests are like silk threads and people become puppets. Puppet on a string. A 320. Leaving the company is also worth it. Leaving the company of the three unlucky people standing in front of the main door of the company. The morning when I came is still good. How is this suddenly raining? Su Liang turned his head to look at Han Qian. Powerless. Brother Qianer, sell out your beauty. Let Mr. Yen assign a car. How can I walk in this rain? Han Qian looked at Su Liang angrily and said angrily, can't you see that the Nightbane lady wants to tear me alive? You're letting me go? Ask Sister Yang to borrow it. Su Liang took out his cell phone and made a call, resulting in an even more ugly face. Sister Yang's car was sent for maintenance. Didn't you drive here this morning, Brother Kennel? Qianwan looked at Han Qian with a puzzled expression and continued, and it's a 4-seater. I've never driven a Porsche. Su Liang was slightly stunned and puzzled when he heard this. Did you really go with a rich woman last night, Kenji? Driving a rich woman's car? Han Qian ignored Su Liang and frowned at Qianwan. Didn't you drive here too? I've got a 2-seater. Why don't you do the trunk? No, the trunk is in the front. Commiserate? As soon as the words fell, Yan Qingqing came from the lobby and shouted angrily, "Why are you three still dawdling? It's just to go under the knife and get out. Playing games at work, blocking the toilet door to smoke. Han Qian, Su Liang, Qianwan, you three are really giving the comprehensive department a good name." Qianwan took off her jacket, took off her shoes and was the first to run into the rain. Su Liang's jacket was still in the general department. Chapter 57, You two should be individuals. Qianwan drove the car. Su Liang did the co-pilot. Han Qian lay down in the back seat to catch up on sleep, and I don't know how long I drove. When Han Qian woke up, the two guys were sitting in front of them eating a burger and drinking a Coke, and Han Qian sighed more than one umbrella. The car was parked right at the main gate of the dilapidated neighborhood, and Han Qian sat up and covered his stomach that was relieving his hunger and whispered, "Give me something to eat, I'm hungry too." Qianwan bit into her burger vaguely. "I came out without money, just $40, 2 hamburgers and 2 glasses of Coke, and then also bought you an umbrella. Brother Qianer, you're capable. You hold the umbrella to go inside the neighborhood to follow the uncle and aunt to rub it in? Anyway, just one umbrella." Han Qian cocked his head and looked at Qianwan, puzzled. "Where's Rio? Rio, have you spent all your money?" Su Liang, who had already finished his burger, shook his head in embarrassment. "I had the money in my coat, didn't dare go back for it." Groove. Han Qian snatched half a cup of Coke from Su Liang's hand, threw away the straw and opened the lid to dry it in one gulp, drinking a bellyful of anger. He said angrily, "I and you two out really sinned. If we don't find out anything, the Night Fork Queen will go back and eat us as well as Sister Yang. It's really bad luck." Words fell. Han Qian umbrella out of the car, walking in the potholes in the concrete road into the neighborhood. This time Su Liang opened the window and opened the mouth to shout, "Brother Qianer, leave some money for the two of us. Asterisk 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 off. I'm an iron rooster and I don't get a dime." Su Liang skimmed his lips and whispered, "Do me a favor and give me 20,000. This didn't get a burger, not even $10. Qianwan, do you think there will be money in this car? Qianwan? Qianwan?" Su Liang shouted Qianwan 2 times without reaction, turned his head to look, see this girl on the opposite side of an internet cafe looking at the eyes, and then in his pocket took out the crumpled $20. Looking at the internet cafe whispered, "Brother Liang, $10 each. No water, go." The combined result was that Qianwan had already poked around the terrain when she arrived and deliberately left $20 to spend at the internet cafe. And if Han Qian had known that this girl still had money, he would have definitely given her the umbrella and let her off. In the neighborhood, Han Qian held an umbrella to walk a step, cursing a sentence. "When the mouth is cheap, took 400,000 to go on the right. Why do you want to help the Ministry of General Affairs? This is cheap. The two guys here are not righteous enough. Do not give food even if, but also let him come to the neighborhood visit. Is this a human thing?" In Han Qian tangled knocking on the door how to say. There was a buzz in the distance. Walked past the car parked inside the neighborhood, found a group of small old men gathered in the gazebo to play chess. Han Qian umbrella into the gazebo. The oldest masters just glanced at the young man, continue to focus on the chessboard. 2 men playing flag chess, 6 men in command. You talking and I talking, no gentleman at all. Han Qian stood behind the old man and looked at the chessboard. After about 12 or 13 hands, the old man of red chess picked up the rook to be swapped across the board. Han Qian suddenly opened his mouth. "Don't move. Move his cannon to push the bottom. The other rook across the river will be able to draw a piece. Arch the pawn to slow down a hand." Makes sense. Indeed. I've seen this move. Old man Zhao, don't play this move. Stinky chess. The red chess old man was a bit annoyed by what a few people said and threw away his chess pieces angrily. "No more games. I'm playing chess alone with 4 or 5 of you, and I'm getting a headache from all the noise. Just as well. You don't come down on me." In the end, the red pieces didn't last long and died. Han Qian sighed a bit helplessly. At this time the old man with black pieces laughed at Han Qian. "Come on, play a game?" Han Qian shook his head. "Can't play. Can't beat you 5. We won't talk. Absolutely not. You kill this old undead's sharpness. That's fine." Han Qian also came to the chess addiction. And the warmth is not divorced when nothing at home during the day. Tired of watching the old one sent over the textbook is to go to the internet to find someone to play chess. Do not play Weiqi, can not read, only play chess. Han Qian started with the red pieces, and the old man with black pieces, who was still very relaxed, didn't take Han Qian seriously, but when both sides were killed, the old men on the sidelines didn't make any foolish moves, and it was the old man, Zhao, who spoke up. "Young man playing chess is very fierce. Can change absolutely not run? Or young people play chess good looking? Sure, old man playing chess too cotton. Old man? This." Han Qian did not dare to address the old man in front of him. How still surnamed Death. In the end, Han Qian still lost. Sure, old man is not much better. Han Qian a cannon and a marshal. The old man a car and a general. Han Qian cast the sun to admit defeat, to get up when sure old man suddenly spoke. "One more plate. You're serious. Good, then I won't save your face. This time to change Han Qian with black, not in a hurry to attack, constantly doing defense and hold, which makes sure some difficult. Holding the chess pieces to consider for a long time decided to change with Han Qian. The results found that a moment of carelessness loss of the old man is a little unhappy, angry. Young man, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? Han Qian scratched his head and laughed nervously. You are old, I am young. No respect, no water, cannot escape the fiery eyes of these lords. The young man can talk. I didn't think that old me hiding so deeply was still discovered by you. My pair of eyes have seen through too much. Promising. Perhaps cheek grows with age? Halfway through the game, Master Zhao began to create opportunities for his old friend, patting Han Qian's shoulder and whispering, Young man, why don't you go to work and come here to play chess with a few of us coffin piths? Do you have nothing to do? Han Qian turned his head and laughed. Work it. Today's job is to come over here to see how much the residents need to settle. The new neighborhood will take 2 or 3 years before they can move in, and our company is thinking of giving the residents here a bit of a rental subsidy. This thing? From the Glory Group? Didn't you guys come here? They said they'd take whatever they wanted, and promised a $10,000 rental subsidy for one family. So what? Why did you back out? Elder sure seems to be a few of these old men to speak more count. But this sentence fell in Han Qian's ears is not right. Glory has come to the people? How did Yan Qingqing not say? Han Qian thought about it and laughed softly. Hey, shouldn't be. I'm the manager and I don't even know anyone has been here. Moncler, you didn't sign any contracts with those people, did you? You guys might have been cheated. Didn't disclose any phone numbers, bank card information, right? The crooks nowadays are very powerful. Elder sure waved his hand. General. Han Qian pulled the veteran general out a step and tilted his head to look at Elder Shur, who raised his head and gave Han Qian a slight smile. We're not stupid. The government office gave some resettlement fee, $500 for a family, and the location of the new neighborhood is not bad. We're not losing out. $10,000 a year for resettlement fee? Think we're old and stupid? Pie in the sky? I'd like to ask you, the manager, how much you can give us. When Han Qian tilted his head to think, the old man was jumping the horse general. Han Qian dead chess. See this? Han Qian helplessly laughed. This, doing business is not a robber. Old master, I see that you also have a few prestige in this neighborhood. Why don't you go and ask the big guys how much they want? This 10,000 a year exceeds the budget. No need to be so troublesome. I can't control others. You don't pat yourself on the back. My family has 2 houses here. 3,000 resettlement fees a year, on top of the 1,000 from the Yamankauer. 4,000 is enough to make do with 2 years of living. Anyway, but, the cost of moving, 15,000 a household? This why don't you ask for 2,000, and go give my leader a call about the move. No, people cannot rely on the old. Took so much money to bring the coffin inside? This neighborhood we are living enough. In the middle of the night the plane whistling in the ear. Can live has not been easy. Young people can move away, all moved away. A total of 4 buildings. My family on 15,000. Moving you glory to car, or I will die in the house. Also do not move. The old man is very shrewd. Now the price of moving is not low. 2 sets of houses without 1,000 or 800 cannot come down. And they are all old people. The objects are also more. Han Qian just got up and walked to the side and dialed the phone of Yan Qingqing. Said the general thing? Yan Qingqing sighed of the silence for a few seconds, and then said, back to the company in the discussion. You do not ask only one person. All inquiries, ask 2,000 cannot help move. Han Qian said softly, okay, I'll ask. After chatting with the old men inside the pavilion for about half an hour, their old companion shouted that the wine was hot and it was time to eat. The old men left the pavilion with their umbrellas, leaving Han Qian alone, and now he wanted to scold Su Liang and Shan Wan again. Chapter 58 Internet Cafe Storm. After visiting more than a dozen families, Han Qian probably understand. Now this neighborhood has no young people. Are some of the elderly live here? They are very satisfied with the resettlement of the new neighborhood. Resettlement fee na Menkauer, a family of 500. All have sons and daughters. They have nothing to ask for resettlement fees, but must be given, but also firmly demanded the glory of the move to them. These old people are very human. The cost of moving is very expensive and troublesome. Glory shot the whole piece of land is definitely want to have a new move. They can hold out for another 6 months and 10 months, but Glory cannot wait. Walking out of the neighborhood, Han Qian and Yan Qingqing were on the phone, and Yan Qingqing said in annoyance that she would talk about it back at the office, and the office had prepared a meal for him. There is a meal to eat? Han Qian also mouth cheap asked if there is no Su Liang and Shanwan. Yan Qingqing back to the sentence rice poor. Do not eat. Han Qian looked at the phone in his hand, helpless smile, just ready to put into the pocket. Warm called the phone, confused and asked Han Qian has not stayed rice. For the rice you put in some water. A small knuckle finger's depth between the water and the rice is fine. The leftovers from yesterday are in the fridge. You heat them up in the microwave. I'm in a hurry to get out in the morning. Han Qian, come back and cook for me. Do you want me to chew it up and feed it to you, Missy? Ha, you're disgusting. I'm snacking. What time are you coming back tonight? I'm going downstairs to get groceries. Let's get home around 6. I'll just go back and bring it. I'll go downstairs and sneak around. I won't talk to you. Bye. Hang up the phone. Han Xian tilted his head and looked at the reflection in the water. Used to always feel that it is Lin Zongheng put his own green, but think about it is not right. Clearly is the old man green Lin Zongheng. Although the agreement, it is also green. Lin Zongheng. I'm sick to death of you. When Han Xian raised his head to look at where he had originally parked his car, he realized that it was gone. And when he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a phone call, he saw the white Panamera across the street, parked in front of an internet cafe. A moment of anger made Han Xian feel like he was about to turn into a Super Saiyan. To even have money to go to the internet cafe to play games? Didn't you say you were broke? Rushed across the road, put away the umbrella angrily into the internet cafe. After approaching, Han Xian suddenly frowned. Smoky. The atmosphere of the internet cafe is very poor. Shouting, playing cards, the environment is also very dirty. Han Xian blew the umbrella directly into the internet cafe inside. He came to the appearance of bad luck has also caused a few people playing cards in the distance attention. Put down the hands of the cards to look at the man carrying an umbrella. Han Xian swept around without seeing Qian Wan or Su Liang's shadow, and was about to go to the bar to ask for his ID when a scream and angry curse came from the innermost corner of the internet cafe. Are you blind? It was Qian Wan's voice, and Han Xian had just returned to his senses when a crisp came into his ears, followed by a man's yell. Try doing it. Qian Wan's tall figure and Su Liang's back appeared in Han Xian's line of sight. They got into a conflict with people, seeing Su Liang surrounded by people, and took a punch. Han Xian rushed inside with his umbrella. At this time, several people playing cards also went inside. In just an instant, Su Liang was pressed to the ground. Qian Wan grasped the ashtray with her back against the wall. The corner of the ashtray was stained with the slightest bit of bright red. One of the naked, tattooed with dragons and phoenixes. A burly man of 200 pounds covered his head, raised his foot and stepped towards Su Liang's head, and cursed. Stinky, you wait for me to clean up your concubine first. Clean up your mom. You let go of him or I'm smashing your head in. Qian Wan's ashtray smashed in the head of this strong man, when Su Liang received a punch after her hands, which Han Xian also rushed over. Waving the umbrella pumped in the back of the man. The man sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Nothing. The umbrella is already broken. A few people are also turning back at this time. Han Xian does not give them the opportunity to. Umbrella smashed hard in the head of a person, went forward and a foot in the crotch of the man, to the belly of the hard F fist, regardless of other people, fell on the body fists. In the strong man bent over the body to his head clamped in the armpit backward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the burly man's head smashed on the floor, and Han Xian was also surrounded by several people at that moment. Qian Wan saw this and rushed over, grabbing an ashtray, screaming shrilly, "Don't hit me, brother Kennel, I'll kill you." Thin iron ashtray did not have much lethality. One of them will swing a slap to Qian Wan, pumped to the ground. Su Liang also at this time climbed up, pulled a chair towards the crowd, smashed chair in midair by the internet cafe that a few people playing cards to catch. Su Liang do not even want to think about it. Rushed into the crowd to ride on the body of a person. 10 fingers crossed, fists to the back of the head of this person constantly smashed down. The relieved Han Xian got up and didn't care about the others, and kept dropping his fists on the burly man's head, while Qian Wan had already grabbed the tattered umbrella at this point and was ready to stab someone. At this rate it will definitely cause a death. The people in the internet cafe can't stand to watch. They came forward to pull Han Xian and Su Liang apart. One of them even held Qian Wan tightly in his arms. Han Xian, who was pulled by his arm, shook off that person's arm and rushed towards Qian Wan, who was being taken advantage of, pulling the person out and hiding behind him. Su Liang snatched the umbrella in Qian Wan's hand, ripped it off in his hand, and the sharp end was aimed at the opposite side of the several people. Han Xian was okay, he only received a fist slap. Su Liang's face was already broken, and this would have aroused his bloodlust. If anyone dared to step forward again, he would absolutely not hesitate to stab the sharpness into that person's stomach. The bare-chested burly man climbed up from the ground, took out his cell phone, pointed at Han Xian and spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. "None of you are going anywhere, and I'm going to show you who you've messed with." Han Xian also took out his cell phone and said softly, "Liang, take Qian Wan and wait for me outside first. Don't ink. I also want to play hero. You take Qian Wan out. I'll see how many I can get killed today." Han Xian did not open his mouth again. His mind raced as he dialed the number, and he smiled, turning to look at Qian Wan, who was bleeding at the corner of her mouth and her side was red and swollen, and smiled faintly. "Hurts, doesn't it? Make them hurt even more in a minute. Introduce you to a friend. I guess you guys can play together." Qian Wan, who hadn't originally felt aggrieved, choked when she heard Han Xian's words, lowering her head and choking. "Brother Kenner, Brother Rio, I'm sorry, it's my fault for wanting to come to an internet cafe. It's my fault. If I hadn't cursed I wouldn't have. It's okay. It's no big deal. Your brother Liang and I can't solve this? The phone was picked up as he spoke, and without waiting for the other party to speak, Han Qian spoke directly. Skywater Blue Internet Cafe on the left side of Deco City. Come here, I'm surrounded. I code people. The voice on the phone was soft, and Han Qian suddenly opened his mouth to curse. I'm about to get ing cut up. The phone was hung up. Chapter 59, a setup? Now the situation in the internet cafe is very clear. The internet cafe a few guys in Han is very familiar with, just did not do it as just now. Now Han let them do it. They will not hesitate. Within 10 minutes, the internet cafe flooded in a lot of people in society. Young 17 or 18 years old, older 32 or 12 years old, almost more than 20 people. The people playing games in the internet cafe have gone. The bar seems to be the boss. Watching the chaos over here with interest, Han Qian and Su Liang were forced into a corner, hiding Qian Wan behind him, in the way of Su Liang's hand and a sharp umbrella handle. The other side did not rush to do it, but it didn't take long for someone to come in with a few watermelon knives and steel rods, and Han Qian took a deep breath when he saw this. Brother Qianer, prepare to take Qian Wan away. I'll help you stop them. Su Liang opened his mouth in a small voice, and Han Qian unbuttoned his shirt and took off his suit softly. Run my ass. If you move the knife, fight to the death. Qian Wan, you find a chance to run out and drive back to the company. Ha, run? None of you can run. If I don't take a few nude pictures of this today, I don't even deserve to hang around here. The man opened his mouth to sneer, his eyes staring obscenely at Qian Wan's legs. The word scared Qian Wan, and ducked behind Han Qian, looking at the people who have been approaching. Han Qian is also a little bit anxious. Su Liang, holding a sharp umbrella handle, stepped forward. The other party seems to be a little bit scornful, stopped in his tracks, but the man did not fear. In the hands of the person next to him snatched a section of the steel stick hideous towards Su Liang. This will Su Liang have been desperate. He originally planned well, did not expect things will be so big. Han swung up the steel rod, directly smashed in Su Liang's hand. Under the pain, the umbrella handle fell to the ground. Han Qian stepped forward to pick up. Behind the back suddenly came a sharp pain. The steel pipe fell on the back. Qian Wan took out her cell phone and prepared to report to the police. The one who had hugged Qian Wan smacked Qian Wan's cell phone off, fell to the ground and was crushed by a foot. Han Qian and Su Liang were forced back into the corner again, and Han Qian became angry and opened his mouth to roar. Guan Big Dog, if you don't come, I'm going to die. Guan Big Dog? These three words obviously made the people in the internet cafe afraid. After more than 10 seconds after realizing that there was no movement after the laughter, Han sneered, off the big dog, it's on the big dog that can't save you. Who called Kai to dog? Pull it out and let me. Guan Jun Biao, slip it around and see if it runs fast. A very light voice came from the door of the internet cafe. The flamboyant Guan Big Dog in a red suit finally came, and Han Qian also sighed with a relaxed sigh at this moment. Han froze, and then turned around and put down the steel pipe and rubbed his hands and pandered to Guan Juanbiao. Brother Guan, you're here? It's been a while since you've been to my old brother's place to sit down. Recently there are a few new chicks with good posture. Guan Juanbiao didn't even look at him, walked up and propped his hands on the computer desk that separated him from Han Qian and laughed. Brother Han, don't blame my brother for being late. Dude was taking a bath when you called, and he came over without these underwear. Han Qian looked up and cursed angrily. Don't bull **** with me, just protect Big Qianer back to the company. It's fine for us to get beaten up, but nothing can happen to this big lady. Words out of Guan Big Dog instantly understand. Seconds to understand the Han Qian words revealed the message. Raised his hand and blew a whistle. Internet cafe door instantly flooded in more than 20 wearing black suit with sunglasses of the Han, their hands holding a baseball bat, with white gloves and masks, look very professional. The people in the internet cafe who were arrogant a moment ago were scared. Guan Degu grinned at Qian Wan. De Qianer's sister, how to deal with them you just say. First time to meet. In my Guan Jun Biao, in this area is still able to say a few words. Brother Han, or you say, you're more of a professional than I. It doesn't matter if my big old man takes a beating, a little girl takes a slap. Got it, drag them out and break an arm. Guan Big Dog is still laughing, and his words did not say which people. Is here in addition to Han Qian 3 people other than all the people? The boss of the internet cafe is a little panicked. Just want a hand cigarettes was Guan Big Dog kicked out a good distance. The bare-chested man saw how to be beaten. He grabbed a watermelon knife and cut towards Han Qian. Guan De Gu saw this anger, grabbed a chair with one hand and threw it directly to the head of the man. The figure of the Agile leaped over the table, jumped up high and double-footed in the man's face, climbed up from the ground and grabbed the man's arm and stomped on it. Break both of his arms and work on his eyes and ears. Han Qian felt pain watching this scene. No wonder these people were afraid of Guan De Dog. This grandson was really ruthless. In just a few minutes' time, inside the internet cafe there were Han Qian's 3 people left, Guan De Gu and the internet cafe owner. Guan Degu took out cigarettes and handed them to Han Xian and Su Liang and personally lit them for the two of them, grinning with the cigarette in his mouth. Give me a call next time something good happens to Brother Han. Han Xian smoked a cigarette and inhaled cold air, and said angrily, I'm going to get killed if you're here any later. I doubt you're pinching pennies. Brother Han doesn't work and comes to play in an internet cafe? Mr. Yen is so good to you. Don't mention it, okay? Outside. Out of the internet cafe cannot see someone outside. Han Xian slightly puzzled when Guan Daogo opened his mouth to explain. Looking for no one place to do it to go. That fat man is a chicken head. Raised a bunch of chickens. Cannot be straightened out? Every year filial piety to me quite a lot of money. Brother Han, you don't pick me. Buddy, I also live in straitened circumstances. Han Xian skimmed his lips in contempt and told Su Liang and Xian to get in the car and wait for him first. The two obediently got into the car, and then Han Xian put his arm around Guan Degu's shoulders and walked to the other side. Standing under the eaves to hide from the rain, Guan Degu put away the playfulness and uninhibitedness he had just shown, and lowered his head to say seriously, Brother Han, that little girl has a special identity? Han Xian nodded seriously. Nonsense, or I just directly call the police. How good. She is the niece of the Glory shareholders. Her aunt seems to love her very much. Today's matter her aunt will definitely know. Which if you know that you two Snapdragons people saved her niece, you say it is not a good thing. The cigarette in Guan Degu's mouth dropped to the ground, and opened his arms to give Han Xian a hug, which Han Xian hastily stretched out his hand to refuse. Don't hug me, my whole body hurts right now. If her aunt has a good feeling for 2Snap, or if she is grateful, 2Snap's transformation will be half successful. In addition, I'm doing Yin Qingqing's work. 2Snap's transformation is inevitable. But this is the first time you guys are doing real estate. Don't ever cut corners. Do you think I owe you a favor? Or do you owe me one? Don't say one favor. Brother Han, I can owe you 100. But don't lie to me. Is it really the niece of a shareholder? Silly. That young man is Su Liang, my good brother in the company. Besides him and me, who dares to come to the internet cafe to play games during working hours? Go back and tell 2Snapdragon about this. Let him call Yin Qingqing a week later. I'll give you the phone number. By then it's no surprise that it's me who will go to your company to talk to 2Snapdragon. Brother Guan, you're the one who is in the middle of this thing. What do you think? But what if her aunt doesn't know? Are you blind? Can't you see her face is swollen? The company will surely have her aunt's minders. They will surely know about it. Besides, no surprise it was her who wanted to come to the internet cafe to play the game. The main responsibility is still hers. You're better than me in fighting, and you're better than me in calculating people? I will put people inside the sack and beat them. Ha ha ha. Brother Han, Brother Han, I'm kind of convinced you. I must have a good drink when I have the chance. I have to remember this license plate number. The car is warm. You remember? I do not talk to you. Remember, break the arms of those people and take a picture, send my mailbox. I will tell the mailbox to 2 Kuan. Go. Han Xian turned and jogged away from the eaves, opened the door. Xianwan driving the car disappeared in the rain. Guan Big Dog stood in place to think, grinned, walked into the internet cafe to pick up the iron bar on the ground, and laughed at the internet cafe owner. It's time to update your equipment. I know you can't afford to part with it. I'll help you. Chapter 60, Bandages. 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 Back to the company. The three get off when Han Shan let Xianwan first go to Yan's office or directly back to the Ministry of General Affairs. He and Su Liang still have some things to do. Xianwan obediently obeyed to go up the stairs. Xianwan just left. Han Xian turned around and put a foot on Su Liang's stomach. Roared. Do you know how dangerous today is? If I had been a minute late you could have been killed. Xianwan could have gotten into trouble. And none of us can escape the blame if something happens to her. Su Liang sat in the rain and smiled bitterly at Han Xian. I know, but I have no other way. Now the company is obviously someone wants to provoke you and lead Dongxing contradiction. You know me a day to bring me money. Treat me as a brother. For you to get a beating can what? Today, even if you do not go over, Xianwan can also leave. At most, I went to the hospital. Whether it is you or me, she owes us both a favor. In the future, you and Li Dongxing really move hand. Find the company. No Qianwan, how do you do? I watch you get kicked out of the company? Su Liang stood up trembling in his pocket, took out already wet cigarettes and lighter. But how can not hit? Han Xian simply grabbed the cigarette in his hand and threw it away, took out one in his pocket and handed it to Su Liang, and lighted it, but just lighted it was drenched in rainwater. Su Liang smiled to himself. But I'm at fault too. I didn't expect it to be such a big deal, and no matter what the outcome is, Ken-chan, we're not at a disadvantage. Han Xian grabbed Su Liang's arm and walked to the front door, bowing his head angrily. I know it's not a loss, and it's still a big profit, but we both counted a little girl. Counting? Xianer we counted who? To go to the internet cafe is her idea. The first cursing firsthand is also her. I just force her to owe us both any one person's favor. forcing her to stand in our camp inside. Some things you cannot bear to do on my Su Liang to do. You almost got ing killed. Didn't you come to my rescue? Didn't I leave my back to you? Han Xian really didn't know what he should say. Su Liang smiled and walked into the hall with his arm around Han Xian's shoulders as he walked. I know you're going over to Mr. Yan sighed. Find a way to get me a clean shirt. I promise. I won't do this or anything like this again, because once is enough. Han Chen grunted angrily, walked to the front desk in his wallet and took out the $2,000 that Warmth had just given him yesterday and slapped it on the bar, whispering to the round-faced front desk sister, please have 3 suits sent over, and I think you've seen who wears them. The round-faced receptionist sister admired this Han Disiener, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice and taking the umbrella to leave the receptionist to prepare the clothes. Han Xian pointed at Su Liang to the executive elevator. Su Liang nodded, and the two of them parted in the hall. Little Yang Jiao was startled when she saw the wretched Han Xian, got up and said to fetch the medicine box and ran away. When Han Xian walked into the office, Yan Qingqing was also given a jump, stood up and jogged around the table and frowned. The neighborhood got into it with you? Han Xian shook his head with his eyes closed. A little personal business. I'm hungry. Is the food really pouring? Nope. Saved it for you. I'll have the cafeteria bring it over now. Han Xian nodded and sat on the sofa and took off his jacket. Every movement would involve pain in his back. Han Xian was grimacing from the pain. He didn't ask about the meal for Su Liang and Xian Wan from the general department because Yang Lan would surely prepare it for them. Not more than a few minutes later, Xiao Yangjia came into the office carrying a medicine box and a hot bowl of noodles. Han Xian took the bowl and was about to eat the noodles. Yan Qingqing stood aside and frowned and opened her mouth. Take your shirt off and let me take a look. Han Xian, are you violent? Why do you fight with people in 3 days? 3 times in this half a month's time, counting the one between the two of us. Han Xian was slightly embarrassed, putting down his bowl and scratching his head. That time between us doesn't count, it's okay. No need to take it off. I'll go back to the general department and get medicated with Rio later. Xiao Yangjia crouched by the coffee table and whispered. Sister Yang has fetched the medicine box to go to the comprehensive department. Brother Chiener, you move a little bit, all grimace and draw cold air. In the end, what is the injury? Mr. Yen told you to take off, you took off being. Don't try to be brave. It's really okay. Han Xian is still insisting. Yan Qingqing walked up and squatted in front of Han Xian, stretching out her hand to unbutton Han Xian's coat. When Han Xian still wants to refuse, Yan Qingqing said in a cold voice, you're my meritocracy, you're my employee, and now I'm ordering you not to move, or you won't get a single cent of the remaining $280,000, or at the very least I'll dump the bowl of noodles in front of me. It's hard to beat a penny, let alone $280,000. Han Xian didn't dare to move, letting Yan Qingqing take off his shirt that was covered in shoe prints and mud, and when the upper half of his body was exposed to the air, little Yang Jia covered her mouth and let out a gasp, pointing at Han Xian's back and unable to speak. When Yan Qingqing stood up and saw the red, swollen, and bruised scar on Han Xian's back, her entire body instantly turned ice cold, and she gritted her teeth and said in a cold voice, Han Xian, you're telling me this is a minor injury? In focus, the backbone is broken. Han Xian carried the hot soup noodles and said softly, I didn't pay attention to get a steel pipe. It's not as serious as you said. At most it's just a little red. Just spray some medicine. Go to the hospital. Go to the hospital now. Ma'am, I only slept 2 hours last night, and I haven't eaten in 18 hours since I did last night. So why don't you let me have a bite to eat and rest for a while? It was just a conflict with some punks. Yan Qingqing took the medicine box and put medicine on Han Xian's arm and back. Every time he touched the wound, Han Xian would spasm and tremble a little. It hurt. It really hurts. Yan Qingqing also realized that the flesh of the back had cracked after getting close. In the end, how much hatred would lay such a heavy hand? But Yan Qingqing wasn't insisting or asking questions. Normally she wouldn't care about Han Xian's dignity, but this was something she was going to care about, and she didn't ask how the other side was doing, and she also believed in Han Xian. When wrapping the bandage, Yan Qingqing was sort of holding Han Xian's body before wrapping it, but Han Xian's eyes were only face. Next time don't fight. I'll try. Han Xian had just finished eating when Yang Lan pushed the door in, her face anxious. When she saw Han Xian's upper body wrapped in bandages, she became even more nervous, and hurriedly asked if the injuries were serious and if she needed to go to the hospital for a visit. After seeing that Han Xian was still smiling and saying that Sister Yang was really good looking today, Yang Lan breathed a sigh of relief, and then told Yan Qingqing about Su Liang and Qianwan. It was they who met some groundlings who molested Qianwan, and Han Xian and Su Liang moved in. Yan Qingqing frowned upon hearing this. How are Su Liang and Qianwan injured? Su Liang went to the hospital. There's no way for him to move his 2 fingers. Wan was slapped. This matter will definitely be known by Qianling. There's no need to hide it. Go back and comfort Qianwan. I can guess what's going on without saying. Han Xian won't be returning to the general department this afternoon. Yang Lan stood up and left the office. When she went out, little Yang Jia colorfully told her sister about the bruises on Han Xian's back. Yang Lan's face was tense when she heard it. How could such a thing happen after a trip out? She blamed herself a little bit. If she returned to the comprehensive department in advance and told these kids not to play games, it wouldn't have happened. Yang Lan returned to the office and heard Li Dongxing's cynicism toward Qianwan. Yang Lan's first anger, walked up and ruthlessly slapped on Li Dongxing's desk, sternly reprimanded. If you don't want to be in the general department, I can transfer you to another department. And if you want to be in the general department, play your game in peace. Facing the furious Yang Lan, Li Dongxing froze for a moment, then turned his head and coldly grunted without opening his mouth, while Wu Saigan suddenly opened his mouth. Sister Yang, is Brother Qianer he hurt? I'm a little worried. Li Dongxing's anger had already gone to his head, and Yang Lan returned that it was fine and walked over to Qianwan to tell her that she could leave work early today to go home and rest. The general manager's office. Han Qian told Yan Qingqing about the neighborhood and then lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Yan Qingqing walked over to the sofa and sat down, lifting Han Qian's head and placing it on her lap. She felt strange in her heart. She was starting to get curious about this man. Danger signals. For her. Chapter 61. The old man comes. When Han Qian woke up, he realized that the people around him had become more numerous. Yang Lan Yang Jia sisters, and a beautiful woman wearing a set of white suit. He could guarantee that he had never seen it before. Maybe he didn't pay attention to it the last time it appeared in the high-level meeting, and when he sat up, he felt another sharp pain in his back. Brother Qianer, if you don't wake up, General Yan is going to go crazy. Han Qian's eyes were a bit confused as he watched Yan Qingqing leave the office in a hurry and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with her?" Xiao Yangjia had a sinister smile on her face. "Hey, after making you a pillow all afternoon and not moving a muscle, who doesn't have a triple emergency?" Her gossip heart burning. Han Qian is not a chance to give her. Simply do not answer. Take out the antique cell phone. When Yang Lan and Yang Jia sisters' expression did not change, but the woman wearing a white suit with a face of surprise said, "This thing is dug out of which grave?" Han Qian did not have a good face, glared at her, got up when involved in the back injury, grinned and sucked in a mouthful of cold air, took up the suit out of the office. It was already time to go off work. Office, it's already time to get off work. On his way out the door, he encountered Yan Qingqing, who had returned, and Han Qian grinned, delaying Mr. Yan's afternoon work. Yan Qingqing said angrily with a cold face, knowing that delayed work in the future. Less fights, the rule of law society, not a jungle. Get out. See, you are annoying. Just know that her mouth cannot say what good words to. Han Qian downstairs on the car, took out his cell phone to Su Liang, made a phone call. Su Liang then Han Qian injured a little heavier. That a stick fell on the hand injured his 2 fingers. This will be in the hospital. Putting his cell phone aside to start the car, Su Liang spoke on the other end of the phone. There's no one around you. Ken-chan, is there? No, I'm driving. If you need anything. I heard that Qianwan back to the Ministry of General Affairs was taunted by Li Dongxing. Wu Saigan mouth said, very worried about your injuries. She was in public, not to say public, in front of Li Dongxing care about you. This are intentional to make Li Dongxing and you conflict. Wanju and Biao came to the hospital to see me. Sent $5,000, said that the internet cafe owner of the intention. Accept it or not. Take it. Why not? How many days are you going to stay? Qianwan goes to work tomorrow. I'll be discharged the day after tomorrow. I'm not in a hurry if she doesn't come. I do think you can take the opportunity to test the waters and see if Qianwan's side will make a move. Han Qian sighed as he listened. Hospitalized at ease. Don't go out and wave for a few days. I'm quite worried about the little nurses inside the hospital. Hang up. Aha. After the call ended, Han Qian frowned with his hands on the steering wheel. Wu Saigan's sudden solicitude would have been strange. And who would be the beneficiary of Li Dongxing making things worse? Surely it won't be Yan Qingqing, who has instructed many times not to mess with this Li Dongxing. And high fulfillment? She told her many times not to mess with this Li Dongxing, but to fulfill her duties. Why is this going to work like a consort? The whole thing is like a palace fight? Why don't you guys make some money? Han Qian was whining while still unaware that his appearance had impacted others. If he hadn't appeared, Yan Qingqing might have suffered a big loss on the land matter. And even if he didn't leave the company, his decisions in the company in the future would be suspected. Who profits from this? It's high fulfillment. Drive all the way home. The car parked outside the cell. Get off the car, saw the warmth standing in front of the unit door looking around, holding a cell phone to dial the phone. Han Qian's cell phone is also in, this will ring. Enduring the pain of the warmth, shouted. The warmth of the sound of the jogging, pulling Han Qian's hand to the outside of the cell. Mom gave me dumplings wrapped in a shuttle bus slightly over 6:10 to the passenger station. You quickly send me to. The amplitude of his arm tugged at his back, and Han Qian gritted his teeth as he followed warmth, tossing the keys to warmth as he arrived at the car. You drive. I'm a little uncomfortable. Speaking of warmth, only to find Han Xian's face a little pale. Has been bowed shoulders, do not dare to stand straight. After the car, Han Xian, no things cannot be hidden. Go home and warm a mess or change of clothes will be found. And this will be his suit inside the shirt or not. After learning that Han Xian was fighting with someone again, Warmth stopped on the road with a sharp brake, ignoring the burst of honking sirens coming from behind him, and turned his head to Han Xian to ask, Guan big dog again? I really don't send him in without him itching his skin. Drive. Not with the big dog off. Warmth started the car with a cold face and stepped on the gas pedal hard. Han Xian was shocked and grabbed the armrest of the co-driver, and even said, slow down. When I went out to visit, I met a few hooligans, and there was a conflict, and then Guandagu came and solved the matter. Nothing much happened, but my back was hit by a stick, and this will hurt a little. You went out to visit even in the daytime when it was raining so heavily? Yan Xingqing really use you as a horse-ah. I have said that the money do not want. You are over there to suffer wronged gas yao. Really cannot let the old one to find you a job, or let Li Jinha to arrange for you to go to the Yamen mouth work. Since when did you let mom make you dumplings? How come I don't know? Han Xian intentionally digresses from the topic, but Warmth is unforgiving about Han Xian's fights, driving and nagging. Married time also did not see you have a propensity for violence. This divorce half a month fought twice? Times hang color also do not know what you figure. I also heard not long ago blurry someone in Yan Xingqing move hand. Count the time as when you go to the interview. Han Xian, I suspect that you and Yan Xingqing fights. Not divorced when did not find so much. Which after the divorce you are really changed a person ah. Han Xian did not say anything, took out a cigarette, wanting to smoke to ease the pain, and the Warmth pressed the button to open the window in his hand, and once again said, in the past, do not smoke, do not drink, do not fight, do not curse, now can be good, not only smoke, I also stole 2 at home for you, half a month to fight twice, the other is not much change, but the ability to not hesitate at all to give to my rival. Yan Xingqing, should I say my ex-husband is really great, or that I have no charm as an ex-wife? Glory's movements have already begun to be suspected by Smooth. I still have to help you hide it and say that I don't know. Han Xian, I found that it's not that you owe me, but that I owe you ah. Nagging Han Xian did not listen to a word. Self-centered smoking, but slowly the cigarette in his hand began to tremble, his body began to stiffen, a face of incredulity with the old man who should not be on the side of the road at this moment. 4 eyes. Han Xian really panicked for a moment. Mom and the old man are here. Chapter 62 Private Money. Pocket Money. Warm bend holding the arm of the mother-in-law, the other hand carrying the mother-in-law from home to bring some souvenirs, despite nagging Han Xian all the way. In Han Xian ready to carry things when she snatched over the past, and walk very slowly, intentionally or unintentionally waiting for Han Xian. Warmth handed the car keys to the old man when he got in the car, which made the old man a little surprised, frowning as he recalled the way his own son had gotten out of the car and the way he had walked, and took the car keys and got in the car. With Han Xian sitting in the co-pilot's seat, the old man drove steadily and slowly, and on the way Han Xian frowned and opened his mouth. Why did you guys think to come all of a sudden? Didn't Warmth say it was just a shuttle to bring some things over? What? I come to see you and I need to ask your opinion first? You're the father and I'm the father? The old man's tone was impulsive and seemed to be carrying a bit of fire. Han Xian skimmed his mouth and said softly, we can't talk. I'm not talking to you. Mom, did you make dumplings for Warmth? What did you bring me? I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Xianer's mom smiled and patted Han Xian's turned head, softly saying, it's all for Xianwan. Xianwan likes to eat stuffed ones and sticky ones. Both of you are busy and don't have time to make dumplings for a change. I thought of letting the shuttle bus send them over, but I was worried that you wouldn't be able to receive them, so I came with your dad. Han Xian shrugged, followed by a grimace. When the old man driving the car gritted his teeth and said waste, Han Xian was furious on the spot and shouted at the old man, how do I waste me? We can't communicate. You don't talk to me. I don't talk to you either. You as a father can see what I am like. I can't cook tonight. You cook? Hoof. The old man grunted. Warmth in the back seat has been holding the arm of the mother-in-law, playing the phone. This is more nestled in the arms of the mother-in-law pampered, from time to time to peep at the mother-in-law's hands of the plastic bag filled with what good food. Seems to be in the company and the company on the phone, rambling and probably means that the next few days will not go to the company. When the phone hung up, Han Xian turned his head and asked his mom what she wanted to eat, and Xian's mom smiled and said to go home and eat. She cooks. The 2 words cook came out. The old man's face became abnormal, and Han Xian exchanged a glance with him, and the father and son sighed, when Warmth suddenly volunteered to cook, and Han Xian and the old man opened their mouths at the same time. I'll do it. The burning scallop was right in front of her, the calendar, and Warmth felt a little embarrassed, shaking her mother-in-law's arm in a pouty way, while dialing another number. Hey, Director Wang, I'm Warm. tomorrow I want to bring my mother-in-law over for a full body checkup, so help me arrange it. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow when I get to the hospital. Han Xian pointed the way back to the Yellow City Garden when the old man asked suspiciously how to move, and the warmth suddenly came to the temper. Whispering, "Dad, ask Han Xian, it's all his fault. He's got to tell me if he asks me to count, right?" Now Han Xian is on the edge of death, repeatedly jumping sideways. He knows that the old man can see that he has a wound on his body, is not going to do it drop. So, Han Xian is not afraid, but if you tell him about the divorce, that is, today Han Xian is in a wheelchair, the old man will never be soft. When I opened the door, Mom went in first, followed by the old man, warmth, and finally Han Xian. The status of the family showed a glimpse. Xian, her mom, car sickness regurgitation, went to the bathroom. Warm put down the hands of the things jogging to follow up to take care of the mother-in-law. This energy really let Han Xian feel a little bit so unnatural. This woman has changed her nature? Although it is said that the previous relationship with the mother is also good, but this divorce, how to become better? Mom suddenly sent dumplings over? There's definitely something going on here. The old man sat on the couch surveying the house and spoke softly. Smaller, cozier, kinda clean. A while ago Nguyen called your mom and said you didn't even come home when she was sick. Come on, child smashing. Father and you make out. Han Qian, who was standing in front of the coffee table, took 2 steps back with his hands outstretched and retorted with the slightest hint of fear in his voice. I didn't know she was sick at that time. I only realized it after I went home. I still have all your education in my mind when I got married. You can quarrel with your daughter-in-law, but you can't make a move. Your daughter-in-law married you is turning her back on her mother's family, so you can't let people be aggrieved. A man's physical strength is good, so he can work more. He can't die of exhaustion. He can't be too careful. He has to look at his own daughter-in-law in a trusting light. The sickness is the first place. Husband and wife relationship is the second place. Work is the third place. Han Qian rambled openly explaining. The warmth inside the bathroom listening to a blank stare, whispered suspiciously, Mom, did Dad do that to you all these years? Hearing the question, the hand-washing Kenner's mother's face took on a few happy colors, nodding softly and then shaking her head. It should be better than Han Qian treats you. After being married to him for so many years, he hasn't even yelled at me. Warmth was a little curious about her mother-in-law and father-in-law and asked softly as she stood by the sink, Mom, tell me about it. Kennel's mom laughed. When he was a child, his family was poor, did not read. My family of 3 siblings, at that time is considered to be a family with fewer children. Life is not to say that rich. I also read to high school. Then high school can be compared to the high school water now high-o. When he got married he said that he was uneducated big old man. This life does not understand what the reasoning, only to let the daughter-in-law married him no regrets. Thinking about what happened back then made Kenner's mom feel much better, and the discomfort from the motion sickness was much lessened. Life is not rich, but she is very content. There is a man who loves her, and there is a smart and understanding child. Warm heard some jealousy in her heart and whispered, Mom, Han Qian yelled at me the other day. In the living room, half of Han Qian's buttocks sat on the sofa furthest away from the old man. The old man took a step closer. He took a step back, and in the end, he simply couldn't touch the sofa. Han Qian stood up and opened his mouth to cry out with a few aggravated emphases. What are you doing? The old man stood up and grabbed Han Qian's arm, gritting his teeth and whispering, Don't scream. Words fell sneaky in his arms, took out a small handkerchief wrapped in paper and stuffed it into Han Qian's pocket, whispering, behind the back of your mother to save up some private money. At home I have nothing to spend. You are not easy over here. Earn some money or transferred to the family. A while ago Shan Wan also transferred $70,000 to your mother. Said that you earn, you silly boy. I and your mother at home to spend so much it? Your mom saved it for you. Dad give you some pocket money. Mom, the old man is saving up his personal money behind your back. The old man's good intentions were not accepted by Han Qian at all, but instead, he told off his mom in the bathroom, and the old man panicked when he heard it, and then backtracked, lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Not for you, little. As the words fell the old man walked towards the kitchen. Han Qian looked at the old man's back with a wicked smile and grinned. Yeah, I'm small. Can you be big? This word, the old man grabbed the chair beside him. This will be Qian. Her mom came out in the bathroom, just to look to let the old man give up beating Han Qian, and hand over the private money. Qian, her mom, smiled and handed the money to the warmth. The warmth, a little bit of politeness is not the meaning of the smile in the hands. 2 men in the kitchen and 2 women in the living room. Chapter 63, Feng Shui turns. Han Qian becomes a grandson. Although there are 2 people in the kitchen, but only one cooking, Han Qian holding a cucumber in his hand to nibble. Watching the old man cooking, the dishes are their 2 old man brought over, are well put in the refrigerator to freeze, heated up. Han Qian learned to cook from the old man, an apprentice of sorts. Watching a dumpling that was wrapped like a wheat ear being placed on the steam drawer, Han Qian pinched his chin and skimmed his lips. Really biased, ah. I said I eat dumplings when you roll a dumpling skin that needs to be held with both hands. Put in the filling with 2 hands to fool me. Warmth said suddenly want to eat dumplings you bother to take the trouble of wrapping it into a wheat ear? I am your own son. She is your daughter-in-law. The old man went backward to kick Han Qian and said angrily, you still have the nerve to say that? Warmth has said before that you were treated like your own son when you went to your old husband's side. What? Your mom and I can't treat Warmth as a daughter? Anyway, what your mom wanted back then was to have a daughter. And dumplings? Don't tell me you made fish and elbows. Know your share. I give you to save some money, you still go to your mother's to take credit. Small, you don't want to take a penny from my hand again in the future. Your mother's eyes are not good, didn't see the injury on your face. A moment to think of their own way. What is going on with the injury on the back? Got in a fight, did a play, almost got myself in it, and it turned out pretty good. Well, I'll go home and make you a coffin. So don't get fat, keep it to yourself. The words fell. Han Qian turned and ran. The old man smiled and did not do anything. This is the way they get along between father and son. As a child the old man was very strict with Han Qian. Beat the skin, grew up not afraid of it, and also became this kind of father has no father like, son has no son like. Han Qian's family and the warmth of the family is diametrically opposed. And now Han Qian can appreciate what it feels like every time the warmth comes home. He turned around in front of his mom 2 times. Mom did not find this son with injuries, and finally still warm open mouth to say let Han Qian go to change clothes. Just took off his pajamas, revealing the bandages when Warmth pushed the door in. Very naturally walked up to undo the bandages on Han Qian's body. Han Qian stood on the edge of the bed and looked at the figure reflected on the window, and laughed softly. Why does it feel like the more we're both like an old married couple? I don't even know when my feelings for you changed. When did you start getting on my case? Warmth listened and gently used his fingers to point at the wound on his back. Han Qian sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was just about to open his mouth when Warmth spoke. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not interested in you. I come from a businessman's background. I'm only interested in money. Get down. This statement makes Han Qian cannot help but laugh and shake his head. Her nature is too proud. Want to let the warmth from her mouth to say like him, care about him, to him on the heart may be more difficult than the sky. But Han Qian is not so? Obediently lying down on the tatami mat, the warmth to bring a small medicine box. She does not know whether the white medicine spray will have an effect on this injury, but also do not know whether this is considered to be a bruise, because it is too heavy. Han Qian when he got down to find that the tatami mat bed has become softer, and underneath it was spread with 2 thick layers of blankets. Warm took off her shoes and sat on her knees next to Han Qian, and the wound on her back bled. In fact, Han Qian was not even sure whether this wound was a stick or the back of a knife, but it just felt that the chances of a stick were a little bit higher, and after applying medicine, Warm softly said, "We don't have any bandages at home. Why don't you wear a tank top in a little while? Mom knows you hurt your back." I said I pinched it when I closed the car door. Dad seemed to see it. Han Qian, whose chin was cushioned against a pillow, sighed feebly and wailed, "Can't hide from the old man's eyes." "Hey, do you know Qianling?" Warmth asked with a puzzled frown. "Glory the dumpster fire? I've heard of her. I've never seen her. And you've made her your prey? A little pushy, aren't you?" "No way. Aren't you going to work again tomorrow? Is everything okay at the office?" "No go. Mom said to go back the day after tomorrow. I want to stay with Mom." "You don't have to go to work tomorrow. Take Mom to the checkup by the way to give you a film. In case of injury to the bones is not good. Now I don't care about what you do outside, but when you come home, you have to listen to me. You seem like the wife of a nagging husband. Asterisk 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 off. I just don't want my 4 million to turn into a duck and fly." "You transferred money to Mom? What do you care how I spend my money? We're divorced." Has gotten off the tatami bed of the warmer. The more she thought the more angry. She was actually Han Qian dumped. Turned to Han Qian's buttocks as 2 slaps. Han Qian is not much, but she is feeling a good pain in the hand. When she picked up the slippers, Han Qian climbed up and shrank back, annoyed. "I'm going to change my pants." Warmth is not only not afraid, but instead sits on the tatami bed and looks at Han Qian, who is even more ashamed and angry at this. "Demented girl, get out. Dinner is very rich. 2 plates of dumplings with 2 kinds of fillings, pork and sauerkraut and donkey meat, a plate of braised fish. Fish is the old man made. A plate of braised elbows, a bowl of egg soup, spinach and peanut rice." Han Qian's cooking is not bad, but this gazpacho he does not understand. "Do not know how to adjust the sauce," the old man said a few times. He said in accordance with the old man to adjust the taste is still not the same. Qianer Mom and Warm sat on one side. Mom gave Warm a dish, watching Warm pour vinegar into the bowl. Qianer Mom laughed. "Why do you need vinegar to eat sauerkraut dumplings? How sour?" Warmth bit into the dumplings vaguely. "Brought up by Han Ken. He doesn't eat hot sauce." "Mom, I forgot about it until I told you. Han Qian says I'm a picky eater." Humble mom chucked a piece of fish onto a warm little plate and smiled softly. Mom can't help you with this, eat more, look at how thin you are. Yeah, no boobs yet. Snap. Han Xian's words fell on his head and received a chopstick head. Pumping Han Xian covered his head and looked angrily at the old man, warmed to see the effect. Eating dumplings and suing. Dad. Han Xian's brain was bitten by a woman. I asked him if he had a woman outside. He didn't say anything and threatened to starve me to death if he didn't cook for me in the future. Hey, who let poor little Nguyen not know how to cook? Dad, you definitely won't let mom starve, right? Warm words did not finish. Han Xian had already run out 3 or 4 meters away with the bowl in his hand, a look of horror on his face. Xian's mom and the old man's face changed. The old mom's face was very serious, and the old man could not accept this the most. After a few seconds of silence, the old man was not paying attention to Han Xian, lowered his head and ate a dumpling. Han Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to go back when the old man opened his mouth. You wait until after dinner. Done. Touching the old man's taboos, Han Xian didn't even know how to explain. The brain door was indeed bitten by Yen Xingqing Ah. Chapter 64. Father is not like father. Come downstairs with me for a walk and let your mom talk to Nguyen. After the meal, the old man cleaned up the table, washed the dishes. When the warmth went to help, was the old man thrown out of the kitchen. Add to the chaos 2 words, let the warmth, a little bit of a reason to refuse. Han Xian stiffly and the old man walked into the elevator. Don't look at the usual casual jokes with the old man. This encounter with serious matters, he is really afraid. The old man in the elevator did not say a word, and when he walked out of the unit door, Han Xian took out his cigarettes and was just about to light them when the old man snatched them away. Coldly. What's with the brain bite? Don't lie. Men don't bite brains between men, and fights don't gnaw on this bad spot. Is there really an ambiguous woman out there? Walk forward. There might be a dead stick or something over there. Not going. Then I'll go and you start running. What are you doing? How long has it been since we met? Why do you want to beat me up when you see me? Yes. It's true that a woman bit it, but it's not as evil as what Warmth said. Where is the ambiguous woman? I set a goal for myself. Want to see how much money I can make in a year. Han Xian quickly gave a rough idea of what happened, and also told the old man about the money, as well as the fact that he owed Warmth money, only it wasn't about the divorce, and he made up a random reason. The old man did not ask exactly how this money is owed. The young couple suddenly changed the house. There must be some cats and dogs in this. He cannot help in money, and do not ask to make the child difficult. The old man gave up to pick up the withered branches, and softly said, that is to say that you help your manager to solve the trouble. This female manager's character is also more unrestrained. How she unrestrained I cannot care. You pay attention to yourself. Not married when I do not care how many women you contact. Married, to be honest. Our old Han family, out of good people also out of bad people. Never appeared to steal behind the back of the daughter-in-law of the man on the back of the aisle. Go and talk to him about it. I'll go talk to him. What father doesn't care about his children? It's just that the old man isn't good at caring with his mouth, and saying he's going to have a chat would be so simple. Han Xian grinned when he saw that the old man had no intention of making a move. Old man, I heard from mom that you used to fight a lot when you were young. All the hooligans in 10 miles and 8 villages were afraid of you. Stronger than you. I am the laziest hands to beat people. You grow so big to beat you a few times. You also have a number in your heart. Those guys messed with your mom. I went to talk to them. The man's shoulders then the woman wide. In the home to the daughter-in-law bowed down is not a disgrace. Outside the bend can be a disgrace. Don't be like your old man. Outside the home or with the dough like. Han Xian didn't pick up on this. Old Wen's character was indeed a bit too soft, like a weak scholar. Otherwise he wouldn't have been pressed headlong by the Lin family. And as he pondered changing the subject, the old man suddenly laughed. I'm quite envious of old Worm. Educated and knows a lot. Unlike me, I'll just live in the dirt. Be nice to Worm, who saved your mom's life. We both know it in our hearts. Until now the old man did not know that Han Xian had committed a crime, and Han Xian and Warmth were very consistent in hiding this secret in their hearts. The old man looked at the kids playing inside the stadium with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes full of contempt, as if he was an expert. Han Xian bristled. What? You still play ball? Can order. Except that I don't know much about words. Is cross-stitch okay? Do you think your mom embroidered the rookery at home? You're awesome. Why else would I be your father? What? In case I'm better than you someday we'll switch? Hey, I'm not going to beat you. You really have itchy skin. Sure, you don't want to take me to meet the person who did it with you? Just this one chance. I don't care if you get beat up later. Kids are too big to hide behind their old man all the time. Why don't you care if I got beat up when I was a kid? Your mom won't let you. Han Xian tilted his head with a lifeless look at the old man. At this time the old man's cell phone rang. When the old man took out the cell phone, Han Xian are envious, even intelligent, touch screen witch, lowered his head and took out the pocket antique. Han Xian heart faintly feel as if he is too backward. The old man who chatted with Han Xian very stiffly answered the phone that was called a kinda. Han Xian skimmed his mouth and muttered, still talking about me? What little leprechaun called called you, gave you a smile, like a chrysanthemum. Your mom. I told you, my mom looks good, like a leprechaun. I'm so handsome. With your words I find it difficult to find a daughter-in-law. Your mom wants popsicles, take me to get them. Why don't we have some at home? Warmth eats ice cream like crazy during physiology. I dare not store it. Women are all the same. This father and son chat may be really an other family. Father and son is not the same. Before can Xin asked Han Qian, so an uncle talk not get beaten? Ko Xin cannot dare to live in the cottage because the test score is too little. Then have more than 180 pounds of physique by his father to carry the collar thrown directly to the ground, regardless of the kind of life and death. At that time, Han Qian was still very angry, went home and told the old man. The old man went to Kursen's house, which gave the child scared to go home. Cannot be. Not long after the old man came back, said Kursen is now home to stay at. It does seem a bit of a stretch to say that you got a 5 on the math test. Thinking of Kursen, Han Qian took out his cell phone and gave this little fat man a phone call. Brothers chatting a serious sentence, no mutual shortcomings and cursing each other, and finally agreed to go home together at New Year's Eve. The big guys get together. We'll see about that when the time comes. A few of them, rotten to the core. Ko Xian did not give too much explanation. Han Qian did not ask, just said that the New Year home to say. The old man in the supermarket out of the time to ask Han Qian Ko Xian how this child is now. Han Qian back to the sentence that is not bad. The old man sighed softly. He can, but that cousin of his doesn't seem to be doing too well. A year ago it was quite glamorous, often going to the house to see your mother's health. I saw him once before last month, like a little old man. It seems to be out of something. I asked him and he didn't say anything. When you go home in the new year, ask around, and if you can, help, are all growing up together as a little brother. I know, I didn't get you a popsicle. It's okay, I'm not eating. I didn't buy one for myself either, so go buy me one without breaking the whole dollar. Keep that 100 in your pocket for a couple years, and wait here for me for a while. Han Qian walked out of the neighborhood. There is an ATM right across the street from the neighborhood. Han Qian withdrew $1,000. The money given to him by Warmth had already been invested and used up by him, and when he came back, he took out 500 and stuffed it into the old man's hand, whispering, "Don't tell mom, Goo, it's not easy for me to still get money in your hand. Cut the crap, don't give it to me. Why don't you take what your son gives you?" "No, I'm afraid you'll starve to death out there someday." Han Qian's mockery of the old man is not at all concerned, carrying 4 sticks of popsicles to go back. 4 popsicles. Daughter-in-law too. Daughter-in-law too. The old man remembered what Han Qian said. Daughter-in-law should also like to eat popsicles, specially bought expensive, $2 a it. There's no whole money left in the pocket. This is all his belongings, all the money he saved to give Han Qian. Not much, only $2,000, but unfortunately by this small report. Chapter 65. Han Qian, the iron and steel straight man. At night the 2 old men slept in the guest room on the 1st floor. Good thing the last time 2 Kuan moved to the quilt is still left inside. When mom and dad left for a different set of covers can be. After all, is not the quilt at home? The bathroom on the 1st floor is also naturally commandeered by the 2 old men. Han Qian's back can't get wet, which also eliminates the step of bathing. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Han Qian is a little unaccustomed to the warmth, basically hogging the bathroom on the 1st floor to take a shower. And by the way, the change of clothes thrown in there. After about 20 minutes, Warmth walked into Han Qian's room wearing her pajamas and wiping her wet hair, took off her shoes and got into bed as if she were going back to her own room, with a popsicle in her hand. Taking a vacation? Han Qian nodded as he lay on the bed looking at the roof. Called Sister Yang, who said I can just go to work when I'm ready. But, Missy, I'm sleepy. You go back to your room and go to sleep. No, my hair is not dry and I can't sleep. My sister will take you to see the bear. Han Qian, you don't lie down. You lie down or sideways. The day is hot. You be careful of the back injury. Warm pulled Han Qian's arm to force Han Qian to lie in a different position, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to open the package of ice cream. Warm's teeth are very good, bite by bite of the ice cream, not afraid of cold at all. Han Qian looked at Warm sideways, and softly said, "It's whether it would hurt the company to know that their iceberg goddess, MS, Vice President Warmth, is cuddling up at home with snacks and not being ladylike at all." Warmth skimmed her lips in contempt. "Nasty. It's not like it has anything to do with me if they're in pain or not. Does Han Qian know about the dry girl little buried? I know. If you could shrink, you'd be the same as Bubby, but Bubby has a brother. I've got one that owes me money. Go go go. You go back inside. I don't want to talk to you." "Ah, that's delicious." Warm is deliberately angry Han Qian. Han Qian really got into the way, suddenly got up and went forward to give Warm a wall thud. The sudden move scared Warm brain a blank. 5 seconds later, Warm face more and more ugly. Eyes are about to spit out fire, because the popsicles in his hand were gone. They were all eaten by Han Qian in one big bite. Warmth was exasperated and gritted her back teeth in a low voice. Han Qian, you have to be glad you're hurt today, otherwise I would definitely beat you to death and you'd pay me for the ice cream. Han Qian let go of the warmth, sitting cross-legged across from her, vaguely chewing on the mouth of the popsicle to speak. Say something. Stuff. Warm did not hear clearly. Said half of Han Qian cannot say the words. Eat too much in a hurry. Icy cerebral kernel pain. Warmth said and got out of bed. She wouldn't dare to eat ice cream in front of from Han Qian. The next morning the family of 4 went to the hospital. Warm drove and Han Qian sat in the co-pilot. Hospital. Han Qian saw the director Wang in Warm's mouth, looking just 27 or 88 years old, blonde hair with a bit of foreigner's features, as if it was still a mixed race. Director Wang was very enthusiastic when he saw Warm and opened his arms to embrace. Han Qian frowned when he saw this and stretched out his hand to stop the director Wang, frowning. The etiquette of foreigners Han Qian knows a little, but the old man and mom are here. Director Wang saw this slightly stunned, with a few points of raw Chinese whispered. Nuan, this is, Warmth whispered stiffly. My lover Han Qian. This is Director Wang Nan Wang, an Australian. Warmth stretched out his hand to hold Han Qian's arm, which made Han Qian still have a few unnatural, ready to break free when Warmth pinched him hard. Wang Nan smiled at Warmth, and then threw Han Qian a wink and took Qian's mom and the old man to do a physical examination. Han Qian looked at Wang Nan's back and hit a cold shiver. At this time, the Warmth pulled Han Qian into Wang Nan's office. Han Qian was puzzled and asked how the Warmth did not go with mom. The Warmth pinched Han Qian's neck and whispered and gritted his teeth. What? It's not enough for me to fight with Yin Qingqing now? You still want me to fight Wang Nan? You better be honest with me. Han Qian's eyes widened as he looked at Warmth. Then he got up and headed for the door as he walked. I'm not going to watch it. It's not going to kill me anyway. And don't you know what I can't take? Warmth pulled Han Qian's arm back and yanked it back, eagerly. What are you afraid of when I'm here? Wang Nan's medical skills are brilliant. He majored in Chinese medicine. Get back here. I'm not. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid he just me. Han Qian. It's no use screaming. This pair of former two-mouths quarrel when Wang Nan came back, opened the door and looked at the Warmth and Han Qian's appearance slightly puzzled, then smiled and returned to the table. Looking at Han Qian once again laughed. Mr. Han, I heard from Nuan that your injury is in your back, so please take off your clothes. Hearing this, and thinking that this guy liked men, Han Qian took a step back with his hands clasped in his arms and shook his head vigorously. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm healed, and look at me, I can still do a big jump. Hey! The pain in his back made Han Qian burst out in foul language. His forehead was all in cold sweat from the pain, and Warmth covered his face on the side. Didn't even want to look at this humiliating guy anymore. Lifting his foot to kick at Han Qian's ass, and gritting his teeth, he laughed. Hubby, you behave yourself. A husband almost didn't scare Han Qian to death. A face of horror looked at Warmth. Warmth, this husband definitely more than Wang Nan to make him fear. Took a deep breath. Han Qian heart constantly comforted himself, just as if it was to go to the torture chamber. But just as Han Qian was undressing, Wang Nan suddenly disagreed, claiming that Han Qian had insulted him, and that a healer should not look at him with a discriminatory eye. This time Han Qian also came to temper, fastened his buttons and turned around. Warmth reached out to grab Han Qian, was shrugged off by Han Qian, and left the office with a big step. Warmth covered her head and glanced at Wang Nan, then turned around to chase after Han Qian. Half an hour later, the office. Han Qian lying on the hospital bed. Wang Nan frowned to check Han Qian's back. Injured by a blunt object like a club? Judging by the bruises, the other guy would have been a burly man. Right, just for a second? Aha! It's almost 220 pounds up and down. It may have hurt the bone. I'll prescribe you some topical medicine. You can use it for now and see if it's no good. Then please get a new doctor. No, I'll just change it now. Listening to Wang Nan's words, Han Qian's heart is very uncomfortable. What pounds, not pounds, to say pounds cannot. I still don't know to get the external medicine? From being warm to pull back, this Wang Nan did not give a good face. In fact, the warmth of the worry is superfluous. These two guys don't deal with each other from the moment they meet. Han Qian thinks that he belongs to the steel straight man. He doesn't care if other people like men or not, but he doesn't want to have this kind of people around him. And Wang Nan doesn't like Han Qian either. There is a good skin, but it's not enough to be a gentleman at all. And he doesn't like men who don't have manners. Han Qian stood up to put on his clothes, and Wang Nan sat at her desk, spinning a pen in her hand and laughing softly. Does Mr. Han still need medicine? No. How much? I'll check you out now. And no, Warm and I are friends, but I don't know you well. Chapter 66, You're an eyesore. What the hell counts as one? For the first time, Han Xian was disgusted with the doctor. Not because this Wang Nan is, but this guy's personal emotions are too heavy. I just don't want to see the doctor anymore. And you say that I don't respect you, and as a result, what are you saying? If it doesn't work, then you can change the doctor. Warmth trotted to catch up with Han Xian after he walked out a long way and grumbled as she grabbed Han Xian's arm. Why? Wang Nan is a foreigner, so he talks a little straighter. Han Xian waved off Warmth's hand and turned to frown loudly and angrily. What's wrong with a foreigner? This isn't his Australia. It's my country. So if he's a foreigner, should he be tolerated? Should he be tolerant? Should he be humble? In other people's eyes he's a great Chinese and Western doctor. In my eyes he's a doctor who doesn't even have any medical ethics. What a barren thing. Didn't he ask me to get a new doctor? I begged him to see me? The angry roar attracted a crowd of spectators, which would bring Qianer's mom and the old man over. And Qianer's mom frowned. How can you curse? Qian? Mom, I have no qualities. Snap. The back of his head received a slap. Han Xian was hit by the body forward, clenched his fist and turned around to find that it was the old man. Han Xian lowered his head, which will be Qian's mother also walked forward to put the warmth of the lowered head and wipe the tears in his arms to comfort. Warm all good intentions, she wanted to give her mother-in-law a physical examination. Did not want her mother-in-law to queue up, but also wanted to find a familiar person, and have a bottom in her heart, but she did not expect things to develop into this, and did not anticipate that Han Xian would open his mouth and roar at her. The old man grabbed Han Xian and dragged him out of the hospital, while Qianer mom pulled Warm back to Wang Nan's office, where Wang Nan's face was also ugly, and when he saw Qianer mom he was busy getting up and walking forward, whispering, "Auntie, please sit down." Qianer's mom took Wang Nan's hand and softly said, "Dr. Wang, don't be general with that unintelligent thing. It's all because I, as a mother, didn't educate him well." Wang Nan took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile in the same soft voice. "Auntie, he and I aren't on the same page. It's normal that we can't get along. You drink some water first. I'll go and rush your medical report. Don't worry, you're in good health." Wang Nan didn't vent the anger in her heart to the others and hurriedly left the office, warmly sitting beside Qianer's mom and leaning on her mother-in-law's shoulder. Outside the hospital, Han Xian sat by the flower bed sulking. Out of the door was the old man kicked 2 feet, rebuked a big time, probably means that the heart has anger in outsiders to vent to go, and Shan Wan shouting to show you can afford it? Shortly after Qianer mom and Warmth walked out of the hospital hand in hand, Qianer mom took out the car keys in Warmth's hand and threw them to Han Xian in a cold voice. You can't die if you have the ability to yell. Drive. When Han Xian opened the door of the driver's seat, the Warmth was still not ruthless, walked up and grabbed the keys in Han Xian's hand and got into the car. The Warmth drove. Han Xian sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window. The two were no longer coming to talk to each other, and the old man sitting in the back seat suddenly laughed. I haven't seen you two fight in over 3 years, and it's kind of funny to see it come out of nowhere. Words out. Han Xian turned his head to look angrily at the old man, reached out and grabbed Warm's hand that was placed in the stall. Warm symbolically struggled twice and then gave up struggling, and now she didn't know what she thought in her heart. She could only say that she had to put on a good show for her in-laws to see, not letting them know about the fact that she and Han Xian had already divorced. And Han Xian is much simpler. There has always been a rebellious heart towards the old man. The more you want to see, the more I won't let you see. In front of the old man, Han Xian will always be like a child. It is very good to fool, and there are not so many messy thoughts in his head. In the afternoon, I asked Lao Wen and his mother-in-law to have dinner together. The in-laws came how to meet. Lao Wen looked very excited. He looked forward to this day for a long time, and finally can openly drink and smoke. The old one's side is Warm contact. Warm with mom went to the mall. Han Xian has been waiting in the car. His back pain does not want to walk. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hundreds of kitchens. Mother-in-law set the position. The old man and the old one met very cordial, almost did not pull the hand to warm up. Xian's mother and Li Jinha, 2 people chatting about parents. The most awkward is the Warm and Han Xian. The 2 of them were arranged to sit next to each other close together. Warm lowered his head to look at the cell phone. She thought she did nothing wrong today. Han Xian knows that he should not be yelling at the Warm, but this will be some of him cannot lower his head. Warmth, you go to my car to bring the wine. I can treasure 2 bottles of good wine. In-laws, today you can't drink less. The old one Lang laughed and wanted to drink with the old man. The car keys thrown over when the Warmth has not returned to God, just about to smash in her face. Han Xian suddenly reached out to take the car keys, this time the Warmth to return to God. From Han Xian's hand took the car keys down the stairs. Han Xian think about it also followed out. In front of the elevator. The elevator has arrived. The Warmth is still in a daze. Han Xian helplessly know to stop the Warm back into the elevator. The Warmth did not refuse and did not say anything, as if it were a puppeteer, so so it has been Han Xian embracing the back to the old Win's car. Need to bend down when the warmth back to God. Take the cigarettes and wine. Lock the car up the stairs. Just when walking into the main door, the warmth suddenly stopped in his footsteps. Han Xian puzzled. What's wrong? Still angry? Warmth shook it and nudged at a Mercedes not far away. Lin Zongheng is here too. Han Xian frowned slightly and refused when he reached for the cigarettes and wine in Warm's hand, and Warm shook his head and walked through the door to be stopped by the waiter. Miss, you're not allowed to bring your own drinks here. Have your boss come over and talk to me? Words fell not to pay attention to the waitress. Warm also do not want to make things difficult for her. Into the elevator when a little too many people. Han Xian's back was accidentally bumped. Han Xian stifled a grunt. Warm turned his head and threw an angry gaze at the person behind him. The person behind him was a little tense by this gaze. Whispered a sentence of embarrassment. Walking out of the elevator, he heard Lin Zongheng's voice coming out of the private room. Warm frowned. His already not so good-looking face instantly darkened. And when he walked into the private room, he saw Lin Zongheng sitting in Han Xian's place boasting to, as if the protagonist of the night was him. When Lin Zongheng saw Warmth walk in, he hurriedly got up and softly said in a nauseatingly gentle voice, "Nguyen, you went downstairs to get something, la? Just let brother Lin know and I'll have someone bring it over to you." Warmth took a deep breath just about to speak. Han Xian appeared in the doorway, holding a cigarette lazily. "It's our family dinner today. Don't you think you're an eyesore?" Chapter 67, Son-in-law's eyesight. Daughter-in-law's filial piety. Knowing that the other party has spent money to buy the murder, there is no need to say to him to stay what polite. From Lin Zongheng into the box when Li Jinha's face has not been very good. This will hear their own son-in-law so tough. Suddenly smiled out of flowers. How to see Han Xian, how to look at the eye. Lin Zongheng's face remained unchanged, glancing at Han Xian with his afterglow, unwilling to pay any attention, and looking towards Warmth to continue. "Nguyen, I was worried when you didn't go to the office today, and you didn't answer when I called you." This grandson obviously already knows that the two old men sitting in the room are Han Xian's mom and dad. This is to be disgusting. Even if he cannot get it, cannot let Han Xian go. Warm opened his mouth, ultimately did not say anything, walked to the old and the old man behind the old and opened the wine to pour wine for the two old. Li Jinha, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't hear anymore. Resting his cheek with one hand and squinting at Lin Zongheng, he said softly, "Xiao Lin Zi, don't find yourself unintelligent. I've already given you quite a bit of face today. Don't wait for me to have someone throw you out of the window. Go wherever you need to go. It's enough that my daughter has my son-in-law to care for her. Don't overstep the boundaries, you as a hairdresser." Lin Zongheng propped his hands on the back of the chair and laughed. "Aunt Li, you are wrong. I and Xiaonuan are from childhood. I, Li Jinha, don't need you, a junior, to come over and tell me what to do when I speak right or wrong. I gave you face right. Ask your father Lin Mangda if he dares to stick his finger out in front of me. One last word with you. Don't force me to call out a few of my old retired sisters to come over and take care of you." Lin Zongheng did not dare to open his mouth. Although Li Jinha has been demobilized, but her friendship is still over there. Half of the sisters who joined the army in the same year are married to soldiers. To the age of 40 or 50 years old is not demobilized. The identity of the low can be low to where? Called a few people over to take care of him. This complaint have no place to go. And the warmth of the great uncle has not been discharged it. 3 siblings, 2 enlisted in the military and 1 went to the police academy. Lin Zongheng couldn't afford to mess with it, and Lin Mingda didn't want to mess with it. As he walked past Han Xian, Lin Zongheng sneered in a low voice, "Cherish the days when you can walk." Han Xian skewered and sneered, "Just this? I thought you had a lot of power. That's all? Or that's all you've got? TSK, $100,000 down the drain and not even a single movement. Lin Zongheng, you're quite green as a big sea turtle." Lin Zongheng snorted coldly and left in large strides, seemingly unwilling to show off his tongue with Han Xian here. Han Xian skimmed at his back and threw his cigarette at the door in passing as he walked into the box. Dinner did not become unpleasant because of Lin Zongheng's appearance, but the manager came up to apologize to Warm, saying that the waiter was a bit unintelligent, giving away a few dishes. Warm didn't want it, just told the manager not to make things difficult for the waiter. It's not easy to come out to work. Li Jinha and Xianer mom chat very happy. Their topic cannot be separated from the two children. Between the conversation, Li Jinha found that Xianer mom still does not know the two children divorced. She also chose to hide it. And now she is trying to do everything possible to set up the Warmth and Han Xian to continue to be together. Han Xian, how to look at how to feel the appetite. Lao Wen and the old man do not communicate much, just drink. Lao Wen is considered to have found the opportunity. The wine cannot stop without overflowing glasses. They chatter lively. On the contrary, Han Xian in Warm is quiet. Warm expressionless eating dishes on the table of the crabs do not have any interest. Her mind is still the image of Han Xian yelling at her. Cannot mention angry, just a little bit of sadness. A broken crab appeared in front of her eyes. Warm raised her head to look at Han Xian, and found that Han Xian arrogantly turned his head to the other side, as if to say that he hadn't made a mistake today. Warm gently pushed the crab away and whispered, "I have no appetite." Oh, Warm thought Han Xian could still hold on, but this guy gave up so easily? The Warm thought that cilantro was the most difficult to eat in the world. Without one of the vegetables, Han Xian did not hesitate to eat the cilantro. And by the way, also clip a piece of carrot. The Warmth looked at the body goosebumps, and quickly bit into a mouthful of crab to alleviate the body's uncomfortable. But then Han Xian put a piece of celery on Warm's plate. Warm turned her head mechanically. She hadn't realized that Han Xian had such a naughty streak before. Warm endured the pain and swallowed the celery, then used a spoon to dig a spoonful of crab paste to feed Han Xian. She knew too well what Han Xian didn't eat. This time Han Xian was a bit flustered. He really doesn't eat crabs. Looking at Warmth holding up a spoon to his mouth, Han Xian's face went white, but then his afterglow found several old men staring at the two of them. Li Jinhe's face with a smile. The old man seemed to be threatening with his eyes, not to eat, not to be able to do so. In the eyes of the old man, these two children are showing love and sweetness, but they don't know that they both want to play each other to death. Helplessly, Han Xian closed his eyes and opened his mouth to feel the seafood flavor in his mouth. Han Xian picked up the juice and took a big gulp to smooth down his throat. He thought it was over, but the warmth was not stopping yet. She looked over at Han Xian and narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Honey, is it good?" Han Xian instantly got goosebumps, can only nod his head. This nod can be out of the big thing. The warmth of a bit of rice on the crab cover inside the mix, and then handed Han Xian the warmth of a gentle smile. "If it's good, you'll eat more." "Good. Since you're unkind, don't blame me, Han Xian, for being unrighteous." Garlic shoots, fried squid, garlic shoots, side dishes of carrots. Han Xian is a brain all the clip to the warmth. The beautiful name said that it is to supplement the vitamin ABCD. The warmth is not ambiguous. See cucumbers, crabs, see snails. Playing is playing. Fooling around is fooling around. In the old man shouted Han Xian to drink some beer. Warm is not happy, angrily looking at the two old men. Angrily, he ate so much seafood and drinking beer is possible gout. Drink fruit juice. Han Xian didn't want to make old one lose face and said softly, "It's fine, drink less." "No." Warmth's attitude is tough. Li Jinha also opened his mouth to say that old one is a bit stomping on his nose, but it's mother-in-law and Xian her mom who both drank a little bit of beer, and the atmosphere in the box, if you don't count Han Xian and warmth, should be able to say that it's too good to be true. Chatting to Xian her mom said tomorrow morning to go home. Li Jinha pulled Xian her mom's hand. Retained, said anything to stay a few days, together to go shopping, talk. Xian her mom is very willing, but can only refuse. There are still chickens, ducks and dogs at home. These 2 days are okay. Long time no one to take care of, can't. Waiting for small warm back when the chickens and ducks are also fat. In let his father go to pick some red mushrooms, trying to give the small warm stewed a big pot. Li Jinha looked at warmth after hearing this and skimmed his mouth, despising it. In-law's mother, do you see that her head looks like it's worthy of eating red mushrooms? It would be a waste to feed her. It's $150 to $60 a catty. Kennel's mom smiled nervously. Shanwan like to eat? I do this mother-in-law to prepare more. Cannot go home for the new year in the aggrieved. But Han Xian in this side I do this pro-mother's education cannot. You do this mother-in-law can be a little more severe. My son-in-law I can't afford to lecture, but it's your daughter-in-law you need to talk about. What she can't do and what she can't eat. Your son-in-law can be impulsive. Men are supposed to be impulsive. Your daughter-in-law is just an empty skin. Girls, being pretty is an advantage. In-law's mother, you're wrong. A daughter-in-law should be virtuous. Shanwan is very virtuous and understanding, but it's your son-in-law you need to educate more. You can't let him bully your daughter. My son-in-law is the best. Han Xian and warmth both want to find a seam to drill in. This always feels so comfortable in the heart of being praised. 68 wants to sin. After the meal, the warmth of the car to send Li Jinha and the old one. Han Xian drove behind, but also 10 minutes away. Back in the pickup, Qian's mother and the old man to go home together. The car Li Jinha asked the warmth of the time when to move back. The warmth of the said did not have this intention. Li Jinha heard what seems to be a sigh of relief. Back to the sentence is quite good. Sent home, Han Xian driving Paramila waiting for warmth outside the neighborhood. Warmth on the car, two people changed positions. Do not speak to each other. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the family of 4 finally arrived home. The old man walked into the room and went to sleep. Han Xian muttered in a low voice that this old man was really good and didn't have to worry about it, and was slapped by Qian'er's mom who told him to take an early rest as well. After the bath, Han Xian looked at the mother in the hospital to bring back some of the medicine difficult. This mother must have been lying down to rest, and do not want to go over to disturb, and tried several times in the mirror cannot reach the back. Han Xian hard-headedly pushed open the door to the warmth of the room, revealing half of the face. Nei, help me with the medicine. Warmth glanced at Han Xian, lifted the covers and got out of bed. Han Xian, seeing something, pushed the door open a little again and grinned. I'm kinda embarrassed for yelling at you during the day. I'm sorry, I'll go to my room? Warmth still didn't say anything, but she pointed to her bed. Han Xian walked into the room naked and sat on the bed. Warmth frowned when she saw this. Get down. This will Han Xian some regret. At the dinner table should not provoke the warmth. He is now a bit panicked, afraid of the warmth of the whole out of what moths to feel the warmth of the small hand in the back of the wandering. Han Xian some of the small man is the heart of the gentleman's belly. Warmth didn't have the heart to clean up Han Xian, put on the medicine, patted Han Xian's back and whispered, what did you say to Lin Zhonghan when you left the house? Something about $100,000 going down the drain. You two have something fishy going on behind your backs, don't you? Han Xian got up and moved his body. His back wound was cool, and he didn't know what kind of medicine had been applied. Then he skimmed his mouth and opened his mouth, saying that there's nothing going on between the two of us. Hell no. Just his cockney nature can watch his cute and charming little warm sister go in and out of the same place with a country bumpkin like me. I just want to try to see if he's playing small tricks behind his back. And being friends with Guan Daogo is just to prevent this big turtle. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Warm suddenly reddened and wriggled into the quilt. Seeing this, Han Xian frowned at the road. Hey, you didn't just hear me complimenting you and nothing else, did you? You pick and choose when you listen to others? Asterisk off. Warmth looked up angrily, then lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, I'll drop mom and dad off in the morning. Do you work tomorrow? Depends. It feels like your bed is more comfortable than my tatami. Han Xian stood idly at the edge of the bed, and when Warmth heard it, he rubbed inside, lifted the covers and patted the bed, and narrowed his eyes and laughed. Come on, let's go to bed and talk. Unwell. Next time. Han Xian turned around and ran. At critical moments he would always fall off the chain, and of course he couldn't take what Warmth said seriously. If he got into bed this time, he wouldn't know what shocking things would happen in a while. Busy day. Han Xian returned to the room to the head to sleep, and so again woke up when the day has brightened. The antique on the side of the pillow vibrated nonstop, picked up the phone to connect the call, closed his eyes and confused. Hello, Hankin, brother-in-law. I heard you've been injured. Jiawei and I will go to visit you tonight. Uncle Guan said you told me your email address, but I didn't get it. I have all the photos in my hand. I'll give you the flash drive tonight. My dad praised you, saying you're smart. Han Xian sat up and rubbed his eyes, frowning as he heard the man's laughter over the phone. You didn't go to school today? No, I have a cold and I'm at home getting an injection. My dad asked if you were at work today and wanted to meet you, so I'll ask Uncle Guan to pick you up. Little Tu Koan does not look like a cold at all. The voice on the phone is crisp and excited. Seems to want to see the picture of Han Xian and her dad meeting. This will be Han Xian has walked out of the room, pushed open the warm door to find that she has already gone out, holding the phone and whispering, tell your dad I don't have time for this and that you do well in school and stay out of the mess that's going on in your family. Now pack up and go to school and tell your dad that there's no need to talk about it when it comes to using you as a shield. The other side of the phone, small Tu Koan relayed the original message to Tu Snap. Downstairs, Han Xian pushed open the door of his parents to find that people are also gone. It should be already gone. Han Xian hung up the phone. Want to call Su Liang when Yan Qingqing's phone call came over. Han Xian thought about it directly to hang up, and then throw the phone to the sofa to go change clothes. When Han Xian washed up and changed his clothes when the warmth came back, this wearing a pajamas to send the people, took a look at Han Xian confused, went up the stairs to make up for the sleep to go. Han Xian did not ask more. Pick up the phone to go out to work. When he walked to the door of the neighborhood and saw the red raptor, Han Xian turned around and ran back. How did Yan Qingqing suddenly kill over? Han Xian ran not much faster than a tortoise. Listening to the sound of high heels coming from behind him, Han Xian gave up struggling, turned around, bent over and saluted, and shouted, my little one greets the lady of the night. Don't be poor, go to the office. Black short skirt, stockings with letters, a pair of high heels. Yan Qingqing took Han Xian's arm and dragged it outside the neighborhood. Han Xian chose to resist and frowned in a small voice. Pay attention to the impact. Pay attention to the impact. I still want to live in this neighborhood again. Mr. Yan, you let go. I'm afraid that you ran away. Yesterday Qianling called me to ask me about Qianwan. I told him that you took a break. Today she came to the company. Ancestor I really can't help you wipe your ass for this trouble. The people passing by all looked at Han Xian with different gazes, which was not limited to those who had seen Han Xian and Warm coming down the stairs together. Among them there were the lads who had played with Han Xian at the court in the beginning. Their eyes were surprised and envious. Not long ago when a goddess-like woman went to the court to play ball. That pair of long legs make people cannot sleep at night. Today was a scourge-like woman, intimate arm. this guy in the end what can how to be around so many beautiful women. While considering whether to worship or not, Han Qian had already gotten into the car, and this time the boys were envious again. Not only a scourge, but also a rich woman? Worship. Be sure to worship. In the car, Yan Qingqing took out a small white bag and handed it to Han Qian. I know a doctor. Went to him to give you some medicine. His medical skills are very good. Foreigners study Chinese medicine. The director of the city hospital. Foreigners studying Chinese medicine? Or the director? Han Qian asked in a puzzled whisper. Is it Wang Nan? Yan Qingqing suddenly braked, and when she turned her head, her eyes carried a bit of fury in them. You know him? Han Qian, you stay away from him. I don't want to fight with warmth and then still be fighting with a man because of you. Han Qian slapped his head on the door. Sinning. Chapter 69, Qiandong. Briefly chatting, Yan Qingqing learned how Han Qian knew this Wang Nan, and Yan Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when she heard about what happened between Han Qian and Wang Nan. I said to give him a phone call when he is not in a good mood. Han Qian, this is your own. Prefer male style is people's freedom. And did not like you? You pretentious what strength? You have to change this problem. If I'm warned you didn't walk out of the hospital yesterday, medicine you take. At noon I'll let someone change your medicine. To the company, Yan Qingqing told Han Qian to try to pretend to be a little weak. Has come to Yan Qingqing's office, pushed the door and walked into the office of a lot of people. Yan Qingqing's position is sitting on a 40 years old or so, white and chubby a woman. Qianwan saw Han Qian when he hastily stood up and jogged forward with a face of concern and asked, Brother Qianer, how's your injury? I heard from Mr. Yan that you're badly injured, and two of Liang's finger bones are cracked. It's all my fault. Han Qian lifted his head and popped it against Qianwan's head, laughing. You're really to blame for the big money thing. If you'd given me a burger I might have spiked up a bit in fighting power. How's the mouth? Did you get your teeth checked? The words fell. Han Qian whispered in. Why don't the three of us enroll in a sparring class? As soon as the words left his mouth, the back of his head was slapped by Yan Qingqing. Han Qian didn't bother to look at Yan Qingqing, but instead glanced at Qian Ling out of the corner of his eye, and realized that the shareholder, who had never been seen before, didn't seem to take his words to heart. Sweeping around the room, Gao fulfillment. Yang Lan, Yang Jia and the woman in white who said Han Qian's cell phone was dug up from a grave. Han Qian looked at Yang Lan and laughed softly. Sister Yang, is Rio still out of the hospital? I didn't expect such a big storm to arise from such a small matter. I blame me. I should have grabbed the two of them and gone to the neighborhood together at that time, not let them wait in the car. Yang Lan frowned inside. Lu Weiss went to the hospital to see Su Liang. The doctors meant to say that the earliest he can be discharged will be tomorrow. What's going on with things? Everyone wanted to know what happened. Qianwan spoke vaguely and the guys didn't understand. Han Qian laughed softly. In fact, not much of a thing. That day out to do business when it was raining. The car on an umbrella. I went to the neighborhood to visit. The two of them stayed in the car. It should be too long for me to go. The big money children and Bright to go to the internet cafe to contact the people of the renovation company. By the way, wait for me. And then I rushed to the internet cafe. The internet cafe. Some people speak to the big money children mouth is not too clean, and as a result it got physical. That's all. The version I heard is different from what you said. It's that Xiaowan purposely sidetracked you and went to an internet cafe to play a game. How much this niece loves to play. I as an aunt know too much better than you as a co-worker. Getting her to the company is just coming over here to play a game. Yan Qingqing, you won't be unaware of what I mean, right? The white and chubby Qian Ling suddenly opened her mouth, and Yan Qingqing lowered her head with some difficulty and whispered back, Dong Qian. I didn't think about this matter well. I originally thought that the two of them could protect Wan. So, I know. The company has wind that it wants to dissolve the comprehensive department. You are worried about the matter of Wan going to another department in the future. I don't blame you for this matter. I only want to know those who did it now. How is it? And how did you guys leave the internet cafe? Well, you all go and busy yourselves. I came to the company just to see Wan and ask things. It's time to busy yourselves. Qianling gave the expulsion order. Gao Fulfillment intended to try to open his mouth, but was rejected by Qianling, and the woman in the white suit spared a glance at Han Qian also left the office, pulling Yang Lan away as she left. Now there is sort of no outsider inside the office. To say there must be, Han Qian is that outsider. Walked to the sofa and sat down, put the medicine bag in his hand on the coffee table and smiled. Guan Juanbio of the 8th District stepped in to relieve the situation. I gave him a call. The police they are at best taught a lesson. Provoking trouble cannot all be incarcerated. Come out to retaliate against the big money children, or a trouble. I think so. As for the downfall of the photo in the hands of Guan Daogo, 2 Snapdragon's daughters and a friend of mine's son is in a love affair. I will go to find her to ask for it. Qianling knocked on the table and stood up. Her word is not high. In addition to the body is a bit bloated, looks a little round, but no one dares to belittle people. Her hands hold 25% of the shares of the glory. Xianling walked to the edge of the sofa, laughed softly. It seems you know Two Snap very well? Han Xian smiled and shook his head. Do not know, but Two Snapdragon's daughter because of some reasons called me a brother-in-law. And Guan Juanbiao is considered to know people is. Xian Dong. I and Guan Juanbiao what relationship seems to be in this matter does not have much to do with it. How do you feel as if Guan Juanbiao save a person also save the wrong it? Wrong or not I don't know. I'm just curious is this considered a deliberate act by you and Guan Big Dog? Han Qian you think I don't know you? The ex-husband of the vice president of enjoyment, right? This child, Wan, is relatively simple, and it's inevitable for an aunt to be a little more suspicious. Xianling's words made Han Qian uncomfortable as he stood up and frowned. Xiandong you suspicious is your thing. The internet cafe is not my open. Go to the internet cafe to play games is not my idea. Make a mess to the end I fell all over the wound but also be suspected of hoodwinking the big money. Do people have to speak conscientiousness? You ask the big money at that time I was in what position with Su Liang? Was 7 or 8 people pressed to the ground to beat? In the look of the back of the wound? The words had already revealed dissatisfaction, and Xianwan was also a bit unable to see past it, and somewhat grumbled at Qianling. Auntie, I didn't even buy lunch for Brother Qianer. I even deliberately only bought an umbrella to send Brother Qianer away so that I could go to the internet cafe to play games. I don't need you to mind my business. It's obvious that it's my fault, and you're still going to suspect Brother Qianer. You're making it so that I can't make any more friends in the future. Xianling seemed to have nothing to do with this niece and sighed somewhat helplessly. Yan Xingqing, who hadn't opened her mouth, seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Xiandong, it seems that Two Snapdragon wants to transform into a real estate construction business. Guan Juanbiao is Two Snapdragon's #1 lapdog. Do you think that it could be a play he's looking for someone to put on? Xianling skimmed her mouth and despised it. No. First of all, you said that you were suddenly Han Qian and Xianwan sent out. Also Han Qian left after they went to the internet cafe. Han Qian does not know. There is no way to communicate with Guan Daogong. I'm a woman, paranoid only. Things in the end whose fault I know in my heart. Or in other words, I understand more than any of you how much Qianwan this niece's love of fun. The fault lies in her love of fun. Han Qian, I, Qianling, have a straight nature, and in my position I have to think a bit more. I hope you can understand, and I also want to say thank you to you and Su Liang. It was you who saved Qianwan. Han Qian shook his head with an unchanged expression. My good relationship with Big Qianer is between the two of us. If you want to thank go thank Guan Juanbiao. Without him, Su Liang and I wouldn't have been able to safely take Xianwan out of the internet cafe. Xianling looked at Han Qian with a teasing face. Chapter 70 Love is not in the air. Wan, you go out first. I want to have a good talk with the Brother Qianer in your mouth. Not very old, but with a lot of heart. Auntie, get out. Xianling suddenly erupted with a furious cry making Qianwan give up her struggle and leave the office with a reluctant face, closing the door with force as she went out. Qianling sighed at this. There was nothing she could do about this niece. With Big Qianer gone, Xianling rejoined Yan Xingqing's seat and sat down. Squinting at Yan Xingqing and Han Qian sitting on the sofa, Qianling sighed once again. I have no hope of having children in my life anymore. Qianwan is my niece. I treat her even more like my own daughter. Han Qian, I admit that you're very lucky. I also know that you have a good head on your shoulders. Since when did you know that Qianwan has an aunt who is a shareholder of the company? Han Qian's heart thumped. He was too confident and treated everyone else as a cutie. Took a deep breath and whispered, no on Monday through Tuesday. Good. If it wasn't Qianwan who was at the internet cafe the day before yesterday, but the other girls from the general department, would you still risk your life to make a move? Perhaps you would. Then you would still have made a point of shouting at Guan Daogo instead of choosing to call the police? Hearing this, Han Qian lifted his head and grinned. Qianwan took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. The cell phone was snatched and stomped on. You should not know about this matter, but you should know that Qianwan has changed her cell phone, right? My decision at that time was not because of who was behind me. I only wanted the simplest and most effective solution. This is my style of behavior. In addition, I'm afraid of the magistrates at the entrance of the court. I made a mistake in the first place, so I don't want to deal with them. My niece took a slap in the face. I need to see my back injury? I have no interest in your injuries. So, this is between me and Big Chancellor. You're a shareholder, yes, but you overstepped your boundaries when you went prying into my family connections. I wasn't prepared for you to give me a thank you, and I wasn't thinking in trying to have a conversation with you. I was just doing what I could to protect the people around me. Qianwan is still young. 4 words out, Yan Qingqing's small hand reached in from under Han Qian's suit and pinched the soft flesh of his back waist, which would finally make Han Qian understand exactly what Qianling meant. Lifted his head and smiled slightly, taking advantage of the work of the smile. His brain raced, and then slapped a slap on the small hand on his back waist, and snapped. Stop it. I'll explain it to you when no one's around. Yan Qingqing didn't think about it too much, and also felt that Qianling was there. so this was not good, and obediently retracted her hand. But these two people's actions and words fell into Qianling's eyes were not normal. She leaned forward and looked at Yan Qingqing and Han Qian with a gossipy face. A stone fell from her heart. The relationship between Yan Qingqing and Han Qian is somewhat ambiguous. I see. Since so this Han Qian protect Wan thing will be the past, Yan Qingqing must have urged. Qianwan also when Qianling said, "Is he and Han Qian playing games?" was caught by General Manager Yan together thrown out. So it's the name of a woman. Then Qianling frowned. The vice president of Warmek's husband is also called Han Qian. The characteristics and the guy in front of him match. Also saw the photo. This young man in the end what is the ability to hook up with the vice president of, and today, and the general manager of the glory of the relationship is ambiguous. No matter what, Qianwan is safe. At this time, Han Qian opened his mouth and laughed. Qiandong, you should have opened the matter. I have only colleague feelings for Big Qianer. In more than that is also a friend. If it is I want to hook up with Qianwan, can I call her Big Qianer? This is obviously between friends will be so called. In addition you also know, I am divorced. Second-hand man is not worth money. That's right, second-hand men are worthless. Qiandong, Han Qian. This guy is just thrown to the garbage heap that no one wants. Ugly man with a cheap mouth who still owes money. This would be Yan Qingqing's IQ not online at all. Qianling stared at the two suspiciously for a long time before sighing. Since both of you have said so, this old woman like me can't be suspicious anymore. Han Qian, you should be very eager to let me thank 2 Snapdragon of the 8th district. Right, or to say that let me, Qianling, owe a favor to 2 Snapdragon because of Wan. If that's the case, your wishful thinking is wrong. I don't believe that he, 2 Snapdragon, would dare to let his minions bring knives to come to me to ask for this favor. Han Qian had a slight headache. This woman was a bit of a pain in the ass, and when he was in a difficult situation, Qianling spoke again. But, Qianwan was saved by you. You took a steel pipe for her. I don't want her to owe you. Do you understand? As for that Su Liang, if he's not the mastermind or an accomplice, I'll triple his salary in the hospital. That's all, understand? As for 2 Snap's favor, it has nothing to do with me. You hear me? All have been said to this point. How can Han Qian still do not understand? Want to get up when the pain in the back makes him tightly frowned. Had to be in sitting down. Grinning forced smile. Understand. Qiandong, you can make money and luck has nothing to do with it at all. In front of you, this little bit of wisdom of mine is simply Meng you met Zhuge Liang ah. Come on, don't kiss my ass either. As she spoke, Qianling stood up, stretched and continued. Qingqing, Qianwan I'm taking away today. On the other hand, I heard that there's a kid inside the general department who said he wants to whip my niece. Make an appointment with Lu Xingge for a video conference sometime. Without nodding or shaking her head, Yan Qingqing stood up and sent Qianling out of the office. And when she came back, Han Qian clearly felt that the woman had become irritable. Walking up to Han Qian and lifting her foot to stomp down hard. The tip of the high heel is only 3 to 5 centimeters away from little Han Qian. Han Qian was scared out of a cold sweat, back to his senses and pulled his neck and shouted, "You're sick." This was probably the most Han Qian had ever said to Yan Qingqing, and the veins on Yan Qingqing's forehead tensed up as she gritted her teeth in anger. You're the one who's sick. Why don't you go to Qianling to ask for terms? You've taken this stick for nothing, you know? Han Qian laughed, raising his hand to land on Yan Qingqing's stockings before tilting his head back and closing his eyes to let out an exclamation. Ah, so slippery. Yan Qingqing is also a woman in her pugnacity. How could she endure being molested like this? Lifting her hand, she was about to whip Han Qian's face, when Han Qian spoke again. What should be promised has been promised. You prepare your conditions. I'll go to see 2 Snap in the next 2 days. Yan Qingqing's hand stopped in midair, tilting her head as she asked, "Promised what? Let me touch my leg. Touch my leg and I'll tell you. Have you ever taken your claws down? Han Qian, don't you give a damn." Han Qian was about to raise his hand and said with an embarrassed face, "Love it or leave it. Do you know the idiom? Shall I tell you about it?" Chapter 71, The Little Bully of the General Department. Idioms are definitely not to be spoken again. Han Qian did not dare to molest Yan Qingqing, adjusted the sitting position to Yan Qingqing briefly explained. Qianling said owed Han Qian a favor, but she did not say how to pay back, nor did she say when, and after that it was even more explicitly said to Su Liang's thanks, and Han Qian also disguised his plan. Qianling did not veto it. Anyway, Qianling acquiesced to Han Qian's next step to take. She would give Han Qian a small help, just a word. As for the success and failure will have to be caught by Han Qian himself. Yan Qingqing always felt a bit mysterious. Just this? The two of them didn't say anything. It's all a guess? This was Yan Qingqing's most hated way of communicating. If you have something to say, just say it outright. Han Qian knew what was on her mind just by looking at Yan Qingqing's muttering, and grinned as he stood up. Next time I'll translate for you. Then Yan Qingqing said a string of English. Han Qian listened with a foggy face. English was a hard problem for him. Then Yan Qingqing had a string of Korean. Han Qian tilted his head and asked in doubt, "No simi oppa? Mr. Yen, do you speak Japanese? Just. Yan Qingqing looked at Han Xian and smiled, striking a very flirtatious pose at Han Xian, who clapped his hands and shouted at the sight. Just thinking about your stockings, Mr. Yen, I'm going to eat 3 more bowls of rice for lunch, no matter what I say. Show and tell? I didn't eat this morning. Han Xian left Yan Qingqing's office, and 2 minutes later, Xiao Yangjia heard Mr. Yan's ranting in his office. What's going on? Starting to show love again? Han Xian had just returned to the comprehensive department when Yang Lan was called to the office by Yan Qingqing, and when she left, she specifically told Han Xian not to fight. And also told the members of the general department to keep an eye on Han Xian and call her as soon as there was a problem. Now Han Xian is the biggest problem child. The first day of the interview in Yin hands. After the work there is no face without injuries. That is, because of his glorious deeds, comprehensive department no one is willing to mess with this guy. Han Xian just ready to rest for a while when the phone rang. Is an unfamiliar number? After connecting to know as the big money child called, the phone constantly to Han Xian apologized, and told Han Xian back to the Ministry of General Affairs first do not mess with Li Dongsheng. Wait for her to come back to find him to settle the score. Accounting? Han Xian asked with some suspicion, and hung up the phone after knowing about Big Qianer's vicious taunting by Li Dongsheng when he returned to the general department. Han Xian swept a circle of colleagues in the Ministry of General Affairs. Qian Wan, Su Liang, Lu Jiolong are not in. Li Dongshan leaned back in his chair, crooked mouth dangling a straw. A contemptuous look at Han Xian. Wu Saigan. Han Xian smiled. Han Xian not only back to the smile, but also opened his mouth to say that at noon to have a meal together. These words made everyone in the general department suck in a breath of cool air. What was this Han Xian up to? Doesn't he know that Li Dongsheng has already internalized Wu Saigan as his girlfriend? Li Dongsheng's angry look at Han Xian, but Han Xian is skimming his lips to ignore. Now he has not gone to talk to 2 Snapdragon. Qianling's favor is not yet used. He will not begrudge to use this favor on Li Dongsheng's body. Han Xian swept around, then walked to Qian Wan's computer. Qian Wan's position was just an aisle away from Li Dongsheng. Han Xian turned on the computer and entered the game. He had a great interest in the game Qian Wan had just played, but of course he wasn't there to play it. This will be Li Dongsheng's eyes are about to spit fire. In the past in the comprehensive department he is the emperor. No one dares to provoke him. He likes to do what he can do. More no one dares to provoke him. Now the whole comprehensive department is not allowed to play games. He cannot. But this Han Xian is bright and open to play. This is provoking his position in the general department. Who is he? My old man's dad is the shareholder of the company. Li Dongsheng took out the stereo unconvincingly and was about to turn on the game when Han Xian suddenly opened his mouth. You dare to put music, play games? I will call Mr. Yan now. The big deal is that you and I are transferred to another department. I happen to want to leave the comprehensive department. Try, wherever I go as a meat and potatoes. As for you no one wants one more burden of sharing bonuses. It's a good thing that there are no bonuses in the comprehensive department. A mockery down. Li Dongsheng can say what? He did not dare to say anything, because he was afraid of getting beaten up. He only dared to go and flail with people in the case of having his mother by his side. And at this moment he also took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. Mom, I'd like to transfer one of the people in the general department. Not knowing what was said on the phone, Han Xian once again said as Li Dongsheng hung up. I thought you were going to tell your mom that I bullied you, that you sneered at Big Chance when he came home soaking wet and said what she was from? Right, that a woman like her deserved to be slapped to death. Oh, just now Big Qianer also told me that you called her a broken shoe, right? You don't want to feel better. Li Dongsheng turned around and sneered. It's just broken shoes worn by you and Su Liang. Otherwise whose little girl would go out with you 2 big men? She came back with a limp. You and Su Liang did it to her, didn't you? My mom was so right. A woman like her who doesn't abide by the rules of womanhood can't be married home. Han Xian took off the headphones hanging around his neck and stood up, shaking his neck as he clenched his left hand into a fist, making a crunching sound, when Wu Saigan, who was sitting next to Li Dongsheng, suddenly opened his mouth. Li Dongsheng, how can you say that about Wan Wan and Brother Qianer? Brother Qianer is in love with Qian Wan and it has nothing to do with you. How hard to hear. These words fell on the ears of Li Dongsheng very harsh, and now Wu Saigan is still helping Han Xian to speak? But these words fell in Han Xian's ears is not right. This is obviously in the archfire and move right and wrong Look at the appearance of harmless. This inner is a bit sinister. When the others in the general department saw that Han Xian was going to hit Li Dongsheng, they hurriedly got up and came over to persuade and block him, and at the same time, someone also called Yang Lan. It didn't take long for Yang Lan to step on a pair of high heels and run into the comprehensive department, walking up and picking up Han Qian's ear and yanking it into her office. Li Dongxing looked at Han Qian's appearance and his eyes were about to spit fire. Wu Saigen lowered her head and took out her cell phone to send a message, and it didn't take long for her to get up and leave the comprehensive department. Inside Yang Lan's office, Han Qian sat on a chair with a resigned face and gritted his teeth. Sister Yang, did he speak like a human being? If you don't like me, just come at me. Didn't you hear what he said about Big Qian? Can't I whip him? I know his father is another shareholder of the company, so I'll just whip him and quit. Yang Lan picked up a cup of water and handed it to Han Qian, covering her forehead feebly. Calm down, calm down. This thing I have told Qiandong. Little ancestor, you just calm down for a while. Just now General Yan is still talking to me about you. You are now in the company to help General Yan to do things. Your temper, although it gives people a headache, but it also puts her mind at ease a lot. You are suddenly gone is not to throw the mess back to General Yan. Cannot you see that it is Wu Saigen is provoking you and Li Dongxing to don't you see that it's Wu Saigen who's provoking you and Li Dongxing to quarrel? I've noticed that this little girl has been sneaky lately, as if she's up to something. Just after 2 words, Lu Jiulong pushed the door and walked into the office, still turning back as he closed the door, puzzled. When did Wu Saigen get so close to Sunya that she started borrowing cars to drive? Han Qian and Yang Lan looked at each other and said at the same time, their eyes conveying the message, which made Lu Jiulong very unhappy. How can they still have a frown? Chapter 72, Room Cards and Money. Lu Jiulong looked at Yang Lan and Han Qian with a puzzled face. How is this a frown? With him there, Han Qian didn't say anything to Yang Lan, stood up and left the office. Not 2 minutes later, Lu Jiulong walked out from Yang Lan's office with a forlorn face, walked to Han Qian's side and lay down on the table. The look was pitiful. Han Qian skimmed his mouth at Lu Jiulong. This guy is not worth pitying at all. Quite a big age is not honest, but also think that the red flag at home does not fall. Outside the colorful flag fluttering, if it is a single person is also even so. There is a wife and child. In case his wife learns that Lu Jiulong is pursuing Yang Lan one day, she will definitely come to the company to make trouble. And then not only will she not say that Lu Jiulong is at fault, but she will also falsely accuse Yang Lan of seducing his man. And just because of this, Han Qian's impression of Lu Jiulong has not been very good. Listening to the guy sighing beside him, Han Qian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, when is Vice Lu going to get a divorce? This question caused Lu Jiulong to faintly freeze, raising his head and frowning as he asked, when did I say I wanted a divorce? Then you stick to Sister Yang so much. Does your family know? Sister Yang treats me as a younger brother's treatment. Lu Vice is still better to deal with things at home cleanly. In case your wife knows it one day and comes to the company to make trouble. She scolded Sister Yang. I smoked her with my hands, so that we all make a mess are not pleasant. Sister Yang will also be because of you more than a few unnecessary trouble. If Lu Jiulong was single, regardless of his looks and ability, Han Qian wouldn't have said much about these words. After all, they are all single and the pursuit is free. But he isn't. Lu Jiulong glanced at Han Qian and lowered his head inside. He wouldn't have waited until today if he had dared to get a divorce. What was to be said was said, and whether he listened or not was his business. Resting on the table with his eyes closed, outside the company, Sunya had already given the car keys to Wu Saigen. The car you first take to drive. Now even if people know, do not worry. Han Qian and Li Dongxing's contradictions have been inspired. When the two of them really make a big mess when the car is transferred to you, you go to my PR department to do things. Such a good face. Do not take advantage of the waste. Sunya pinched Wu Saigen's face and walked into the elevator with a smile on her face. And when she came to the first floor, Sunya had already called Guan Juanbiao, shouting in a sweet and delicate voice, Brother Guan, why didn't you answer my call last night? I was drunk and wanted to meet you. Guan Daogo's side was Tu Snap. The phone was on speakerphone. Sunya's showboating was heard clearly by Tu Snap. Guan Daogo was silent for a few seconds, then laughed into the phone. There were some things last night that made it inconvenient to take my sister's call. Has my sister figured it out? Seiki, you're so bad. I'll send you an address and we'll meet as brother and sister. The phone was hung up by Guan the dog, and Tu Snap nodded at Guan Juanbiao with a cigar in his mouth. Go take a look and see what tempting conditions Gao Fulfillment's side can give. Gao Z. This Han Qian is too slippery. Be careful. Don't plant your head. I see. I'm going to see Suenya now? Mind what's in your pants. Guan Juanbiao hurriedly left the office of Tu Snapdragon. He asked Sunya to meet at the tea house. This woman Guan Big Dog does not quite want to touch. The front foot is still disgusted with him. Turn around, a mouthful of a Guan brother called. Who the hell knows what the in the head of this? Sunya is definitely Yen Qingqing's disciple. This dress is all exactly the same. Stockings, high-heeled hip skirt. Only Yen Qingqing's hair is burgundy. She is black. She is also considered to be self-aware, knowing that she can't handle the burgundy color. She sat opposite Guan Dagu, who gave up his suit today and just wore a red floral shirt to rush to his appointment. The gold chain around his neck was eye-catching, almost had to weigh half a kilogram. Guan Dagu wasn't ugly, just not a good looker. Sunya sweetly shouted a brother, stood up and walked to Guan Juanbiao's side to bend down and pour tea. The tight wrap skirt revealed her enchanting figure in the eyes of Guan Dagu, who held back and laughed softly. Sister Sunya has time today? We're all adults, there's no need to do come these falls. Sunya laughed and returned to her position. Her hands propped up her chin and beamed as she looked at Guan the dog, her low-cut skirt revealing a piece of snowy white, and snapped, "Brother Guan, you're so unemotional. My sister didn't miss you." Guan Juanbiao laughed. The end of the tea smelled but did not enter the mouth and put it on the table. The simple action let Sunya know that this guy is not so good to deal with. She took out a bulging envelope and a room card from her bag and placed it on the table, softly smiling. "Since Brother Guan wants to hear the truth, it's not good for my sister to make a show in front of you. Recently I heard that Brother Guan and Han Qian of the General Department are very close. Not long ago you also said to my sister that Mr. Tu Dedang wants to meet with our Mr. Gao, and our Mr. Gao agreed to this matter. As long as Mr. Tu Dedang agrees, everything is fine." Big head Guan glanced at the two items on the table, his brain getting calmer and calmer as he smiled lightly. "Meat is not important. You high total to face. My master is not wave to come. Call the little brother. I heard that the glory of the airfield that Fast Land want to develop, the need for builders. My master has a little bit of free money in hand. Want to invest in the transition. Sister Sunya or go back to ask the High Vice President cannot do this minute. After I went to pick which of these two pieces I take. As for Han Qian, we are friends and also considered partners. His sincerity is much more affordable than Sunya's sister." Suanya teased as she listened. Could it be that Han Qian can still give Brother Guan a room card? My sister has already taken out all the sincerity. As for the success or failure of the matter is not still to chat before we know. Han Qian is just a pawn of glory. The sincerity he gave is worth a few dollars. Brother Guan, you say. I can't say anything about this matter. The same goes for you. Sister Sunya, you and I have to go back and ask our master. If we say that my sister wants to be passionate about it, my brother won't hesitate. Speaking, Guan Juanbiao reached out to touch the room card on the table. Sunya hastily shot out to hold down, breathing slightly sharply, and forced to hold back a calm smile. Since Br. Other Guan is not in a hurry, how can my sister be in a hurry? This room card should be used to celebrate the day our two families form a partnership. Perhaps I will give Brother Guan a different kind of surprise. Like this, I'll go back and prepare our terms. Brother Guan, also tell sister what you want. I'd really like to form a partnership with Brother Guan. The words fell. Sunya stood up and left. She took away the room card but did not touch the money on the table. Sunya left soon after. Guan Juanbiao called to find a little brother. Let him send the money to the glory to the manager of the Department of Public Relations, Sunya. After the little brother left, Guan Juanbiao took out his cell phone and made a call to Tu Snap. Piaozi, call Han Shan now and see what his attitude is. Sunya also told the matter to Gao Fulfillment. On the phone, Gao Fulfillment was silent for a full minute, then said, "The car is here, get it yourself." Sunya's eyes were instantly filled with peach blossoms as she delicately said, "Brother, I have another little sister." Chapter 73, Auntie G, Great Nephew Han Qian or Sunya. Choosing any of them two Snapdragon is a big profit. Han Qian hung up the phone. Sunya went to see Guan Big Dog. Han Qian stood in the doorway of the General Department frowning and contemplating. Tu Snap's heart is eager to transform. The gray business is getting harder and harder. If his small means of rubbing the wrong way are being strangled, Tu Snap will also fall from the position of the Earth Emperor of the 8th District. What's the point of having no money to feed your little brother? Sunya or Gao Fulfillment certainly will not be stupid enough to let Tu Snapdragon give up the transformation of things. Then he went to meet with Guan Dagook and say what? In the final analysis is not still the building of things. Gao Fulfillment and Tu Snapdragon cooperation, or Yenqingqing and Tu Snapdragon cooperation results are the same. Nope. Han Qian slapped him across the head. With Gao Fulfillment working with Tu Snapdragon, there would be no way for him to get any money in this. No matter what Gao Fulfillment's intentions were, Han Qian needed money. Shouting at Yang Lan's office, Han Qian turned around and left the general department to find Yenqingqing. Yang Lan in the office gripped the ballpoint pen in his hand. His face was green with iron. How come this broken kid has no intention of restraining himself at all, and dares to suddenly leave his post at the tip of this storm? Doesn't he know that the staff of the general department already has a great deal of resentment towards him? But after a while Yang Lan didn't hear anyone talking about Han Qian, and when he stood up and opened the door to secretly observe the staff, he realized that there was a sense of after the robbery on the faces of these people, and Yang Lan got it. Han Xian has been getting into frequent fights with people lately, and he's already imprinted a violent streak in the hearts of these co-workers. No one wants to mess with this guy who's all talk and no action. Yang Lan sighed. Perhaps it's a good thing to say that there were 2 fights. After all, inside the comprehensive department is no one to mess with Han Xian, but also put Yang Lan's heart in his heart. When he looked up and saw that Lu Jiulong was about to get up and walk over, Yang Lan closed the door of his office with a bang. Half of the general department are problem children. Lu Jiulong doesn't count as a problem child. He's sick. This was what Yang Lan had in mind. Coming outside Yin Qingqing's office, Han Xian leaned his back against Yang Jia's desk, and little Yang Jia put all her private snacks on the table, looking at Han Xian with a gossipy face. Seriously, can you eat this chocolate? It's energizing. Drink some water? Don't curry favor with me? It's no use. I'm not going to satisfy your nosy curiosity. I fell asleep at noon and didn't eat, and I'm a little hungry. Speaking, Han Xian only went to touch the snacks when he found the grab empty, turned his head to find small Yang Jia snacks are held in his arms, bared his teeth with a wary face looking at Han Xian. Han Xian reached out. She opened her mouth to bite, looking at little Yang Jia's adorable appearance. Han Xian frowned and laughed bitterly. You belong to the dog, ah? Eat you a little something to it. We only know a few days, ah? Look at you fat, all round. Don't lie to me. I don't believe you. I don't get fat how I eat. Go weigh it if you don't believe me. Little Yang Jia looked at Han Xian with a skeptical face and resolutely refused to get up. After eating something, Han Xian's stomach wasn't empty anymore, so he suddenly turned around and shouted, Sister Yang! Xiao Yangjia turned around in a hurry. Han Xian smoothly snatched a bottle of Wanzai milk in her arms, pulled off the pull ring and took a sip. He smiled and pushed Yin Qingqing's door open when Xiao Yangjia was about to kill someone. Xiao Yangjia put down her snacks and went to weigh herself when he closed the door, muttering about not being able to get fat aces. In the general manager's office, Han Xian saw the woman in the white suit again. This time he carefully left to take a look at the woman. 2089, slightly taller than Yin Qingqing, shorter than Warm, with a pair of eyes with gold silk frames, long hair coiled behind his head, no stunning features, overall very sensible. Of course Han Xian wouldn't be fooled by this woman's appearance. She opened her mouth and it was a knife. Yin Qingqing frowned at Han Xian, opening her mouth with a slight point of anger. You grab the milk at little Janja's? You! Do you see what people hate the most and do what you do? Remember to knock next time you come in. Oh! Han Xian didn't have the slightest intention of going out, sipping his milk and walking over to the sofa to sit down slowly, laughing softly. Sunya went to see Guan the dog. It seems that Vice President Gao wants to support 2Snap's transformation. I came over to ask if you have any thoughts on 2Snap or not. Yin Qingqing ignored Han Xian and glanced up at the woman in the white suit, skimming her lips. You see, he's definitely not going to die. And 2Snap, who used to be revered, has suddenly become the meat and potatoes. The woman in the white suit turned around and half sat on Yin Qingqing's desk, laughing softly. 2Snapdragon has always been the meat and potatoes. Didn't I also say to you? He can be in the city for so long without collapsing, doing the rubbing business. No one is willing to mess with this madman as one. After that is his position in the 8th district and the intricate network of relationships. In the future you want to intervene in the business in the 8 districts. After asking the Yaman mouth also have to ask him if he agrees or not. The high vice presidency should also see this. Now that the city is developing at a fast pace, the 8th district is close to the city center. What do you think? Yin Qingqing asked with a frown as she leaned back in her boss chair with her hands in her arms. MS. Ji Jing, are you asking me or Han Xian? Can you look at me when you speak? Even though we're on good terms, I'm still your boss, right? The development of District 8 is uncertain, and if I lend a helping hand to 2Snapdragon now, will he be grateful? This kind of person doesn't stab me in the back. I have to thank him. Cow Fulfillment loves to get it. Let him get it. Aren't you afraid that Cow Fulfillment and 2Snap, two of them will play you together? Half a year to complete the project for you to do 2 years. By the smooth enjoyment to understand the intention, immediately do a business to compete with you. Come on. You tell me what you do? Ji Jing turned to look at Yin Qingqing. Her words made Yin Qingqing freak out, her hands gripping her hair in annoyance and anger. Then what can I do? Gal Fulfillment can let Sunya seduce Guan the dog, the lapdog. Who do I let go? You, Ji Jing. How about you sacrifice for me? You can't get married anyway. Don't you have this little lover boy of Han Xian's? Give up the child to catch the wolf. Ji Jing nuzzled at Han Xian with a bad smile on her face, and Yin Qingqing looked at Ji Jing with a skeptical expression before glancing at Han Xian again. Puzzled. 2Snap likes men? Pust. The milk he just drank into his mouth sprayed on the table. Han Xian really wanted to tear the mouths of these two pussies apart. The most important thing was that this Ji Jing's eyes even had a little bit of anticipation inside of them, and Yin Qingqing seemed to be torn as to whether or not she wanted to shed Han Xian out. After a long time, Yin Qingqing spoke. Han Xian, I shouldn't have come. Bye. Han Xian does not give Yan Qingqing the opportunity to make a fool of herself. Get up to go to the door. Yan Qingqing quickly got up, wearing a pair of slippers, jogging to stop Han Xian, both hands pulling Han Xian's arm, knowing that he has a wound in his back, and do not dare to force. Whispered, "Don't listen to Auntie Ji Jing. I know you're here because there must be a way, right? What are you worried about in your heart? That high fulfillment will play small tricks, Auntie?" This title is used in a very refined way. Han Xian, slightly relieved, turned to Ji Jing Nuzzle, whispered, "Didn't Auntie already say it? Gal fulfillment isn't that kind to help you. In case he promised to snap a very high price and you don't accept it, you have to go to other builders. Think about whether there are any builders who have cooperated with our glory that dares to mess with 2snap. If there are, we don't have to take care of gal fulfillment." Yan Qingqing sighed feebly and shook her head, and Ji Jing, who was sitting on the table, was not affected in the slightest by the word big mother and laughed petulantly. "No, oh, no, you've been very considerate, great nephew. Auntie, don't wear white in the future. It looks bloated." Han Xian's mouth cannot be merciful at all, directly poking at the woman's pain. Ji Jing really got on the set, stood up and looked up and down, and then lowered his head and softly said with a red face, "I'm just a bit plumper than Qingqing." Han Xian decisively turned around, opened the door and was about to leave. Yan Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore and turned her head angrily. "Ji Jing, if you want to flare up, go back to your operations department. I'm annoyed enough right now. Han Xian, can you be generous too? What are you getting into with this old? I'm not an old lady. I'm a big girl. Ji Jing, if you open your mouth again, do you believe I'll throw coffee all over you?" These words threatened Ji Jing's lifeblood. She was the one who really had a cleanliness fetish. The reason why she hadn't gotten married until now. It wasn't that she didn't like men, it was that she couldn't accept a man touching her, not even a finger. The heart can yearn for a man to pamper, but it hasn't been able to change its ways. Han Xian took a deep breath. "We can't let Gao fulfill it. I won't be able to blackmail 2snap if he does." Yan Qingqing froze slightly, then growled, "Han Xian, I'll fight you." "Hey, are you sick? Hey, still kicking. I'm ducking." Chapter 74. Han Xian runs away. Han Xian still did not escape, sitting on the sofa with a furious look at Yan Qingqing. This is not ambiguous at all. Really kicked to death. This Yan Qingqing hid in the back of the season. Jing did not dare to look at Han Xian. "I'm not blackmailing you. I'm blackmailing 2Snapdragon. You think I'm easy to bully?" A roar of Yan Qingqing to scare away. "Honestly, big men can still beat you. A woman is not just lazy and you are not." This also stirred up the nose on the face, is not it? "What are you looking at? I don't have a lot of clothes. Look what you're kicking me in the ass. You think I'm Sister Yang, changing one set a day? It's almost winter. I can't save up some money to buy clothes for myself, can I?" Han Xian gritted his teeth and stared angrily as Yan Qingqing hid behind Ji Jing to reveal her head and whispered, "I'll pay you for a set of LVs." "No need. You prepare a contract. Now also don't block 2Snapdragon and high fulfillment to meet. Wait for them to talk about the price and then let me know. I'm going to go to put the price down. By then, even if you are Yan's credit, I fall off the pile of women? How big a sin did I create in my last life? Running into a few of your stuff." The more he said, the more aggrieved he became. Han Xian stood up and wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and angrily left Yan Qingqing's office. He was really about to be pissed off and cried, "What the hell is this? Sending away the warmth and coming back again. And now there's also a Yan Qingqing, a big mama, Ji Jing, a green tea, Wu Saigan, and a fake brat, Qian Waner. In my last life, I jumped into a well with your kids in my arms? Han Xian is gone." Yan Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, patting her plump chest plate and gasping for air. Ji Jing looked at the already closed door with a suspicious face and whispered, "Crying in anger? Can Han Xian really keep the price down and get 2Snapdragon to work with you? If that's true, then your position in the company will be secure for 3 to 5 years, not to say for the rest of your life." When he said he met you guys, did he include me? Is it a sin to fall in love with women? Yan Qingqing leaned helplessly on the table and wailed, "MS, Ji Jing, just let me save my heart, okay? If Han Xian says he can do it, he can definitely do it. I don't trust him any less than I do you, even more than you do. Otherwise, how could he become Worm's ex-husband, and still be chased by Worm, the stupid, who's a little cutie?" Ji Jing turned around and looked at Yan Qingqing and whispered, "I forgot about this if you didn't tell me. He's the ex-husband of the VP of Smooth. Why did he come to Glory to sell out? Did you hook up?" Hearing the last 4 words, Yan Qingqing looked even more powerless, her entire body paralyzed on the table powerlessly. "You think I can hook up? Don't you see this guy's mouth is so flowery and he doesn't even look at me? He's very close to Su Liang from the general department. I really suspect he likes men. The more I think about it, the more I'm annoyed. How come all good men are a bit flawed? Am I not beautiful enough? Or are my legs not long enough? I am not as tall as Worm. She is 5 feet 2 inches. Do you think she ate chemical fertilizer? Is it too late for me to eat? You take some yeast, get lost, I don't want to talk to you. When you go out, by the way, tell Yang Jia to ask Han Xian to ask what kind of contract he wants, and then let the comprehensive department make the contract ready. If you talk again, I'll throw you to the construction site. Believe it or not, Ji Jing got up and left, not dragging her feet at all. Back to the office, Han Xian looked at the table full of snacks, a face of confusion. What? There are still people confessing to him like this? Also sent snacks over? This is not a little childish awe? When Han Xian was puzzled, Yan Lan opened her mouth and explained. Xiao Yang Jiao weighed and found that really fat 3 pounds. Afraid of all the snacks were given to Han Xian, said to Fat together, Fat, cannot leave him behind. Han Xian, who had heard the explanation, cried and laughed feebly. At noon just ate a meal will certainly be heavy. This silly child. Within a sister Yang you give the big guys to share it, as if you invited everyone to eat snacks. I guess tomorrow she will find me to fight. Come. Sister Yang treats. All don't be polite. Han Xian is very enthusiastic to greet the group. The result is that no one has come over to take it. The first is not dare. The second is because of Li Dongsheng. Han Xian saw this powerless sigh. Powerless. Sister Yang, you come, Mr. Yan also explained some things to me. I am out. Han Xian, dog thief, come out and die. Han Xian was just about to find an excuse to bail out. Little Yang Jia angrily killed to the comprehensive department. The solution is to either die in the comprehensive department, or compensate her a new set of pig feed. Han Xian looked at Yang Jia with a puzzled face and asked in a low voice, can anyone eat pig feed? I ate that stuff when I was a kid, and it was quite zingy, and I had to pour some water over it to accompany it when I fed it to the pigs. Han Xian, I'll fight you. Little Yang Jia is about to be furious, if not to go to the operations department of the quarter manager to give a simple explanation. She now also thought that she really fat it. Yan Lan frowned and walked up to pick up little Yang Jia's ears and dragged into the office. Han Xian took the opportunity to slip away, turned his head when he went out of the door and laughed at the colleagues of the Ministry of Integration. I'm going to buy pig feed for little Yang Jia, so don't make yourselves at home with these. Consider it an atonement for making you guys unable to play the game because of my involvement. Words fell. Han Xian turned around and walked away. Simply do not care if they eat or not. But Yang Jia, the snack, as if it really cannot avoid the past, walked downstairs to the company's main door. Now the company's security guards know this Han Xian air. The entire glory of the company, there is no such a clean person. In the doorway just wanted to light a cigarette. A small 9.5 was sent to the mouth. Han Xian took it and turned his head and smiled. Mr. Gao came out to let off some steam too. High Fulfillment laughed with his signature smile as he looked into the distance. Being in the office for a long time can be depressing. Come out and let off some steam. Han Xian, do you think the car is expensive? That depends on what car. Your ex-mother-in-law's Porsche. The car is actually pretty cheap, and you're always careful driving someone else's car. So if you want one, it's actually pretty easy. While talking, a brand new Panamera parked at the main entrance. Sonia stepped down in the car with a smile on her face. After meeting with Guan the dog, she received a phone call from Gao Fulfillment, telling her that the car had already arrived and asked her to go pick it up. Sonia stood at the side of the car and threw Gao Fulfillment a flying kiss, and Gao Fulfillment smiled and nodded, turning his head to Han Xian and smiling. Whenever you want it, come to me, all smart. You can give me what I want so I can give it to you if you want it. And as for the women, 7 or 8 lines of starlets lined up for you to choose from. I won't rush you, and of course the opportunity will go away because of a certain move on your part. Oh, the star, my old man said. The moon in the water, the stars in the sky. The stars should be in the night sky, not in my family's farmland. They can't be raised, they can't be banned if they fall. Ha! Gao Fulfillment didn't know whether to laugh or grunt as he walked down the steps and left Glory with Sonia, and Han Xian stared at the same white Panamera with icy eyes. Gao Fulfillment is not Bull. He can only be Yuan Shao kind of goods. Yan Xingqing would annoy Li Dongsheng for him, but Gao Fulfillment would definitely have snowed Han Xian for Li Dongsheng. At the very least, Han Xian thought so. There were many reasons for this, the most basic and simple one being that Gao Fulfillment was not short of characters like Han Xian around right now, and Yan Xingqing was in dire need of them. Under Yan Xingqing, Han Xian could let loose with his fists and feet. Finished his cigarette and took out his cell phone to look at it. It's 2 o'clock, it's time to get off work. Han Xian walked down the steps. The same Panamera drove away from the Glory main entrance parking lot, the opposite direction from home. Han Xian went to the hospital, Glory General Manager's office. Xiao Yangjia looked at Yan Xingqing with a face of apprehension. Whispered, Mr. Yen, Han Xian seems to have left early, and I gave what you explained to Yang Lan of the General Department. The carbon pen in Yan Xingqing's hand gave a slight lurch, and then it was stiffly folded into 2 pieces, and in her heart, she was constantly comforting herself that she couldn't be angry. She couldn't be angry. She had done her own sins, so she had to be patient. She had to be patient. Which way did it go? It seems to be going in the direction of the hospital. 5 minutes later, the red raptor blasted the gas and sped away, a copy of a baseball bat and a sack in the passenger seat. Hold back for a while and the wind will calm down. Take a step back and you'll be shattered. It can't be returned. Han Qian, wait for your death. Sister will pamper you. Chapter 75, the game is over. Su Liang lying in the hospital bed with a cell phone watching a movie. Know that he is only a finger injury. Do not know also thought that the amputation of the limit. Han Qian sat aside to nibble on an apple that I do not know which little girl to send over. Anyway, Han Qian just sat here less than 20 minutes. Come to see Su Liang's little girl, there have been 3. One of them is still Han Qian went out to play the cover. I'm really worried that you didn't die in a hospital bed, but that you died of sperm that day. So much for you chatting about it? Su Liang turned his head and hemmed and hawed. Sure, chat do not understand. Often pick up the phone to call the wrong name. Chat do not understand to give her freedom. You do not say that you are absent from work today. Be careful of the night fork mother and you play life. Today Qian Wan morning call me, said her aunt to the company. How does it feel? Han Qian took a bite of the apple and said vaguely, not good. I feel that the chances of using Qian Ling to cope with Li Dongxing are not great, but it is considered to have accomplished another thing for me. Wu Saigan's side of the matter cleared up. She and Sunya's relationship is very close, and today, Cal Fulfillment pulled me in once again, and I still didn't agree. No consent is right. Later help me to do a discharge procedure? If I don't get out of here, my fish pond is really going to catch fire. Have you driven? Want a drink? Just came to meet you for a drink. And by the way, I want to meet my brother. Come along. Su Liang has absolutely no need to be hospitalized, but just want to let Qian Wan know that he was hospitalized to protect her. Sounds scary a little bit. Su Liang changed his clothes and went downstairs with Han Qian to go to do the discharge formalities. The hospital's doctors were very quick to let Su Liang be discharged. He was just occupying beds here and wasting resources. The two talked and laughed as they walked out of the hospital's main entrance. Yan Qingqing's phone called. She sat in the car and watched as Han Qian and Su Liang, the two sinners, walked shoulder to shoulder laughing and joking. Han Qian frowned as he looked at his cell phone and frowned when he answered it. Contract done? Yan Qingqing gritted her teeth as she held back the anger in her heart. Am I the boss or are you the boss? Han Qian, you don't pay my salary. Where are you now? It's smoking downstairs. You know, I'll fight with Li Dongxing when I'm in the general department. I'll meet you downstairs. You haven't changed your medication yet. I'll change it for you. Han Qian stalled a few sentences and hung up the phone. Su Liang on the side heard the conversation on the phone clearly, looked at Han Qian with a face of adoration, and then gave a thumbs up that was wrapped up like a mummy. Admirable. Han Qian skimmed his lips and said softly, awesome, or I dare to say go just go, on our yen total. Ha, if she doesn't let me out, won't I slap her? Man, pure man. Su Liang nodded his head one by one, his little voice conforming. Manly, truly manly. When Han Qian bragged, he did not know that Yan Qingqing had gotten off the bus right behind them, in order to prevent the high heels from spreading the sound, purposely barefoot in the walk. Listening to Han Qian's bragging, she skimmed her mouth. Han Qian hadn't realized that there was one more person not far behind him, and wrapped his arm around Su Liang's shoulders and said, what, not saying goodbye to those nurse sisters of yours? To be, this to be. Su Liang turned around and just raised his hand ready to wave when he saw Yan Qingqing carrying a baseball bat. His brain stopped working for a split second. How did this lady appear here? Forced a smile and greeted, Mr. Yan. Han Qian froze slightly after hearing this, then bristled. Don't tease me, she'll still be inside the office this time. Yes, without Han de Xian'er's order. Where would my daughter dare to sneak out of the company? Where to go do not have to be like Han de Xian'er notify. Han Qian. I'll give you a chance to go back to the company with me, or go and settle the matter of two Snapdragon. Yan Qingqing looked at Han Qian, who had already tensed his body, with a look of contempt, and Han Qian did not turn his head, lifting his head to look at the sky and sighing softly. Hey, it's going to rain, the mother is going to marry. It's all the same if you go early or late. Liang you go home first to recuperate. I'll go and meet Guanju and Biao. Han Qian is really dare not turn back. He was afraid of this woman with high heels. Heel smash his head. Not surprisingly, just boast is heard clearly by her. This cannot resist the loss of Han Qian abandoned Su Liang and ran. Su Liang scratched awkwardly at Yan Qingqing, then turned around and ran, shouting as he did so, Kenner, I don't have any money with me, so send me home. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Qian finally met Guan Big Dog after running most of the circle in the city. Running most of the circle, this matter and Guanju and Biao has nothing to do with. It is completely Su Liang played off. One phone call after another phone call, and then repeated the time appointment. Han Qian became the driver, pulling Su Liang in the city to stroll most of the circle. Finally Han Qian snatched him up and snarled angrily at the girl who was pouting on the phone. Don't get tired of it. Your brother Liang's son is 3 years old. Su Liang, you get out of the car right now and get out. At the main entrance of Haihua Middle School, Guan Ju and Biao came to pick up their family's Missy, and Han Xian didn't make any other appointments to pick up Jiawei back by the way. Guan Ju and Biao handed Han Xian a cigarette, and Han Xian shook his head. I can't finish a box of cigarettes in 3 days, and I've smoked enough today. Did Sunya seduce you this afternoon? Did she seduce you? Guan Ju and Biao lit a cigarette to himself and skimmed. The heart didn't move. The chicken did. This is not a simple commodity. I'm afraid she'll go and sue me for rape afterward. And now Gao Fulfillment seems to want to work with our master as well. Brother Han, you're in danger. Han Xian skimmed his lips and carefully leaned against the car door to skim. Dangerous? I'm not dangerous at all. If there's no high fulfillment, our family Yen is still too ruthless to cooperate with you. Brother Guan, you guys have to show some sincerity too, right? Don't you ask me. I'm just a lapdog. If you have something to talk to our master. Guan Degu looked at Han Xian with a wary face, fearing that he would be wound up by talking. Han Xian smiled and didn't care, tapped the door of the car, nudged at Guan Degu's seat, and laughed. You picked up your lady and drove your Nissan? Tu Snapdragon is a bit stingy. You are loyal and he gave you this broken car? No wonder Tu Kuang used to be bullied in school. It is your brand name cannot The family does not have a small animal? Land Rover, Jaguar and so on is also okay Guan Degu lowered his head and skimmed his lips. We can't compare to you glory, or enjoy this kind of big group. A few hundred people guard the master to support the family. A few years to convict the little brother's money is a small expense. My master does not spare to buy a car. It's okay to buy a Mercedes. Why don't you come to glory, nothing else, and get you a big Buick? Do you believe that when you gave me the Buick I sent it to my master to use to pick up Missy? Don't tease me, Brother Han. Don't you have $100,000 in your hand? That's enough for a down payment or something? Distributed to the underlings. We can't let their wives and children starve to death, can we? Brother Han, do you want you to condescend? I'll go and bring the remaining $300,000 from Lin Zongheng. ***** off. I'll whip you Han Xian laughed and scolded Guan De Dog, but the latter had little heart to joke with Han Xian, tilted his head inside. Han Xian smiled at the road. Hey, I have a headache just looking at you. Don't cry poor again. Doesn't your master have a few entertainment businesses in his hands? As you say, so miserable? 7 business sealed 4. Han brother, you cannot I pretend to be a fool. With your relationship with the Wen family, you cannot know that after the strict order down my master became the target of the knife? Also don't know which grandson reported. Bath or sealed. Miss are taken away. No miss. Also take a fart Han brother, I don't talk to you. No wonder you always get beaten up. You deserve it. Brother Guan will talk again. Scram. Not talking to you. You bully me silly. Guan Ju and Biao words fell open the door to get on the car. The hot days of the windows are closed. Clearly does not want to and Han Xian in more than a word. In fact, said here Han Xian has understood almost. District 82 Snapdragon is not in a hurry to transform. Is that this guy has no money? Guan Big Dog said no miss not make money that purely fart words. For business was closed. It is not so simple as not making money. To Snapdragon to rely on some of the business of the support of the little brother, it is now not into the money out of the money alone. How much can he have the bottom of the family? How much does he need to spend on his little brother? How much is the rent for the business? Into the prison inside the little brother to get some money, counting his one business 2 million, but also more than 10 million. Now sealed business also no one dares to come over to take over, which has a large part of the reason is that no one is willing to hang on to 2 Snapdragon. He's got a load of money left. As soon as he goes bankrupt, his position in the 8th district will be immediately impacted. Han Xian laughed. He came up with a law. 6 o'clock. Li Jiawei and Tu Kuan 2 children shoulder to shoulder in the school gate out. Only 2 children out. Do not see other students from school. Han Xian frowned. Li Jiawei and Tu Kuan also saw Han Xian. Tu Kuan instantly abandoned Li Jiawei, waved and shouted at Han Xian. Brother-in-law. Han Xian nodded and frowned. Why are you two the only ones out here? Where are the other students? Tu Kuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Li Jiawei walked up and whispered. Brother-in-law. I leave a little earlier than the other students every day. My mom gets off work at 9 o'clock, and I have to cook for my mom when I get home. Oh, don't go home busy. Go. I'll take you to dinner. Are you going? Tu Kuan? Go. Hearing the answering voice behind him, I don't know when little Tu Kuan has opened the back door and sat in it, his hands lying on the window squinting in a smile. And then Han Xian saw a face of egg pain Guan Degu standing in the distance tangled. When he saw Han Xian immediately drilled into the car. No longer come out. Chapter 76, Encountering Li Er. In the car, Han Xian drove. Li Jiawei and little Tu Kuan sat in the back. Seeing the 2 children in the rearview mirror, Han Xian couldn't help but show a smile and said softly, I heard you guys had practice exams recently? Have the grades come out yet? Hearing his brother-in-law's question, Li Jiawei hurriedly replied, It's not out yet. I give myself an estimate that I should be in the top 20 or so of the year group, and if I play well I should be able to get into the top 10. Brother-in-law, I'm very confident in language, biology, and chemistry. It's this English English, ha? Han Xian suddenly remembered the scene in the morning when Yan Qingqing spiked her English, then thought back to the little white-eyed wolf at home, who hadn't spoken English and didn't know any better, and smiled into the rearview mirror. English, you enroll in a class is fine, but it seems you don't have much time. I'll go home and ask your auntie one if she will. If she will let her teach you, she should be able to. How about you, Xiaotu Kuan? My teacher said I'm making progress, and I'm not a pervert like Lee Garvey who can still estimate scores. By the way, aren't you going to call your aunt and uncle? If the little girl didn't say anything, Han Shen forgot all about the warm meal and handed his cell phone to Li Jiawei. You call your Aunt Winnie. Li Jiawei took the antique in Han Xian's hand and was slightly surprised when he flipped through the call logs, and little Tu Kuan looked at each other and dialed his little aunt's number. And there were just 3 people in the phone book: his little aunt, his little grandma, and then there was a person named Here. As the phone dialed, little Tu Kuan couldn't help but ask, "Brother-in-law, you don't save numbers? Can you remember who's who? 8 or 9? Pretty much all of them, and I'm not in the habit of saving numbers. That's sick. I'll beat you up if you talk dirty." At this time, Warmth answered the phone, and Li Jiawei hurriedly said, "Auntie Chan, I'm Jiawei. My brother-in-law is driving. My brother-in-law said he's going out to eat tonight. We're going over to pick you up now." "Oh, well, then I'll tell my brother-in-law. You have a good rest, little auntie." Hanging up the phone, Li Jiawei leaned forward and whispered, "Brother-in-law, auntie said she's not feeling well and wants you to just bring some food back. Brother-in-law, do you want to go back and see auntie?" Han Xian shook his head and said softly, "No, counting the days she should be uncomfortable. I go back to her to bring on the line. Jiawei, you have to study hard. Home things do not worry too much, or your mom's so hard to be in vain. Small Tu Coin, you are the same. After you grow up, but also to take over your father's business. Cannot say that in the time of talking to people about business with 2 eyes open. The word cannot read one, right? Learning is actually not bitter. When you have time during winter vacation, I will let your Aunt Wen take you to her company to take a look. By then you will know what is called hard work. Want to eat something?" Li Jiawei naively scratched his head and said that he wanted to go eat KFC, only to be slapped on the back of the head by Xiao Tu Kuan angrily. "You're silly. Brother-in-law isn't poor. Don't save him money. I'm going to eat hot pot and go to Ula Manchuria." Leaping little Tu Kuan became quiet at the end of his words and whispered, "Brother-in-law, you even remember the day of your brother-in-law's great aunt? I heard from my dad that you've been working on the matter of cooperating with him recently. Aren't you tired? With so many things in my head, I'm about to die of exhaustion just from pretending to be Li Jiawei. It's probably because Garvey's been running around in your head all day, and you're not tired of letting him be quiet." Little Tu Kuan half lying in the back seat, head resting on Li Jiawei's lap, very cozy. She thoroughly sat enough of that broken Nissan. The car stopped at the outer door of the Ula Manchu hot pot restaurant. The Paramila is very inconspicuous here. There are a few cars over $1 million, and there is also a supercar, which is the same style as Qianwan. Parking lot car prices also told them that the consumption of this hot pot restaurant is not cheap. A large Tu Small into the hot pot store. Small Tu Cohen became the lead sister. Choose the location, choose the bottom of the pot. Ordering, but also did not forget to ask the waiter they cannot order a package to take away. The bottom of the pot to also want a copy. This little girl's emotional intelligence is not low, but it's a pity that it's not used in the right place. Waiting for the food to be served, Han Xian saw Guan Degu squatting outside the window. Han Xian waved his hand at him. Guan Degu arrogantly raised his head, and the result was that a call from little Tu Kuan let him come in on his ass, and did not forget to ask for a set of cutlery to go by himself. "Brother Guan, don't! Ancestor, immortal Han, I've been starving all day. Can you let me have a bite to eat? If you ask me, I'll dive headfirst into this hot pot, you believe me. I'm asking if you want dip." Guan Degu did not say anything, stood up and went to get it himself, and the result was that the waiter told the small ingredients would be sent together with the serving of food. Guan Degu did not come back empty-handed, and took 4 pints of Coke, and after the hot pot came up, Li Jiawei knew what to do and became the one who served the bureau. Little Tu Kuan was next to Big Head Guan, and Han Xian was next to Li Jiawei. The little girl was eating her fondue and drinking her Coke with a satisfied look on her face. Sitting by the window, turning his head to see the car outside, little Tu Kuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "How much does that car of yours cost, brother-in-law?" Han Xian used a spoon to fish out the meat and distribute it to the 2 children, laughing softly. "You mean that Porsche? It's not mine, it's your Aunt Winnie's mom's. The car is quoted at more than 970,000, 980,000, and it lands at almost around 1,100,000. If you like it, brother Han, dry." The words were interrupted by Guan Degu. The guy looked at Han Xian with a grumpy face. Han Xian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he picked up his Coke and smiled bitterly. "If you like it, when you grow up and make money you can buy one yourself, but I suggest you buy a Wrangler. It's very English for a girl to drive a Wrangler." "Brother Han, Do you believe I can dry out this hot pot? Guan Big Dog opened his mouth again. Han Qian hastily raised his hands in a surrendering gesture, but little Tu Koan was looking at Guan Juanbiao with a face of horror and anticipation. Surprised. Uncle Guan, you're awesome. Put. The one who made the laughter was not Han Qian's table, but the table behind them. Han Qian didn't pay much attention to it, but Guan Degu couldn't stand it. The people at this table could laugh at him, but the others couldn't, and got up and was going to go to the one who made the little noise to ask for a statement. And it didn't take more than a couple of seconds for him to get up and walk over there and go back, which was a bit of a surprise to Han Qian. Doubt asked, "What's wrong? Temper getting the better of you?" Big Head Guan lowered his head and whispered, "Can't afford to mess with it." That's when the sneer came from across the room as well. "Guan Big Dog, you better be honest. Now your master Tu Snap must be honest too." The voice was familiar. Han Qian frowned, but little Tu Koan was not able to endure someone talking about her dad and got up angrily. Asterisk 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 Q. Guan Degu had a difficult face, but he also stood up, and across the street was a group of 17 and 18-year-olds who also stood up. Han Qian frowned at the road. "Who's on the other side?" Guan Degu bowed his head and said feebly, "Li Jinhai's second son." Han Qian froze slightly and spoke tentatively, "Lear? Who the yelled at my 53? Hey, brother-in-law. Indeed a not-so-good guy to mess with. This will Guan Juanbiao understand one thing. Why Li Jinhai called his master to tell him not to mess with Han Qian. Lier pushed aside his friends around him and ran all the way to Han Qian's table, grinning at Han Qian. "Brother-in-law, karma, you don't visit me either. I didn't mess up today. I was top 10 in my class on the mock exam. My dad specially let me come out to play. Hey, why are you with Guan Big Dog? Brother-in-law." Han Qian frowned and said in a deep voice, "No rules. Watch out, I'll tell your dad." "Don't. Would you mind having an extra set of chopsticks? Eating with a bunch of little kids is just too boring. And this little brother, you're going in there?" Li Jiawei was just about to get up when Han Qian reached out his hand and pressed Li Jiawei's shoulder, looking at Li Er and frowning. "Go on. Bring your own chair over here." Chapter 77, A Couple of Losers. Tu Kuan, Jiawei. You two are in the blessed do not know blessed ah. You do not know how powerful my brother-in-law. I lived in my sister's house for 2 months. The morning was pulled up by my sister's husband to run, and then supervise me to do homework, and then tell me all kinds of strange and bizarre knowledge in and then winter vacation to participate in the wilderness survival. I froze in a month alone in the outside world to live, and finally I'm living in the the house. Jiawei ah, if you call my brother-in-law, you'll have to call me uncle, right? If you don't know what to do, come and ask me. I don't have any other ability, but I'm good at studying. I'm telling you, no one's ever beaten me up before, just my brother-in-law. Han Qian did not hear much praise for him, but instead was boasting. Li Er was drunk. Guan Dudu did not say a word and lowered his head to eat his food, and Tu Koan looked at Li Er with a bored face. Li Er, formerly known as Li Duo Lu, is the second oldest in his family and has an older brother who has settled abroad. Han Qian skimmed his lips and looked at Li Er and whispered, "Don't yell. Your father's position is rather special. You keep a low profile out there as well. Don't get into trouble if you can't give him a hand. And if you have time you should tutor Jiawei in English. He's a bit poor in that area." "No problem. Nothing but good English. Speak human. No problem. Nothing else works. Just English is great. After all, to communicate with our sister-in-law, I will teach him after the winter vacation. But, sister-in-law, I'm going to tutor Jiawei at your house. Do what you want, but I'm at work now and I don't have time to play with you. I just bought Ghostbusters 4. I can't beat it. You can come to my house on the weekend. Your sister and I moved. You and Jiawei leave a contact. And don't open your mouth and shut your mouth outside and call out other people's names. Tu Snapdragon is also considered your oldest generation anyways. Be a little polite. This girl is Tu Snapdragon's precious daughter. Bring her along when you make up the lesson." Tu Koan had a reluctant face and was about to retort when Guan Degu reached out and grabbed Missy's arm, lifting his head with a grateful face to Han Qian. Half an hour is Li Er bragging on the table. Han Qian listening is really a headache. Finally could not bear to say your sister is still waiting for me at home. Giving the order to expel the guests, Li Er stood up and smiled. "Brother-in-law you go slowly ah. Meal money I will forget together on the line. I'll throw you 2,000. Not enough. That doesn't give it away. Okay then. Li Er this child has no bad intentions at all. The character is not crazy, just that the energy is too vigorous some. The heart cannot load things. When Li Jinhai is also worried about Li Er will cause trouble. And Li Jinha said a few times, was Li Jinha proposed to send her son-in-law's hands. 2 months. Li Er went home and became a good boy, no longer contradicting his mother. Still not treating Li Jinhai, at least not quarrel. learning has skyrocketed, and I wouldn't say staying up late and sleeping through the next afternoon. Little Tu Koen got into Guan Junbiao's car, and Li Jiawei obediently hugged the packed hot pot and got into the car. Outside the car, Guan Junbiao took out his cigarettes, dragged his hands and handed them to Han Xian, and said softly, "Brother Han, a great favor is not appreciated." Han Xian shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "Do you believe me when I say that I didn't orchestrate this? It was just a coincidence. If Li Er and Jiawei, Tu Koen become friends is what I would like to see, and also to avoid going out in contact with unsavory people. But I don't want to Snapdragon to let the interests of these children exist between them. Understand? I know that. Brother Han, high fulfillment over there. Keep in touch, but don't rush to sign the contract. When Tu Snap asks, just say I let it happen. But do me a favor, call me right after your master meets Gal fulfillment and give me the details. In addition, tell Tu Snap to stop all of Tu Koen's pocket money. Something to do with Missy's allowance? Don't ask. I'm going home. Bye." Han Xian turned around and walked away, smoked half of the cigarettes extinguished and did not throw, but kicked into the pocket inside. This subtle little action to make Guan Daogo heart satisfied. The car Li Jiawei did not say a word, seriously holding the hot pot in his hand, but back to the cell out of the elevator. Li Jiawei turned his head to Han Xian, smiled. "Brother-in-law, thank you." Han Xian laughed. "Little Tu Koen told you? Study hard and strive to impress the Tu family one day. Don't be like your brother-in-law who grew up without any success." Li Jiawei bounced away. Han Xian also went back up the stairs. Just opened the door, Warm rushed over, rummaging inside the band in Han Xian's hand to find what she wanted. Looking at the warmth of the dress, Han Xian frowned. "That's all you're wearing? Why don't you freeze to death?" Warm wearing a Han Xian's white shirt on top, the lower body just wear a small shorts, slender jade legs exposed in the air, bare feet running in the living room. Did not find the ice cream. Warm raised his head, grudgingly looked at Han Xian, pitifully said, "Brother Ken, I want ice cream." Han Xian handed the hot pot in his hand to Warmth and frowned. "You look like an ice cream to me. You'll be honest in a minute when I stick you in the freezer for 5 days. Don't want it after 5 days. Ha, clear soup pot? Brother Ken, Luanjiao wants it spicy. You pack up and I'll drop you off at Mom's. Go ahead and heat it up then." Han Xian coldly grunted and took off his shoes and walked into the kitchen, took out the alcohol block, the rack, and the copper pot. It didn't take long for the house to be filled with the smell of hot pots. Han Xian walked to the second floor, and when he came down the stairs, he had an extra pair of pants in his hand. "I'm going to open the window. Pants on. Eat before you put it on. I'm not cold." "Han Xian, are you a man? I carefully prepared to tempt you a bit, but you didn't react at all? Tempt me to get you ice cream?" It wasn't that Han Xian didn't reflect on it. Until now he didn't dare to look at Warmth's legs. These legs of hers were simply too perfect. 5:8. The golden ratio division makes her legs look perfect, white and slender. Her legs if she goes to do leg models. I am afraid that it will smash the rice bowls of many leg models. Han Xian sat on the sofa and told Warmth about his encounter with Lier in the evening, and Warmth did not put it on his mind, but just returned an O. After eating a few warm mouthfuls of food, he lost his appetite, stood up and walked to the sofa to sit down beside Han Xian, exactly nestled beside Han Xian, grasping Han Xian's arm with both hands, and whispering pitifully, "Han Xian, I want to eat ice cream. Just one bite please." "No way, don't even think about it. Brother Ken, just one bite." "Not even one bite." "Warmth, can you stop torturing me when I'm on my period?" "Honey, me. One bite, you said. One more bite and I'll send you back." Han Xian stood up and went downstairs. Out of the door Han Xian gave himself a slap. "No good. A husband and you're conceding?" In the living room, Warmth rolled around on the couch with a pillow, her face flushed red. "No good. You'd lose your face for an ice cream?" Chapter 78. What about not growing up? Warm looked at the popsicle in his hand. For a long time cannot return to God. This Han Xian in the end where to buy such a small ice cream, colorful packaging palm size, which is filled with a few colorful small ice cream. One is only as big as a pacifier. Han Xian hands pinched for, colorful. Warm hands only a white creamy one. Han. Warm just uttered a word. Han Xian opened his mouth and stuffed all 4 small ice creams into the most mouth, drumming his mouth and turning his head to look at Warm, tilting his head as if asking her what is the matter. Warm licked pitifully and whispered, "Too small." Woo woo, with so much in his mouth, Han Xian couldn't say anything intelligible, chewing and swallowing quickly before lowering his head and rubbing his temples with both hands. Ice arrived again. Warm small mouth licking ice cream. Throat feel the cold make her very satisfied, but not a few minutes in the hand of the small ice cream on the remaining a stick. Warm turn around and sit on his knees next to Han Xian, hands grasping Han Xian's arm, a pair of big eyes to Han Xian blinking nonstop. Han Xian lifted his other hand and pushed it against the warm, smooth head, whispering softly, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Letting you have one is good enough. And you're the one who said you'd only have one bite. Popsicles too. Hot pot too. Go 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 go. Go to bed. Warmth sat on her knees on the couch, raised her right hand and held out a finger, whispering, eating one more. Absolutely no more. Ken brother, called father are not to buy you. Every time you come to auntie to eat after the stomach aches. How you this shameless. Honey, have some face and call your ex-husband. What works doesn't work the second time around. So if you're okay with wanting to be abrasive, change my meds? Han Xian is not to give the warmth and the opportunity to eat ice cream, which put the warmth angry. Lying on the sofa with both fists on a pillow to spread the gas. On this no interest in the sample which is like a company's vice president? Letting warm die on the sofa, Han Xian got up and went upstairs to find the medicine bag, not worried at all that Warm would go downstairs to buy it herself. First of all, she is more homely and lazy, and secondly, she is afraid of the dark. It is okay to drive a car, but she is not capable of walking alone in the neighborhood. Han Xian had just found the medicine bag with his front foot, and Warmth followed him in with his back foot, glaring angrily at Han Xian with a furious face. Get me ice cream and I'll put some medicine on it. I'm going downstairs to get Garvey to put me on. Ah, Han Xian, can you humble me? I can't. Don't scream. The neighbors will think I beat you in the middle of the night. Good boy. Come here and put on the medicine. Han Xian took off his shirt, revealing not quite wide, but a muscular body. The belly does not have 8-pack abs. Reach out and touch it can also touch 4. Warmth looked at Han Xian's body, skimmed his mouth and muttered in a small voice. Weaklings. Han Xian turned his head angrily. Vegetable duck. You're cussing me out and I'm going to rub some salt in your face, believe it or not. In the face of the threat, Han Xian decisively conceded. Since this dared to say it, she dared to do it. Today's Warmth isn't as gentle as the previous 2 times, reluctantly wiping away the residual medicine on Han Xian's back with a cotton swab. And finally, not knowing where she got the gauze, she lets Han Xian sit up, and reaches her hands through Han Xian's armpits to bandage the wound. Han Xian felt strange and whispered, "Is ice cream that tempting to you? Eating too much gives you a tummy ache. I told you not to fight and you didn't listen. Now you're lecturing me." The bandages knotted in Han Xian's armpit. A series of actions seemed to make the Warmth is very tired. Lying on the side of the tatami bed looking at the roof, Han Xian smoothly pulled over the quilt to cover the warmth of the legs. This is really not wearing the pants that took her awe. The warmth of the temperament of kicking off the quilt. Han Xian skimmed the mouth and dragged it over again. This time the Warmth did not resist. Han Xian sat cross-legged beside Warmth and laughed softly. "We'll eat when you're better. Do you think letting Lier and Tu Koen get in touch will have an effect on second uncle's side?" Warmth turned her head to glare at Han Xian, then shook her head. "Just ordinary friends have no effect. Change others, I really do not worry. Lier words or a little trouble. His nature and you are not unaware of. As long as the people around you encountered a matter, absolutely will pat his chest and shouted sure for a close friend of the deaf. I worry about his future in Jiaowei. Small Tu Kuan's relationship is too close to affect the future of the second uncle. But in turn there are benefits. If Tu Primrose wants to support the second uncle to continue to do the current position of the system, security to become a little more stable is also a benefit. I'm worried that his relationship with Jiaowei and little Tu Kuan will be too close and affect the future of second uncle. But on the other hand, there are also benefits. If Tu Snapdragon wants to support his second uncle to continue to do in the current position, so that the system of security in the 8th district to become a little more stable, it is also a good thing. In any case, it depends on how these children get along. I want to eat ice cream. Han Xian, you buy it for me. No go. I'm too tired today. Han Xian lay down as he spoke, looking at the Warmth with one hand propped up on his head, and sighed after a long time. How come I don't see you growing? Why are you still so big? Bang! The slender white jade leg tucked onto Han Xian's stomach and got up to leave Han Xian's room. Then Han Xian heard the sound of Warmth closing the door with force. In the room, Warmth leaned her back against the door of the room and looked down at her breasts for a long time before saying feebly, "Why don't you two just get on with it?" Click! A crisp clap of thunder, a heavy rain outside the window. The Warmth did not react much. The bed put on the headphones and opened the computer to watch the animation of 2 bears and a man. And in the other room, Han Xian opened the window and knelt on the tatami mat and smoked a cigarette. He loved rainy days and the sound of rain. It was the only thing that completely quieted him from thinking about anything. In a luxury villa in the new district, Lin Zonghong took off his glasses and closed the computer. Recently the company has a lot of things. The board of directors and the company's executives can test his ability. All of this Lin Zonghong is not afraid of. He has the confidence to deal with these things, but that Han Xian stirred up he can't be quiet to work. Walking to the window, Lin Zonghong looked at the rain outside the window. His mood became even more irritated. He didn't like rainy days, he liked clear skies. Drawing the curtains, Lin Zonghong took out his cell phone and dialed Gal Fulfillment. The news that the general manager of Glory and the vice president were not on good terms was not a secret in their circle, and Yen Qingqing, who defended Han Xian at every turn, was surely not Gal Fulfillment's man. Hey, Gal Fulfillment connected the phone. Lin Zonghong frowned tightly. His face carried a few points of dissatisfaction. After this hello, some women's special voices came from the phone. Lin Zonghong forced his heart to hold back the dissatisfaction and gritted his teeth. Lin Zonghong, Vice President Gao. Without finishing his words, Gal Fulfillment directly handed the cell phone to the woman underneath him, who took the phone and said in a delicate voice, "Handsome. 3 people will cost extra." Lin Zonghong directly hung up the phone, annoyed and constantly pacing in the living room, cursing angrily under his breath. What the hell? The VP of Glory is still called a chicken? In another apartment, Sunya was lying on the bed laughing without strength, and Gal Fulfillment was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette and skimming his lips. Dumbass big turtle. Sunya got up and pulled the bath towel over her body, walked off the bed and poured a glass of water for Gal Fulfillment and laughed. Why did you use that excuse to rebuff Lin Zonghong? Didn't he say something yet? High Fulfillment shook his head to signal no water and skimmed. What can he who enjoys himself say in my favor? The Lin family is treating everyone like little cuties. Now the biggest shareholders of Smooth and Joy are the Lin family and the Warm family. Lin Zonghang and Warm are about the same age. Originally it should have been the two of them going together, but it turned out that there was a Han Chen who suddenly killed him halfway through the process. So tell me, what can Lin Zonghang have to do to find me? Sunya came to a realization, but then he was a bit confused and puzzled. His enemy is Han Xian, and our enemy is Han Xian. Which there's a conflict. You deserve to be a PR for the rest of your life, but where your brain is a little smarter, I wouldn't mind letting you give me a child. Right now Han Xian, no matter how he does it, is beneficial to Glory. He is helping Yen Qingqing but only helping her to keep her current position. What effect can it have on me? I want to drive away Yen Qingqing, not Han Xian. Mention this Han Xian. I'm really a bit sorry. Why did I not seize the opportunity for such a talent? Instead I let Yen Qingqing get caught. Suanya frowned at the road. But once Li Dongsheng and Han Xian get into a conflict, Han Xian may still be fired. Do you think at that time Yen Qingqing will die to protect this Han Xian? If he will, he is offending Li Dahaya. That way in the board of directors, I understand. Hitching a ride on Lin Zonghong is indeed of little use. Not bad. Still open-minded. In the reward once, go, roll sheets to go. Your sister is not good, but also ing looking for me to ask for money. Say it. From which KTV to find? I'm not telling you. Run along. Chapter 79. My sister says purple has a nice flavor. Early in the morning, Warm finishing dressing ready to go to work. Han Xian stood in the doorway of the bathroom to brush his teeth. Vaguely. I know your constitution better than you do. You won't get a tummy ache if you don't eat ice cream. If you get a tummy ache, how? What can you do to me? Nagging. No food. No food. No food. You're even nagging me more than old one. Then on his way out the door he was dragged back by Han Xian grabbing the back of his collar, squatting down and lifting the Warm pant leg, then said, "Go in and put on a pair of pants if you don't want me to do it for you." Warm stomped up the stairs one step at a time. Half an hour later, Han Xian held an umbrella out of the neighborhood. The car has been warmed to drive away, and will return to the days of squeezing the bus. Now Han Xian see those old men bosses are afraid. When he is not injured did not have the confidence that can be squeezed, and now the injury is even more than a rival. See the row of little old men at the station wearing raincoats and carrying little pads in their hands. Han Xian didn't understand. Are those little old ladies in the park so attractive? Looking at the little old men rush to the bus as if rushing to the battlefield general strength, Han Xian was afraid. The distance is very far. He could not help but step backward, the result of an accidentally bumped into the body of the person behind him. I do not know what hit, only to feel that the wound in the back was poked. Han Xian pain, gritted his teeth, turned around and said angrily, "You didn't bring your eyes out. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry I'm late, I'm sorry." Hearing this voice, Han Xian's body stiffened, turned around and walked away, observing left and right to see if there were any cabs coming over. Fortunately there was a cab parked on the side of the road. Han Xian jogged with his umbrella and was just about to get into the car when an angry shout came from behind him. "Surname Han, don't you run." Finished, still recognized, Han Xian urged the driver to drive, but was still a step too slow. The door was opened, and Nursery Rhyme got into the cab, blaring angrily at Han Xian. "Surname Han, I finally know what it means to not be an enemy. You caused me to lose my job, and now you're trying to steal a car from me." Han Xian held up his hands and leaned inside, looking at the Nursery Rhyme that took off his raincoat. Han Xian did not dare to say a word. He did hear Li Jiawei say that his homeroom teacher had been dismissed, but he never thought that he would meet here. After living here for half a month also it seems like they didn't do the bus a few times, and the two of them don't have the same working hours. Han Xian is clocking in at 9, and nursery rhyme has to be at the school at 7. Taking off her raincoat, nursery rhyme coldly grunted at Han Xian and then opened her mouth to the driver's master. Master, please go to the 3rd high school. When Han Xian heard this can't be done. He can't even talk to himself if he's late. He quickly said, Master, the glory group. I can't, I'm already late. You're late anyway, so just, wow. Han Xian couldn't speak halfway through his words, and he didn't know where this woman got so many tears, crying when she said she was crying, and the same while crying and howling all over again. Surname Han, because of you I had to resign and leave Haiwa Middle School. You have made me lose my job, and now you want to compete with me for a car. Wow, I don't live anymore. I'll fight with you. The words fell and he rammed his head towards Han Xian, who stretched out his hands and pressed down on the nursery rhyme's head, saying in a continuous voice, Master, 3rd high school. Until she got off the bus, nursery rhyme did not say a word to Han Xian. Han Xian did not dare to look at her. Until she got off the bus, Han Xian was relieved, and then saw this directly lying in the puddle, sitting in the rain and leaning back her head to cry bitterly, crying while hanging puddles of water, and the lesson plans in her arms scattered all over the place. As nursery rhyme was complaining to the heavens, she suddenly felt that the rain wasn't falling on her anymore, but the sound of it hitting the ground was still there, and when she opened her eyes she saw the last person she wanted to see, and the one who had started her downfall. Ever since she met Han Xian, her life had been unlucky, being talked out of quitting her job, to the landlord renting the other half of the house to a greasy uncle, her having to move out and live on her own, and today's tardiness, when the heel of her high heel broke off and she fell in a puddle. She was unlucky. Han Xian didn't open his mouth to comfort, squatting beside her and holding the umbrella, single-handedly arranging the already soaked books on her lap, then grabbing nursery rhyme's hand and forcing the umbrella in his. He got up and rushed in the rain to the cab waiting for him. Nursery rhyme sat in the puddle looking at Han Xian's back and once again let out a loud cry. Surname Han, don't think I don't blame you for giving me an umbrella. You owe you more than you can pay back in this lifetime. Han Xian was scared and got in the car to urge the driver to drive faster. He is now the kind of person who is scared when he sees a woman. His whole body trembles and his back is cold. The driver drove and handed Han Xian a towel, laughing. The young man is not very good at dealing with feelings, right? Often things you take for granted will turn out to be something else in a woman's heart. And this girl will be fine if she's late today. She won't be chastised for this appearance without worrying about being chastised. But instead, she might even be complimented for her dedication. Master don't be sentimental. It's almost 10 o'clock. Han Xian was still late and walked into the company like a fallen chicken. The security guards chose to turn a blind eye to Han Xian, and the staff in the lobby were not surprised by Han Xian's tardiness and fall. Now that Han de Xian'er's reputation had spread in the company, being late and leaving early is commonplace. Brawling and fighting are idle pastimes. Han Xian did not go to the comprehensive department, but went directly to find Yan Qingqing. He remembered that the clothes he changed last time were thrown in her place, and how it was dry today. When Han Xian appeared on the 14th floor, Xiao Yangjia poofed out a laugh, and Han Xian glared at her with little lethality. Then pointing to Chief Yan's office, Xiao Yangjia nodded and Han Xian pushed the door open. After changing her clothes and walking out in the lounge, Yan Qingqing held a towel in her hand and held her chest with one hand in a feeble manner. Warm car not for you? Even so, can you take an umbrella when you go out? Do you really think you're a god? Han Xian took a towel to wipe his head. Yan Qingqing came forward to take the wet clothes in his hand to send to Yang Jia. Let her find a place to wash it in, the sent back. Han Xian wiped the water on his head. Powerless to explain the morning things, Yan Qingqing listened to the closed eyesight and wailed. I finally know why the warmth will divorce you. Although you are very talented, but this everywhere you are not aware of their own temperament is really enough to make people headache. Let a person hate you, do not let her feel the good of you. How? Do not speak feel cool you. Lazy to say you. Back to the Ministry of General Affairs, do not fight with Li Dongsheng. Good. Sister to buy you candy to eat. Oh, Han Xian left Yan Qingqing's office in a daze. How did he show mercy? She fell. I went over to help. Isn't this a normal thing? These people the mind is really not pure. I don't know if Han Xian is too simple or if there's something wrong with other people's minds. Odds are it's Han Xian's problem, right? Everyone recognizes that Han Xian's IQ and EQ are high, but just in the area of treating women, he's whiter than white. Back to the comprehensive department. No one felt surprised by Han Xian's lateness, just raised his head and looked at it without paying attention to it. But it was a little girl who ran towards Han Xian, hugged his legs, raised his head and softly called out uncle. Han Xian squatted down and endured the pain to pick up little Bebe, topping the little girl's head and doting on her. Why isn't little Bebe going to school? It's raining, so I won't go, and I'll give you a nice thing from my brother-in-law. Little Bebe took out a candy in his pocket and opened it and stuffed it into Han Xian's mouth. And Lu Jiolong, who was envious on the side, came forward and laughed. Little Bebe, give one to uncle too? Grandpa candied candy. His teeth won't grow back if they fall out, and uncle is still little, and uncle's sister-in-law won't give me any milk. Go, uncle will take you to buy it. As the words fell, Xianwan opened her mouth and laughed. Brother Kenner, you're being fooled by this little girl. She's already tricked Rio and I into a bottle of yogurt each. Han Qian grinned. 2 idiots, then I have to buy it for little Bebe too. Rio, just ask if the contract is ready. If you have time to help pick it up, just say contract. Comprehensive Department of the Small Bully holding the Comprehensive Department of the Small Liar walked. Lu Jiolong looked at that called an NVA, also thought of using to please the small Bebe close to Yang Lanet, but this child does not give him the opportunity to correct 800 times to call uncle. She froze to call grandpa. The security guards and the receptionist on the first floor lobby don't want to see Han Qian. He just came in less than half an hour and went out with his child in his arms? Is this ancestor here to work or to play? When Han Qian came back again, Xiao Bebe had a small school bag, which was full of snacks, and the little loli pulled Han Qian's hand, and the big one and the small one walked through the hall with a big strut. It wasn't that Han Qian didn't want to be busy, but he really didn't know what he should be doing right now. Gao Fulfillment's meddling had forced him to go and change his plans and prepare for a backstabbing, and he was also glad that this guy's outburst had made Yen Qingqing make up her mind. Han Qian was just about to walk into the elevator when a petulant teasing voice came from behind him. Yo 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 yo, big nephew bringing his daughter to work? Han Qian turned to look at Ji Jing with a crooked head and said helplessly, Auntie Ji, are you blind? This is Sister Yang's daughter. Ego, have you changed your clothes? A total of 3 times I've seen Ji Jing. The first 2 times were white suits. Today this big mom changed her clothes. A purple sleeveless dress, dressed very imperial. Ji Jing walked past Han Qian, coldly hummed, bent down and touched the little Bebe's small face that was hiding behind Han Qian, and laughed. In a moment I'll tell Yang Lan you can't be allowed to take this little girl with you, lest you get into a fight with someone in kindergarten later on. Besides, why are you hanging around here if you don't go to work properly? If you're very free, go to the operations department and play around. Auntie will love you. Don't, Auntie G, if you catch a strong man, change it. I'm all bruised up. It's okay, move your brain, move your body. Yen Qingqing will fight me. Han Qian pulled little Bebe and left, waving his back to Ji Jing as he walked into the elevator. She's just my sister, and my sister says purple rhymes. Ji Jing immediately stomped her feet and scratched her head, shouting in shame and anger. Han Qian, you're sick. Chapter 80, The Borrower. A large and a small 2 idle people returned to the comprehensive department. Han Qian was completely idle as a dog. He didn't know what he should do now, or the whole comprehensive department was idle. Since the last time Han Qian went out and got into a fight, the comprehensive department team investigation was cancelled. The matter of negotiating resettlement fees with the owners of the neighborhood has also been handed over to the business and marketing people, and the general department is now not even a miscellaneous one. Little Bebe sat in Han Qian's arms, with headphones watching cartoons. 2 bears and a man's story Han Qian has never been able to understand. Bears are smart or acceptable, but how did the monkey become a king? The monkey is the king, and there are no tigers in the cartoon. After watching for not 10 minutes, a sound of high heels came from outside the door of the general department. The pace was fast and seemed to be in a hurry, and then a purple figure walked into the general department. Auntie G is here. How could she think that it didn't feel right when she returned to the operations department? Being bullied by Han Qian just like that? Yang Lan. Auntie G is not a ladylike and weak nature like Yang Lan. Rather, she has a few similarities with Yen Qingqing. Yan Lan poked out half of her body in the office at the sound of her voice and looked at Ji Jing with a puzzled face. Puzzled? What's wrong? Something wrong? Ji Jing walked behind Han Qian and pointed at the guy and gritted her teeth. Him. Lend me him for an afternoon. Now that operations is so busy with that program of his, he's idle. Lend him to me. This resentment was so deep that Han Qian ignored her, and he even pressed down on little Bebe's head, not allowing her to look back. Yang Lan walked out of the office and smiled at Ji Jing with narrowed eyes. Han Qian, no borrowing. He's the treasurer of our general department. You just say borrow. He's idle. You lend it to me. No way. It's okay to lend it to you for operations. Lend it to you no. Pust. Xianwan didn't hold back her laughter. The members of the comprehensive department were holding back their laughter. How long has it been since I've seen Sister Yang joking with someone? Ji Jing's chest continued to rise and fall. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Manager Yang, please lend Mr. Han Qian from your general department to our operations department, so it's not so bad. Ha ha. Take away. Yang Lan narrowed her eyes in a smile, but this answer made Han Qian cannot sit still. Get up and put little Bebe on the chair, a face of reluctance. Just now there was thought that Sister Yang can insist on not borrowing people. This how to agree? Turning his head to look at Mrs. G, Han Qian really wanted to slap himself. Why did he tease her downstairs? Is there any woman who doesn't hold a grudge? Han Qian just wanted to sneak away when Yang Lan's light cough came from behind him. Hey, Han Xian straightened up and said feebly, Sister Yang, is it okay not to go? Yang Lan softly smiled. Good boy, go to the operation department to take a look. Or else recently I'm also going to let you go to the operation department and marketing department to take a look. The plan was proposed by you. It's better for you to go to understand a little bit, in case something goes wrong at the back, resulting in something different from what was expected. You'll have a headache, and General Manager Yen will have a headache as well. As soon as the words fell, Ji Jing was not happy and opened her mouth. Hey, Yang Lan, you're not right. Why do you say that our operations department is a waste? Why, now that you have a facade in the comprehensive department, you're looking down on our operations department? Ha 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 ha. This Yang Lan is not concerned about the image. These years have not been so raised eyebrows. Usually say that our comprehensive department is a dry rice. Today also have you come to the comprehensive department to borrow people time off? In the past to find you a favor or proud not. Today is absolutely will not give Ji Jing face. No personal feelings should be involved in the workplace. Han Qian glanced up and down at Ji Jing and bristled. Auntie Ji, are you leaving or not? I'm off duty if you don't leave. Ji Jing instantly changed her face, pinching Han Qian's collar with 2 fingers and laughing playfully. Go, my great nephew. Snap. Han Qian showed no mercy and knocked off Ji Jing's hand. This slap was considered something. Ji Jing looked at the back hit hand, screamed and turned to run. In the bathroom on the 9th floor, Han Qian leaned on the doorframe and looked at Ji Jing, who washed her hands over and over again, sneering with a skewered mouth. Ji auntie, I touch you a little bit, you give yourself molted layer of skin. You say one day I beastly hug you a little bit. You are not have to put yourself inside the pressure cooker to disinfect? This would be Ji Jing had already washed her hands 4 times. Looking at the reflected figure inside the mirror, Ji Jing gritted her teeth. I'm not going to put me in a pressure cooker anymore, but I'm sure as hell going to cook you. Han Qian, from now on you have to be more than 3 meters away from me or I'll call you out for molestation. I'm not interested in big mommies, and I have to say, you've got quite the purple color, and I'm talking about the back. Ji Jing did not speak, turned around when a foot toward Han Qian kicked. Han Qian this time did not dare to touch Ji Jing. Everyone is a little eccentric. Joking should also have a degree. Touch although not touch. The mouth is not to show mercy. Hey, Pikachu? Asterisk 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 off. It definitely couldn't be Pikachu, and Han Qian didn't see it. Han Qian walked into the operations department, and then came a few exclamations. And then there are whispers. There are talking about Han Qian face value. There are discussing his background. There are also some people are saying that you cannot mess with this guy. He is an absolute violent maniac plus no quality. Of course more are still cursing him. It's all because of his plan to keep the operations staff busy. Han Qian sat on the chair with a big grin as if he were a grandpa, and spoke to Ji Jing, who was standing 3 meters away. Show me the operational plan you're working on now. Asterisk 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 off. Letting you come over is not for you to act like a grandpa. Didn't you generalize the operation mode during the high-level meeting? You give them a lecture. Thirsty. Seeing that Ji Jing was about to lose her temper, Han Qian hurriedly said, a moment back to the comprehensive department and then drink. I will say once again, you if you think I Han Qian is more able to pretend, or look at me not to see can not remember. On the operation I know not too much. I am now this energy is to your minister, the manager to catch the laborer as much as to catch me over. I am not too smooth just. The overall quality of the operation department is much higher than the comprehensive department. The big guys did not say that they look at Han Qian bad, and now they also understand that this guy was caught by the manager of the season to help. The operation of the good and bad and people do not have much to do with it. One by one, they were looking at Han Qian seriously, and they knew that the new guys had a few tricks up their sleeves. Han Qian blah 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 explained the approximate mode of operation to the big guys, and finally summarized 3 words. Landlady, probably like I said this way, the whole around the high-end atmosphere on the good. In fact, there is no operation. We also pay attention to the order. Cleaning, occasionally in the 3 to 15 to do a counterfeiting activities on the line, and now is to do a rough planning to the top to see on the end of the matter. The main focus of this planning is being the marketing department to hold in the hands of the, you guys don't too hard work. Oh, the people from the operations department smiled and nodded, and Han Qian, seeing that it was almost time, turned his head to look at Ji Jing and whispered, finished? Can I go now? Ji Jing tilted her head to look at Han Qian and said softly, what do you think? I did ask Yan Lan to borrow you for an afternoon and you want to leave now? Wait, I'll ask the marketing department if they need you over there. I'll send you over if they do. These words made Han Qian instantly displeased upon hearing them, and he stood up and roared angrily. What? I'm communal. Ha, it's noon. I need to eat. You mean I have to mind your lunch? That would be respectful. Chapter 81 The car. Come Come on big ones, auntie, I'm still growing, give me more. Han Xian stood at the mouth of the meal with his dinner plate and pouted with the aunt who was playing the meal. And the result was that the elder aunt really gave Han Xian 2 pieces of the biggest pork chops, and Han Xian walked away with the meal, and Ji Jing followed behind to pay with an unwilling face. Window. The two of them sat opposite each other. Looking at the small mountain of set meals in front of Han Xian, Ji Jing rested her chin on one hand and held a bottle of yogurt in the other, tilting her head. Can you finish it? Can't you be a bit of a good sport, great nephew? Also, are you confident in your plan? You're not worried that no one will come to do business and rent stores after the mall is finished? Not at all? Han Xian rolled up his sleeves and took a small sip of the egg drop soup before raising his head to look at Ji Jing and smiling. Last night I ate hot pot. I do not like, and did not eat in the morning. I have long been hungry. I am not confident in my plan, but how to do this plan will not lose. Our city is still under development or to be developed, and now there are many large groups are ready to expand the construction of shopping malls. Even if there is no one to rent a store, we can rent the entire shopping mall to the actually home and so on. But, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. I mean to seize the first opportunity. Wait until those large groups want to move in when we have a firm footing. Things cannot always consider failure. You must not think of success? Words fell down low head gulping rice. Han Xian is not at all care about their own image of eating, and is not in love it, even if it is in love, as if it has not been talked about. Ji Jing frowned inside as she sipped her yogurt. Can you slow down? No one is robbing with you. Ah, great nephew. I heard that you have a conflict with the people in the general department. Do you want to come to the operation department? I can apply for a high salary for you. Don't. Han Xian swallowed hard, then widened his eyes and kept hammering his chest, picked up the egg drop soup and drank most of the bowl in one gulp, sighed long and patted his chest, and opened his mouth with a hasty meaning. Don't. I know in my heart how bad my reputation is in the company. I'm late 4 days a week, leave early 8 days a week, get into 2 fights, bully my co-workers. If I didn't have a bit of ink I'd have been fired a long time ago. Besides, my sister Yang treats me like her brother. I'm letting my brother go and going to you to be a great nephew? What's wrong with me? Yang Lan is indeed quite beautiful. Put away your crooked mind. Are you looking at others abnormally because you can't get married? I'm nice to Sister Yang because she helped me. So what? So what? You're attracted to someone just because she's nice to you? According to this, do I have eyes for Mr. Yen? And did I have eyes for you when I went to the operations department today? Han Xian's voice was not small, and his words caused sideways glances from the people around him, especially the last sentence. And Ji Jing raised her hand and slapped Han Xian's head, which knocked Han Xian's eyes sharply and angrily. I slap you and you wash your hands several times, so do I cut my head off now? You're more or less it in the head. Nothing, you go to the psychiatry and see. Don't you watch me eat, so I'll feel like I'm being exhibited as a commodity. Words fell. Han Xian rushed to big mouthfuls of rice. Eat suddenly stopped. He saw the high fulfillment with people left the company. 2 cars traveling together to leave. Driving is not Sunya. Han Xian encountered high fulfillment off work twice or Sunya to pick up. Today this look does not look to be to the off work, and also followed a lot of people. Is it time to go see 2 Snapdragon? Watching the high fulfillment fleet disappear, Han Xian took out his cell phone and found Guan Daogo's phone number and dialed it, asking as he ate. Brother Guan, today is the day your master meets with high fulfillment? Brother Han, do you believe me when I say I don't know? Where are you now? Used car exchange. Han Xian directly hung up the phone. Is looking at the car. Guan Big Dog looked at has been hung up the phone angry straight feet. If it is not this guy last night and miss talk about the car. Miss as far as to say home and master a big fight? If it wasn't for this guy and Missy talking about the car last night, would Missy have gone home and had a big fight with her master? A total of $200,000 was given. Bill, don't come back until you get a Paramera back. And you don't come back yet. Guan Dagu was pissed off on the spot. $200,000. Buy a soaked car or a smuggled car? Just wanted to complain with Han Xian. Let this guy was think of a way. He even hung up the phone. Guan Big Dog angry. At the same time he thought for a moment, this trouble must let Han Xian to solve it. If he let him out of the way, we have to owe him a favor. My lord, don't blame me for shutting down the big dog. I did it all for the sake of your father-daughter relationship with Missy, and for the sake of Paramila. Then Big Dog Guan went to find Han Xian, and made a phone call to his master, saying that Han Xian would solve the problem of Missy's car. Then not waiting for Han Xian to leave the restaurant, small Tu Kuan's phone call over, asked Han Xian when to give her car. Han Xian looked at Ji Jing confused, which looked a little creepy. Ji Jing, cursed a pervert, turned to run. Han Xian did not have time to take care of the Ji Jing, hung up the phone after a slap on the dining room table. Angrily, Guan Juan Biao, your grandma. All the honorable employees of the restaurant looked at Han Xian with different eyes, with a few scruples in their eyes. Who is Guan Juan Biao? There is no one in this city who doesn't know this guy's reputation. A complete and utter hooligan leader, bad to the bone kind. Han de Air deserves to be Han de Air. Even less people dare to mess with him. But there are still people who can clean up Han Xian's. Not a minute after the angry roar, Han Xian's heard the sound of sharp high heels approaching, put the legs on the run when a step slower. Was a face of anger Yang Lan grabbed by the ear and dragged out of the restaurant. Han Xian, how can you curse in public? Han Xian would like to say that he has no quality, but think about it or not say it. Squatting on the steps of the main entrance of the Glory and sulking, ing being fooled is also fooled, but by the Guan big dog to put away. Han Xian is not willing, on the basis of Tu Koan and Tu Snapdragon's relationship. As long as Han Xian said not to give Tu Koan car, Tu Koan will immediately go home and Tu Snapdragon quarrel, and then go and Tu Snapdragon to talk about business is that there will be so much trouble. Han Xian firmly believed that Guan de Gao didn't want to think so much. This grandson is just to find an excuse back to the Tu Koan want a good car to the mess of the throw to Han Xian. Yang Lan counted Han Xian on the sidelines. Han Xian did not take it seriously, took out his cell phone and dialed Guan Juangao's phone once again, opened his mouth and cursed. Guan Juangao's temper towards Han Xian was also surprisingly good, not a word to refute, and finally whispered, "My master just gave me $200,000. Brother Han, what can I do? I can't go and rob it. You help me with this. I'll help you with what you want. I can, but I want you to find a way to put the word out about your master's negotiations with high fulfillment and the price." "No, I can't betray my master." "Brother Han, you change your condition. Just tell your master that I let him do it, and then I'll go over and talk to him about the terms, which are definitely more enticing than Gao fulfillments. And after telling Tu Snap that I'm heartbroken about this great niece of mine, I'll have Chief Yan send her a small animal. I'll ask." Guan de Gu had no bottom in his heart, and he definitely didn't dare to take the liberty of doing so, and after hanging up the phone Han Xian raised his head to look at Yang Lan and grinned. "Sister Yang, are you done? I promise I won't curse at the restaurant anymore, and I'll leave a little early this afternoon, okay?" "No, my back, I'm so tired." "Then you'll go to the break room for the rest of the afternoon and leave the company non-negotiable." "Forget it, I'm going to watch animation with little Bebe." "Sister Yang, you can't borrow the people coming from the marketing and business departments. Depends on how you behave." Han Xian sighed feebly. Headache. Chapter 82, Early Retirement. The vice president of Enjoy is in the same situation as Han Xian now. All the work is piled up on the president Lin Zongheng. In the morning she dealt with some trivial when the whole afternoon in the office to watch cartoons. Knock knock. The door of the office was knocked. The marketing manager Li Yong walked into the office. He came under the warm camp because of the fall after the last incident. After walking into the office, he gently closed the door, put his hands in front of his body and bowed to salute. "Mr. What? We have received some news on our side. Glory seems to be brewing a big plan. If you want to make a move, I'll immediately go and prepare for it and have someone check it out." Warmth put away her appearance at home, crossed her fingers on the table, straightened her body and indifferently said, "Shouldn't you ask Mr. Lin about this matter?" Li Yang's waist bent for another minute and said softly, "Mr. What? I think it's better to discuss with you than with Mr. Lin. You've been in charge of things big and small in the company for the past few years, and I as a member of Unbridled have to think about the future of Unbridled. Not personally. Surrender?" Warm words were blunt. Li Yang raised his head and nodded with a light smile. "Yes, I know. I know more than all of you about Glory's moves. It's too late to do anything about it, and this time Glory's total investment is just over $20 million. It's not worth it to spend a few times more than that if we go after it now. You all make some preparations. I will give you a big task after the company's internal affairs are over. Go and get busy first. Also, I heard that your son and Li Jiawei are in the same class." A bit of friction? The doubt in Li Yang's heart was finally verified. He nodded in some panic, and Warmth saw this and said again, "They're kids. It's normal to have friction. You're still young. It's up to you personally if you can walk into a board meeting." "Thank you, Mr. Wah." Li Yang's heart was ecstatic. Now everyone is flattering General Lin. He did the opposite is desperate. Now the result is that he is satisfied. Li Yang bowed and left the office, went out and gave the child's mother a phone call, told her to discipline the little brat at home. General 1 is really Li Jiawei's elders. Not good to say that there are relatives. Stay in the office of the warm powerless on the table. Took out his cell phone and looked at Han Xian's number in the hesitation to dial over. The glory of the action is getting bigger and bigger, and now the executives on the side of the smooth enjoyment of the curiosity, ready to cope with the means of the warm heart, know clearly what the glory of the glory is doing. She was torn. If she told the company people about Glory's plan, then Han Xian would most likely become Glory's sinner. she didn't want to do that. But, after thinking for a long time, he still did not dial Han Xian's call, but called the old temperature. After the old temperature to connect the phone, the warmth suddenly reversed. Do not want to talk to the old temperature about these things. She has grown up, has moved out of the home, asked about the body of mom and dad and hung up the phone. The old mildly Jinha on the other side of the phone looked at the cell phone on the coffee table with a suspicious face. Has this girl changed her mind? You know you care about people? Growing up? Then the old worm with doubts to Han Xian made a phone call. The result in the call, Worm were not able to carry the pressure. She used to have Han Xian in the help of some things, never encountered trouble and so entangled things. The phone dialed over the Worm did not say a word. The other side of the Han Xian stood in the corridor of the window looking out of the window. He did not say anything either. After just 5 minutes, warmth suddenly choked, and Han Xian took a deep breath and whispered, I know, I'll talk about it at home. Bye-bye groceries. Good. Worm crying is not common. No, so long. Worm in front of Han Xian fell tears but once or twice, and still all because of pain. Exactly. Han Xian has seen Worm howling, have not seen her choked up, hung up the phone to the old man back to a phone call, smiled and said that the warmth of the recent is not too comfortable. The mood is not too stable. It's okay. Old Wen was relieved and silent. Han Xian still didn't hang up the phone in a hurry. Listening to Old Wen sigh, Han Xian grinned. I know. After hanging up the phone, Lao Wen looked at Li Jinha. Li Jinha looked at Lao Wen. The old two sighed at the same time, and Lao Wen suddenly sighed with emotion, leaning his back against the sofa powerlessly. Suddenly feels so indebted to me, this son-in-law. Really indebted. If he didn't take care of the warmth at home in those 3 years, his talent I have to admire for a few points. Hey, it always feels like a talent has been ruined by Worm's capriciousness. He's really smart. He's now working in Glory, and his plan to give Glory has already caused more than a few doubts about Smooth. Li Jinha frowned at Old Wen and said in a cold voice, What? Now you know your son-in-law's plan and go to help your daughter? Your daughter didn't even do that. Why are you talking so much? Only now do you realize how good Han Xian is. I don't care how capable Xiao Qian is. I just know that I, Li Jinha, have never misjudged. The thing I regret most in this life is giving birth to Warmth. This little white-eyed wolf. I'm sick of talking about him. I've really thought about it before. If he and Warmth had kept going down, that little share in your hand could have been given to Xiao Qian. Maybe he'd enter Changxiang, enough to give the Lin family's 2 dogs a headache. How can we get them to come and remarry? Drugged? Old Wen got up and left the sofa. There is no way to continue to communicate with Li Jinha. Drugged? This is the work of a small man, a gentleman. How can you do such a dirty thing? Shame on you. But let him only dare to think about it in his mind, not say it out loud. While Han Xian is modest, Old Wen is really wifely. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Xian was lying on the sofa in Yan Qingqing's office, fuming, and Yan Qingqing didn't pay any attention to this guy, lowering her head to deal with the matter at hand. Hey! Han Xian suddenly sighed, and Yan Qingqing raised her head and frowned in confusion. What's wrong? Something bothering you? Han Xian sat up and poured himself a cup of water. His face almost wrinkled into a flower when he looked at Yan Qingqing, sighing. Come on. I could possibly give Warmth a nice plot of this, would you? Will. Han Xian once again powerless lying on the sofa. What can be done about this? In fact, can give Worm a planning? With this planning to offset the bill can also be, but now Han Xian's head does not have a lot of things. 2 Primrose and high fulfillment of the matter is still over. While Han Xian was lamenting, Guan Daogo's phone call came through. Brother Han, the talk is over. The offer is $12 million, and high fulfillment accepted it. Han Xian hung up the phone, lying on the sofa looking at the coffee table on the table. Powerless. Mr. Yen, I'd like to take a day off. No, it's neither here nor there. LOL. It's getting cold and I want to go clothes shopping. I ordered you a set. You're more heartfelt than my mom. Call mom. Off. I'm off duty. Don't say I left early. There was still an hour to go before 5:30. Han Xian once again left early. Yan Qingqing sat in front of her desk. The ballpoint pen in her hand was folded into 2. If it wasn't for this guy, Yan Qingqing suddenly realized that she couldn't stay away from Han Xian now. Not about how I feel about him personally. Rather, it's at work, where she realizes that after Han Xian shows up, her position in the group is becoming more secure, and people are coming over to defect. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Han Xian came back in, half of his body poking through the door and whispering, Does the company have any unused critters? Yan Qingqing said in a cold voice, The company doesn't keep dogs. I mean a Jaguar, a Mustang, or something like that. There's a Volvo. You drive? I'll have logistics give you the keys later. I don't deserve a car. Han Xian left again. This time Yan Qingqing fished out her baseball bat under the table. If Han Xian was coming back to tease her, she definitely wouldn't hesitate. Han Xian didn't come back. 4:40. Home from work. No punch cards. Chapter 83. You've grown up. 5:30. Han Xian in the supermarket and the landlord's sister chatting about the family. Xianwan very punctual called, asked Han Qian and not in the company, do you want to go to eat a meal together? Han Qian looked down at the hands of the purchased dishes, politely declined the invitation of Qianwan. Then Qianwan told Han Qian, today when he was off work, Li Dongxing suddenly said that he wanted to invite everyone to dinner. The entire integrated department of the people have shouted, including Su Liang is also among the invited. The only one is her and Han Qian, no one notified. Han Qian laughed as he listened. Pour him that bite of rice, ah? He childish, you also childish, ah? Do not take care of him on the end of the matter, on the character of his mama's boy, take care of not much use. Go home early from work, do not go to the internet cafe. I know, brother Qianer one day will beat up Li Dongsheng, I'll put on a sack. You're childish too. Han Qian smiled and hung up the phone. His heart counted silently, but 30 seconds the cell phone rang again. Han Qian did not even look at the number, after connecting and laughed. What? You promised Li Dongsheng? The call came from Su Liang, and Han Qian thought that he should not have been wrong in looking at people yet, as Su Liang whispered on the other end of the phone. I didn't refuse, and there's no reason to refuse. Of course the reason I didn't refuse wasn't because of Li Dongsheng. I'm worried that this grandson is setting Sister Yang up behind her back. Lu Jiulong is also going. I started to think that this grandson might say something bad about you during the party. On second thought I shouldn't be able to. He's not stupid enough to do that, right? Can't say. Han Qian stood up and waved bye-bye to the landlady before continuing to laugh into the phone. Is that what you called to tell me? Or what? No more. I'm going downstairs with Sister Yang. Su Liang hung up the phone. Today is very surprisingly did not say any nonsense. Go home when the warmth has already arrived at home. She today drilled a dead bull horns all afternoon. Has not been able to turn the corner. And now the glory of the things that give her a headache. At home warmth is a slob, a little rice worm, but in the company she is a woman who hangs the label of a strong woman. Seeing the glory step by step in the growth, the warmth will soon be able to raise eyebrows. She was a little reluctant. The evening meal did not have much appetite. Ate a small bowl of rice and then put down the chopsticks, lying on the table beeping at Han Qian. At first Han Qian did not want to take care of her. After a while found that the warmth is still looking at him, the small appearance to be more pitiful. Han Qian helplessly smiled, put down the bowl and said softly, "Get me a glass of water?" This sentence instantly gave the warmth like chicken blood. Stood up and bumbled in the refrigerator, took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the lid in front of Han Qian, and then obediently sat on the chair waiting for Han Qian to speak, but then found that Han Qian did not open the meaning of the warmth of the blow-up, flinging black hair to vent the heart of the dissatisfaction. Han Qian reached out and pressed his hand against Warmth's head, frowning in. I know you're struggling with what's going on, and I've thought about it this afternoon, and now I can't, or I won't let you go and flex your muscles at Smooth in the immediate future. And you've done enough at Smooth in the last couple of years to not need to go and do the plotting to prove yourself. And there's one more thing. Warmth sat cloaked in a chair with her hands propped up on the chair between her legs, a pair of large eyes glaring at Han Qian, muttering in a small voice. I know that you don't want your heart and soul to become a tool for the Lin family to make money, and I don't want you to do that either. But I just feel so uncomfortable in my heart, watching my competitors doing things. Then wait for you to sit firmly in the company. It's best to reach the position of president. Then I'll send you a few big plans as congratulatory gifts. I just said. What you need to do is not to prove yourself, but to find a way to prevent Lin Zongheng from overriding you. With such a big group as unhindered, do you want to let the old Worm's heart and soul be taken away just like that? You, working hard in the wrong direction. Worm again to shake his head. Han Qian also did not have the heart to eat. Stood up, hands holding Worm's shoulders back to the sofa. The girl in the dead end inside cannot get out of the sofa. And then the kitchen took out a bottle of milk and handed it to the Warmth. The Warmth took the milk, hands cup, small mouth sucking. After a while, the warmth of the milk carton blowing the bulge, whispered, I realized I wasn't obsessing about work or plans for glory. I just wanted to grind. Han Qian smiled and took the milk carton in Worm's hand without opening his mouth. And Worm sighed feebly. I'm emotionally unstable with my period. I'm going upstairs to bed. Oh, I put some more money in the drawer, so you can just take it when you need it. Hearing that Warmth wanted to rest, Han Qian felt relieved. But Warmth, who had walked to the stairs, suddenly folded back and pointed at the sofa and looked at Han Qian, who stood up and sat on the sofa, and Warmth curled up and lay on the sofa, her head resting on Han Qian's leg. Feeling the warm, well-proportioned breathing, she slept, and one hand unconsciously wrapped around Han Qian's waist as she slept peacefully, drooled a little. When a woman is on her period, her mind will fluctuate and she can't control her temper and thoughts. It's okay to be a little modest at this time. Besides, Worm didn't make a scene. Han Qian took the blanket over Worm's body. Han Qian leaned on the sofa and thought about some of the things he had to deal with lately. The top priority is the transformation of 2 Snapdragon. Will soon meet with this black boss. Han Qian heart has the fear. He dares to provoke Lin Zongheng. high fulfillment of such a learned, but not too dare to provoke two snapdragons such a mixed person, sighing again, followed by a pain in his stomach. He lowered his head to look at Warmth, who was staring at him with a pair of eyes. Don't sigh all the time. You've lost all your good fortune. Wipe the drool. Annoying. Warm got up and turned on the TV, lying sideways on the sofa with his head resting on Han Qian's leg watching cartoons. Very childish kind of. Han Qian's mind is also involved in cartoons. He is a little heartbroken by the wolf, but also some hate this author. Can't let this wolf eat some meat? Han Qian, do you think Grey Wolf looks like you? Han Qian couldn't help but laugh at this. So do you look like a red wolf? I haven't hit you with a pan. No, I haven't hit you once. I'm being an asshole. I'm making I know all about your bottom line. Ah, Hank, can you get up? You go get me one of those things. Warm suddenly got up and ran to the bathroom without shoes. Han Qian, who was sitting on the sofa, was confused and looked at Warm's back with a puzzled face. There's paper in the restroom. You have diarrhea. I'm pulling your weight. It's an anti-towel. Han Qian's face instantly changed with a puzzled expression. Is this in your room? Second floor bathroom. Ah, grab me a pair of panties while you're at it. The Winnie the Pooh one? Han, Ken. Busy for a while, Warm, red-faced angry, went upstairs. Han Qian looked at Warm with a puzzled face. This suddenly angry took off his clothes and went to take a shower. The water fell on the back and a little bit of pain, but it can be endured. Half an hour later, Han Qian opened the door to the Warm room and whispered, "Way to go, you can wash your own underwear." Bang! The pillow flew over. Chapter 84. A person with a dirty heart looks at the world with dirty eyes. Lying down, Han Qian gave Yin Xingqing a phone call. After connecting, the woman seems to be in the bubble bath. Han Qian teased to come to the video. The results were disliked, a little hurt. That antique thing of yours that can do nothing but take phone calls and take a longer text message that has to be split into two can video? Sis wouldn't mind if you could. Han Qian was a little hurt and retorted in a small voice. Gluttony, I can fill the screen. When I'm rich I'll say something about getting a smart one, the kind that goes on the button. Ha ha ha, miser, don't you have $100,000 in your hand? Wealth and riches can't be obscene. Do you understand? Unsurprisingly, tomorrow the results of the negotiation between High Fulfillment and 2 Snapdragon will be published. Are you prepared to let everyone in the company know before we make our move? Or are you saying that we should do it directly? Must let people know, at least let the directors know that High Fulfillment is a wrongdoer. And then sister out of the sharp, directly pressed to 8 million. So does not seem sister is very powerful, right? This matter also has risks. 4 million is not a small amount. You have to be prepared for the risk. The sword goes to the edge of the reason, you understand? Han Qian, where did you get so many idioms? You asked if the car was going to be related to 2 Snapdragon when you got off work. I won't ask you about that first. I'm asking you how much you want to take in this deal. 1 million. Delusional. If you and 2 Snap can talk it out, I can bring the price up to $8.5 million. Remember, the $8.5 million I'm talking about is not for an empty shelf. I want a mall that I can start operating straight away. Besides, I can only give 2 Snap 6 months. Give me that company Volvo. I'm useful. Do you want my sister to give it to you too? Come on, my sister will wait for you in black silk tonight. You send the location. This time Yin Xingqing directly hung up the phone. Then a text message was sent over. Han Qian did not even look at it and directly deleted it, turning off the phone to sleep. The phone was just turned off. The door to the room was pushed open, and Warmth came over with pillows and quilts in her arms, very naturally getting onto the tatami bed and lying down almost half a meter away from Han Qian. Her eyes closed as she whispered, "I'm not feeling well from my period and you can't go anywhere at night." Han Qian hemmed and hawed. "You're a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Han Qian, you don't want to die, you can try. Sleep, sleep, sleep." On the other hand, Yin Xingqing, out of the bathroom, but also really looking for a stocking, took a look and threw it into the trash can. On the Han Qian that go temper, he dared to come only strange. I do not know if the Warmth is not on the sidelines to hear. If you hear the words, it's going to be fun, I'm sure. I went to bed, but in my heart, I was still reluctant to touch my sister's leg like that. No way. Yin Xingqing took her cell phone and dialed Han Qian's number, only to find that this grandson had turned off his phone. Yin Xingqing was furious. Dead eunuch. In the Moon Bay Music Grill Bar, Li Dongsheng set the second-floor ring corridor in the middle of the most box. In this position just can see the stage singing performance. Tonight, Li did Duke to pay the bill. The big guys are not polite. Just the Australian dragon to ask for 2. Li Dongsheng also gave Wu Saigon bought a necklace. Of course he made it. Li Dongsheng, his mother pampered him excessively. The tube is also too much. Otherwise it would not be 26 years old, has not been in love. When he went out at night, his mother half an hour will make a phone call. At the table everyone is not less drink. Yanglan's alcohol Su Liang is seen, was persuaded a few glasses of wine simply let loose, holding up the glass to play circle. froze to the guys to play no temper. Su Liang sat on the left side of Yang Lan, her right side is naturally Lu Jiulong. Su Liang had the intention to separate, but the Ministry of General Affairs of the people holding a look at the intention to see not to be too much, froze to Yang's sister and Lu Jiulong arranged together. Looking at Wu Saigon that kind of thing, Su Liang heart is annoyed. Low had to drink when found Lu Jiulong somehow already drunk. This will be constantly into Yang Lan's side of the miso. The end of the wineglass said how to like Yang Lan. Yang Lan drank a lot of wine, but not drunk. Frowning reminded Lu Jiulong drink too much, and dodged backward. The big guys were watching the fun. Su Liang was a bit unable to hold back and frowned as he opened his mouth. Vice Lu, pay attention to your image, or else sister-in-law will have to blame Sister Yang when she sees it someday. Hey, Su Liang, you say this is not right. Love of beauty, everyone has the heart, and Sister Yang is still single. Lu Vice will inevitably like it. This and you have nothing to do. You get involved in what? Is it possible that you like Sister Yang? Brother Li, do you think it's possible? Speaking of the guy called Dongbin, a kind of Li Dongxing's lapdog, before and Li Dongxing together chased Wu Saigon, and then heard that Li Dongxing's father is the company's shareholders on the back of Li Dongxing to help Li Dongxing plan for the pursuit of Wu Saigon. The typical lapdog he did not dare to mess with the department of the small bully Han Qian. Su Liang is not polite. Su Liang sneered and laughed with his wineglass. Don't fart. If you've had too much to drink, lie down honestly. If not, let's have another drink. At this time, Yang Lan frowned and said to go to the bathroom. Lu Jiulong wanted to get up and follow out when Wu Saigon suddenly got up and said he wanted to accompany Sister Yang to go together. And when he got up, he also patted Dongbin's shoulder and frowned and said don't talk about alcohol. With Yang Lan gone, Dongbin seemed even more reckless, sneering with his cigarette in his mouth. What's going on? Could it be that Han Qian has a crush on Sister Yang and you're here as a flower protector? Su Liang, are you cheap? Do you think you approached Han Qian for Yang Lan or Yang Jia? What? You two are one for each other. Nothing to change? Ha! Su Liang sneered, stood up and stretched a lazy waist, then a foot on the chair climbed up to the table, and in passing, he touched a beer bottle and smashed it on Dongbin's head, and a scream came out from the box, and Su Liang looked at Dongbin, who was covered in blood, and spat a mouthful of spit. Damn it, I'll help you if you don't have a mouth on you. Didn't you call me here just to fight? Come on. The drunken Dongbin shrugged off his head, got up and raised his chair towards Su Liang, only to be beaten by Su Liang with a foot on his chest and writing underneath him. The commotion in the box instantly attracted the attention of the staff, and when the security rushed to the scene, Yang Lan and the others had already pulled Su Liang away from the scene, and Su Liang shook Yang Lan's hand off, pointing at Dongbin angrily. I don't care if you call me names. I don't care if you involve someone else and I'm used to you. Dongbin was also helped up, unsteady on his feet, when the manager of Moon Bay came, looked at the chaotic box, then glanced at Su Liang, frowned and coldly said, Sir, I'm going to ask you to leave, and you're going to be responsible for the damage to our store. How much? 10,000. Or we'll call the police. Su Liang took out the money that Han Qian had given him not long ago in his clothes, and when he left the house he knew that today was definitely not going to be an ordinary meal, and took out $10,000 and threw it in the manager's face. Angrily, I've packed this box. This meal is eaten or thrown. We spent money. Not eaten, you kick me out? Okay, give us back the money for the meal. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to fight. The manager's face became ugly. At this time Yang Lan took a bottle of water and dripped it on Su Liang's head. Su Liang turned his head in a great anger, and when he realized that it was Yang Lan, he opened his mouth. Sister Yang, saying 2 words. Su Liang, whose fingers had been broken bones, didn't cry, but now he choked. Yang Lan pulled Su Liang's arm out of the box. Let's go. Sis will take you to the hospital to have your fingers checked, and don't call Han Qian. When he went out, Lu Jiulong hurriedly followed him out and looked at Su Liang and said in a deep voice, I'll get rid of Dongbin in the next few days. Su Liang turned his head and said in a cold voice, because of what the fight was about, you don't say you don't know. Lu Vice, Qianer has reminded you of that, right? Lu Jiulong this time also sobered up, squatting on the side of the road, did not speak again, watched Yang Lan took Su Liang by taxi. After a long time, he seemed to make a decision, took out his cell phone to the yellow face at home to make a phone call. The phone was connected. Lu Jiulong trembling voice, hubby, come back if you've had too much to drink. I've cooked porridge for you. Be right home. Chapter 85, A Proud Life is Tiring. Hospital. Su Liang 2 finger injuries aggravated. This time on the cast, the whole hand swollen like a pig's foot, sitting in the emergency room hanging drip. Su Liang does not regret that $10,000. He regrets that did not kill Dongbin. Yang Lan sat on the side with his head on his knees. Su Liang turned his head to Yang Lan and grinned. Sister Yang, go home to accompany Xiao Bei. I will call Qianer and let him come over to accompany me. Today this fight how to fight. For me, for Qianer, also for Sister Yang will do it. Sister Yang I to you as the subordinate to the leader, but Qianer take you as a sister. I take Qianer as a good buddy. Tonight he said such words, I have no reason not to do it. The company how to penalize I admit. You go back to rest earlier. Yanlan sat up covering his head that was about to crack and said feebly with his eyes closed. I know you and Hankin have been good to me, and I shouldn't have come tonight. No, Sister Yang, it's the same if you come or not. Right now it's just someone who wants to squeeze me out of the general department to give Qianer a kick in the pants. Even if you don't come today it'll be because of other fights. Why didn't they call out for Dakaner, or Qianer? They called on me? It's all prepared, and I don't know if he's asleep at this hour. Don't! Yanglan reached out and snatched Su Liang's cell phone and said eagerly, you don't call him, he might make a scene again when he comes. I'll go back to understand the situation and then talk to Dongbin about the medical expenses. Go back to rest earlier after hanging the drip. Feel uncomfortable and take a day off tomorrow. Yanglan's bitter words let Su Liang give up calling Han Shen. Half an hour later, the two left the hospital. Yanglan returned home in a poor mental state. Responsible for coming over to take care of Beibei's little Yang Jia suspiciously asked a mouthful of questions. Yang Jia did not answer, hugging her sister, choked in a small voice and said that it was fine. How can a close sister not feel the sister's heart? Little Yang Jia hostile on the head, gritted his teeth. Did someone from the general department bully you again? And no, it's just that I don't feel good inside. Yanglan does not want Yang Jia to follow her together angry, together aggrieved, cried after going to the bathroom to wash his face hurriedly lie down. Small Yang Jia stood outside the bedroom door, clenched his teeth. She was most angry with her sister's weak nature. She always thought that a step back to the sea and the sky, and never learned to go over the resistance. The next morning, Han Qian chose the bus. Today he deliberately came out early to return to do the terminal, and then take the empty car and the transfer back, so that you can avoid and the old men to fight for time. Very surprisingly, he was not late. Han Qian thought that his lateness was an accident, while the security and the receptionist thought that there was something wrong with Han de Xianer going to work on time today, and greeted the little girl at the receptionist, who had been here for so long that she didn't know what the little girl's name was. Walked into the comprehensive department, smiled and greeted. Responded, but only Qian Wan a person. The atmosphere of the comprehensive department has become more low and serious. All people are sitting with their heads down in their hands, even if there is no work. They are trying to do things by all means. This is a little bit of a surprise to Han Qian. Sat down and saw Su Liang rebandaged his hand. Han Qian laughed. What's the matter? You're going to use your injuries to trick little girls into tears again. Ha, Rio, or you teach me how to get along with girls. Su Liang also didn't have much interest in bull ******* ting with Han Qian, lying down on the table and sighing feebly, which made Han Qian even more curious about what happened yesterday, and raised his head to look at Big Qianer, who was playing the game with a serious face and didn't seem to know what had happened yet. Han Qian felt more and more wrong. Yang Lan was even late and has not come until now. Lu Jiulong is also busy preparing all kinds of documents, constantly going in and out of the comprehensive department. It looks like there is something hiding from him. Han Qian stood up and left the comprehensive department. In a clear sense of leaving, someone let out a sneer. Someone sighed. This matter or go to ask Yang Jia is better. The little gossip knows more. The result is to learn that Yang Lan went to the hospital, said that someone in the comprehensive department was hospitalized. This makes Han Qian even more surprised. The root of the question to the end did not come up with a reason. Han Qian and asked Yen General in the office when not. Small Yang Jia told Han Qian Yen Qingqing went to a meeting. Han Qian knows. Should be high fulfillment and 2 Snapdragon things. This thing does not need too many bends. Only need Yen Qingqing again high-level meeting to make a certain decision on it. The rest to him to do. Do not want to go back to the Ministry of General Affairs. Han Qian is ready to go downstairs when encountered Lu Jiulong. The guy holding some documents said to send to the Ministry of Personnel. Han Qian how to ask this guy do not say. Things were getting stranger and stranger as Han Qian frowned as he went upstairs to return to the general department. Why are the police here? And they also want to take Su Liang away. And the police to go hard is a little cute. Behavior? Han Qian politely asked what happened. The police told Han Qian that Su Liang had injured someone, and the other party went to get a disability test, and now they want to take Su Liang back to make a statement. I'll go with you guys. And also, please open the handcuffs. Now my colleague's hands are also injured. It's uncertain who exactly has been hurt. If my colleague is the victim, you guys handcuffing him like this will have an impact on his image in the company. If things end up like this, I will go to the Yamenku to prosecute you guys. And you guys can't handcuff him until you have a conviction. Han Qian's attitude was also tough. He knew that he couldn't mess with the police, but he also knew roughly how they should be dealt with, and the general process. When going downstairs, Han Qian told Su Liang not to be nervous. Behave lightly, don't be nervous. Nothing happened. The two talked and laughed out of the company. When going out, Qian Wan chased after him and handed the car keys in his hand to Han Qian. Brother Kennel, I'll go with you. Xianwan changed her car, again still a supercar, a yellow McLaren GT. Han Xian was holding his cell phone and struggling with whether or not to dial a call for help when Xianwan opened her mouth. Brother Qianer, this matter you don't need to care. I called my aunt. I owe Brother Lianger a favor. I brought the card. Things that can be solved with money are not things. When I went to work today I felt that something was wrong. Dong Bin did not come. Han Xian smiled and shook his head. No need to let Qian Dong appear. It's not a big deal. Why did you suddenly change your car? Your aunt rewarded you? Xianwan shrugged and skimmed her shoulders. My brother, when he was alive, he loved cars. He loved supercars. He was very proficient in all aspects. English, Japanese, so to speak, piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, all kinds of musical instruments. Basketball, tennis is good at. Fencing has won awards, and in Mongolia and horseback riding, archery and wrestling are very good. Even the women's cosmetics are very good. At that time, he said that he had no more pursuits in his life, did not go through the 2 months, and my aunt went out to play golf when he was involved in a car accident. My aunt died on the spot. My brother's lower limbs paraplegic, hospitalized in a wheelchair by himself from the stairs. He is only 23 years old, a little taller than you, a little more handsome than you, a little kinder than you. Suicide. Han Xian's heart felt bad after hearing this. Maybe others didn't understand why he chose to commit suicide in the end, but Han Xian could relate to his feelings. He carried pride in his bones. He worked hard to make his life perfect, and as a result, he was left to lie on the bed. Even when he peed he had to be waited on. There was no way for him to accept this kind of life. Self-esteem and pride can literally kill a person. If anyone had known about Han Xian's choice to get divorced and take on debt 2 months in advance, they would have cursed him for being a cutie. If they knew that Han Xian had chosen to get a divorce 2 months ahead of schedule, they would have called him a cutie. But Han Xian didn't want to wait until the day he was kicked out of the house, and was retaining his last shred of dignity. Proud people live tired lives. Brother Kenner, you're quite similar to my brother. If he's still alive, he should probably be about the same age as you. Han Xian sighed softly. Be nice to your aunt. You're the only one she has left as a late bloomer, aren't you? What if I told you that my aunt had a miscarriage because of my brother's death? Grass. Han Xian couldn't help but burst out foul-mouthed. Why would the heavens take away the last straw when taking away a person's lifeblood in passing? All the way to the police station. Han Xian made a call to Guan Big Dog. You go to Luna Bay and find a manager. Ask and see what you can do. And tomorrow I'll drive to your office. Han Xian's mood was depressing, and Xianling's story made it hard for Han Xian to laugh at it. While Su Liang was being asked for a statement, Yang Lan came in when she saw Han Xian and Xianwan. She knew that she couldn't hide things anymore. Dongbin doesn't want money. He wants to hold Su Liang accountable. Han Xian raised his head and asked with a frown. Fixed wounds? 9. Han Xian lowered his head and sighed. 9 levels, 6 months of criminal detention. Given a bottle of wine is so serious? Someone behind this is messing things up, right? Dongbin in which hospital? I went over to see. Sister Yang Yu on this side. First, do not make things to the procuratorate. I go in Dongbin and talk. Blame me. Yang Lan spat out these 2 words weakly with his head lowered, and Han Xian stood up and patted Yang Lan's shoulder, laughing softly. Then be tough next time. Chapter 86. The Poor Man and the Mommy's Boy. Han Xian took Xianwan's car keys and left the police station. Went out and met Lu Jiolong, who hurriedly came. Han Xian said get in the car. Lu Jiolong nodded and agreed. In the car Lu Jiolong made things clear and didn't take himself out. Han Xian frowned as he drove and said in a deep voice, Vice Lu, I've told you once. Forget it. All of you are adults. I can only be kind enough to remind you of your business. You're sure it was Dongbin who first opened his mouth to humiliate Sister Yang and Yang Jia, right? Yes, and it's hard to hear. When he met Dongbin lying on the bed in the hospital, Han Xian did not pay any attention to him, but first read the doctor's diagnosis, which showed that he had suffered a heavy blow to the head and that there were signs of looseness in his teeth. That's all. Han Xian cannot understand then how to set the injury. Walked into the ward. Han Xian stood at the bedside of Dongbin. Cold voice. Say, how can I fix it? Dongbin looked angrily at Han Xian and gritted his teeth viciously. If I don't accept mediation, I'm just going to let him go to jail and lose his job. Han Xian shrugged and said softly, Fine, don't accept the compensation, right? Last night you spoke out of turn and humiliated Yang Lan. Yang Jia has been told by Yang Jia to Mr. Yen, no matter who is behind you to help you, you will be gloriously dismissed, and the company will release the reason for your dismissal to the partners. This is one. Secondly, you have the connections to fix the injury. I also have the connections to let Su Liang stay in the detention center for 3 days and then come out. As a result, he can still continue to go back to work in the company. I don't believe that Li Dongxing can support you for the rest of your life. After you leave the comprehensive department, you won't be of any use. Do you know that? When he came, Guan Big Dog had already called Han Qian, and things were asked by him. That is, someone told the manager that there would be a disturbance tonight, and asked him to come over to blackmail and call the police. And as for who this person was, Han Qian had already told the name, and at the same time, Guan Big Dog had also told Han Qian that the money had already been asked to come back. As Han Qian's words fell, Lu Jiulong took out his dismissal contract and placed it on the bedside, looking angrily at Dong Bin and heated. I have recordings here of what you said last night. By then, even if you are the victim, these recordings will totally make you unable to survive in this city, and will also let your family, your friends around you know why you were beaten up and why you were dismissed. Right now you have 2 paths you can take. Accept the mediation and transfer you to the branch office to continue to be of your staff. Or you can sign this dismissal contract and stay in the hospital without fear. Dong Bin sneered. Are you guys trying to intimidate me? I said I won't accept mediation. Han Qian nodded lightly. Okay, the money to compensate you can totally be used to give Su Liang a post-bail trial. Then I'll let Mr. Yen and Xian Wanzan to find out who set the disability for your minor injuries. If you want to make a big deal out of it, let's just make a big deal out of it. Lu Vice, send a copy of the recording to the Legal Affairs Department in a moment, and let them see if they can pursue Dong Bin for defamation and infringing on other people's honor because of this matter. Totally. I already called the legal department when I came here. The two sang and walked out of the ward, not paying any attention to Dong Bin, who was lying on the bed, his face pale. Lu Jiulong is not useless. He can achieve the position of deputy minister. Deputy manager also has his ability. The two went downstairs and did not wait to walk to the parking. Lu Jiulong phone rang. Lu Jiulong raised his head and glanced at Han Qian to connect the phone. Dong Bin is still afraid, but he also put forward conditions. 20,000 yuan. And the transfer of the branch must be a neighboring city. And let Su Liang face to face to apologize to him. The first 2 points Han Qian accepted, but the apology certainly cannot be apologized for. But he also has to apologize to Sister Yang, and if you do not accept it, it is exempted from the negotiation. At noon, Su Liang walked out of the police station. Dong Bin finally accepted Han Qian and Lu Jiulong's proposal. Yang Lan prepared 10,000. In addition to Guan Degu asked for 10,000 from the Moon Bay. Exactly 20,000 to Dong Bin. Things draw to a close here. Xian Wanqin reluctantly complains that he should have been fired. Back to the company, Han Qian told Su Liang to go back as if nothing had happened, and in a moment he would make up for Sister Yang's $10,000. Su Liang took out $5,000 in his pocket and handed it to Han Qian, who laughed and gave him a slap on the face and scolded him with a smile. Keep your $5,000. I make money much easier than you make money. New efforts. Save some money for the new year. I first go to General Yan's side. Han Qian knows the whole process. The beginning of the time Su Liang did not do it also did not get angry. After the things involved in the Yang Lan and Han Qian to move the hand, and then a little bit, Han Qian does not take the money too seriously. Owed the damn 4 million it. Pour you this 3 melon 2 dates? He went to Yin Qingqing's office, and now the staff on the 14th floor had gotten used to the fact that this Han de Siener basically came twice a day. Back to the office of Su Liang saw an envelope on the table, puzzled to open and found that it was loaded with $2,000 and a note. After reading, Su Liang got up and took the envelope and walked to the front of Lu Jiulong, said softly, Deputy Lu, things also blame me. I can't control myself this stinking problem. I can't get the money from my family. I saved some private money. I am compensating for the apology. I don't mean to give you charity or something like that. Lan Lan orphaned and widowed is not easy. I also make a small contribution. Okay, start working. Lu Jiulong does not give Su Liang the opportunity to shirk. Stood up to deal with the matter of Dong Bin transfer position. Su Liang looked at the envelope in his hand. Some of the heart is not taste. He is now some regret last night's impulsive. In order to a moment of pain involved the people around him. It's not helping them. It's hurting them. Xian Wan just wanted to get up. Su Liang got up and ran, but cannot collect everyone as money again. Han Qian give, Su Liang will collect and return, but other people still forget it. Su Liang actually does not have too much pressure on his heart. Things are over. The most heartbreaking and difficult is Yang Lan. She thinks this thing is her fault. She implicated Su Liang compensation of 20,000 yuan, and Lu Jiulong also know that it is his fault. He cannot give too much help. Do his best. Comprehensive department of the atmosphere has become more depressed. Only Li Dongxing, a person with a straw in his mouth, looking at the legs to see the front of these guys for so little change and worry. Difficult. Such a scene is not too cool. As for that Dong Bin, Mom said, this person belongs to the lowly dog, with a little bone. with less than a foot kicked away is, keep useless. Meh, a bunch of poor people. Li Dongsheng let out a sneer. The people in the comprehensive department were a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Xianwan turned her head to look at Li Dongsheng, casting a contemptuous gaze and skimming her lips. Mommy's Boy. Chapter 87, Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Got any rice? These were the first words uttered by Han Shen as he sat in his office in silence for 10 minutes before Yan Qingqing's high heels flew over in a petulant fury. You think I'm in a cafeteria here? High heels lost and angrily drunk. Yan Qingqing still picked up the landline and called Xiao Yangjia to send 2 lunches up, and specifically asked Han Shen what he wanted to eat. Han Xian, powerless lying on the sofa, said whatever, and then another pair of high heels slid in an arc and landed on Han Xian's stomach. Han Xian's arm rested high on the back of the couch, a pair of black high heels hanging from 2 fingers, and sighed absently. How did the meeting go? And what is the attitude of the top management towards the $12 million for high fulfillment? Did you bring up the fact that you're also going to reach out to 2Snap and renegotiate the price? We also received a few offers. The lowest is about the same as the one you said you'd give to 2Snap. Han Xian, you give me back my shoes. Yan Qingqing curled up in her chair, her hands clasping her legs as she glared at Han Xian, who took the words as a whisper and said to herself, Hey, I'm going to see Mr. 2 tomorrow. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Will the black boss chop me up and feed me to the fishes? I've chopped up $4 million in one breath. Thinking about it makes me feel that I'm a bit unethical. Qingqing, how are you going to treat me? Also, your mouth shut if you call me Qingqing. Call Mr. Yen. Treats? Last night has not sent you the address. Also, do not know who egged the phone or turned off. Yan Qingqing kneaded the tissue paper on the table into a ball and smashed it to Han Xian. Not a little bit of lethality. Han Xian is not to be taken seriously. Smashed for a while. Yan Qingqing some tired. Again looking for Han Xian for shoes. Han Xian still ignored. Yan Qingqing then took out a pair of slippers under the table, plopped down the bar to the front of the sofa, and then sideways to sit on Han Xian's stomach. This almost didn't give Han Xian the pressure to spit out his stomach. Han Xian threw away the high heels in his hand and slapped at Yan Qingqing's waist, gritting his teeth. I don't let 2 Snapdragon chopped first let you play dead. Get up. You're a big girl. Why are you so thick-skinned? Get up. Yan Qingqing was not affected by Han Xian's words in the slightest, and also crossed her legs, pinching her chin in suspicion. You're obviously there to smash 2Snap's rice bowl. How confident are you that you can convince 2Snap? If you can promise to pay him in full up front, I can still get the price down a little bit. I'll think about it. By the way, if no one else is driving that Volvo, I'll give it to 2Snap as a gift from you to him. I'll think about it. Consider your ass. Will you go down first? Han Xian's words just fell. Little Yang Jia pushed the door in. The little girl saw the picture in the office, instantly red face. Mr. Yen sat on Han Xian's body. All over the ground are paper balls. This picture is difficult to make. People do not want more. Little Yang Jia lowered her head and whispered, Mr. Yen, Brother Qian, you guys continue. I'll wait for you guys. We can't let this little secretary think too much. Han Xian slapped at Yan Qingqing's arse and sat up frowning. Still not up. Let this little gossip misunderstanding the whole company also misunderstanding. Yang Jia, you listen to my explanation. I'm fooling around with you yin total. I know. Brother Kenner, the food is put here. I'll go out first. I can't hear you. Really? The more he describes, the darker Han Xian sighed powerlessly and took the rice on the table to fill his mouth. The more Yan Qingqing, who was sitting by the side, thought about it, the more wrong she was. Her hands pinched Han Xian's face to forcefully break the guy's head over, and she asked with a serious face, What's the matter? You're still at a disadvantage because of the rumors about your sister? Han Xian, why don't you take a look at how many suitors Sis has, and how Sis doesn't deserve you? Match. Then the rice in his mouth sprayed on Yan Qingqing's breasts. Han Xian panicked when he saw this, grabbed a paper towel and was going to wipe it for Yan Qingqing, then felt something was wrong and was ready to retract his hand when he heard a cry of alarm coming from the doorway, and Han Xian turned his head and cursed. Little Yang Jia, you're ing sneaking around. I'll rip your head off if you dare to talk nonsense. Xiao Yang Jia ran away. Yan Qingqing's face had turned green. Her hands rubbed Han Xian's face without any mercy. Han Xian didn't bother to take care of her. She played with her. He ate his. Finally, Yan Qingqing started to play tricks on Han Xian's rice. Han Xian couldn't bear it some more. He turned his head to look angrily at Yan Qingqing, then used a spoon to dig up a spoonful of rice to hand it to him, angrily saying, I'll feed you a bite if you crave it. Come on. Mr. Yan, Han Xian is in. Han Xian directly threw the spoon. What kind of thing is this? Do these guys enter Yan Qingqing's office without knocking? This time Yan Qingqing's face also changed, looking angrily at the gossipy Ji Jing. Angrily, Auntie Ji, can you knock when you come in? Ji Jing stared at Han Xian and Yan Qingqing with interest, the fire of gossip blazing in her eyes as she waved her hand and whispered, Next time, you two just treat me like I'm air. Have you all started feeding? Han Xian gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Ji Jing as he spoke back in a low voice. If you're envious, Auntie Ji, I'll chew it up and feed it to you. No, you guys go on. I continue to your grandfather. What the hell is the matter? The front foot small yang jia misunderstanding. The back foot and the season AMA. Down with the blood bad luck yen total you give me to get $10,000. Useful. This office Han Xian is a minute do not want to stay down. The words fell to see Yen Qingqing did not have any reaction. Han Xian tilted his head to look at Yen Qingqing suspiciously, thinking that the night fork lady this is a bad ear? Then Ji Jing curiously asked Yen Qingqing is not adopted Han Xian this little white boy. Han Xian angry, slammed the door. Roar came. Big Auntie G, I'm at loggerheads with you. It's okay, I don't care. Qingqing tell me, how did you and my great-nephew get along? No wonder he called me Big Mom and you called him that too. You should have told me earlier. Han Qian, Auntie will give you a red packet. Don't go. Ji Jing was still immersed in the gossip and didn't return to her senses. She didn't realize that Yen Qingqing had already returned to her desk, pulling out a baseball bat under the table and glaring angrily at Ji Jing through clenched teeth. 5 minutes later, explained clearly, but Ji Jing still do not believe. Yen Qingqing also lazy in taking care of her. In the drawer took out $10,000 on the table. Powerless. Go on. You go and deliver it to Han Xian. You're fine, don't always mess with him. There's a chance he's going to see 2 snap tomorrow. I'm a bit worried about his safety now. Ji Jing froze when she heard it, then screamed, going solo? What's he going to do? Yen Qingqing leaned helplessly on the table, drawing circles on the table with her fingers and whispering, you also attended the meeting in the morning. Han Xian is going to go and press the price below 8 million as a way to prove that my ability is much better than Gao Fulfillment. 2 Snap's reputation is to cut out and kill. In short, you don't mess with Han Xian, is it? Now I feel a little bit sorry for him. I didn't even have a good lunch before you guys stirred up the trouble. The great-nephew is too confident, isn't he? The money goes straight to him? I'll stir it up and I'll take him out to eat. The words fell. Yen Qingqing suddenly tensed her body, her eyes staring deathly at Ji Jing, and she said in a low voice, you don't eat with men. Ji Jing, you'd better be honest. If you don't want it, I'll take it. I'm not averse to Han Xian. His ex-wife is enjoyably warm. Like you said, it's an ex-wife. I'll go first. The meal Han Xian did not go to eat slapped $10,000 on Su Liang's table. Han Xian found a corner and pulled a chair, covered his face with a book, and shouted at Yang Lan's office, Sister Yang, prepare the contract. I'm going to the torture chamber tomorrow. I won't be coming to the office to report tomorrow morning. Chapter 88 Rich Women. Now the last thing Han Xian wants to do is to go home, warm to Auntie in the home grinding. Back today is not allowed to quarrel again to eat ice cream, eat popsicles. By then do not give to buy may have to be whole out of what moths to come. Clocking out from work, Han Xian stood at the front door of Glory for a long time not wanting to take that step, took a deep breath and was ready to go home when Su Liang's voice came from behind him. Han Xian turned his head to see Su Liang and Dakener, tilting his head in confusion. What are you two up to? Su Liang bumped Han Xian's arm with his arm and grinned. You said you're going to see Boss 2 tomorrow, so we can't do much to help. So why don't you have a drink? A little drink is good for the soul, but it's on the house. These 2 guys want to buy dinner? Su Liang, this heart is a bit big, but it is possible that they are thinking of drinking and having fun. Han Xian is a bit torn. At this time Shan Wan also began to encourage Han Xian to go out and drink. Go to the small stall near her home. Not a few dollars. To say that the status of the big money children in the office is not as good as Li Dongxing it. This girl is not at all as a rich second generation. Not waiting for Han Xian to answer, Lu Jiulong hurriedly walked over, put his arm around Han Xian's shoulders and laughed. Do you have time tonight? Your sister-in-law cooked at home. Han Xian, let me tell you, your sister-in-law used to have a chef's license. Big chef. Going to Lu Jiulong's house for dinner? Han Xian instantly understood the meaning of this guy. He was trying to let Han Xian know that his daughter-in-law's temperament character will not bring trouble to Yang Lan. This guy is still not dead. The side of Qianwan is a little reluctant, muttering in a small voice that she was the first to propose to have dinner with brother Qianer. Lu Weiss should wait for the next time. Lu Jiulong waved his hand and set outside to eat any day. His daughter-in-law is not easy to cook. Qianwan was not willing to give up, shouting that last night did not see the bustle. Today cannot, and she grabbed, that is, to go with Han Xian and Su Liang to have a drink. Have not been drinking for a long time. Big Qianer is also a bit selfish, and now she can just go drinking with Han Xian. Shenling can feel more at ease. The 2 groups didn't care if Han Xian had the time or not. They started arguing, and seeing that they were about to get into a fight, Han Xian was powerless. Nei, you guys listen. Shut up, shut up. Lu Jiulong and Qianwan simultaneously issued a chorus of rebukes at Han Qian, who had a lifeless look on his face and was ready to find a chance to escape when Auntie Ji and Yang Lan appeared in Han Qian's line of sight, and Ji Jing waved at Han Qian from a great distance. Big nephew, Auntie and your sister Yang are here to practice for you. The place is your choice. Auntie's treating you, and by the way, we're going to give your sister Yang a chance to soothe the wounds of her heart. Han Qian's head tilted forward, instantly feeling that things are not quite right. What's going on today? Yesterday, the general department gathered for dinner without calling out to him, but today, they all want to grab a meal with him? Han Qian looked at De Chen and then looked at Lu Jiulong. This time he was very good and did not open his mouth. Anyway, if he said something, he would be scolded, so he simply did not say anything. Ji Jing and Yang Lan walked to Han Qian arm in arm. Ji Jing's strange problem does not distinguish between occasions and places. Can't help but pull away from Lu Jiulong and Su Liang. Lu Jiulong heard that Yang Lan was going to dinner. He immediately gave up the intention of dragging Han Qian towards his home, but it was Dakener who was not willing to give up, stepped forward to grab Han Qian's arm, and addressed the two of them. Brother Lianger and I have already made a date with Qianer to eat at the ground floor. Sister Ji, you don't go to the ground floor to eat, right? Ji Jing looked at De Qianer and Han Qian with a suspicious face, holding Yang Lan, who was about to leave. With one hand and cupping her chin, she whispered, "It's not impossible. I've never been there." And with Han Qian and Su Liang, the two violent men, "No one will come over to harass me. Lan, go, and bring Xiao Bei and Yang Jia along. My treat." Directly Lu Jiulong ignored. Old Lu was very embarrassed, scratched his head and said next time to ask Han Qian, trotted away. Han Qian looked at the situation in front of him. It looked like he couldn't run away, just ready to say yes. He saw Gao Fulfillment and Sunya coming this way. Han Qian gave a helpless and bitter smile. Ji Jing's face instantly became cold. Nisota stepped towards Han Qian's side. This distance was already more than the 3 meters that she said in her mouth, the less than 1 meter. These few people Gao Fulfillment hadn't put in his eyes, directly ignoring Ji Jing, De Qianer and the others, nuzzling at Han Qian, smiling with his signature smile. "You have time in the evening? Have dinner together. I think there might be some misunderstanding between the two of us that shouldn't exist." Gao Fulfillment opened his mouth to invite. Big Qianer didn't dare to open her mouth again. Gao Fulfillment's status wasn't much different from hers. She belonged to the glorified mongrels, while Gao Fulfillment was an elite with real material. Ji Jing suddenly stretched out her 2 fingers and pinched Han Qian's sleeve, and laughed at Gao Fulfillment. "I'm afraid Vice President Gao will be disappointed. We already have an appointment." Gao Fulfillment narrowed his eyes at Ji Jing and laughed lightly. "Minister Ji is to talk business with Han Qian? If it's not business, then we'll get together next time. I'm looking for Han Qian to talk about the company. His ability has been rumored by the people in the company to be very mysterious. I think I should tap into such a talent. You guys will just get together next time. Xiaoya set the hotel and go drive." Gao Fulfillment did not give Ji Jing any face at all. He knew that this woman, Ji Jing, was one of the great generals in Yan Qingqing's camp, and originally there was no need to give face. Under Gao Fulfillment's forcefulness, Ji Jing gave birth to a sense of powerlessness, and Yan Lan opened her mouth without daring to speak, and she really did not dare to do so. "Han Qian is going to have dinner with me tonight. Mr. Gao will ask him out on another day. I'm afraid he can't make it today. Han Qian, go drive." A car key arced in midair and landed in Han Qian's hand. "The nightjar lady is here." Gao Fulfillment didn't give Ji Jing face. Yan Qingqing didn't give him face either. At this moment, Gao Fulfillment's heart had already begun to curse this halfway decent, but his face was still wearing a smile as he softly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll make another appointment with little brother Han Qian tomorrow." Yan Qingqing walked to the crowd, handed her bag to Yang Lan, and walked up to Han Qian's knee, followed by a kick. "Tomorrow he's off. Mr. Gao's day is a bit wrongly chosen. I'll have someone notify Mr. Gao when Han Qian is free. Why don't you go and drive and wait for the cast?" Gao Fulfillment no longer smiled at Yan Qingqing, but when he left, but it was thrown to Han Qian a smile. This guy's smile is very special. The upper and lower teeth bite together, grinning kind of. Han Qian frowned at Gao Fulfillment to leave the back of the car until the car disappeared from sight. He came back to his senses. The car keys to Yan Qingqing, but Yan Qingqing did not take it. Frowning, "Did you not hear me when I told you to go drive and have dinner together tonight?" Han Qian cocked his head and looked at Yan Qingqing, puzzled. "When did you say you wanted to eat together?" "Just now. Big Auntie Ji and Big Qianer asked me to eat together. Are you coming?" Yan Qingqing frowned tightly, puzzled. "You guys are going to dinner? Where to?" "The ground stall downstairs of my house is very lively at night, but I think we should change the place. The 3 of you big beauties and then count me as a small girl." the two of them can't protect Big Chenner originally wanted to say that she was a little beauty, but looking at the looks of the three sisters around her, she didn't muster up the courage to do so, and Yan Xingqing bristled at Big Chenner's words as she looked at Han Xian and despised him. Who else would dare to come over and mess with Brother Han in Big Dog Guan's mouth? We're being bullied because he's not trying to protect us. Just go to the one you said. Go drive. 6 people. 4 cars. The yellow McLaren supercar was at the head of the pack, with the red Raptor in the back, the white Bora following, and Ji Jing's white BMW 525 in the back. The woman drove and 2 men rode in the car. For rich women, Han Xian sat in Yan Lan's co-pilot. Su Liang sat in the back seat. Originally Yan Xingqing wanted Han Xian to sit in her car, but Han Xian didn't dare. This is wearing high heels. Not long after walking out, Han Xian's cell phone rang. Looking at the number on the phone, Han Xian slapped on his head. How to forget this aunt Han Xian, where are you? Well, going to dinner with a coworker. Swallow Fox is there too? Should probably be in. Send me the location. Warmth hung up the phone directly, and Han Xian leaned back in his chair and completely lost his desire to live. 5 rich women now, and Warmth is going to meet up with Yan Xingqing again. Chapter 89. Warmth comes. On the road, McLaren and Raptor go one step ahead. The back of the 2 cars is really cannot catch up with these 2 oil-drinking monsters. Yang Lan drove a very stable car, first accompanied by Ji Jing to send the car, and then a car to go over. When Ji Jing was changing clothes, Yang Lan softly asked Han Xian who was coming over. A girl? Han Xian got out of the car and sat in the back row, sighing feebly. You'll know when it comes. Sister Yang, I feel like I'm not going to live through today again. Yang Lan laughed out loud and ranted. But you can't curse yourself. It did not take long. Ji Jing down. This S-body was already relatively hot, but also deliberately changed a casual dress. Dark jeans, white short sleeves, hair combed into a ponytail. A few years younger. The taste of hormones is also a few points thick. Su Liang is not interested in women older than him at all. As for Han Xian, he doesn't have that heart to appreciate it. 4 people in one car. Ji Jing replaced Yang Lan from the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, complained about Yang Lan driving really slow. Then the Bora leaped out with a speed it shouldn't have. Han Xian grabbed the handrail. Nowadays women are more fierce than men. Aren't they supposed to be softer and weaker? Shouldn't they be softer and weaker? Sure. Didn't you say you wanted to change your car? What are you going to get? Yang Lan sat lazily in the passenger side and whispered. I want to change a Tesla. My family's old house was demolished, and Yang Jia doesn't have a car, so I'm thinking of giving her this Bora to practice on. And the Tesla doesn't seem to be too expensive. The cheapest landed price is less than 400,000, right? I heard that the car can dance to music. It's quite fun. Then change it. It's not much money. Han Xian and Su Liang sitting in the backseat do not want to interrupt at all. This 400,000 yuan car are not a few dollars. You don't buy a car based on its performance. You buy a car based on whether it can dance or not. Sure enough, men and women are creatures of 2 worlds. At this time, Ji Jing suddenly spoke to Han Xian. Are you ready to be hacked to death tomorrow when you go to see 2 Snapdragon? That old man is not a light. Tell your sister before you die and she'll collect your body for you. Han Xian skimmed back. What? You're still going to claim my pension? We have to get a license first. Bah! Ivory comes out of a dog's mouth. You spit one out and I'll see. Lan you drive. Su Liang you came before. Han Xian. Auntie well rare you. I'll have more oyster and leek ones later. My back has been hurting lately. Mixing words with Ji Jing, Han Xian cannot be humbled by a single word. The 2 people argued all the way to the small ground stall, a very simple cooler shed, which still carries the log of certain beers. The 4 people seated Yan Xingqing muttered a really dilly-dallying, and Shan Wan shouted at the boss's wife. Sis, one of everything on the menu, and 2 cases of beer to start. Come on the pure life, in big glasses. Words just fell. Han Xian is ready to block this girl squandering time. Ear came a sharp breaking. Tires in the road issued a piercing sound. Han Xian good heartache car tires. Do not know which idiot driving the car. When he saw the white Panamera close to the Raptor is but half a meter. Han Xian brain sweat came down. Then a long-legged goddess in a fairy dress was seen getting out of the car, with a striking pair of high heels on her feet. The first thing that strikes you about this woman is her height. Very high, very high. Wearing high heels almost 1 meter 8 tall, giving people a visual impact is very raging, but this is stimulating the heart for Han Xian. Here comes the Warmth. Ji Jing frowned at Warmth who was walking slowly and frowned. Vice President one of Enjoy? What's she doing here? I'm so jealous of her legs. How nice for me. Yang Lan followed up. Before just heard. This is still the first time to see this girl. I heard that the age in Han Xian cannot difference a few years. Family background is very strong. Relatives are Yaman mouth-holding heavy power lord. Han Xian, don't tell me that this is the aunt who just called you? Han Xian nodded feebly with his eyes closed and wailed. That's her, or my ex-wife as you call her. Things cannot be hidden for a long time. There is no need to hide it anymore. His words make the people sitting are not calm. Before it was all speculation in hearings. Now the vice president of the smooth enjoyment is standing behind Han Xian. Hands pressed on the shoulders of this guy to the crowd smiled and greeted. First time meeting. I'm Warm, his ex-wife. Everyone just call me Worms, except for Swallow Fox. Ha! The crowd was a little unsure of what to do with this situation. Su Liang got up and was about to give up his position when Ji Jing grabbed the lead. At a square table, Ji Jing and Yan Qingqing sat on one side. Su Liang and Yang Lan sat on one side. Xianwan was right next to Warmth, and Han Xian hogged one side all by himself. The place is very loose, but Han Xian's heart is very tight, and now all the people here are honorable people. And Warmth doesn't feel nervous and awkward, as if she won't feel awkward when she reaches her level. Barbecue was sent over one by one. Su Liang's hands are not convenient. Yang Lan wanted to get up the wine to serve but was picked up by Han Xian. Just opened a bottle of beer. Yan Qingqing and Warmth at the same time to speak. Give it to me first. Give it to me. Han Xian held up his beer and staggered in place. When Warmth suddenly spoke. Give it to Yan Fox first. I'll wait. She's an outsider after all. What others don't want, I don't want. Brother Ken, give it to me then. Han Qian, who had been holding a bottle of wine for half a day, frowned at the two women, then nudged at Su Liang. Rio, yours. Su Liang just wanted to pick up. Two gazes like a sword stabbed over. Su Liang is a hand trembling. Froze did not dare to pick up. Han Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, poured himself a cup, tilted his head and drank it all, and then put the two unopened beers in front of Yan Qingqing and Warmth, turned around and shouted, Boss, bring over 2 more starters. Han Xian didn't want to serve the 2 of them anymore. The atmosphere at the table became active because of the slow drinking. Yang Lan and Su Liang hadn't been drinking. Yang Lan was going to drive someone in a little while, and Su Liang couldn't drink because of the injection. When Han Xian thought that this would solve the problem, the 2 women simultaneously picked up the wine bottle and handed it to Han Xian in unison. Open. At this moment Han Xian just want to go home. One hand a starter start open beer. At the same time placed in front of the 2 women, Han Xian pushed the beer box to the group. This job he cannot do a little. 2 glasses of beer down. Ji Jing red-faced curiously inquired about Warmth. Vice President 1, Han Xian is so talented. Why are you thinking of divorcing him? Such a man should be held firmly in your hands. At the mention of this matter, Warmth lowered his head feebly and whispered back as he gently shook the mug of root beer in his hand. He's the one who filed for divorce. A sentence that made the crowd stare at this. Chapter 90, Yan Fox vs. When Giant Baby. Warm did not care about her face and go to say that she dumped Han Xian. She also said yesterday, in the home how to do is her thing. In the outside, she will give Han Xian face. Of course, she knows in her heart, even if it is said that she dumped Han Xian, Han Xian will not refute. Feeling that the atmosphere had become a bit gloomy, Su Liang leaned forward slightly and softly said, Ken-chan, do you regret it? After this question was raised, Warmth turned her head to look at Han Xian. She was worried and scared that Han Xian would say the 3 words of no regrets. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to change again, Yan Qingqing skimmed her lips and squinted at Su Liang. Skimming her lips, Su Liang, are you willing to marry a woman who can't cook, can't do laundry, can't clean up the house, and has another man in her heart? Another melon? This time Yang Lan's eyes also became bright, hoping to know something inside. Su Liang scratched his head and didn't know how to answer, and his warm gaze moved away from Han Xian, coldly staring at Yan Qingqing and sneering. Ha! It's much cleaner than a woman like you who has no background but is suddenly sitting as a glorious general manager. Yan Fox, sister isn't a woman like you who easily gives men a chance. Qianwan, Ji Jing, and Yang Lan's 3 women's gazes fell on Yan Qingqing's body again, and Yan Qingqing picked up her wine glass and drank the remaining half glass of wine in one gulp. The wine glass slammed heavily on the table, biting her back teeth fiercely and sank her teeth into a deep voice. Sister is much cleaner than you. What? Why are you still pestering Han Xian when your childhood friend is back? Feet in 2 boats? When Giant Baby can you still drink? This word shelved who can not just endure. Warm end up the wine cup dry a whole cup of wine. Wine cup equally hard smashed on the table to make a not small sound. Straighten up the body contemptuous look at Yan Qingqing. Sneer. A childhood friend? What kind of childhood friend is that? Lin Zongheng is at most a childhood friend. Why? Fox Yan, do you only look at men to see if they can get into your bed? I agreed to Han Xian's divorce, but he owes me money. I have the right to live in his house and stick to him. Don't you think you're too long in the tooth for a work leader? Why are you pestering my Han Xian? Today's Warmth has become sharp, which also has a lot to do with her drinking. Han Xian has never seen Warmth drinking and arguing with people, and he doesn't want to intervene to draw fire. Yan Qingqing took a bottle of beer and put it in front of Warmth, snickering. So Han Xian's debtor is you? Do you know how much Han Xian has paid for this debt? And of course I have to thank you. It's because of your debt that Han Xian came to glory and became my savior. Debt? Debt I can take or leave. You don't know Han Xian. You don't know how proud he is in his bones and you're just blabbering here? I've been with Han Xian for 3 years. I've seen him at his worst. I've accompanied a man's growth. Have you? I've seen him at his worst. I've grown with a man. What about you? You're given a shopping mall plan and you think Hankin's treating you well? I'm telling you, that's what's left of my sister's game. Did the Rongju world bring down the turnover of your glory department store? Sister told. That's what Han Xian gave me. From start to finish. Warmth opened the beer to Yan Qingqing's cup to pour full. Yan Qingqing did not hesitate in the slightest, picked up the glass and drank into it in one mouthful, put down the glass and breathed heavily, then smiled sweetly. This smile and the enchanting in the past days, there is a big difference between heaven and earth. It is very naive, very pure. Huge baby one, no matter what. You've ruined Han Xian, and now I'm giving Han Xian a chance. He can go and utilize his talent at glory without any worries. Oops, I forgot to tell you. Han Xian even fed me at noon. Ji Jing, you saw that right? Oh, I thought how much of a big deal. Han Xian also fed his family Wanhuan when he was in his hometown. A hairy dog. Yan Qingqing, I'm telling you, no matter what I have an advantage over you. You know? Sister comes from a cleaner background than you. You're still a virgin, aren't you? When giant baby? 3 years of marriage and you're still a virgin. You're honorable? You're envious? So does my mom. And my mom needs to envy you? The argument between the two women was no longer being watched. The remaining 4 people's gazes all fell on Han Xian's body. Yang Lan's eyes carried a few moments of admiration for Han Xian's talent. Su Liang also admired Han Xian. He admired the fact that these two goddesses were arguing for his sake. Dakener had a face of idiocy, and he probably didn't have anything serious in his head. The 3 people's gazes Han Xian can accept, only Ji Jing's can't. From her expression and gaze, Han Xian can't tell that she's suspecting that he can't do it and isn't a man. Han Xian wanted to run and opened his mouth to say he wanted the restroom, and just as he got up, he was grabbed by both arms at the same time by Yan Qingqing in Warmth, forcibly pressed onto a chair, and Yan Qingqing grabbed Han Xian's arm and didn't let go, as she laughed once again. Tomorrow Han Xian is going to see 2 snap for the purpose of solidifying my position in the company. Warmth was not angry or jealous, and said softly, when I came here I've already made an appointment with 2 Snap's daughter to take her shopping tomorrow and buy some gifts. Han Xian won't come back and 2 Ko and can't stay away from me. Yen Fox, you're always asking Han Xian to do something for you. Hee. I'm thinking of Han Xian's safety. After all, don't you still value Han Xian's talent? What's the point of talking so nicely? As for feeding, I know how Hankin treats women better than you do. 3 years, 3 weeks for you and 3 years for me? Then no, you two are divorced and now Han Xian is single. How can you be sure that we two don't have 3 years? Drinking too much. Definitely drunk. This time is not the first time to meet each other to test. The two of them is torn face in the quarrel. Han Xian wanna go but cannot go away. Took a deep breath. Said in a deep voice, 2 ants. Please give me Han Xian a thin face. Asterisk. Off. It's annoying to look at you. Warmth shook off Han Xian's hand and twisted her head to the other side. Yan Qingqing then let go of Han Xian and skimmed her lips. What others don't want, I don't want. Han Xian cocked his head and looked at the two in confusion. When Warmth suddenly spoke, don't, I have to give it to you. As long as my sister is here, you'll never be able to touch Han Xian for the rest of your life, okay? Yan Qingqing stood up and laughed, walking over to Han Xian and wrapping her hands around Han Xian's neck, then licking at Han Xian's face. Yes, is licking. The night fort nymphette released a big move. Warm and goated. She definitely can't lick Han Xian, but she dares to do it. Stood up and punched Han Xian's stomach fiercely, and cursed in a low voice. Flowery carrot, go to hell. Warmth turned around and left. Xian Wan got up to assist Warmth. She had already drunk too much. Yan Qingqing also pushed Han Xian away, sat down and wrapped her arms around Ji Jing's neck, and the two of them spoke in whispers. That's it? Han Xian cursed these 2 scummy girls in his heart. Just now they were still fighting for it. Now they don't want me? Looking at the time almost, Yang Lan stood up and said that she wanted to go back to take care of Xiao Beibei. Xiao Yangjia watched for 2 days. It is estimated that she has long been unable to stay up sexually. Ji Jing also stood up and followed Yang Lan. When Su Liang opened his mouth to leave with the 2 women, Han Xian was not calm, and tilted his head to ask, how am I going to see you off when you leave? I've been drinking too. You call a chauffeur. Xianer, I don't dare to send these 2 ants. Don't blame brother. Go first. Chapter 91. Right, brother? Xianwan came back and relieved Han Xian. She dragged Yan Qingqing to her small apartment to stay. Yan Qingqing looked at Warmth to put words in her mouth when she left. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. When giant baby, just wait for me. Warmth took Han Xian's arm, half of her body leaning on Han Xian's body as she squinted and smiled at Yan Qingqing. Bye-bye. Go home and have sex with my ex-husband. Letting Han Qian run a red light? You're really shady. When giant baby, called the chauffeur is a woman, do not like to talk, put the small electric car in the trunk and then drove Han Qian and warm home. Get off the checkout, then the taxi is twice as expensive. Han Qian a little heartache wallet. When the chauffeur is still holding Han Qian's arm. When the two walked into the elevator, instantly let go of Han Qian and pulled away from a great distance. Back at home, Warm kicked off his shoes and went upstairs to rest. Han Qian stood on the stairs and shouted at the warmth of a hot drink. No need. Go feed your fox sister and don't talk to me. And where did I invite you? Don't know. Think for yourself. The lunchtime feeding thing? I don't want Yan Xingqing to continue rubbing her face. Is that it? Just now was fine. This house suddenly angry. After a bath, back to the room when Han Qian stood at the door of the room and sighed, looking at the warmth reclining on the tatami. Han Qian powerless. Ignoring me and sleeping in my room? Will you stop making it? The words came out. Warmth got up violently and sat on the tatami mats and shouted angrily at Han Qian. I did it. You're saying I did it? You and Yan Xingqing have fed and you say I made it? I won't allow kissing other women to disgust me when you haven't paid me back. Han Qian, I'm telling you, I'm the debtor. I'm the mistress of this house. I'll sleep wherever I want. What do you believe in what she says? It's not like she doesn't have hands. Why would I feed her? Do I look like a flirt to you? Which side are you sleeping on? Where's your blanket? I love to sleep wherever I want. You and I don't flirt, but can't help Yan Fox hooking up. She has big boobs, a thin waist and can talk. You've been saying I have small boobs lately. Small boobs, small boobs. Han Qian, I'll fight with you. Warmth stood up and pounced directly on Han Qian. Next, the picture was framed. Warm's slender legs clamped on Han Qian's waist, hands wrapped around Han Qian's neck, and Han Qian's hands happened to be resting on his ass cheeks. Both of them froze. Neither of them expected the result to be so taciturn. Warmth wrapped her arms around Han Qian's neck, narrowing her eyes and smiling softly. Is it good to touch? Han Qian nodded and said seriously, it's kinda meaty. The warm head then zoomed in and out of the pupils. Bang! Han Qian's brain was dazed from the impact and he put down his warmth to cover his brain and exclaimed, how many times have you hit me with your brain, you steel-headed doll? It hurts. Warmly covering her head with both hands, she returned to the tatami mat, pulled Han Qian's quilt over her, and whispered, why would I bump you if it didn't hurt? Rascal, villain, colorful head, you don't sleep with me at night. Han Qian's temper also came up, took off his pajamas and wore pajama pants on the bed. Originally looked at the warm body, the heart there is so a small trace of fantasy, and now it is gone. Not at all. This girl's brain is really not generally hard. Looking at the phone is only 9 o'clock. Han Qian some sleep. Warm with her cell phone is watching an unknown film. Foreign, cannot understand. Han Qian's English sucks to the extreme. Drowsy listening to the noisy English. Lying on his side, Han Qian unconsciously closed his eyes. In the time that he felt that he was just about to fall asleep, Warm suddenly climbed up, his chin against Han Qian's shoulder, whispered, are you really going to see 2 Snap tomorrow? You're not planning to work at Glory for the rest of your life, are you? Yan Xingqing also works for Glory, even if she treats you well. It's not a long-term solution, is it? Han Qian rolled over. Warm didn't react. His chin directly smashed into Han Qian's chest. The two people's posture was more ambiguous. Warm didn't seem to want to get up. Han Qian reached out his hand and touched Warm's head, and softly said, tomorrow we really go to see 2 Snap. You don't need to ask 2 Kuan out. Don't involve the child. As for my future, wait until you become the owner of Smooth. Lin Zongheng is really dead to you? Warmth took up the hand that opened Han Qian, hugged the quilt and sat on the tatami mat, clenched her small fists with a proud face and opened her mouth. I called his father, told him I'm married. Don't let Lin Zongheng come over to disturb my life. And also, I didn't ask little Tukuan out. It was little Tukuan who asked me out. We both can't get along. This little girl seems to be helping you too, right? I'm not feeling well and said I'm not going out. She obediently went to school. Well, it's fine for you to do so, but you have to think about the consequences. Since the Lin family can't get the shares you're holding, they might find a way to kick you out of the company. Tell me the first time you run into trouble. And if you can't solve it, you can't solve it before you go to talk to mom and dad. My parents, not your parents. We're divorced. My debtor's mom, okay? Are you still sleeping? If not, give me back my blanket. The words fell. Warm directly lay down. A pair of long and slender legs on Han Qian's stomach, covered his head with the quilt and the quilt he giggled. Han Qian was also warm. This look amused, said softly is not stupid. The result is that the warmth once again get up. This time her face is very close to Han Qian. Han Qian can feel the warmth of the breath. In his mind full of beautiful fantasy, Warm suddenly opened his mouth. Han Qian, I just found out. You got a pimple. I'll squeeze it for you. Of course you have to thank me for going out of my way to help you squeeze your pimple. Just go and buy me an ice cream. That little nipple that day. Off. Han Qian directly pushed away the warmth, rolled over and went to sleep. The warmth was unforgiving behind him, grunting like a cat. A moment to kick Han Qian, a moment to reach out and pinch Han Qian's back. After 10 minutes Han Qian could not help it, sat up and frowned. Go downstairs together. You eat 1, I'll eat 4, no grabbing. Okay. This time warmth was so diligent that she got up and put on her pajama jacket. And by the way, she also threw Han Qian's pajamas over. Under the street light of the neighborhood, Han Qian's hand pinched 4 small pacifier ice cream. Warm mouth holding a strawberry-flavored ice one. Not willing to eat all in one breath. Put in his mouth to contain. Icy cold. Han Qian look. Warmly pointing to the entrance of the cell suddenly opened his mouth. Han Qian curiously turned his head when he knew that he was fooled. The small pacifier in his hand was missing another. Han Qian turned his head to angrily look at Warmly, and then in one breath, he stuffed all 3 into his mouth. And this time, without waiting for him to rub his head, Warmly's hands had already been pressed on his temples to gently knead them. Silly, how cold it is. Just throw it away. This time it also ice to the head, and Han Qian frowned in pain. And then give you a chance to pick on me? Why do you think you're eating cold food when you have a stomachache? Spend money to make you suffer? Only 50 cents. Sister can still afford to spend it. Han Qian, do you want and drink? Sister will take you to buy it. Don't drink it. Don't like it. Han Qian directly shook his head and refused, raised his hand and grabbed one of Warm's hands in his hands. Warm did not struggle, eating popsicles bouncing. The second popsicle finished, Warm turned his head and softly said, Han Qian, I asked my mom. She said it's not that you don't eat crabs, it's because you weren't used to eating them when you were a kid. Were crabs expensive when you were a kid? Han Qian smiled and shook his head. It's not expensive. You can afford to eat one meal. It's not cheap to eat it every day. If you haven't eaten it, you don't know the flavor. And if you don't know the flavor, you won't crave it or think about it. Was your family poor as a child? Warmth's words were blunt, and Han Qian knew that she was just curious, whispering in, not poor, but not rich either. Mom's not well and the old man is the only one in the family making money. I just don't want him to get too tired. You don't eat what people give you. No one but mom and dad would give it to you every day. Warmth broke away from Han Qian's hand and turned to run, not long after holding 2 bottles of drinks and returned, giggling daintily at Han Qian. It's okay, my sister will give it to you later. Han Qian reached out and pinched Warmth's nose, reached over and brought over the ice-cold Coke and laughed. Don't even think about drinking ice again. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Warm suddenly squatted on the ground. When she looked up again, she saw Han Qian squatting in front of her. Warm stood up and kicked Han Qian's ass, laughing gently. Tease. As a result, that night Warm's stomach really hurt. Han Qian gave her hot porridge, prepared a towel warmed up with a cup of boiling water for Warm to put on her small stomach. Warm sipped it in small bites and whispered, Han Qian, I give you trouble, you beg not to hate me. Hate, but there is no way. You are my debtor. In ancient times you are the landlord. I am the long laborer in the landlord's house. There will come a day when the eldest laborer will turn over to be the landlord. Don't think about it. There is no such thing as that day. I just counted on my fingers and it seems like you can't pay it back. Winnie Halfpenny? It's Fairy 1. Yen Qingqing has taken a fancy to you. AI. She's blind at a young age. I won't let her go astray. Warm sitting at the dining table with a bowl, a look of a passerby. Han Qian helplessly shook his head and smiled, looking at the information in the computer. Finished eating the Warm put down the bowl and sat on the side of Han Qian, his back leaning on Han Qian's arm, sighing, I know you better than she does. I know how to ride you. She doesn't, does she? Brother. Han Qian winced. Chapter 92 Boss 2. The silver gray Volvo S90 was parked in the underground garage, and Yen Qingqing tossed the keys to Han Qian. This car drove less than 500 kilometers. The company has a special pickup Buick. This car is also thrown here, has not been moved. The company's car transfer is more troublesome. You are your own drive or what? You look after yourself on it. But I tell you now the company is such an idle car. You give away your car after you have no car. Looking at the dusty car, Han Qian is a little heartbroken. 500 kilometers, this is not a new car? Capitalists really waste. Han Qian opened the driver's door, and then waved at Yen Qingqing. It's better for my little staff to squeeze the bus. I'll take the contract straight away. I'll call you when I'm done. Sure you don't want me to go with you? No need. Negotiating with 2 Snapdragon is just going rogue. Your little rogue can't compare to that big mountain thief of his. Let's go. Wash the car first. Han Qian started the car and left the underground garage of glory, while Yen Qingqing covered her slightly aching head and went back to the company. And just as she returned to the first floor, Gao Fulfillment appeared in front of her, looking at the Volvo that passed by the main entrance, and said softly, Mr. Yen, you're going to let Han Qian do this instead of you? I'm really curious as to what exactly you've promised Han Shen that's worth in doing all this for you. And from multiple perspectives, you're no match for the one from Unbridled. Yan Qingqing laughed softly, looking at the card that had already disappeared and said softly, "It's trust." Words fell in the high fulfillment of the side of the walkthrough. Her face is light and breezy. The heart also has no bottom. Han Qian C2 Snapdragon. In the end, what will happen? This nature will not be a conflict. Back to the office. Yan Qingqing gave up anything in the hands of the tightly gripped hands of the cell phone. A moment. Do not let the phone lock the screen. She wants to be the first to receive a call from Han Qian, no matter whether it succeeds or fails. Yan Qingqing was not the only one who was worried about Han Qian. Yan Lan and Su Liang from the general department were also disturbed. This was not an ordinary negotiation. The other party was not a serious businessman. Under an office building in the 8th district, Guan Big Dog with people from the dawn of the day has been waiting downstairs. Last night Han Shen called him and said that today will be with 2 Snapdragon to renegotiate the cooperation with the glory of the matter. The master side also guessed out that this Han Qian is over to pressure the price of the negotiation can be, but the price of this price he absolutely will not agree to lower. Behind Guan de Gu there were 50 minions, each wearing a suit and white gloves, divided into 2 rows. The ones on the outside were fine. The minions of the inner gate had a cloth bag hanging diagonally behind their waist, with the hilt of their knives exposed. The first floor of the office building was rented by 2 Snapdragon, and it wasn't any office space, but his second home base. 10 minutes past 10. The silver gray Volvo stopped in front of Guan de Dog. Han Qian looked at the formation outside the car, took a deep breath and stepped out of the car, and the red suit Guan Juanbiao lost his usual playfulness and nodded without smiling. "Mr. Han, my master has been waiting for you for quite some time." Han Qian looked at those fierce-faced minions horsemen. His heart had begun to beat wildly. This kind of scene that was only seen on TV became a reality today, and he was still one of the protagonists. Han Qian did not rush to walk up to the front, but instead, he threw the car keys in his hand to Guan Daogo. "Make good on your promise. The car is yours to transport little Tu Kuan, the best safety car in the world. Get someone to try their hand at it." Guan Big Dog didn't show any delighted face, and after receiving the key, he called out to the 2 minions behind him, "Go, give Mr. Han's car a once over and then drive to pick up Missy and ask if she's happy with the car." As the car drove away, Guan de Dog walked towards Han Qian and put his arm around his shoulders, finally smiling. "Brother Han, let's go up." "Wait a minute, I'm a little weak in the knees. Is your master going to cut me up?" Han Qian did not pretend to be cross in front of Guan Juanbiao, and Guan Juanbiao's face was slightly embarrassed in a small voice. "It's up to you, Brother Han. I'll fight to the death to save your life." Guan de Dog's impression of Han Qian kept increasing in favor little by little, from the hands-on acquaintance to the present, and just from just now when he hadn't yet talked things over with his master, so that sending the car could be said to have nothing to do with his master, and was helping him to solve a problem. Going to fetch Missy back was also to keep Han Qian safe. Of course, Han Qian understood in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have said that his legs were weak. Walking into the front door of the office building, the minions on either side of him bent down at the same time and shouted in unison, "Mr. Han." The unanimous low heave let Han Qian's heart thumping. See all one behind the knife handle. Han Qian is really panic. Before also thought 2 Snapdragon may be a smiling Mithraea Buddha. At least the surface can look at the kind of goodness. Now it seems, this guy is a real black boss. After walking through the hall, the scene inside changed. Instead of the black-suited minions, there were beautiful girls in OL uniforms, each with glasses, wearing flesh-colored stockings, with slender bodies and pretty faces. This, Han Qian really panicked, walked to the door of the innermost room. The door is a folio Chinese-style curved willowwood door. On the left and right each carries a righteousness character of righteousness. Guan de Gu gently knocked on the door. A muffled voice came out from inside, and then Guan de Gu pushed the door open to lead Han Qian into the office. The little brother who followed behind him turned around and put his hands in front of his body to guard outside the door. Walking in the door directly in front of the window, 2 Snap's desk was on the east side of the. Finally met 2 Snap, and it was very different from what I imagined. Short silver gray hair combed into a back, wearing a set of blue sportswear, a pair of glasses, and a thin knife scar from the left eye to the left corner of the mouth. The scar did not affect 2 Snap's face value, but rather added a bit of killing aura. The first look at the observation of 2 Snapdragon. The second look at the office. The office is very, very large, full of more than 80 square feet. The desk is very large. There is no computer on the top of those who are not messing around. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone 4 pieces, The bookshelf behind him looks at the price should not be cheap. There are not many books on it. Most of them are some antiques as well as Tu Kuan's photos from childhood to adulthood. Tu Snap really hurt Tu Kuan. In the very center is a picture of a young woman holding a baby, which would be Tu Kuan's deceased mother. The only thing you can tell from all this seems to be that Tu Snap is very much in love with Tu Kuan and loves his late wife. Han Qian didn't rush to speak because Tu Snap had already stood up and walked past Han Qian and Guan de Dog to the west side of the office. And it was only then that Han Qian realized that there was also an indoor golf on this side of the room. And Tu Snap took off his sports top, revealing his backside. Not strong, it was very muscular, and his back was densely packed with more than 24 large and small scars, one of which appeared to still be a gunshot wound. Tu Snap was about 5'8" and looked to weigh around 80 kilograms, and Han Qian gulped when he swung his hand and pumped the golf ball out as it smashed into the wall, a small crater appearing in the wall as it landed. Han Qian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, he hadn't even opened his mouth. Guan Juanbiao, who was on the side, looked at his own master and then at Han Qian as he tentatively opened his mouth. Master, this is the negotiator sent over by General Manager Yen of the Glory Group, and also little Mrs. Mouth brother-in-law Han Qian. Tu Snap turned around and shot a glance at Han Qian with his square eyes and said lightly, "The original is the child's brother-in-law. Since my daughter have said good brother-in-law, that is good for me. Just now there is thought to be Yen Qingqing, that little girl doll sent over to negotiate the people. Piaozi, go let people prepare lunch. The child her uncle. Ah, Xiaoni said you gave her a lecture. This person also do not have much of a culture. Also do not understand a rhetoric. On this company, like what to take what, nothing else. I too the prima donna is poor and has only money left." Han Qian grinned at this and teased, "Since the last thing boss 2 needs is money, then I won't hide any falsehoods. I'm going to take your 4 million today." 4 million? A lion's share? Words that don't surprise you? Guan Juanbiao's body trembled in fear, while Tu Snapdragon smiled faintly at Han Qian. "Gaozi, have his legs chopped off and thrown out to the fish." Han Qian smiled slightly and opened his mouth. "Boss 2, I've heard that you've been in a tight spot lately. The construction of the mall requires the builders to inject funds in advance. These few million should not be enough for you guys. I suggest that we sit down and talk first. Anyway, I'm in this room right now. There's not much of a difference between breaking my legs earlier or later. Just in case my idea is favorable to you." Tu Snap hesitated. Han Qian said his sore spot. The biggest problem he didn't sign a contract with high fulfillment was because he didn't have the money to pat into it. That's when Guan Juanbiao suddenly opened his mouth. "Just now, Mr. Han delivered a car to Missy. It seems to be a Volvo with the highest safety features." Tu Snapdragon glared at Guan Juanbiao and once again looked at Han Qian as the corners of his mouth rose with a few contemptuous smiles and laughed. "High fulfillment promised me 12 million. The period of 2 years construction completed on the good. Why should I be you take 4 million? Tens of thousands of square meters of shopping malls are not big and not small. Since you say I lack of money, but also dare to come to rob money? I too primrose in the down and out hand without a few million in savings?" Tu Snap's words once again helped Han Qian confirm the fact that Tu Snap was short of money. Han Qian was in no hurry to speak. Smiling at Tu Snap walked to the sofa under the window and sat down, placing the contract in his hands on the table. Tu Snap squinted at Han Qian from the corner of his eye. "Kid, you're not afraid to die." Chapter 93, I'm a fake. Scared? Definitely afraid, but cannot say afraid to not come. Han Qian is not in a hurry to speak, although it is unfavorable for him at the moment, but more unfavorable for Tu Snapdragon. If he did not have scruples, he would not have delayed until today not to sign a contract with the high fulfillment. He said that he can borrow money. Who dares to lend to him? Han Qian is not in a hurry. Tu Snap is fiddling with the tea ceremony on his table, and has no intention of inviting Han Qian, who is not interested in this either. Sitting on the sofa and smoking a cigarette without any hurry, after about 10 minutes or so, Guan Big Dog's head was starting to sweat. Looking at the two curiously, this business talk could still go on without talking? It was also when Guan the dog was curious. Tu Snap was the first to lose his composure and opened his mouth. "Kid, you came here to talk on behalf of Yen Qingqing? Tell us your terms." Han Qian laughed. Boss 2 seems to be somewhat not clear about the current situation. "First of all, there are a lot of builders who take the initiative to contact with us Glory, and the price is also much lower than the one that the High Vice President and you talked about. The reason why we chose to choose Boss 2 is because Boss 2 wants to transform, and in the same city, we, Mr. Yen, would like to send you just a favor. The company will surely choose the affordable one first, and even if the High Vice President agrees to you, we will have to through a high-level meeting to make a decision. Our Mr. Yen's price is set at $8 million for 6 months, plus a Volvo, taking away my 4 million in one breath. Your general manager Yen really has a lot of guts, or is your kid not afraid to die? You should have seen how many people are out there. Do you think I will agree to this condition of yours? The corners of 2 Snapdragon's mouth and eyes were all filled with cold smiles and sneers. Han Xian was not disturbed in the slightest, crossing his legs and leaning back on the sofa and laughing. I think 2 boss will agree. Otherwise I will not sit here peacefully. You want to move me just a word thing. The reason why 2 boss did not rush to sign the contract with Cow Fulfillment should be very simple, right? Cow Fulfillment does not have a way to give you with enough to support to the end of the foundation of the money. This money needs you to advance the money by yourself. And then there is another reason, it should be that you do not want to put the time to trust for too long. Half of the project money is paid to the workers. The longer the time, the less you earn. You calculate. Half a year time to save how much labor money than 2 years time. 2 Snap hesitated. Han Xian saw this and continued. Boss 2, you need to transform. And quickly. By now you should have also found out that the entertainment business is getting worse and worse with the crackdown order coming down. The business you have in hand is either transformed or cashed out, and the daily losses will become a liability for your business. So why not give up on it all and transform to real estate? 2 Snap still didn't say anything, but Han Xian's first blade had already slashed down, and as long as a wound appeared he wouldn't hesitate to drop the second blade. Little 2 Coin is also gradually growing up. In the future you can't say let a girl inherit this gray business of yours. I think you also know how dangerous and difficult this business is. In the future, little 2 Coin grows up to be a man. Outsiders say that she is the daughter of the boss of the black. It's not something honorable. In addition, you want to give 2 Coin a better life. There is no way for you to continue to support the current business. These words fell on 2 Snap's ears very harshly. He raised his head to angrily look at this kid who didn't know how to die. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Jinhai had made a call, he would have dragged him out and chopped him up long ago. Han Xian ignored 2 Snap's eyes and said again, Yen will always pay you 8 million in advance, all the money used for your construction. The shorter the time used, the more you earn. I think Yen has been very sincere. 2 Snap laughed, sneering and sneering. You're not afraid I'll take the money and run? Or that I'll cut corners? Han Xian shook his head and laughed. Take 8 million and run away. If Boss 2 can do it, you wouldn't have today's position in the 8th district. As for cutting corners, I'm not worried about it in the slightest. Boss 2 is going to do a transformation, not say a one-time business. If the first time he transforms into a builder he's found to have a problem with cutting corners, 8 million isn't much for glory, but Boss 2's reputation that he has maintained for half his life is going to be ruined. There is only one chance. I don't think Boss 2 will give up the chance to transform so easily. 2 Snap stood up and walked over to Han Xian and rubbed his fists together, grimacing. 8 million is absolutely impossible. Tell Yin Qingqing, 10 million. No, it's only $8 million. In addition, I'm going to take $200,000 in it, because I was the one who recommended Boss 2 to Mr. Yen, so you'll get your hands on only $780,000 as well as a car. You can either agree or refuse. Oh, I forgot one thing. Li Jinhai's second son should have exchanged phone numbers with Tu Kun and Li Jiawei. The last sentence pinched at 2 Snap's lifeblood. This matter Guan Juanbiao had long spoken to 2 Snap. Li Jinhai's second son adored Han Xian, a mouthful of brother-in-law, and was likely to become friends with Missy. 2 Snapdragon for a time some can't eat this Han Xian's background. 8 million delivered in advance so that 2 Snapdragon is very moved. At the same time Han Xian said also in the right place. The first transition is very important. He is now very short of money. This 8 million, if it is well managed, can be a steady 100 to 2 million. Solve the urgent need not to say, but also the successful transition and the glory of the relationship with 2 Boss. Rich, backbone only hard. You do real estate business will not affect your position in the 8th district in the slightest. The chaos of the 8th district is and you do not have any more relations. Successful whitewashing to seize the time, place and people. The 3 I have given you. Miss cannot have the next opportunity. 2 Snap was not an indecisive person, and stepped forward to slap Han Xian's shoulder angrily. Lost my daughter, still call you a brother-in-law. You picked your own family is not ambiguous. 200,000 is too much. To give you 100,000. The rest of the 100,000 to 2 Coin to save for the dowry. 2 Coin mom left early. You do uncle will have to make up for the point. 2 Snap had no reason not to be moved. Although $4 million less, it was in exchange for many benefits that money could not buy. Han Xian covered his fiery shoulder and shouted with a crooked head. I'm a fake. 2 Coin is not my own niece. Why should I take out 100,000 to give her a dowry of 50,000? I'll leave you 50,000. I'll take 150,000. You're short of money. I still owe a few million outside. No one said you're a fake, you're not a fake. $120,000. You're such a boss of the black boss, you're counting with me for 30,000 or $20,000? 130,000. Any less and I won't even talk to you. Bring the contract and sign it. 2 Primrose can do today's position is also absolutely not possible to be a little cute. The high fulfillment of 12 million tempting is not false, but into the pocket of the money is real. 2 Snapdragon did not even look at the signed the contract, and then nodded to Guan Juanbiao. Not a moment 13 piles of money was sent in the front of the Han Xian. It's in a suitcase. Han Xian glanced at it, put the contract into the box and was about to leave. Just about to go out the door, the little Tu Kuan rushed in. She was very much followed by Li Jiawei, who seemed to have met with Tu Primrose and called out Uncle Tu. Tu Kuan hugged Han Xian's arm and shouted with a leap of faith, "Brother-in-law, you really sent me a car?" I heard Li Jiawei said Volvo is the world's best safety performance of the car. Then those small animals are smoother, the most suitable to pick me up. I asked, that car to 400,000 when sister to your money? Cannot owe to ask sister wins? Uncle Guan hand is not $200,000 to buy a car. You find him to ask. The corner of the eye of Tu Snapdragon standing not far away twitched. How did this daughter's elbow turn outward? Guan Degu scratched his head in embarrassment and pointed to the box in Han Xian's hand. Missy, the money has already been given to brother Han. Han Xian nodded smilingly. Gave me. Your father gave me $1,300,000, said $70,000 left for you as a dowry? Brother-in-law will just take a little loss. Take a little less. I'm afraid that your father will let someone cut me off. He dares. Tu Snap, you bully my brother-in-law? Tu Snap instantly egged out, bending over and rubbing his hands in a fawning smile. Where dare? Your brother-in-law took the initiative to give, said to be an uncle to do the responsibility of being an uncle, when you later in Jiawei married as he accompanied the gift. Is it Han Xian? Kaozi you go to prepare. The brothers should eat lunch. By the way, the last month's wages to the settlement of the wages. And by the way, let the people to prepare for the noon. Eat a meal together. Tu Snap didn't give Han Xian a chance to refuse. Han Xian took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was almost 1 o'clock. How long could it take to have a meal? The group had just walked down the hall when Li Jiawei turned around and ran back, and Han Xian also lowered his head and turned around, ready to go. Fate is a strange thing. Who the hell would have thought that they would have met Nursery Rhyme here? Chapter 94, Tu Snap's words. Nursery Rhyme looked at Tu Koan, who awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. Mr. Child. Nursery Rhyme cocked her head and looked at Tu Koan, puzzled. Tu Koan-san, why are you here? Tu Koan was also a bit confused, turning his head to look at his old man and returned in a confused manner. This is my house. Ha? Tu Snap is your dad? Yeah, we're both named Tu. Then Hanshin, why are you here? Mr. Tong, she's my uncle. Nursery Rhyme tilted her head to look at the few people in front of her, then slapped her head with an air of realization and said seriously, so he's your uncle? Then why did he say he was Li Jiawei's uncle? Li Jiawei and I are in a relationship, we have met each other's parents, Mr. Tong, this is difficult to understand? How did you come to this person? Usually come here to pay back or borrow money, Oh, I've come to return the money. What are you looking at? Han, I'll return your umbrella. Sometimes Han Xian just can't understand. Nursery Rhyme, this brain is how to test teacher. She is only IQ does not grow brain? After skimming her mouth and saying that she didn't want the umbrella, Nursery Rhyme didn't pay any attention to Han Xian, and was taken to do the clearance certificate. But the result was that Nursery Rhyme's angry roar was heard even before the people walked out of the door. $10,000 for only 1 month and you want $2,000 in interest? You're loan sharks, not protected by law. Mr. Tong, we're just loan sharks, and we made it clear when you borrowed the money. I didn't hear that, and I don't use it for a month. But what if I only have $10,500? Han Xian did not meddle in the matter, but it was the little Tu Kun turned and rushed back. To the ungrateful little brother's calf is afoot, told him not to collect interest. This is her former class teacher, but the Nursery Rhyme stupidly insisted on giving $500, and in the end, Tu Koan is also too lazy to care about her. Then go out when the rhyme is stupid. Her pocket has only so much money. Go back to the car money, have forgotten to prepare. Looking at her eagerly rummage in the bag, Han Xian closed his eyes, helplessly sighed, and so on he in the opening of the eyes, the rhyme's face appeared in front of the face. Today's rhyme did not have glasses. They guys poof poof blinking, but the woman did not have a poor and cute look, but instead, a face of anger. Surname Han, all because of you. I will be so unlucky. If I did not meet you, I will not be dismissed. If I am not dismissed, I will not borrow money. Do not borrow money. Stop. Where are you going? We're dropping you off. And if you keep nagging me, I'm going to throw you in the trunk and pull you into a deserted grove. Then the Nursery Rhyme opened the door and got into the car. Not polite at all. But the woman did not say where to go. Guan Daogo did not take care of him. Drove to the scheduled hotel. Has been in the hotel under the car. The Nursery Rhyme has not said anything. Sitting in the car, also do not get off the car. Nervously looking at Han Xian. Han Xian tilted his head with a few points of anger and frowned. What are you waiting for if you don't get out of the car? Are you dumb? I thought you said you wouldn't let me talk. You don't know where I live? How the do I really do know. There's no way to give you a ride. Just walk yourself back. We're going to dinner. I'm hungry too. Hank, and you owe me. I need to eat too. You're a pussy who hasn't taken a social beating, right? We're having dinner together, what are you going to do to make a scene? Then I'll wait here for you. You can do whatever you want. Han Xian, you must not have gone to school. So unqualified. Guan the dog couldn't help but laugh out loud from the sidelines. At this time little Tu Kuan and Li Jiawei also got down in Tu Snapdragon's car. Little Tu Kuan jumped up and ran over, glanced at Han Xian, and then glanced at nursery rhyme in the car, and the little girl smiled sinisterly. Mr. Tone, let's join together if you haven't eaten at noon. It just so happens that I also have some questions I don't know and want to ask you. This will be the nursery rhyme reserved. Slightly blushing, whispered, no, not really. Once a teacher, always a father. Just think of it as you giving me a tutorial. Tu Kuan yanked the nursery rhyme from the car. Tu Snap ignored the female teacher, and did not expel, but instead told Guan Degu to return the $500 to this woman in a while. It is not easy to be a teacher. In fact, Tu Snap's heart is very good for the nursery rhyme. Of course, not male and female, that kind of thing. But in the time when they first met, she looked at the eyes of Tu Kuan full of worry. When he went upstairs, Han Xian sent text messages to the people who were worried about him respectively, telling Warm has come out to eat with Xiao Tu Kuan, telling Yan Xingqing that the contract negotiation is finished, and telling Yang Lan and Su Liang to see him after work. Warm replied a text message saying that she would go to the old Wen site to have dinner tonight, so don't worry about her. Yang replied a note of caution, and Su Liang and Yan Xingqing didn't reply. When they were seated, the waiter began to serve the food. Tu Snap inquired about Zhao Wei's grades and seemed to be very satisfied with the young man, but did not bother to ask about his own daughter's grades, and Guan Degu and Han Xian were close by, asking in a low voice when Han Xian had hooked up with this somewhat nerdy teacher. Han Xian didn't have the good sense to push Guan Degu away, and that's when Tu Snap spoke up. Han Xian, now the glory of the internal chaos. High fulfillment is Lu Xingga's great-uncle. Yan Xingqing is Lu Xingga funded college students. These two competition is Lu Xingga profit. You stay in that cannot be good. Or you come to my side. 6 business all to you to take care of. One of the profits to your own. A month of 230,000 or can get. Han Xian lifted his head and smiled. Don't. If I take over this business of yours, my mother-in-law will absolutely crash me. My heart is not enough. Hey, I've also heard people talk about Lu Xingga inside the company. It seems to be the biggest shareholder of Glory. Tu Snap skimmed his lips in contempt. A full of money interests but cannot do mail a man. I also heard people say, this mysterious Lu Xingga early years had some accidents. Dead daughter-in-law he also fell unable to humane. Oh, there are children in it. I will not go into details. After this guy's heart is more twisted. Funded a lot of talented college students. Yan Xingqing is one of them. He seems to be cultivating the heir apparent. He has no relatives, no juniors. The closest person is the high fulfillment of the people. You can figure it out? Tu Snapdragon, this mouth is also not a door. If it is not nursery rhyme issued a dry cough. He himself do not know to avoid the two children. The words fell to the nursery rhyme poured a cup of tea. Han Xian frowned even more puzzled. Whispered, this guy is dangerous? What eunuch is not extreme? A heart that isn't twisted? Beware of him taking an interest in you. Han Xian gently nodded, and before he could come to think about it, nursery rhyme suddenly stood up and looked at Tu Snapdragon with a furious expression, shouting, Mr. Tu, even though I've only been Tu Kuan's homeroom teacher for a few days, she's now considered my student. I'm asking you as a father to avoid speaking in front of your child. A parent's words can affect a child's life. Mr. Tu, please stop this conversation. I have to be responsible for my student. Stinky mother. The Lord is dishonored and the minister dies. Guan Degu just stood up and was hit in the face by a cigarette thrown by Tu Snapdragon. In an instant Guan Degu sat down quietly. Tu Snapdragon laughed at nursery rhyme. Yes, 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 Mr. Child is right. I will pay attention. Nursery rhyme sat down. Little Tu Kuan quietly gave a thumbs up to nursery rhyme. Falling in the eyes of Tu Snapdragon just felt that his daughter was too cute to be true, and laughed aloud. I Tu Primrose is not a good person. Pitting and cheating, burning and looting no one did not do. Scolded me no one good end. But only 2 kinds of people is to give me 2 primrose 2 slaps I will smile to compensate for the smile. One is in the hospital to save my woman's life doctor. One is to teach my daughter's teacher, which maybe today's society is the most difficult to do. The most fall not good occupation. Diaozier to cut the quack. I stopped him nearly 40 hours without closing his eyes to save my woman's life. Even if the results failed, I can say that he did not use force. I can say he did not use force. Diaozi was going to cut the quack doctor. I stopped him, nearly 40 hours without closing their eyes to save my woman's life. Even if the results failed, I can say he did not force? Can I say he was incompetent? It's just give me 2 Snapdragon for 400 years I don't have any way. As for MS, nursery rhyme, you're thinking about 2 koan when we meet today. I thank you for that, a part of the job. Nursery rhyme. This is not too appreciative, but that's what makes 2 Snapdragon look at her even better. But although he looks at Han Xian smoothly, his heart still hurts a little bit for that $130,000. 2 koan and the 2 children finished eating early, and Han Xian gave Li Jiawei $200 to send MS nursery rhyme home first, and then go back to school to go to school. There were just 3 people left at the table, and Guan Daogo ate quietly without saying a word. With the people gone, 2 Snap knew there was something to be said. Lu Xinga, this person I have never seen. I also just heard people mention a few times. The twist in his heart is not that how to women, instead in his eyes only people, regardless of men and women. I heard that he is very interested in capable people. Once he raised his interest in a certain person, he will use the money to smack to play for him. Either he will little by little will play this person to death. Oh, by the way, some people say that he is an antisocial personality, but it seems to me that he just goes to choose some games to vent those unventable desires. Han Xian put down his chopsticks and frowned. You think he'll be on to me? I guess I'm on to you now. Han Xian, you'd better let me owe you a favor early. There are times when I, 2 Snap, am much more useful in this city than a constable at the entrance of the yamen. Han Xian did not answer. After half an hour stood up and waved his hand, holding a cigarette, and quietly left. After Han Xian left, Guan Juanbiao got up and closed the door, and softly said, Master, how is this Han Xian? Have the guts of a thief, not a thief's heart. The brain is very good, and articulate. You and he have a good relationship. Continue to socialize. Don't grovel to show goodwill, and don't condescend to look down. Soft and hard, stubborn stone one, the kind that won't turn back until you hit the wall? I'm afraid that I'm going to break the south wall, and I don't know if Xiao Tu Koan is losing money by calling this uncle. Lord, that Volvo was so comfortable to drive. No interest. This 30,000 you take back to Shaoxian. With you for more than 10 years, did not want a name, also gave you 2 children. Biaozi this life owes what can be, is not to owe their own women. Speaking of this 2 Snap sighed as he picked up a glass of white wine and drank it in one gulp. I'm in debt, and I can't pay it back for the rest of my life. Chapter 95 Brain. Walking out of the hotel, Han Xian forgot about the person Lu Xinga. He is a high capitalist. He is a small staff member. The relationship of a lifetime cannot be said. Looking at the money in his hand, Han Xian smiled. Make money, in fact, is not difficult. Come, a little brain, bold. First of all, the head tied to the waistband of the pants can always earn money. If you can suffer, you can make money. This is what Han Xian firmly believes. Deposit money. When Han Xian left 10,000 in the hand, carrying only a pile of money and a contract box out of the bank. Feel the sunlight on the face. Han Xian lifted very comfortable, very happy, and so back to take Yen Qingqing hands of the bonus. Should not be less than 200,000 it. Counting down, this month has earned 700,000. The day to pay off the 4 million is only days away. Han Xian just saw the satisfaction after he made money and felt his own ability. He ignored his own payment and risk. The first bold plan, if it failed, he would be expelled from the glory. If it really had that day, he would not be able to exert himself for a short period of time. And this time the danger is even greater if Han Xian's gamble failed. If 2 Snapdragon wasn't short of money right now, Han Xian couldn't sign the contract today. Yen Qingqing's military order would fail, and he couldn't easily leave 2 Snapdragon's office. Even if there was Li Jinhai, he would have been brutally beaten up in the past today, or left something behind before he could leave. And 2 Snap had the minions to take the blame. Unfortunately, Han Xian didn't think about any of this because it had already passed. Look only to the future, not back to the past. The vintage cell phone vibrated. Han Xian hadn't dared to let the thing ring its iconic ringtone. Dude is also a person who wants to have a face, okay, Mrs. G? Han Xian pressed the connect button and laughed. What's wrong with Auntie G? Miss me? See, I told you he was still alive. Why don't you have faith in my great-nephew now? Han Xian thought it was not talking to him. Then Ji Jing hung up the phone after a mua to the phone. Han Xian could not help but take the phone away and wiped his face. Gee, auntie, this is thinking of spring? Han Xian only felt a chill on his back, a cold shiver on a hot day. How creepy. A person suddenly appeared behind Han Xian as he was shivering, reaching out to cover Han Xian's eyes and naively saying, "Big monkey, guess who I am?" Han Xian was not busy with his hands behind his back and realized that he could only touch the left and right sides of the waist of the person behind him with all his strength. Han Xian turned to the guy behind him and gave him a bear hug. "Dunner can miss brother me." Ma Kurson naively hugged the skinny Han Xian. When eating, Han Xian sent a text message to Kurson, agreed to meet in a while. "I did not expect this little fat guy to come so fast." Han Xian touched the meat of this guy, and then had a look at his big pecs, which is bigger than the warmth, as if it was even bigger than a number. Seeing Han Xian's gaze, Ma Kuxian knew what this guy was thinking in his heart. The big body of 260 pounds tightly strangled Han Xian's skinny little body. Han Xian was not able to resist at all. have you eaten yet? You're hungry even if you eat. Go, please go eat noodles. Han Qian patted Ku Xian's thick back. The two brothers looked for a corner restaurant, 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of small dishes. Very simple. The meal money is Ku Xian shelled out. He still thinks like a child that Han Qian is the guy who has no money. And Han Qian did not go to grab the check, opened the case and took out the $10,000 inside and put it on the table. I have some money in my hand. A lot of grace. These years I and they have not been in contact. The wedding I have not been able to go to send blessings. This brother did not do enough. This $10,000 you take. You do things around your relatives that cannot be hit by the 8-pole cannot get a few money. Do not be polite. When I was a child I spend your money but not at all polite. Developed now I'm not short of money. No big money, pocket money is still enough. And I don't have a girlfriend. There's nothing to spend. I'll take 2,000. You save the rest. Take it if you're told to. What's the point of wasting words? Go home together at New Year's? Is your sister-in-law going back? I won't go with you if I go back. She doesn't see us very well. Come along when the time comes. But, come together then. All right, you're just as good as me. No, I won't beat you up. Where are you going this afternoon? Go back to the company. Ask a few of them if they have time for New Year's. Get together. And I'd like to ask he what happened. And Ku Xian from the meeting to separate a total of 1 hour. The little fat man left to Han Qian through a box of cigarettes. I have not seen the name, have not smoked the kind. Even ate 2 meals of Han Qian feel a little propped up. All the way back to the company for a walk. Into Yan Qingqing's office has been 4 o'clock. Han Qian powerless limp on the sofa, wailed, Qingqing, give the grandpa a glass of water. The words fell slamming the contract on the coffee table. Yan Qingqing stood up in her boss chair frowning and laughing. You're like a kid going home with 100% on a test. How was the contract negotiation process? 2 Snap didn't let anyone cut you? While talking, Yan Qingqing gave Han Qian a cup of warm water. Han Qian sat up and took the cup and drank it dry and handed it back to Yan Qingqing. Come on a little. It was a lie to say I wasn't cut, but it turned out I still wasn't cut, and I still snatched out $130,000 out of his hand. Do you see how good I am? Not looking. Bah! Yan Qingqing handed the second cup of water to Han Qian, then picked up the contract on the table and glanced at it, nodding with satisfaction after reading it. Not bad, my great General Han. Still able to swindle money out of 2 Snapdragons' hands. My daughter admires it. Did you ask him what he thought after he took the $8 million? Han Qian put down his cup and shook his head. Did not ask the idea, but I gave him an analysis. 8 million is not worth 2 Primrose Run. If not strict order, he can earn a few million a year down. Just his side of the expenses are too big. Solid position in the 8 districts a year down to spend a lot of money, but also did not save a money. Belong to the kind of character that will make money, will not care about the money. The car was given to 2 Primrose, is as a knocking brick to the car was given to 2 Snapdragon, which is considered as a knock on the door. Can I still get the bonus? You took 130,000, I'm giving you 20? This 200,000 is able to go to the company's financial affairs. You still say 2 Prima. Yesterday gave you 10,000, not after 10 minutes was spent by you. You now also do not have a woman to help you save money. Put it in my place in the new year and the give you it. Aren't you the woman who manages my money? This Han Qian said that there is no other meaning at all. The money in the hands of Yan Qingqing, he said in passing, but fell in the ears of Yan Qingqing is not right. This suddenly red face, close to Han Qian whispered, you want me to manage your money for UAC? The voice was so gentle that it gave Han Qian goosebumps, and he looked at Yan Qingqing suspiciously, lifting his hand to touch her head in confusion. Didn't the nightmare lady eat any children last night? Why are you still talking like I want someone to manage my money for me and you won't give it to me. Who's in charge if you don't care? What? You want to introduce me to a girlfriend? I want a big foreign girl with a curvy front and a curvy back. I want to fight for my country's honor. Yan Qingqing's face was constantly changing, and she exploded when she heard that Han Qian wanted a big foreign girl, reaching out and grabbing over both of Han Qian's ears. Bang! Headbutt. Oops. Han Qian was smashed and squatted in the middle of the sofa and coffee table, covering his head and couldn't lift his head. Yan Qingqing acted like nothing. In fact, she was also in pain, just not as much as Han Qian. Han Qian gritted his back teeth and said angrily, do you women have lead balls for brains? That thing is for thinking, not a weapon. There's no head in the 18 weapons. Oops. Yan Qingqing, who had originally wanted to go and rub Han Qian's head, flinched in place, then said with a gloomy and angry face, you guys? Women? Who else has smashed your head? Han Qian, you give me an honest answer. Han Qian raised his head with tears in his eyes. Last night he was smashed once by warmth. This is not even 24 hours it received another hit. Han Qian sat on the sofa and rubbed his brain and gritted his teeth. You seem like the little daughter-in-law who catches her husband cheating now. What? My brain is off limits now? When people want to smash my brain, I have to say that the place where this is has been copyrighted? How much is it? I'll buy it. Wicked the thought of doing the same childish things with one giant baby makes me feel sick. Not the time for you to chew on my brain? Women, sure, are fickle. The words fell. Han Xian panicked, stood up and ran. Yan Qingqing pounced and failed to catch Han Xian. She lay on the sofa to make a flirtatious gesture, and hooked her finger at Han Xian. Come on, Hankin. Recently the old monk's back hurts. Another day I will definitely fight with you demonic spirit for 300 rounds. Farewell. Han Xian ran away. Yan Qingqing was so angry that she kicked the cup that Han Xian had used, but fortunately it was a paper cup. Han Xian wiped the sweat on his forehead and returned to the comprehensive department, and just sat down. Su Liang turned his head to look at Han Xian and wondered, what happened to your brain? Did you let Boss 2 beat you up? Su Liang's voice wasn't small, and as soon as the words fell, Yang Lan came trotting over, looking earnestly at Han Xian's forehead and asking seriously, how did you get it? It came down so hard. Han Xian's face was cupped by Yang Lan, and he was forced to beak, vaguely, Sister Yang, are all women's brains made of iron? I'm the one who gets the credit. MS. Yen, she hit me with her brain. Yang Lan let go of Han Xian and smiled with narrowed eyes. Flirting, she really fights. It's okay, it's still alive, isn't it? Sister Yang, you come. Let us siblings smash a little bit. The younger brother expresses his love and respect for his sister. Yang Lan pressed Han Xian's head and pointed to his desk. Han Xian turned his head to look. There was a piece of paper taped to the desk with a few large words written on it. Any more fights and brawls and you'll sweep the 14th floor toilets for a week. This day is impossible. Han Xian lay on the table and lamented. When Yang Lan's cell phone rang, and Yang Lan said a good word when he answered the call, then patted Han Xian's shoulder. Don't leave after work. Something's up. Chapter 96 and Han de Xian Air. Don't leave after work. What's up? Han Xian's first reaction was I did something wrong again. And then in thinking about it, it was as if he hadn't done a single thing that didn't go against the company's regulations, and was powerless on the table. It's a sin. Those 3 words are going to be his mantra. While Han Xian was trying to recall what he had done in his last life, Chen Wan and Su Liang appeared at Han Xian's side on the left and right, and Qian Wan asked with a curious face, Brother Qianer, you're living with Vice President Wen now? Ha, yesterday when I got home General Manager Yen nagged and scolded you all night. Han Xian nodded vigorously, then grasped on Big Qianer's arm and wiped his face with her sleeve. Alas, de Qianer, I'm suffering from a miserable life. I'm living in dire straits. Big Qianer pushed Han Xian's head away with a look of disgust, and Su Liang followed up from the side. Vice President Wen is water, Yen is fire, brothers, ice and fire, the strange joy is boundless. Asterisk off. Brother Qianer, since you and Vice President Wen are divorced, why are you still living together? I owe her money. Han Xian just answered the big money Su Liang in the road. Flesh payment? Han Xian turned around and slapped at Su Liang's pig's hoof angrily. I'll pay you in flesh. I owe her money. Lots and lots of money. Han Xian made a world-hugging gesture, then leaned over the table with a sad face and whispered, I don't want to make the effort. Su Liang compassionately patted Han Xian's shoulder. Chen Wan sat on Han Xian's table, and the 3 of them were getting closer and closer. Not far away, Li Dongsheng looked at the 3 of them, and after listening to Han Xian's words just now, he skimmed his mouth and sneered, poor bastard. His voice wasn't too small, and it traveled into Han Xian's ears, who just got up with 2 more claws on his shoulders, turned around in his chair, and leaned sideways against the back of the chair to smile at Li Dongsheng. Your mom doesn't want it. Poor bastard. Your mom is having a second child. You're a big number wasted. Your mom doesn't want you. Your mom doesn't want you. Anyway, it's just your mom who doesn't want you. Are you scared? Are you crying? Your mom doesn't want you. You're a child. No one wants you. Han Xian kept repeating this sentence, so that Chen Wan sitting on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. This seems to be a child 3 or 5 years old when quarreling would say this. Scare each other that his mother doesn't want him. Either teasing Bei would say this. This would be Han Xian is treating Li Dongsheng as a small child. Han Xian didn't put Li Dongsheng in his heart, but Li Dongsheng was infuriated. Li Dongsheng stood up and pointed at Han Xian angrily. Han Xian, when my father returns home, I'll have my mom tell him to fire you. Han Xian didn't take these words seriously at all, shook his head, looked at Li Dongsheng with a serious face, and said seriously, Li Dongsheng, let me ask you something. Say, are you still breastfeeding now? Asterisk your mom. Li Dongsheng can no longer hold back. A curse lifted up the stool and rushed toward Han Xian. Han Xian got up and ran, until he ran behind Lu Jiolong, hands grasping Lu Jiolong's shoulders pitifully. Lu Vice, You saw it. I didn't fight with my hands, but Li Dongxing is trying to beat me. What should I do? Wait online. It's quite urgent. Han Qian completely did not put Li Dongxing on the heart, but have to admit that this guy was his mother cultivated very well, which stood up to the foot of 1 meter 85 or so. In lifting up the stool when Han Qian clearly saw his developed biceps, this mama's boy seems to have a real knack for it. At this time, Lu Jiulong also has a few difficulties. Out of Yang Lan deliberately instructed him to watch the Ministry of General Affairs. Must not fight. Just look at Han Qian and Li Dongxing bickering. Han Qian has not been the intention of action. Besides Su Liang and Qian Wan in the stop, Lu Jiulong did not pay too much attention to. When he heard Han Qian take a sentence, "You still eat milk," know that things are bad. But Han Qian didn't make a move. It was Li Dongxing who did. Lu Jiulong walked up and grabbed the chair in Li Dongxing's hand and said in a deep voice, "Dongxing, don't be impulsive. Put the stool down. Get up. Didn't you hear him scold me? Now you come over and stop me? Han Qian, you're a man, you come over here now." Li Dongxing did not give Lu Jiulong face at all, and did not have to give. This will still sit on Han Qian table. Qian Wan hugged Hui cold voice. Han Qian scolded you? We didn't hear that, but you're the one who cursed a poor bastard. What? Did saying you're breastfeeding make you shy? You've gotten angry? Li Dongxing could not break free. The chair in his hand was taken away by Lu Jiulong, pointing at Qian Wan and cursing. "Bitch, don't think I dare not touch you because your aunt is protecting you. I'll ing whip you to death." Qian Wan cursed back. "Diaper-wearing mama's boy. Try touching me. Can Li Dahai protect you?" As soon as Qian Wan's words fell, he suddenly felt a figure appear in front of him, and Han Qian whistled at Su Liang as he held big money on his shoulders. "Let's go. He's sick and we're sick too. What's the point of bothering with a kid? Go go go. What if he's mentally ill?" As far as Han Qian, this mouth is damaged to the home. Qian Wan lying on Han Qian's shoulder making a face at Li Dongxing. Su Liang tilted his head and ran out of the comprehensive department with a big smile. This will already have other departments running to the comprehensive department to see what's going on. When they saw Han Qian carrying Qian Wan and running out of the comprehensive department, one by one, their faces became colorful. So Han de Xianair has started robbing people? How horny must he be? This is the idea of the later. Early to come to this side to see the people are also a face of horror to look at the 3 people who ran away with a small voice. These 3 guys, but the Li Dong's son is not light. This, can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Han Qian's reputation was getting worse, and his legend was starting to circulate in glory. When Han Qian carried Big Qianer to the elevator, he happened to meet Yang Lan walking out of the elevator. Looking at Han Qian carrying Qian Wan, slightly flabbergasted. Han Qian was also flabbergasted, putting down Qian Wan and preparing to run, but the result was still being caught by Yang Lan on the back collar. The slaps kept landing on Han Qian's back. A minute does not stop. Let you do not stop. Here is the company is not a playground. You carry Qian Wan, run what run and Qian Wan. Han Qian is fooling around. What are you doing following him? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. With his mouth still not relieved, he stretched out his hand and twisted Han Qian's ear. Han Qian grimaced and giggled, and Su Liang, who was on the side, covered his head with a pig's hoof and couldn't help but explain. "Sister Yang, is Li Dongxing in the office inside the provocation scolding? Was scolded to do it. We are not thinking of maintaining the harmonious atmosphere of the Ministry of Comprehensive well. Cannot beat it on the run? As for the big money children, to avoid conflict between shareholders, it seems that the comprehensive department can't be separated without it." Yang Lan grabbed Han Qian's ear and took out her cell phone to make a call to Song Jing, then pointed at Su Liang and Qian Wan and opened her mouth. "You two come with me." As soon as Han Qian heard that there was nothing for him to do, he hurriedly said, "So, Sister Yang, am I allowed to go downstairs for a cigarette?" "You, I have to take you." Yang Lan brought the 3 problem children into the elevator. Personnel department on the 10th floor. Song Jing's mouth twitched as she looked at the 3 elementary school students standing behind Yang Lan, who bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes, especially Han Qian and Qian Wan, and she couldn't help but ask with her mouth twitching, "Yang, Manager Yang, you won't be giving them our 3 to me, right? Sister, here the temple is small, can't accommodate so 3 big Buddha. Manager G's side is short of people. I'll accompany you here." He was rejected before he even spoke? Yang Lan, that called an embarrassment turned to Han Qian and Su Liang as a burst of punches and kicks. Flowery fist does not hurt. Yang Lan cannot afford to use the force to punish the 2 broken children here. After the punishment, Yang Lan raised his head to the temple's drooping hair under the disc behind the ear, took a deep breath to look at Song Jing. "It won't be 3. Han Qian, I have to take away. Su Liang and Qian Wan are studying with you for a few days." Manager Song, now the comprehensive department is like a kindergarten class. I'm like a teacher. It's impossible not to separate. Song Jing blushed slightly in embarrassment and asked in a low voice, "Sure there's no Han de Xianair?" "No problem if there's no him." Han Qian was not happy with these words and asked with a crooked head, Hey, Hey, Manager Song, we don't have a grudge, do we? How come I'm not worthy of the personnel department? You give me 3 days time. I absolutely let your personnel department pandemonium. Pain. Before the words were finished, Han Xian was dragged away by Yang Lan by the ears, and as he left he bit his teeth and admonished the 2 men left behind. If the 2 of you get into trouble in the personnel department as well, I will send you all home even if I resign. Han Xian, try screaming. I've never been this tired even when I was teaching little Bebe her homework. Have you guys not grown up? The figure disappears. The voice remains. Su Liang raised his pig's hoof and scratched his head, smiled at Song Jing with an embarrassed face, then bent over 90 degrees and shouted loudly, "Please teach me more. My name is Su Liang." Xianhuan lined up a slap on Su Liang's head and cursed in a small voice, "Idiot," then walked up and hugged Song Jing's arm to pamper back the bribe. "Sister Song is so beautiful. Oh, what cosmetics you use. I have recently been a lot of Amway. A time itchy hands on more than a dozen pieces to buy. Tomorrow I'll bring you over. Oh, within a Sister Song, I can play games in the personnel department? I absolutely will not just play the game without talking, not to make trouble." Reporting to Manager Song, "I'm the same." Song Jing suddenly felt a headache and was powerless. The computers in the personnel department are very. It's fine. I'll bring my own. Brother Lianger, let me bring you one. Hey. I don't know if Brother Channer will come to the personnel department to see the 2 of us. Xianhuan still seemed to have some regrets, when Su Liang spoke in a low voice. "Why don't I go beg Sister Yang? Xianner will definitely not be able to beat Li Dongxing back at the general department by herself." After the 2 guys conspired, Song Jing made a phone call to Ji Jing, explaining the situation over here. Ji Jing laughed after hearing it and promised to come over to claim one in the morning. Song Jing breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly sympathized with Yang Lan, who had already worked very hard to manage the comprehensive department. A Han Disiener stirred up a pandemonium of glory. Ji Jing's call was answered in front of Han Xian, who now had 3 women standing in front of him. Ji Jing, Yang Lan, Yan Xingqing. Han Xian took a deep breath. I have something to do. First, before he could run, Han Xian was stopped by Yang Lan, who grabbed his arm and snapped, "Mr. Yin wants to take you to buy clothes. What are you running for? This time you have given the comprehensive department a good name again. Sister also rewarded you with a piece. There is more. Last night's meal was not too pleasant." This is what Ji Jing said. Ji Jing shouted with her arms raised in the air. Fondue. Chapter 97, Shopping Again. Han Xian was stuffed into the BMW, and the Raptor had more trouble finding a parking space. Ji Jing drove. Yang Lan sat in the co-pilot. Han Xian and Yan Qingqing sat in the back of the car. Han Xian was trembling with fear. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. He was afraid that these 3 women pulled him inside the grove to give a beating. "Han Xian, I want to congratulate you first. This time Chen Dong read our contract and 2 Snapdragons contract. The board of directors meddling in such a small matter does not need a meeting. The clabbered decision can be made. Do you think I should take you to buy a set of clothes? I have clothes. I bought them last year. They're still pretty new." Han Xian is really do not want to go, and women shopping is simply too difficult. Driving the Ji Jing smiled and joked and asked Han Xian if the underwear is still last year. Han Xian was furious. "I'll take it off and put it over your head now. Come on. You're not even a man if you don't take it off. Ugh, you want to see me without my clothes on? Just say so." Han Xian and Ji Jing were starting to bicker again. He didn't seem to be very good at going sweet and chatting with girls, and Yan Qingqing covered her forehead powerlessly at the side. "Okay, you 2 stop messing around. This time I stole Han Xian's credit again. Now the whole company thinks that it's me." Yan Qingqing, who negotiated with 2 Snapdragon. "I'm a little bit over it all in my heart. And there's another thing. Han Xian, Xiandong seems to be very interested in you. Lulu Xinga called me today to inquire about you." "Oh." Han Xian heartless a sound. Driving Ji Jing some doubt, asked Yan Qingqing this mysterious chairman in the end what kind of child. "I heard that not many people in the company have seen." Yan Qingqing did not answer. As the car drove through a stoplight, Han Xian slapped his leg. "Who? Lu Shenga?" It took this guy a moment to come back to his senses, and Yan Qingqing, with a face of fury, clenched her teeth and glared angrily at Han Xian as she sank her teeth into a deep voice. "Next time shoot yourself in the leg. Also, paws away." Han Xian looked down at the claw that landed on Yan Qingqing's black silk calf, smiled awkwardly, and then not only did he not take it away, but also helped Yan Qingqing tug on her short skirt, whispering that she was naked. Naked! Yan Qingqing's anger couldn't be resisted, grabbing Han Xian's ear and aiming at Han Xian's head to hit it, and Han Xian's face was shocked as he pushed against Yan Qingqing's face. The 2 were making a scene in the back seat. A few minutes later Yan Qingqing gave up. Han Xian sighed and then frowned tightly. He would only then remember what 2 Snap said. This Lu Xinga seems to be a very dangerous, perverted and extreme guy. 2 Snap's advice is kind of a passing favor. The credibility isn't low but it can't be believed in its entirety. And he's guilty of digging for someone. But, not to be taken lightly, Han Xian turned his head and whispered, Xingqing, I've heard people say that Lu Shenge is a guy with eyes full of nothing but profit. It seems like he can't be an inner one. Yan Xingqing looked at Han Xian confused and shook her head. I've never met him either. I'm one of his same batch of sponsored students. After graduation I had better grades and interned in his other company for 3 months before coming to Glory to be the general manager. Now you know why Gao Fulfillment is so eager to chuck me out. And who did you hear him say that he can't be inside one? And, you call me Qing again. I'll bite you to death. Han Xian scratched his head and whispered. Tu Snap said it. He said he hadn't seen it either. He just heard that Lu Shenge is not from our city? No, the capital. I say Glory is just one of his toys, do you believe? Specifically, I don't know him too well. But one thing you're right, he only cares about profit. It should be high fulfillment to sue. Not much. Whatever. If he is excessive, sister will resign and say bye-bye to him. Yan Qingqing's mouth was simple, and Han Xian didn't dwell too much on this matter. Probably just have a number in his heart. Ji Jing's car parked in the central road. Ji Jing got off and ran to buy a fried casserole. She favored this. Warmth also favored this. Han Xian does not like to eat too much. Too greasy. Yan Qingqing really did not seem to think much about it. Told Han Xian that shopping takes a long time. It is best to eat something first. In the afternoon ate too many things. Han Xian has little appetite. Ji Jing is a pure foodie. Bought a fried casserole is not enough. And bought a small octopus meatballs. A little bit of no regard for the image of the sight of the walk and eat. But also handed a bottle of water to Han Xian. Want him to take it. After walking into the mall, Han Xian regretted it. These 3 women bought him clothes that were fake. He was responsible for carrying the bags. And slowly Ji Jing and Yang Lan got lost, leaving Han Xian and Yan Qingqing 2 people strolling through the mall. Didn't go to Glory department store? Yan Qingqing's words were that she didn't like to go and buy things for herself. She felt so bad. Off-duty Yan Qingqing wearing a black with logo black stockings. Han Xian does not know about this thing, but feel that it should not be cheap. The upper body is a white wrap skirt, dressed up very beautiful. Han Xian with a black plastic bag, which is loaded with Yang Lan and Yan Qingqing's bag. Convenience. Yan Qingqing brought Han Xian all the way to an English store that Han Xian didn't recognize, and stood in the doorway and looked up for a long time without seeing a clue, only to be sure that what was being sold inside was women's clothing, the kind that Yan Qingqing favored. When she walked into the store, she found that Yan Qingqing was already surrounded by guides, enthusiastically introducing each item. Yan Qingqing was also very sharp in buying things. As long as it was something she reached out to touch, she would let the guide load it up. The guides were also very skillful, and it seemed like it wasn't the first time they had received Yan Qingqing. The corners of Han Xian's mouth twitched as he looked at the labeling of the merchandise, which moved 4 figures. Although it was normal, this was beyond Han Xian's reach. All he could afford was $500, head to toe, inside and out. Clothes, as long as you can wear them. Shoes, as long as they don't get tired. Han Xian saw some discounted winter clothes in the corner. One of the white coat makes Han Xian feel very good. The old house in winter is not as good as the building. To buy one for mom is quite suitable. Labeled 1,001 points. After the discount, more than $300. NEI. Does this dress come in a smaller size? There are words on it. See for yourself. Mr. Yen, take a look at this set. It matches your temperament, and the price is only over 4,000. The shopping guide lady returned Han Xian's sentence in a bad mood, and then served Yan Qingqing with a pandering face. Yen is their god of wealth. As long as Yen comes once, they are all well fed this month. Han Xian can understand, and did not get angry, took a closer look. Winter wear more, should not be too big, just wear at home outside the home, and does not hinder anything. And so one day there is time to take the mom and then go to buy a few pieces of good. Hello, can you wrap it up for me? Once again opened his mouth to find the guide. This time several guide ladies turned back, did not turn around. Continue to scramble to Yan Qingqing introduction. Han Xian thought did not hear. Once again. Hello, can you wrap it for me? I want to buy this dress. This time there is a reply. Only there is no sound, but threw over a paper bag. Han Xian looked at the bag in front of his feet, and then glanced at the store's guide. He smiled faintly, turned around and left the store. He was too lazy to bother so much with the women, and also can understand that they are all trying to make money. There is no need to argue. Just don't buy. Yan Qingqing, who was looking at the clothes, stopped her hands and looked at Han Xian's back as he walked out of the store and slightly frowned. And then after glancing at the middle-aged wide white coat, Yan Qingqing sighed. Don't. Okay, Mr. Yen, then let's take a look at this. I say don't even. Yan Qingqing suddenly erupted into a chorus. All the store guides as well as the store manager froze. They didn't know where they had provoked this god of fortune. Yan Qingqing pushed away the guide in front of her to look at the back of the railing where she was standing. At this point the store manager softly inquired what had displeased her. Yan Qingqing faintly said, he's not happy. The words fell. Yan Qingqing walked out of the store and gently took Han Xian's arm, laughing lightly. Don't ever come to this store again, okay, my great General Han. The store manager and the shopping guide heard this clearly. How they didn't expect this unassuming, altogether not more than $500, to go and choose the discounted goods of the man is together with Mr. Yen. They also know that they are in trouble. The store manager picked up the clothes that Yan Qingqing had just picked out as well as the white coat and trotted off to chase after Yan Qingqing. No matter how much she called out behind her back and begged, Yan Qingqing hadn't turned around. She told Han Xian softly, "Do you feel sorry for them?" Han Xian smiled and nodded. "Maybe later, but not now. Just forget about it tomorrow. Go find Ji Jing and Yang Lan. They went to pick out clothes for you, worrying that you won't want the ones that are too expensive, so they didn't let you follow." Yan Qingqing never let go of Han Xian's arm. Behind him, the store manager looked at the distant back and took out his cell phone to make a call. "Manager, I want to quit." Chapter 98, First Close Encounter? Mrs. G. Yan Qingqing was right. When they met Yang Lan and Ji Jing, their hands were carrying several LV bags containing suits. Han Xian adjusted his mind for a few moments and whispered if he could return it. Ji Jing took out the label of the suit in the bag and shook it. "Can't, oh great nephew." Han Xian took a deep breath and approached Yan Qingqing's ear to whisper, "Deduct it from my money, okay, but only half the deduction." Yan Qingqing understood a few points of Han Xian's pride and bottom line from yesterday's warm words. She smiled and agreed to Han Xian. As for how much to deduct at that time as her say, Ji Jing proposed to go to eat hot pot. Some hungry. None of the three refused. Han Xian took the bags in the hands of a few people. Ji Jing only bought a purple dress. Yang Lan had more clothes, around 4 or 5 sets, which Han Xian wasn't surprised at all. Up to now she hadn't seen Yang Lan wear duplicate clothes to work. Everyone has their own favorite hobbies. For example, Yan Qingqing likes short skirts, Ji Jing likes white clothes, little Yang Jia likes snacks, Xianwan likes to throw money into the game, and Yang Lan just likes clothes, all kinds of clothes. Yang Lan, who was already in her 30s, walked with Ji Jing, and from her appearance, she had to look even more tender than Ji Jing. Yang Lan was very good at making up and dressing up, and Auntie Ji in this regard. She was much worse. Walked through the Toho Sports. Ji Jing suddenly stopped her footsteps, pulling Yang Lan is going to go inside. Yang Lan is very resistant, but did not refuse, except that she went in and sat on a chair to rest. Han Xian on the sportswear is also a good feeling, but also into the store. Just walked in the door and the guide came over to greet me. "Sir, you can leave your things here for deposit." "No need." "Han Xian, you accompany Ji Jing to take a look. I don't really like sportswear." Yang Lan stood up and took the bag from Han Xian's hand, then continued to sit down and rest. Yan Qingqing didn't have much interest in the sportswear, and sat down with Yang Lan to have a casual conversation, mainly about what had just happened. Han Xian walked inside, swept around. He fancied a set of light blue sportswear, walked up and reached out to touch when he found Ji Jing appeared beside him, reached back to touch the light blue aside white sportswear. Han Xian glanced at Ji Jing, who hemmed and hawed at Han Xian. "Great nephew, it's true that our mothers have the same aesthetic." Auntie Ji, were both over the safe distance. Speaking, Han Xian took the clothes down to compare. Ji Jing is taking the clothes to go to the fitting room. Han Xian softly asked, "Can try it?" The clerk smiled and said it can be. After changing into the clothes, Han Xian looked at the feet of the leather shoes, with a good strange, "Anyway, you can try it on." Han Xian walked out of the dressing room, and casually took a pair of shoes with the right size and put them on. Light blue with white stripes on the sportswear on the body to make Han Xian look boyish, less gloomy, with an inch head becomes very sunny. Looking at the mirror himself, Han Xian is very satisfied, ready to open his mouth to ask for a price when the mirror appeared a woman. White sportswear with light blue stripes, a white sports cap, and shoes on his feet that were surprisingly identical to the ones Han Xian had casually taken. Han Xian looked at Ji Jing in the mirror, and Ji Aunt's temperament changed. Like a young girl, Ji Jing stood by Han Xian's side and looked in the mirror, looking left and right, and after 2 minutes, Ji Jing froze as she looked at the two people in the mirror, and Han Xian also froze at that moment. The clothes seemed to be couples, the shoes are identical, the two were very, very close together, standing next to each other at arm's length in front of the mirror. After a few seconds, both turned and ran toward the fitting room at the same time. When the store manager came over, eagerly, "Just a moment, please, both customers." Han Xian and Ji Jing stopped at the same time, simultaneously raising their fingers to their faces, asking if they were calling out to them, and the store manager, a man of about 30, walked up and smiled warmly. Hello, I'm the store manager here, just over there to see the two face value and temperament on some heart." don't get me wrong. I've done 10 years of clothing sales. I'm very willing to see the perfect clothes with the perfect person. Just don't know the two relationships. Embarrassed to speak. You two really have a good eye. You are on the clothes or just yesterday to bring over the couple's series of proofreading since the two have already worn on the first. Do not rush. If you do not mind, please allow me to let the clerk to take a few photos as our feedback back to the headquarters. As a return, as long as the two of you can wear on the body, all is the store's gift. You two see can be good? Okay. No, not spending money on clothes? Han Qian, the miser, must have agreed. Ji Jing turned her head and glared at Han Qian through clenched teeth and said angrily, okay, what okay? How do you want me to explain to Mr. Yan? Han Qian cocked his head in confusion. Explain what? You can't explain the fact that you bought 2 dresses. There are so many people here. Can she still blame us for stealing the clothes? Manager, this photo can, but cannot let her face. Why can't I show my face? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? Shoot now. Han Qian, don't you regret it? Regret what? Gee, auntie, you have to think about it. We two shoot couples, but we have to be very close to each other. 5 minutes later, the two stood in front of the camera in various poses, but none of them were too intimate. This store manager's occupational disease seems to have penetrated into the marrow of the bone. The last action is to ask the boy to hold the girl's waist to pick up the girl. The girl crosses her legs and tilts her head. The boy's forehead is closer to the girl's chin. Just now it was just some relatively simple actions that Ji Jing was able to accept. Now this wants two people to have physical contact? Ji Jing's face turned pale and she said in a continuous voice, No, this won't do. Han Qian, I really can't. Although she said that Ji Jing didn't hate Han Qian, her heart still couldn't accept being too close to a man. Han Qian tilted his head and looked at Ji Jing, then sighed. The store manager, seeing that the two models were about to fly, hurriedly said, 2 people, as long as the conditions you raise are reasonable, we will not refuse. Come to the store to buy all in accordance with the 70% discount to the 2. In addition to our store to the new product will give the 2 notification. At any time you can enjoy taking pictures of the right to take away the clothes for free. The store manager is not a cutie. How much does it cost to find models to take pictures down the road? And these 2 are no worse than models in terms of body and looks. He thinks more long term. Han Qian's heart was moved. Just now he looked at the price of this clothes and shoes. Shoes more than 2,000. Clothes are also in the 2,000 up and down. He was a little moved to turn his head to look at Ji Jing. His eyes are very pure, with a little bit of pleading. His gaze so that the heart of the Ji Jing saw a trace of resistance to maternal erosion. Ji Jing red-faced punched Han Qian's peepa bone in anger. Are you crazy, miser? You're missing that suit? I'll buy it for you. Han Qian scratched his head and laughed nervously. It's not free, Mrs. G. You haven't taken a picture in a long time, have you? Han Qian really didn't want to give up, and Ji Jing took a deep breath. Okay, but if I get into trouble, you have to help me. And also, don't think too much, as long as it doesn't violate moral boundaries. I agree. Come on then. Words fell. Ji Jing turned around and pressed her hands on Han Qian's shoulders. Han Qian hands around the waist of Ji Jing gently hugged up. Hugging up Ji Jing's first feeling is light. Very light, very light. Han Qian whispered, Auntie Ji, looking at you quite needy. You're so light. Ji Jing's hands are holding Han Qian's shoulders. At this time are on the verge of crying, with some crying voice to tell the store manager to hurry up and shoot. Tilting her head to force a smile, with a little shyness, Han Qian's forehead against Ji Jing's chin. The action was very ambiguous. Click, click, 2 sounds ended. Han Qian put down Ji Jing, who turned around and ran to the fitting room, and Han Qian hemmed and hawed at the manager. Take. Han Qian didn't say out the second word. She saw Yan Qingqing and Yang Lan standing right behind the manager. Yang Lan was smiling but not laughing. Yan Qingqing's pair of eyes were cold as if they were frost. Finally, the manager gave Han Qian and Ji Jing were presented with a pair of shoes, and promised that the photos will only be used as a feedback. Absolutely not outwardly. Han Qian did not open. This Yan Qingqing do not know where the wind is using his hands to torture the soft flesh of the waist. Ji Jing, a face of confusion as if the puppets are generally stood in place, do not know what to think. Only Yang Lan is a normal person, she said with a smile. We are the staff of the Glory Group. These 2 people you're photographing are our Glory's biggest contributors and operations managers. And if the photos are used for commercial purposes, we are entitled to come after you for royalties. If the head office has this proposal, I will definitely come to the door to discuss with a few of you. This is my humble business card. In the future, just come here. All goods are half off. Yang Lan took the business card and left with a smile. Walking out of the mall, Han Qian was about to be strangled by Yan Qingqing. Ji Jing was still dumbfounded by Yang Lan holding her hand. She opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something to Yan Qingqing. Not waiting to open her mouth, suddenly felt that Yang Lan pinched her hand, raised her head to look at it, and Yang Lan made a silent gesture. Ji Jing understood, and she fell silent. This time it was Han Xian who drove the car, and in order to escape Yan Qingqing's torment of him, he went all the way to the Woolaman clan, where he had met Lier by chance last time, and asked for a small private room. At the dinner table, Yang Lan had been chatting with Han Xian. Ji Jing had her head bowed down, not knowing what she was thinking, and when the bottom of the pot was being served, Yan Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. Jing, did you wash your hands? Ji Jing's hand shook and her cell phone fell to the ground, raising her head to look at Yan Qingqing before lowering her head again and whispering, no. In an instant Yan Qingqing's face changed from dismay to nervousness and finally to confusion. It was also at this moment that 2 feet stepped on Han Xian's feet. The miserly steel-straight man Han Xian opened his mouth and shouted, both of you. Ahem. Yang Lan's light cough interrupted Han Xian's words, and Han Xian endured the pain and gritted his teeth. You two eat more. It's a sin. It's not like we're doing anything. Just a couple of dresses for nothing? Are these girls crazy? Ji Jing was in silence as Yan Qingqing placed dishes inside the hot pot. Han Xian clasped his hands around the freshly John shoes heartily. Only Yang Lan was laughing. It's on the shelf. Recently, I've been busy saving up for everyone, thinking about the outbreak, and then I didn't pay much attention to QQ. And today I was suddenly on the shelves, and I was confused, and I originally thought that I would have to wait for half a month. The upload was sudden and heartfelt. Those who can read this testimonial are basically the brothers who have followed it up to this point, and I'm not very good at saying anything sensational. Your support is my motivation, and thanks to a couple of good big brothers for the bounty. This book has been very controversial with mixed reviews, but I'm going to keep going. I'm responsible for everyone who supports me, and I appreciate the people who have made comments. Some people have been saying for me to set up a fan value review, but I haven't. I think everyone who reads a book has the right to review it. I'd like to thank the guys in the VX group even more for keeping me informed about saving the manuscript and discussing with me where the plot is going. I'll kowtow to the big guy to help out. I'll keep trying to write because I also have 2 finished books that add up to 6 million words, so I don't have to worry about going overboard. I want to go down the writing path. Plus, I'm young and we are able to talk. I'll be waiting for you guys in the Weibo group. Also, begging for subscriptions. Chapter 99, Qingqing. The atmosphere at the table was still weird. Han Xian didn't quite understand what was going on. He just ate the meat seriously. He wasn't too interested in hot pot, but he didn't reject it either. A square table. Yang Lan sat opposite Han Xian. This sister has a soft and sticky character, but eating spicy makes Han Xian feel a sore throat when he looks at her. On the contrary, Yan Qingqing doesn't like spicy food too much. She added sugar inside the small ingredients. Ji Jing didn't know what she was thinking about, looking down at the meat in the bowl in a daze. At this time, Yan Qingqing clipped an abalone and handed it to Han Xian, and before it could land on the plate, Ji Jing suddenly opened her mouth. He doesn't eat seafood. Yan Qingqing's chopsticks stopped in midair, tilting her head and frowning at Ji Jing as she laughed softly. Ha! How do you know he doesn't eat seafood? In this laughter neither Han Xian nor Yang Lan heard the meaning of looking at a joke, but instead carried a few moments of teasing, and Ji Jing raised her head to look at Yan Qingqing before lowering her head again to weakly return. I happened to overhear what Vice President Wen said when Xianwan asked Han Xian for scallops and clams at the ground stall yesterday. Ha! After knowing each other for a few years now, I don't hear about the habits of a certain man that you, quartermaster, are concerned about. Yan Qingqing was aggressive and seemed to want to make Ji Jing say something, while Ji Jing had changed her usual vivaciousness and lowered her head to eat without paying attention to Yan Qingqing. When Yang Lan opened her mouth and softly said, Han Xian went to help out in the operations department a few days ago. Ji Jing, are you thanking our comprehensive department for being the face of the department? Next time Han Xian can't be loaned out, he'll have to sign up for a fee. As soon as he heard there was money, Han Xian's eyes lit up. As a result, he was mercilessly struck down by Yang Lan, telling that there would be no money shared with him. A hot pot down. Noisy shouting to eat hot pot. Ji Auntie did not eat much. Not as good as the snacks eaten when they came. Yang Lan looked at the interest of the Ji Jing whispered to ask if it is not physically uncomfortable. Ji Jing nodded vigorously. Now she felt itchy and uncomfortable and wanted to go home and take a bath right away. Han Xian wasn't a godly man. He couldn't say that Ji Jing was okay with having contact with the opposite sex just because of him. Ji Jing's face became more and more ugly, and finally stood up with a few aggravated accents and told Yang Lan and the Night Maiden to take a taxi back. She had to go home now. As he went out, Yan Qingqing suddenly spoke. Have your parents called you lately? Ji Jing's body trembled lightly, turning around and biting her lip as she shook her head. Yan Qingqing sighed, leaning on her forehead as she waved her hand at Ji Jing. Next time I call you, you come to my office and I'll answer. Ji Jing jogged away from the hot pot restaurant. Downstairs when the checkout was told that the girl wearing a short skirt just came to the checkout. out after sitting in the driver's seat lying on the steering wheel and let out a sob. She seems to have done a thing in this life originally will not go to do the wrong thing. Eating on the second floor, Han Chen fiddled with the abalone on the plate with his chopsticks. This thing he ate once. Chewing and gumskin not much difference. Han Chen did not know that the only time he ate the abalone was not cooked. He did not ask, and the others did not know that he ate it half raw. As he fiddled with the abalone, Han Chen whispered doubtfully, "Xing Xing ah." When you mentioned Auntie G's family, her reaction was a bit strange. Ah, is there something going on here? If you call me Xing Xing one more time, I'll press you into the hot pot. Believe it or not, if you care so much about your Auntie G, why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me? What's the matter? It felt good to hug your Auntie G, didn't it? You just left and now you're thinking about it? Yan Xingqing disliked Han Chen back without a good mood, and Han Chen looked at Yan Xingqing with a crooked head and frowned. Have you taken a gun? Aren't we friends? Aren't we allies? What's going on in your head? Isn't Ji Jing and I just trying to save some money to buy clothes? Nasty, nasty, a woman full of obscenity. You Chen brothers shame to be with. Pust. Yang Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yan Xingqing got up and went to serve the hot pot. Han Xian and Yang Lan got up at the same time to stop this ant. Yan Xingqing grunted coldly. Han Xian no longer cared about this woman, whispering in Yang Lan's mouth to inquire about how much this LV suit cost, and can this kind of casual suit be worn at work? As a result, Yan Xingqing blew up again. You're casually dressed for work now, and you still care about casual or formal suits? Han Xian, you are a bit pretentious, aren't you? Let's go. Lan Lan. One more bite. After work, Yang Lan was treated like a sister by Ji Jing and Yan Xingqing. That's right, it's the sister. She was older than Yan Xingqing and Ji Jing, but her character was a bit more childish and naive. Yan Xingqing and Yang Lan a car away. Han Xian waved at the two, and told Yang Lan to go home and send him a text message, and will not worry about it. Yang Lan lying on the car window jokingly asked Han Xian if he wanted to receive the yen general. Han Xian hastily shook his head. No, I don't want to. Be careful, Uncle Driver. This eats kids. The driver uncle laughed nervously. The car drifted away. Han Xian looked at the clothes in his hand, tilted his head and looked at the sky again. Bought such good clothes, how should be matched with a new pair of underpants and socks again. Then Han Xian went to buy a fried casserole and 2 cups of milk tea. Stop the cab. Master, Xingjia Wanfu. Today Xingjia Wanfu, a certain household is still cozy. Li Jinha stares at her husband and daughter with a wary face, afraid that these two guys will play tricks, and then carefully throws out a card. A3. 4 J's. Warm sitting in the lower house finally found a chance to take revenge, and proudly looked at Li Jinha, who had only 1 card left, only to have Old One throw out 2 cards calmly and faintly. King Fry. Warmth was instantly confused, slamming the cards in her hand down on the table and slapping the table and screaming when she saw Old One throw out a 3. Old One, we too are peasants. My mom, she is a landlord. You don't want peasants to turn over in this life? I don't play with you guys. Li Jinha took out half a packet of cigarettes in his pocket and threw it to Old One, who was as precious as he was, and Warm saw this and despised it. So unproductive. Li Jinha hemmed and hawed and put his arm around Old One's arm and smiled wickedly. Who made him my husband? Who made me have what you don't? Envious? I. Go on. Brush the dishes. Willing to bet. I. Warm speech. Hold half a day cannot find a rebuttal. Glaring at Li Jinha also do not get up. Took out his cell phone to call Han Qian. Connected to the mouth open mouth howl. Wow, Han Qian. Your mother-in-law bullied me. Mother-in-law bullying Warmth? Han Qian for a time has not reacted. Almost blurted out to ask which mother-in-law, but he held back. Whispered that he has been downstairs. Hung up the phone after the warmth of a sweep of the haze. Proudly looked at the Li Jinha. Arrogantly said, I have Han Qian. Li Jinha, a face of contempt, looked at the warmth. Skimmed his mouth and said a no interest. Warm shouted, I am willing. Not a few minutes. Han Qian came. Warm opened the door, is again a face of aggrieved, pitifully complaining about being Li Jinha and the old temperature mercilessly oppression. Han Qian laughed, raised his hand, snacks handed to the warmth. Eating fried casserole, drinking warm milk tea. Warm forget just unhappy. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, naive silly smile. Warm is like to eat these greasy, sticky things, sesame sauce mixed with casserole. Han Qian is not like, too greasy. The other cup of milk tea was naturally for his mother-in-law. And as for Old One, he only drank tea. Warmth asked vaguely as she ate her snack. Went clothes shopping? Ha, why is it my most hated LV? Han Qian, your aesthetics are getting worse and worse. Where did you get the money? Ha, I just realized you changed your clothes, hey? Han Qian laughed softly. You are forgetting everything when you have food. I talked about the matter with 2 Snapdragon, and the result was that the company was very satisfied, so they let Sister Yang go and pick out a few pieces of clothes for me as a reward, saying that I will meet people of higher status in the future, and that I can't dress too casually. Didn't I buy you a set? Is Sister Yang that Yan Lan? The vision is bad enough. Han Xian smiled again. Warm put down the hands of the milk tea to take the bag over. Out of the suit, and Li Jinha discussed the benefits and disadvantages of LV. In short, in the mouth of the Warm is not a little good. She thinks that the man should wear Gucci. The name and style are suitable for mature men. LV is more suitable for young people in casual category. Old One, who had been smiling and laughing, caught the name mentioned in Han Xian's words, and he poured a cup of hot tea for Han Xian and laughed softly. How did you get hooked up with 2 Snap from District 8? He's from a gangster background, with a knife hard to cut out a position in the city. Less contact with people like that. Han Xian laughed softly as he held his teacup in both hands. I'm also doing this for my own benefit. Glory's Mall is going to start construction, and because of some connections I'm involved in the fight between Yen Qingqing and Gao Fulfillment. Telling the matter to Old Wen in great detail, Wen Ho frowned after hearing it and asked, 12 million? Layer by layer peeled down left not much. Just this 2 Primrose suddenly transformation is let me very surprised. What you think there is no error. 2 Primrose indeed do not dare to take the money to run away. Compared to the Glory, he is still a little bit worse. I am just curious about how much you cut down. Well, gave 2 Snap $8 million, and then I took back 1,300,000 from 2 Snap and put it in my own pocket. Pust. Old One did not hold back, sprayed a coffee table of tea. Han Xian got up and walked to the kitchen to bring a rag. Lightly, the Old One reached out and took the son-in-law in the hand of the rag, signaling him to come. Han Xian sat down beside the Warmth, and then the Warmth abandoned. Li Jinha began to drum up Han Xian's face. Pimples. Old One tilted his head to look at his son-in-law, who was being tortured by his daughter, and frowned. You mean you directly cut away 2 Snap's profit of $4 million, and then snatched out $130,000 in the mouth of his hand? Next time this kind of thing is not allowed to do. Lack of money, and Dad said. More than 100,000 just. 2 Primrose is how dangerous people are. He is to cut you. Tomorrow he is still the same life. Jailed as his men. He has not threatened you? Han Xian smiled and shook his head. No, and had lunch together. Chapter 100, heads a little heavy. Warmer found how he looked at this son-in-law, how to look at him. Bold, talented, capable, and patient with his daughter. This will be. Warmer is squeezing pimples for Han Xian. Women seem to like to do this thing. In the hands of 2 Snapdragon, this old rascal dig out 130,000 yuan, although said to give a car, also can be enough to go out to brag for 10 days and a half months. Who's been messing with this old rascal all these years? Does Lin Mingda dare? Does High Fulfillment dare? This is not a matter of money. But Lao Wen is not afraid of this guy. Li Jinha's family happens to be dead, restraining 2 Snapdragon. Lao Wen leaned on the sofa and crossed his legs, winking at Han Xian, who took out a cigarette and lighter in his pocket and handed it to Lao Wen. Li Jinha immediately frowned. In the way of it was given by Han Xian. Didn't go to stop Lao Wen's death-defying behavior, but instead reached out to pat Warm's shoulder and rant. Xiao Qian has been tired all day, so don't pontificate on him. Xiao Qian, how do you feel about your job at Glory now? Has there been any trouble? Warmth stopped drumming on Han Xian's face and got up to go to her room. Han Xian laughed nervously at Li Jinha. No, I'm not in trouble. It's just that the general department I'm in right now is a bit more troublesome because I've gotten into 2 fights recently, and behind my back they're saying that I've got violent tendencies, and then, basically every day, I have people watching me, worrying that I'm going to get into a fistfight with someone. Han Xian lowered his head in some embarrassment when he said this, and as a result, Li Jinha laughed loudly as he slapped Han Xian's shoulder several times in succession. This is my son-in-law, outside to be a little tougher. Don't be like your father. Always think of a step back to the sea and the sky. The fight on the fight out of the matter. Come back to find mom to give you peace of mind. The family has so many relatives. Don't use them all, a waste of time. The slap was a compliment. Old One frowned and looked at Li Jinha and complained. Harmonious society. Why always fight and kill? What's the point of fighting? We have to find a way to stop it forever. Li Jinha turned and pinched his waist and frowned. And then you got kicked out of the house by sharpshooter to put an end to the problem? What kind of man is a man if he's not tough on the outside? Xiao Qian, don't listen to your father. He's a pedant. He's being pedantic. Han Xian, you are a smart kid. Don't listen to your mom's nonsense. Who can beat up for nothing these days? It's okay to hit someone, but it's us who have a hard time being hit. So how much money do we lose? We can't do anything until we have to. Ha, what do you mean? Wan Hui, do you think I'm harming my precious son-in-law? It's not a harm. Jin He, times have changed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How it changes is the fist is the biggest. Li Jinha, who was born in the army, believed in solving problems by force, and as a scholarly Wenju, he thought that force was the least desirable. Han Xian looked at his mother-in-law and his old husband with a curious face. How did these 2 people get together? Han Xian didn't hold back after all and asked in a small voice. Dad, Mom, were you introduced when you were young, the matchmaking kind? Mentioning this matter, Wen Ru had a proud face and squinted at Li Jinha from the corner of his eye. proudly saying, "What's the point of asking, my son? I thought your old father-in-law was graceful and a good writer, and I started a business when I was in college, and a love letter cost $1. $1, in more than 20 years ago is not cheap." Listening to the old man said, "When the popsicle only 20 cents. Han Xian remembered that he went to elementary school when the box lunch is only $1 a box. The old temperature this on the university than his hours but also 10 years earlier. $1 good luxury ah. Han Xian tilted his head to look at his mother-in-law and whispered, "Mom, did Dad write you love letters then? Hey, you kid, I told you it was your mom who pursued me." "Mom, he's a little wild, don't mind me. You should do it." Han Xian arched his fire aside, and Li Jinha narrowed his eyes at Han Xian and smiled. "Don't pick a fight. It was also a rocky time between your dad and I. Count on me to pursue him. After all, it's not that easy to find an easy bully." Idle chat when the warmth came out, holding a mask, in the corridor to reveal half of the body to Han Xian hook hand, signaling for him to go over. Han Xian looked at the mask in her hand, a strong shake of the head, but looked at the warmth wearing a pajamas. Han Xian whispered, "You're not changing yet? What time is it and you're not going home?" "No back, come here, I'll put a mask on you." Warm to Han Xian hooked fingers, Han Xian old monk into a fixed motionless. This time Li Jinha glanced at the clock, did not think that this is almost 11 o'clock, got up and yawned. She is also ready to rest. Walked to the side of the warm. Li Jinha suddenly turned back and asked, "Which room are you sleeping in, Qian? The guest room hasn't been cleaned in a while." Warmth pushed Li Jinha's back and opened her mouth with a disgusted face. "Geez, don't worry about it, he'll just sleep with me." Oh, I'll go get you guys a quilt then." Li Jinha was slightly puzzled. She knew that Han Xian and Warmth's marriage was a deal, and Han Xian used to sleep in the guest room when he lived over here, and at that time, Li Jinha didn't know, and thought that Han Xian was shy, but now she knows, and the result is a change. Not long after, Han Xian washed and prepared to rest when Warmth came in, with a sardonic smile towards Han Xian. Han Xian clasped his hands on his chest and kept backing up, and when he could not retreat, he let out a cold laugh. "Little Kenzie, you scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out." The next second Warmth suddenly lifted her leg, her slender legs resting on Han Xian's shoulders, her pajama pants sliding down her white and slender legs. "I've heard of the wall thud. Is this the legendary leg thud?" Under the constant struggle of Han Xian, he failed, looking at himself in the mirror. This mask or a panda? Warm seems to be very satisfied with his own masterpiece. Han Xian on her, this kind of think out of the box nature has no way. Are from childhood pampered out of the problem. Waited 10 hard minutes in the bathroom. Back to the face of the room, lifted the covers and got into bed. Anyway, it is not the first time to sleep with Warmth. Han Xian did not have much psychological pressure, patted the bed and shouted at the Warmth, "Come, sleep beside me brother." Han Xian lying inside, Warm into the quilt. Fortunately 2 quilts, but this day is still hot ah. Warm wearing pajamas lying next to Han Xian brushing the phone. Han Xian does not understand what this small square box to see. Ready to sleep when the arm was suddenly Warm dragged over. 20 minutes later, Han Xian looked down at the Warmth resting on his arm and whispered, "Warm, bah, don't even think about it. Han Xian, you're clean." "No, my hands are numb and your head is a little heavy." Chapter 101 The Warmth of Not Sleeping. Said Han Xian, heart does not want to, that is certainly pretending. Only this desire is relatively low. Now there are a lot of things need to think about him. The brain has less space to think about these things. The Warmth lifted his head and smashed Han Xian's arm, rolled over as soon as he threw away the arm. This time Han Xian was a bit unhappy, propping up his head with one hand. His other hand nudged the Warm's shoulder and whispered, "You seem like a John who raises his pants and doesn't recognize him?" Warmth shrugged her shoulders in a good-natured manner, looking at her cell phone and complaining, "Pillow you a little arm and say I have a big head. You go for yen ching ching to 2 snap that negotiation, you don't say you are dangerous." "Stop, I understand. So love will disappear, right?" "No, we're not in love yet. When did we love?" When the words fell, Han Xian felt that this was wrong. Warmth threw away the cell phone and turned to pounce on Han Xian. His hands pinched Han Xian's neck and rode on his waist, gritting his teeth and whispering, "I'll strangle you to death. Can't you just give me a little bit of slack in your mouth? Every time I argue with you, you have to be on top of the wind. What? Are you proud to win?" The words fell out of the door and Li Jinha's voice came from outside. "Han Xian, I forgot to bring you pillows. I'm coming in ah." Hearing the sound of the doorknob coming from the door, Han Xian glared at Warmth and signaled for him to go down. Warmth couldn't get mad and sat on Han Xian's stomach a little harder before giving up. With a wound on his back, the pain couldn't help but make Han Xian let out an agonized groan. Results: the sound of the doorknob stopped, and the mother-in-law left. Han Xian looked at Warmth, who was lying beside him. Warmth looked at Han Xian. Then Warmth pulled the quilt over his head and Han Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Make you laugh, make you laugh. It's your fault." Little fists smashed on Han Xian's body through the 2 covers. Han Xian didn't feel much, he just couldn't stop laughing. One warm do you think mom will misunderstand the two of us? Ha 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 ha. This will be warm hidden in the quilt face or almost dripping blood. Her life has been protected by Lee Jinha and Wonho. On the male and female things are also relatively late maturity, but is even later to this age she should also understand. She and Han Xian hilarious completely did not think so much. Just to Han Xian trust, playfulness is more relaxed. Who can think of being heard by the mother? Blame Han Xian that moan, quilt is too hot. In front of the careful exposure of the head, the results found that Han Xian is still looking at her. The solicitation was misunderstood that there is no need to hide. Once again pounced on Han Xian, shy and angry. I didn't hit you. What were you screaming about? I've got a back injury, remember? So said. The warmth does not make a fuss, and no longer press Han Xian, but let Han Xian turn around. Lifted the pajamas to look at the back of the injury has healed, but there is still a very obvious bruise. The warmth suddenly blew a breath of air to Han Xian's back. Absolutely very simple blowing a breath. The results of this time to Han Xian to the nonchalance of Han Xian, pulling over the quilt. Sleep. This time it was warmth's turn to point at Han Xian's shoulder. Play a little longer. Han Xian did not take care of warm, but 10 minutes. Han Xian did not move. Warm sat up and stretched out a finger under Han Xian's nose. At this time Han Xian suddenly opened his mouth. I'm not dead. Warmth was taken aback and vented a small slap at Han Xian's shoulder. There was no movement at all while you were sleeping, and I was worried that you had suddenly died. Sleep. Play a little longer. Han Xian is really asleep. Just like this and Warm talk on. She can nag all night. Han Xian slept. Warm lying on the bed with wide eyes looking at the roof. Why can't you sleep today? Han Xian don't sleep. Han Xian sleeps very lightly, as long as a little movement will wake up, not to mention that there is someone around to talk. With his nose issued a but his brain is still sleeping. Heard Han Xian's answer. Warm look at the roof to continue. Han Xian, do you say you like me? Like me, or like me? Like, no, Han Xian, what are you doing? You're not sleeping. Han Xian sat up violently and stared angrily at Warm. He had dreamed of winning the lottery, and he had started to count how many zeros there were behind him, only to be woken up by Warm. Warm held up his hands, and Han Xian frowned. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not hugging you. Bah, sister is surrendering. Surrender doesn't hold you either. Han Xian lay down again. Lay down but 2 seconds and fell asleep again. This guy's sleep quality how to say, can sleep in seconds? Also very easy to be woken up. If it is the daytime sleep, half of the time he is half asleep and half awake. Turns out the warmth is back to being a demon. As Warmth spoke for the last time, Han Xian reached out and covered her mouth. Talk again and I'll wrap you in a blanket and throw you in the living room. The words fell out of his mouth and he glanced at his cell phone. It was 2 o'clock. The next day was not at all surprising. Han Xian got up late. Recently his brain and body were tired. Rubbing his eyes as he walked out of the room, he looked at Warmth sitting at the breakfast table, then looked back at the bed. How did this get up so early today? Li Jinha prepared breakfast and called Han Xian to come over to eat. When he sat down, Han Xian was still confused. He did not wake up. Li Jinha served a bowl of porridge and handed it to Han Xian, and laughed softly. Going to be late, aren't you? Either that or take a day off. Han Xian nodded confusedly, then shook his head again. When Warmth, who was biting into a bun, whispered vaguely, he went to work 5 days a week, late 4 days, and 3 days early departure. The glory of the company's General Han. Late is okay, people are baby bumps. Li Jinha how to look at this son-in-law. How to look at this son-in-law. The old one who has always been very pampered. Warm knocked Warm's head with chopsticks and frowned. Sour, what's sour? You early let Han Xian into the smooth enjoyment, will also today let Glory raise eyebrows? After dinner you also go to work, waiting for the Lin family to empty you before you know anxious? Warm did not take this chopstick to heart. Anyway, her brain is very hard. A mouthful of buns stuffed into the mouth murmuring. Han Xian helplessly handed her a cup of water. After drinking the water, Warm a long sigh of relief. Han Xian also said, and I said, let me grasp a little tighten the company to stabilize the position. Said to do more than 3 years, 4 years of vice president was suddenly back to the president of the position will be very humiliating. I also want to work hard but I do not know what to do. What Old one. Han Xian, you too teach me. Han Xian took a big gulp of porridge and said vaguely, just do your normal job. Try to pay a little more attention to what passes through your hands, and just don't get led around by the nose, even if he's right about everything. Warmth nodded earnestly, then dropped her gaze to Old One, who bristled. There's Han Xian. I don't care about you. If you can't do it right, then get your marriage back before it's too late and let Han Xian take over the position of Xiang. Chapter 102. Thank you, Uncle Mua. Han Xian arrived at the company has been 11 o'clock. Did not punch the card directly into the elevator. Han Xian scratching his head curiously looking at the empty hall. Today why so cold? Why is it so quiet today? Where did all the busy people go every day? Arrived with a face full of doubts in the comprehensive department of life, Han Xian understood. Snap, a slap to the head with a crisp sound. It's Saturday. It's been a busy week forgetting the day of the week, so it's no wonder Worm muttered about not wanting to go to work when he got out of the car. Hey! When he turned around and was ready to go home, the door to Yang Lan's office was opened, and Yang Lan revealed half of his body inside, tilting his head in confusion. Han Xian, why did you come to the company on Saturday? As soon as the words fell, little Bebe also revealed half of his body in the doorway, and Han Xian covered his face in embarrassment. Nay, I forgot it was Saturday. You just got here? 11 o'clock already? If it's today's work time you're late again. Since you're here don't go. Help me bring down Bebe. I still have some things to do over here. Yang Lan pushed little Bebe out of the office and then closed the door directly. Han Xian looked down at little Bebe. Little Bebe looked up at Han Xian. The two broken children, one big and one small, sighed at the same time. Saturday's glory hall is relatively cold. Each department is okay. There are over to catch up with overtime staff. Han Xian held little Bebe went to the supermarket again. Little Bebe's bag was filled again. Little Bebe holding Han Xian's hand as big as the bobble board candy. Han Xian holding a lollipop. Poppers are $8 and lollipops are 50 cents. When the comprehensive department's little bully appeared at the entrance of the marketing department, the marketing manager, who was busy preparing the furniture plaza, froze slightly and said softly, Han Xian from the general department? Han Xian nodded smilingly and laughed. Do you need help? No, busy as can be. By the way, it's the business department side that's busier. The whole staff is working overtime. The manager of the marketing department is a short and fat little old man. The face looks quite kind, but unfortunately he is a high fulfillment of the people. Han Xian, which is also considered to have eaten a closed door, holding the hand of the small Bebe turned to leave, just walked to the elevator door waiting for the elevator. The small Bebe suddenly sat down on the ground, lowered his head and sighed. Hey, I can't walk anymore. The snacks you bought me are too much. Uncle Junior. I don't know which little liar said that he can eat very well in the supermarket. Han Xian looked at the little Bebe who was sitting on the floor playing a rogue and laughed softly. Here, book bag for Uncle. Uncle, you can carry me. I'll just carry my book bag. Then the whole staff of the business department saw a guy holding a little loli standing in the doorway and asked if they wanted to help. Holding a child to help? This is to add to the chaos, right? The manager of the business department, however, smiled and took Han Xian into his independent office, and received a cup of water. By the way, Han Xian's reputation is spreading more and more in the company. Try to or coaxing is better, not because of this Han Xian's talent, but the temperament. Han Xian took the water and said thank you, then snatched the bobble board candy from little Bebe's hand and wrapped it up, took out a bottle of yogurt in his school bag, inserted the straw and handed it to little Bebe who was sitting beside him. Seeing this, Manager Qin of the business department laughed. Minister Yang's precious daughter, right? I've heard about it long ago, but I've never seen it, saying it's very afraid of life. Han Xian laughed as he listened. Vulnerable stuff. Hey, Brother Qin, I don't know what to call the steward of each department now. Is it a manager or a minister? Qin Shui laughed. Outside is the manager. In the company will be called minister. In fact, called what are the same. Call just, Han Xian, you do not come, I still want to go to find you. This morning I made a cruel staff to Mona Lisa, Sophia and other companies to call. Guess what? They told the staff that our region has a lot of people in their contact, and in the matter of talking about agents, and also brought up the matter of our Glory Home Plaza. Really by your guess accurate ha dash. Han Xian laughed softly, then Qin Shui opened his mouth and said again, in fact, my side is okay, although busy some. The forward step did not stop, and did not encounter too much trouble. But this morning we went to the meeting when the operations department of the quarter minister encountered some trouble. The risk section. Yen always, High General Manager are asking her if the tenants stationed. Is the operations department to unify the training? If said regardless of the words, it is very likely that it will become a vegetable market. The quarter minister side of the matter seems to have no consideration in the meeting did not come down to the stage. My side manpower enough. It seems that Minister G's side has not considered this matter. In the meeting did not come down to the stage. I have enough manpower on my side. Why don't you go to the operations department to take a look? Hearing this, Han Xian laughed again. Brother Qin, why do I feel like you're shooing me away? Okay, I won't bother you here. I'm busy. If you need anything, just go to the general department and inform Sister Yang. I'll come over and give you a hand. Nothing else, just have the energy to move a book and run an errand I can. Agami Han Xian Ero. You quickly, don't be modest. Old brother, this side still have to be busy, so I won't serve you. You feel free to do as you please. Thrown out again? To be honest, Han Xian really don't want to go to the operation department to see Ji Jing. Also don't know why. Then Han Xian in the first floor hall asked for a KFC. Started to want fast food box lunch. Little Bebe heard that Han Xian want to call takeaway. Chubby little hand tightly holding Han Xian's little thumb. Sighing. I don't know what KFC is like. Mom hasn't taken me there in a long time. You know what, brother-in-law? Han Xian nodded at the little Bebe who was sitting on top of the bar as a mascot and cursed with a smile. Why do you think so much? If you want to eat in the future, just tell uncle, and we'll have a family bucket, okay? Without mom's family bucket? Don't bring it. You eat too. Yeah. Then little Bebe sat on the first floor hall front bar at the highest place looking at the door looking forward to. The little guy sitting on it is really like a mascot. The results did not wait for the delivery boy, but the night fork lady to wait for. Yan Xingqing walked into the door, did not see sitting at the bar is a little Bebe, but saw Han Xian wearing a new sportswear. Pointing at Han Xian sternly reprimanded. Where did you put that thing? Throw it away. Little Bebe was scared and leaned back in Han Xian's arms, rolled over and hid her face in her little uncle's arms, her head pressed against Han Xian's chest, her hands grasping Han Xian's clothes as Han Xian soothed the little loli in his arms, which would be the only time that Yan Xingqing saw the little loli in Han Xian's arms. Han Xian looked powerlessly at Yan Xingqing and tilted his head. Throw her away, Sister Yang had to lynch me. Don't ask me why I came to the company. Ask as I'm sick in the head. You go upstairs. I'll wait for a takeaway. Yan Xingqing walked up and poked the meatballs in Han Xian's arms with her hand, whispering, don't tell me it's Yang Lan coming over to let you take the kids. Isn't little Yang Jia on vacation? Little Bebe shrank into Han Xian's arms again, and Han Xian smiled bitterly as he sat on a chair with little Bebe in his arms. Yang Jia is still young. People don't go out to play on vacation? She's a sister-in-law, not a babysitter. I heard you came to a meeting for the executives in the morning and went to work just now. Yan Xingqing didn't seem to be in a hurry anymore, and stood by the bar and whispered back. Went out with the finance, wired 2 snaps money over 4 million. I'll transfer another 4 million to him when the groundbreaking takes place. I told Guan Degu, it won't be more than a week's interval at the longest. Scrooge, what did you order? Or a boxed lunch? Don't you get tired of eating? It's economical. Too bad little Bebe wanted KFC. I ordered a family bucket. I want some too. It's been a while. Called uncle? When the words fell, Han Xian turned around with the child in his arms. Yan Xingqing, the tiger, grabbed the stapler on the table, and shortly afterward KFC was delivered, and little Bebe, still pampered by Han Xian, sat at the table, hugging the bucket and eating fried chicken. Han Xian and Yan Xingqing, one person a burger, 2 cups of Coke. Small North themselves have yogurt to drink. Han Xian opened the burger before the hard pinch a pass. The burger shrunk a lot. A mouthful is a small half. Slurred. $12 for one of these? Isn't it just 2 buns with some chicken and lettuce leaves in it? I don't really like the salsa. It's a little sour. Han Xian, you, this is very vulgar. Want you to talk like this? Go out and put a sack knot on the line? What kind of cigarettes do you want to smoke? How good is it to smoke a bud stick? Aren't you raising the bar? Can a bud stick and a cigarette be the same flavor? You're the one who raised the bar first. The two looked at each other. At the same time, arrogantly turned his head to the other side. At this time, Xiao Beibei ate enough. Holding a paper towel, awkwardly wiped his mouth. The other hand handed the yogurt to Han Xian, signaling to help her open it. Han Xian's left hand Coke, right hand burger cannot spare a hand. Yan Xingqing took over to Xiao Beibei to open the lid. And then Xiao Beibei, incomparably serious, Yan Xingqing bowed his head. Grandmother's opening. Thank you, Uncle Mua. Uncle, what the hell? Yan Xingqing didn't understand. And Han Xian opened his mouth heartlessly. She said, thank you, Auntie. Hey, little Beibei, you can't call her blindly. You have to call her Auntie. If this is spread in the company, that can be completely bad. Small Beibei, very good a sound. Also do not know to put, did not put on the heart. Han Xian is a little uneasy, serious to explain the relationship to Small Beibei, and then was Small Beibei's sentence asked, do not know how to answer. Why have a family bucket if you're not family? How can you explain to a 4 or 5-year-old child? Han Xian is also lazy to explain again. Pinching little Beibei's face again, told her not to call people over. Not long, Yang Lan from the downstairs down. See, sitting on the table, little Beibei's face immediately changed. Little Beibei also feel the danger. Get up and pounced on Han Xian, shouted, uncle, let her sit. Little Beibei escaped. Yang Lan ate the rest of little Beibei's fried chicken and whispered to Yan Xingqing, it's a bit bad to scold Ji Jing so harshly in the morning, isn't it? I know you want Ji Jing to show her face more during the high-level meeting and increase her presence status a little bit in the morning. Hey. Yan Xingqing was just about to open her mouth. Han Xian ghostly stretched out his hand to wipe away the salad dressing from the corner of Yan Xingqing's mouth, and then continued to frolic with little Beibei as if nothing was wrong. This time Yan Xingqing was not calm, looking at Yang Lan's eyes that were full of gossip. Yan Xingqing stretched out her hand to the back of Han Xian's head to slap him, and said in shame and anger, what are you doing? Han Xian turned his head and frowned at Yan Xingqing, puzzled. You got salad dressing in the corner of your mouth. Ha, I know. It's weird to look uncomfortable knowing you don't rub it in. Yan Qingqing almost didn't die from this sentence. Is Han Qian brainless? Han Qian then handed little Bei to Yan Lan. Sister Yang, I'm going to check out the operations department. Xin Shui from the business department talked to me about what happened this morning. Chapter 103 Bullying Big Mother Ji. When he walked into the operations department there was no one inside. Han Qian quietly pushed open the door to Ji Jing's office, looked at the woman lying on the table, and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. Ji Jing raised her head and looked at Han Qian in confusion. She seemed to have cried. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and her hair was a bit messy. After a full minute, Ji Jing frowned. What are you doing here? Han Qian smiled and walked into the office, pulling over a chair and sitting in front of the desk, his hands resting on his chin as he laughed. Didn't get too full. Saw if you had lunch and dabbled a little. Han Qian, I don't have the heart to mess with you. I'm annoyed. I'm afraid of losing my temper with you. Good boy. You play by yourself first. Ji Jing's mood is very low. High-level meeting so many people in. She was reprimanded by the two leaders of the dog, not to mention a woman. Is a man will become irritable. Ji Jing continued to lie on the table. I do not know how long. She slowly raised her head of life, found that not only did not go. This will be lying on the table staring at her. The distance between their arms was only 3 to 5 centimeters, and Ji Jing froze, then got up violently, looking at Han Qian with a pale face and screaming, "What are you doing so close to me?" Not a question, but an angry shout. Han Qian ignored Ji Jing's angry shout and leaned over the table to speak softly. In fact, the operation of the mall is very simple and very simple. Only need to manage the mall's health, and I said the rules and regulations can be. We do as a high-end shopping mall. You have nothing to look at other malls as how to do. In addition, you do not have to worry about how the store how to act as a big brand. The manufacturer will send a teacher to give their bosses over to the class, but also to let the staff go to learn. Do not do a good job. We need to send information back to the main factory is good. They will come to deal with these things that may smash the sign. What do you think all day? Learning. Do not do a good job if we need to give feedback to the factory on the news. They will come to deal with these things that may smash the signboard. What do you think all day long? What are you thinking about all day long? You didn't answer such a simple question? Ji Jing was silent for 2 minutes, then asked in a small mutter, "That's it?" Han Qian blinked. Well, it's as simple as that. You don't want to think about whether these stores can sell goods. You only need to think about how to maintain the order of the mall, so that the mall gives people a kind of look that is upscale can be. The other operations department don't have to think about it. We are charging rent. They spend money to rent a house is more than you are in a hurry. Han Qian, I feel like you didn't come over to teach me. You came over to mock me. You guessed it right. You took the back door to get to the position of the head of the operations department, didn't you? No wonder you guys can't play Gao fulfillment. Yang Lan, Ji Jing, Song Jing, the three of you together probably don't even equal a 1. Han Qian was mercilessly mocking Ji Jing, and Ji Jing didn't get angry, tilting her head to look at Han Qian and ask, "You're the one?" Han Qian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Now you're looking at only one. Your humble brother is how much you can't think of and have time to count the moons together? There is only one moon, so what about letting you count the moon? Don't count the stars. It's hard for you and your brain. Ji Jing was angry by Han Qian's face is not white, not disheveled. Plump breasts continue to rise and fall. At this time Han Qian said a really good looking. Ji Jing was furious, but she still did not have the courage to touch Han Qian's body. She can only go to grab the things on the table to smash Han Qian. But unfortunately, every time she tried to grab the thing was guessed by Han Qian. Whenever Han Qian's hand fell on top of this item, Ji Jing would quickly withdraw her hand. In the end, Ji Jing was exasperated by Han Qian and cried. This time Han Qian panicked. Han Qian thinks his mouth is not bad, but coaxing women he is not at all. Called the big mother called sister. Called the sister called sister. But Ji Jing is still crying. Han Qian cannot stand it. A slap on the table. Angry. One more ing cry and I'll strip you of your clothes. It worked. Ji Jing really stopped crying. However, she got up and went to serve the flower pots. Han Qian turned around and ran. When Ji Jing's cell phone rang, the ringtone was an interlude from one of Han Qian's favorite Japanese manga, except that this cell phone, it wasn't much better than Han Qian's, and Ji Jing picked up the phone and glanced at it, then pressed mute. Bitchy Han Qian couldn't help himself again. Auntie Ji, your boyfriend? I absolutely do not talk. Absolutely. Asterisk 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 off. Auntie doesn't need a boyfriend. You're right. It's hardest to deal with old aunts. Ji Jing went to end the flower pot again. She is now really want to smash Han Qian to death, but the cell phone is inappropriately ringing again. Han Qian, this will be in the heart, has begun to thank this caller. Really thank you, saved my 2 lives. This time, Ji Jing picked up the phone, and not knowing what was said on the other side of the phone, Ji Jing suddenly exploded and shouted into the phone. I don't have any money. I gave you all my money. I'm not a bank. Han Xian misbehaved back when Ji Jing yelled, and men actually gossip, especially a woman who has a fetish for men, and I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. Ji Jing's face became more and more ugly as she gritted her teeth. No way. The car cost me less than $200,000, and the rest of the take from my boss. There's absolutely no way I'm giving it to you. Marriage? It's your business if you want to buy a house and a car. I gave you all the money I earn every month. I only left a little bit. Why are you asking me for it? Curse, how much money I've given you over the years. In Ji Jing's hysteria, the phone was hung up by her. She sat helplessly in a chair and covered her head, seemingly sad. Han Xian leaned over the table and sighed softly. Hey, Auntie G, this boyfriend of yours is too much of a scumbag, isn't he? He still relies on you every month? Is he handsome? Or where can attract you? This is to sell the car to support him. If you do not want to get married, why not break up? There are so many good men. Ji Jing covered her head with closed eyes and said feebly, don't guess. Han Xian, I thank you. I'll buy you dinner sometime. How can you eat when you're poor like this? Auntie G, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? I don't have any other ability, but I'm good at fighting. If not, I'll let Guan Daogo from the 8th district bring a few dozen people over. His minions are very dedicated to deal with this kind of person. Give him 2 slaps, then tie him up and drench him in gasoline. And next time, he'll be absolutely honest. Saying these words, Ji Jing laughed, smiling to herself. A dousing of gasoline? Give 2 slaps? Ha! What? You still can't give up? Not right. You this to men have cleanliness. Is it for your boyfriend to keep his body like a jade? Did he not get you so looking for you to ask for money. Han Qian, I guessed right? I just feel like I'm pretty good in the head. Ji Jing took a deep breath and sighed out. Powerless. It's my mom. Old ladies, that's better to deal with. Oh, your mom. I'm sorry, Minister G, you're busy first. I'll prepare some lunch for you to go. Oh, this time Han Qian is really run away. This is your mom's phone you said earlier. Ing thought it was a scumbag. Recalling what he said just now, Han Qian really want to give himself a slap in the face. In front of other people's daughters said to his mother 2 slaps and then hang up drenched in gasoline? So special. If his brain isn't eaten by a dog, it will be eaten by Ji Jing next time. This mom wants money from her daughter. Han Qian took out his cell phone and gave his mom a call, pouting into the phone. Mom, son, call you some money to spend. Mom still has money. Xiao Qian, don't always spend money outside. Mom has money. I went to show you a coat yesterday that was quite nice, but didn't buy it. Buy what to buy? To buy for yourself. You also change a cell phone. Your 3 masters do not use you that phone. You change the phone to give your to mom chant. Okay then. Han Qian stood in front of the window smoking cigarettes and making phone calls, unaware that Ji Jing was standing behind him. Listening to the mother and son of Han Qian's phone call, Ji Jing covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, quietly back to the office. Why? Chapter 104, Playing Games at Work. Han Qian did not find Ji Jing, who left behind him, and continued to chat with his mom about some family matters. And in the end, Qian's mom told Han Qian, money is something that anyone likes, but mom told you to take the money that you put in the work to earn, not from the good way, and if there's money that you can't refuse, find a way to disperse it, and do as you're told. I know. Only after his mom's repeated admonitions did Han Qian hang up the phone and not return to the planning department to bully Ji Jing. Saturday come to the company's people are to work overtime. Just Han Qian, such an alien in the various floors around, idle popping. Yan Qingqing received reports from various departments. The last phone call Han Qian called to the office. Tell Han Qian to either stay honestly in the office or go home. His choice. Han Qian chose to go home and then was rejected. Lazy in this and then break. Lying on the sofa playing Snake. A small worm hard to be Han Qian played into the boa. And finally in the screen cannot be loaded when he gave up. This play is not much fun. Put down the cell phone when Han Qian rememberedly aired this kid said the game. Sat up and looked to Yan Qingqing. Softly said, do you use a computer? If not, can I borrow it? Yan Qingqing was only slightly stunned, then stood up and took the documents to be handled on the table and walked over to the sofa and sat down. This will Yan Qingqing suddenly put on a pair of glasses, but still failed to hide her enchanting fox temperament, giving people a feeling of pure and lust. Han Qian did not pay too much attention to her, got up and ran around the sofa to Yan Qingqing's computer, sat down on the boss position and began to drum up, while studying the game while texting Li'er, asking how the game is going to be downloaded. Li'er directly over the phone. Han Qian's side does not need to speak. Li'er said a full 10 minutes. Han Qian drummed up understanding. Before hanging up the phone told Li'er he went in to see, followed by Li'er proposed to watch his brother-in-law wreak havoc on the boss. He definitely couldn't come. And then it took an hour for Han Qian to download the game, listening to Li'er say that it was a pirated version, and other than not being able to save, it didn't have much of an effect. Start the game. Under the rampage of the first boss fire demon Belial, Han Xian failed. Cannot be archived, will have to start from the beginning. This time Han Xian is more skillful, seriously playing the game. Now this game is not a pastime and entertainment, it is the goal. Must pass. Listening to Han Xian crackling on the keyboard, Yan Qingqing raised her head to remove her glasses and frowned. You're playing a game? No, it's a whole new challenge. After hearing this, Yan Qingqing no longer asked questions and continued to lower her head to deal with her work. She thought that Han Xian wouldn't be so bored to play games. That's something that only Qianwan, the girl, would do. She thought that he should be thinking of other plans. Thinking of this, Yan Qingqing couldn't help but reveal a smile as she stood up and walked out of the office, returning not long after with a pot of hot tea. She knew that Han Xian didn't like coffee, or that the guy is a bit of a cynic. A cup of hot tea was placed on the table as Yan Qingqing softly said, "You don't have to be so busy on Saturday. The business of the home plaza is completely enough for me to get a firm footing in glory. You're fine to rest more." Halfway through the words, Yan Qingqing's face changed, gritted her teeth and looked at Han Xian. Yan Qingqing saw the game screen from the middle of his eyes. She had to say that this woman's eyes were a little bit good. Or maybe Han Xian was too focused. Yan Qingqing went around the table to look at the game screen on the computer, and was suddenly shivering with anger. She's the general manager of the company, a handful of people, and she gives up her cozy desk to work at the coffee table and gives up her computer to this guy, and he ends up playing games here? At this moment, Han Xian was concentrating on attacking the second boss, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that Yan Qingqing had already appeared behind him. He had to admit that this game was really fun. Yan Qingqing took several breaths to suppress the anger in her heart, then bent down and blew a mouthful of hot air into Han Xian's ear. "Great General Han, is the game fun? Do you want my concubine to pound your legs again?" At this time, her hand had already touched the baseball bat under the table. If Han Xian dared to say yes, she would not hesitate to smash this computer. As for smashing Han Xian, she was still a little reluctant to do so. The result was a little bit different from what she expected, and even said that there was this heaven and earth difference in the difference. Han Xian didn't even return his head, letting go of the mouse and backhanding the head, blowing and sucking in his ear to push it away. Frowning, "Don't you mess up, I'll kill her in a minute." Instead of letting her pound her legs and immediately turning off the game, she gave Yan Qingqing the most unacceptable result: dislike and ignorance. Yan Qingqing got angry. A foot tucked in the power cord, the screen instantly black screen. Han Xian staggered at the dark computer screen, turned his head to look at Yan Qingqing, then got up and left. Yan Qingqing was shocked by Han Xian's appearance. Looking at Han Xian opened the office door. Yan Qingqing said angrily, "Han Xian, what are you doing?" Han Xian turned his head to look at Yan Qingqing with a few grudges and whispered, "I'm going back to the general department to play, and Sister Yang sure as hell isn't going to kick me in the computer cord. Remember, don't ask me for help if you have something to do in the future. Don't. Han D***, please stay." Yan decisively concede. In fact, Han Xian playing games, she did not have much resistance and anger. Just by this guy to ignore and dislike led her some annoyance. How to say that the sister is also a person to see people love. Flowers to see the flowers open, first-class beauty. How in your eyes is not as good as the computer in the toad has attraction it. Reopened the computer. In fact, Han Xian didn't want to go back to the general department to play, and it was troublesome to go back and re-download the game. Continue to start from the beginning. The first level is comfortable. Not to say that the eyes close through, but also almost. Doing repetitive things make Han Xian feel a little bored, while operating the characters in the game. "Mr. Yan, how much do you know about Big Mother Ji?" Yan Qingqing raised her head and frowned. "Han Xian, you're getting more and more concerned about Ji Jing. What? Do you have a crush on her? Do you want my sister to give you some monohydrate? She has a deep resistance to men, and courting is out of the question. Your bowl of vinegar will come later. I saw her take a call from his mother when I went to operations. I think she was arguing over money. She's underpaid? What? You're saying I'm jealous?" Yan Qingqing whooshed and stood up, and then took off her high heels to hit Han Xian's head. On Yan Qingqing move, Han Xian chose to ignore. Not to hide, okay? A hide, this will definitely throw the shoes over. Looking at Han Xian's calm appearance, Yan Qingqing didn't feel embarrassed at all as she threw her shoes to the side, incidentally allowing Han Xian to throw over the slippers in the drawer by hand. And after putting on a pair of pink slippers with rabbit ears, Yan Qingqing frowned and whispered, "Ji Jing's salary is quite a lot. After deducting the 5 insurance and other mess in hand, can have about 20,000. Just her life is not very good, carrying 3 bloodsuckers, but also met a scum and the scum of the male. I also just this year to know that her family has been looking for her to ask for money, each time the number of not small. As long as the Ji Jing does not give money to her parents, what words will be scolded her, and also threatened to come to the company to make a mess. The company's management team has been working hard to ensure the safety of the company's employees. Quite poor. You do not always bully her." The words fell. Yan Qingqing saw Han Xian stand up. Han Xian stood up and scratched his head, frowning. I can't beat this boss. Wait for me to come to the company tomorrow, the day after tomorrow to play again. I'm going to bully Big Auntie G for a while now. It's good to be idle. Bullying is always a bit addictive. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's slippers landed in Han Xian's arms, frowning angrily. Don't you go messing with him? Why don't you have any sympathy? Han Xian picked up his slippers, wrinkled his nose, and whispered, Mr. Yen, slippers and perfume? Your feet stink? Damn you, you're killing yourself, aren't you? Being sympathetic helps? Bye-bye. This time Yan Qingqing did not open her mouth to stop Han Xian. She felt that there was something in Han Xian's words. A lousy person who sells out. Han Xian, don't you see your biggest charm and your biggest problem? These words were uttered by Yan Qingqing with a sigh after Han Xian had left the office. Chapter 105 Against All Odds Auntie G. When Han Xian returned to the planning department carrying a box of dumplings in his hand, passing by the business department in the hands of Qin Shui, who let this guy mouth cheaply, asked Han Dexian. The result was that Han Xian was able to pass it off. Had one on the way over. Pork and celery. Ah, it's been a while since I've had this filling. There's a stupid who doesn't eat celery. When she walked into the office, Ji Jing was working, tapping away at something in front of the computer. Han Xian hemmed and hawed at Ji Jing, who was on the verge of tears when she saw him. The first time she was born powerless against a man. Alas, great General Han, just let my little girl go, will you? Han Xian sat across from Ji Jing and opened the lunchbox. The flavor of the dumplings filled between the two. Taking out a bit of vinegar, Han Xian took a bite of a dumpling and said vaguely, I don't have a place to eat. Sister Yang has gone home. All departments look at me as if they've seen a ghost. Auntie G, you busy yourself. I'll eat my food. Just pretend I don't exist. Ji Jing thought the same thing. To Han Xian she scolded useless. Beat useless. Cynical, still can't talk about him. Ji Jing wanted to cry. Why everyone is bullying her. Han Xian ate 2 dumplings and then satiated, staring at Ji Jing with one hand on his cheek. Ji Auntie is a beauty, although worse than warmth in Yan Qingqing, but does not affect the fact that she is a goddess in the slightest. Glory abounds in handsome men and women. How can Ji Jing ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5? In fact, what attracts people to Ji Jing won't be her looks, nor her temperament, but her temperament, from the time the two of them met to get along. And now, Ji Jing's temperament is clearly touched by Han Xian. Against all odds, she didn't have much subjective opinion. From the time Ji Jing changed her purple dress to come to the company, to the talk of going to the ground floor to eat, to the intimate acceptance when she bought clothes, she was the attribute of an aggravated child. Don't look at the surface of the reasonableness. It's all pretense. Of course Han Xian didn't like Ji Jing. Right now he didn't have the heart to like or pay attention to a woman. He has his purpose. Ji Jing was a bit flustered by Han Xian's look, and that was when her stomach started protesting indisputably, and Ji Jing instantly turned red and shouted at Han Xian, Haven't seen a pretty girl, have you? Han Xian laughed and pushed the dumplings towards Ji Jing, smiling, I've seen, but you're so stupid, my still the first time to see, so you are more interested in you. Gee big mom, how you did not wear that sportswear? Ah, the two of us can still be a pair of company, all indica envy of the couplet. Think about it, all think this is simply great. I'm afraid Mr. Yen will eat me. This time Ji Jing was not polite. Yesterday we all hugged together. What is there to be embarrassed about eating this one serving of dumplings? At the same time she didn't take Han Xian's words to heart. There were too many men who pursued her over the years and she had seen all kinds of men. She didn't see any lust in Han Xian's eyes. He was just talking and Ji Jing was just listening. Han Xian didn't say a word while Ji Jing was eating, but took the notebook over and put it on his lap to look at what Ji Jing had written. And at that moment, Han Xian frowned and opened his mouth with a few hints of dissatisfaction. Don't do your work if you don't have the heart to do it. What's this messed up report writing? 2 hours of hard work was ruthlessly deleted by Han Xian. Ji Jing glared at Han Xian. She wanted to go to grab the computer, but there were a few moments of weakness, and finally put all the unwillingness and humiliation on the dumplings. Han Xian crackled and typed. As Ji Jing finished her dumplings, Han Xian spoke up. I heard you met a scummy guy. Tell me how it was scummy and turned you into this? Mr. Yen told you? What can't we talk about as a mother? Talk about it. Oh, by the way, I was bored while downloading the game at Mr. Yan's place, and finished your report by the way. So what are you writing now? Han Xian put the computer on the table, looking at the screen full of big idiots. Big idiots. Ji Jing looked at Han Xian in dismay, did not get angry and did not laugh, just said that Han Xian is too childish, and then briefly gave Han Xian the matter of the scum. There's nothing that can't be said. The two also did not happen anything. Ji Jing on the university life met a man. That time her financial difficulties, the man's appearance to give her help. He is mature, stable, gentleman, very respectful of Ji Jing. Half a year without any physical contact. After graduation, Ji Jing is ready to hand himself over to the man's night. His cell phone forgot to lock the screen placed on the bed. he went to take a shower. Ji Jing was a little curious as she listened to the cell phone that kept making noises, and when she opened it she felt like a cutie. This man's cell phone had many women in the same situation as her, as well as a group chat with only 5 people in it, and these 5 men were sharing the fruits of their hunt. The girls' profiles, photos, and even videos were shared by them. She also saw a quote from the man she had fallen in love with in it. "I'll give you guys her contact info when I take this delicate flower." Ji Jing put on her clothes and left. On the street where it was raining torrentially she met Yen Qingqing. At that time Yen Qingqing had already gotten the investment funded by Lu Xingda. She needed to work hard to kill it out of all the cultivators or she would have to go and pay back Lu Xingda's funding for the past few years. And that's how the two met. Of course, Ji Jing just told Han Xian a rough idea. With Han Xian's head already guessed 8 or 9 men they go to show off their hunt, and even if they won't, they will go to brag to those around them if they meet a beautiful woman. Vanity. Han Xian just laughed after hearing this and didn't bother to dwell on the topic. Ji Jing's past didn't have much to do with him. Looking at the dumplings that had already been eaten up, Han Xian slapped his hand on his leg and shouted, "Ah, you're so good at eating. I haven't even eaten yet." This sentence almost let Ji Jing find a crack in the ground, lowered his head and stood up and said he wanted to go to buy another one for Han Xian. Han Xian did not stop. Let Ji Jing go to buy dumplings. This time Han Xian waited for an hour. Ji Jing came back when it was already 3 o'clock. Looking at Ji Jing's panting appearance, Han Xian suddenly laughed. "Actually, I ate at lunch. I just wanted to bully you." Ji Jing was struck by lightning, stood dumbfounded. Slowly tears slipped in her eyes. Her parents bullied her at home. Gao Fulfillment bullied her in the morning meeting, and now Han Xian was also bullying her. Why? Han Xian stood up and walked up to grab the dumplings from Ji Jing's hand and threw them into the trash can. Ji Jing looked at Han Xian with unbelievable eyes. She didn't think he would do that. She didn't drive and didn't stop for a moment to buy dumplings. Han Xian didn't comfort her or bother to apologize, and faintly said, "Buy a drink." Ji Jing wiped her tears and turned around to leave. At this time, Han Xian's face changed. He had never been so angry, and opened his mouth to roar at Ji Jing's back. "Don't you know what ing resistance is? Are you a ing puppet, being led around?" The angry roar caused Ji Jing's body to stiffen in place, slowly turning her head to look at Han Xian. "Pearly, I don't dare. She'll come to the office and make trouble. She'll force me to marry. Ji Jing understood. She understood everything at this moment. From the moment Han Xian re-enters the place he's been giving her a hard time, deleting her reports, calling her a loser, forcing her to reveal her past, to get dumplings, to get drinks. She understands everything. If she had refused just now, Han Xian wouldn't even have burst out and continued to make things difficult for her. But Ji Jing did not dare to do so, and she did not want to. She wanted to fight all the grievances, all the difficulties alone, not to fall in love, not to meet new friends. She did not want to involve anyone. Han Xian looked at Ji Jing angrily and took a deep breath. "Go on, get 2 bottles of water." This time Ji Jing still didn't refuse. Chapter 106, Han Xian's brain. Mr. Yan's buttocks. Yen Qingqing came. She was still a little worried about Ji Jing. Looking at the dumplings that were thrown inside the garbage can, looking at the 2 bottles of drinks on the table all laid out in front of Han Xian, Ji Jing stood choking on the side like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Yen Qingqing took a deep breath and walked up and took a deep breath. "Han Xian, it's fine for you to ing bully me, but it's not okay for you to bully Ji Jing." Angry Yen Qingqing had already pounced on Han Xian. Han Xian turned his chair and opened his arms, squinting in a smile. As a result, the next second he covered his head and squatted on the ground. Ji Jing was busy to go forward and pull Yen Qingqing, choking. "Qingqing, Han Xian didn't bully me." Wow. Yen Qingqing's concern and anger makes Ji Jing unable to hold back the aggression in her heart and let out a loud cry. Yen Qingqing puts Ji Jing in her arms and looks at Han Xian with angry eyes, while at this moment, Han Xian is also looking at Yen Qingqing with anger. The next second he gets up and slaps Yen Qingqing's arse with a hard slap. "That's a nice back mound." This one stirred up a hornet's nest. Han Xian was pressed down on the desk by Yen Qingqing, one hand pressing on Han Xian's face while Han Xian's hand pushed on her chin, their other hands interlocked with 10 fingers. "Fight, Han Xian. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your name. I won't ing marry you to keep you out of my family tree." Ji Jing at the side of the constant appeasement, constantly explaining. After a full 10 minutes, the stalemate between the 2 people before the end. Yen Qingqing finishing the skirt, flinging her hair without the slightest trace of apology to open her mouth. "I'm sorry, it's okay, and I have no intention of forgiving you." Looking at the 2 people are going to do it. Ji Jing stood in the middle of them. Han Xian opened the drink gulp, a mouthful of half a bottle. Yen Qingqing went to get another bottle of Han Xian quickly opened a mouthful of a face of complacency looking at Yen Qingqing. The result is that he still underestimated the Yen Qingqing. This has no inhibitions at all to open her mouth to drink. Han Xian's mouth is cheap and asks Yen Qingqing if this is considered indirect kissing. Then Yen Qingqing Qingqing asks Han Xian if he wants to not have this indirect. Han Xian decisively surrenders. The pugnacity of this was not something he could afford. It's time to change the subject. Auntie G, how much do you pay your family a month? 15,000 or so. $5,000 goes to rent. Do you eat dirt? Han Xian, if you can talk, talk. If you can't talk, shut up. Yan Qingqing, do you want to fight? See you tomorrow at the boxing gym? Sister set the location. Han Xian and Yan Qingqing argued again. Han Xian no longer pay attention to Yan Qingqing. Again asked about Ji Jing's things. The result is that Yan Qingqing answer. Ji Jing has a brother, has 33, is not married. Idle nibbling live. Her parents used to go to work. Since they know that the Ji Jing can take 20,000 salary per month to live on all the resignation at home, waiting for the Ji Jing to feed the family. If the savings point can be accepted, her brother big hand, chiseling, guilty of going in once. Ji Jing lost 80,000. Inside and outside spent 100,000 to fish people out. This money is Ji Jing in the hands of Yan Qingqing borrowed. And then these three people are looking for all kinds of reasons to ask for money. This year is even more direct. Every month when the quarterly payroll call will also come as promised. Han Xian scratched his head and frowned. How about breaking his legs and keeping him in bed? This will save some money. Qingqing, what's the date of our company's paycheck? Don't call me green. Hong hong ah. What date does our company pay wages? You 13. Yan Qingqing was unable to do anything with Han Xian. Han Xian to Yan Qingqing, hee smile. This woman were not bad. The only point of good. That is, how the two people talk about how she does not take the identity of the pressure. And then Yan Qingqing threatened Han Xian. And then called once Qingqing deducted 10,000. Called once red legs broken. I'm sorry. Forget I said it. There's nothing wrong with this. Han Xian cocked his head and looked at Ji Jing, puzzled. Isn't it still a few days before we get paid? How come it's early this time? Your mom learned how to speed up a train. 2. I don't blame Yan Qingqing for hitting Han Xian. His mouth really isn't a normal. Ji Jing also glared at Han Xian, then powerlessly said, it's my brother got a date. They said they want to buy a building in the city, not less than 100 square feet. The city house is more than 6,000 a square foot. You can't get a loan. They want me to sell the car and get them another $200,000. You can't sell the car even if the loan is still outstanding. Can you? Didn't you explain it to her? Didn't you listen? Ji Jing nodded. Han Xian could not figure out how there could be such parents in the world. Other people's children are working outside, to care about it is too late. This guy can be good. Usually a phone call, do not care about it. A phone call to ask for money. What the hell is this? At this time, Han Xian saw the cell phone on Ji Jing's desk, and he suddenly thought of something, tilting his head and asking with a few skeptical tones, you're giving her 15,000 a month and not saving up? And this cell phone of yours, don't tell me this thing is an antique. It's left over from my mom. Oops. Han Xian covered his head again. He took back that sentence just now. They are not a thing. Not a thing at all. No wonder Ji Jing doesn't change her clothes as often as Yan Lan does. And when she goes to the mall, she will promise to take pictures and give away her clothes. She's doing it so hard as a daughter. Hey, Han Xian sighed. Is your family in a nearby city too? Can I please have Guan Daogo make a trip over there to get the object yellowed first? And won't she not want the money? The words were followed by Yan Qingqing pointing at the tip of her nose and cursing. Are you a pig brain? If Guan Dagu goes, his mom will know that it's what Ji Jing said. What if he comes to the company to make trouble then? Your brain is so good. Can you think of something normal? Han Xian also got angry and stood up angrily. Then what the hell do you think? You tell me to think of something and then you scold me? Yan Qingqing, can you have some face? Great General Han. My concubine knows she's wrong. Kneel down and kowtow both. Yan Qingqing was about to storm out again. Han Xian hurried to see the good things. At this time the cell phone suddenly rang. Guan Juwenbiao? Guan Juwenbiao? Why is this guy calling at this time? Han Xian made a silent gesture to Yan Qingqing, and laughed aloud after answering the phone. Brother Guan, Brother Han. Ha ha ha, is Brother Han busy? Let's set up a place to meet later. Oops, today may not be possible. I will be working overtime at the company. Mr. Yan is right beside me. I can't leave. As Han Xian's words fell, Yan Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth and shouted angrily. Han Xian, you suggested to give 2 snap money first, I promise. Today you must work overtime at the company. I believe in you. It doesn't mean I believe in everyone. If something goes wrong at the mall, you're just going to sell your kidney to make it up to me. Yan Qingqing's angry shout was clearly heard by Guan Daogo, and then 2 Snap's voice came from the other side of the phone. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yan is indeed Mr. Yan, Diaozi, since the child's uncle is busy you can make an appointment for another day. As the phone hung up, Yan Qingqing looked at Han Xian with a gossipy face and whispered, what does Guan Juwenbiao want with you? Han Xian frowned and shook his head in a deep voice. It shouldn't be a bad thing. I'm guessing it should be an unseen people thing. I'm going home first. I'll see you on Monday at Quartermaster's if you need it. Need. This time Ji Jing didn't hesitate. Not the slightest bit of hesitation. Hearing these two words firmly, Han Qian smiled. That's right. Remember to bring me dumplings on Tuesday. Delusional. Bye. See you Monday. Out the door Han Qian put away his smile. What could Guan de Guo want with him? Chapter 107 I'll be damned. Returning to his lair, Han Qian took a deep breath with his eyes closed as he walked through the door. This is definitely not my house. I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, I'm in the wrong place. Little white wolf, I'm done with you. The first few days will go home every day. Have not felt out of the home mess. The next day and then come back. Han Qian do not want to go inside. The warmth of the morning should be back. The sofa thrown on the clothes she changed out of. Snack bags on the coffee table. Crooked thrown at the door of the shoes. And the table is also placed on a couple of unbrushed bowls. After changing his clothes, Han Qian took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Warmth. Little white wolf, you'd better get your ass back here after I've lost my temper. Warmth, who was in the meeting, looked at the text message and her face instantly became embarrassed. Lin Zongheng shouted several times in a row but she ignored it, and now she only had one thought in her mind. It's over. Han Qian's cleanliness is off the charts. She thinks Han Qian's cleanliness is a disease. This man is too clean. As for Lin Zongheng, he was unimportant. Han Qian with a mask, hands rubber gloves, the clothes that should be washed have been thrown into the washing machine. Drying clothes are also folded and placed in the two of them in their respective rooms. Brushing the dishes, Han Qian kneeling on the floor with a rag to wipe the floor. This stubborn guy never used a mop. He resented the mop for not being clean. The first two floors were wiped for a total of half an hour. And finally the warm room. When Han Qian stood up he felt like his waist was going to break. Looking at the warm bed, Han Qian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then pulled off the sheets and covers, and then his sheets. The laundry was taken out of the washing machine and washed by hand in a tub to avoid suds. Then the sheets were thrown inside the washing machine and another 4-piece set was taken out to make the beds in both bedrooms. Busy finished already almost 6 o'clock. Looking at the new bedroom. Floor tiles can be used as a mirror of the living room. A little wrinkles are not sofa. Han Qian smiled. This is a comfortable house to live in. At 5:45, Warmth opened the door to her room on time. The moment she opened the door, she saw Han Qian sitting on the floor tiles in the living room glaring at her. Warmth's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and softly spoke. Brother Qian, you're back so early today. If you don't come back earlier, how can we still live in this house? Warmth, I'm not talking about you. Why don't you know how to be cleaner? Why don't you know how to clean up a bit? You're living comfortably in this pigsty, right? I finally know why mom won't let you live by yourself. She's afraid you'll make yourself into a mud person. Han Qian did not have the good breath of a good meal of ridicule. The warmth of the whole is not in the heart. Lifting the bag in the hand while Han Qian shook, playfully. Brother Qian, I've brought you something delicious. Wait, I'll go cook right now. Looking at the warmth to enter the kitchen, Han Qian as if a cheetah rushed towards the warmth. The speed is too fast did not break. Directly pressed the warmth in the kitchen door. This moment Han Qian's lips from the warmth of the tip of the nose is only 0.01 inch. Warmth froze, then gave Han Qian a gentle peck on the face. This time Han Qian was not calm, and took 2 steps back to wipe his face in disgust. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? You, oops, side by side. The sudden attack of warmth flustered Han Qian. The eloquent Han Qian suddenly stuttered. The warmth narrowed his eyes and bent over to look at Han Qian from the bottom up. This time Han Qian's face instantly turned red, pushed the warmth to let her go to change clothes. Don't make a mess here. And then he walked into the kitchen. Then warmth in the living room heard Han Qian's laughter inside the kitchen, muttered a silly remark in a low voice, and then went to the doorway's hanger to take out his wallet from Han Qian's clothes and quietly stuffed $2,000 into it. Warm understanding of Han Qian. The drawer of the money he will never touch. When the money is just angry words, he is serious. He is willing to spend money on the errand, but they are very harsh. Warm Han Qian do not want to do this. Take $2,000 in emergency. He is the old man did not understand the online payment. Hey, he's so stupid. Not 10 minutes later, Warmth shouted petulantly from the second floor. Hankin, where are my pajamas? Han Qian returned from the kitchen with his apron tied and spatula in hand. Left closet. Hankin, where's my underwear? Inside the center right drawer. Han Qian, under the towels in the second floor bathroom. Warmth understood Han Qian, and Han Qian understood Warmth. Warm in the second floor bathroom towels found under the hair tie. Warm wearing pajama slippers all the way into the kitchen. Hands behind the back of the tiptoe gently looked at the pot of noodles in the dish. Whispered mutter put some pepper. Put some pepper. Words fell. See Han Qian did not respond. She grabbed a handful of dried chili pepper thrown to the pot inside. A moment of the kitchen choking cannot be stayed. In front of the sink, Han Qian grabbed the hand of Warmth to wash her hands. Warmth in tears. This stupid child rubbed her eyes with the hand that grabbed the chili pepper. This will be painful and constantly grunting. Washed her hands. Han told her that she could wash her face. As for put chili pepper, the dish was Han Chen dumped. Although some pity, but no way. He cannot eat spicy. Warm is another dish and love to eat. Eat after the disease. Dinner is only one dish and one soup. Warm dare not picky food anymore. This will be her eyes are still a little red. During the meal, Han Xian said the matter of Ji Jing to Warm. Missy was very puzzled when she heard about this matter. Is there such a family? Is a son and a daughter a tool to make money? This kind of patriarchal family still exists? Han Xian sighed as he held his rice bowl. Not exist. And there are many. Including my hometown there are many. Say my great aunt, you should not have seen. She has 4 daughters, is to want a boy. 2 uncles family 2 daughters. Finally was born a boy. I'm this cousin is also not good. Steal what is not good to steal fire extinguishers. Finally my uncle sold 7 cows also sentenced to 2 years. Hey, his year's clothing, food, housing and transportation are my 2 cousins in the supply. He does not want money, but to give him a cell phone to my cousin to send. I feel that the girl is quite good. No to take care of the family. The boy married and do not recognize mom and dad. Don't. It's about people and not about marriage. I care more about mom and dad than you do when we get married, right? To put it bluntly, it's because of money. Money can solve a lot of family conflicts. No money it's wrong to breathe. Are you going to help Ji Jing? Mr. Han Qian, do you still feel that you don't have enough peach blossoms? As he spoke, Warmth clamped a piece of pancetta in Han Qian's bowl, and Han Qian grilled his rice vaguely. Where am I a peach? Don't be ridiculous. Doesn't Yan Qingqing count? Don't mention her. We both got into a fight at work today. Pust. Warm look at Han Qian huffing and puffing look would like to laugh, and did not dwell too much on this matter. For Yan Qingqing on Han Qian excessive concern Warm heart never go to blame Han Qian. Mouth is mouth. Excellent man will certainly encounter such a suitor. This is inevitable and unavoidable. After eating a bowl of rice Han Qian put down the bowl and sighed as he served a bowl of soup. I want to help Ji Jing. Inside the company we have a pretty good relationship. Her life is already bad. When it comes to the company to make a mess and lose her job, her life may be about to lose its light. I can't save everyone in the world, but I always can't help but want to help those around me when they are in trouble. Oh, you don't object? Why do you object? Your character is like this. I oppose you will not listen. Why go to find that trouble? Now we two live under one roof. Or that the first few years of time, I have never been too much to limit your freedom. I feel that 2 people living together do not have to force one of them to live according to the life of the other. Acquaintance or love or cohabitation. The 2 are not each other? It's hard to get ivory out of a dog's mouth. Warmth skimmed his mouth and grunted, with a look of sister not bothering with you. And after the meal, Warmth took the initiative to help wash the dishes. The 2 stood by the sink. Warm washed the dishes, and Han Qian was in charge of setting them up. Han Chen. Oh, Han Chen. Aha. Han Chen. I'm not blind. Warmth always yells at Han Qian every time she washes a bowl and hands it to him. After a few Han Qian starts to resist. This time Warmth owes and the result is still the same. Han Chen. Han Chen. Even if Han Qian didn't open her mouth she would still call out his name. In the evening, Han Qian looked at his back in the mirror when he took a shower. The wound was starting to lessen, and when he returned to bed and hugged his pillow to study the backstory of Ghostbusters 4, Warmth pushed it away and threw the pillow onto the tatami, and in less than a minute came over clutching the quilt. Go a little that way, new sheets my color I don't like. I'll sleep here today. I'll go to your room then. Words fell. Han Qian is about to get up. Warm lying in the tatami bed whispered, I have a cleanliness problem. Han Qian was immediately furious. I shucks. Chapter 108 Filth. Warm weekend. Warm went to the company to work overtime. Listen to the meaning of the Warm words. The company is nothing important. It is Lin Zongheng in the appearance of going out and asked Han Qian to use the car. If she used the car, if she threw the car at home. Han Qian shook his head and said that he was going to rest at home today. After breakfast Han Qian back to the second floor ready to sleep a little more. Just lay down not much a while. Was woken up by the phone noise. A day cannot stop. Li Air on the phone to ask Han Qian whether there is no pass. The weekend to study together. Han Qian did not promise this child. Once he was glued to him. This day will not have to do anything. Promising to be together next week. It didn't take long to hang up the phone and be woken up again. Walking out of the unit door looking at the hazy sky, Han Qian feels like it's going to rain. It just so happens that at this time Li Jiawei and little Tu Kuan, the 2 children went home to eat lunch. The 2 children are very enthusiastic about this little uncle. Han Qian did not meet with them outside. Let Li Jiawei go to get him an umbrella. He wants to go out. Half an hour later, Middle Street bumper cooler cold drinks. Han Xian didn't quite understand how Guan Big Dog made an appointment at this place. It's full of 17 and 18-year-old kids, and he's not afraid of scaring people, calling 2 days in a row. Han Xian couldn't figure out what Guan Big Dog was up to. Everything that needs to be done has been done, and there's nothing left to do. What does this guy want with his ghost? When Han Xian was puzzled, Guan Ju and Biao came over with 2 cups of cold drinks, and Han Xian looked at Guan Big Dog and asked jokingly when he would dye his hair red, and the guy laughed and said that he didn't dare to do so. It was too flashy. A plaid shirt with big shorts, a gold chain around his neck, a tattooed flower arm, and this guy knows he's too flashy? 2 big men sitting here to eat ice cream. This picture always feels so a little bit strange. Han Xian asked Guan Big Dog wanna find a place to eat a meal. Guan Ju and Biao first nodded, then shook his head, put the black plastic bag carried in his hand on the table, pushed Han Xian. Han Xian opened it and glanced at it, frowning slightly as he said softly, "What? Boss 2 is being generous again? Because of Li Air, there's no way for me to take over your business, and besides, I don't know much about this, so forget about this money. 100,000, neat and tidy." Although Han Xian was short of money, he confiscated it. Guan Ju and Biao shook his head with a bitter smile and pushed the money back to Han Xian again, laughing bitterly. "Brother Han, this money has nothing to do with my master's business. Don't forget that Lin Zonghun gave me 100,000. This matter was known by my master yesterday. He slapped me twice and scolded me fiercely. I was indeed blinded by money. I borrowed this money at the hands of my master. Please accept it. I've befriended Brother Han, and for the sake of Han Xian's safety, this money I definitely won't go and return it to Lin Zonghun." So, Han Xian had a smile on his lips and laughed lightly. No regrets? 100,000 isn't a small amount. Boss 2 won't earn much from this transformation. Maybe I'll regret it tomorrow, but it hurts in my heart. Otherwise I always feel like I owe you something, and I can't be your little brother. Han Xian took the plastic bag from the table and told Guan Ju and Biao to find a place to have a bite of lunch. He'd treat. The 2 of them walked to the parking lot on Middle Street with a tacit understanding. Han Xian looked at Guan Ju and Biao, who did the same, and then spoke in unison. "Where's your car? Where's your car?" Such a tacit understanding caused both of them to smile at the same time. And then in unison, they said again, "I'm not open. The car wasn't home. In that case can only take a taxi." The 2 men's destination is very unified. The train station next to the snack department. Very simple earth room kind. Get off. The Han Xian took out his wallet to check out only to find that the wallet was filled. Is this pocket money? Han Xian also do not know why this idea will come up. Walked into the small restaurant. It is very lively, almost full of customers. This boss seems to be very familiar with Guan Ju and Biao. Shouted Piaozi casually, "Find a place to sit." He to arrange. There is no signboard in the small restaurant. Most of the people who come to eat in this are some migrant workers. Han Xian looked at a plate of dishes being served on the table. This plate is not small. While waiting, Guan de Dog went to help with the math. The boss's wife is a big sister. No use to order food. A plate on the table. Copper pot of sauerkraut stewed pork, a plate of roasted eggplant, a plate of braised pork and a plate of cold endive. The boss's wife asked Guan Ju and Biao jocularly, this year more than 10 years old, how to still dress like a child. Guan Ju and Biao laughed and said that 18. Cold beer with hot sauerkraut. Han Xian asked with a smile. Familiar? Guan Ju and Biao to the bottle. A mouthful is half a bottle. Burped and laughed. 14 or 15 when there is no place to eat. My mother who has never met ran away with someone. Just know that drinking and gambling father married a young lady. I was kicked out of the house, almost starved to death when I met Auntie Sun, help wash the dishes, clean up the table, stayed for 2 years, a month to give me $300 for pocket money. At that time it was very chaotic here. Where is the surveillance? After the fight alarms can come out half an hour, that is considered fast. The police can come out in half an hour after the fight is considered fast. Han Xian took a bite of the braised pork, which was soft and sweet and melted in his mouth, and smiled at Guan Ju and Biao again. Don't say there was a disturbance, you got into a fight. You're really right. Come here drunk and disorderly is my current master. Then small, more impulsive. Also do not know where to learn from the catch the thief first. Holding a kitchen knife rushed to my master at that time's big brother on the chopping. The result was almost killed. Auntie Sun to them, kneel down, I survived. The next day, asked me if I wanted to revenge. The next day my master came and asked me if I wanted to take revenge. Of course I wanted to. A month later, I followed my master's side. Almost 20 years. 2 Snapdragon took out his big brother. This is not a surprise. Those who walk their path either give people a lifetime of dog, or a little more ruthless to raise their own dogs. In Han Xian drink the second bottle. Guan Big Dog suddenly mysteriously told Han Xian, Aunt Sun's daughter is my secretly adopted mistress. Bah, what the kind of person are you? She's blind. I'm paying her 10,000 a month. I bought her a suite downtown in her name, 120 square feet, elevator high rise, hired 2 nannies to take care of her, and my master is looking for the right corneas for me. and when that day comes, she'll be free. Han Qian did not speak. He did not know Guan Degu this is considered sideways to gratitude. $10,000 a month is already quite a lot. Guan Degu's money is all earned by walking the tightrope. Perhaps this is gratitude. The two clinked glasses and drank the second bottle. Then Han Qian laughed and asked Guan Degu if he had gotten married yet. And Guan Degu smiled and nodded. Tied the knot. Same as my father. Married a windbag. Gave me children. She knew about anything I did outside the house and about my pack. Never asked. Don't dare? It's not that she doesn't dare. She understands my nature, and she'll shut me out all night when I'm drunk to keep me from going in and bothering the kids, and she'll fight with me over trifles, but not once over this. What the hell is this? Are women so generous nowadays? This idea was instantly rejected by Han Qian. This is not generosity, but understanding. Understanding. Guan De Dog is making amends to this lover. His heart is still at home. In his children. 6 bottles of beer down. Han Qian's words have become more. He and Guan Degu said about Ji Jing. Did not mention words. Ever since he knew about this matter he had a hard time trying to understand it. Aren't parents all heartbroken about their children? How could there be such a family? Guan Juanbiao closed his eyes and sighed after hearing this. Then laughed. Brother Han, you see the bright side of the world. You see too little of the dark things, and it just so happens that I've seen all the darkness. 2 years ago, a similar thing happened over at our debt company. The little girl came to borrow $80,000. No collateral, she had nothing but a work address. And the little girl knelt down in front of me and hugged my legs and begged me, saying that she was still a yellow flower big girl. She is willing to give me as a mistress, as long as $80,000. She used her whole life to pay it back. Egu, the ravishing. And what happened? Han Qian once again opened a bottle of beer and placed it in front of Guan Degu, who took out his cigarettes and handed them to Han Qian and lit them up, spitting out a breath and baring his teeth and laughing. It didn't work out. She killed herself. I didn't promise her to be my mistress. The little girl is only 21 years old. Her father asked her to prepare the bride price for his 19-year-old brother. Rural area, 80,000 yuan. If not, marry her to the village child bachelor. Take her bride price to her brother-in-law. That bachelor has 40 years old. Can do her father. Guan Degu is not a good person, but my heart is also meat long. I gave her to take 30,000. Told her that this money do not have to calculate the interest. Send it home to come here to work, for food and housing without pay. 15 months to clear the account. But unfortunately, she went back and then has not been back. Run away? Nope. She still married someone. The same 40-year-old bachelor who hung himself on the night of his wedding. Han, you say if that's a ed-up life. Han Qian sighed and took a big drag on his cigarette. What the kind of parents are these? Guan Degu once again took out a cigarette and lit it. Continuing. Turns out that old bachelor didn't even spare the body. Ha! He begged me so hard to let him go. I asked him, did she beg you? He hesitated. That's when I understood everything. Chopped off his lifeblood, chopped off 2 of the girls his father's fingers, and I told him, this bit of old man $30,000 for it. How much older than my missy is she? My missy's perception of money is pretty much just numbers. What about her? The more Guan Degu spoke, the more angry he became, raising his beer, and Han Qian raised his bottle at the same time. Ding! 2 cases of beer. 2 men. In the end, Guan De Dog lay on the table and cried like a baby. Han Qian is not comforted, and he hears Ji Jing's words about his mom telling her to marry someone. Ed-up life. Dirty world. Chapter 109, Under One Roof? 3 people? Guan De Dog was sent back by Han Qian. In 2 Snap's office, the 2 guys were lying on the sofa sleeping in the dark. 2 Snap stood beside the sofa and looked at the 2 rotten drunk guys. Slightly headache. These 2 guys came back when it was more than 2 o'clock, almost 3 o'clock, and now it's almost dark outside. And then sleep like this. Biao is fine, just let him sleep here. But what about this Han Qian? The ex-husband of the vice president of Smooth Win and the wise man beside the general manager of Glory. If he said that he slept in his place for a night and said that he was drunk, who would believe him? 2 Snapdragon took out his cell phone in Han Qian's pocket, and at the same time, he also saw the plastic bag wrapped around Han Qian's hand and neck. Remembering that this guy swindled away $130,000 in his hand, 2 Snapdragon felt a little comfortable. Made a call to Warm. Vice President 1, your ex-husband fell asleep in my 2 Snap here. Come and get it? After the phone hung up, 2 Snap made another call to Yin Qingqing. Ha, Mr. Yen your wise man is sleeping in my office right now. Seems to be drunk. Come over to pick up? Then 2 Snap sat in his boss chair expecting these 2 women to show up. Get comfy. Get comfy. It is also fortunate that 2 Snap only knows Warmth and Yin Qingqing phone number. Warmth's number is in the phone book. As for Yin Qingqing is 2 Snap knows. 6:40 p.m. The 2 women appeared in 2 Snapdragon's office. Looking at the royally drunk Han Qian and Guan Juanbiao, Yin Qingqing looked at 2 Snapdragon and coldly said, you dunked it? Boss 2. I want us to work well together, not you bullying my glorious meritocracy. Warmth's face was equally ugly, and he opened his mouth in the same icy manner. Two Snap. You're good, getting my man drunk. Warmth is not afraid of Two Snapdragon at all. Her family background is just enough to steadily restrain this black boss. Yan Xingqing, on the other hand, looked at Warmth with cold eyes. Your man? Warmth frowned. If it wasn't yours, we do have a marriage license. Two Snap smiled and laughed as he smoked his cigar. The two of you may have misunderstood. The child his uncle is in Piaozi in the outside drink. As for drink after, why not go home? Do not give you two call. Well, you two should think about it rather than come to ask me to Primrose. Take away? Do not take away my words. I let people sent to my bath to go. We're the woman to know how to serve men more than the two of you. I can't handle you two girls? Yan Xingqing and Warmth snorted coldly at the same time. One on the left and one on the right set up Han Qian. As for the plastic bag in Han Qian's hand has been taken away by Two Snap, and will be sent to him tomorrow. Two Snap watched along with the window. Han Qian, this excellent man should make these two women fight for jealousy and scramble to take it away. The results surprised him a bit. Han Qian was disliked. Yan Xingqing handed Han Qian over to Warmth alone and said in a cold voice, take care of your ex-husband. You take care of yourself. Sister won't serve. Warmth frowned as it was a bit laborious to assist Han Qian alone. How am I going to get him back alone? Yan Xingqing, you're his boss. Don't you want to be responsible for the safety of your employees? Is it possible to let him sleep here for a night? Me? I'm not married yet. What's wrong with me bringing him home? Who asked you to take him home? I asked you to help me get him back to his house. And then you took advantage of the situation and scourged Han Qian while he was drunk? Then I don't want it either. Han Qian sat on the street teeth with his head down. Now he no one wants. Two people seem to be like in the same gambling, holding the arms standing aside. The mouth said no matter what, the heart is still can't let go of. The two women in the fight but the bitter Han Qian. Han Qian murmured dreamily, water, mom, water. Perhaps it is the mother who comes to mind when one is most vulnerable and in need of help. Yan Xingqing and Warmth walked to their cars at the same time. Two bottles of water appeared in front of Han Qian. Warmth was the first to put down the water, assisted Han Qian so that he could sit up straight, which was also equivalent to lying down in her arms, and Yan Xingqing tenderly fed the water to Han Qian. After drinking the water, Han Qian opened his eyes in a daze, and what entered his eyes was Yan Xingqing, who grinned. Hong hong. Yan Xingqing almost stormed out to drench a bottle of water on Han Qian's head, and Warmth gently bumped against Han Qian's head, who didn't feel much and fell asleep again. He really can't drink. In the end, Han Qian still got into the warm car, and Yan Xingqing threw the car keys to the little brother who had been beside him, ready to help, and told him to tell Two Snap to send the car to the company tomorrow. Han Qian sitting in the back seat pillow in Yan Xingqing's stocking legs, Warm driving constantly along the rearview mirror looking at Han Qian, a glance of two eyes okay, which has been looking at let Yan Xingqing cannot help it, open the mouth of anger. Can you drive properly? He's drunk like this. Can it kill you to drink that bowl of vinegar later? I don't know what kind of crazy he's smoking. How much did he drink? I'm not a good driver? Then why don't you drive Hankin in a Raptor? How are we both going to put him in that ing tall car? You have a red light. Red light. Red light. I know. Don't yell Yen Fox. Warmth stopped arguing with Yan Xingqing, and she ran a red light back to the neighborhood when the sky has been completely dark, and then Yan Xingqing and the doorman argued. The reason is why the car cannot drive in. The doorman's boss is very stubborn, told Yan Xingqing again dare to curse. He will lie on the ground shouting heartache. Warmth shouted for Yan Xingqing to come over and help. Two women driving a man, two goddesses to be exact, walked into the neighborhood when the children playing ball just ready to go home. This time they were once again stimulated by Han Qian. Last time it would be this long-legged cold beauty sister accompanied this guy to play ball. After that it was this dodgy sister drove to pick him up, and now these two goddesses together to assist him? How charming is he? Back home, Han Qian was thrown in the guest room. The second floor was really not accessible. Yan Xingqing looked at the sleeping Han Qian and wondered, why isn't he moving in his sleep? Is he dead? Warmth sat on the edge of the bed shaking her sore arms in disgust. That's all. Sometimes I worry that he's suddenly going to die and have to get up and look around. Get up and take a look? Yan Xingqing was a bit unsettled, stuttering and opening her mouth. You guys, sleep together? Warmth suddenly laughed at this, shyly nodding, and then Yan Xingqing was not calm anymore, getting into bed and lying beside Han Qian, looking at Warmth with a wary face. Seriously, I know what you say is true, but I can be sure you're still a virgin. So, I'm going to be here tonight, and I can't have you raping my glorious meritocracy. It would traumatize him so much. Yan Xingqing, are you sick? This is my house. You get out. No out. This is the house Hankin rented and you're just a tenant. Plus I'm not driving and I'm scared. You unclench your fox paws and don't get horny here. Where's your hand? What's with you holding Han Xian's hand? You're divorced. The two women who do not back down. Just in the guest room stalemate. Has been stalemated for more than 2 hours. Yan Qingqing some cannot bear. Open mouth to ask Han Xian's room where she is going to sleep. This woman is not at all see the outside world. The result is that she was warm sent to her room. She does not want to let Yan Qingqing this fox lying in Han Xian's bed. Midnight. The doors of the 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor were opened at the same time. Warmth looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing looked at Warmth. The 2 women said in unison that they were going to the toilet. And then neither of the 2 women moved. And Warmth squinted at Yan Qingqing and smiled. You go ahead. I'll take the 1st floor. Yan Qingqing smiled charmingly. There's no rush. Let me go to the 1st floor. I'm worried that Han Xian is thirsty in the middle of the night. I just went to bring the water. Bah! You haven't been out of the house since my sister has been up. Han Xian on the 1st floor had already woken up from his sleep, and listening to the conversation between the 2 women on the 2nd floor, he covered his head with the quilt and clenched his back teeth in anger. Too prima. Your grandma. Chapter 110, I'm her man. Dawn. But Han Xian didn't want to get up, and in the end he had to face reality because he couldn't hold it in. Toilet. Han Xian dawdled inside and couldn't come out. The 2 women had gotten up, taking several deep breaths one after another. Han Xian opened his mouth and smiled at the 2 women. Wake up. What do you want to eat in the morning? Yan Qingqing, who was combing her hair in the mirror, didn't even look at Han Xian, and Warmth, who was sitting on the sofa drinking milk, spoke up. Yan Fox, you be careful. Hair falling on the ground. Han Xian will play with you. It's okay. My sister doesn't lose her hair and worry about wrinkles. They chose to ignore Han Xian. Han Xian also do not ask for fun. Go to the kitchen to boil porridge. Prepare breakfast. Yesterday how to leave the restaurant when he forgot. Good in the morning. Guan Big Dog sent him a message. Said that the money is at his place. Send over in the afternoon. Millet porridge, hard-boiled eggs, some pickles from mom. Breakfast wasn't exactly plentiful. Yan Qingqing sipped the porridge in small bites. Han Xian just dialed an egg. Yan Qingqing directly reached out and snatched it. And then Han Xian saw Warmth staring at her with a murderous gaze. Han Xian dialed another one. Yan Qingqing was slow to strike this time. And Warmth bit the egg angrily. You're not afraid of choking to death either. Han Xian, I don't have time to ask you about yesterday's events now. Come back at night. You better explain to me how you drank so much wine with Guan Juanbiao. How much alcohol can you own? Heart is not clear. Han Xian silently stretched out 2 fingers, and Yan Qingqing laughed at this. 2 boxes? Not bad. 2 bottles. Listening to Han Xian's weak reply, Yan Qingqing is too lazy to talk to this guy again. A big man can drink 2 bottles of beer? After breakfast, warm and wait for Yan Qingqing to go out. As for Han Xian to take a taxi to go by himself, she first sent Yan Qingqing away. Back to the company. How to recruit. She cannot see, cannot control, but definitely cannot give the 2 of them a chance to be alone after work. Last night Yan Qingqing didn't sleep worrying about Han Xian, which made Warmth feel a great sense of crisis. Watching the 2 women leave in one car, Han Xian couldn't help but sigh, then raised his head and raised both fingers in a loud voice. Back in time. The result was no change at all and a minute had passed. Since we can't turn back time, let's move forward. When he arrived at the comprehensive department, Han Xian felt that his life had lost its color. Dakin Air and Su Liang were transferred, and his position changed. Yang Lan's doorway had an additional table, which was Han Xian's exclusive position, just like the 2 people on the side of the teacher's podium when he was going to school. And the whole morning Han Xian was in a state of daze. It was good that Big Qianer and Su Liang came to look for Han Xian to eat with them at noon, which made Han Xian feel a bit happier. Li Dongqing's eyes looked at Han Xian's trio with ice-cold eyes. He was getting less and less able to tolerate them. Bedbugs, poor people. Restaurant, Han Xian holding a bowl of beef noodles, hot beef noodles down his belly. He felt a lot more comfortable, and then the 3 began to get together to complain. Su Liang went to the operations department, which was taken away by Ji Jing in the morning. The big money children stayed in the personnel department, and Han Xian in the comprehensive department was watched. All 3 sighed at the same time. Hey, after the meal, Big Qianer is going back to play the game. This girl has changed another game. Han Xian proposed to let her try the Ghostbusters series of games. Xianwan bristled and said that game has already opened the pass once. Nothing interesting. Xianwan was after results and being the strongest. Han Xian wanted to experience fun. It's not the same. Smoking. When Guan De Gu came, sent money to Han Xian. The bag did not change one. 3 people squatting at the gate blowing smoke. Passing by the clerical sisters all go around. One big hooligan, two violent maniacs. The genus has no way to make people feel good. Of course, these three guys do not care about this. If they care about what other people think, they will not become this today. In the distance, Guanju and Biao's little brothers gathered together to heckle. Han Xian smoked a cigarette and laughed. Why did you bring so many minions out today? Got a new assignment? Seiki Big Dog sighed. Hey, isn't this ready for transformation? My master's meant to collect all the outside accounts, and let me find a few construction companies to borrow some talents. Too snapdragon this business to do understand robbing other people's business not to say, but also to go to borrow people. Just look at Guanju and Biao this posture. He is not like to go to discuss with others in a soft language. It is clear that you borrowed me, we too good to say. You do not lend me. That will be a different way. Guan Big Dog afternoon seems to be nothing. As for Han Xian is even more idle. Smoking at the door is also much better than going back to the Ministry of General Affairs. But Su Liang cannot. Smoked a cigarette, got up and left first. Went back to the Ministry of Operations. Got up and looked at Han Xian's clothes, muttered as if he was a couple of clothes with the Minister of the Season. The shoes are the same. Han Xian was too lazy to explain. Just let Su Liang do the talking. Slowly, the two people at the door went from squatting to sitting. The security guard had the intention to come and remind the two people to change the place, but unfortunately did not dare to do so. Not long after that, Gao Fulfillment came out. This guy seemed to be waiting for Sunya to pick him up again, standing behind the two people, pressing his hands on their shoulders and laughing. No wonder Elder Two changed his mind temporarily, so it's Biaozi and Han Xian who are friends. This is a bit surprising to me. Without turning around, the two knew who it was. Guanju and Biao turned his back on Gao Fulfillment and skimmed his lips without speaking. Han Xian turned his head and laughed. Mr. Gao is going out again? Out or out depending on you two. Got time to sit down somewhere? High Fulfillment once again threw out an olive branch to Han Xian. Had to admire this guy. Now that it had turned into this situation, he could still calmly come to pull Han Xian in. Could it be that the hearts of those who were in power were also broad-minded? No. At the very least, Lin Zongheng, this grandson, is not. And to think it's been a while since I've seen this guy. Many times have rejected the High Fulfillment. Han Xian does not want to make too much of a deadlock. Just ready to agree. A cab stopped at the main entrance of the Glory. From the car down a family of three. Two old people's age and Han Xian's parents are almost less. Dressed in foreign style. The attitude is very arrogant. Han Xian slightly frowned. Does it mean that it is Li Dongqing's parents are here? It shouldn't be. Li Dongqing's parents shouldn't take a taxi over. A family of three diameter towards the Glory. Bejeweled old woman wearing a price is not cheap white dress. The left hands with a gold bracelet. Ear on the ear hanging in High Fulfillment style similar earrings. She stood right in front of the little bully of the general department. In her eyes, these two sitting on the steps of the two young people wearing a suit is not. Looking at the flow. Sitting here in the work time to smoke. At a glance is not a big person. Standing behind them the man dressed in what seems to be not cheap. But this flow, like how to look at it, does not look like a serious person. Go, call the Ji Jing from your company over to me. Don't make me go to her myself. The middle-aged woman looked condescendingly and pointed her finger at Gao Fulfillment. While Gao Fulfillment didn't even look at her and said in a cold voice, "Where are the cats and dogs from? Someone, shoo them away." Just because Gao Fulfillment was good-tempered towards Han Xian didn't mean he was good-tempered towards everyone, and no one had dared to point at him and order him around like this for many years. The middle-aged woman looked at the security guard who hurried over, and instantly came to temper, shouting sternly, "Do you know who I am? I'm the mother of the manager of your company's operations department. You don't want to go, right? Then you go in fancy pants. You don't look like a decent person. Don't say I'll let my daughter fire you." Guanju and Biao was slightly stunned and raised his finger to the tip of his nose, puzzled. "What do you say about me?" This time the middle-aged woman didn't open her mouth. The middle-aged man in a suit behind her opened his mouth and spoke in a pretentious and cold voice. "If you're told to go, you go. What's the waste of words?" Guanju and Biao laughed, stood up and shook his head, then blew a whistle. This time the suited minions in the distance rushed over. 12 or 13 people instantly surrounded Ji Jing's parents. In the front were Glory's security guards, and in the back were Guanju and Biao's minions. Han Xian looked at Ji Jing's old mom and grinned. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Pointing at High Fulfillment, he opened his mouth. "This is the deputy general manager of our Glory Group, your daughter's top boss." The words fell, pointing to Guanju and Biao. "This one is the famous brother Biao of the 8th district, with hundreds of minions under him. You guys are so lucky that you messed with two that you shouldn't have messed with as soon as you came here." At this moment Ji Jing's mom and dad had already panicked a bit, but her obese and oily brother didn't seem to be afraid and looked at Han Xian and said in a cold voice, "So what are you?" By this time Ji Jing had already come from downstairs. She saw the formation in front of the main entrance. She had panicked when she saw Gao Fulfillment and Guanju and Biao's men surrounded her mom and dad. Then she saw the man in the blue tracksuit slowly stand up. "Me, I'm her man. Suddenly, Ji Jing's mom sat down on the steps with a plop, slapping her hands on her legs and crying out, "Hit man! Hit man!" Chapter 111, Which Route to Chop? High Fulfillment frowned at the sudden emergence of a family of three. The face is difficult to see the extreme. Angrily rebuked the security guards, "Do not throw this person out." The glory of the security guards to take the money to do the job. Up to be ready to bomb people. This time Ji Jing's mother did not do it, laying on the steps and began to splash, shouting, "Heartache." Her son is also considered a person. And the security guards pushing and shoving. More than 200 pounds of physical body for a moment or two cannot be really get out of the way. Guan Juanbiao continued to sit at Han Qian's side and watch the fun. His minions pointed at the glorious security guards and laughed. The mockery was not hidden at all. 5 or 6 people bladdered security guards were not even able to deal with these 3 mouths. This is at this time. Ji Jing ran over to the low-hailed stop. High Fulfillment ignored Ji Jing, signaling the security guards to continue. He has not been too much for this woman to leave face. Han Qian slowly turned his head from bottom to top of the measurement of Ji Jing. White sneakers, white with light blue stripes of the use of clothing. Ji Jing's body is really not generally good. She is like a cup of red wine treasured for many years, emitting a fruity aroma. At this time, Ji Jing's father bypassed the security guards, rushed to Ji Jing, waved his hand as a slap in the face. "Little, are you just going to watch your mom and your brother get bullied by them?" Ji Jing's father's body is very tall. This relentless slap instantly let Ji Jing's side face red and swollen. Then he even did not stop there, rushed forward and grabbed Ji Jing's hair on the back of her head to drag her down the stairs. Ji Jing's slender and thin figure, how to withstand her father's brute force? Hard to be dragged down the stairs. At this time, the first floor of the lobby of the people also running out, not to see the fun, but to protect Ji Jing. Han Qian had been sitting on the steps and hadn't moved. His gaze had been looking into Ji Jing's eyes, and as the 4 eyes met, Ji Jing opened her mouth. "Save me, saving, definitely need to be saved." Yesterday from Guan Degu's mouth, Han Qian knew what happened to that girl. If Ji Jing is taken away today, maybe she will go the same way as that girl. Han Qian had also been waiting for Ji Jing to speak. He stood up and walked down a step, speaking faintly to Ji Jing's father. "Loosen your hands." When Han Qian was walking down a step, Gao Fulfillment gave a wink to the security guard, and Ji Jing's 200-pound-plus brother was suddenly unencumbered, rushing toward Han Qian with large strides and opening his mouth to curse. "You're nothing." Looking at the 200-pound fat man standing right in front of him, Ji Jing had already been dragged down the stairs. Han Qian sighed, and when he swung his hand to throw a punch, his arm was held by Guan Juanbiao, who smiled at Han Qian and shook his head. "I'm better at this than you are. The girl you're talking about is her. Right, inside, you guys go. As for this fat guy, he's kind of blocking the view." The little brother's no longer laughing. Gas's raging face fierce toward Ji Jing father. Even a few people have already drawn out a throwing stick behind the waist, and Ji Jing's brother had already squatted on the steps with his hands holding his head, because Guan Degu drew out the machete he was carrying, the blade pointing at the fat man's face. He was no longer rampant. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and at this time, Ji Jing's father also raised his hands to release Ji Jing. At this moment, Ji Jing is very down and out, lost one of her shoes, sitting on the ground with her hair spread out. Han Qian walks up and picks up the shoes and walks towards Ji Jing, helps her put on her shoes, and reaches his hands through her armpits to pick this woman up. Ji Jing was really freaked out. She was scared, panicked. She was afraid of being taken away from here by her parents, and if she walked away, she knew that she would never be able to come back for the rest of her life. Letting Han Qian's arm touch her, she suddenly turned around and hugged Han Qian's neck after she got up, tears slipping down one by one to fall on Han Qian's shoulder. Now she could only rely on this man. Han Qian didn't go to hug Ji Jing, letting her hold herself, and pointed a single finger at Ji Jing's father, speaking softly. "Should we find a place to sit down and talk? Or should we send you all to the hospital now? How much medical expenses? I'll cover it. Brother Guan, pay up." The black plastic bag smashed over the fat man's head and a pile of bright red bills landed on the steps, but no one dares to pick it up. Touching the money is tantamount to being hospitalized. Half an hour later, the small conference room on the first floor of Glory. Han Qian sat on a chair. Ji Jing stood behind Han Qian with her hands gripping his shoulders. Guan Juanbia sat on a chair next to Han Qian, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette, and behind him were those fierce and vicious little brothers. Gao Fulfillment did not come over, but came over 2 security guards. Han Qian threw the security guards a cigarette each that he took from the army and said softly, "Go, turn off all the surveillance in this room. There's nothing more for you to do here. No need to come back." The two security guards did as they were told, and as they were walking out of the conference room, Yan Qingqing came and questioned the two and learned that the result was to go turn off the surveillance. Yan Qingqing didn't let them go, but instead made a call to Yang Lan and told her to take Su Liang to turn off the surveillance, then stood outside the conference room and listened to the conversation inside. Han Qian leaned his back on the chair, his head slightly tilted back to touch Ji Jing's stomach, and skimmed at the family of three. You came here today to ask for money, right? There's $100,000 on this table. Take it if you want it, but you have to leave something behind. Ji Jing's father and brother didn't dare to speak, but her mom wasn't afraid anymore and looked viciously at Han Qian as she got up and raged. My daughter is worth $100,000? The matchmakers have already stepped over our family's threshold and offered to give a dowry of $300,000 plus a car. And you want to get rid of us with $100,000? Add another $200,000 and the BMW for my son. Han Qian grinned when he heard it, and Guan Juanbiao didn't hold back, frowning at Ji Jing his mom and cursing. You're a ing cutie, right? Do you want me to chop up your son and feed him to the fish in the ocean right now? I don't care, just $300,000 plus a car, or don't try to marry my daughter or I'll call the police right now. Ji Jing's mom is really not a good person. This alarm makes Guan Degu have some headaches. The police came and saw him. Even if he was right, it is still a crime. Han Qian signaled Guan Juanbiao not to have to open his mouth again, and smiled at Ji Jing's mom. Marry? When did I say I want to marry Ji Jing? Don't be paranoid. What relationship we have is up to us. Even if the police come, it's useless. Ji Jing is already an adult. It's out of your hands. Understand? You're asking for $300,000 for a car. Is your son crippled or? $100,000 to you. Your son left 2 fingers. This matter is over. You indiscriminately beat my woman. Not to mention the parents. Even the King of Heaven came is useless. No, Brother Guan, let your people do it. I'll come in person. The last time I chopped off such a parent's finger was already a few years ago. Brother Han, I bought a lifer and 2 fingers for $30,000 back then. You're being a bit generous. Words fell. Guan Juanbiao drew a short sword, stood up and walked toward Ji Jing's fat brother. Ji Jing, some nervous force, pinched Han Qian's shoulders. The result, Han Qian turned furious. What? Can't stand to watch? Are you hurt? If it hurts, get thee out of here. Ji Jing stagnant. An unbelievable look at Han Qian. Han Qian, see this again, roar. Get out. Ji Jing cried again, covered her mouth and trotted out of the conference room. And when she went out, she directly crashed into Yan Qingqing's arms. Yan Qingqing didn't say anything, but just told Song Jing and Yang Jia to assist Ji Jing to go to her office first. In the conference room, this family of 3 is finally afraid. Just now Ji Jing is here, they have a bottom in their hearts. Their own daughter, what character they understand. But now the daughter is gone. They are facing strangers. The fat brother is even more afraid. He was pressed on the table. His right hand was pressed to death. Guan Degu is to 5 fingers, very childish in the small pot of fried beans. Seems to calculate which one is more appropriate to cut. Listening to the fat man crying and shouting and begging, Guan Juanbiao put up his finger on the side of his mouth. Shoo, I'll know which hand to cut when I'm done with this one. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Guan Juanbiao's hand rose and fell, and Ji Jing's mom, who was being held down on a chair, let out a shout. Talk, let's talk. The knife did not fall on the fat man's hand, and it was only a centimeter away from his fingertips, and the short knife went into the wood, and Han Qian skimmed his lips as he looked at Ji Jing's mother and laughed coldly. Now you know how to talk? Yes, $80,000. Take the money and leave. Ji Jing will give you $3,000 a month. If I know that you are calling to threaten her, I will let them rush to your house and chop up your son's lifeblood. You can also call the police, but I have to tell you in advance. Li Jinhai from the city council has some relationship with me. Words fell. Han Qian took out his cell phone to find Li Jinhai's phone, directly dialed the past. The phone pressed into the speakerphone thrown to the table. Ji Jing mother in hesitation. Not long after, the phone was connected. Li Jinhai laughed aloud. Little brat, you finally know to give your second uncle me a call? Say, when are you coming over? Lier said he saw you hanging out with Guan Big Dog the other day. You're not a good boy anymore? I'll have to knock him out sometime. The sound of the cell phone was loud, and Ji Jing's mom's face didn't change much, but it was Guan Degu who was scared and trotted over to Han Qian's side, scowling at him with a tense face, meaning that he couldn't let this black-faced Bao Jun look for his trouble. Ji Jing's family all knew from Guan Degu's face that the man on the phone was Li Jinhai, the second in command of the city bureau. From Han Qian's mouth, Han Qian saw that the family hadn't moved, and took his cell phone and laughed. Second uncle, you don't scold me. I have a loud cell phone. You scolded, my colleagues have heard. Recently I work in the Glory side. Glory and 2 Snapdragon cooperated in a business. 2 Snapdragon is also ready to turn into a good citizen. Don't bother with Guan Juanbiao. I'll come over for dinner this Saturday. Auntie will cook or I will. Little brat, I do uncle scold you cannot? still let your aunt do. You roll over to cook. By the way, help me knock Lee air. This little calf recently began to temper with me again. I cannot give him handcuffs thrown in, is not it? There is something else, did not. Nothing, hang up. There are a few cases need to deal with it. Hey, bye. Han Xian threw his cell phone onto the table once more and laughed at Ji Jing's mom. Talk again? Chop off which finger? Chapter 113, pay for what you've done. 80,000. You take away this fat pig. Ji Jing every month to give you to play $3,000. That is, you starve to death. Also don't give her a phone call, or I have a way to clean up you. In addition, your phone to me to leave. As long as I didn't see Ji Jing one day, he has to lose a finger. Up and down a total of 21. You'd better don't play any tricks. This 80,000 also is not I see your pity, but the cost for Ji Jing and you to clear the relationship. Understand? Dare you not agree? Now that Ji Jing wasn't here, if they dared to haggle again it would turn into 50,000 when their precious son would have his fingers chopped off. They didn't dare. Han Xian stood up and threw the remaining $20,000 to Guan the dog. Take the little brothers and get a bite to eat. In the heat of the day, take 10,000 for yourself, and you can't be greedy with the rest. Brother Han, this money, I'm worse than you are? The money was stuffed into Guan Big Dog's pocket, and as Han Xian opened the door to the conference room, the minions behind him shouted in unison, "Brother-in-law is mighty." Han Xian almost didn't fall, turned his head and glared fiercely at Guan Degu, then walked out of the office. Looking at the face of Yin Qingqing, Han Xian pointed upstairs, signaling to go back to talk about it. Walked through the lobby on the first floor. All the people look at Han Xian's eyes with a few moments of fear. The meeting room conversation they can't hear, but they heard Guan Ju and Biao little brother shouted in unison the sentence brother-in-law. Mighty. Han Xian left, and Ji Jing's family of 3 walked out of the conference room. But unfortunately, they hadn't even walked out of Glory's front door when Gao Fulfillment arrived with the police. In terms of them posing as the parents of my company's executives and coming to my company to spill the beans and beat people up, I need a reasonable explanation. A family of 3 is considered to be admitted. Being brought to the police car when Ji Jing's father just thought to let Ji Jing over to help them prove their identity. The phone call over is a man's answer. Ha, going away? Uncle and auntie, take care. Toodaloo. The phone was hung up on and turned off when he called again. Ji Jing's father gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. Little, how is this 3,000 in January enough? That's when Ji Jing's pig-like brother started spilling his guts in the car. I'm going to get married. I'm going to marry her. You guys go and figure something out for me or I'm going to go on a hunger strike and die for you. His mom couldn't take it anymore when he spilled out like that and wrapped her arms around her baby boy in her arms and kept soothing him. Mom will figure it out for you. Mom will figure it out for you. Over the years they are accustomed to spending a lot of money. 3 people do not go out to work, and do not farm, counting on every month to find Ji Jing to ask for money to feed them, to buy a cell phone, to buy a computer, to buy jewelry, to buy clothes. As long as it is expensive they buy. No money on the phone to call to ask for. But now that their finances are cut off, Ji Jing's mom whispers to his husband in the car, "Why don't we trick our daughter back by the time the rice is cooked? What else can her weak nature do?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the cop driving the car took out his walkie-talkie and frowned. "Chief, I suspect the man in my car is a human trafficker. Call for backup." Yin Qingqing's office. Han Xian sat in the general manager's chair and continued to drum up the game. Mom has a saying that is very right. This money does not come from the good way. Not from the good way. The money that came from the company's fraud to the hospital. Lin Zongheng's money from this fool to Ji Jing's parents. It really went along with this sentence. And in the future, this kind of ill-gotten gains Han Xian did not dare to accept in the future. He was the one who answered the phone just now. He already knew that the 3 people were taken away by the police. Han Xian didn't want Ji Jing to find this trouble. Listening to Ji Jing, who was sitting on the sofa and kept crying, Han Xian said angrily, "Why are you crying? If your head hurts, let's go to the hospital and see where it hurts. And if your heart hurts, you can go out and chase them back to continue to lie on your body and be a bloodsucker. What can't be solved? What's the use of crying?" Being angrily yelled at, Ji Jing lifted her head to look at Han Xian and stopped crying. Then but 2 seconds later tilted her head back and started crying. "You told me to get out. You told me to get out." This wail Han Xian shouted brain pain. In the drawer turned out a headset on the head. Eyes not see, heart not annoyed, all is did not hear. Yan Lan and Yin Qingqing around the comfort of Ji Jing, told her inside the reasoning. If she was in the meeting room inside, the words of her parents can be afraid of it? If Han Xian is gentle to him, her parents should think that Han Xian is flattering her. After a big speech, Ji Jing stopped howling, but she was still crying. Han Xian really couldn't stand to watch, stood up and glared viciously at Ji Jing, gritting his teeth. "I want dumplings." Ji Jing does not cry, get up to go to buy. Yin Qingqing see this slap on the head. Together Han Xian these 2 days to the education is not at all useful. how she does not know how to refuse it. Yang Lan stopped Ji Jing's arm to force the stupid girl to drag back. Han Qian skimmed his mouth and returned to the boss chair, his feet on the table with eyes closed lazily. You give them $3,000 a month. It's not much for you. Yan Qingqing, you don't stare at me. If you don't give to play money, her parents have the right to sue her for not supporting the elderly. This money you transfer them on a monthly basis on the line. Don't think about going home in a short period of time. You go back, there is a possibility that they will sell it to the little old man in the ravine as a daughter-in-law. The kind that does not allow clothes during the daytime and black time. The kind that doesn't let you go out. Constantly having children. Having children. Having children. Having children. Ji Jing cried again, this time by Han Qian, and Yan Qingqing's shoes flew over Han Qian's head in anger. Can you talk? Why are you scaring her? Also, you just spent the $100,000 you got from 2 Snapdragon again? Han Qian, are you a loose cannon? You'll never be able to pay off your debt like this, Han Qian said faintly with his eyes closed. Not that 100,000 is another 100,000. Lin Zonghong spent 400,000 to buy 2 legs, but unfortunately found the wrong person. Prepaid 100,000 also fell in my pocket. Anyway, it is also the money for nothing, spent on the spending. Stay in the hands of. I am still a little uneasy. My mother said, ill-gotten gains cannot be received. Wouldn't you have collected if today hadn't happened? Yan Qingqing was pressing, and Han Qian continued to shake his head. No, give it to Su Liang to pick up girls, or give it to Qianwan to punch the game to play the game. Anyway, I don't want it. I want the money, I'll just earn it myself. He does have the next way to make money, and so the mall opened, he will go to borrow money. Think of ways to prepare themselves to rent a few good location, or even buy a few good stores, and then up a bit of the price of the sale or transfer. A commodity can earn 10,000 yuan. 10 stores is 100,000 yuan. What if a store makes $20,000? Losing money is definitely not going to cost money. Han Qian has confidence in his plan. As Han Qian was about to continue to start the game, Ji Jing choked back her sobs and opened her mouth. Han Qian, I'll return this money to you. Han Qian was concentrating on the game and casually replied back, neat, will do. As a result, 3 high heels flew over, and Yan Qingqing and Yang Lan's hands began to roam around Han Qian's body where the soft flesh was, and in the end, Han Qian fled. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. You can't hit yet, and you don't dare to scold yet. Then Han Qian went to the personnel department to look for Qianwan, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Jing carried the back collars of both Han Qian and Qianwan to General Manager Yan's office. Mr. Yan, you can either get these 2 people out of the HR department or I'll resign. Chapter 114, going to Qian Dong's house for dinner. Qianwan and Han Qian then spent the afternoon playing games in Yan Qingqing's office. Yan Qingqing went out to get busy and didn't have the time to take care of these 2 rather special existences. A director's niece and one of her biggest creditors and wise guys. Just play a little bit. We'll need them to contribute in the future. Don't look at Yan Qingqing like a tool person all day long. She has ambitions that belong to her. It's just that now is not the time. Off duty when the 2 guys still did not pass, Qianwan invited Han Qian to go to her home to continue to play. By the way, her aunt is now also very interested in Han Qian. Han Qian looked at Qianwan with a face of horror. Eyes with a few suspicions asked, what did you say to your aunt? What can be said has been said. My aunt and I have no secrets. Your 2 days of planning. Ah, and in the hands of 2 Primrose to ask for $1,300,000 dash. Hey, no, who told you I asked for $130,000? Yang Jia, a guess is this little gossip. Han Qian got up and ran to the door. Out the door when Yang Jia is packing things. See Han Qian fierce look, pull legs and run. Not waiting for Han Qian to speak, she has run out of a dozen meters. Han Qian pointed to Yang Jia angrily roared, when I catch yours, I'll sew your mouth shut. Slightly, brother Ken, I'm looking for your weakness. You'd better be careful. Yang Jia ran away. Yan Qingqing also came back, a step back to look at Yang Jia. Suspiciously asked Han Qian what happened. Han Qian roughly to Yan Qingqing said a little. Yan Qingqing listened to the eyebrows with a few points of joy. Han Qian was simply her greatest blessing. Go, why don't you go? Han Qian, don't you know how to cook well? Go, this palace will take you to buy ingredients, and you give Wen Juing a call and tell her that you won't be going back at night. Han Qian looked at Yan Qingqing suspiciously and said softly, you going too? I'm worried that your philandering carrot has wrecked Qianwan. Han Qian, Han Qian, have you never been in love? Do you not have a favorite woman either? Yes, I love my mom. That's the lady Bodhisattva of my heart. What about the girls? What do you like that for? Why don't you focus on making money? Ask, who has a better head in the glory group? Han Qian can surely be ranked, and then ask, which man in glory is the most straight man? The most straight. Han Qian steadily sits at the top of the list. Yan Qingqing reached out and pinched Han Qian's face with both hands, and looked at this guy seriously. Why don't you get the hang of it? Doesn't he realize how much what he takes for granted can make a girl think? Rotten good guy not to mention, but also long so handsome also even if brain than that hamster turn cage are fast, but how a little bit of emotional intelligence to girls, or that Han Qian to girls do not have that heart. This guy is really simple cute Is it simple or just plain stupid? When he went downstairs, Han Qian still sent a text message to Worm. Not a minute later Worm's text message came back, telling Han Qian that she wants a company dinner tonight. The location was sent to Han Qian, and he went to pick her up around 9 o'clock. Good. Another word. Simple and concise. If you don't say Han Qian is straight. When she heard that Yan Qingqing was also going, Qianwan was still happy. She threw the car keys to Han Qian. She went to take Yan Qingqing's Raptor. She said that taking the Raptor had the feeling of riding on a locomotive. When Han Qian sat on the McLaren supercar, he felt like he was sitting inside the pit. It was too low, wasn't it? Yan Qingqing had already left for 5 minutes, and Han Qian's car was still parked in the same spot, so he had to call Qianwan and ask with a few moments of crying, "Da Qianer, how do I start this car? I don't know how." Put. Qianwan and Yan Qingqing's W. Anton mockery then came from the other side of the phone, and Han Qian hung up his cell phone as he called Warmth. "NEI, let me ask you something. Where's the start button on the McLaren supercar? I'm so confused right now." Warmth smiled after hearing this, only it was a very gentle smile. "You see if there is one near the center control. Hey, you ask old one for one. He won't buy it for me. He'll definitely buy it for you." Wait a minute. Whose McLaren is it? Which little girl did you hook up with again? Han Qian, can you stop being such a good guy? Han Qian scratched his head and looked left and right, and finally saw the start button in the usual handbrake position of the car. And then he started to look for the handbrake. Han Qian was even more anxious, and this time he was really about to cry. "Warm, where's the handbrake? Electronic handbrake. Stupid, you forget it. Tomorrow my sister will get you one. Brother can you be a little more rustic? This thing is not a question of dirt or not. Easily 2 or 3 million. More than 4 million cars I see running on the road are a number of times. The car is a big money child. It is the last time to eat to sit on the side of you. You feel the impression of a good one." Mentioning this, I would like to cry even more. Her aunt wants to see me. I'm going to drive. I will see you in the evening. Han Qian is really afraid to chat anymore. Driving this car is firstly unfamiliar, and secondly, he is afraid to drive. Then there is a yellow supercar on the road to 30 mph speed. Turtle speed forward. Han Qian is fully concentrated. While driving while crying. Was hit by someone. Han Qian does not cry. Mom hospitalized under the sick when he did not cry, because he knows he can solve, but now really cannot solve this car. While waiting for the traffic light to live, a Land Rover stopped next to him, and then Han Qian heard a sentence. Asterisk 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 a male. Ha, I thought it was female. Driving so slow. By the time Han Qian drove the car to the life of the last meal of the small ground stall has been almost 7 o'clock. Yan Qingqing mercilessly ridiculed Han Qian. Han Qian did not say a word, because he could not find a rebuttal. He felt that it is still warm. Alfa Romeo is more in line with the common people. Sister Yang's Bao Lai will be fine. He could try to drive Yan Qingqing's Raptor, but only this McLaren. No, probably not in this life. Xianling wasn't exactly enthusiastic, which was expected from Han Qian and Yan Qingqing. And the main thing was that Han Qian had a few moments of panic in his eyes when Xianling saw the ingredients in his hand. She can't cook. Big Qianer? Looking at her, she didn't look like she could cook. And then Han Qian dropped his gaze on Yan Qingqing, who had also become restless. The straight man of steel didn't even think about it and opened his mouth. "How do you usually eat?" Qianwan heatedly giggled. "Take out." Yan Qingqing squirmed a bit. "Eat out before you go home." Xianling is a bit more generous. The restaurant downstairs delivers it every day. When a proletarian molecule goes to ask, the question of capitalism is doomed to be struck. And then Han Qian went to the kitchen. Yan Qingqing is considered to be a long memory. Did not buy a single seafood. I do not know whether it is Qianwan reminded, or she has a long memory. Han Qian took a deep breath and tied his apron, then walked through the kitchen to the dining room before asking the 3 women in the living room, "Well, are you guys hungry or not? Prepare more if you're not hungry. I'll make something simple if you are, but I can only say it's home cooked." Qianwan and Yan Qingqing opened their mouths at the same time to say that they weren't hungry, and Qianling, as an elder, just told Han Qian that he didn't need to be too busy. The ingredients are very rich. Basically, Han Qian can think of all. From buying food, you can see that these 2 women cannot cook. They just buy all they can. Since there are more women, Han Qian to do a little bit more bias towards women. The meals are really gender specific, skillfully categorizing the vegetables, then began to cut the side dishes and prepare the ingredients. Han Qian looked at a few potatoes. He took a deep breath, peeled, sliced, shredded, listening to the rhythmic sound of chopping in the kitchen. Xianwan was the first to stay up and stood up to sneak off to watch Han Shan cook. Xianwan lying outside the door to reveal a small head. The man cooking is really still handsome. Like her brother, cooking is very focused. After noticing that Han Shan rinses the chopping board after each chopping, Xianwan turns to wave to Yanqingqing, who also can't settle down. And then the two women peep together to see Han Xian cooking. Shredded potatoes over water and put aside. Han Xian left hand holding the fans, right hand pinching the chin. Seems to be thinking about what to do. A few moments later had an idea. Began to busy. Xianling looked at the two little girls look serious. Also cannot help but curious. Also want to see this young man in the end will not cook. She didn't have to sneak around, so she just stood outside the kitchen and watched Han Shan busying himself inside. Watching the young man skillfully handling the ingredients and rambling on and on. Ants on a tree should like to eat it, right? Mom does like it. Oops. Forgot about this. Han Xian put the vermicelli into the pot, and then went to deal with the shredded potatoes that had passed through the cold water on the side. And for a while, he was a bit busy. Xianling's eyes were very gentle. It was very much like when he was there, he would also cook, and his mouth would nag the same words. Mom should like it. Xianling narrowed her eyes and laughed. At this time Xianwan looked at Xianling. Her face was a bit despondent, and she whispered, Auntie, it seems like it. After so many years in the past, Xianling would be sad, but also relieved. Gently nodded, then walked into the kitchen, lifted the pot to look at the dishes stewed inside. Han Xian awkwardly scratched his head. It's not ready yet, and it's definitely not selling well right now. Xianling, who was holding the lid of the pot, shuddered as she remembered what the child who had gone to heaven had said the first time she cooked. Mom, don't look at it yet. It doesn't look good until it's on the table. It definitely doesn't look good in the pan. He must be doing well in heaven. The wound that Xianling had suffered was not something that an ordinary woman could bear, and now Han Xian's words were equal to unveiling the scars that had already scabbed over her heart. And Xianling turned her head to look coldly at Han Xian and said in a cold voice, It better not have been taught to you by Qianwan. The words fell with a sigh. Keep doing it, I'm in no hurry. Xianling walked out of the kitchen with a slightly leggy body, refusing the assistance of Qianwan and Yanqingqing, softly saying that she wanted to go and rest for a while. Han Xian didn't know what he had done wrong, and looked at Qianwan with some worry, who sighed and shrugged her shoulders. Thinking of my brother, Ken, you just said all the things my brother said to my aunt, right here in this kitchen, just now in the scene. You. Han Xian is holding a bowl of shredded potatoes and has a death wish. Why is he so bad-mouthed? Back in her room, Qianling sat down on the edge of the bed and took the photo on the table and cradled it in her arms. Mommy misses you. Chapter 115, No Secrets in front of Qianling. All three people in the kitchen heard Qianling's cries. There was no way for them to experience Qianling's pain of losing her son and husband. This time, Han Xian didn't say a word, and he was seriously preparing the dinner. Qianling sat in the host's seat, with Qianwan on her left, then Yanqingqing, as Han Xian brought the dishes to the table one by one. Cabbage skewer croquettes, improvised croquettes, stir-fried string beans, hand-shredded apricot mushrooms, and egg-wrapped tofu, slipped pork segment, stir-fried pork tripe, sweet and sour pork ribs, ants on a tree, cold shredded potatoes, sweet and sour cold noodles, 3 veggies, 4 meat, 1 soup and 2 gazpacho. Han Xian didn't rush to take his seat, 4 bowls of rice were placed on the table, and handed the chopsticks to each of the 3, finally receiving a cup of water before taking his seat. Han Xian was hungry, but he never moved his chopsticks, quietly waiting for his host to move them first. Qianling looked at the meal on the table with a slight daze and said softly, Hankin, you've studied? Han Xian laughed softly and shook his head. No, just more interested in cooking. To be honest, was also tricked into the pit by a saying that men who cook are handsome. So once into the kitchen deep like the sea, also cannot help, and warm married she will not cook. Xianling picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat in Qianwan's bowl, and then gave a piece of apricot abalone to Yanqingqing, which caused Yanqingqing to be surprised, and with both her hands holding her bowl to receive it. Xianling tapped the edge of Yanqingqing's bowl with her chopsticks, and softly said, No need to be so polite. Then he clapped a piece of ribs and put it in Han Xian's bowl. Han Xian didn't even think about it. He reached out and pinched the ribs and threw them into his mouth, smiling nervously. His childlike behavior also made Xianling laugh and chuckle. Naughty, do you understand the principle that a gentleman is far from a packaged kitchen? Han Xian nodded. No, said cooking is a woman and small people do things. Is Mencius reminded their monarchs to do things cannot have women's benevolence? The times have changed. The status of men and women are equal. Men have good physical strength, do dry work and tired not bad. Besides, the children out of the countryside which have so much to say able to speak well, just like my son. I've said this to him, he gave me the same lecture. Now I can confirm that it wasn't Wan this niece who taught you. Eat, after being busy for more than an hour. You're hungry, aren't you? Was very hungry. Han Qian lowered his head and began to pick up rice. Slowly Chen Ling found that Han Qian only clipped the 2 dishes closest to him. Away from the far simply do not go to clip. Chen Ling stood up to the shredded potatoes and slipped meat section to change a position. Han Qian eat very wolf tiger, as if a long time have not eaten, but it is his appearance that this is not out of the way to make the Chen Ling feel very good. Every time to give Han Qian clipped dishes he would raise his head and squinted and pursed his lips and smiled, and then lowered his head to eat all of it. Chen Wan and Yan Qingqing on the side were really envious of Han Qian. From the beginning of the meal Chen Dong didn't eat much and kept giving this guy food. Yan Qingqing just wanted to open her mouth to remind Han Qian, only to be backed off by Qian Ling's icy cold eyes. Qian Ling is willing. She didn't like the young people who flattered her and said nice things. At her age and in her position, she had seen all kinds of people and could tell what the other person was coming for from simple exchanges and gestures. But she didn't find any so-called benefits from Han Qian's body. It's when she asks him to come to the house. He comes, cooks a table, doesn't try to pretend to have qualities, doesn't try to be deliberately warm and elegant, and the meal is the meal. This kid is very affordable. He's just hungry. He just wants to eat. Qian Ling loved this feeling. Looking at Han Qian is like seeing Qian Huan. Qian Ling's husband is also surnamed Qian. The eldest son is called Qian Huan, and the child who died without being born is ready to be named Shenjiu, a name suitable for both boys and girls. Pity. Things don't work out the way they're supposed to. Han Qian couldn't eat any more after eating 3 large bowls of rice, and only after looking at Han Qian's face of pain did Qian Ling give up on giving him food. Squinting her eyes and smiling softly, Han Qian, you and Xiao Huan are very much alike. Your personalities, your talk, but you're a little short. He's very tall, and for looks, my son is definitely the most handsome. Han Qian grinned a hefty grin. My mom says I'm handsome too. He. But this height is out of the question. Why don't I get a pair of high heels to wear tomorrow? Snap. Chen Ling slapped at Han Qian's shoulder and scolded with a laugh. Boys should man up. Don't defeminize. Brush the dishes later and digest. Okay. I have to say that Han Qian's character is really appealing, obedient in front of the elders, knowing what to say and what not to say. Qian Ling's appetite today is also good. Not much rice, but the dishes are not less. After the meal Qian Wan lay on the sofa and touched her bulging little stomach, muttering in a low voice that next time she must be hungry for a day before eating the meal made by Qian. Yan Qingqing skillfully demonstrated her tea ceremony. This woman knows quite a lot. Just this big red robe in Han Qian's mouth really does not have any flavor. Han Qian was tempted to smoke a cigarette, and when he was torn Qian Ling handed Han Qian a teacup. You don't have to hold back a cigarette if you have a craving for it. Consider it your reward for cooking tonight. Han Qian didn't go for a cup, but instead drew out 2 paper towels and placed them on the coffee table, then drizzled a little water on them, then laughed. You're welcome then. Qian Ling skimmed her lips, holding the hot tea, and softly said again, I heard something about you in Qian Wan's mouth. The business of the home plaza that Glory is concentrating on up and down right now was made by you in 2 days. Honestly, I don't believe it. No one can make a perfect plan in 2 days. Han Qian said lightly as he smoked a cigarette. Chen Dong, you are right in thinking that the plan was only a prototype when it was sent to the high-level meeting, and I didn't bother to calculate the money for the later construction, as well as advertising, investment promotion, and other trivial things. When the words came to this point, Yan Qingqing gritted her teeth and stared angrily at Han Qian. Chen Ling smiled and raised her hand to touch Yan Qingqing's head, signaling Han Qian to continue. Han Qian grinned. If this plan I want to sell, I need half a month's time to do in detail, but for the company to do, 2 days is enough. In fact, in these 2 days I also accompanied my ex-wife in the hospital to stay for a night. By the way, shopping for a morning, because this is the whole company's plan. This is like an ancient court. The civil officials move their mouths, the military generals to run through the legs. I think so that should be quite compatible. Civilians move their mouths and military generals run their legs? The more Yan Qingqing thought about it, the more wrong it was. Together the civil official was Han Qian and the military general was her. Yan Qingqing, we won't call in General Han from now on. Qian Ling skimmed her lips and laughed. You knew Tu Snap, or Guanju and Biao before? Mentioning these 2 people, Han Qian scratched his head in embarrassment. Do not know. In fact to say and very coincidental, my landlord's son and 2 Snapdragon's daughter in love. Because of some things the 7-rod cannot hit the nephew needs a male elder to go to the school to give him courage. And then I was enthusiastic to go, so the acquaintance of Tu Kuan. Oh, also in Guanju and Biao in the school outside the Hudong fight, he was I knocked down did not get up. After Guanju and Biao because of their family missy's reason to sell me a good, so it is considered to know. Oh, I'm a little curious as to what Guanju and Biao can sell you. Lin Zonghong paid $400,000 for a pair of my legs and gave him $100,000 upfront. This news Yan Qingqing also only learned about it in the afternoon. She was still calm, but Qian Wan, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up and asked in a low voice if it was because of sister Warmth, and Han Qian nodded with a bitter smile. There were some agreements between Warmth and I, the compulsion back then, and then it became what it is now. After that, Snap had to rush the transition, and his initial choice of person was Gao Fulfillment, and after that because of some reasons I was involved in it. Han Qian honestly said his business. Qianling put down his teacup and carefully sized up Han Qian, frowning bitterly after a long time. I also don't know whether to say that you're lucky or not. So you want to meddle in Qingqing and Gao Fulfillment's fight? Or that now that you've helped Qingqing secure her position in glory, have you ever thought that your presence would cause changes in glory's future? Han Qian shook his head with a confused expression. Didn't think about it. I need money. Chang Yan always can give me money. I work for her. She's the first one to give the greatest trust. I can't go and make 2 cents. One servant can't be 2 masters. I understand. Qianling laughed again. And then today be the rotten good guy and throw out $100,000 in one breath? Han Qian, I realized I can't read you. Say you're smart, you're really smart. But say you're stupid, you're really stupid. Only the banknotes are the most real. The rest is all variables. This time Han Qian also laughed. Banknotes are gone, can earn again. But some things do not do will regret a lifetime. There is no way to make up for it. In my heart money is not the most important. Because I believe that I can make money. So I do not want me to regret. Including almost going to jail that year? This sentence was another bomb. But Han Qian was not affected in the slightest. Not at all annoyed or inferior because of being exposed. Just scratching his head in embarrassment. Qian Dong, I was not young at that time. Why do you poke my scars? Bang! Qianling's cup slammed hard on the table and said angrily, You've been poking me all night and I'm going to let you off the hook? Off! Don't bother looking at you. Oh, then Mr. Yen sends me? Qingqing stay, I have something to say. Wan give him your car keys and get out early. Looking at you reminds me of Qianhuan. My heart is clogged. Han Qian took the car keys in a panic, and took the tissue on the table that flicked the ashes of the cigarette with him as he stood up. And when he walked to the door, Qianling was suddenly in the road. Come over and cook when you have nothing else to do. It tastes good. Han Qian turned his head to grin and giggle. Can I stay for the food kind? Asterisk. Off. Okay. After going downstairs, Han Qian blew the evening breeze. He couldn't figure out what Qianling's purpose was in meeting him tonight. When walking to the McLaren, Han Qian wanted to cry. Driving this dirtbag again? Chapter 116. I'm sorry. I'm married. The so-called potluck is the conservatives who support the Lin family to find a reason to receive Lin Zongheng. Change the way to please. Incidentally, the Wen family faction of people also brought, and it is not easy to find a reason to refuse. The big guys coaxed the vice president of the Wen family and the general manager of the Lin family to sit together. As a member of the Wen family similar to the Forward Party was not willing to let Vice President Wen sit with Lin Zongheng. As a newly promoted member of the Forward Party, Li Yang spoke up to stop the rude uproar of the Conservative Party under the gentle admonition of the old-timers. A sentence that Mr. Wen was already married made everyone present quiet. Warm breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to the big guys with a few apologies, then took a seat beside Li Yang. And all the left and right were members of the Forward Party and supporters of the Wen family. After a party, Warmth was also persuaded to drink a few glasses of wine, and she was already a bit confused after not being able to win. And Lin Zongheng wanted to come over a few times but was stopped by the members of the Forward Party who found a reason, half for Warmth and half for themselves. If Vice President Wen and Lin Zongheng went together, then the company would also become the Lin families alone, and they would be the ones to be cleaned up at that time. The party is over. The Warmth and the 2 elders of sorts of supporters to help out of the hotel. See the wind after the warmth of the stomach churning, cannot help but vomit on the side of the road. Even if she was the goddess in the hearts of the crowd, the vomiting was a bit too wretched, and Warmth was so tall that the filth had splattered the legs of his pants. Suddenly Warmth felt 2 taps on her back and she quickly got up and took a step out. Lin Zongheng was very gentlemanly and handed Warm a handkerchief, and Warm grinned greatly and wiped her mouth with her sleeve, gently shaking her head. She was now getting farther and farther away from Lin Zongheng. Lin Zongheng's face did not change in any way. There were a lot of people looking at him right now. Even if his heart was displeased, he had to pretend that he was unaffected, and gently said, Nuan, you drank so much wine, let me send you back. We've known each other for a small 20 years. Are you still afraid that Brother Lin will be rude to you? The faces of the members of the Forward Party turned not so good when they said this, especially that last sentence. If Vice President Wen refused, it was a clear indication that he didn't believe in Lin Zongheng, but if he agreed to it, there could be problems. Warmth took a deep breath and gently shook her head. Being rejected once again. Lin Zonghong felt that his pride had been hurt. He smiled and walked up, but in his heart he was already getting angry. When had he ever had such patience with a woman? Warm the only one. Nuan, if there is no accident we both should have been married. Maybe the children have been born. I don't know what happened in these 3 years. I admit that I did a lot of things wrong abroad. I will change my ways. Let's make up, okay? Lin Zonghong's face was full of self-reproach when he said that he had made a mistake, and his eyes were full of alas and anticipation when he asked for reconciliation. I have to say that Lin Zonghong's acting is really, really good. Maybe when he was thinking about the 27 shares in the hands of the Warmth could also be really like the Warmth. But his pure acting skills did not impress the Warmth. It can also be said that there is no Lin Zonghong in the brain of the Warmth now. She heard what he said. There is no feeling in her heart. Just feel that he is so long-winded. A man should not be clean to speak it? Like Han Qian, surface gentleman, at this time is in the aggressively forced to ask. Warm drunk, she also understand the meaning of Lin Zonghong words, is not trying to take advantage of the company's people are watching. She cannot give him a hard time, give him a step, but when has Sister Warmth ever thought of others? Apart from being divorced by Han Qian, no one has ever forced her to do anything in her entire life. Warmth wiped her mouth and shook her head expressionlessly. Zonghong, we are childhood friends. We grew up together. Some people say that we are childhood friends. Some people say that we are a talented man and a talented woman. But all of this is what other people say. I have never thought of falling in love with you. I just treat you as my brother. And also just now, Li Yang said that I got married. I'm sorry. These words completely made Lin Zonghong's self-esteem collapse. He was very close to Warmth. Remembering Warmth's wariness just now, after hearing these words, he couldn't help but is to take a step forward. And also in this instant, a McLaren supercar came whistling at a speed of 120 mph a few hundred meters away. What a speed limit. What a violation. Han Qian used a turtle speed of 30 mph to pick up Warm. When he saw Warm bending over and vomiting on the side of the road, he increased his speed. When he watched Warm take a step back and pull away, Han Qian suddenly felt at ease. But now Lin Zonghong was moving forward and Warm was moving back. 1 foot on the gas. A few hundred meters of road is but a few zingers. The McLaren supercar stopped sharply at Warm's side. The door was opened. Han Qian got out of the car and went around from the front of the car to go up and directly put Warm in his arms. Looking at Lin Zonghong with cold eyes, Han Qian didn't say anything. He just looked at this Lin family's big sea turtle with ice-cold eyes. Warmth smelled the familiar faint tobacco flavor. She pulled Han Qian's hand on the car. She wanted to pull Han Qian away. Han Qian's temperament he understood. How to make trouble at home he never get angry, but outside to mess with him, he will not hesitate to do it. Lin Zonghong? Who would be afraid of him if he dares to rob money from two Snap? Watching the supercar McLaren leave at a turtle speed, Lin Zonghong stood in place with his hands trembling with anger. From the time this Han Qian appeared to the time he left, the warmth of his eyes was always on him. Lin Zonghong turned around and smashed his fist on the tree. Grass. Lin Zonghong, who had never been foul-mouthed, exploded, and from the way Han Qian looked at him he knew that the matter of spending money to buy a murderer had failed. The members of the forward party gathered together to discuss who this suddenly appearing young man was. The supercar inches, the rush when he got out of the car, the icy coldness of his eyes when he looked at Mr. Lin. Who was this playboy young master? Lin Zonghong clenched his fists, and blood flowed between his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Warmth sitting in the passenger side of the supercar was awake and excited, and she dropped all her defenses at the sight of Han Qian. Why don't you let me drive? I've never driven a McLaren supercar before. This kind of car needs to be driven quickly, with a sense of thrust. Not our little white and little red can have that kind of feeling. She was still drunk. Han Qian held the steering wheel with both hands and spoke with a tense face. Don't bull asterisk 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 me? Drunk driving, are you crazy? Just now when I picked you up it felt too fast, I couldn't control it well. It's okay, let my uncle go to fish me. This car is only 4 million. I will compensate her for a broken car. Hey, why don't we go and scam old one once? Let him buy us a car? What's the point of buying this? By the way, how long have you had the Alpha in the repair store? Why don't you go take a look? Hank and I want to throw up. Words fell. Warm began to dry heave. Han Qian rushed to stop and go around the car to open the door to Warm to help down. She is really drunk, squatting on the side of the road to vomit. Han Qian left hand holding water, right hand holding paper towels, powerless. I was thinking of something to ask you, seeing as you're drunk as a bear. Hey, Han Qian said half of the words to pick up squatting on the side of the road to the warmth of this. Warm did not resist at all. Just wanted to ask Han Qian what is going on. Followed by soybean-sized raindrops smashed on the windshield. Just a few seconds, Han Qian got on the car when the clothes have been wet. Take off the body sportswear, revealing not white upper body. Han Qian's body of constantly developed muscles, winning without a trace of flab. How does this say down? Hey, the words fell to see Warmth did not have any reaction. When he turned his head, he found Warm eyes brightly staring at her. Han Xian clearly saw Warmth's throat moved. This time Han Xian was frightened. Hands clasped his chest, pulling his neck and shouted, "You're going to eat people." Ha! Warmth nodded vigorously, then grabbed Han Xian's arm with both hands and spoke in a resigned manner. "Brother Ken, I'm hungry. Hold on. I'll make you a nice meal at home." "Hey, why are you biting me? Spread out. Are you a dog?" Chapter 117, Food Chain? Good thing the car is parked in the underground garage. Han Xian carried the Warmth that had fallen asleep up the stairs, put the Warmth on the bedside, prepared water. Han Xian did not rush to rest, sat on the bedside and looked at the sleeping Warmth. Han Xian curiously broke the Warmth's mouth. What kind of a mouth is that? Thinking of the image of Warmth rejecting Lin Zongheng, Han Xian couldn't help but laugh, getting up and picking up the clothes that had just been stripped off Warmth's body to go to the bathroom. When Han Xian closed the door to the room, Warmth locked in the quilt, hemmed and hawed and giggled. She was now wearing just 2 pieces of lingerie, but in 2 seconds, 1 piece of lingerie was left. In the bathroom, Han Xian took a cool shower, and the piercing coldness also calmed him down. Stuffing the clothes that needed to be washed into the washing machine, and wearing a pair of shorts, he walked to the living room window and opened it to light a cigarette. It was raining heavily, accompanied by lightning and thunder, but fortunately Warmth wasn't afraid of the stuff. She couldn't hear it when she was asleep, even if it was banging on a gong. The rain quieted Han Xian's frenzied, refusing to be quiet mind, and the nicotine entering his body made him more lucid. Xianling's purpose today? This question kept echoing in Han Xian's mind. She had investigated his details in advance, including that time when he was about to go to jail, but she hadn't found out what Han Xian had done with the money or the reason for marrying Warmth. A warning? Could it be that the recent actions have caused the board of directors to be dissatisfied? The chances of Gao Fulfillment going to Lu Xingge to complain are higher than 60%, or that it's not a complaint. It's a way to get him noticed. Han Xian suddenly remembers Tu Snap's words. Lu Xingge is a very mysterious guy. He can't be a real man, and he's going to vent it out in other ways. Han Xian probably understood from what he knew now. This guy likes to play God. Gao Fulfillment wants to use Lu Xingge's hand to remove himself from glory? But what does this have to do with Qianling? Yan Qingqing and Gao Fulfillment were both Lu Xingge's people. Could it be? Han Xian didn't dare to think further. His brain and smart, means and high, that level of things are not something he can go to participate in. Perhaps that high fulfillment and Yan Qingqing in it can only be used as pawns that can be sacrificed at any time. Same earth, different worlds. Standing at the peak of a mountain allows the eye to see farther, but that peak takes money to pile up. Returning to the coffee table to extinguish the cigarette, at this time Warmth came downstairs in her pajamas and looked at Han Xian with a crooked head and asked, "Something on your mind?" Han Xian smiled and nodded. He had no reason to hide anything from Warmth. Warmth turned around and went back upstairs to take down a set of pajamas from Han Xian's room and handed it to Han Xian, who put on the pajamas and whispered, "Hungry? Want something to eat?" Warmth touched the flat spread of her belly. "Want some noodles? You don't have any at home, do you? There seems to be a bit of flour, and I can't sleep anyway, so wait here. I want to watch you cook. Did you know you're especially charming when you cook? It's the junky stomach, isn't it?" Han Xian smiled and walked into the kitchen. The number of times to do the noodles is really not much, but he will do nice shaved noodles. This is relatively simple. There is no noodle machine in the house to do this. It did not take long for Han Xian to do 2 bowls of nice shaved beef noodles, and a little fried skewer by the way. Han Xian added some vinegar to the noodles. Warm saw this and also took the vinegar bottle. Warm drank a small mouthful of sour noodle soup, instantly felt that her chest and stomach were warm. She was really hungry. It didn't take long for the bowl of noodles to be wiped out. Half lying on the sofa and wishing to be a fat house, then turn on the TV. Pay-per-view. A dry girl buried in the Japanese manga, watching the inside of the buried in the school inside the good grades. High cold, beautiful goddess. Back home will become a Q version of the little man, lying in the room full of snacks inside the reading manga, drinking a Coke. After watching for a while, Han Xian had just finished washing the dishes when Warmth suddenly said, "I'm so envious that Buried has a brother. His brother is just too good to her. Ken brother, I want a Coke." Warmth and Buried are basically no different, except that one is at work and the other is at school. One is a brother and the other is an ex-husband. Han Xian laughed. "Where in the house? I'll see if there's any yogurt left." Han Xian was nonchalant the moment he opened the refrigerator. The 2 floors inside contained all drinks, all kinds. He remembered the night he went to buy ice cream with Warmth, smiled and took out 2 bottles of Coke and put them on the coffee table, then lifted both of Warmth's legs and sat down. Warmth rolled over, her legs resting on Han Xian's legs, half lying down and drinking a small sip of Coke, her white little feet hammering Acme on Han Qian's legs. Han Qian, what kind of trouble are you in? Talk to sister. Han Qian told Warm about today's events, and when Yan Qingqing was mentioned, Warm grunted and lightly kicked Han Qian's shoulder, then continued to watch the anime, and only after about 10 minutes did Warm open her mouth. In fact, it is very simple. Lu Xingge know of your existence. If he is interested in you, certainly will find a way to play a game with you. This guy is really your mouth that look. Of course, I also heard that Lu Xingge move on you. Xianling want to draw you in. This woman, although not much in the glory of the shares, but just now, no one has no way to be sure of the future. For the main want to pull together should not be you, but Yan Qingqing, and Yan Qingqing worth to be pulled together depends on how many chips she has. Coincidentally, now Yan Qingqing's biggest bargaining chip is you. It's not really that big of a deal. Han Qian some do not quite understand. According to the warmth of this thing is so simple, but how he could not think of it. Warmth looked at Han Qian's expression, know what he was thinking, skimming his lips. You've only been in contact with this circle for a few days. If it's a food chain, you're still at the bottom of the herbivorous category, while your sister has already reached the status of prey. It's normal that you can't think of this. This is something that you really need to go and learn from old one. Han Qian gently nodded, the warmth from the sofa up to turn off the TV, shouting to go upstairs to sleep, and so Han Qian turned off the lights to go upstairs when he found that the warmth has been lying in his room. Han Qian stood in the doorway powerless. Your great aunt should be gone, right? Still sleeping here. Aren't you afraid of my bestiality in the middle of the night? Bah! Warmth is not really afraid. These 3 years together she has long since Han Qian touched a lot. Warm wrapped in the quilt to sit up. To Han Qian, hey smile. Han Qian, I'm not wearing anything, don't believe me. Warm suddenly lifted the quilt, and Han Qian looked at the little cutie, like looking at Warm, sighed and took off his shoes and got into bed, burrowing into the quilt contemptuously. I know you like a farmer knows a turd. Oh, if you can sleep tonight, Han Qian, it's all my fault for being warm and guilty. Dragon subduing 18 palms. Watch the move. Without waiting for Warmth to make a move, Han Qian suddenly turned around and rolled Warmth into a roll with the quilt in 3 tries, then resisted on his shoulders and sent her back to his room, saying as he walked, 100 meters for a 1-minute runner. You dropped the bug. Warmth whispered on Han Qian's shoulder. I'll drop you. Results. In the middle of the night when Han Qian got up to drink water, he realized that a pair of big eyes were staring at him, and Han Qian was shocked and shrunk to the corner with an owl hugging the quilt in anger. Warmth, you're sick. Like I said, I'm guilty of letting you sleep tonight, and you called me a turd. Han Qian, suffer death. I really do not know where the warmth of so much energy to fight. This night Han Qian really did not sleep well. In the morning when he opened his eyes to look at the outside is still raining. Han Qian directly lie down, backhanded to sleep beside the warmth of the embrace in the arms. Have to find some interest back. Wake up and go. Chapter 118. Any regrets? Early in the morning, the first floor lobby of the Glory Group is very chaotic. This rain fell a night to now have no intention of stopping. Lu Jiulong put away the umbrella, sighing in autumn rain a cool. Fall is here. Then he saw that Su Liang was driven to work by a little girl. Lu Jiulong once again sighed that it was good to be young. If he was 10 years younger, unmarried and single, then Lan Lan might agree to be his girlfriend, right? But the truth is that young Lan still won't agree. Yo, Lu Weiss watching the rain Today quite leisure elegant 2 days do not see. Very miss to hug. Lu Jiulong rejected Su Liang's enthusiasm with a look of disgust. He always felt that this Su Liang's sexual orientation was a bit of a problem. Not like men, but the kind of men and women who eat both men and women. Hanging out with Han Qian all day long. The female co-workers who came to clock in at the same time couldn't help but sigh when they heard that Su Liang was going to cuddle with Vice Minister Lu of the General Department. Hey, how come dudes like men? Not far away from the small Yang Jiao looked at Su Liang with a face of excitement. Seems to be very hopeful that these two big men hug a little bit. Soon after Li Dongsheng also came, while walking and cursing this ghost weather. Annoying all annoying, in his back hurriedly rushed to Yan Lan. There were more and more people at the entrance of Glory, especially those from the General Department, and none of them were in a hurry to go upstairs, as if they were waiting for something. At 8:50, Yan Qingqing and Shanwan came. Yan Qingqing looked at the group of people standing at the main entrance and knew that Han Shan, this guy, had not yet come. 9 o'clock. Ji Jing's car was parked at the main entrance, clocking in at a pinch, carrying a small lunchbox inside her hand. She tilted her head to look at Yang Lan and whispered, "Erasure, is Han Qian here yet?" Yang Lan covered her forehead and sighed feebly. This action proved that Han Qian was late again today. Ji Jing let out an oh-so-quiet sound and prepared to go upstairs when Yang Lan suddenly opened her mouth. did you bring breakfast today? In the morning little Bebe was clamoring to go to grandma's house. Hey, I was so busy that I didn't have time to eat. Let me see what you made. Yang Lan and Ji Jing's relationship is very close, jogging to Ji Jing's side to reach for the small lunchbox, but unexpectedly Ji Jing, as if to avoid men like a succession of several steps back, squirming not to say anything. The small lunchbox is also hidden behind the back. Yang Lan saw this and skimmed his lips in contempt. What? Not sisters anymore? Yang Lan, can't you see? She's bringing this for Han Shen, and no surprise it's dumplings. Yan Qingqing looked at Ji Jing with her hands clasped in her arms, her eyes full of contempt. Yang Lan was a bit of an afterthought, tilting her head in puzzled contemplation. Ji Jing was made a big red face, turned and trotted up the stairs, and Yan Qingqing clapped her hands. Alright, all go prepare yourselves for work. You guys aren't going to work if he doesn't come? Xianwan, you also go back to the comprehensive department today. As for Su Liang, your good brother Han Shen means to let you grind in the operation department. All disperse. Hey, Su Liang sighed powerlessly, hung his head and went to the operations department. Xianwan felt that today's brother Qian is not able to come to work. Without Han Shen lost a lot of fun. Li Dongsheng frowned, took out his cell phone and gave his mother a phone call, saying that he did not want to go to work today. Han Shen, because of the rain late or do not come to work, makes him feel very unfair. He is just an ordinary employee. How can he say do not come to come? I am the son of the shareholders. I also do not want to go to work. He was like a child, always following Han Xian's example of how to do things. Li Dongsheng gone. This is a very good news for Qianwan. See, this Mambo man is annoying. Qianwan back to the position belongs to her. Continue the road of her game. She is not too much like a single machine. Online games is her favorite. Pretend to be a man in the world and people against the spray to be too much fun. Her ID has also remained the same for years. I'm going to line up against you. Also a problem child. Operations Department. Su Liang anxious sitting inside the office of Ji Jing. Ji Jing face serious face to Su Liang inquired about Han Shen. She inquired about Han Xian what hobbies. Su Liang face confused shook his head. He really do not know Han Shen like to do what. And then inquired about Han Shen like to eat what. This Su Liang no, do not eat seafood. After that, Su Liang, whom Ji Jing inquired about again, didn't know anymore. In fact, there is no need to inquire. Han Xian is a rather boring person. He really does not have any interest in hobbies. Finally Ji Jing asked Su Liang, you tell me what you know. Su Liang shook his head in confusion, then looked at Ji Jing with an egg on his face. Minister Ji, Han Xian and I are close, but we're not in a relationship, so why am I prying? Oh, he likes traditional Chinese food like rice and dumplings. He doesn't really like fancy foreign stuff, and by the way, he's very old-fashioned and straight. Su Liang said all this Ji Jing has long known, powerless on the table, one hand on the table drawing circles, whispered, he did me a great favor. How should I repay him here? By the way, Minister Ji, go through all the operations department plans and prepare a 10,000 word summary for me. Su Liang out of the office of his face is a slap in the face. This is not the mouth owes it. Nothing to Han Xian to provoke this peach blossom do what? The first thing I want to do is to get the job done. Suddenly, someone came to send a message saying that the vice president of the company was looking for him. Su Liang's eyebrows instantly tightened, got up and went to see Cao Fulfillment. Apprehensive along the way, walked into the office of the high vice president. Su Liang sat on the sofa with some nervousness. From the time he walked into Gao Fulfillment's office to the time he left, Su Liang had been in a giddy state. He was torn as he walked out of the office. Two options. One was to stay in the general department that could be disbanded at any time, which Han Xian had also thought of, so he told Yan Qingqing to let Su Liang remain in the operations department to hone his skills. The other one is going to be a vice president in the PR department. Promotion. High Fulfillment didn't make any demands, just that the company's handsome men and women were all gathered in the PR department. Glory's public relations department is more complicated. A department of two ministers. One is Sunye is mainly responsible for the relationship with the big customers to draw close. One is responsible for dealing with the company's negative news. Su Liang didn't rejoice. He was torn between agreeing to High Fulfillment or not. It's an opportunity, and if you miss it, you don't know when you'll have to wait for the next one. Now in the comprehensive department's salary is 4,000. The deputy minister will have 10,000 base salary. Public relations department and other departments are different. They have a lot of oil and water, meals, travel, golf course negotiation. Is an ordinary staff a month can get about 20,000? Of course, the base salary written above or 3,000 plus bonuses and commissions. Most of them come to see the brain. Tempted by both money and status, Su Liang was caught in a heavenly battle. Getting into PR would be like being an insider for High Fulfillment. Turning it down might be regrettable, I guess. Su Liang walked down the stairs and out of the hall, stretching out his hand to feel the cold rain falling on his palm. Then he smiled and cursed to himself with a laugh. Definitely ing regret it. wait. The words fell out of the cell phone to dial Han Xian's phone. Listening to the confused voice on the phone, Su Liang opened his mouth to laugh and scold. Don't sleep. Come to the company and have lunch together. I gave up the chance to go to the top of my life for you, and if I don't see you in an hour, I'll tell Mr. Yen that you like her. Su Liang, wash your neck and wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Su Liang looked at Sunya's car and skimmed. Regret your grandma's leg. Chapter 119, A Virgin? The yellow McLaren came, and the rain became smaller at this time. Han Xian propped up his suit jacket and jogged all the way, killing all the way to the operations department to catch Su Liang. Su Liang hemmed and hawed when he saw Han Xian, and the two guys hooked up in the operations department. We'll talk about the two of us later. Minister Ji prepared breakfast for you and didn't even let Sister Yang eat. Ha, what's she bringing breakfast for? Is she afraid I'll starve to death? Listening to Han Xian's words, Su Liang felt a headache and tilted his head with a serious face as he looked at Han Xian and frowned. Is your brain all intellect and no emotion? Kenner, have you ever been in love? Han Xian looked at Su Liang with an egg on his face and bristled. Like you? Talking about several in one breath. I'm afraid you'll die of exhaustion. Hey, you're not still a virgin, are you? This is not a small voice. Everyone in the operations department raised their heads and looked at Han Xian curiously. This time Han Xian panicked, strangling Su Liang's neck in the end, but still did not have the heart to kill this guy. Turned around and went to Ji Jing's office. Han Xian closed the door and angrily opened his mouth to chatter. This Su Liang is really, how to say everything outside Ji auntie, you really prepared breakfast for me dumplings? Aha! Ji Jing put the dumplings on the table. She then rested her cheeks and drew circles on the table with one hand, looking at Han Xian with a curious face as she asked, Great nephew, you're not really still a virgin, are you? TSK, 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 weird and precious. Being poked to the sore spot, Han Xian jumped in anger, took the small lunchbox and turned to go. That arrogant energy is a little bit of the feeling of fleeing, and Su Liang out of the operations department. The operations department instantly exploded. Han Desianier can't really be a virgin, a 25-year-old virgin. Don't girls nowadays know any shame? How can you just say these two words? General Han was very traditional. In the cafeteria to let the aunt help hot dumplings. Do not look Han Xian, in the company's reputation is not good, but in the eyes of the cafeteria a few ants is a good boy. Not picky about food, can eat. Did not see him wasting food. The mouth is also sweet. Su Liang seemed to love pasta. Han Xian ordered a fast food. Rice piled up like a small mountain. Dumplings placed in the middle of the table to share with Su Liang. Ji Jing's cooking skills, not bad, can only be said to be okay. Su Liang just symbolically ate a dumpling, because Ji Jing came and silently appeared behind Han Xian, who lowered his head to pick up his rice and vaguely said, What happened this morning to make you rush to call me? Su Liang raised his head and winked at Han Xian with a smile, and Han Xian instantly understood and skimmed his lips. Is it Auntie Ji or little Yan Jia? When the words fell, Han Xian turned around. Ji Jing instantly looked a little flustered, holding a bottle of yogurt for lunch in her hand, slightly embarrassed. How does it taste, great nephew? There's something about a mom. Han Xian originally thought that he was deriding Ji Jing and refuting this great nephew's name in passing, but who would have expected that this woman didn't sense Han Xian's malice at all and smiled and narrowed her eyes. Going to call mom from now on? Asterisk 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 off. Looking at the small lunchbox inside, there are not a few dumplings left. Ji Jing, satisfied point, turned around and hummed a small tune with a light step and walked away. This time Su Liang knew that he could say. The body slightly leaned forward and whispered, Xianer, Vice President Cao approached me in the morning and told me very bluntly that I can now leave the general department to go to the public relations department as a vice minister and work under Sunya. Han Xian raised his head incredulously after hearing this and looked at Su Liang, frowning across his face as he asked, Don't tell me I turned it down. Is it a big PR department or a small one? If it's a big PR department, there's a lot of grease. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders and said carelessly, It's the big public relations department. At first I was also very moved. Think carefully and realize that it seems that I can't agree. Now I'm in the comprehensive department or not, in the operations department or not. Vice President Gao can't move me. I have yen above to protect. Go to the public relations department as a vice minister of the good to listen to, but if I'm no role at all, he can kick me out of the company at any time. Although I'm not smart, I think I'm to give you a helping hand. Not smart? Who dares to say that Su Liang is not smart? Just but what he is good at happens to be the opposite of Han Xian. Interpersonal relationships and interests involved he counts more than anyone else. If he really left the Ministry of Integration, Han Xian will really have a headache. Han Xian laughed nervously. Then do not go. But I first, and you say, well, a short time we cannot have any oil and water can take. To next year's 5 or 6 months almost have money to earn. No money, and I said, we brother and sister think of a way. How about blackmailing Li Dongsheng? When these words came out, Han Qian's eyes instantly lit up, and then he waved his hand at Su Liang with a hypocritical face. Don't talk nonsense, we are good people, how can we break the law? Hey, nothing to go back to the general department to play games in the afternoon? I heard that Big Chiener went back, no more grinding in operations? That's all talk. After the meal, two guys directly upstairs, standing on the 14th floor of the corridor window blowing smoke. 14th floor passing company staff is outraged. Han Xianair is a violent maniac, and the company often fights outside the company. Su Big is in the company's hands. I heard that the loss of 20,000 eyelids did not zap a little bit, was beaten by the company, was transferred to go to the branch of the company. Can't mess with it. But the matter of the two smoking in the no smoking place was still known by Yang Lan and Lu Julong. Others dare not clean up the two of them, but these two dare. Yang Lan grabbed Han Xian's ear and gritted his teeth angrily. Broken child, next time you don't like to go downstairs for a smoke, go to my office. You're really not afraid to do it here in the wind, are you? Yang Lan is really favoring Han Xian, not the kind of talk. As for Su Lian, was Lu Julong choked the back of the neck of fate, walked to the mouth of the comprehensive department to the buttocks and kicked into the door. There you go. The members of the general department were powerless to lament. The three musketeers are together again. Han Xian very consciously did not play the game. Su Liang applied for a QQ for him, plus the manager of Fenghua Decoration Li. Good thing Han Xian typing is not slow, and now that the plan for the home plaza has been put into effect, they can go to the Glory Advertising Department and the 8th District of the Guandaogo to discuss the matter of hanging the advertisement. Manager Li said on the button that typing is somewhat unclear. The party is not convenient to answer the phone. Han Xian played it good. Not long Su Liang's cell phone rang, the phone handed to Han Xian when Han Xian shook his head and whispered, "Don't hide it, it's time to show it. No thanks to you." Su Liang words fell to connect the phone to get up to go out. The results were Han Xian pressed the shoulders, got up and stood behind Su Liang to pinch his shoulders. Han Xian, what is the meaning of Su Liang? Heart clearly understand. His voice is not small, and Li manager briefly talked about the advertising, and then he put forward a proposal to the manager of Li. Brother Li, you know this aspect of the decoration materials very well. Fenghua is also the leading decoration industry in our city. This point our Minister Han mentioned many times. Our side means to ask manager Li has no time, if it is convenient, but also help us to popularize the knowledge of the brand into the shopping mall. Of course, as long as it is a mouthful of recommended by manager Li, we surely trust it. Su Liang's words drew the attention of the general department. Lu Julong got up and walked outside Yang Lan's office and knocked on the door, signaling for Yang Lan to come out and listen as well. Manager Li on the phone sank for a few seconds, and then opened his mouth to give Su Liang a round of decoration knowledge and brand. Su Liang did not even listen to it, pointing to the biker beauty on the computer to ask Han Xian if it is good. Did not listen to manager Li's selling, but you can hear his excitement from his voice. Now there is a benefit right in front of him. He can move into the Glory Home Plaza early. Maybe other people still do not understand. He has been doing this industry for more than 10 years. How can he not see this bright future? After manager Li said, Su Liang laughed. Or manager Li knows more. In front of you I'm embarrassed to say I know how to decorate. The brand is one. There is another point, is the glory of the home plaza is our local company. Cannot say that only earn the money of our citizens. We Yang dash. Su Liang saw Yang Lan, who nodded at him, and Su Liang continued. Our secretary Yang mentioned, to bring our city's home manufacturers together to get rich. Of course, this also have to trouble manager Li. Manager Li, I can't guarantee anything else. I can only guarantee that you, the auditor, won't have time to eat at home in a short period of time, and you can choose any position in the Fenghua advertisement. A family doesn't talk about two families. Su old brother also has to thank Secretary Yang and Minister Han on my behalf. Let's go out and get together again at a certain time to celebrate our happy cooperation. There's just one more thing. You said, did the off your side of the 8th district speak with them? Fenghua went to them hastily. I'm worried about the safety of our staff. Ha. Manager Li, don't worry. Brother Guan of District 8 and our Minister Han have a very good friendship. Boss 2's precious daughter still has to call our minister a brother-in-law. Don't worry, that's it. I'm relieved to have that. Su Liang directly hung up the phone. Now the initiative in their hands to grasp. Give Fenghua opportunity. Just want to use the influence of Fenghua decoration in the decoration and building materials market. The country's most proficient is to follow the wind, and Fenghua is the glory of hiring a leading sheep. Han Qian smiled and patted Su Liang's shoulder. Laughing, said together to fail the subject, but you are secretly remedial. In the operations department side you are really working hard. Sister Yang, I think Su Liang is a talent. Do you want to send again to the Department of Operations to practice for 2 days? Yang Lan was puzzled, and Su Liang turned his head to look at Han Shen with a sad and angry face and said angrily, Ken-chan, you pit me, but I'm willing to go. Han Qian laughed, and so did Yang Lan. Kids aren't stupid. Chapter 120 My concubine will make you tea. The same day Su Liang left the Department of Operations. In the general department, Ass did not cover the heat, went to Qin Shue's business department, then looked at the office of the two companies' biggest culprits. Qin Shue was very panicked. Collect? Dare you not take it? Mr. Yan's papers are here. Let Su Liang come to the business department to study for a while. You just finished studying in operations and you're coming to business? Mr. Yan is obviously trying to cultivate this Su Liang. Even if there is a high vice president backing him up, he still doesn't dare to refuse this little thing. Now Han Xian's intentions were clear. It was to make Su Liang become Yan Qingqing's man, so that everyone in the company would know that Su Liang was the object of Yan's total gravity cultivation, and so that Gao Fulfillment would die of the heart of putting shoes on Su Liang. Back to the comprehensive department. Yang Lan and Lu Jiulong directly grabbed Han Qian into the office, one in front of the other, looking at Han Qian, Lu Jiulong blocking the door, making preparations to pounce on Han Qian at any time. Yang Lan holding a small stick in her hand. Han Qian frowned at this and laughed. Sister Yang, Brother Lu, what are you two doing? Lynching me? I didn't do anything wrong today either. Did you hear that, Erasure? Did you see that? He doesn't even realize he made a mistake. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Lu Jiulong was furious and about to explode. Han Qian scratched his head with a perplexed face. This would make him realize that the cuties of the general department were listening through the door. Han Qian tried hard to think, and after a long time, he frowned. I really didn't do anything wrong today. You two cleaned up the smoking thing, didn't you? Ha, what did I do? Yang Lan was infuriated and asked through clenched teeth as she gasped for air. What time did you come to the office today? 11 o'clock, sorry. Han Qian shouted an apology to Yang Lan, and then turned to run, only to be held tightly by Lu Jiulong from the back. Han Qian couldn't break free, and then was grabbed by the arm and pressed his head on Yang Lan's desk, who held a small stick and sneered at Han Qian. Han Qian, bear with it, it doesn't hurt. The stick landed on Han Qian's ass, said to be punishing, rather than making a scene. Yang Lan and Lu Jiulong are both a little worried that so many things have happened recently to make Han Qian's spirit become too heavy. Chastisement is fake. Heartache is real. Lu Jiulong's good feeling towards Han Qian comes entirely from the fact that he really treats Yang Lan as a real sister. Love the house. Han Qian rubbed his buttocks and left the comprehensive department with a step and 3 turns back, and received a greeting for the first time when he passed by and encountered some employees. Is Han going to be busy? Ah, it's okay, I slipped. Han Qian really became the glory of the most strange one. Some staff is a husband and wife. In a floor a day cannot see once, but this Han Qian can be good. A day can see him in the 14th floor, 11th floor. The first floor appeared after 4 or 5 times. Is it Han's job to sneak around? This is the second time that Han Qian has come to look for Yan Qingqing. He wanted to come over to play the game, but it turned out that the first time he came Yan Qingqing wasn't there. But when Yang Lan went, she came back, and this time Han Qian came again, but he was stopped by little Yang Jia. Little Yang Jia looked at Han Qian curiously with a gossipy face. Ken-chan, you're still a virgin? Knock. Han Qian did not lightly give Xiao Yangjia a brain melon crash. Xiao Yangjia covered the fire of gossip in the eyes of the brain burning. Han Qian's somewhat embarrassed anger. What are you inquiring about this stuff for? Little girl? What? Are you embarrassed? Little Yangjia nodded vigorously and solemnly said, disgraceful. Now high school students are a lot of not. Brother Qianer, I took a few advertisement photos for you at the poll. I wanted to send them to you, and then Mr. Yen told me that your cell phone is struggling to receive text messages. I printed them out. You keep them. If you have a disease, you have to cure it. The arms were stuffed with a bunch of printed advertisements by little Yang Jia, which clearly wrote old Chinese doctor specializes in treating syphilis. Han Qian was furious and reached out to grab little Yang Jia. The little girl turned around and ran away. Laughing while running, Han Qian pinched little Yang Jia's ears and said angrily to the not-so-normal little head, "What's wrong? It's a shame that I'm a virgin at 25. But isn't Auntie G still a big yellow girl at 28 this year? Why don't you talk about her?" The words fell. Yan Qingqing office door was opened. Ji Jing walked out inside, looking at Han Qian who was playing with little Yang Jia, sneering with her mouth. Your aunt and I are self-loving. You're a waste. Big Auntie G, I'm at loggerheads with you. You heal first. Ji Jing is gone. She has become the same as before, which makes Han Qian very pleased. In his opinion, solving the trouble of Ji Jing is not a big deal. It is not just to scare people. Don't be grateful to Flo. Can't stand it. Han Qian let go of Xiao Yangjia and pushed the door into Yan Qingqing's office. Yan Qingqing frowned at the pile of paper in Han Qian's hand and wondered, you did new planning? Yan Qingqing stood up with expectation. When she saw the advertisement in Han Qian's hand, old Chinese doctors specialize in treating syphilis. Yan Qingqing's face instantly turned ugly as she pulled Han Qian outside. Go, I'll take you to cure the disease. All blame the warmth. Why don't you let touch when you're married? You won't end up like this even if you divorce earlier. Han Qian, Han Qian. Not right. Aren't you still a virgin? At this moment Han Shen dead heart have. How Su Liang's sentence so a moment of effort in the company spread Yan Qingqing let go of Han Xian to return to her position. Han Xian threw the advertisement to the side, walked up and laughed playfully. Mr. Yen, let me borrow the computer. No borrowing. Han Xian, I just found out. Are you idle? Do you know how many eyes are watching? Not to mention the staff below. There are 3 shareholders in the company. None of them don't know about you, Han Xian. I say, General Han, can you just let me be careful? I'm not over here to let you save your mind. Just now was taught a lesson by Sister Yang. In the future will not be late. No way. Never let you play the game. So give me an early shift? Yan Qingqing freaked out and walked around the table and kicked at Han Xian's calf, followed by giving a slap to the head in anger. You come to work at 11 o'clock and it's only 1:30 and you want to go home? What are you going home for? Warmth isn't at home. So if you go home, you're not a virgin anymore? Since you have nothing to do, right? Handle all these papers for me. Tomorrow you can play games here all day, and I'll have lunch ready for you. Han Xian asked seriously as he hugged his legs. Don't you lie to me. Yan Qingqing didn't want to talk. This guy's head was really good and envied by everyone, but he was just a bit out of touch. Han Xian sat directly on Yan Qingqing's chair, picked up the documents on the table and began to read. Most of them are some statements and plans. Other small things are not sent to her here. The glory of the benefits are very good, the loss of very, very little. One of them is a water park project. Just opened when okay, but also only in the first year when better. Recently has been in a state of loss. Han Xian, which want to break the character of the southern wall, specifically picking the hard bones to gnaw on, stood aside sipping coffee. Yan Qingqing watched Han Xian to other work are thrown aside. Begin to prepare for this difficult time, even put down the coffee. Opened the door. Don't care. This water park is under the responsibility of high fulfillment. You let him have a headache for a few days before talking. Snap, slapping at Yan Qingqing's small white hand that reached out. He frowned. Superficial. Just because of his lack of ability, that's why you want to take over. I probably looked at it. There are a lot of high fulfillment side of the proposed planning. The prospects are very good. How come this water park will not work? Playing once is enough. Haven't thought about introducing the Nourishing Spirit hot springs? The location is not far from the seaside sanatorium, and there aren't many hot springs there. Why don't we bring it here? The investment in the water park is huge. It's too difficult to remodel and update. It's better to just let him become a hot spring, so that it can make up for not being able to operate in the winter. In addition, the glory side has no contact with Netflix? Yan Qingqing came to be interested, looking at Han Xian with a delighted face and smiling charmingly. Great General Han is going on another expedition? I'm just saying, up front, I'm done dealing with the games, you let me play. Don't. You play now, and my concubine will go and make you some tea. Chapter 121, My Grassland, My Horse. Chapter 121, My Lady Can Bend and Bend. Yan Qingqing really went to make tea. Came back when Han Xian really went to play the game, did not deal with the documents. Yan Qingqing pulled over a chair to sit next to Han Xian, seriously watching him play the game. Angry? No, not angry at all. Let Han Xian use his brain and still want to not spend money is really not easy. This guy rare did not mention money. This makes Yan Qingqing very surprised. In fact, mentioning money, Yan Qingqing is not afraid. Now Han Xian's opening price once more than once low, all within the scope of what she can afford. Slowly, Han Xian's brow began to tighten, and then began to whisper angrily at himself for being a punk for his missed maneuvers. In this place Han Xian had already laid down 3 times because he couldn't archive. He needed to refight. Gradually Han Xian became manic, and swung his hand and slammed a fist on his left hand as a way of venting his frustration at himself. At this time, Yan Qingqing got up and unplugged the power supply, and Han Xian raised his head to look at Yan Qingqing and said softly, I'll be there in a minute. No more games. Last hand. Han Xian's voice was very soft, but Yan Qingqing was angry and yelled at Han Xian. I said no more games. Did you promise whoever you're going to finish this game again? Han Xian, can you not always take someone's casual remark as a thing to do? Every time you die you curse yourself and hit your hand. I don't want to see you like this. I'm not letting you play anymore. In the face of Yan Qingqing's angry roar, Han Xian slightly froze, then turned around and began to deal with the documents on the table. And then the documents were waved by Yan Qingqing, pushed off from the table, around the table, pulling Han Xian's hand out of the office. Yan Qingqing seems to be in a hurry. Out of the door when Xiao Yangjia, a face of consternation, all the way to the garage. Yan Qingqing, Han Xian stuffed into the car and drove away from the glory. Skipping work, the general manager eloped with his staff. This was what was in little Yang Jia's mind. Raptors speeding on the road. Han Xian wearing a seatbelt, hands holding the handrail. From the door Yan Qingqing did not say a word. The car stopped at the playground. Han Xian looked at the balloon in his hand. A confused look at Yan Qingqing. Staggered. You, gonna take me? Play this? Take you to relax. The carousel isn't quite for me, I guess. Well, I know. I just tethered the balloon here and went to play with that. Following Yan Qingqing's hand, Han Xian saw an amusement facility he couldn't name, a disc, a very, very tall pillar, and then a person being thrown around like a downward hammer from a panwave drum. Han Xian instantly tethered himself to the guardrail of the carousel with the balloon's rope, shaking his head vigorously. You go and have fun. I'm not going. I'm afraid of heights. You go. Words fell. Yan Qingqing saw Han Xian tied his wrists to the guardrail. Instantly unhappy, rushed forward to grab Han Xian. Han Xian is not a gentleman. One hand to push Yan Qingqing's head. Yan Qingqing lifted his leg to kick the crotch. Han Xian instantly crotch tightened. One hand to hold Yan Qingqing's willow waist in his arms. He really didn't think about any male-female bonding. He just thought that this way Yan Qingqing wouldn't be able to kick him. But Han Xian was careless, and Yan Qingqing's knee was on Han Xian's crotch, threatening, "Be a eunuch or sit on that." What kind of character is Han Xian? The more you threaten me, the more unconvinced I just am. Clenching my legs and taking a deep breath, I'm going to be your father. Then Han Xian regretted. This is really fight. This will also put their wrists were tied. The results of Yan Qingqing still did not send Han Xian to that thing. Han Xian would rather die than from. And then Yan Qingqing asked Han Xian if he wanted to play with the gun. This proposal instantly made Han Xian interested. Nodded vigorously. What man wouldn't like that? Yan Qingqing nodded gently. Only civilian 5.6mm ammo. Fewer guns, about an hour and a half's drive or so. I'll make a call. Is it expensive? It's not expensive. It's cheap. Yan Qingqing was the one who brought Han Xian out to play. She felt out from Han Xian's body that he was holding a lot of things in his heart without going to talk to anyone. And after that, he kept hitting out at people. And then the other day, the things that happened to Ji Jing's family, Han Xian needed to vent. Then Yan Qingqing took him to vent. Since you don't like playgrounds, play a little big. Half an hour's journey or Yan Qingqing put the oil in proper oil to step on the throttle. Halfway to add oil once. Look at that number. Han Xian heartache. After the money also do not buy this thing. Drink oil to come? The raptor roared onto the highway. Yan Qingqing also changed into a pair of flat shoes. Windy. I have to admit that Yan Qingqing driving really stable. After the highway she did not say a word. Occasionally to you a drive-in about 100 snail burst out foul language. Han Xian softly asked if he wanted to change him to drive. Yan Qingqing asked tonight do not need to rush home to take care of the baby to drink milk? Han Xian did not speak. This time it is better not to speak. It was precise. And in an hour and 30 minutes, the two arrived at the shooting gallery. It was Han Xian's first time here, and he looked a bit nervous. Yan Qingqing seemed to know the place well, explaining as she walked. In the past, the company had a few big clients who talked inside, and high fulfillment, and I have been here before. The wild field or the indoor you choose. Han Xian pondered slightly, then asked in a low voice if he could try them all and just play for a little while. Yan Qingqing smiled and said softly, "Yes, I'll let you have it all. You spread out and play." As long as Han Xian can vent the hostility in his heart, Yan Qingqing thought it was all worth it. Letting the coach take Han Xian to the indoor target shooting first, Yan Qingqing did not go in and stayed outside to sit with the boss of the shooting gallery and drink tea. Yan Qingqing took out $10,000 from her bag and put it on the table and pushed it to the boss. Not enough to make up for it. Does Huang have any big guys here? The man surnamed Huang was about 50 years old, with a very stout figure, and seemed to be a retired soldier. He glanced at the money on the table and laughed. Not like a big customer. In love? Just applied down 2 not so small toys. 416 Malawian kwachas in August. Not open to the public. You came, I can't say I'm hiding it. The young man looks not like a child of a big rich family. Yan Qingqing thought for a moment and took out another 10,000 in her bag, laughing softly. He is under more pressure and is more persistent in his work. I am worried that his hostility is too heavy after a long time, so I came over to let him vent his anger. Ordinary people. Huang, don't gossip. Now the price of bullets is still the same as before? It's up, and I'm not open to outsiders here. 10 cuts for pistols, 20 for rifles. It's the American knife. Yan Qingqing shrugged her shoulders and continued to drink her tea. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, as long as he's happy. Yan Qingqing doesn't care how other people try to comfort Han Xian or what Han Xian's life is like after work. She is only responsible for Han Xian being happier and less gloomy when he is by her side. Yan Qingqing muttered in a small voice, "My meadow, my horse, how can I juggle if I don't have enough to eat?" Chapter 122, Dumpling Soup. Han Xian was wearing goggles and earplugs, holding a Type 95 pistol in his hand. He was a little nervous. This was the first time he had ever touched a real gun. If you want to say that Han Xian is lagging behind, there won't be anyone in the world to argue with him. More than 100 shooting galleries open to the public across the country are ready for ordinary people to go and experience real bullets. And there are also some private places like Huang Xian's that are only open to acquaintances. It's just that his prices here are much more expensive than some of the ones open to the public. And there's no fixed chain for handguns here. But it's going to be harder than hell to get the gun out of here, because it has to be reloaded. Han Qian was a little nervous holding the gun, and at the distant target, he pulled the trigger for the first time. Off target, recoil is very large, not at all the kind of feeling in the game. Han Qian a breath of continuous trigger pull. The result is no one hit the target. Replace the magazine to continue. The side of the coach's heart has begun to turn over. He has seen a lot of guests who come here to practice shooting. There are a lot of people who take money for nothing. Not many like this dish. Tried 95 for 92. Then 22 LR. 6 or 7 magazines down. Han Qian found that the 92 feel is the best, and gradually not off target. Not to say that every hit the bullseye, at least not hovering on the edge. Shaking his somewhat sore arms, Han Qian unloaded the empty magazines, turned off the safety, and took off his headphones to smile at his coach. I'd like to try the wild field. The coach smiled and nodded, guessing that the young man didn't realize that he had spent a small $10,000 in so little time. Of course, Han Qian must not know, or the miser might have swallowed the gun and killed himself. Walking out of the chamber, Yan Qingqing stood up and walked up to pinch Han Qian's arm with both hands, softly saying, "Well." Then there was no smile when he looked at the coach and frowned. "How much on target?" Coach laughed. 33 with a bullseye of 6, which is pretty good for a first-time player. Yan Qingqing is not talking, accompanied Han Qian to the wild field. Yan Qingqing repeatedly reminded Han Qian to try the 2 new big guys. Han Qian always smiled and shook his head and said that the recoil of the MP5 is relatively small. In fact, he is heartbroken about money. Only this micro-punch for Han Qian can only say that it is not suitable for him. Basically never hit the target. And Han Qian thought of 100 shots a big gap. When it was over, Han Qian was ready to settle the bill when Huang Xian refused with a smile. "I'm friends with Mr. Yen, so there's no need to count this bullet as money, but next time I come back I definitely won't discount you. Ha ha ha, young man, go back and recuperate for a while." Hankin insisted on paying. There is still warm stuff $2,000 in the wallet. To Huang Xian behind the kind reminder to the refusal. The result was Yan Qingqing grabbed by the ear and forcefully dragged away. That's when the coach brought over the price list. Huang Xian took a glance and then read the name on it when he was ready to throw it away. "Han Qian?" Huang Xian suddenly laughed. "Gongzi, did you mention this Han Qian when the Lin family's father and son came over not long ago?" "Oh, I remember that Gao Fulfillment and that little of his also mentioned it many times when they were chatting. It seems to be a very interesting person. Prepare some external medicines and send them over to Qingqing." Han Qian, who is flinging his arms in the car at this moment, doesn't know that his name has spread in the circles above, both good and bad. Yan Qingqing didn't rush back and took Han Qian to find a dumpling restaurant. Han Qian wolfed down the dumplings, while Yan Qingqing was the one who didn't eat them, dragging her chin with one hand to give Han Qian a sandwich. Softly speaking, "Han Qian, you have a lot of things in your heart, right? But you don't say, or say you don't know who should go with. And not close people say useless. To close people say they will still worry. Always hold in the heart is not good. You can tell me as a story. Don't be too strong. Don't be too proud. Don't be too difficult for yourself. You put all the burdens and responsibilities are resisted on your shoulders, so the life is too tired. In fact, you have done nothing wrong." Han Qian, who was ready to bring the dumplings into his mouth, paused, then shook his head and lowered his head to eat the dumplings with a big mouthful of food. Yan Qingqing did not feel uncomfortable. Picking up the dumpling soup and blowing it to cool it, she was very patient. Han Qian sighed. "I did a lot of things wrong. If my original plan had been a little more perfect, my mom's health might have been a little healthier. If I had tried a little harder and persevered a little more, the warmth wouldn't have turned out to be what it is now. If I..." "No ifs." Yan Qingqing interrupted Han Qian's words. The dumpling soup was delivered to Han Qian's face. Han Qian raised his head and looked at Yan Qingqing in confusion, while Yan Qingqing smiled gently and nuzzled at Han Qian. Then continued, "If you didn't go through so much, you wouldn't be the way you are now. You're proud and you have your tolerance. I never took your tolerance for me as you having a good temper. In fact, I realized that you're proud when you filed for divorce when I knew that the contract between you and Warmth was about to expire and you offered to pay her compensation. I'm not proud. I just don't want to be indebted to others. There's nothing going on in my heart. I just don't like to be counted on. Lin Zonghong wants to buy my leg. Xianling's test. Gao Fulfillment is pulling Su Liang in today. Lu Xing's concern. Li Dongxing's grudge. These things are in my heart. There's no way for me to not think about it. And I don't want to implicate anyone else. Doesn't it make me feel like I'm quite chauvinistic and quite able to pretending?" Yan Qingqing smiled as she brought the dumpling soup to Han Qian's mouth, laughing. "Yes, macho, traditional, cleanliness, pride. and a little bit of cynicism, a little bit of miser. But isn't that what a man should be? Han Xian, you look at your responsibilities as too heavy. In fact, you can try to let go of some of them. A 7-foot man is a man of the heavens. If I let go of my responsibilities, I might become a decadent person. In fact, I have poor self-control. It is the responsibilities that force me, including the fact that you don't think you can marry warmth, all delivered to your door untouched, preferring to be a virgin? It's not like it's something to be ashamed of. I don't think about what it used to be like when I haven't touched it, but when I do, I want this to be mine, to belong to me alone. Is it okay if I say that? You lack confidence. Confidence is not blind. Strong words. You're naked. Sister showed you on purpose. I lied. It's not actually naked. Yan Xingqing was surprisingly not angry. She just kept serving the dumpling soup, waiting for Han Xian to pick it up. No rush, no prodding, no anger, no embarrassment. Han Xian took the dumpling soup and whispered with his head bowed. Thank you. Don't be too nice to me. I don't know any better. It's okay. I know. Han Qian, do you want my sister to help you say goodbye to your virginity? How can I help? Yan Xingqing pointed to the small pink light hair salon across from the dumpling restaurant, and Han Qian dried the dumpling soup in one gulp and got up. Go home. You check out. How about that? My great General Han. Chapter 123, No Brain, Bad Temper. Han Qian arrived home only to feel some soreness in his arm. Shaking his arm and asking Warmth to eat, Warmth nodded and said that he ate downstairs at the landlord's big sister. Warmth asked Han Qian what happened to his arm, whether he fought with someone again. Han Qian shook his head and said very honestly that he went to the shooting gallery. The rest of the Warmth did not ask. She seems to be very tired today. After a bath, she went back to her room to rest. Surprisingly did not come to torture Han Qian. Today's Han Qian lay down and fell asleep very quickly, because sleep too early. The big morning more than 5 o'clock cannot lie down. Get up and go downstairs to iron the clothes. And then the refrigerator dishes are divided up a little bit. The drink was Han Qian took out and put it inside the cupboard. It's too much. At 7:30, Warm rubbed her eyes and yawned as she walked down from upstairs. She seemed to be awake, sitting dumbly in front of the dining table waiting for breakfast. Han Qian was still flinging his arms after breakfast was served, and Warm's big eyes stared straight at Han Qian's arms as she asked, "Sore, right? That character of yours won't stop until you've hit a few bullseyes. Mine's been so tired lately. Let's both go get a massage. Or why don't you take the rest of the day off?" Han Qian also felt physically more tired, mainly because this arm now hurt when he moved it, and thought about taking out his cell phone to send a text message to Yan Lan. Take a day off. Then not 2 minutes later, Yan Lan's phone call came directly. Han Qian, why do you want to take a vacation again? You're the only one in the whole company who's the most free. No way, absolutely not. Han Qian continued to whisper on his cell phone. Sister Yang, I've strained my arm. I'll just take a morning off, okay? I'll get a massage and go back to work. Hearing Han Qian's arm was injured, Yang Lan's voice suddenly became gentle, sugary, at least more than 10 plus kind of. Whispered to ask Han Qian is not serious. Do you want to go to the hospital to see? Han Qian patiently explained that it is just a sports strain, not serious. Then Yan Lan told Han Qian to still come to work in the afternoon, and to go to Mr. Yan's office to catch up on his sleep if he couldn't work. This sentence can let the Warm hear clearly. Stagnation and confusion disappeared in an instant. Han Qian can vaguely feel the cold wind on the face. Han Qian hung up the phone in a hurry. Head down to eat. He was in the gung, also felt that now when Yan Xingqing too close to the explanation is not necessary to explain. Anyway, the Warmth will not listen. But it's a good thing the woman didn't ask. She became slightly more rational after her great aunt left. After the meal, Warm went to wash up and get ready to go out. The number of days Warm had missed work had risen indefinitely since moving into the house. Because of a storm, the temperature outside plummeted, and the belated arrival of fall was anything but polite. Dark blue jeans, scarlet bamboo cotton long-sleeve t-shirt, simple pendant hanging on the chest, a pair of canvas white shoes, black long hair combed into a ponytail, with large sunglasses. This will be Warm to dress very casual sunshine. But there was a problem when Han Qian changed his clothes. Han Qian's clothes were too little. 3 suits, 2 sets of sportswear, and the rest were already outdated. Watching Han Qian put on his suit, Warm cupped his chin with one hand and frowned, shaking his head, and not to go to work. Dressed too formal. See, you wear 2 days of sportswear. See, tired. Jeans with a T-blood shirt it. I remember you have a white vest to come. The divorce did not take over? Han Qian closed his eyes and sighed. Someone threw up all over it. Couldn't wash it out, so I threw it away. Sister compensates you for one. Rich is great. Ha, aha. I have to be nice to you. If you can't think straight and suddenly kill yourself one day, who am I going to ask for $4 million? Is really do not want to mix with Warmth. The soreness of the arm makes Han Qian's mood a little bad. Downstairs, when Han Qian is ready to go to the car, was stopped by Warmth. Go out to relax. Do not drive. Go, sister, to take you a taxi. Every day to drive back pain. Annoying are annoyed to death. Brother Chien, you give me a driver. Do not go to the glory of suffering, okay? Forget it, you're too slow to drive. Let's go. Let's go to the hot spring first. As long as not working, warm mood that is surprisingly good. Holding Han Qian's arm bouncing out of the neighborhood. Today she only took a cell phone and went out. In the cab, Warmth leaned on Han Qian's uninjured shoulder and swiped his cell phone. Han Qian looked at the numbers on the meter. This taxi is really extravagant. From here to the hot spring sanatorium it costs more than $50. Thinking about taking out the wallet in his pocket. It's fat again. Han Qian sighed feebly. Why are you sneaking me money again? I haven't spent what you gave me last time. I don't keep count of my money. How much did you slip in again? Warmth swiped her cell phone and spoke absently. 1,000. I was going to put 2,000. Your wallet is too small to fit. Buy a wallet later? Don't. I can't spend more than a few dollars a day right now. And I see you're bringing me cigarettes again. I thought you didn't like me smoking? You have to have some hobbies, right? No games, no drinking, no cards, no lust, no gluttony. In not letting you smoke a little I suspect I'd been with a monk. Don't nag me. Taxi master is a young man and Han Qian about the same. In the pair of customers get on the car when he kept stealing glances. The female passenger can be said to be the most beautiful, the most temperament of all the customers he has pulled listening to the two conversations. The young man's heart that sour. I thought this man was a low-key tycoon, but it turns out he's adopted? Where's the justification for this? Looking at my face in the mirror, it's pretty cool too. Ha! Han Qian and Warm didn't have time to guess what the driver's master wanted. When Han Qian said he wanted to change a cell phone, Warm instantly exploded, put away his cell phone and looked at Han Qian with a wary face. And after a moment of silence, he forcefully said, "No." For what? Han Qian is really do not understand. Warm is not a stingy person. Even now he said to buy a substitute. Warm will not hesitate to give him Paramila. But it is a cell phone, and also do not need her to spend money. Why not? Confronting Han Qian, Warmth appeared to have the heart of the matter, relying on Han Qian's shoulder to continue to swipe her cell phone. Her attitude is resolutely not. The master of the car couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you're too simple. Han Qian was a bit confused and whispered. What? You give me an explanation to explain. This cell phone does not work. To receive a phone bill text messages have to be divided into 2 or 3, and now other people's cell phones can be photographed. This thing is just smashing a walnut, pat a table leg or something. Speaking, Han Qian took out the antique, and the driver master looked at the antique Nokia and really did not hold back. Brother, nowadays smartphones are too powerful. There are a lot of social software on them. Those who are getting laid, those who are having extramarital affairs, those who are looking for a mistress. There are all kinds of people. Sister-in-law is probably worried that you are being carried away by her being hooked up with someone. Hitting on me? Then how blind must they be? Penniless and divorced. No one wants to give them away. Hey, Warm, you give me your cell phone to see. The driver wasn't answering anymore, and Warm turned her head and squinted at Han Qian, graciously handing her cell phone to him, and then the problem arose. Han Qian won't use it. Now Warm finally found Han Qian inferior to her. The two heads came together and drummed on the cell phone. Drumming for a while, Warm suddenly turned her head and bit on Han Qian's face. Click. The picture is fixed. Warmth was full of smugness, and Han Qian showed his teeth. Looking at the photos on his cell phone, Warmth hemmed and hawed. Han Qian whispered that he was bored, and then Warmth pulled Han Qian to keep taking pictures. Love show driver guy hard a swing, waiting for the red light, took out his cell phone to give his girlfriend a phone call, asked if you want to go to take a set of couples photos. Couple photos. Warm turned her head to look at Han Qian with a slight blush. Han Qian's brain was sluggish, and it took more than 10 seconds before she realized that Warm was looking at her, and looking at the woman's face a little red. Han Qian frowned and reached out to touch Warm's head. Hey, it's not hot. You got a cold? From the time they got off the bus and walked into the sanatorium, and finally the two of them soaked inside the hot springs, Warmth didn't say a word to Han Qian. She was afraid that she couldn't help but press this brainless guy into the hot springs and drown him. Soaking in the hot spring, Han Qian let out a groan of comfort and grinned with his eyes closed. Warmth, I have QQ. Aren't I great? Warm don't want to laugh. Hold back half a day will still not hold back. Can grimace to hold back a smile asked. What's your screen name? Call it no brain. Warm what you call it, and I'll add you when I get home. Bad temper. Brainless Han Qian. Bad-tempered Warmth. There's so little that doesn't fit, and yet it fits so well it couldn't be better. Chapter 124, Queen of the Eastern Palace? Warm some soaking cannot. Get up to go to do massage. Asked Han Qian to go not. Han Qian whispered muttered that worried about you to find a male technician. Warm skimmed contemptuous look at Han Qian. The results of the Warm is very decisive to find a familiar female technician, but when Han Qian is ready to find a little girl, Warm did not give him the opportunity to open his mouth. Get him an experienced one. He might have some strained arm muscles. It didn't take long for an older man to come in with a small suitcase. Then the warmth got up and said to go do a scraping. Han Xian seems to be more forceful, like to say not allowed to go. And then the warmth really did not go. Wearing a massage suit, Han Xian lay down on the bed and whispered, "Did anyone gossip about you at work yesterday and I picked you up in plain sight?" Warmth returned feebly. "No one asked. They would have known that I was married. Very few people knew that I was divorced. Naturally they took you as my husband. This is also quite good, lest there are some people who are bored and always put me and Lin Zongheng together. It's annoying all the time. I feel as long as Lin Zongheng takes the support of the board of directors, he'll immediately make a move on me. By then it might not be a matter of ability. As long as the board is bent on removing me, old one alone won't be able to protect me. Oh, go buy a cell phone later." Han Xian is still clinging to his cell phone. His heart also thought about what Warmth said. Now the shares in the hands of the Lin family's father and son seems to be at more than 40%, which is Lin Zongheng's mom and dad together. 40% is enough to be able to call the shots on the board of directors, because the largest remaining shareholder is the old Warmth, and the rest are all some loose shares. Warmth decisively refused Han Xian's offer to buy a cell phone, and Han Xian didn't continue to nag, frowning as he pondered the benefits now that he knew what was at stake. The richest people in the city were the Lin family father and son, followed by Qianling, Old One, and after that the lesser-known Li Dahai, and some others that Han Xian didn't know. They were considered the backbone of the city's rich. Glory and Warmth are deadly rivals. The shareholders are estranged from each other, and Glory has a Lu Xingge who is the biggest master, who won't allow Glory's people to come and help Warmth. There's another guy. Two Snap is considered to be a relatively down-and-out rich businessman, but the two groups of companies, Glory and Enjoy, don't quite dare to mess with this black boss. This guy doesn't have a lot of money, and all of his money is divided among his minions, and he has so many loyal followers. Two Snap had survival skills that belonged to him, or else he wouldn't have been so smooth for so many years. Glory and Enjoy look like two rich merchants, while Two Snap is a butcher selling pork. The poor are afraid of the rich, and the rich are afraid of those who don't want to die. Han Xian realized that Two Snap was a very useful person, and that he was the one who had the important role in making a company balanced. No one wants their wives and children to be watched and on edge every day. Thinking of this, Han Xian took his cell phone and dialed Guan Daogo's number. The call was answered in seconds. Han Xian laughed. "Brother Guan, the sun is shining. Come out and sit down?" Hearing Han Xian call Guan the dog, Warmth instantly sat up and waved her hand to the two technicians to let them go out first, then got out of bed and squatted by Han Xian's head to listen to the two men's call. Han Xian smiled and patted Warm's head. Guan pushed Han Xian's hand away, and Guan Juandiao on the other side of the phone side. "AI, brother Han this heart is not sunny bright The original has been ready to formalities suddenly by the Yaman mouth to stop. I am now the hot pot on the ants. The mouth are on fire blisters Ego? This news somewhat let Han Xian unexpected. At the same time also let him sigh, his luck simply do not too good. He cannot help but clench his fists, joyful color surfaced on his face. So as to be. Guan brother, you this news let me also not sunny Small Tu Koan is my nephew's daughter. This if you breach of contract but to compensate a lot of money. Your master? No way? Guan Dago stopped talking and didn't hang up the phone. Listening to the sound of the lighter that kept coming from the opposite side, Han Xian smiled. I'm at the seaside retreat with Warmth. Come to pick me up? On honor. Guan Big Dog hung up the phone. Han Xian smiled and put down the phone. Just made up his body. Warmth pounced over. Kneeling on the opposite side of Han Xian, a vigilant face glaring at him, a small voice gnashing his teeth. How come you're so in touch with Guan Big Dog? Who is he? He's Two Snapdragon's biggest lackey. Who in our city isn't afraid of him? There are too many people who aren't afraid of Two Snapdragon, but not many who aren't afraid of Big Dog Guan. So why should he listen to you? Han Xian reached out and pinched the warm face, smiling gently. I'm sure he wouldn't have come over to pick me up if I was over here, but the big warm baby is. Warmth slapped Han Xian's paw away and frowned. Who's your big baby? I'm big? What does it matter if I'm over here or not? Have anything to do with Guan Big Dog? No, I don't want you to have contact with him. Go home. You go to work. Han Xian frowned and grabbed Warmth, who was about to get out of bed, slightly dissatisfied. You come back. Which one of the two of us is brainless? Tell me why everyone else is afraid of Two Snapdragon, including Lin Zongheng, while your family is the one that doesn't even put him in their eyes. Because my great uncle and second uncle are both Yaman mouthsome? Han Xian, are you asking me to open the back door for Guan the dog? I'm a businessman. I need reasons and benefits. In order to solidify your position in the company, pack up. After Guan Daogo arrives, let's both of us go to Two Snapdragon and save money on a meal at noon. 2. Warmth is not shy at all. the marriage is divorced. What cannot be said? Guan Big Dog less than 20 minutes to kill over. Running all the way to the warm nodded and hailed. A strong praise when vice president is then the glory of the yen looked beautiful. Temperament, know how to take care of the Han Shen. Guan Big Dog is kind of touching and hitting the right spot. And warmth likes it when people praise her. And she doesn't feel embarrassed at all. On the car, Han Xian handed Guan Juanbiao a cigarette. Guan Juanbiao is very strong refused. And now this Volvo has become Guan Juanbiao's car. In addition to transporting the small Tuco and nothing else, back on the road to drive very smooth. Guan Juanbiao had been thinking about something as he drove. And when he was about to arrive at Two Snapdragon's company, Guan Big Dog suddenly spoke. Brother Han, should we get that grandson? Shut up. Guan Degu tried to sell Warmth a good deal, but Han Xian didn't give him a chance. Han Xian frowned at Guan Juanbiao. The latter frowned disheveled sigh. Yaman Mouther that card 2 snap which in Han Xian's guess. Just did not expect to really be stuck main. Guan Big Dog should be no way. In the curve with Han Xian to please the Warmth. But Han Xian didn't want Warmth to know about this matter. And with her temperament she would definitely go to Lin Zongheng. It wasn't that Han Xian was confident that Warmth would protect her, but that she would definitely do so. The car stopped in front of the Two Snapdragon company. Han Xian got off the car warm but not out of the car. Cold eyes looking at Guan Juanbiao. Cold voice. Han Xian is hiding something from me. He definitely won't tell. Just because I can't do anything about him doesn't mean I can't do anything about you guys. I can have your license stuck at the Yamen entrance for the rest of your life. Tell me, who moved Han Xian? Guan Degu looked at Han Xian with a difficult face, and Han Xian was so angry that he kicked Guan Degu's buttocks 7 or 8 times in succession, and turned around and walked towards the company, saying as he walked, Guan Big Dog, I can't fix her. You can do it yourself. You're ing screwing me over again. Do you know that? Guan Degu slapped himself in the face. Isn't that smart? A crying face prayed to warm alas. Little Ant 1, don't ask. If this is told, Brother Han will definitely hold a grudge against me. Okay, I'll call my second uncle right now. Don't. Li Jinhai wants to clean up my master the most. I'll say. Lin Zongheng approached me to buy Brother Han's 2 legs, offered $400,000, and gave me a $100,000 deposit. Warmth's face instantly changed, and Guan Daogo hurriedly explained when he saw this. Know this thing I told Brother Han a long time ago, 100,000 also gave Brother Han. Brother Han and I will soon be worshipping friendship. I think of him framing Brother Han hard is not comfortable, thinking to help Brother Han to export anger. Warmth grimaced and said in a cold voice, why are you so nice to Han Xian? What do you want from him? Guan Juanbiao shook his head gently. No figure. When I told Brother Han this news is my big miss, let me apologize to Brother Han. That is, the 2 of us hands that time. I think of my big miss called Brother Han a uncle. How I cannot be on Brother Han. After that, Brother Han helped my master transition, and gave this car Volvo to my big miss. I am grateful. Why did you and Han Xian strike? Because I cursed you behind your back and was overheard by Brother Han. I was beaten that day and lay in the alley without getting up, and Brother Han asked me for $10 saying he wanted to buy a cold skin. Warmth sat in the car and took a deep breath with her eyes closed, and after a long time opened the door and got out of the car, gritting her teeth and cursing. He's an idiot. The words fell to look at Guan Juanbiao. Don't let me know that you are using Han Xian. Guan Juanbiao, I'll tell you the truth. Li Jinhai is my own second uncle. He can get to this day are my great uncle's promotion. I want to clean up your. Very simple. It's very simple. You tell me now. How many women have an unclear relationship with Han Xian? Auntie, all I can say is that, not counting you, the East Court lady, there is a West Court lady and 2 little promises. You're here to give me a Qing dynasty drama? Auntie, just leave me alone. I really can't talk anymore, because Han Xian was now standing in the doorway, a baseball bat in his hand, looking angrily at Guan Daogo. Where's the East and West Court ladies from? Chapter 125, Little Auntie. Two Snap looked at Han Xian, who had a furious look on his face, and at Guan Juanbiao, who was standing in the doorway and not coming in. He couldn't help but laugh. The child's uncle Biaozi messed with you? You 2 brothers things I do not get involved. I heard that he cannot beat you. It so happens that my people have a small ring. Go play? Han Xian glared at the vain Guan Juanbiao and said angrily, I'm too lazy to take care of him. Just so a moment to give me a hole out of the East West Palace maiden too. So what? He watched too many Qing dynasty dramas? East and West Court ladies? Two Snap looked at the Warmth sitting next to Han Xian, and instantly understood. Biao Zi didn't seem to be wrong. Glory's general manager Yen wasn't generally good to Han Xian. This kid was a bit peachy. No, is a little rose. The city's 2 city flowers are flirting with him, so it's weird if they don't get tied up. Warmth sat beside Han Xian and said indignantly, if it wasn't true, he would have said so. I'm not curious about the Eastern Palace maiden being me, or the Western Palace being Yen Qingqing, but I'd like to know who those 2 little promises are. Yan Lan, Ji Jing, Qian Wan, brother Qian. You're good. Divorced for less than half a month and you're asking me to go around the world catching mistresses? You think I've got nothing better to do? I'll give my mom a good talking to when I get home for the new year. Ah. Han Xian gritted his teeth and glared at Guan Juanbiao, who turned and left, saying that he was sending someone to prepare lunch. I've seen too much. This guy is absolutely fine watching Qing dynasty dramas at home. He made Han Xian laugh in anger and smiled bitterly at Tu Snap. Boss Tu I'm making careless friends This brothers are helping to conceal between them. This guy can be good. I'm still fine, it will give me a whole bunch of them. Forget about it. One day I'll ask him to buy me a drink. Today I came over because I heard that your license is stuck on it. At the mention of it, Tu Snap nodded and frowned. Saturday I received the remittance from Mr. Yen and went to prepare. It turns out that everything is said and done. Suddenly got stuck on it, which is very strange. According to the reasoning, the airfield, that piece of land, is the heart of the Yamankauer. They are also anxious. It is not possible because it is me. Two Primrose go to do the construction will not be given a pass. And then you had Guan Juanbiao send me $100,000? Then why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Han Xian mercilessly exposed Tu Snap's hypocrisy. Tu Snap made a blush, got up and carried the teapot over to Han Xian in warmth, placed it on the table and then covered his head with a bitter smile as he took his seat. Hey, at that time is not want to let Piaozi and you said to come. The first time you and Piaozi drunk, after the next day you and the company side is not out of a little thing? There is no opportunity. The child his uncle I know you are busy, thinking of letting Biaozi go to work hard. Who thought that this is not instrumental thing really, and you said the child his uncle. I think there is someone in the ghost. This person, I guess the 8 or 9 not 10. Han Xian to warm to a cup of tea in the hand to blow. Now this girl's task is more important. First, what little promised to erase things before. To blow cool from the tea handed to warm. Han Xian test. You mean little Goyle? Ko? Tu Snap frowned as he let out a rhetorical question, then realized who this little Gower was, frowning bitterly and shaking his head. I'm also guessing, he stuck me. It's the same as stuck Yenqingqing. As a result, no matter how to make a mess is very unfavorable to Yenqingqing. But I think Gao Fulfillment hasn't had the ability to do this I don't know how much rescue he moved over. In short, now I don't even know where my license is stuck. Han Qian nodded, turned to look at Warmth, and softly said, let's ask. If this is delayed, little Tu Koan will also suffer. Whatever, little Tu Koan fights me every time, calling you brother-in-law and me sister. Just this bare temper Han Xian really cannot help. Tu Snap blinked at the Warmth, then stood up and shouted angrily at the staff outside the door. Every one of them are idle. Go to school to catch that rebellious son to her old son back. Really spoiled, taught out of shape. Treat the elders, we cannot have a bit of etiquette? The child her aunt, you don't be angry. This child has no mother since childhood. I'm the father neglected to teach her. When she comes back I let her kneel in front of you to apologize. The child her uncle, you don't stop. Warmth looked at Tu Snap as an afterthought, then mechanically turned her head to Han Xian and whispered, little Tu Kuan is a single parent? Han Xian did not say anything and pointed to Tu Snap's bookshelf. Han Xian saw the photo that had been enlarged several times. She took a deep breath and whispered, Boss Tu, I'm messing around with little Tu Kuan. Last time she and Han Xian went out to eat hot pot and still knew to help me pack it. A few days ago Li Er called me and said he wanted to recognize little Tu Kuan as a younger sister. Li Er called me sister. He called Tu Kuan sister, which is right to call me sister. Don't scare the children. Don't persuade the child's aunt. I'm the only relative this child has, and there's no one else I can educate if I don't. Tu Snapdragon, this play is good. The Warmth is not insisting. Not more than half an hour. The small Tu Koan jumped back, walked into the office when he saw his old man carrying a golf club rush to her. The small Tu Koan was scared, screamed and ran to the Warmth, hiding in the warmth of the arms and shouting, Auntie-in-law, help me. Ego? This has become fast enough. The Warmth of the moment laughed, put the little Tu Koan in his arms. Tu Snapdragon, see, this is not good to go forward. Holding the clubs pointing at the little Tu Koan reprimanded. In the future, if I hear you being rude to your aunt and uncle, don't blame me as your father for teaching you a lesson. Little Tu Quinn ignored Tu Snap and hugged the warm neck and whispered, Auntie-uncle, I've heard people say that Auntie-uncle has been seduced by a vixen named Yenqingqing, so you have to be careful. Yen Fox, you think she's a vixen too, don't you? Yeah, brother-in-law's vision is really bad. He doesn't treasure a fairy like Auntie who should only be in the sky. Instead he likes a fox. Hearing this, Warm smiled like a flower. Han Xian skimmed his mouth and muttered in a low voice, two childish ghosts. A small two girls at the same time to Han Xian tongue out to make a face. Warm hugging the small two Koan. The other hand took out the cell phone to make a phone call. And then the Warm frowned, hung up the phone and then directly called Li Jinha. Mom, Tu Snap's license is stuck to the owner. Han Xian said he'd help him get it down. I just called and they said it's useless to mention anyone. Don't you say anything, give the phone to Kian. Warm was so angry that she almost dropped the phone. What kind of mom is this? Believe Han Xian doesn't believe her? Warm face unhappy to hand the phone to Han Xian. Han Xian took the phone to say things. Li Jinha's side of the voice is a little unhappy, but also a little noisy. Seems to be playing cards. Why are you hanging out with two Snapdragon? Just tell your dad if you need money. Why do you have to worry so much? By the way, your second uncle said you're going to his place for dinner in a few days. Your uncle said you're going to his place for dinner in a few days? Move around a bit. Wait a minute, missy. I'm playing cards with your Aunt Yu right now. I'll let your Aunt Yu make a call. Xiao Qian ah. Your head is better than the little white-eyed wolf. I'm less involved with her great uncle and her second uncle's side. You take care of her a little bit. Divorced, what can be done? What's wrong with a divorce? You don't know? Who doesn't know when you say it like that? Han Xian had a slight headache and whispered, well, Mom, I know. Inside Aunt Yu? Well, her concubine original spouse is from the Urban Renewal Authority. Hey, your mom. I've been serving a few officials all day, always trying to send me money. Ha, oh, your Aunt Yu is done with her call. Your Aunt Yu finished her phone call. Let 2 Primrose prepare the paperwork to receive it tomorrow. Someone else is involved in this matter. Let's not talk about it. In the future, I play cards in the time to call me. I will beat you. Han Xian hurriedly hung up the phone. The words on the phone Warm heard clearly. Han Xian inwardly sighed, mother-in-law's formidable, but also really want to thank these two old. They are Han Xian's favor is not at all less than to Warm. Over and under. The phone was returned to Warmth, and Han Xian raised his head to look at Two Snap and frowned. Things are probably resolved, but you still have to be careful. I guess Gal Fulfillment won't let Yin Qingqing get this all done smoothly. Keep an eye on the little brothers. Also, I came here today to ask for your help on one thing. Two Snap smiled and waved his hand. Families say what two families say. You do me a favor, I do not appreciate you. You have something to do, things do not tell me. You just need to say what things are good. Eat while chatting? Eat here, I'll cook. Go out and eat depending on what the child's her aunt and child want to eat. When Two Snap's words fell, little Tu Kuan tugged on Warmth's sleeve and whispered, don't let my dad do it. He's a salty cook. And to go to the dog hot pot? Warmth touched little Tu Kuan's face and laughed. Your brother-in-law doesn't eat dog meat. Han Qian, let's go eat barbecued meat? It's fine if you make the call. Seafood curry, go! Han Qian's face instantly changed. Warmth was definitely not joking, and he regretted it a little. What's wrong with a boxed lunch? Chapter 126, Dragon Physical Therapy. You're not afraid to eat a nosebleed in the middle of the day. Han Qian went to squint at Warmth out of the corner of his eye and clenched his teeth in his heart. Eating out is eating out. Can't you be a little more polite? You really take Two Snapdragon as a family? Two Snapdragon, this guy is also interesting. Do not eat what big fish and meat. Asked for a bowl of sorghum water rice, a plate of fish. With his words now, the biggest problem is not to make money, but what to eat every day. When you don't have money, you like big fish and meat, but when you have money, you can't eat. Han Qian doesn't like seafood or sorghum rice. Left Warm, right to Koan. A moment to Warm, pour juice. A moment to the small Tu Koan sleeves. Han Qian is very busy. Peeled a shrimp on the plate of the small Tu Koan. Han Qian opened his mouth. Tu boss, I and Lin Zongheng things between you heard a long time ago. I have no time to take care of him. He is a little nose on the face. In recent years, as Warm has been in charge of the company's affairs, there is no credit but also hard work. He came back to the president of the position. No matter from which point of view, I am very dissatisfied in my heart, but did not go to play what means. I am a little worried that the Lin family holding about 40% of the equity pulling the other small directors to Warm from the smooth enjoyment to kick out. To the shareholders of the things I Han Qian do not understand. I think the two boss in the city's reputation and friendship will certainly know a few of them. Thinking of letting the two boss to help go to probe the wind. Two Snap put down his bowl and pointed at Han Qian as he laughed and cursed. You didn't enter my Two Primrose command as my Two Primrose loss, but also good thing is that my daughter's eyes are good. Is to probe the wind or knock? The meaning of this word is not the same. Knock is piaozi, there may be counterproductive. To probe the wind will have to be my Two Primrose to personally go to talk about it. Definitely the latter. No need for too much. Now the warmth of the hands of 27%. As long as more than 40, the warmth will be able to continue to stay in the company. Of course, the future of the cooperation of the smooth enjoyment of the first considerations are also the two boss. Cannot say that because of the relationship is good to use the people for nothing, is not it. Two Snap nodded smilingly. After the meal, Han Qian firmly refused Guanju and Gao's offer to send the two home. Out of the restaurant, Warm and Han Qian walked shoulder to shoulder on the street. I do not know when the warmth bought a cup of milk tea. While walking and drinking, Han Qian took out his cigarette and held it in his mouth, squinting his eyes and saying softly, letting 2Snap talk to the shareholders is the next best thing. It's also the only way now that there's no other way. This bare temper of yours is definitely unpopular in the board of directors. Of course you don't need to change it. There's only profit in the eyes of a businessman. You can get your team to hang on to 2Snap earlier. 2Snap needs your connections to solve a lot of things. You need assholes like 2Snap behind you to deter a bit of those who are ready to bully you. And talk less to Gwanda dog. Warmth heartlessly giggled nervously at Han Qian and whispered, I don't worry about it. Lin Zonghun can't move me in a short period of time. After 2Snap's transformation is successful, my team should have thought of that as well. Brother Qian, why does 2Snap trust you so much? Shouldn't this kind of person be more suspicious? Han Qian snatched Worm's milk tea and took a sip, and Worm kicked at Han Qian's calf angrily. Smells like smoke. I don't want it. You drink it. Oh, Han Qian took a sip of milk tea. It's too sweet and cloying. Worm's just like this kind of sweet and greasy, sticky stuff. Rip open the top plastic. A mouthful of dry, followed by, it's not trust. People like 2Snapdragon indeed won't trust anyone. If I don't have the means to bring him benefits now, he definitely won't agree to this matter. To put it bluntly, it's just an exchange of benefits. Still drinking? I'll go buy it for you. No more drinks. Want some old BJ's popping tripe? Didn't you just finish eating? I'm not hungry. I just want to eat. Looking at the Worm waving small fists, Han Qian cannot help but frown up and down the Worm. This girl never exercise, not fitness, a day to eat more than Han Qian. These things to eat where to go? This small chest does not grow. Seeing Han Qian's gaze fall on his chest, Warmth was furious and rushed forward to grab Han Qian's ear, about to give him a headbutt. Looking at Han Qian revealing a look of horror, Warmth let go of Han Qian and let out a cold snort. Strolling down the pedestrian street with Warmth, Warmth basically just eats and eats. Then eating. After 1 or 2 bites of each item, he handed it to Han Qian and said he couldn't eat anymore. She actually wasn't hungry at all and didn't want to eat. But Han Qian hadn't eaten anything for lunch and she bought it for Han Qian, so she wanted to try a bite. Han Qian ate almost as much as Warmth bought a vest. 35 pieces. This time Han Qian really didn't refuse. Sheep. The two separated, and Warm went home to talk to Old One about this matter, and Han Qian went to work. At 12:30, Han Qian stood in front of the punching machine and struggled with whether to punch in or not. The glorious staff in the first floor hall were all looking at Han Xianer. They were betting on whether this god would punch in or not, and some people even started to place their bets. While Han Qian was tangled up, Lu Jiulong came back from outside and saw Han Qian standing tangled up in front of the punching machine. He went up and kicked Han Qian's ass gently and angrily. You're still punching cards? I went over to finance yesterday especially for you, and your name just didn't show up in finance. Here. Han Qian scratched his head and looked at the small pillbox in Lu Jiulong's hand, puzzled. What the hell? Anointing. Your sister Yang said your arm is a little injured. Quite big people do not always fight. Young people do not hostility so heavy. Eat lunch yet? Eaten. The two went upstairs, and then downstairs began to quarrel because of Han Xianer clocking things. The loser naturally want to find reasons to refute. Lu Jiulong ignored these boring guys, Han Qian and Li Dongxing, 2 candidates. He is more inclined to go for Han Qian. Although the sinner was a little rude and a little hooligan, but his nature was not bad, and he was not tired of getting along with him, while Li Dongshang, that typical waste of space, had a look of superiority all day long. And in addition to the matter of humiliating Yang Lan at the party not long ago, Lu Jiulong was disgusted with him. It wasn't long afterward that a burst of laughter and Han Qian's wailing came out of the general department. Qianer, bear it, your dragon brother I was practiced back in the day, so this little injury and pain must be a handful. Don't run. Han Qian, half of the body exposed in the air, all the plasters on the arm, so under Lu Jiulong has not let him go, saying that he wants to get a what dragon type of physical therapy. The girls in the office looked at the two nonsense, laughing on the table straight. Lu Jiulong pressed Han Qian into a chair and said seriously, first bitter, then sweet, don't move, and Shan, Qian Wan, Si Guan, don't laugh. If outsiders hear this, they'll think we're having an annual meeting in the general department. How's that? How's it going? The last one must have been asked of Han Qian, not of the girls evaluating their hijinks. Han Qian looked at Lu Jiulong in surprise. This is really useful, hey? Chapter 127, My Mom Says, Comprehensive Department of a Peaceful Atmosphere. Li Dongxing knows almost did not gas ask you. He hasn't. Mom said this. Han Qian. Mom also gave Dad a phone call, but the results and the expected difference is too much. Dad's meaning even do not want to move this. Han Qian. Li Dongsheng do not understand. On this a mud leg. Poor people, how can not move? Well, Mom told him to casually toss. The company is our home. Li Dahai hasn't returned home yet, but he's heard about this Han Qian who came out of nowhere abroad. There's no way. With high fulfillment, Han Qian couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Now Han Qian is too lazy to take care of Li Dongsheng. Let him play by himself first. In the comprehensive department of the ass is not yet hot. Small Yang Jia ran over to give the holy decree. The queen is invited. At the mention of the words Nyang Yang, Han Qian wanted to get into a fight with Guan de Dog. Isn't that just plain sick? Just went out the door and ran into Ji Jing. Ji Auntie changed into her white suit. Looking that clean, Ji Jing cocked her head and looked at Han Qian, holding a small medicine bag with a red cross painted on it. Puzzled. Going to be busy again? Is this the little promise in Guan de Dog's mouth? Han Qian sighed. Powerless. The lady of the night might be worried that I'm dead. So didn't she send this little eunuch over to summon me? Medicine for me? Could it be that the matter of my injury has spread again in the company? I was really not in a fight. I was just exercising too much. Ji Jing shrugged and said softly, "It's useless to give it to you. Let's go." Xingxing brought up the water park thing during the meeting this morning. I'm afraid you're the one who gave her the idea again, right? Look at her glowing vigor. It came off the top of my head yesterday. Han Qian returned a careless sentence, and in the next second directly strangled little Yang Jia's neck and gritted his teeth. Did you forget about the little ad you printed for me yesterday? Little girl, you run. Why don't you keep running? Little Yang Jia had really forgotten about this, and now that she was being strangled by Han Qian and screaming for Sister Ji to save her, Ji Jing squinted at the two guys out of the corner of her eye and chose to turn a blind eye. Childish. Seeing that her rescuer was useless, little Yang Jia took out a lollipop in her pocket to bribe Han Qian, and naturally the result was a failure. Glory General Manager's office. Han Qian legs on the coffee table. Beside the sofa piled up snacks. Small Yang Jia tears bar poorly watched their own baby was Han Qian mercilessly blackmailed and enjoyed in front of her. She felt that every time Han Qian opened the snacks is like tearing her heart. Yan Xingqing was in a good mood. In the past, it was Gao Fulfillment who tried to embarrass him during the meeting. Since yesterday, she heard that Han Qian was interested in the water park and gave a simple proposal. This morning Yan Xingqing went to take revenge. What a gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. I'm a small woman. Han Qian, why are you bullying Yang Jia again? You gave her back her snacks. To her own little secretary, Yan Xingqing was still very concerned, but it was Han Qian who didn't feel sorry for little Yang Jia at all. Skimming his lips, with a salary of 5,000 or 6,000 a month, no clothes, no makeup, and a single dog. I have to help her spend some money. Xiao Yang Jia was angry and gritted her teeth, and could not wait to eat Han Qian now. In fact, she was just 1 year younger than Han Qian, and had a doll face that looked like it was a lot smaller, and Han Qian probably didn't know what it meant to have compassion, and titanium straight men didn't need to understand this stuff. Yan Xingqing smiled helplessly and said softly, Yang Jia, don't be afraid. He still has $400,000 in my hand. I'll tell you when I give it to him. You pester him for it. $400,000? Little Yang Jia's eyes instantly lit up, then turned around and walked out of the office, and not a moment later came in holding a bunch of snacks, squatting on the edge of the coffee table with a petulant giggle. You eat more, brother Kenner. I'll eat less. This time Han Qian also a little afraid to eat. Vigilant look at the small Yang Jia, not worried about this little girl thinking of his money. He was worried about this inside the drug. Was not hungry. Eat a little also cannot eat. Yan Xingqing asked Han Qian what his recent plans were. Han Qian said bluntly that he would first play through the game before saying anything. Yan Xingqing closed her eyes and didn't get angry. She was already used to Han Qian's answers that weren't normal. I brought up the water park thing this morning. If we get the water park trouble out of the way in a short period of time, it won't be me that needs to be obsessing about how I can get a foothold in glory. It'll be time for high fulfillment to brood about it. Do you have any interest in that right now? Is there money to be had? While the miser was most concerned about money right now, Yan Xingqing shook her head. No, there's not much gas to be made at the water park. You'll get 10,000 at the most. I'll write you a rough one then, and then I'll stay out of it. There's been too much messing around lately, and a little too tired to have the heart for it. Han Qian was indeed a bit annoyed, and Yan Xingqing skimmed her lips in agreement. Sore arms, Han Qian wants to play the game cannot play. In Yan Xingqing's office to sleep for a while a phone, a while a report noisy Han Qian some annoyance. That's right, it's just annoying. Playing with guns only reduced his hostility. It didn't mean it solved the trouble. Lu Xinga, Tu Snap, Qian Ling, Gao Fulfillment, Lin Zonghong, Li Dongsheng, Tu Snap. The names of these people kept appearing in his mind. The relationship of their names compiled into a web. They seemed like spiders, and Han Qian wasn't sure if he was the yellow bird or the prey in the web. The head is messed up into a pot of porridge. Back to the comprehensive department of Han Qian lying on the table to sleep. The small green tea Wu Saigan unsuspecting softly sighing recently brother Han Qian is really too tired. Everyone is a little bit quieter, which makes just ready to turn on the music of the Li Dongxing was very surprised. He had already spoken to his mother about Yen Qingqing's threats against him, and she said, "No need to give that vixen's face, the company is all our families, so we can play as we like." But now Wu Saigen is starting to feel sorry for Han Xian. Looking at Li Dongsheng with his eyes on her, Wu Saigen explained in a low voice that the company had been busy recently, and the executives had been meeting often, so it would be better to be a little more peaceful. Hearing the explanation, Li Dongsheng coldly grunted, but did not continue to go to open the music. The heart of Han Xian's grudge is heavier. The little green tea's mind falls in Qianwan's eyes that is called a disgusting. Originally sitting closer, her words were clearly heard by Qianwan. Qianwan turned her head and skimmed her lips and despised. "Little green tea whore, you'd better put away that little trick of yours. You care so much about Han Xian, be careful that the woman who admired you as a little maid calls you a." Who is Qianwan? Shareholder's niece. Who's Li Dongsheng? The shareholder's son. These two people Wu Saigen cannot afford to mess with, much less dare to return the favor. Lowered his head and choked in a small voice, "I just want brother Han Xian to rest for a while. What's wrong with me?" The aggrieved and pitiful look almost did not make Qianwan angry. Stood up and was about to go to find Wu Saigen to theorize. Wu Saigen quickly turned around and grabbed Li Dongsheng's arm to seek protection. Li Dongsheng has long been looking at Qianwan in an unfavorable way. In addition to the words that she said just now, Li Dongsheng raised his head to look at Qianwan coldly and frowned. "Do you need to teach Sigwen how to do things? Mind your own business first. Hooking up with men all day long. Who's the and who knows it in his heart?" Qianwan sneered and despised. "What's it to you if I'm talking to Wu Saigen? Did you drink too much milk this morning? Did you start spitting up?" Only a short time ago Han Xian scolded Li Dongsheng for drinking milk, and now it was brought up by Qianwan. Li Dongsheng's face instantly reddened. Flinging away Wu Saigen and picking up a glass of water to splash it directly on Qianwan's face, Qianwan froze, and the people in the comprehensive department all froze. After 2 seconds of silence, Qianwan turned around and picked up the coffee on the table and splashed it on Li Dongsheng's chest. Originally there was a conflict between the two people, looking at each other. This time splashing water on each other was considered to ignite the fuse. Li Dongsheng looked at the stains on his chest. He stood up and stared angrily at Qianwan, who wiped a handful of water stains on her face and taunted. "It's still your mom doing your laundry, isn't it?" Li Dongsheng let out a sardonic laugh and raised his leg to tuck it into Qianwan's belly. "My mom said the company is all in my family." Chapter 128. Mom, someone hit me. Recently Qianwan would have come to relatives. This kick directly kicked her to the ground, covering her belly and gritting her teeth. Looking angrily at Li Dongsheng, the people in the office never thought that Li Dongsheng would actually make a move on Qianwan. Fang Shanshan, who has a good relationship with Qianwan, rushed over. Lu Jiolong also stood up and walked here. Qianwan covered her belly and looked at Li Dongsheng coldly. "You deserve to be a mommy's boy for the rest of your life. You deserve to have your mom control your life, and you're not a man without an opinion." What Li Dongsheng couldn't accept the most was someone saying he was a mama's boy. There were too many people saying he was a mama's boy since he was a child, but he thought it was obedience and filial piety, and he smiled sarcastically and stepped forward again. "I'm sure I'll rip your mouth off today and strip you naked and throw you down the hallway." When Fang Shanshan heard this, she was busy blocking Qianwan's body, and then she was pulled by Li Dongsheng's hair and thrown to the side. This time Han Xian also woke up. Looking at Li Dongsheng, there is still some confusion. When she saw that he walked towards Qianwan, who was lying on the ground, Han Xian was busy getting up and rushed to Li Dongsheng. Sore right arm weak. In addition to just woke up body clumsy, a time actually did not grasp the chair. Lu Jiolong hastily pulled Han Xian, and shouted for people to pull away Li Dongsheng. Han Xian broke free 2 times, did not break free. Looking at the face full of pain, Qianwan covered the belly, cannot afford to straighten the waist. Han Xian rushed to Li Dongsheng, opened his mouth to yell, "Sun Tzu, you come at me. I've been wanting to punch you for a long time." 1 m 85. Robustly Dongsheng grabbed together and threw directly to Han Xian. Lu Jiolong saw this and hurriedly held Han Xian, turned around. The chair heavily smashed in Lu Jiolong's back. Under the pain, Lu Jiolong let go of Han Xian. Han Xian also in this instant rushed to Li Dongsheng. Just swung out a fist, was kicked by Li Dongsheng in the chest. Han Xian was also kicked to the ground, and this time he didn't rush into action, taking out his cell phone to call Su Liang. "Come back and fight Li Dongsheng." Now Han Xian's arm is injured. He definitely can't beat this guy, and from the action just now, this guy must have practiced. Han Xian got up and went to touch the chair, but he didn't expect to snatch it away first. Then Han Xian was hugged around the waist. Han Xian, calm down." Han Xian could not see who this person was, but did not wait for him to get back to his senses. Li Dongsheng's foot again in his chest. Han Xian was being held in no way to fight back. Recently his temper was already bad. Shook off the person behind him, grabbed a ballpoint pen from the table and pointed at him. It was another employee of the general department, nicknamed Old White, and Han Xian's ballpoint pen was pointed at Old White's neck. "Damn you! If you touch me again, I'll kill you. The battle of favoritism has been brought to Han Xian's attention. This time everyone did not realize that Wu Saigon had already disappeared. And when Han Xian forced back old Bai, Su Liang came and looked at the chaotic general department and the footprints on Han Xian's vest, took off his clothes and carried a stool towards Li Dongsheng. Lu Jiulong stepped forward and bent down to hold Su Liang's waist, blocking it from the front, and eagerly said, "Rio, don't be impulsive. This matter will be left to the higher-ups." Su Liang slowed down his steps, lowered his head to look at the pained Lu Jiulong and opened his mouth. "What does high-level processing have to do with me?" The words fell Su Liang directly through the chair to Li Dongsheng. Li Dongsheng dodged when the stomach suddenly came to severe pain, when the head down when the chin hard to receive a punch. Han Xian finally got his revenge. Li Dongsheng is a mama's boy is good, but he is also considered a man. Under the severe pain, not to worry did not retreat. Against Han Xian's shoulder and elbow strike. Watching Han Xian suffered a loss, Su Liang shook off Lu Jiulong and rushed over. At this time the senior management arrived. Gao Fulfillment was the first to come over, commanding the security guards brought over from the first floor to pull the people away. Looking at Han Xian and Su Liang being grabbed, Li Dongsheng once again stepped forward and punched Su Liang in the face. Su Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Li Dongsheng with fierce eyes. When Li Dongsheng was also stopped by Gao Fulfillment, the comprehensive department was in a mess. The documents and computers were scattered on the ground. The keyboards were hanging on the edge of the tables. The tables and chairs were flying across the room. The comprehensive department was like a classroom of graduates. Han Xian covered his shoulder and gasped. Looking at everything in front of him, Gao Fulfillment's face was gloomy and positive. "This is a company, not a boxing gym. If you want to fight, go out and fight. Don't make trouble for me here again." The words fell. Han Xian immediately followed. "Okay, Li Dongsheng, you don't and women powerful. Pants with a handle, let's go downstairs to fight. See, today you can beat me to death, or I can beat you to death." Between words Su Liang has turned around and walked to the door to take a mop and hand it to Han Xian. Han Xian took the mop and was about to break it. Su Liang said softly, "It hurts a little more with an iron head." These two guys obviously want to get dead Li Dongsheng, but also did not put the high fulfillment in the eyes. Li Dongsheng viciously looked at the two men, gritted his teeth. "Vice President Gao, Han Xian and Su Liang assaulted me together for no reason. Either you fire them for this matter, or I'll have my parents come to the company to find an explanation for me." Fire Han Xian and Su Liang? Gao Fulfillment has some heart. Yesterday afternoon Yan Qingqing this and Han Xian disappeared for an afternoon. This morning Yan Qingqing let him down in the morning meeting, said that he wants to rectify the loss-making water park, which is obviously to get Han Xian's help again. I also received a message just now that someone helped Snap to get the license. Han Xian can't keep it any longer. But just as Gao Fulfillment hesitated, Xianwan gritted her teeth in agony. "Let your parents come? Fine. I'll call my aunt right now, and I'll see which one of you can fire Han Xian and Su Liang." If Qianwan did not open her mouth, Gao Fulfillment really ignored this little aunt. Her aunt Qianling is also a shareholder and holds as many shares as Li Dahai. But, will Qianling protect Han Xian? High Fulfillment made a decision. "All of you leave the company for now and go home and wait for the results. You're affecting the company's image and breaking its rules." Going home? What can Li Dongsheng do when he goes home? His father is a shareholder. And when Gao Fulfillment felt shrewd for his decision, Qianwan had already taken out her cell phone to call Qianling. Just one sentence. "She's been hit." Immediately afterward, Yan Qingqing and Yang Lan also hurriedly came to the general department. Looking at the chaotic general department, and looking at the mop in Han Xian's hand, he knew that Han Xian had gotten into trouble again. And the other party was Li Dongsheng. Yan Qingqing ignored Han Xian and sternly questioned the other staff in the general department about what had happened. Old White glanced at Han Xian with the rest of his eyes, then said, "Mr. Yan." Han Xian went back to the general department to sleep, and when he woke up from his nap, he suddenly rushed at Li Dongsheng. Listening to the words, Yan Qingqing frowned even more tightly. Han Xian has a record of fighting. The company people all know. At this time the little girl Fang Shanshan eagerly said, "No, Mr. Yan." It was Li Dongsheng who first threw water on Qianwan's face, then assaulted her and threatened to strip her clothes and throw her into the corridor. Han Xian was only trying to protect Qianwan, and it was Li Dongsheng who made the first move. He kicked Han Xian's chest first, and then Baida held Han Xian and pulled him out of the fight. And Han Xian's chest was kicked twice. And there is a surveillance camera in the comprehensive department. You can watch. Who did not expect Fang Shanshan, this little transparency, to help speak? Old Bai's face instantly became pale, while Li Dongsheng opened his mouth and directly cursed. "Fang Shanshan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Qianwan scold Siguan first? Why didn't you say anything when Han Xian scolded me?" Fang Shanshan seems to be determined to help Qianwan, lifting up her small chest and opening her mouth with a slightly insufficient bottom. Last time, it was also you who first called Han Xian and Su Liang poor bastards, and then you had to make a move before they left the comprehensive department. Qianwan and Wu Saigan's matter was between the two of them, and you kicked Qianwan in the stomach and tried to strip her of her clothes. You're too dangerous of a person. A few words of Li Dongxing angry to move. Fang Shanshan was scared back a step, and only a step, because it was blocked. Li Dongxing was not able to go up to teach this woman. Aghast took out his cell phone to make a call. Mom, I'm being bullied at work. 2 of them beat me up and 1 of them, and now the company wants me to go home, so come over and save me. Finally, Han Xian knew that this day would come sooner or later, and the conflict with Li Dongxing would start sooner or later, and he threw away the mop in his hand to look at Yang Lan. Sister Yang, send Qianwan to the hospital. I'd like to see what kind of a woman this cursing is. Chapter 129, Get Out. It is good when things get big. Han Xian is not afraid of Li Dongxing's mom at all. As long as the one who comes over is not 2 moms, he is not afraid. In the general department, Han Xian has been looking for a chance to take revenge. Yan Qingqing signaled for Han Xian to go to the hospital as well, but Han Xian bristled and shook his head. There was no need for that. In less than 20 minutes, there was a scuffle from outside the corridor. Gao Fulfillment bumbled out to greet them, and Han Xian and Su Liang glanced at each other. They knew who was coming. Mr. and Mrs. Li Dahai, Li Dongxing's mom and dad, first walked into the Ministry of Comprehensive as Li Dongxing his mother Zhang Qin. Looks and figure in this Qin word does not match, but like a drum, into the door to open the mouth to curse. Which too little hit my son? Today I don't dismiss you from the company, and send you in, all count me living in vain. Han Qian, who was sitting in his chair, immediately opened his mouth to retaliate. Finally, I know what it means that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Without good roots and seedlings, he can't catch a good scoop. Ken-chan, you're right about that. The two sang and sang, which also told Zhang Qin that it was the 2 of them who moved. And when Zhang Qin heard the word Qianer, he also knew that this little is the baby son's mouth inside that Han Xian. Li Dongxing saw his mother came, immediately put on an aggrieved look, as if everyone else was bullying him. Zhang Qin is only about 1 meter 5.5. Embracing 1 meter 8.5 of Li Dongxing always feel a little funny. Li Dongxing with a large-size baby like aggrieved crying, saying that it is Han Xian robbed her predetermined daughter-in-law. Zhang Qin gently patted her baby son's back and softly said, "Good girl, Mom will definitely take it out on you." The words fell to look at High Fulfillment and said angrily, "Why don't you call the police to deal with these 2 little? What are you still staying in the company for? Does this vice president of yours not want to do it anymore?" Cal Fulfillment was so angry in his heart, but he really didn't dare to say anything. He glanced at Yan Qingqing, and Zhang Qin instantly understood, raising her head to look at Yan Qingqing angrily. "What are you looking at? Why don't you kick these 2 little out of the company?" And my precious son said that some little named Shan Shan is full of nonsense. Thinking about my son cannot get it and start to move the right and wrong? A mouthful of little es. Yan Qingqing was a little hard to hear. In the way of her being the lover of the shareholders, Yan Qingqing was not good enough to tear her face off, lowered her head and clenched her teeth and whispered, "The cause of the incident is still under investigation. Han Xian and Su Liang are very important to the company, so please watch your words." As the words fell, Yan Qingqing raised her head and realized that Zhang Qin had already appeared in front of her. Snap! A slap landed on Yan Qingqing's face. Han Xian saw this and stood up to come over. Yan Qingqing covered her face and gritted her teeth. "Han Xian, don't move." Then with cold eyes, he looked at Zhang Qin and said softly, "Ms. Zhang, there are only 3 shareholders in the company, Lu Xinge, Qian Ling, Li Dahai. There's no Zhang Qin's name in here, and there are rules in the company that the shareholders are not allowed to get involved in the internal affairs of the company, and only enjoy the dividends." Snap! Another slap. This time Han Xian ignored Yan Qingqing's gesture and took a big step forward to stand in front of him, when Gao Fulfillment from afar opened his mouth. "Mr. Yan, Sister Zhang is Li Dong's lover." Sister Zhang's words are naturally Li Dong's meaning, and it says that just shareholders can't get involved in the company's operation, and now that Li Dong's son has been beaten up, he deserves to be fired. Li Dahai, who stood in the doorway, hadn't opened his mouth. He frowned as he looked at Han Xian, not knowing what he was thinking. Yan Qingqing pushed Han Xian away and chided Gao Fulfillment in a cold voice. "Vice President Gao, didn't you hear what Fang Shanshan said? The one who started it was Li Dongshan. Does it mean that the aggressor is not at fault and the victimized person should be fired? The word gets out that our reputation for glory is going to be ruined." Gao Fulfillment did not refute, just a powerless look at Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin has been very angry. This Yan Qingqing everywhere to protect this Han Xian, but also said that her son is the abuser. In a fit of anger, she reached out and grabbed Yan Qingqing's burgundy red long hair and tore it hard. "Little, if you dare call my son an abuser, I'll skin your fox today." Messed up again. Yan Qingqing let out a loud scream. Han Xian was so infuriated that his face turned blue, stepped forward and straddled Yan Qingqing, waved his hand and slapped Zhang Qin's face. Everyone froze. Han de Xian air slapped his wife in front of Li Dong? Is this guy crazy? The first one to come back to his senses was Li Dongsheng, angrily opening his mouth to curse at Han Xian. Han Xian, mud horse. The words fell like a cannonball rushing toward Han Xian, but just ran out not a few steps. Was Su Liang a foot and the side waist fell to the ground. Su Liang spit a mouthful of saliva at Li Dongsheng. Bah! I'll pay you back now for the punch you just gave me. Su Liang has been ready to be expelled. Rather than being wronged here is better than pain. No regrets to go. Even if the police and what can be done. At most, the fine is a little money. Go in the squat a few days on the finish. But this beatings cannot be in vain. And he knew that even if he didn't do it, this Zhang Qin wouldn't let him go. The scene was in chaos, and Yan Qingqing snapped angrily. Han Qian, Su Liang, you two stop it. Han Qian let go of Zhang Qin. Su Liang also returned to Han Qian's side, and the two men intentionally or unintentionally blocked Yan Qingqing behind them. They have to protect Mr. Yan. Li Dahai, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Fire these two, and in the meantime call the police and let them handle it, and I'll have someone take good care of you two in there. Li Dahai's voice was very soft, and Han Qian's mouth showed a sneer as he turned his back to Yang Jia and whispered, "Take Mr. Yan to the hospital and check if the scalp has fallen off and if there are any scars left on his face." "I'm not going to the hospital. Hankin, Yang Jia." Yan Qingqing's refusal was ignored by Han Xian, and he shouted angrily at Yang Jia, and little Yang Jia, who had already been stunned out of her wits, came back to her senses and pulled Yan Qingqing out of the comprehensive department. Han Xian swept over the people in the comprehensive department and said in a cold voice, "It's okay for everyone to go out first. Since you guys want to play a mixed game, let's have some fun now. Let's see if you guys can throw me in, or if I can play you to death today. Rio, give me your cell phone. I'll call 2 Snapdragon. You want to throw me in? Okay, let's see who's going to throw me in today." There is no need to pretend to have a relationship that is pure. Han Xian is ready to call his mother-in-law. You like to use money and power to press people, right? Then let's press it today. As Han Xian took out his cell phone, a soft chortle came from the doorway. "Xiao Qian, put the cell phone down. There's no need to call 2 Snap for this kind of thing yet." A cry of Xiao Qian made Han Xian's heart relax, forcing out a smile and whispering to the doorway, "Auntie, you're here." Qian Ling and came. She slowly walked into the comprehensive department, ignoring Li Dahai and Zhang Qin, walked over to Han Xian and patted the dust on his chest, and took a look at the injury on Su Liang's face, took a deep breath and turned to look at Li Dahai, and said in a cold voice, "You want to fire them both? You can, but let's settle the score for your son beating my niece to hospitalization. And don't talk to me about kids playing around and your 8-foot-tall son trying to strip my niece naked. Are you going to give me an explanation now, or are you talking about going to the police station to explain?" Li Dahai looked at Qianling with furrowed brows, and Zhang Qin opened her mouth and said angrily, "Qianling, don't talk nonsense. My son would touch you." Qianwan a little. Snap! Qianling's slap landed on Zhang Qin's face. Zhang Qin was slightly stunned. This moment she had already received 2 slaps, waved her hand and was about to go to smack Qianling, but her hand was just lifted up. Qianling's hand landed on Zhang Qin's face again. Snap! Qianling looked at Zhang Qin with cold eyes and said angrily, "I Qianling now in addition to such a niece I have no one." "Li Dahai, you can try. Is it I send your son in, or that you can send these 2 children in?" The anger in Qianling's heart was burning. There was no way to control her anger when she knew that Li Dongxing had beaten Qianwan and threatened to strip her clothes. Seeing this, High Fulfillment on the side wanted to ease the atmosphere between the 2 directors and laughed softly. "Qiandong, get out." Chapter 135%. Now Han Qian really wanted to say that he should. He's been proposing that Han Qian and Su Liang be fired since Gal Fulfillment came over, and has repeatedly drawn fire on Yan Qingqing. Telling him to get lost is a light mercy. Qianwan pulled over a chair and sat in front of Han Qian and Su Liang. These 2 guys stood behind them as if they were bodyguards. Qianling looked towards Li Dahai and said softly, "Let's talk about how to solve the matter of your son and my niece first. Then we'll talk about your son and Xiao Qian's matter. I haven't adjusted the surveillance of the general department yet. Don't wait until then. I won't talk about our friendship." Li Dahai walked up and pulled Zhang Qin down behind him, frowning and looking down at Qianling in a deep voice. "The cause of the matter is not pursued. Xiaowan is a girl went to the hospital. Dongsheng is a boy. Hands are indeed wrong. I will let Dongsheng go to the door to apologize." "Dad, I'm not apologizing to her." "Mom, Li Dongxing could not lower his head and opened his mouth to ask for help from his mother. And Zhang Qian's attitude also showed that he would not apologize. Han Qian's eyes turned, and he lowered his head and whispered, "Auntie Qian." After that conflict not long ago, when Big Qianer came back, his clothes were drenched. Li Dongxing opened his mouth to sneer at Qianwan's words, which were very hard to hear and unpleasant to the ear. Su Liang and I can leave Glory anytime we want, but Qianwan got a kick in the face, so we can't just say we're sorry and call the police to let the police deal with it. I suspect that Li Dongxing is perverted in his heart and wants to do something to Big Qianer. When these words came out, Zhang Qin broke into a fit of rage. "Little, you are full of nonsense. How can my precious son look at Qianwan, this woman? Auntie Qian, this is the woman who said that Big Qianer was not a good girl and did not keep her word." Han Qian has been adding fuel to the fire, but Qianling's face didn't change much, just frowning at Li Dahai. Li Dahai knows too much about what his wife and children are like. He took a deep breath and frowned. "Then what do you say, Qiandong? How things can be considered to be over?" Li Dahai looked at Qianling's attitude and knew that today's events were unfavorable to him. Qianling smiled at Li Dahai and whispered to the door, Shan, you go over to the security room and give me a copy of the surveillance footage from the general department. Then go and get everyone who was in the general department at the time. Let's go to the police station and talk about this matter. Li Dongxing hasn't been bullying my niece once or twice. When the time comes to prosecute for an attempted rape, it should still be possible, right? Whether this crime is established or not is not important to Qianling. What she wants is to put this reputation on Li Dongxing's head. Qianwan's character is big and bold, but in the end, she is still a girl. She already exists a certain advantage. Once the matter has been added to and put out, Qianwan does not worry about being okay, but also will become a poor victim and get the solidarity of the community. And Li Dongxing will not be able to move an inch. And in the future the girls in the company will avoid him. Li Dongxing was scared, eagerly hugging Zhang Qin's arm for help. Zhang Qin also felt a sense of crisis and laughed stiffly. Sister Qian, you see the two children's things are not necessary to make a mess of this. Our children do not know what to do. Or how about this? Let Qianwan discharged from the hospital to play back. The two children get even. Don't affect the relationship between the two families. Mom, Li Dongxing has not realized the seriousness of the matter. He is afraid of prison, while Zhang Qin and Li Dahai is worried about Li Dongxing's future. Once the wind is spreading, the son of the director of the Glory Group, Li Dahai psychopathic, unsuccessfully trying to rape his female colleagues, or said that the bullying and assaulting of female colleagues, and threatened to peel off the clothes. No matter which sentence will circulate in the circle of the upper class, and Li Dongxing's future has turned out to be a slim one. Qianling looked at Li Dahai and smiled. Li Dong invested in a project abroad? I heard that the prospect is very good. I envy this heart, but there is no one around to take care of. This life has no ambition. Just want to give Qianwan to stay a little more bottom of the box objects. I'm this niece is no good. I'm this aunt will inevitably worry about. You say right. Li Dahai, somewhat puzzled by the meaning of Qianling's words, laughing softly, said that his own family is the same. But Qianling is considered different, said softly. Boys can marry an ordinary family's child, but the girls should always find a door-to-door. How much assets? To contact what kind of people? I squandered a lot of money in foreign countries over the years, and now there is not much left in my hands. Li Dong's heart is abroad, and he doesn't care about this bit of Glory's assets. Let's do it this way. Transfer that little fraction of the shares to Qianwan. This matter is just forgotten. This is the only two words that Han Qian can think of in his heart. So small a matter of opening is 5% of the shares? Thinking about how hard he worked to get a few $100,000. Is the difference that big? Li Dahai is not a cutie. He's not a cutie. While Han Qian was still thinking, Li Dahai spoke up. It's fine to give you 5% of the shares, and I'll let Dongsheng leave the headquarters to go to the branch office for training. But you shouldn't be meddling in the matter of the two of them beating up my wife and child. That's a yes? Is 5% of the shares a cabbage? Han Qian still hasn't returned to his senses, and Qianling raised her head and laughed at Li Dahai. You want to fire him? First of all, I as a member of the board of directors I do not agree. Once Han Qian leaves the company he will enter the smooth enjoyment. Besides, the company has several new plans in which he is involved. Once he goes to the smooth enjoyment will immediately suppress the Glory, and Lu Xingge is more interested in him. Last time, the two of us purposely talked about Han Qian. As for Su Liang, he protects Qianwan before he moves with Li Dongsheng. You also have to thank him. Otherwise today is not the something that 5% of the shares can solve. While Qianling was talking, Han Qian's cell phone rang. Looking at the number on the phone, Han Qian didn't dare not to answer it, walked out a few steps to pick up the phone and whispered, Mom, I'm at work, the leaders are there, I'll call you later. Before Li Jinha's side could reply, Zhang Qin couldn't help but open her mouth to call out again. The little man surnamed Han beat my son. My son left the company, and he still stays here like nothing? Qian Ling, don't give your face away. Han Qian rushed to cover the microphone of the phone, but Zhang Qin's voice was still heard by Li Jinha. Li Jinha on the other side of the phone just said wait in the company, and then hung up the phone. Han Qian bitter face turned to look at Qian Ling whispered, Auntie Qian, I might have to go downstairs, my mother-in-law is coming. The face of the originally bland Qian Ling's face suddenly became odd as she stood up and frowned. Li Jinha? Han Qian nodded awkwardly, and Qian Ling waved her hand at Han Qian. You go ahead, but don't let her come to glory. After Han Qian left, Su Liang was also sent away from the general department by Qian Ling, who stood in front of Li Dahai and sighed powerlessly. Now I really don't care. You want to move Han Qian, you move, but I remind you better not do so. Li Jinha, this woman you will not have heard of it? Her elder brother is still in the army, did not recover. Almost 60 years old people. What level you think? Her second brother is the city bureau of Li Jinhai. Han Qian old man is enjoying that scholar Wen Hui. Look at the 5% of the shares. I will propose to let Li Dongxing go to the branch to do the general manager. As for the side with what people on you as a father think of their own, before the close of business, the transfer of the contract will be sent to your hands. Qian Ling also left. She really does not want to meet with Li Jinha. In the upper circles of this city, everyone knows that you can tear your face off with 2 Snapdragon. Don't ever get into trouble with Li Jinha, this woman. She is angry than 2 Snapdragon. When Wen Hui was forced to leave Changshan, Li Jinha took a machete to the Lin family, and not long after, Lin Mengda handed over the position of president. Zhang Qin looked at Li Dahai's ugly face. She was not shouting or making a scene, and asked softly with an unbelievable face, Li Jinha's son-in-law? Sure you're not framing us? Li Dahai frowned and whispered. It used to be rumored that Wen Shou's daughter got married, and some people said that his son-in-law's surname was Han, all because you pampered this rebellious son of yours into this state? Where is he still a bit of a man's like? Even go out the shoelaces the nanny to tie. 5% of the shares. Qian Ling restless. How much money can a 5% share be? Do you really want our son to suffer in the branch? No way. Absolutely not. No, you go along and leave me alone. Li Dahai was now annoyed and irritated. Not because of his son's beating, not because of Han Qian, and not because of the 5% of shares that had been taken away. He just couldn't understand Qian Ling. This woman has been a shirker for so many years. Is she really taking this 5% just to give Qianwan a dowry? Han Qian hurried downstairs to pick up his mother-in-law, and at the same time, he knew that he was going to have to tear his face off with cow fulfillment. Chapter 131, 5% ownership. It took a lot of good talk to get the mother-in-law to calm down. If the mother-in-law saw Zhang Qin, it is estimated that she may be killed. The mother-in-law's character more domineering. Han Qian sighed at the main door when Qian Ling came out, pointing at Su Liang, and opened his mouth. You get someone to draw up a contract for the transfer of the shares, and print 2 copies and give them to me in an hour. The words fell out of his mouth as he squinted at Han Qian. You're coming with me. The seat is a new Mercedes-Benz. Sitting in the back, Qian Ling seems to be in a good mood. She became the second shareholder of Glory in an instant. It is expected that anyone else would be in a good mood. Han Qian took a deep breath and said softly, Qian Dong, shut up. Don't try to swindle money out of my hand. Han Qian, are you a miser? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. This has not yet spoken to be guessed clearly. Han Qian really thinks so. Looking for this thing, how they say, also a little credit. Should not give some reward or dividends? Rubbing his chest and muttering in a low voice. Qian Ling did not hear, and did not pay attention to this miser. In the hospital room, Qianwan was lying on the hospital bed with an 4 drip, and Han Qian walked up and took that point to look at it. Glucose? Then frowning, he looked at Qianwan and said, nothing? Just a little of this? Qianwan nodded vigorously and said seriously, it was a little painful and emotionally unstable, but I'm fine now, and my aunt won't let me out of the hospital. Since it is fine, Han Qian is not worried, walking towards Yan Qingqing sitting on the other bed. She is holding an ice pack on her face. Han Qian walked up and stretched out his hands to cover Yan Qingqing's small ears, carefully surveying the hair. Lost a lock of hair. Scalp bleeding. Han Qian slowly squatted down and pressed his hands on Yan Qingqing's knees, speaking softly. What's the point of following around and getting involved in a big old man's business? I'm not so reduced that I need you to protect me. Should I go and get my revenge? Yan Qingqing lowered her head and gently shook her head. Han Qian sighed. Then Yan Qingqing whispered, take the claws away. Let it go for a while. A little tired. Han Qian is a bit of a scoundrel. Yan Qingqing did not bother to insist, just lowered her head and did not say anything. She did not know how she should go to the board of directors after returning to the company to explain this matter. Lee Dahai is no longer right. He is also a shareholder. She defended Han Qian. Han Qian slapped Zhang Qin. What to do? Han Qian could see that Yan Qingqing was worried and turned his head to Qianling and smiled. Dong Qian, if Lu Xingge doesn't intervene, does Li Dahai not have the right to remove Qingqing from her position as general manager? The premise is if you agree to let her continue to be the general manager. Qianling touched a large jujube from the plate and smashed it at Han Qian. Frowning, now you don't want money and start talking about favors? Han Qian, you can't take a little loss? Wait for Li Dahai to sign the contract and then talk about it. You guys also go back to the company first. You can't stop working after this little thing happened. Qingqing and Han Qian will be fine if they stay. The few women in the ward answered and left together. As they left, Han Qian asked with some doubt the unanswered question in his heart. Auntie, Li Dahai agreed to transfer 5% of the shares so easily? It doesn't seem like much, but with this transfer he will have no say in the board of directors at all? Just because of the protection of a Li Dongsheng will not die? Qianling smashed Han Qian with another large date and said in a cold voice, one word missing, Auntie Qian. Only then was Qianling satisfied, eating the crisp jujubes and smiling as she explained to Han Qian, this 5% has nothing to do with the right to speak to the board of directors. This 5% is not buying Li Dongsheng's social reputation, it's buying his own. This is if people know that son of his is psychologically twisted. The people who are working with him in the business will have to think about it, now that Li Dongsheng's age isn't so young anymore. In case he takes over Li Dahai's business. What if he takes over Li Dahai's business? No one wants to work with a twisted person. In time their business will go downhill. In one point is that they also care about face. Li Dongsheng to strip a girl's clothes thrown to the corridor. In the future there is that girl dare to marry him? He still wants to find the right match? How hard would it be? Han Qian asked softly as he was confused again. Didn't Zhang Qin say that she wanted Wu Saigan to be a daughter-in-law to Li Dongsheng? Qianling skimmed her lips and sneered. Do you think this woman Zhang Qin would be so kind as to let an ordinary girl marry into their family? She just gave this Wu Saigan a confusing drug to find a nanny for his son at the company. Han Qian, I'll tell you one thing. Businessmen don't have compassion. They're all black, including me. Do you think that Li Dongsheng's constant bullying of Wan Wan was his own idea? Li Dahai is also trying to oust Wan Wan from the company. Han Qian frowned as he listened and said again, do you mean to say that you want Wan Wan to develop an aversion to the workplace? Hey, if Wan Wan leaves the company, won't you have no heir? Crackling, more than a dozen jujubes flew over. Han Qian saw this thought not even turn around and put Yan Qingqing's head in his arms, worrying that these hard jujubes fell on her head wound. Feel the attack on his back disappeared. Han Qian turned his head to laugh foolishly. The result is that a large jujubes hit right in the head. The beating was purely deserved. He's a guy who always pokes at people's wounds when he talks. It's good that Qianling didn't think too much of this matter. Qianwan snorted and giggled. Yan Qingqing looked at Han Qian's back with confused eyes. What happened to the company after she left? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Liang directly sent the signed contract. Qianling was very satisfied, and after that the transfer was relatively simple. Now Qianling has 30% of the shares in her hands, and Han Qian stood behind Qianling, looking at the contract and muttering in a low voice. Ha, Auntie Qian, you only have 30% now. If you want to take control of the company, you still need at least 20%, unless you take all the shares from Li Dahai's hands. Otherwise this is very difficult. Qianling turned around and stood on her tiptoes to slap the back of Han Qian's head angrily. Where's the brains? Glory, generally small things will not go through the board of directors. And this time Zhang Qin hit Qingqing. I will propose to let the board of directors to put some more power to the company, and is really not involved in the company's things. In addition only the big things will be the shareholders' vote. The premise is still the case of disagreement. I don't need to be 50%, even if I am now 30% of the shares. My opposition to Lu Xingge's proposal is also valid. After all, no one wants to tear the face. They are not women. How come going to work is so tedious? Han Qian suddenly wanted to go home to plant and herd cattle. Cattle put ahead. Where the cattle go, where he goes. Do not worry about the kind of, really cannot raise a dog. Let the dog herd cattle. He held the dog. Han Qian returned to Yan Qingqing's side, turned his head and whispered, going to herd cows? Yan Qingqing, who had been in a daze, looked at Han Qian in confusion, and Han Qian sighed softly. At this time Qianling opened her mouth and added, I'm sure I won't be satisfied with 30% of the shares. Han Qian, Qingqing is very good to you, right? I should say it's not very good. It's exceptionally good, right? Han Qian's face instantly pulled down, his eyes glaring warily at Qianling as he whispered, what are you doing again, Auntie Qian? I feel like you can't say anything good. Can I not answer? Qianling shrugged her shoulders and rambled. It's okay, it's not like I want to know the answer anyway. I'm just asking you for Qingqing. He, who made me childless at the knees. Han Qian got up and ran. Can not listen. Once a stronger woman or self-sorrow. That is absolutely abnormal. Xianling looked at the Han Qian who was going to run, opened his mouth and said angrily, Han Qian, if you dare to run, I'll dare Yan Qingqing to go home on vacation today and turn around to support high fulfillment. Run? Where do you start with that, my aunt? I was just checking to see if anyone was listening outside the door. I'll be closer to you or I won't be able to hear you. Just this rogue's shameless energy made Xianwan laugh. Yan Qingqing also squinted her eyes in laughter. Xianling pointed at Han Qian and sighed feebly. Then when she lifted her head her eyes were full of glitter. Han Qian's heart thumped. Absolutely nothing good. Xianling narrowed her eyes and smiled. I found someone to calculate, glory and enjoy the market value of basically the same. One family that girl has a good mom and dad, holding 17% of the shares. But our family Qingqing life bitter ah. Everything has to work hard on their own. Not easy to have a look at the man but still have to compete with others. Han Qian, you say pitiful or not pitiful? Han Qian looked at Xianling with a skeptical expression and cocked his head. Auntie Qian, you're so worried. Shut up, Dong Qian. Han Qian and I. You shut up too. Han Qian, you say. Xianling was eating Han Qian and Yan Qingqing to death. Han Qian turned his head to look at Yan Qingqing, and then lowered his head to look at the contract in Xianling's hand. Xianling saw this and slightly froze, and then picked up the contract and began to beat Han Qian's arm while beating. You counted on me? Han Qian didn't hide. It didn't hurt anyway, and laughed nervously. Why don't you and Xiandong make a deal? If I can get some shares for Qingqing, the 5% you're holding will also be given to her? Han Qian felt the blood in his body rolling and boiling as he uttered these words. Doctor, I've got a cold. Han Qian ran away, because he didn't dare to look into Yan Qingqing's eyes. Chapter 132, Grapefruit. Where does this man get his confidence? Occasionally, he's a little less serious and looks unreliable. Because at this moment the three women stood behind Han Qian and watched him take his temperature. And it turned out that Han Qian was really a bit feverish. The doctor just instructed to let Han Qian have a good rest, and at the same time, he also took a look at Han Qian's arm. As she left the hospital, Xianling looked at the pair outside the car and whispered to Han Qian. Force to solve things may be the most effective, provided that you do not lose out. Do not lose your head in a fit of passion. Come to the house for dinner on Saturday. Bring Qingqing. I know. Hey, I can't. I've got a date on Saturday. How about Sunday? Saturday to meet the black-faced Baogon Li Jinhaya. Han Qian is a little bit scornful of this side of the mother-in-law's relatives. Not identity, but they are really hands-off, as long as it is the late generation, not divided into what relationship equal treatment. If Li Jinhai could have educated himself differently, he wouldn't have punched Li Er so hard that he couldn't even feel the pain. Xianling frowned at Han Qian and asked, where to? Li Jinhai. Then come over on Sunday. Xianling left. Han Qian and Yan Qingqing glanced at each other, and the two of them strolled outside the hospital. There was no way. Yan Qingqing didn't have a car, and Han Qian didn't have a car. Poor as a dime. Wearing high heels, Yan Qingqing walked a little tired, stopped and squatted on the ground. Then she saw that Han Qian also squatted in front of her. Yan Qingqing did not even think about it, directly pounced on Han Qian's back. In the moment of zero-distance contact with Yan Qingqing, Han Qian inwardly sighing. Orange and grapefruit really do taste different. Knock. Yan Qingqing knocked against Han Qian's head and whispered, I suspect you're trying to take advantage of me. Han Qian dragged Yan Qingqing's leg and said softly, no need to wonder. You're right. When Han Qian was depressed in his heart, Yan Qingqing took him to drive a small 100 kilometers to play with guns to vent. Han Qian knows that time is definitely not cheap. Today she was beaten and injured. Her heart is aggrieved. It is right to carry her. People are mutual. Xiandong seems to think highly of you. Feel it? Yan Qingqing nodded gently on Han Qian's back and whispered, I know. I was the one who took the initiative to find her. I don't want to keep being Lu Xing's toolman. A single thought from him can make me lose everything I have right now. I have 3 helpers in Yanglan, Ji Jing, and Song Jing, and you as a wise counselor, and I still need an ally. And then what? You just used me as a bargaining chip without my consent? Han Qian's back-passed hand slapped at Yan Qingqing's arse. Yan Qingqing didn't take this slap to heart. It wasn't the first time. Her chin rested on Han Qian's shoulder and whispered, your arms aren't sore? Put me down. I can walk by myself. It's not too heavy. Just walk to the front and take a cab. You haven't answered me yet. Oh, you're the only bargaining chip I can get out. And Xiandong has confidence in you. What else? When Lu Xingga suddenly starts to feel sorry for his great-uncle one day and I leave the company, you won't be any better off. So Qianling was prepared to take Li Dahai's shares? Thought about it. It's just that what happened today could be pie in the sky for her. It came as such a surprise that it counts as a decision made in her place. Put me down. Coming down from Han Qian's back, Yan Qingqing lowered her head and organized the folded clothes on her chest. Han Qian looked at the ghost and asked if she wasn't tired. Yan Qingqing, slightly stunned, softly asked what tired, then looked at Han Qian as looking at her breasts. Yan Qingqing lifted her leg and kicked. Han Qian, you go to hell. Then on the road, a handsome man was carrying a girl on one arm. The man was very handsome, but he didn't look as if he was very happy, and the woman on his back was very quiet. Han Xian wants to conserve his strength. As for Yan Qingqing, broken foot, if you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. It was a taunt from Han Xian. Shaking already 5 o'clock, Han Xian proposed to invite Yan Qingqing to eat. The latter decisively agreed. Finally can let this miser bleed. A roadside spicy hot pot. Yan Qingqing looked at the bowl of spicy hot pot in front of her and was slightly lost in thought for a long time before saying quietly, "That's all you're asking me to eat? Then why don't you eat it?" Han Xian ordered a spicy hot pot for Yan Qingqing and a chicken leg over rice for himself. Han Xian glanced at Yan Qingqing, then looked down and glanced at the chicken leg over rice in front of him again, took a deep breath, and then switched the spicy hot pot and the chicken leg over rice in Yan Qingqing's stunned gaze, and seemed to have some dissatisfaction with a small complaint. "Then you eat this, okay?" At this moment Yan Qingqing only wanted to tear Han Xian apart. The men who pursued her from 18 to 50 years old, basically every age group. Every day Xiao Yangji's most task is to help deal with the adoring suitor. Is so many suitors and no man said that he dared to invite Yan Qingqing to eat $13 of spicy hot pot. Yan Qingqing said angrily through clenched teeth, "You treat warmth to this for dinner too?" Han Xian shook his head. "Nope." Yan Qingqing was even more furious after hearing this, and Han Xian casually continued, "Eating old BJ's popping tripe." Yan Qingqing's anger instantly dissipated. Combined, treating warmth to dinner didn't cost more than $20. She then felt a bit childish, reaching out her hand to bring the spicy hot pot to herself, picking out the meat inside and placing it on Han Xian's plate, whispering, "Han Xian, have you never been in love? Or did you not play with girls when you were a kid?" Han Xian was slightly annoyed and raised his head to glare at Yan Qingqing. "Why are they all asking me that? Boys play with boys, girls play with girls. I don't like to play with girls. It's too pretentious, and their moms and dads defend them day and night." Yan Qingqing sighed softly. "And then no relationships in college? Freshman year of college not long after something happened at home, and then the warmth to be fooled into marriage. After the divorce of the side to recognize the people you have seen almost, or do you think I have time to fall in love? You can talk now." "Talk to who? You're in a bad mood. You've got a mission and you've got to take me. Warmth is fine and you've got to be pretentious. I want to live a few more years. Don't you give me all the meat. I'm losing weight." "Han Xian, what kind of girlfriend do you want? Female, alive and stupid." Han Xian now really do not have the heart to talk about any object. His heart is in the 4 million debt. Talk about a hammer. Which girl eyes blind? A bowl of spicy hot. Yan Qingqing just ate a little bit of food, and the rest was basically eaten by Han Xian. After the meal, Han Xian was going to carry Yan Qingqing on his back to send her home, and the latter shook her head holding that uninjured arm and whispered, "Shop around some more." Chapter 133. Alas. Holding Han Xian's arm, wearing a pair of canvas shoes that don't match with the formal wear, Yan Qingqing always feels that this outfit is a bit eye-catching when walking in the night market. Pulling Han Xian to the stalls and picking out the clothes, Han Xian is vigilant to protect Yan Qingqing in front of his body. This pussy and naive smile is a bit seductive, but Han Xian is not worried about a lunatic cutie yet. But Han Xian is not worried that some crazy little cutie will come to mess with her. The main thing is that the price of a few objects on her body is not cheap. It's a big loss if someone takes it. Yan Qingqing bought a pair of jeans for $35, a white undershirt with Her Majesty printed on it, $30. Bought Han Xian a lighter with a porno babe for $8. After spending a total of $73, Yan Qingqing ended her sweep, originally wanting to pull Han Xian to buy a couple's undershirt. Yan Qingqing picked out one for this palace, and the male one for me, but it was rejected by Han Xian. It was too silly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yan Qingqing took a taxi home, and when she got in the car, she told Han Xian that she could fulfill one of his requests. Any of them. Han Xian thought about it and said softly, "How about I get reimbursed for the meal? The cab is gone." Yan Qingqing was worried that she wouldn't be able to resist finishing this guy off. Han Xian looked at the lighter in his hand and whistled and went to wait for the bus. Han Xian did not feel lonely at all, and when he returned home, Warmth was squatting in front of the refrigerator and eating snacks, and when she looked at Han Xian's return she just lifted her head and continued to eat ham hocks with a little hot sauce. She was hungry, went home early and waited for Han Xian to come back, waited and waited without a phone call and text message, and worried about busy again, do not want to call, cooking will not, take out, do not want to eat. Han Xian took off his jacket and hung it on the doorway hanger, rolled up his sleeves and pulled the girl up from behind by grabbing the warm arm with both hands and laughed softly. "Fried rice? It's too dry. We have nori at home. Make a soup? Okay." It seems to be starved of energy. Han Xian turned around and walked into the kitchen. Cooking was not difficult or troublesome for him. At the same time, Han Xian sighed that warmth was still cute at times, especially when she was hungry. She would be emotionally depressed. That's all. And Hankin had a problem, and it was the same problem that made him learn to cook. Once he feels the hunger pangs, he will feel irritable and will not be able to control his temper. Soon the meal was ready, and Warmth asked vaguely as he took a big bite, "Something happened at the company today? Mom called me and said that someone cursed you out and she was going to go get you back and you turned her down?" Han Xian sat in front of the sofa drumming on the warm computer and frowned softly at the question. "Something did happen. By mistake I was used as a gun once. Glorious Qianling took away 5% of Li Dahai's shares. Things sort of started because of me, and as a result I got nothing." Warmth turned around with her bowl, puffing her cheeks in confusion. Qianling took 5% of Li Dahai's? Glory seems to have only 3 shareholders. Qianling took 5% is only 30%. She should have other ideas, right? If in the hands of Lu Xingde to take out another 10%, Qianling and the board of directors will have the right to speak. In order to 5% of such a small amount of money and Li Dahai stalemate, only loss not gain. Han Qian, the soup is salty, get me a bottle of water. Han Qian frowned and stood up towards Warm, picked up the spoon that Warm had used and drank a little bit. It was indeed salty, probably too many things lately some. Handing Warm a bottle of mineral water, Han Qian once again said, "Sooner or later will be torn face. Li Dahai's son and Qianling's niece has not been dealing with. Sooner or later will be torn face. Torn face before I can get Li Dahai's 5% will be good. Just I'm not willing to be so by her. I'm thinking about how to get her that 5% to gouge out." Hearing that Han Qian was going to hold back bad water, Warmth's eyes instantly lit up, putting down the bowl and leaping. 5% for me? Snap. Han Qian gently patted Warmth's smooth white forehead and laughed. "Eat your food. What are you doing with the shares of Glory when you have nothing to do with it? So Han Qian, you want to be a shareholder of Glory? Stop it. Then I'll cash out the shares I'm holding to buy Glory's, and we'll both beat up Lin Zongheng together." Looking at the fighting spirit on Warmth's face, Han Qian felt hot in his heart, picked up the bowl and fed Warmth a spoonful of rice, smiling bitterly. Peace of mind to stay in the smooth enjoyment. This 5% cannot get is still a problem. Even if I get I will not stay. Should be realized. When it is to give you money, or to buy you a car you choose, small white-eyed wolf. I feel I should be able to earn enough 4 million within a year. I counted, not counting the 70,000 to you. I should now hand should be about 500,000. Ha! The moment Warm opened her mouth, Han Qian fed the rice from the spoon into her mouth. Warm chewed the rice and stared wide-eyed at Han Qian, her eyes full of surprise, swallowing the rice with difficulty. Warm gasped for air and said eagerly, "We haven't even been divorced for a month, have we? You have $500,000 now, so you'll pay me back in a year? Are you in a hurry to throw me out?" Han Qian, re-signed the contract. Han Qian was amused. "Ha, this is the first time I've seen a debtor who won't let me. The one who owes, pay back the money. So when I return your money to you, will I be able to turn over a new leaf and become a landlord? No, May, too. Han Qian, you're making too much too fast. Why don't you help me? I can give you money too if you help me. This $500,000 is almost considered to be extortion. Not any formal way. I extort others I bear. As for extorting you or forget it. Too stupid. Cannot get down. Open your mouth. Han Qian, I can't eat anymore. One more bite. Now Han Qian is like a small daughter-in-law inside the village people as a child chasing after their own children to feed. The last warm hands over the mouth resolutely do not eat. Looking at just eat a small half bowl, Han Qian powerless sigh. Eat more. Your boobs will grow. Han Qian, you roll. After the meal, Han Qian just wanted to sit on the sofa to rest on the warmth pushed to take a bath. Half an hour later, after a bath the two sat on the sofa looking at the computer. Warm body fragrance. Han Qian wrinkled his nose and asked, "Is not too much cosmetic, which are pickled out of the flavor?" Warm and angry glared at Han Qian. Han Qian pointed to the effect diagram on the computer and said softly, "This is the glory of the furniture plaza after the molding of the appearance from the outside seems to be no shortcomings, in line with the requirements of the airfield. You look again. This is the internal structure. Do you think that later you then do home plaza? The total investment is only a little more than 10 million. Warm mood again bad, with the brain against Han Qian's shoulder grunted. Mouth said Han Qian biased. If you know he has a way in the first place will not be numb and annoying to drag the relationship. A few seconds after the Warm lifted his head, pitifully looked at Han Qian. Deflated small mouth aggrieved shout. Brother Ken. Han Qian instantly got goosebumps and pushed the Warm head away, skimming his lips in disgust. You be good. I've been dealing with Glory Waterworks Paradise lately, so don't mess with me. Brother Chien 4 million I don't want, you resign at Glory, like this, you'll go to Smooth to be the acting vice president, and I'll be your secretary, to go to Enjoy as a vice president. Han Chien is really a bit moved. The main will be able to let the warmth as a secretary, nothing to let her serve tea and water. Han Chien think about it all feel happy, but then this idea was wiped out by him. No way, absolutely no way. By then they will be absolutely hanging around all day with nothing to do like he is in Glory right now. Don't go, don't even think about it. I'm a big man in Glory now, why should I go to your place to suffer? Warm eyes turned cold, rubbed forward a little, Han Chien back a little, and finally Han Chien had no way back, half lying on the vice of the sofa, the hands of the hands of the hands propped up on the vice of the hands 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 of the hands, looking at Han Chien from the top down, gritting his teeth. You are, no, yes, no, she, gotta, yen ching ching, nonsense, so love doesn't disappear, it transfers doesn't it? It started again. Han Chien simply stopped talking and closed his eyes, out of sight, out of mind, but so closed his eyes, the warmth started again. Finished, won't even look at me now. Han Chien opened his eyes and said feebly, will you stop being so childish? When did I not want to look at you? Then you go enjoy yourself. No go. Hey, don't want to see me. Warm, go enjoy. No go. Hey, I hate you too. Han Chien got up and directly carried Warm on his shoulder up the stairs, and Warm, who was lying on Han Chien's shoulder, wailed, it's all starting to get rough. Chapter 134 Han Xiao, you're catching diamonds. What are you catching bombs for? I have the diamonds. I haven't played with the bombs. I'm not playing with you. Han Chien angry to abandon the warmth. Play a gold miner can also say that reality cannot play the bomb to catch the bomb in the game? The more I think about it, the more angry Han Chien angrily looked at the warmth and gritted his teeth. Blow you up. Completely immune to Han Chien's anger, Warmth hummed and continued to catch bombs. The result was naturally no way to pass. And then she began to complain that Han Chien gave up when he encountered a little trouble, and was indeed a man who gave up, preening up endlessly. Han Chien lazy to take care of her. Warm standing on the tatami bed pulled up Han Chien, pushed him to the wall and sat down, then threw a pillow to him, and Han Chien is still a little confused. This directly leaned in his arms, computer on his lap to look at the mail. Han Chien rested with his eyes closed with the idea that if he didn't open his mouth, Warmth wouldn't continue to be pretentious. Smelling the aroma coming from Warmth's body, Han Chien was a little sleepy. Han Chien, how far have you and Yen Qingqing progressed? Feeling the back of the Han Chien did not move. Warm know that he is about to fall asleep. Do not suspect that good intentions are ready to tempt Han Chien to say she wants to know the answer. The phone has been turned on the recording. Han Chien opened his eyes in a daze, then closed them again to continue sleeping and whispered, a superior-subordinate relationship. Kissed no. Han Chien opened his eyes and slapped lightly at Warmth's head angrily. Are you running out of things to say that you have to tease a fight? Watch your mail go. And can you stop leaning on me? Asterisk 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 you can't be bad in a minute. Are you starting to get a heart attack? Han Chien didn't want to bother with this anymore and glanced at the email on his computer, wondering, resume? Are you hiring? Isn't that an HR thing? Warmth squeezed back again and whispered, I need to recruit an assistant. That secretary of mine is to help me block harassment and serve tea. Her business ability is poor. This is one of my classmates in college, recently ready to go back to China. I thought of letting her come over to help me. Male or female? Male. Super handsome and invincibly suave. 6'5", 8-pack abs. Pectoral muscles are bigger than you, right? Warm smashed Han Chien's chest with the back of her head, looked down at her own small breasts, and sighed powerlessly. She couldn't help acing. Han Chien was right. This classmate's breasts weren't small back then, and the more Warm thought about it, the more angry she became. And she turned and pinched Han Chien's neck to threaten to make him a eunuch if he said she had small breasts again in the future. Having made enough of a scene, Han Chien wanted to run, and Warmth didn't give him a chance, once again lying in his arms, whispering, I have a lot of people around me recommended me some talents. The ability is very good, but I don't want to use. After all, it is not my people. I can't trust. I went to school and the relationship with poetry is quite good, so I contacted by mail. And you know poetry? I'm good at zither and chess. Scram. Her name is Yu Shi. Han Chien, I'm telling you, when the time comes you stay away from her. It's not like I recognize it. It's a retro name. She's mixed. Her mom is American. Her dad, why am I talking to you so much? Anyway, you should stay away from women from now on. You're already attracting peach blossoms, and you don't know it in your own heart. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not playing with you anymore. Go to sleep. Warmth left Han Chien's room with the computer in a rage, leaving Han Chien in a daze. What's wrong with this girl? As a result, Han Chien just lay down. Warmth came back, grabbed Han Chien and began to nag him to hook up with other little girls, desperate to pay back the money. Han Chien, you think I'm an eyesore, don't you? Fine, I'll make room for you. Han Xian lying on the tatami mat looking at the warmth, set on the mouth to vacate the place, but the buttocks are a move. Looking at Han Xian did not retain her. Warmth directly pounced on Han Xian, pinching and beating, kicking and biting, and finally the warmth was wrapped up in the quilt. Inside the warmth of Han Xian cannot move. Warmth wrapped in the quilt also did not struggle. Face blandly said, "Since you've used such methods to retain me, sister will give you a chance. If there's a next time, I'll absolutely Han Xian you put me down." Warmth was thrown back to his room. Han Xian lay on the soft and bouncy bed, looking at Warmth who was organizing her hair on the side, and said softly, "You're used to sleeping on a dirt floor when you go home for New Year's Eve. Are you used to sleeping on a dirt floor? It's okay, I just get sleepy in the hot bed. When it's time to follow dad to the mountains to catch rabbits and follow mom to talk about the family, you neglected to mention that there are relatives to visit." Warmth sighed feebly as she listened. "I'm going to second uncle's house on Saturday, and I'm going to be chased and nagged by him again." "Hey, you won't be able to run away either. Li Er will stick to you." Han Xian and Warmth looked at each other, and both sighed at the same time. Then the next morning they both got up late and talked all night about which relatives they were going to see and what they were going to prepare. And Warmth urged Han Xian on the first floor to hurry up while she drove him to work first. It's actually okay for either guy to be late. Han Xian got out of the car and the Warm Primera rode away. It's a person who drives faster than Han Xian, not to mention the warmth of a head iron that isn't afraid to crash. Han Xian walked into the door, just met high fulfillment from the inside out. Remembered yesterday this guy all kinds of. Han Xian is not too want to take care of him, but did not expect high fulfillment is enthusiastic to come over to say hello. Young Han. This odd name almost scared Han Xian, mechanically turning around with a stiff neck and pointing to his nose to look at Gao Fulfillment doubtfully. "Where's Vice President Gao calling for me?" Gao Fulfillment changed from his usual lofty position and smiled as he walked up and put his arm around Han Xian's shoulders and laughed. "Of course, in addition to Han Xiao, nowadays the company who can still hold up this word less. I knew that Han Xiao is Chendong's people. Yesterday how I could not listen to the words of the Li family. Han Xiao also have to sympathize with me. I am after all just a job for someone. Li Dahai is the boss. We cannot afford to provoke it, is not it?" Han Xian laughed. Taking a step back and pulling away from Gao Fulfillment for a distance, he laughed softly. What Vice President Gao said is extremely true. After all, people are shareholders, one of the three masters of the company. We definitely can't afford to mess with them, and you had no choice but to do so yesterday. Don't worry, I understand you very well, Vice President Gao. With these words from Han Xiao, I, Gao Fulfillment, am relieved. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in the company, just come to me. Of course, what I can do outside the company will also be within my power. Ha! Han Xian walked into the elevator with a smile on his face. The moment the elevator closed, he turned around violently. Gao Fulfillment smiled softly at his wave. Han Xian smiled back with a smile. The moment the elevator door closed, both of them put away their smiles. High fulfillment in what Han Xian heart clearly know. Now the company Yen Qingqing steady pressure high fulfillment head. He would not have been able to move Han Xian. Originally thought that the use of Li Dongxing can be squeezed out of this Han Xian. Who would have thought that this waste of things even beat up Qianwan first, resulting in Li Dahai's shares now becoming the least in the company. Lu Xingga had wanted Gao Fulfillment and Yen Qingqing to fight each other in the company. He wouldn't have gone to favor either one of them. And now Chen Ling's stand had tilted the scales extremely. And now the most important thing that needed to be taken care of wasn't Yen Qingqing or Chen Ling, but this Han Xian who came out of nowhere. Chen Ling is nothing more than a backer, a gold master behind the scenes. Yen Qingqing could only be considered a tool person now. The wise man who came up with the idea was this Han Xian, right now at a disadvantage. Gao Fulfillment must not let Han Xian have a chance to go after him. Now that there are so many people in the lobby, he bowed his head and apologized to Han Xian. Can Han Xian not accept it? As for the future, who can say what will happen in the future? The comprehensive department was peaceful when Han Xian walked into it. No one is playing games. No one is going to brush up on their dramas and be lazy. Everyone is looking down and getting ready for work. Han Xian looked at Li Dongxing's position. The things have all been packed up. The people are gone, and Wu Saigan isn't there. Han Xian took a deep breath and grinned. Good morning, everyone. The crowd looked up, and Fang Shanshan smiled at Han Xian and nodded. After Li Dongxing left, the general department seemed to get better. Han Xian had just sat down when Su Liang's voice came from the doorway. I, Hu Sanhan, am back again. Now Han Xian is not vainly fulfilling. Chapter 135, No Place to Stay. Han Xian into the company as if a spark fell on the drywood haystacks. Instantly Wu Rong lit up a blazing fire. The previous uninformed people just know that this guy has a tendency to violence, or a little ambiguous relationship with Yin Total. Now they had a new perception of Han de Xian Air. his ability really didn't seem to be covered. Of course there was also Su Liang's role in this, and a large part of it relied on Su Liang's decisiveness, such as the time at the internet cafe. Su Liang's return made the comprehensive department lively. Leslie Dongxing's presence. The conflicts in the comprehensive department disappeared into thin air. Although they still didn't talk to Han Xian much, but they obviously felt much more relaxed and quiet. Yan Lan called Han Xian into his office and told him softly that old Bai was going to apply for transferring out of the department. There might not be any changes in the comprehensive department in a short period of time, and there might be a possibility that new people would be transferred over today. No matter what, Han Xian had to be honest and not bully his colleagues. Han Xian raises his hands in assurance. And finally Yang Lan tells Han Xian that Wu Saigan has resigned. Unexpected and unexpected. After leaving the office, Han Xian swaggered away from the Ministry of General Affairs. He left. The Ministry of General Affairs for the first time appeared to laugh. Easy, joyful. The Ministry of General Affairs of the PLE most want to leave is not Han Xian, but Li Dongshang. He is in the Ministry of General Affairs. Inside is only allowed to set fire to the state officials. Do not allow the people to light the lamp. He rarely leave the Ministry of General Affairs, but Han Xian is different. He basically does not in the Ministry of General Affairs. He went to the Operations Department, always thinking of bullying and hazing Big Mama G. Walked into the Operation Department. The Operation Department staff's eyes instantly ambiguous up. Some people snicker and ask Han de Xianair is not over to check the post. Han Xian arrogant head, a face of pride. Immediately some people say Han de Xianair seems to be a rooster. Han Xian instantly deflated slipped into the office of the seasonal Jing. He actually has a pretty good temper. Ji Jing arrived at a cup of hot water for Han Xian and prepared some snacks. Han Xian tilted his head to look at Ji Jing and asked, Auntie Ji, are you trying to coax a child? Why do you have nothing to do with this? Ji Jing, half lying on the office desk with one hand on her cheek, whispered, Yesterday, I saw you grabbing Xiaoyang Jia's snacks on Yan's side, thinking that you also like it, and you don't want to smoke if you eat some snacks and your mouth isn't idle. Great nephew, I'll give you a new cell phone. This month's salary was issued. Ji Jing very listened to Han Xian's words to the family transferred $3,500, and now there are still more than $20,000 left in the hands of free money. Ji Jing for a time do not know how to go to the distribution. Remembered Han Xian's cell phone. She raised the idea of changing the phone to Han Xian. Changing cell phones. Han Xian was a little heartbroken, and his subtle changes were caught in the eyes of Ji Jing, who turned the laptop and pointed to the screen and whispered to Han Xian, I just took a look. The price of the cell phone is alright. Not a lot of features. You now have more things. Call is more troublesome. Cell phone button or mailbox can receive pictures and files. Which one do you see? In fact, I feel that this flip cover one is very suitable for you. It's new this year. Over 10,000. Han Xian did not even dare to look at it. What is this thing is more than 10,000? Han Xian shook his head vigorously, tearing open the snack bag and shaking his head. It's too expensive. Don't change it. I always forget to charge this little antique. I'm quite comfortable with it. It's you. Don't spend money recklessly. You change a phone for yourself first. I don't care what others think of me. It's you. I don't care what people think of me. You, on the other hand, get yourself a new phone. I'm a man. I don't care what people think of me. I told you, just pay for it. Ji Jing closed the computer and moved up to smash Han Xian, but unfortunately did not have the heart to do so, and sighed powerlessly. Neat payment is definitely not an option. I'm afraid Yen will eat me alive. Do you want the cell phone? Don't, or you can kiss me. Han Xian heart mirror. No, Ji Jing dare not approach the man. He also do not want to accept the gift of Ji Jing. If the cell phone of 1 or 2,000, Han Xian may want, but this more than 10,000, he certainly do not want. Ji Jing looked at Han Xian with a difficult face and opened her mouth in a bottomless voice. You know I'm more afraid of men now. Can you not make things difficult for me? Great nephew, why don't I buy you a watch? The standard for men. Auntie G, you let me eat something in peace. Like this. I'm going to an elder's house for dinner on Saturday. You buy me good food on Saturday and put it in the trunk, and lend me the car for 2 days over the weekend. Ji Jing tilted her head and whispered, Elder, Saturday I send the car to your house downstairs? It seems like it's going to be the August festival. Okay, you go out. Don't always be in my place. It's not a good influence, said Ji Jing, stood up and signaled Han Xian to go out quickly. Han Xian stood up somewhat reluctantly and frowned. Where am I going? I don't have nowhere to go and I came to you to hide. I don't want to go. Just when Han Xian was about to play tricks, Ji Jing didn't know where to get the courage, walked behind Han Xian, pushed Han Xian's back with both hands, and directly pushed Han Xian out of the planning department. And this action of Minister Ji was not different from the ambiguous gossip between Han Xian and General Manager Yan. Back to the office of the Ji Jing looked at her hands, delicate face red as peach blossom. She surprisingly did not feel disgusted. Is their own problems were cured? With a few tentative meaning out of the office to see the staff handwork, the results found that there is still no way to touch the company's male staff. Is it because Han Qian is a virgin? Ji Jing mouth muttered in a small voice back to the office. After checking the hands no more work, Ji Jing took out a pen and paper and began to calculate what should be given to Han Qian or ready to go to the elder's home. Not that she cared if it was Han Qian or warmth. Since mom and dad and Han Qian met, Ji Jing transfer money to them. The phone is no longer reprimanded, and did not open the door to ask for money, just said recently to go with the gift. The hand is more nervous. Ji Jing asked how much. Ji Jing mom said 500, turned in extra 500. Ji Jing knew that the 500 was for their son to ask for. Ji Jing did not go to reveal it, and found the phone number of the local supermarket to send some firewood, rice, oil and salt to the family. Her life had become easier. No longer wary of being taken back and married to a stranger or having her life controlled. Leave the operation department of Han Qian is really do not know where to go. Do not want to go to Yanqingqing there. Meat will certainly quarrel. Small Yang Jia side owes some snacks. Also do not want to go. The comprehensive department it is even more do not want to go back. Where to? In 5 minutes, Han Qian appeared in the back kitchen of the cafeteria, and 10 minutes later, Han Qian appeared in the security room. The results are pretty much always ousted. There's no more room for Han Qian in the huge glory group. A man sitting in a restaurant, a paper cup on the table, a pornographic magazine in his hand that he had passed on from the security room, reading it with a cigarette in his mouth. Chapter 136, To be worthy of Han Xiao. Foreign big girl, this physique is a bit scary. Looking at this a bit exaggerated body, Han Qian strange thought. This if you say a careless accident. The next day rumor a certain woman because of the chest is too full, resulting in the boyfriend was smothered to death. Isn't this the happiest and most tragic way to die? If you take a closer look, it's still our Chinese girls who are cuter. Then the figure of the girl beside him appeared in his mind. Warm character is more childish, more arrogant, not much heart, not quite stupid white sweet, but almost. Yanqingqing is a bit more mature than Warm, provided that when she didn't meet Warm, her character is more independent and strong. Knife mouth and tofu heart like a woman, not pretentious, not soft, not petulant. If she doesn't talk, her suitors in the city will exceed Warm. G auntie, with a cheeky mouth and a soft heart like a doe, always wrapping herself up and not letting anyone touch her softness, a bit like an ancient concubine, who would always ignore her own thoughts and not fight. Sister Yang is not easy to say mature, right? She is still a bit of a teenage girl, and when she says she is weak, there is still a little devil living in her heart. Nursery rhymes? The stupid is a little stupid. They all have a great face. There are no perfect people in the world, including Han Qian. The women in his mind flashed by one, and Han Qian remembered the peach blossom that both Warmth and Yanqingqing had mentioned. Is this a peach blossom? It's a blizzard in winter, right? The kind that scrapes your face. Is Mr. Han interested in foreign girls? It's Han Xiao again. Han Qian helplessly put down the magazine, threw the cigarette but inside the paper cup, turned around and raised his head to smile at Gao Fulfillment behind him. Can Vice President Gao stop addressing Han like this? I'm just a junior member of the company. I can't afford this word less. Gao Fulfillment sat down opposite Han Qian with his signature smile, crossed his legs and lit a cigarette and laughed. Don't be modest. Han Xiao, the ant who enjoys the warmth, the great general that Yanqingqing, the general manager of glory, needs to curry favor with, the nephew in the mouth of Qiandong, the little brat in the mouth of Li Jinhai of the municipal bureau. Han Xiao, do you think that with all these connections on you, you will have people believing you when you say you're an ordinary person? Han Qian smiled down bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Others don't know, but you, Vice President Gao, should know better than anyone else, right? I, Han Qian, am a poor man with an impulsive personality. If I were a great young master, would I come to glory and suffer? After receiving 2 kicks from Li Dongsheng, this chest of mine still doesn't dare to breathe now. As a result, the one who left the company is not still Li Dongsheng, and Qiandong took 5% of the shares in Li Dahai's hands. Brother Han does not move, but a shocking move. Hearing Gao Fulfillment's words, Han Qian couldn't help but laugh once again. Only this time it wasn't helplessness, but a sneering sneer. Everything is also thanks to Vice President Gao. If not for the 2 pieces you left in the general department, perhaps Qiandong would not be able to get this 5% of the shares for a while. Vice President Gao, if we say that if we let Li Dong know that you are the one who was behind the stirring up of the relationship between Li Dongxing and me, do you think he will have a heart-to-heart talk with you? High Fulfillment laughed lightly, took out a cigarette and handed it to Han Qian. Han Qian took it and held it in his mouth. Without the intention of lighting the cigarette, he slightly backward eyes teasingly looked at the High Fulfillment. Hubris? Arrogance? No, no, no. It's confidence and pushiness. Gao Fulfillment took out his lighter and thought about giving up the idea of lighting a cigarette. Han Xian saw this and leaned forward slightly, learning Gao Fulfillment's signature smile, and laughed. Vice President Gao, this lighter is nice. It doesn't look cheap, does it? Gao Fulfillment froze slightly, then threw the lighter directly to Han Xian and laughed. Like, just take it away. Thousands and thousands of things. Not much money, just a personal hobby. Taking away someone's beauty? Then I'm welcome. Han Xian nonchalantly pinched the lighter and played with it in his hand, squinting his eyes as he sized up Gao Fulfillment, then laughed. I've brought the lighter, and as they say, the hand that holds it is short, so I'll chime in. Wu Saigon should be one of Sunya's people, right? I'm just not sure if it's the one you've placed in the general department long ago, or if it's a temporary bribe? Vice President Gao, if I say that I've known about Wu Saigon's little mind for a long time, do you believe me? High Fulfillment smiled and shook his head. Unbelievable. Han Xian, I admit that you're very smart, but you're slow to react to some of the moves of women, and you'll go to pity others first at some point. The one who guessed the purpose of this little girl Wu Siguan should be Su Liang by your side, right? There's really nothing to say. You're in Yan Qingqing's camp and I want to take her place. That's all. A different way of admitting it, only he didn't say it too bluntly, and Han Xian nodded without denying it in the slightest. It is indeed Su Liang who saw the clues. Wu Saigon has no reason to give up the gold master beside him and go to please me. Although I am very handsome, the other one is Lao Bai, right? These are all stray fish. Li Dong this time accompanied by his wife and soldiers. If Li Dong knows, I'm afraid that he will also suspect that it is you, Vice President Gao, and Shandong together to make a trap waiting for his stupid son to jump into it. Think of a countermeasure? High Fulfillment shrugged and said lightly, I have a choice. Han Xian skimmed his lips and shrugged his shoulders. No, you refuse. I will tell Li Dahai everything is your means. Take his son as a gun to use. At that time you will be more difficult than now. Of course, you most of the company's vice president. Time is golden. I cannot say let you do it for nothing. When Yang Lan and Ji Jing walked into the cafeteria arm in arm, they saw Han Xian and Gao Chui sitting in the middle of the cafeteria, and Han Xian was holding Gao Fan's lighter that he never leaves, so they instantly felt that something was wrong, and Ji Jing went to look for Han Xian, while Yang Lan turned around and went to tell Yan Qingqing, Han Xian is going rogue. Han Xian had already seen Ji Jing heading this way, and he grinned at Gao Fulfillment. Li Dahai's hand is left with 20% of the shares. His son's character wants to take over the company is too difficult. Vice President Gao, joint once? You take 12%, the rest goes to me? How? Gao Fulfillment's eyes instantly brightened as this offer from Han Xian caused the blood in his body to speed up. Shares. If he got the shares, his position in the company would immediately rise. However, Han Xian wanted to take 8%, and Gao Fulfillment took a deep breath. On what terms do you take the 8%? Han Xian threw the lighter in his hand to the walking Ji Jing, who was startled and took it in a panic, blaring angrily at Han Xian, who laughed. Auntie, find a place to help me clean my lighter and bring it back to me. Oh, Ji Jing didn't have a single thought of refusal and took the lighter and headed outside the cafeteria. Han Xian saw this and laughed at Gao Fulfillment. Mr. Gao, it seems like it's not that I'm not qualified to negotiate terms now, but you, whether it's being retaliated by Li Dahai or choosing to get the 12% shares, I think you should know better than anyone which one is important. You called me Han Xiao. I should always have to show some of the aura of being a young master, right? Ha 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 ha. Gao Fulfillment laughed, stood up and stretched, pointing at Han Xian and laughing. Han Xian, ah Han Xian, Yan Qingqing really got lucky to run into a guy like you, but I always feel that this 8% you don't look like you asked for it for yourself. Han Xian shrugged his shoulders and laughed. That's right, this share is indeed not for my own. As for who to give High Vice President, do not have to worry about. You 12%, and I have only 8% in my hands, and so on to drive away Li Dahai. The agreement between Qian Dong and Lu Dong will not come to the management of the company. At that time it is who has more shares. Who is in the company is the father. Vulgar, so I'll be euphemistic? Going out for a drink? I'm afraid I can't go. My lady is here. Han Xian nudged at the main entrance of the cafeteria, and Gao Fulfillment patted Han Xian's shoulder once again. Make time, Han. I will. Han Xian, I hope you don't let me down. I'm not as easy to talk to as you think I am. Naturally. Chapter 137, The Old Man is Very Strong. Gao Fulfillment also greeted Yan Qingqing when he left. Looking at Yan Qingqing, Han Xian bent down to get his food, and when he sat down again Yan Qingqing had already sat across from him. Han Xian lowered his head and ate with a big mouth, and Yan Qingqing also asked for a fast food, all of which was green vegetables. Han Xian, do you think I look like this rape? Green. Han Xian raised his head to look at it, then said, No, you don't look like greens, you look like cauliflower, the unbroken kind. You and High Fulfillment got together. Hankin, you betrayed me. He gave up that beloved lighter of his to give you. Sure enough, handsome men are unisex. Han Xian, are you? Yan Qingqing looked at Han Xian suspiciously, and Han Xian slowly raised his head and said in a cold voice, "You probably don't know how I got into a fight with Wang Nan, do you? Don't you make me snap your rice in your face." Yan Qingqing clenched her hands on her chest in a pitiful aggravation. "Sure enough, Han Xian, you betrayed me." Han Xian suddenly widened his eyes, then pounded his chest. Yan Qingqing hastily handed Han Xian water, and after drinking most of the bottle in one gulp, Han Xian wore a rough breath. "In the future, I eat you, do not come to me in front of me. I'm afraid that one day I choke to death. Your head cannot be clean. I want to take away that 5% of the shares in the hands of Qianling. Breakup fee? I'll your grandmother's whistle." Han Xian was so angry that he burst out foul language, got up and left, leaving Yan Qingqing alone on the dining table pounding the table and laughing, without the slightest regard for the image. And when Yan Qingqing returned to her senses, she found that Han Xian had run away, not back to the company, but away from the glory. In the car, Han Xian took the lighter that Ji Jing sent back and played with it in his hand, worrying that he couldn't find a chance to skip work. "Yan General Manager, you are really my sweet little cotton. I don't know at this moment." Yan Qingqing has almost turned into a red-hot iron armor, trying to find a way to kill Han Xian. Taking a taxi all the way to Xingjia Wangfu, Lao Wen opened the door for Han Xian and returned to the living room to rummage through the boxes. Looking at his old husband pouting and rummaging through the boxes, Han Xian was puzzled. "Dad, what are you looking for?" "Looking for cigarettes. Your mom hid them for me. Did you bring any cigarettes?" It seems that Old One has been addicted to cigarettes for a long time. Han Xian fumbled with his pocket and took out 2 boxes of cigarettes and handed them to Old One. "Which one to smoke?" Old One split his hand and snatched it, trembling out a child in his mouth, to go to the kitchen. Han Xian once again puzzled. "Dad, what are you doing again?" "Light the cigarettes, Han Xian. Can you give me all the fireworks at once?" On the sofa, Han Xian took the lighter he had just extorted and lit it for Lao Wen. Originally Lao Wen still wanted to go to the balcony to smoke, but then he thought that it was perfectly fine to say that Han Xian came to the house to smoke, and that the pot was for him to take the blame. And when he saw the not-so-cheap lighter in Han Xian's hand, Lao Wen frowned and asked, "Where did you get this from? You don't look like you have the disposition to spend a lot of money on this stuff." "Nguyen bought it?" Han Xian glanced down at the thing in his hand and laughed in a small voice. "I just snatched it from the hands of High Fulfillment. I was counted once in the company yesterday, and I earned some interest today, but I'm still a bit upset." Old One took the lighter and looked at it, smiling faintly. "Snatched it from that guy at High Fulfillment? I knew you going to glory definitely won't let that side die down. Yesterday your mom and I said that you seemed to have a verbal argument with someone at the company. Tell me about it." Han Xian told the story in detail, including some of the news that blew out of Gao Fulfillment's mouth in the morning, as well as the matter of Qianling taking 5% of Li Dahai's shares, and Old One smiled and nodded after hearing it. "So that's how it is. This Qianling should have had this preparation a long time ago, just haven't been able to catch the opportunity. Otherwise she wouldn't be willing to let her niece stay in the comprehensive department all the time to be bullied by Li Dongsheng. This Qianling's probably idea is to let Li Dongsheng slowly inflate, and then wait for a person like you to appear and then make a new plan." "You've been very close to Qianling's niece before?" Han Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. "In the company there is a good relationship with colleagues. That time I and Li Dongsheng some conflict when he helped to count the money once. After I suffered some injuries. I and Qianwan's relationship is also close to a little bit. After the money Ling came to the company, did not thank me, did not blame me, and then shouted to me to go to her home to eat a home-cooked meal. Hey, don't say that time Chen Ling had already started to take me as an experiment." Old One picked up a second cigarette, stood up and walked to the refrigerator to take out 2 plates of small dishes, and took out a few bottles of beer in the kitchen and put them on the coffee table. Han Xian took out cups under the coffee table, and the 2 old masters smoked cigarettes and drank wine, and Old One shrugged his shoulders. "Can't say that you are the most suitable for Qianling, just that things are already out of her control. In the end she didn't promise you anything after taking that 5%? Shouldn't it? Qianling has no children. Her heir is only that niece of hers, and this niece seems to be not too competitive. If that this time has caused you to resentment, her days are too good. Qianwan may become the next Li Dongsheng, or even worse. She didn't say how to deal with this 5%? You kid, hide it from me?" The old husband and son-in-law thumped the wine glass and drank it down, and then Han Xian covered his head and said feebly, "It's because she opened her mouth. I'm in a bit of a dilemma now. This 5% she's going to give away to someone else, provided I give this person some more shares, at the very least more than her 5%. I extorted a lighter from Gao Fulfillment is just idly teasing a fight. I want to make a big one with him. First tell me who this 5% Qianling is going to give." "Yan Qingqing?" Han Xian covered his face and nodded as Old One continued. "And then you need to get some more shares for Yan Qingqing?" Han Xian nodded his head again, the old warmth in the road. "Then you and Gao Fulfillment are going to divide whose shares? Lu Xingge you two can't touch. Qianling you won't touch. You and Gao Fulfillment are going to divide Li Dahai's? 20 shares. Gao Fulfillment takes 12%. you take 8, plus 5% of Qianling. Yan Qingqing is exactly 1% more than Gao Fulfillment. Right now Gao Fulfillment doesn't know that if he succeeds Yan Qingqing will get 5% of Qianling, right? You're pulling in Gao Fulfillment because he can talk directly to Lu Xingge. And your backing force is Qianling? You're going to use these two shareholders to divide up Li Dahai, right? And then you don't know now. If it works out, you don't know if the 8% should be given to Yan Qingqing. You're worried that Xiaonuan will fight with you, and you're also worried about me and your mom's side, right? Neil. Han Qian is really convinced. Lao Wen has projected the distribution between him and Gao Fulfillment, and also very accurately guessed that it was Yan Qingqing. Han Qian covered his face and looked at Lao Wen in the finger cracks, and found that there was nothing in Lao Wen's face to change, and asked tentatively, Dad, who do you think this 8% should be given to? I definitely can't take it myself. I can't keep it in my hands. If I give it to Xiaonuan, there's no way to account for it on the side of glory and smooth enjoyment. Qianling used me to take 5% this time. I won't be happy if I don't take it out of her hands. Old Wen sipped his glass of wine and frowned softly. Han Qian, you have been in our family for 3 years. As a businessman you should think about what you can get when you go through all the trouble to get this 12% of the shares. In fact, you and Xiaonuan are divorced. I shouldn't be interfering with you. It's just that who's coming to the house? Wen Ho? Lao Wen's words did not finish. Li Jinha came back, pushed open the door and looked at the door of the shoes to ask softly. This will be Lao Wen got up already too late. When Li Jinha saw Lao Wen and Han Qian sitting on the sofa with a cigarette in their mouths, holding a glass of wine in their hands, the old one has been panicked, not waiting for Li Jinha to open his mouth, pointing to Han Qian to look at Li Jinha. It was all Qian's doing. Han Qian, who was sitting on the sofa, was slightly stunned, then said angrily, Dad, you're not that shameless. Li Jinha's face was bland as he glanced at Old Wen and frowned. What's wrong with a kid coming over to the house to have a meal and talk to you? What's the matter? In your eyes, am I that uneducated and unreasonable woman? Xiao Qian, you eat slowly. Mom brought some food. Heat it up. Don't rush off at night. Smoke less. Han Qian learned his lesson this time and hurriedly said, Mom, it's all Dad smoking. Good. I know. I'll beat him up later. Chapter 138, So It's a Clown. Mother-in-law is not very good at cooking. Just heat up a little bit of cooked food and mixed vegetables bought from outside. The old man did not move place. Basically as long as Han Qian is there, the old Wen's life is not much different from the new year. Can smoke, can drink. Li Jin has sat down opposite the two of them and softly asked Han Qian who he had quarreled with at the company yesterday, and Han Qian was honest enough to tell his mother-in-law that the other party was Li Dahai's daughter-in-law, and he didn't lose out and slapped her. Hearing that Han Qian did not suffer, Li Jin has sat next to Han Qian and patted his shoulder hard. Good. This kind of woman should smoke her. Open and close the mouth of small. Is you do not let mom to go? I went how to tear her mouth. See you like this look is also finished solving. Come over today is to find your father to get the scripture? Han Qian dodged his mother-in-law's Rudraksh palm and said eagerly, Mom, I've strained my arm. Please take it easy. I thought I hadn't seen you for a few days, so I thought I'd take advantage of today to come over and take a look. I'll believe it? Li Jinha face with a few points of contempt. Han Qian smiled and scratched his head. Not to explain, Han Qian drank 3 bottles of beer. The old one drank a small half-cup of white. Told Han Qian this matter first, do not rush. Li Dahai will not be so willing to eat this loss. Cannot count the money. Ling will also count Han Qian, waiting to catch the handle on the line. This matter cannot be rushed. Xiao Qian, the initiative in this matter lies with you. High Fulfillment has no other choice. Han Qian seemed to understand, nodded. Chatting for not a moment the phone rang. Is Yan Qingqing's phone? Han Qian thought about not picking up, stood up and said goodbye to the two. Old man left the Xingzhou Wangfu. Han Qian brain suddenly gave birth to an idea. He wanted to check out Smooth and sent a text message to Yan Qingqing. Take a day off. Not even bothering to think of a reason. I took a cab and went straight to Enjoy. After receiving the text message, Yan Qingqing went straight to the comprehensive department to scold Su Liang and Shanwan. Yan Qingqing was curious to know what Han Qian and Gao Fulfillment had to do, but the result is that this guy said to leave. Not the slightest bit of her as the company's general manager in the eyes. After scolding the two, Yan Qingqing sat on the small sofa in Yang Lan's office and covered her head powerlessly. Lan, how do you think I'm going to clean up this guy who is soft and hard and doesn't have any rules? How can this be said to be gone? It's already like this, and Gao Fulfillment is still trying to find a way to pull Han Qian in? Yang Lan smiled and shook his head. Can't read it. All I know is that Vice President Gao's ever-present lighter is already in Han Qian's hands. And what's up with little Ji Jing? At the mention of Ji Jing, Yan Qingqing's head hurt even more. How do I know which of her tendons is wrong? Look at her that way as if she is Han Qian's little daughter-in-law. I cannot understand Han Qian's plan at all. The weekend and to go to Qiandong's side of the dinner. I do not know what the whole thing again. Recently, your comprehensive department and then a little bit busier. To the water park things done. Specifically you ask Xiao Yang Jia on it. I'm going to go and catch Han Qian to go. You guys are busy. You are busy. Yan Qingqing left the comprehensive department as soon as she said she would, and left in a rage. Arresting Han Qian was just talk, and she had no place to do it. And not long after she returned to the office, someone delivered the papers, and 2 Snapdragon's side had already begun to prepare for demolition by blasting. Everything is going in the right direction, although it's a headache. Enjoy group. When Vice President's office, Han Qian greatly grinning sitting on the warm seat drumming warm computer. All in one machine, this thing is a bit advanced. Han Qian looked for half a day to find where the button to turn on the computer. I called Worm when I came. She wasn't in the company. Worm's little secretary was aware of Han Qian's identity, and went downstairs to get the aunt to the office. Worm's office wasn't big, much smaller than Yan Qingqing's, and there was only the one chair in the entire room that Han Qian was currently sitting in. That just didn't seem to be prepared to let anyone else sit in her office. There are not many documents on the table. They are all trivial matters. Idly, Han Qian took out his glasses in Warmth's drawer and organized the documents of smooth enjoyment. The things of smooth enjoyment are much simpler than the glory side, and it is possible that they are not sent to the warm side. The little secretary brought a cup of coffee without disturbing the aunt. Nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Warmth came back, pushed the door into the office, purposely exited the door to look at, and then walked into the office to speak softly. Pretty free? Cleaning my office, by the way? Han Qian lifted his head and returned without a trace of anger. It wasn't me. I had a few drinks with Dad and didn't want to go home, so I came over to check on you and close the door. Han Qian stood up and wanted to make room for Warmth, but just as he stood up, Warmth came over and pressed Han Qian's shoulders to make him sit in the chair. 2 small arms pressed against Han Qian's neck, and whispered, "Skipping work again today? You're really good at this class. The glory's meritocracy runs too smooth to slack off. Brother Qian, did you miss me? Don't you press me. I just came over on a whim to see if anyone was bullying you. Hey, what did you do just now?" Warmth not only didn't let Han Qian go, but also put her chin on Han Qian's head and grunted and whispered, "Who dares to bully me? I wish someone would bully me. Let's see if you have any reaction then. I just went to a hotel room. Angry or not?" Han Qian shook his shoulders and bristled. "What? That she is here already? Got a room at Vantage Point? Han Qian, can you have some sense? Shouldn't you be asking me what I went to the hotel for and who I went with? You're too smart for me to play with you." Warmth didn't have the good sense to slap lightly at Han Qian's head, and Han Qian didn't take Warmth's words to heart at all and said softly, "Is this she sure she's helping you and not sent by Lin Zongheng? Don't be foolish enough to think that everyone is good to you, except for Mom and Dad. Everyone else has an agenda for you. And what purpose do you have for me? Can you listen to all the words? Do you have a filter in your ear?" To Han Qian's nagging, Warmth completely ignored, stood behind Han Qian's hands, grasped Han Qian's ears and began to shake the head of the little Han children's shoes, while shaking it at the same time. "Chen brother work is so boring, society is so gloomy you just come to enjoy as a vice president. Let me relieve it." His head was dazed by the warmth, and lifting his hand to grab the slender wrist, Han Qian sighed feebly. "What are you doing here when I come to enjoy myself? I work all day and come home to serve you at night? I'll herd the cows. Would you? Just buy one. I'll ride on the back of a bull, and I'll lose it when it's lost." And this chest no big ambition of the girl Han Qian is really do not know what to say. Get up and ask the warmth off work or not. He wanted to go home to rest, drink a headache. The warmth of a glance at the time, the distance from work there is still an hour. But, she's leaving early, walking out of the office side by side with Han Qian. When he walked into the elevator, Warm suddenly hit a headbutt against Han Qian's head. Han Qian couldn't care less about his head. He reached out and grabbed Warm and clamped her snow-white neck under his armpits. Han Qian popped a cerebral avalanche against Warm's head, and Warm covered his head and screamed, "Han Qian, can't you just give me a break? It's my first time being your ex-husband too, so who am I to give in to you?" The words fell the soft flesh of the waist in exchange for pain. Han Qian rushed to release Warmth, the two of them back against the elevator panting, Warmth's hair a little messy. Ding! To the first floor. The elevator opened. Han Qian and Warm at the same time cold snort out of the elevator. Found Lin Zongheng standing outside the elevator. Lin Zongheng looked at the Warm, frowning tightly, while the Warm is the face of the tense look at Han Qian. Afraid that Han Qian suddenly in this guy hands, Lin Zongheng slowly shifted his gaze to Han Qian and frowned. "What's a glorified man like you doing here at Smooth?" Han Qian sneered, reaching out to put his arm around the Warm willow waist and sneered, "What do you have to do with me picking up my wife from work?" There was an uproar outside the elevator. So this person dressed in ordinary clothes with an inch head was the mysterious husband of Vice President 1. Han Qian walked out of the elevator with Warm willow on his arm, and the staff of Unbridled talked about it. Everyone thought that Vice President 1 and Mr. Lin were the couple. It turns out that Mr. Lin is the clown. Chapter 139, it's a bustier, right? In the car, Han Xian's mood that called a smooth, holding the steering wheel, are fast grinning to the ear teeth to go. Warm squint Han Xian whispered contempt. Childish, Han Xian, you owe me an AO. There's no hatred or grudge between Lin Zongheng and I just let you take advantage of me and use me to anger Lin Zongheng, which has already caused a rift between the Lin family and Warmth. So, go grocery shopping together. I'll push the cart, you pick, and I'll do it at home. Actually, there's nothing wrong with breaking up with the Lin family. Punch punch punch, dressing in professional attire, talking out of turn, and making the most childish gestures. Is this Miss Warm, the iceberg vice president of the Enjoy Group? Han Xian had never seen what Warm looked like at work, and he couldn't imagine it. And Han Xian really wanted to know what Warm looked like at work, all the way to drive to the RT Mart. Into the shopping mall after the Warmth seems to have changed like a person. No longer in the car listening to music bobbing his head, cute and lovely like. Not enjoy the rumors of so cold, if you want to describe it. Goons, to the shopping area. The shopping is relatively small. Warm let go of the hand that grasps the cart, walking in front of the jumping, not the slightest bit of vice president appearance. Looking at the Warm standing in front of the chocolate tangled, Han Xian softly said, "You're the same bear you are now when you talk about clients and business at the office? You and I that can energy gone?" Warmth turned her head slowly, her finger in her mouth pointing weakly at the chocolates on the shelf. Han Xian, I'll get fat if I eat chocolate. I still want to eat it. What should I do? Buy a box. You eat one. I'll eat the rest. Just get over it. Not that I just asked you a question. Warmth this kind of at any time may take other people's words as the wind in the ears of the problem is Han Xian the only no way to give to change over. Warmth took a box of white chocolate. The eyes are still in the dark chocolate above the lingering. Han Xian opened his mouth angrily. Buy two. Get the big box. Warm holding 2 boxes of chocolates to Han Xian naive smile. Now this energy is not at all see that she is to inherit millions of family property. Warm backhand in front of the selection. Han Xian in the shopping cart inside the selection of strange things, or double put back to the shelves. The only time this girl gets hung up on buying chocolate is when she's buying chocolate. Passing through the fresh food area. The warmth of the head proudly stride through. Do not even look at the fish tank inside the crab. Not disdain. Is afraid to look at the road. Han Xian is a glance. But unfortunately he did not have much interest. Bought some beef and green vegetables. Warm said want to eat steak. Han Xian brain has no concept, but want to do green pepper sand onion beef. Anyway, Warm to meat is not picky. Do what eat what? Warmth stopped again when she was in the daily necessities section, and she pointed to a set of couple's pajamas and shouted to Han Xian, "What do you think of this one? I like the white one." Han Xian looked up, then shook his head vigorously one by one. "You get the dark blue one, you nest-eating slob. I don't have time to wash your pajamas every day." The voice is not small. The warmth of the moment blushed and wanted to find a crack in the ground, rushed forward to pinch Han Xian's neck and shook the guy's head. Han Xian did not resist the meaning of the shake to pick up and go looking at the pajamas on the hanger, casually pointing to a black one, perfunctorily. This is good. Rarely Han Xian can give a suggestion to, following the direction of his finger. The warmth to remove the underwear when the face brushes red, and then become iron green gritted teeth angrily look at Han Xian. Han, Ken, you horny head, you this me, not, where? Looking at the pajamas in Warm's hand, Han Xian is also a little embarrassed. Lace tulle, especially the chest extending to the navel of the one that is the kind of flesh-colored tulle. This kind of pajamas with a bit of eroticism, not to mention warm, Han Xian is also a little bit unable to carry. It's a little too sexy. Not knowing how Yen Qingqing's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, Han Xian hurriedly shook his head, wanting to shake this woman's figure out of his mind, and at the same time, he also walked towards Warmth to rehang the pajamas in her hand on the hanger, and chose a set of couple's pajamas by hand. One black and one white, smooth fabrics. The white one is naturally Han Xian's, upper and lower split pajamas and pajamas pants, with a cartoon villain on the chest, while Warm is in a black pajama dress. The hemline is around the knee. Comparing to the last one, it can be said that it is conservative to the bone, with a cartoon villain on the hemline as well. Han Xian asked Warmth how she felt as she carried the piece of clothing in one hand, and Miss Warm wrinkled her nose and grunted, cursing in a small voice, "Rascal, pervert, pervert, and I don't know who always rides me." Ah, Han Xian, you're killing yourself. The pajamas were sort of purchased amidst the screams of warmth and franticness. On the way home, Han Xian asked something about the shareholders, and Warm seems to be gripped by the matter of the pajamas, and when he arrived at the door of the house, he brainstormed and asked Han Xian, "The pajamas can be bought, but Han Xian will have to resign at Glory." Han Xian did not pay attention to the words of this intermittent neurosis of Warmth. Her head always think of what to say, and Han Xian talking more and more lazy to think. After dinner, Han Xian washed the dishes and sat on the sofa to watch the Dunker, which is considered to be more Han Xian love animation. but unfortunately do not understand the Japanese, can only read the subtitles. Although he had already seen it many times, some of the episodes in it still made him unable to hold back his laughter. And when Han Qian was ready to play the next episode, Warmth stood in front of the TV in her newly purchased pajamas. Is it nice? Han Qian looked up and down at Warmth. She was too tall. The nightgown that was supposed to cover her knees was still a distance away from her knees, and the first word that came to Han Qian's mind was so tall, and with it, so white. Long white legs. Han Qian cupped his chin and said with a straight face, "It's going to be a couple inches shorter." Warmth then gently tugged on her skirt in Han Qian's dismayed gaze, and Han Qian looked at the safety pants inside in dismay. Then angrily, "You wear pajamas and safety pants? You sure have a different head than everyone else." Warmth lay on her back on the toffee couch with her hands resting on her chin and squinting her eyes as she smiled at Han Qian. "Surprised? Surprised? Brother Qian, just now your eyes didn't even blink. Oh, say you're colorful. You still won't admit it. Is not disappointed. Ha 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 ha." Han Qian squinted at Warmth from the corner of his eye and despised it. "I haven't seen you without your clothes on. Other than that, all that I can see." Completely unimpressed by the comment, Warmth dragged his chin and continued, "This you do not understand it. Sister, this is called if hidden. You understand a hammer. Oh, you're right. I'm not going to be stubborn with you. At night you sleep in your own room and close the door. Be careful, I'll be beastly and scourge you. You'd have to have the guts to do that with your sister's door open." Han Qian turned his head to look angrily. As a man, so provoked, cannot tolerate the result of the warm provocative pose a provocative pose, but our Han Daxioner has already been sharpened by the night fork nymphet's heart and mind is firm. Wheel sexy. Warmth is much inferior to Yin Xingqing. Han Qian took a deep breath and said softly, "Warm, you're wearing a bustier, aren't you?" The next second Warmth directly pounced on Han Qian. "Han Qian, today it's either you die or I die." Chapter 140, Calling Dad. After playing with Han Qian, Warm half leaning on Han Qian's body, open mouth small mouth gasping, without a little motor nerves of Warm in the eyes of Han Qian is a vegetable chicken. Not a few minutes, the vegetable chicken cried out the need to replenish energy, get up and drill into the kitchen by himself. This time Han Qian did not get up, because the warmth still could not hold back the cravings in the stomach, did not buy crabs, bought some large sea snails, ran to cook themselves. This thing is relatively simple. Cooked. Listening to the clanking inside the kitchen, Han Qian forced himself not to get up, sitting on the sofa and shouting at the kitchen. Remember to pour out the water when you're done cooking the conch. Don't make the kitchen smell. And turn the hood on. I know. Don't you nag me how to turn on the hood. Perhaps should not let her go to the kitchen. Nagging half a day before Han Qian heard the sound of the hood, and so in the turn back to see the cartoon. The inside of the ballgame has ended. Frozen did not see the last scene. Just want to replay. The warm end of a plate of conch came out. It was placed on the coffee table, and then prepared a plate of mustard with vinegar. Han Qian looked at the black conch as no appetite at all. Do not eat crab is to feel too cruel. Do not eat conch, mainly because it's too buried. Han Qian looked at the conch on the table and bristled. This thing is just like you. Just can this one house scourge. You see it also has no hands, no head, nest eat and pull. You look at the black thing. How disgusting. He didn't like it, and watching Warmth eat him made it worse. Warm to Han Qian's words completely as if he did not hear. Take out the conch meat, the black gall and some messy things underneath pick off, and then dipped a little vinegar fed to Han Qian's mouth, narrowed his eyes and laughed. Brother Ken, this is very tasty, especially after it's paired with mustard mixed with vinegar. The flavor is simply so fresh that I guarantee you'll definitely want to eat it a second time after you've eaten it once. Han Qian tightly closed his lips. His eyes are full of all the resistance. This thing is not eaten for a lifetime. He will not think about it. The warm onion fingers pinching the conch meat a little closer. Han Qian constantly leaned back to refuse. Slowly, the warmth has flopped down on Han Qian's body. Her eyes are all the anticipation and excitement, and Han Qian is dead-hearted. Brother Ken, take a bite. Han Qian covered his mouth with his hand and shook his head vigorously. Warmth saw this and smiled even sweeter. His lips came close to Han Qian's ear and gently blew a mouthful of hot air. Just one bite. Han Qian closed his eyes tightly and covered his mouth, preferring to die. After a few minutes of stalemate, Warmth's patience was worn out. The other hand slowly down Han Qian's chest, the cold small hand in the scratching of the chest. Han Qian wrinkled his brow, feeling the small hand slowly down. When touching the soft flesh of the inner thighs, Han Qian snapped open his eyes, not waiting to push the warmth away. The soft flesh of the inner thighs came with a sharp pain. Ow! Under the severe pain, Han Qian couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a howl. Also in the moment when he opened his mouth, Warm quickly stuffed the conch meat into Han Qian's mouth. He didn't feel the flavor of the conch meat, but just felt the rush of mustard rushing to his brain. Han Qian pushed Warm away and sat up to vomit. Warm saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to cradle Han Qian's head in his arms with one hand, covering Han Qian's face with his body. Warmth laughed with a treacherous smile. hold it in, no throwing up. If it were usual, in this situation right now Han Xian would say anything to take advantage of the situation. But right now Han Xian's mind was all confused, and under the pressure of the warm rogue, Han Xian swallowed the conch meat with difficulty. But he still couldn't hold back the churning in his stomach and pushed away the warmth to run to the bathroom. It wasn't that the taste was too bad, but Han Xian's heart was acting up. Hands propped up on the toilet bowl constantly vomiting, warm hands holding a cup of water leaning against the door of the bathroom. Looking at Han Xian's back skimming sneer, look at you. Feeding you a conch, is that all you have to do? Han Xian turned his head and glared at warmth, then pulled up his big shorts and pointed at the base of his thighs angrily. Green, it's green, it's green. Little white-eyed wolf, you don't torture me for a day. Are you uncomfortable? Okay. You wait. The words fell out of his mouth as he got up and snatched the glass of water in Warmth's hand and walked into the kitchen. And shortly afterward, Han Xian came out with a plate of boiled green vegetables. Get a small pot of carrots, celery, parsnips, peppers, and round onions. Warm hands embracing cocked legs, a face of disdain. Han Xian used a fork to poke a piece of carrot, which will be warm and surprisingly did not refuse. Open mouth to eat carrots. Chewing did not chew a bite to swallow. This seemed to see the Han Xian froze, and then the warmth once again took out a piece of conch meat. Then Han Xian ran away. Upstairs, Han Xian hid inside the bedroom and unlocked the door, and Warmth stood outside the door threateningly. Han Xian, your cell phone is still downstairs. Do you believe I'll take your phone and text Yen Qingqing that you've got a room and are waiting for her? Han Xian flopped down on the bed and played with the warm computer, rambling. Whatever, like I'm scared. I'll play a little game and you're on your own. Hankin, I called Mom. Hit it, and remember to say hello for me. When Han Xian thought that the warmth had already taken him no way, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Looking at the small white-eyed wolf standing in the doorway in a rage, Han Xian sat up violently, pulling up the quilt to cover his chest, and nervously said, "How did you get in here, you? There's something called a key." Han Xian, you scream, you run, you jump off the building. It's no use screaming your throat out. Follow me, downstairs, me, no, go. Warmth grabbed Han Xian's arm and dragged it downstairs, but Han Xian would rather die than go from it. Warmth for a time even took Han Xian had no way out. She let go of Han Xian, took a deep breath, and then walked up and grabbed Han Xian's ears with both hands and said softly, "For the last time, downstairs or not." Han Xian cried out in grief, "You screwed me." Yes, Warmth grabbed Han Xian's ears to the guy's brain is a headbutt. Muffled movement is not small. Han Xian was smashed, 2 eyes gold stars lying on the bed, tears in the eyes to fight. What kind of sin did I commit in my past life? How did I come across such a headstrong playboy? Warmth rode across Han Xian's body, sitting on his stomach and looking down at Han Xian. Down or not? Han Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was once said that the rich and powerful can't bend. So, me, don't, go. That depends on whether you resist the beating. 2 minutes later, Warm flopped down on the tatami mat. Han Xian sat on her back facing Warm's slender legs, waved his hand and slapped his hand on top of Warm's arched buttocks, with a hideous sneer. Resistant to being beaten? Really not a day to fight. On the room to uncover the tiles. I do not give power. You really think I'm a sick cat, ah? Just now with whom the too powerful to come? Deceitful? Han Xian, you get down there. You're dead heavy. Snap. Han Xian landed another slap on the warm arse. Angrily. How dare you say I'm dead heavy? What did you think when you rode me? There's no way I'm going to let you off the hook today. Honey, it's no use calling your old mother. Convincing or not, it's my first time to be an ex-husband too, so who am I to give in to you? Han, Ken, call Dad. Chapter 141, Saigon has an appointment. Han de Xianrun is only care about a moment of pleasure, and then by the mother of a phone lesson in tears. The girl went to sue again, was reprimanded more than 10 minutes before the mother hung up the phone. Han Xian, how to think of the heart is not comfortable, and then Han Xian to the mother-in-law to make a phone call. The phone connected. Han Xian began to cry, complaining of the warmth of the landlord's behavior. Mom, I really can't eat conch. Warmth forced me to eat it. If I don't eat it, she hit me with her brain. Mom, my life is miserable. Li Jinhao, listening to the aunt's son's crying, suddenly felt a headache, covered his head and gritted his teeth. This little white-eyed wolf has had a hard head since she was a child. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mom will take it out on you. You give her the phone. Han Xian decisively handed the phone to lie on the side of the warmth of the teeth have been angry. I did not expect. The girl took the phone and hung up directly. Han Xian saw this wide-eyed, and then got up to run, but the results are still a step slow. All in all, this night Han Xian didn't sleep well. The next morning when I woke up, Warm had already gone to work. Han Xian dragged his tired body to the company lying on the table and fell asleep. He realized his exhaustion wasn't from going to work, it was from trying to cope with the warmth, and it was too much to handle. Then Su Liang, Lu Jiolong, 2 people walked into the office side by side. The 2 guys see Han Xian appeared here early in the morning, suddenly surprised, but they are not much spirit, are with 2 black black circles under the eyes? Su Liang took out a can of oolong tea in his pocket and put it on Han Qian's desk. Powerless. Why come so early today? A bit unlike you. Last night there was a bit of an accident. My current and soon-to-be current met. One to slit his wrists, one to jump off a building. Kenner this is too much charm is simply suffering Han Qian deeply thought to Su Liang nodded. Hard to open the oolong tea clinking cups. The side of the Lu Jiulong still want to come to make a scene sighed sadly. Hey, these two sins are there because of their charisma. And him? There's no charm to speak of. It's good to be young. As he sighed, the two guys in front of him turned around and looked up at Lu Jiulong at the same time. And Su Liang snickered. Did Vice Lu pay his rations quite thoroughly last night? It's exhausting. Lu Jiulong reached out and patted Su Liang's shoulder inside. When you're my age you'll know what it means to be out of your depth. Have fun while you're young. The words just fell. Some different Yan Lan walked into the office. Today's Yan Lan's sister changed into a set of pink sportswear, a pair of pink Nike sneakers. The girl's breath came out. The dress. Han Qian whistled and grinned. I've long heard Sister Yang say that our comprehensive department is going to have a newcomer. I didn't expect it to be such a pretty sister. Hello sister, my name is Han Qian. Yang Lan was Han Qian got some shyness. Fierce glare at this broken child. Trotted off to the office, which led to Lu Jiulong hand holding the milk tea sent out the opportunity or not. Can only be dumbfounded to look at Yan Lan disappeared in the door. Coincidentally, the room Shan and this will walk into the comprehensive department. Su Liang see this hastily shouted. Shan, Vice Lu prepared milk tea for you, why don't you take it? Can't you see that Xianer and I have oolong tea on our table? It is not a secret that Vice Lu likes Sister Yang and the comprehensive department. Fong Shan took the milk tea and laughed daintily. Thank you, Deputy Lu. The milk tea prepared for Yang Lan was taken away by Fong Shan, and Lu Jiulong piled a stack of papers in front of Han Qian and Su Liang angrily. Since you both drank my oolong tea, you've done the planning for the water park. Su Liang, who originally wanted to catch up on his sleep, raised his head in suspicion. Vice Lu, why are there more and more things going on in our comprehensive department lately? Did you receive any news? Lu Jiulong sighed softly as he pressed his hands on the shoulders of the two lads. You really said right. The senior management has been on the comprehensive department is not very satisfied. For this yen is also very difficult. I see the above probably means to make the comprehensive department completely into a comprehensive department, is to focus on the various departments, planning, marketing, business, operations, etc. The specifics of which I'm not too clear. The task is the yen accounted for. The two of you to do it is. Shan you don't idly. The matter of the sub down. Han Qian glanced at Su Liang, and the two of them looked at each other and sighed. Isn't this nothing to do to find things for themselves? Han Qian and Su Liang spent a morning time to the rough planning and ideas have been organized. Basically did not use other people to intervene. Dressed a little too childish, Yan Lang took a look and took it to Yen Qingqing. It's time for the thing Han Qian looks forward to most every day. Lunch. Lu Jiulong, Shan, De Qianer, Han Qian and Su Liang go to the cafeteria together and meet Xiao Yangjia in the cafeteria. 6 people occupied a large table. Shan and Dakaner fart to buy water. Su Liang bought a bowl of beef noodles for Han Qian. Said Han Qian every day to eat he watched her tired, but also for a change of taste. Han Qian think they are not picky eaters. Shan gave the moisture to a few people. When little Yang Jia suddenly spoke up, does Ken want a chicken leg? Han Qian looked at the noodles in the bowl and was just about to open his mouth when Su Liang, who was beside Xiao Yangjia, spoke up. What's wrong? You only have Han Qian in your eyes, not your Lianger brother. It's not the time for you to come to the general department to blackmail me into buying you snacks? I want chicken legs too. Little Yang Jia raised his head and hummed arrogantly. The result came back and really bought 2. Lu Vice won. Han Qian won. Froze without Su Liang. This time Su Liang was not happy. Little Yang Jia did not give him the opportunity to open his mouth. Skimming. Who doesn't know you? This philandering carrot. At that time you bought me snacks because you didn't know that Yan Lan was my sister. And you wanted to hook up with me, no? You wanted to curry favor with the contact information of the little girl in the company I wanted. I can testify to this. Fong Shan raised her hand to join in the fun. In an instant the 3 girls on the table were looking at Su Liang's eyes full of contempt. Han Qian smiled and took the chicken leg. Just wanted to stuff it inside his mouth. The phone suddenly vibrated. And now there are more things to do. And Han Qian didn't dare to delay. Put down the chicken leg and took out his cell phone. Strange number. Just as Han Qian picked up the phone, Su Liang snatched the chicken leg with a quick eye, and Xiao Yangjia got up and was about to grab it, when Han Qian opened his mouth. Saigon? The dining table was quiet for a moment. Little Yangjia stood motionless, and Su Liang's mouth, which was tearing at the chicken leg, was also fixed, staring at Han Qian with wide eyes. How dare Wu Saigon call Han Qian? Not knowing what Wu Saigon had said, Han Qian stood up and waved at a few people, speaking into the phone. Why don't you give me a minute? I'll be there now. The words fell. Han Xian left the cafeteria, leaving the 5 people at the table to look at each other. Su Liang cupped his chin suspiciously. You guys say that this little Wu Saigen is not looking at Xianer, and this has left the general department and is still calling? Is she shameless? Big money skimmed and scorned, and brother Kenner is no good. This one phone call and he's gone? Hearing this, Su Liang slapped his hand on his leg and exclaimed in shock, Wu Saigen is going to throw in the towel? As a result, Su Liang received 3 slaps. Chapter 42, Spleen 42, The Unexpected Wu Saigen. Again, the company opposite the cafe. Han Xian and Wu Saigen sitting opposite the elegant room. Today this little girl dressed very sexy. Short skirt, stockings, high heels, undershirt, low chest. Wu Saigen is not beautiful. The first glance to people stunning, not durable type of girl. A change from the conservative youth of the past. This mature and flirtatious dress still makes Han Xian a bit uncomfortable. In fact, Wu Saigen was a year older than Han Xian, except that Han Xian was used to calling people little girls. When Han Xian just took out the cigarette, Wu Saigen suddenly took out the cigarette in the bag and handed it to Han Xian. Meticulous Nanjing 13 hairpin, skillfully holding it between her red lips. Popor. A pale blue flame lit the cigarette. Watching Wu Saigen exhale a smoke ring, Han Xian couldn't help but laugh. Did I underestimate you? Or are you hiding too much? Wu Saigen laughed petulantly as she listened. Ken, I never hid anything from you. It's just that you never bothered to pay attention to me. Or rather, I didn't hide it from anyone. It's just that my presence was so low. In fact, Li Dongxing knew that I smoked. Hey, Han Xian picked up his coffee and put it down again. Puzzled, Li Dongxing's character. Doesn't him knowing about it mean his mom knows about it? Zhang Qin still agreed to let Li Dongxing empty your shopping cart? Wu Saigen leaned forward slightly, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Li Dongxing isn't that obedient. There are things I can give him that his mom isn't able to give him. I have my needs and Li Dongxing has what he wants. As for after that I tried to get Li Dongxing to hold a grudge against you, you should have known the reason for that as well. Ken, I'll start with that. I did it for a car and a job where I could earn more. This has become straight and direct. Wu Saigen really let Han Xian a little overwhelmed. Drink a little coffee to suppress the shock, Han Xian said softly. Inside and out I have you to thank for stirring things up in the middle of this. After all, you're the source that set me on a path from which there's no turning back. It's just that I didn't figure it out. And that's what you wanted to talk to me about when you came to me today? Or what? Wu Saigen did not seem to think in the slightest that he were to apologize to Han Xian. Of course, Han Xian does not need this passerby an apology. Snuffed out his cigarette and kicked it into his pocket, and in passing took out $200 in his wallet and put it on the table, and faintly said, then there's no reason for us to keep talking. I'm not a bodhisattva, magnanimous enough to think you've done nothing wrong and be grateful. Wu Saigen, one hand holding a cigarette, lethargic, leaning on the sofa. Her change in the eyes of Han Xian is simply heaven and earth. Obedient to be angry, Pack instantly turned into a social little sister? Wu Saigen looked at the $200 on the table, laughed. Brother Qian, has anyone ever said that you have a high IQ and a low EQ? Referring to the aspect of women alone. If I feel that I have apologized to you, I will definitely not appear in front of you again. The reasoning that people go high and water flows low. Brother Qian understands it better than anyone else. Waterfall and sewer are not the same thing. I've long since realized that you're great at cursing. Brother Qian, do you think that Li Dahai and Li Dongsheng will easily eat this 5% loss? Or that Li Dahai would willingly let his son leave glory? There's no one left to succeed Lu Xinga. Han Qian, who was about to walk out the door, frowned and turned around in a cold voice. Straight up, don't beat around the bush with me. Wu Saigen was grinning. Li Dahai, how to think I do not know. I now first tell you some things about the company. The old White and Dongbin and Li Dongsheng are a bit of a relative. In the integrated department is considered to be 2 of his retinue. A small maid who serves tea and pours water. Just Zhang Qin could not imagine that her well-behaved and obedient child has climbed into my bed. Gao Fulfillment can get a lot of department managers in the company is also mostly because of Li Dahai's reason. The day you also saw, Gao Fulfillment's gesture of goodwill to the Li family. Just say what you want to do. I gave my body to Li Dongsheng, and now Zhang Qin wants to kick me away. Li Dongsheng, a mama's boy, will get tired of playing with me even if he's sexually interested in me again one day. Brother Qian, I need a sum of money, not a small amount. Li Dongsheng couldn't fulfill your need for money? Daily expenses are fine, but I'm not satisfied. Zhang Qin's opinion of me is that I'm bought off with small favors. On what grounds? Han Qian frowned and returned to the sofa and settled down, crossed his legs and took out the lighter of high fulfillment and lit the cigarette in his hand. Wu Saigen saw the lighter when his eyes instantly became bright, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and at this time, Han Qian gripped the cigarette and looked at the roof indifferently. You think you have something I see in you? Wu Saigen, you overestimate yourself. Wu Saigen's face remained unchanged, picking up the coffee and taking a small sip, squinting and smiling. I know, Brother Qian, you are a proud swan. You definitely can't look at this body of mine. What I can do is to be an insider for you. At least right now. Li Dongxing is just a fledgling. There is still a lot he hasn't experienced yet. I still have some more time. You can betray Li Dongxing for money. You will betray me too. Do you think you have credibility? Also, I heard that aren't women very attached to their first man? Brother Qian, you may be out of touch with the world. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know how big your circle is. All I can say is that the only thing I like is money. I betrayed you on the premise that I can betray. I can betray you. Do you have the capital that can make me betray now? Meh. Han Xian spat a smoke ring at the roof, casually spit out the cigarette on the table. Wu Saigan picked up the cigarette and put it in a coffee cup. She did not rush to open her mouth again. Han Xian slowly lowered his head and smiled at Wu Saigan, reached out to the table to take one of the 200, stood up and walked out of the door of the elegance of the room. Han Xian stopped and opened his mouth to say softly, "Don't trample on yourself. There are many ways to make money and it has nothing to do with men or women." Originally still wearing a smile, Wu Saigan's body became stiff and reached out her hands to cover her face to let out a hum sound through her nose. Han Xian is gone. Walking out of the cafe, Han Xian sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air one after another. This world is worlds and worlds different from what he thought. Wu Saigan, this girl is very bold, very ambitious. Han Xian never thought that she would take advantage of Zhang Qin's blind spot to control Li Dongxing. Han Xian didn't know what he should say about this girl. Fighting? Gambling? Maybe she's not so brainless that the ultimate can only judge her by her money. Han Xian was a miser, and so was Wu Saigan. The same kind of people, who cannot go to say who is a good person, who is a bad person. In this world that laughs at the poor and not laugh at the prostitute, perhaps Wu Saigan, such a girl, is more able to live like a fish in water. Walking across the road looking at the 4 big words of Glory Group, Han Xian took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. "Meet me somewhere tonight. Place of your choice, nothing too shabby." The phone over there promised to be very painful. Han Xian put down the phone to pull his legs and run. If you run faster you can still eat some leftovers. But unfortunately Han Xian is still a step slow. Looking at the cafeteria ants who have already cleaned up the hygiene, Han Xian was so angry that he stomped his feet and angrily walked out of the glory door. When he came back he had an extra loaf of bread and a sausage in his hand. That's $4. The water goes back to the complex for a drink. Who can tell that this is the miser Han de Sianair who threw out 100,000 without batting an eyelid? Chapter 143, The Barbarians. Eating the last bite of bread as he walked into the general department, Han Xian was busy going to the water cup on the table to get water. But just in a moment's time, Su Liang and De Qianer had already surrounded Han Xian with one left and one right. "Say, what does Wu Saigan want with you?" Dakenair's impression of Wu Saigan was so bad that her little face was full of fury. Han Xian held up his water cup to drink, and smoothly pushed away Dakenair's head that had come up to him, and Su Liang followed up by asking Han Xian if he had already been seduced by Wu Saigan, and if he had used a beauty trick. "Don't bother with these 2 brain-dead guys. You have nothing to do to play games. You have nothing to do to take care of your poor sisters who need to experience the perils of society. Wu Saigan just came over to apologize to me." The 2 guys obviously do not believe. Followed Han Xian back to the seat. Big Money sat on Han Xian's table with a big grin, potential to break the pot to ask to the end of the meaning. But Han Xian is like an old monk, took a book over his face to pretend to sleep. What was Wu Saigan's reason for choosing him? Did she really mean that the Li family and their son had not yet died, as she had said? Was Han Xian the only path she could choose? This thought only passed through his mind in an instant before being dismissed by Han Xian. Maybe there's a little bit of truth in that, but not all of it. This little girl's presence is relatively low, yes. Her heart is not at all small. Zhang Qin unknowingly took care of Li Dongsheng, and she is very clear about her position in Zhang Qin's heart. She is not qualified to marry into the Li family. She has a sentence that is very right. Li Dongsheng has not lost interest in her. The current Li Dongsheng is not much different from the young fledgling who has just gone out into society, and Zhang Qin has given him too much protection, leading to Li Dongsheng's more naive mind. Only Han Xian does not know how much status the current Wu Saigan still has in Li Dongsheng's heart. And wasn't High Fulfillment sent here? This was the reason why Han Xian was in a hurry to ask Gao Fulfillment to meet him. On the phone, High Fulfillment agreed painfully. Is this all a little too smooth? Either Wu Saigan is having a deal with Li Hai, or there is something fishy with Gao Fulfillment. As said, neither of these. The only explanation is that Li Dongsheng, the fat sheep, is being targeted by several predators at the same time. Failed once. A bleeding wound attracts beasts of prey as well as insects and flies. Han Xian took a deep breath and took down the book covering his face, only to have two pairs of eyes staring brightly at him right in front of his eyes. Han Xian was startled and leaned back, on all fours. You two are sick. Neither Su Liang nor Dakan Air had the intention to assist Han Xian. Han Xian turned his head to do the work in hand. Dakin Air curled his legs and trotted back to play the game. Han Xian sat up and looked at the two men angrily through clenched teeth, and angrily said, "Buy me lunch tomorrow at noon." The two guys acted as if they didn't hear it at all. The noise in the comprehensive department affected Yang Lan, and the pink and tender Minister Yang opened the door of the door office, her eyes sweeping over with an icy coldness, finally landing her gaze on Han Xian's body, and said angrily, "You be quiet, go. You go to Mr. Yan's side to make a scene, or you go to the operations department to find Ji Jing. Sister Yang, it's not me, it's, go. Sis is busy, or you can go play with Yang Jia. Sister Yang, sis will prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. Good boy." As she spoke, Yang Lan pushed Han Xian's back and pushed this big lad out of the general department. Han Xian looked at Yang Lan 3 times a step back, his face full of grievances. In fact, Yang Lan doesn't want to oust Han Xian, but his presence over here will affect everyone's work. And Yang Lan is also making up for the fact that the comprehensive department has to be transformed from a nursing home and a kindergarten into an elite team. Re-entering the general department, Yang Lan clapped her hands and raised her voice to shout, "First put down the matter in hand. Recently there will be a few new tasks over the other departments directly to the integrated department. If we can do a good job, the salary will also treatment will be increased. On the contrary, the integrated department will face dissolution. Is to go to other departments to do the newcomer, or stay in the integrated department to do the old man of your own discretion. The next few days of work will be very tiring. If there is a desire to transfer out of the department with the come to find me. In addition, you do not go to see Han Xian. His contract belongs to the outsiders. Different from us, nothing else. Work, hire out." Su Liang tilted his head and looked at Yang Lan with a few inquiries in his eyes. Yang Lan closed her eyes and shook her head. She had only recently found out. Almost all of Glory Group's employees were on employment contracts. Only Han Xian was on an employment contract. In a sense, Han Xian was on equal footing with the company, which meant he had no fixed boss. But Han Xian didn't seem to know about it yet. Comprehensive department of the staff is definitely not willing to leave. Comprehensive department now no bonuses. Other treatments are all the company's best, and easy, and now the work atmosphere is better. Su Liang went to the other departments of the 3 or 5 days back to wither, and Sister Yang's meaning seems to be that the salary will be increased. As for Han Xian, it's that people aren't on employment contracts and no one wants to mess with him. It's too violent, unreasonable violence. At this moment Han de Air took a pair of poker pulling the security chief in the glory hall of the coffee table fight landlord. Also do not know where Han Xian got a pocket of dimes, poured on the glass coffee table to make a sparse sound. The security chief didn't want to play and didn't dare to play, but Han de Air threatened people. If they dared not to play he would go and find someone to fight right now, either to play with him or he would go and fight. This is simply too much. The security chief and the small security guards did not spoil Han Xian. Half an hour down Han Xian's hand has no dime. He also lost a little anxious on the head. The company passed by the staff with the same eyes look at these 3 people. Bold? As for the little girl at the front desk, she was already about to be tortured out of her mind. Where else can you go to work and still have such a hot time? At 2:40 in the afternoon, Yan Xingqing took Xiao Yangjia and her temporary assistant to go to the construction site to take a look at it personally, and on the way, she made a second remittance to 2 Snapdragon. Yan Xingqing held the documents handed over by her assistant in her hand, reading them as she walked away. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard familiar voices bickering in the lobby. Yan Xingqing frowned and looked in the direction the voices came from. A glass coffee table for 3. Han Xian crooked mouth holding a cigarette, holding a poker in his hand. A smug look at the security guard in front of him with a bitter face. Yan Xingqing frowned and stood in place looking at Han Xian, and at this time Han Xian has not yet found out. Complacently put the cards on the coffee table, reached out to touch the remaining 3 cards on the table, smugly laughed. 2 kings, 3 twos, 4 aces. IING also turned over to be the landlord. You two just wait for me to blow up you owe. Do not bring complete. Come 2, come 2, come 2, come 2. 4-2 now. You two finished. At this moment both security guards had already discovered Yan Xingqing, and the security chief gave a dry cough. Han, put out the cigarette. It's a bad influence. There's no such thing as barrenness. I'm telling you, I'm the biggest in this company now. See this lighter? It belongs to Vice President Gao. Do you smoke it? It's a special for the troops. Listening to Han Xian's rampant and unbounded words, Yan Xingqing took a deep breath, handed the document in her hand to her assistant, and whispered a word to go. She still indulged Han Xian, and just stepped out without taking a step. Han Xian's voice reached her ears again. Hey, you got me with 15 cards? Are you cheating? No, I'm going to the surveillance room to take a look. Yan Qingqing took a deep breath, handed the things in her hand to Yang Jia, pulled her long hair up high with the headband on her wrist, then pulled up the sleeves of her chiffon shirt, took off her 8-centimeter high heels, and said softly, "You two wait, I'm going to kill someone first." The words fell. Yan Qingqing carrying a pair of high heels toward Han Qian. This while Han Qian is still in the body of the two security guards looking for clues to cheating. Yan Qingqing gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Han Qian." Hearing this voice filled with anger, Han Qian's body trembled, and when he turned to look at Yan Qingqing, who was carrying high heels, he was instantly scared out of his wits. OMG. Yan Qingqing's car. Han Qian drove quietly. Today's car is not a Raptor, but a Toyota business. Han Qian received a high-heeled shoe that was accurately smashed on his head by Yan Qingqing as Han Qian ran. Yan Qingqing sat in the boss seat and frowned. The sight started blasting. "I went to see 2 Snap today. These two losers were a little scared. I went to the general department to look for you. Yang Lan said you went to look for me, and then you ran down the hall to play poker? Can't you play in the security room? It's okay to play in the lobby. And you smoke? Next time you want to play, go to the security room or go to the small conference room." Xiao Yangjia was already used to this. It was just that this assistant who had been temporarily transferred over was a bit confused for a while. "Mr. Yan is too spoiled for Honda Cian, isn't he?" Han Qian drove seriously and didn't answer. Can't say that no one in the company dares to play with him. Now they call him a barbarian and a caveman behind his back. Chapter 144, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks. 2 Snapdragon is not in the construction site, is on the way. Guan Degu is very dedicated with a helmet red suit in the construction site to the foreman cursing. Yan Qingqing came, Guan Degu, and dismissed these foremen. "The ass ran over, said the master is on the way, will be there soon." Yan Qingqing with a mask and helmet frowned and nodded. Xiao Yangjia stood by Yan Qingqing's side and did not move an inch. It is estimated that it is not trying to protect Yan's safety, but it is afraid of Guan De Dog. As for the assistant, he was left outside. With Han Qian around, he would be useless, and there was also the fact that Yan Qingqing couldn't trust him. Han Qian took out his cigarettes and threw one to Guan Degu, and just as he was about to light it, he heard Yan Qingqing's dry cough, and Han Qian frowned slightly. "Brother Guan, you also prepare some tea for me, Mr. Yan. Be careful that I'll complain to boss 2 later." Guan Daogo clamped his cigarette to his ear and laughed. "Brother Han, Brother Han, where am I going to find you tea? Mr. Yan clearly doesn't want you to smoke. Brother, enlighten yourself." Han Qian skimmed his lips, placed his cigarette in the holder, and laughed softly. "No smoking then. Isn't this my master too? I'd like to ask you where you borrowed them. Your people don't know anything about this stuff, do they? Oh, this is to ask for our Yen master." When Han Qian put away the cigarettes, Yan Qingqing had already pulled Xiao Yangjia to look at the pictures of the clothes in her cell phone. She gave Han Qian the greatest indulgence and had the greatest trust that he was here and didn't need her to worry. Guan Juanbiao grinned playfully at Han Qian. "Hey, in Shunchang Lu Guangming's side borrowed a department. Hui Tian's Wei Tanchang said that he sent a few project managers in the snow. There's no way. My master's good with people. Go go go. You quickly get out of the caf. Honestly, today we are coming over to make the final payment. We Yen always need to know how much you can do. In addition, this Lu Guangming I know, a serious builder. When he also sent people to Glory to talk. Hey, did not do anything? Is with his little 3, little 4, little 5 2 days to play mahjong. I have not lost less. The 3rd day to send us the talent. Brother Han, you say he is not to see his mistresses won my money. Feel that this person's character is better? He. If you don't come out on the 3rd day, these few little mistresses of his will show up at your bathing center that night to wash people's feet. So don't put gold on your face. When did the Wei Tian group hook up with you guys as well? Mr. Yen, Wei Tiancheng, this person is also a wimp? Yan Qingqing put down her cell phone and shook her head at Han Qian. He can't be considered a proper businessman. He just transformed earlier than 2 Snap, and took the same path. When he climbed up to Lin Mengda, I didn't expect Wei Tiancheng to lend you guys a hand. The old man invited his son's wife to my home, and he dared not give it? 2 Snap is here. A white tunic, black lantern pants, and a pair of cloth shoes on his feet. Boss 2's dress was no different from the old man practicing sword in the park, except that he was followed by a group of suited minions instead of an old lady. Han Qian turned to look at 2 Snapdragon and said feebly, Boss 2, in the future, don't say you're transforming, just say you want to make money. You're pretty much not afraid that Li Jinhai will find you in trouble? 2 Snap walked up to Han Qian and patted the hem of Han Qian's coat, laughing. I used to not move. Wei Tiancheng is worried about me. Out of my daughter has no one to rely on. Now you have this uncle. At ease. Do you have time on Saturday? Bring Mr. Yen to the house for a casual dinner. I will personally cook. We are all family. A family? Han Qian turned his head to squint at 2 Snap out of the corner of his eye. Old man, you're restless. No time. Tu Snap ignored Han Xian's eyes and walked up to sit opposite Yen Qingqing. At this time the junior behind him brought tea trays and boiling water, and Tu Snap began to show off his tea skills again. The rest is a conversation between the two bosses. Han Xian is not too interested in this stuff, pulling Guan Dege to ask which one in the city is suitable for talking business. Good environment, hidden, and more expensive. Guan Dege thought about it, and crooked his head. The White Jade Palace is nice and hidden. I haven't managed to get in after all these years. Hearing this name, Han Xian's eyes instantly lit up, but he was a bit curious and puzzled. What? You don't have enough money? No men allowed. All your grandma's whistle. Get a grip. Just as Han Xian's words fell, Tu Snap's voice came from behind him. You two play nice, don't fight. This tone is like educating 2, 3 and 5-year-old children. Han Xian and Guan Dege squatting in the shade, discussing a good half-day. Guan Dege told Han Xian, Japanese food is good. The environment is also good. Han Xian muttered that the raw stuff is not tasty, especially what is raw salmon, roe, and so on. Guan Dege waved his hand and gave Han Xian a slap on the shoulder with a look of contempt. You're not going to let him cook it up for you, are you? Han Xian looked at Guan Dege with wide eyes, puzzled. Isn't that salmon thing raw? What? It's poisoned when it's cooked. I always eat steak that's 11% rare. You're eating barbecue, aren't you? It's all one cow down. There's no difference between a bird that smells like a mouth and an ass that stinks. Brother Guan is my soulmate in this life. It's called being a hero. Sitting not far away, Yen Qingqing has covered her face with her hand, which is a little bit embarrassing. A little bit do not want to admit that she knows Han Xian. On the contrary, Tu Snapdragon's face is not very good. Guan Juanbio has been with him for so many years. How can he still be so unproductive? And what's up with Han Xian? The crouching dragon and the phoenix are together? No, 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 no. Definitely not. It's Mudskipper and Home Shower. Finally, when the two guys started discussing how the salmon should be made to taste better, Yen Qingqing couldn't help herself and stood up to whisper, Boss 2, the money will be transferred to your company's account within an hour. I have fulfilled the promise that belongs to me. I hope we have a good cooperation. Please don't worry, Mr. Yen. Tu Snap, won't smash my own signboard either. Yen Qingqing nodded faintly and took a deep breath, walking up and grabbing Han Xian's collar and dragging him out. Returning to the car, Yen Qingqing grabbed Han Xian's collar and started to growl. Say, what is it that you don't know? You haven't eaten Japanese food, I'll take you there now. Will you stop embarrassing yourself out there? Tell me, what is salmon stewed with potatoes play flute? Tuna roe fried 2 thorns? You have a party in half a month. Han Xian, you again give me shame. It's not like I'm going. Yen Qingqing let go of Han Xian and raised her hands to the sides of her ears, gasping for air. On the other side, Tu Snap put his arm around Guan Dege's shoulder and whispered, Biao I have to explain to you to explain. Sushi and rice are not the same thing. Guangdong boiled and spicy hot pot are not the same thing either. Hey, at night, you go pick up 2 koan. I'll take you guys there. Guan Juanbio seemed to understand. Toyota business. Han Xian told Yen Qingqing that he had to meet with Cal Fulfillment in the evening, and also told Warmth not to wait for him today. Meanwhile, Han Xian sent a text message to Wu Saigan. Always on call. Chapter 145, Threatening You. Gal Fulfillment booked a place similar to a farmhouse, and Han Xian told him very directly that he wanted to eat Japanese food, and that's what he booked. Single house, courtyard with mountains, water and bamboo forest, gazebo, small table, sake and service. The waiters who served the food were all dressed in Japanese kimono, and Han Xian also changed into a set, and went to take a shower before entering, which I heard was the rule here. And the one thing Han Xian hated the most was rules. Wearing a kimono with his arms open, his clogs having been thrown somewhere, he walked in barefoot, having told the manager of the place that as long as he was choking his feet, it was a thing. But unfortunately that didn't happen, which was a slight disappointment to Han Xian. Sitting opposite Gal Fulfillment, with Sunya beside Gal Fulfillment acting as a waiter for the serving bureau, Han Xian looked at the exquisite Japanese food on the table and skimmed his lips and laughed. Vice President Gao is quite elegant. Minister Sun's kimono is quite unique, but it's a pity that I'm in love with black silk. Sunya smiled as she laid out the food for Han Xian, her face unable to see any reluctance. Sunya put down her chopsticks to cover her mouth and laughed. If Young Han likes it, my concubine wouldn't mind going to change into it. Don't take away the beauty of others. This kind of thing to do more is addictive. Hi Vice President, but in order to let me do not hook up with the Minister of Sun, this beloved lighter are given to me. Of course, as the old saying goes, a gift is a gift. So I'll also send Vice President Gao and Minister Sun a small gift? Gao Fulfillment leaned back on the legless stool with his signature smile. Sunya was a little curious about what kind of gift this Han Xian could send. Han Xian smiled, picked up his cell phone and dialed the number, indifferently spitting out 2 words, come in. Then, but a minute later, a girl in a goose yellow kimono walked into the small courtyard. Wu Saigan is here. Han Xian minutely observed the changes of the two people in front of him. Gao Fulfillment's face was as usual. Sunya's city was a bit shallower. She slightly straightened her body. The movement was very subtle, but Han Xian clearly captured it. It was now certain that Sunya hadn't expected Wu Saigen to come, much less that Han Xian would hang out with this girl. Wu Saigen graciously knelt down beside Han Xian and nodded slightly at Gao Fulfillment. Vice President Gao. He then narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at Suanya. Sister Yaya. With these words, Han Xian's eyes instantly became teasing. Gao Fulfillment put away his smile and slightly frowned. Sunya's face was a little stiff, but Wu Saigen didn't bother with Sunya, picked up a small bottle of wine and gave Han Xian a cup of sake, and laughed softly. If I had known that Vice President Gao and Sister Yaya would be sitting at the same table with Brother Qian, I wouldn't have agreed to be a green tea whore who stirs up trouble in the first place for the sake of a car. I always thought that I'm very smart, and at the end of the day I'm the one that's the dumbest. It's a good thing that Brother Qian doesn't remember his past mistakes. Sunya face stiffly squeezed out a smile. Do not know how to say. High Fulfillment do not want to see Sunya was difficult. Threw Han Xian a cigarette, the smoke in midair in an arc. Han Xian did not even look at it. Wu Saigen suddenly stretched out his hand to take it, handing it over to Han Xian when Han Xian softly said, "Light it and give it to me." Wu Saigen used 2 pieces of vermilion lips to hold a cigarette and light it, then placed it in Han Xian's mouth, then put her hands over on her lap and lowered her head without saying a word. Her appearance surprised Gao Fulfillment, and to Sunya it was a surprise. Thereby, it also tells Gao Fulfillment from the side that the current Han Xian knows everything, and he is completely capable of cooperating with Wu Saigen for a while, which is also the meaning of Han Xian's letting Wu Saigen show up today, smoking a cigarette and sipping a small mouthful of wine. Han Xian lowered his head and laughed. Minister's son, don't be too nervous. Today called Xiaoguan over also shows that I have not put on the previous things. High Vice President to treat with sincerity. I also can't go to hide again. Honestly, Li Dahai has 20% of the shares in the hands of Li Dahai. I take away 8% is given to Yin Xingxing to do the breakup fee. The rest of the 12 is the High Vice President's. Do not need to say it in detail again. I don't need to go into details, right? Gao Fulfillment looked at Han Xian with a large eye and laughed. Young Han, this matter is known to Yin Xingxing? Han Xian skimmed his lips and shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. If I knew, she wouldn't have let me take the risk. This methods are too masculine and not very suitable for me. Instead, Vice President Gao's femininity is exactly what I need. In addition to acquiring Li Dahai's shares, it's not possible to take them for nothing. It requires huge funds. Yin Xingxing doesn't have the ability to do this. And how does Han think I have? Gao Vice dishonest. My relationship in the city is much more massive than the relationship behind you. Vice President of Gao. You let the Yaman mouth stuck to Primrose license. The result is but a word of my matter. You are responsible for the money. I am responsible for the plan and connections. What's the plan? Has Vice President Gao ever played heroic killing? Xiao and Yi only jumps against when necessary. You only need to continue your friendly relationship with the Li family. Of course, Vice President Gao can also choose to ask for 20% of Li Dahai's shares to support you. And when the time comes, I will ask my auntie Chen Ling to support Yin Xingxing with 30% of her shares. Threats? Hearing these 2 words, Han Xian laughed, slowly putting down his wineglass, lifting his leg and placing it on Sunya's lap, leaning sideways into Wu Saigen's arms, his eyes teasingly looking at Gao Fulfillment, despising him. Wu Saigen being here today is a threat. Can't you see that, Vice President Gao? And I'm still threatening you right now. How dare Vice President Gao not take it? Sunya looked at Gao Fulfillment with a difficult face, her eyes full of pleading for help. Now she was really afraid of Han Xian. Gao Fulfillment's face grew cold, and he couldn't help but snicker as he lifted the wine cup in front of him, playing hard to get. Han Xian retracted his legs and sat up straight. Vice President Gao, you don't expose me so directly. Let me inflate a little more. At this moment, Wu Saigen and Sunya, these 2 women, are somewhat puzzled by the idea of these 2 men. Just now Han Xian is obviously humiliated. High Fulfillment not only did not get annoyed, counter-cursing to make the awkward atmosphere instantly disappeared, but they all knew the truth of what Han Xian said, and High Fulfillment didn't dare not to take it. Han Xian didn't touch a single piece of the table and stood up to stretch. Well, I'm off too. You 3 take your time talking. When Han Xian got up, Wu Saigen also stood up and smiled faintly at the 2 people on the table, following Han Xian's lead and leaving the small courtyard. And the moment the 2 of them stepped out of the small courtyard, Gao Fulfillment kicked over the table in front of him. Wan did not expect to be eaten to death by Han Xian, this little brat, forcing him to walk on this thorny path. Sunya stood behind Gao Fulfillment, rubbing the man's shoulders and frowning. Should we really let this Han Xian expand like this? High Fulfillment covered his forehead with a feeble sigh. This Han Xian is too uncomplicated. He has blocked all the paths already. I chose to take Li Dahai's path. Xianling's 30% will immediately go to support Yanqingqing. Lu Xingge's side is not biased towards me and Yanqingqing. Li Dongsheng was transferred out of the main company. Li Dahai's attention is now on his son, and he won't be able to be of any useful help to me anymore. Han Xian is using Qianling's 30% of the shares to threatening me and bullying me. I can only do what he says. Gao Fulfillment lowered his voice. The resentment and anger in his heart had reached the extreme. Outside the small courtyard, Han Xian smoked a cigarette with his back against the courtyard gate and smiled as he left. Chapter 146, The Monster and the Poor Monk. The little Wu girl sat in the driver's seat of the small BMW, her two small arms overlapping as she lay on the window looking at the man standing outside the car. Frowning, "Sure you don't need a ride?" Han Xian skimmed his lips and shook his head, speaking softly. "It's better for the two of us not to get too close. It's better for everyone right now. Besides, now that you're here doesn't mean that I've reached a partnership with you. I'll give you rewards according to the value that you've created. And in the end, it's up to you to see how much you can get cumulatively. So go away. I don't really want to see you." Wu Saigen smiled. "No more nonsense," raised the window and drove off in the little BMW. The car was slow. She should be a novice. That's better than the guy who drove his car into a pole. Suit slung over his shoulder, smoking a cigarette and leaving a place he wasn't going to come back to a second time. Today, the few women around are quiet and a little abnormal. A phone text message did not tell the warm late home when this girl with the nose back to Han Xian and then hung up the phone. There was no rush to get in the car. Han Xian needed to calmly think about the line that the three people, Gao Fulfillment, Li Dahai, and Wu Saigen, had connected. The matter was brought up by Han Xian, who dragged Gao Fulfillment along, and Wu Saigen ran over here on her own. Han Xian letting Wu Saigen come here was a way of giving Gao Fulfillment a piece of his mind. But neither of these two people were able to reassure Han Xian, so Han Xian wouldn't bother doing anything to Li Dahai until the two showed enough sincerity. Today bring Wu Saigen over is considered to force Gao Fulfillment to choose to stand in a camp with him, even if Wu Saigen is a traitor. She went back to tell Li Dahai about these things. The result can only be that the conspiracy has become a young conspiracy, and the result will not be much change. If Wu Saigen is not stupid, she cannot go to choose and Li Dahai and Li Dongxing on the same side. On the character of Zhang Qin, she will think that Wu Saigen did everything in order to marry into their family. This kind of high-minded woman. The woman's eyes are so high that she can't see beyond the top of her head. As a director of a company, can't you see the error of your son and daughter-in-law's ways? Oh, walking past the fork, another 3 to 5 miles would be home. Han Xian didn't bother to take a taxi again, choosing to walk home under the shadow of the street lamps, which was also considered to be a workout. And after making a right turn at the intersection, Han Xian furrowed his brow. A woman about 100 meters in front of her seemed to be experiencing a little problem, as if her high heels were broken, deep and shallow. The woman's back was slender and she was wearing a white dress that came up to her knees. Han Xian walked very fast. Slowly, he found that the more he looked at this back, the more familiar. When the distance is not more than 20 meters, Han Xian's face became a little tangled. The pace also became slow. At first just looked at the back of the familiar. After getting closer to hear the sound, Han Xian just want to turn around and run. How did you meet this monster? Detour? After walking for so long, his legs were a bit sore. Han Xian really didn't want to go around the road. Han Xian took a deep breath and stood in place. But at that moment, the monster-like woman's foot slipped, and the heel of her other foot also broke, and it seemed to have injured her ankle. Han Xian thought of himself as a kind and helpful rotten person, but he really didn't want to go up and help right now. He's a little scared. Turn around. When Han Xian was ruthlessly preparing to make a detour, the monster behind him spoke. Han Xian, it's me. The words fell. Han Xian raised his hand to his face as a slap in the face. This is not a mouth cheap? Turning around and scratching his head awkwardly, he squeezed out a hint of a smile and forced a laugh. Mr. Tong, what a coincidence. Meeting by chance again. It's a nursery rhyme. This female teacher who gives Han Xian a headache. Han Xian is not afraid of the unreasonable ones or the reasonable ones, but he is afraid of this kind of head that is not quite normal and not yet mentally ill. The nursery rhyme covered her ankles with both hands, and her big eyes behind the eyeglasses lenses carried a few points of anger and a few tears. Nursery rhymes do not speak. Dead staring at Han Xian, which makes Han Xian heart a little hairy, afraid that this monster suddenly rushed over and died with him. Normal people are surely not like this, but nursery rhymes are not necessarily Inside, Mr. Tong is resting. Then you rest. I won't bother you. The words fell. Han Xian pulled his legs and ran, not a detour, but ready to run through in front of the nursery rhyme. He believed that as long as he ran fast enough, the monster would not be able to catch up with him. When Han Xian walked in front of the nursery rhyme with an extremely fast walk, the nursery rhyme did not react. When Han Xian walked out of 1 meter, the nursery rhyme raised the high heels in his hands. When Han Xian walked out of 1.5 meters, the monster opened his mouth. Wow, I knew there must be a reason I'm so unlucky. It's all because of you. Han Xian, you this negative person. You just leave me here. I'm so beautiful. If someone has bad intentions for me, put me fork oh. Han Xian, you have to feel guilty for a lifetime. Since I met you, I have been in bad luck. Two things are certain. There's something wrong with this woman's mind. The other was that she wasn't crying, she was howling. Han Xian took a deep breath and turned towards nursery rhyme. Now so it seems that nursery rhyme, this dress is still very easy to attract people to pick up. White dress, flesh-colored stockings, pearly pretty face, giving her a place to just leave her alone. Even if it was a stranger, Han Xian didn't feel comfortable. Standing beside nursery rhyme, Han Xian frowned. What fork oh. You are at least a teacher. Can you be a teacher and set an example? Hug you or carry you, while I'm like this and you're still thinking about taking advantage of me. Han Xian, you really are a wolf in sheep's clothing, or else you wouldn't be hanging out with people like Guanju and Biao. So I kicked you home as a soccer ball? You can walk and you say I left you here? You can't use your legs and you're blaming me? What the hell? Carrying or carrying? Holding you to touch my leg, carrying you too. I changed my mind about whether to carry you or drag you. Don't you have a car? Where is yours? No car. Rented. If you don't leave, I'm leaving. In the end, he still chose to hug, and although nursery rhyme's figure wasn't as big as Yen Qingqing's or Ji Jing's, it was still much more plump than Warmth's. Nursery rhyme hands carrying high heels around Han Xian's neck. She does not have a bit of guilt. Since she met Han Xian, she really has been unlucky. Perhaps this and Han Xian really have a bit of a relationship. Tonight is nursery rhyme's birthday. Thinking that just arrived at the new workplace, shouting colleagues to go to the lively and bustling, but no one could have imagined that these co-workers dragged their families, more than 20 people waiting for nursery rhymes to treat them to a meal, not to mention going to sing. The singing nursery rhyme didn't go, but she settled the bill. Her credit card with a modest limit was overdrawn, and not wanting to take a cab back, she opted to walk, only to break her heel. If she hadn't met Han Xian, she wouldn't have been dismissed. If she hadn't been dismissed, she wouldn't have gone to the third high school. And if she hadn't gone to the third high school, she wouldn't have gotten into today's events. Han Xian didn't want to say a word. Encountering Warmth was considered helpless. Encountering Yen Qingqing was lucky. As for this monster in his arms right now, it was completely unlucky. The nursery rhyme whispered with her head lowered. Han Xian, what the hell do you do? For selling old pussy, I'm in charge of the seduction, and Guan Big Dog is in charge of the selling. But you're not good looking, are you? Is that what you rented the car for? You don't talk to me. You seem like a cutie. Han Xian did not send the nursery rhyme to the door of the house. He did not want to get involved with this woman at all. After walking into the neighborhood, Han Xian put her down, and by the way, he also found a brick for her to use as a weapon. When Han Xian turned to leave, the nursery rhyme said thank you in a tone that was so gentle that it could not be any more gentle. If there is a chance, he will invite Han Xian to dinner. Han Xian raised his hands and said evenly, Don't ever. I never want to see you again. Han Xian, go upstairs and have a cup of tea. I live alone. Miss, the poor monk has no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me like this? You and I are on different sides of the sky, so farewell. I don't want to see each other again in this life. Farewell. Walking out of the neighborhood, Han Xian broke out into a cold sweat. He now finally knew what terror meant. If he had dared to agree just now, this monster would definitely hit him with a brick. Back home, Warmth was asleep. Han Xian cooked a bag of instant noodles, ate it and went to bed. So tired. Chapter 147. So they all know each other. After a continuous week of work finally ushered in the weekend, early in the morning at dawn, Han Xian stood outside the neighborhood in his pajamas, looking at the refreshed and rewaxed BMW 525. Han Xian could not help but sigh. That's a bit of dedication overkill on the part of Auntie G. Great nephew, I don't know which elder you go to see. Just casually prepared some, also lest you go to buy again. This is a set of Lancome cosmetics. This is 2 bottles of 5-grain liquid. The price is not expensive. As for the dishes, I don't know what to buy. Just according to the hotel banquet dishes, bought a set of car keys to you, full of oil. Han Xian looked at the trunk inside the full of things, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So an inhalation of smoke up and down to find this new pajamas without pockets. This time Ji Jing turned back to the car to take out a packet of soft china and a lighter. Walked to the front of the Han Xian has opened the cigarettes, handing Han Xian a soft voice. I don't know what you men like to smoke. I heard about this brand, I bought 2 packs and put them in the car. They're for you anyway, so have one first. Han Xian tilted his head and looked at Ji Jing, took the cigarette, ready to light when there is always a wind blowing. Han Xian is ready to turn around and back the wind when Ji Jing unbuttoned the thin windbreaker, approached Han Xian to help him block the wind. Ji Jing's this action makes Han Xian's hand slightly trembling. That kind of treatment, it's only in dramas. Han Xian remembered what Guan Daogou had said. The queen of the Eastern Palace, the queen of the Western Palace, and 2 little promises. One of them is Ji Jing. I think she's considerate enough to make you feel heartbroken. Seeing Han Xian light his cigarette, Ji Jing took 2 steps back and whispered with her head lowered, "You don't refuse, so that I can have some peace of mind. Han Xian, your help to me is far more than money can solve. Today these things are not worth mentioning compared to your throw of money. I heard that tomorrow you're going to go over to Qiandong's side. The car you're going to use it first. The gas card is inside the passenger's handclasp. I'm leaving first. If it's not good to be seen by Vice President 1, don't say anything." Ji Jing left very quickly, can be said to have fled. Han Xian holding a cigarette did not say a word, just watched Ji Jing leave. Little promise? Han Xian didn't know if he should laugh or cry now. Ji Jing clenched her fists as she sat in the cab and pumped herself up, fueled up, and then sighed a disheveled sigh and lowered her head. If General Manager Yen knew, she would be angry, right? Han Xian looked at the things prepared in the trunk and sighed feebly. Beauty Grace? It's beauty payback. Out of the neighborhood. Driving is warm. She is more like a car, as long as it has not been driven is to try. Warm one-handed grip on the steering wheel. Whispered, Ji Jing? The woman who didn't eat or drink anything and was quiet last time? Aha. Quite pretty and quiet. Compared to Yen Qingqing, I quite like women with such a character. Aha. She's one of the 2 little promises in Guanju and Gao's mouth, isn't she? Aha. No. Warm skimmed his mouth, did not dwell too much on this matter, drove not out of much distance. Warm suddenly stopped, opened the window to the woman outside the window, softly smiled. Mr. Tong, where are you going? I'll give you a ride if it's on the way. Han Qian, who was still covering his forehead with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Tong, nursery rhymes? How does Warmth know her? Nursery Rhyme, who was waiting for the car, smiles at Warm when she sees Han Qian in the passenger side. Nursery Rhyme narrows her eyes and then tells Warm that she is going to the new district to meet a parent. Warm invites Nursery Rhyme to get into the car after hearing this. Li Jinhai's family is also in the new district. Nursery Rhyme sat in the back. Today she changed a long dress. Holding a book with glasses, looks very youthful. Warm driving along the rearview mirror to the Nursery Rhyme smiled. Mr. Tong doesn't look too good. Didn't you have a good rest last night? The last time we met was when I sent Jiawei and Tu Kuan to cram school, right? Nursery Rhyme, sitting in the back, pushed up her glasses and laughed softly. Thank you for your concern, Vice President 1. Last night did not have too much rest. No, a person. Look away. The night threw me in the neighborhood and ran away. Even the opportunity to thank you do not give me. Go back to the heart is a little uneasy. Suitors? Mr. Tong should have many suitors. Warm heartless smile asked. Sitting in the co-pilot, Han Xian is feeling uncomfortable. He cannot understand how the Rhyme and Warm know. On the Warm, this goat temper can still make friends? The 2 women's temperaments and personalities seem to be very much in tune with each other, and they talked a lot along the way, from literature to life, and somehow ended up talking about men. And at the mention of men, Nursery Rhyme sighed again. Hey, Vice President, when ACA mentioned this man, I am a little irritated. Send me back on the road, okay? This separation on what the world apart. This farewell, as if I am not worthy of him. MS. Tong, don't sigh. It's this man who doesn't know what's good for him. He can't even see such a big beauty like you. This kind of blind man misses out and misses out. The next one is better behaved. Vice President 1 has a point. I didn't know before that Mr. Han was Vice President 1's lover. Mr. Han is very blessed. Him, Mr. Tong, please stop saying that. He dislikes me not for a day or 2. Then he's really blind. Sitting in the co-pilot's Han Qianhart is very bad taste. Nursery Rhyme, this monster installed that called a decent. 2 women scolded him blind. If the Warmth knows that last night as Han Xian sent Nursery Rhyme back, I do not know will still say that she is blind. Nursery Rhyme got off halfway, squinting and smiling at Han Xian as she got off. Mr. Han, hello again. Han Xian ignored this abnormal monster and waited until the car started again. Han Xian frowned. When did you meet Nursery Rhyme? This woman's not quite right in the head. You stay away from her. Warmth turned her head to squint at Han Xian and bristled. No longer normal, she is also a woman. Always better than you, this philandering carrot. Brother Qian, you really powerful ACA. General Manager, pick up and drop off the minister's special car to prepare gifts. You still manage your own on the line. No, Nursery Rhyme is also to avoid her by you to scourge. Am I a flower thief or what? I'm just a victim of one? Do you believe me when I say I'm using the elimination method to find the 2 little promises around you? This Ji Jing is definitely one now. I'm looking for the other one, and then I'm going to find them all in one litter. Little Han Qian, you'd better expect your sister not to find them anytime soon. Believe whatever Guan Big Dog says? What? Are you that Eastern Palace lady? Definitely not. Then it's not over. This palace is the Empress. We can't go any further in this conversation. Why are they all a little out of sorts? 9 o'clock. Han Xian and Warmth carried their things and pressed the doorbell of their second uncle Li Jinhai. The one who opened the door was Li Er, who seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time. Li Er shouted sweetly to Warmth and called out to his sister, and then hammed and hawed to Han Xian. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. In Li Jinhai's home, no child can sleep until after 7 o'clock, whether it is school or vacation. 7 o'clock on time to wash his face and wash. Li Er, although rebellious, but this family rule is still observed. Li Jinhai's home is very clean. The second aunt Ding Yan took the cosmetics in the hands of Warmth and snapped, "Why are you buying these things when you're here? Are you treating your aunt and uncle as outsiders? Did your uncle threaten you by coming over for dinner and buying groceries?" Warmth grinned widely and sat cross-legged on the couch, picking at the orange vaguely. "I said I won't buy it." Han Qian insisted on preparing it. "Whoever bought it you let cook. Second auntie, come and comfort me. I have so many love rivals." To Warmth, Ding Yan had long been used to it, walking over to the sofa and pulling Warmth's hand to ask what was going on. And Li Er stood in the living room with his eyes constantly roaming over Warmth and Han Qian's body, a curious puzzled look on his face. "Love rival? You're looking for a mistress. Brother-in-law? You're the one, ah. But I don't think it's impossible. My sister doesn't know how to do housework at all. Brother-in-law, ah. Bitter you." The words fell. Warm grabbed the orange on the table and smashed Li Er. Li Er's eyes were quick to catch the flying orange, and He laughed. "Still, my sister loves me and knows to give me oranges. He. Roll, 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 roll. Do not look at the relationship between the elders is not good. They're late generation of this generation to go very close." The warmth of the orange did not hit Li Er, but Li Jinhai's a foot into Li Er's buttocks. Coldly scolded and unruly, Li Er skittishly sat down next to the warmth, picking up oranges for his sister to eat. Li Jinhai glanced at the ingredients on the table and frowned in a deep voice. "Why did you buy these things? Did I call you to come home for dinner, or did I, as an uncle, ask you to give me meat? 5-grain liquor? Are you looking at the top and not checking on me? You're not feeling well?" To Li Jinhai, Han Xian was also a bit scared. He scratched his head and smiled without opening his mouth. When Warmth opened his mouth, "Second uncle, you almost on it. My mother and my father married when you are not still a small director? Now as the second in command of the city council no one says anything about you. Don't bully Han Xian. You hoo-hoo, little white-eyed wolf. When did you start protecting Han Xian? Last time Han Xian and Guan Degu made a move you were so anxious that you came to the city council to find me. Your uncle, and now you can't even say a few words? Li Er, get lost and wash the dishes." Li Jinhai also doted on Warmth, the only niece among his relatives, but it was Li Er who skittishly rebelled. "Li Jinhai, don't bully me. I'm telling you, my brother-in-law is here." Han Xian looked at Li Er and laughed and cursed. "Are you uncomfortable without getting your ass kicked? Go wash the dishes and bring the test papers over here, and I'll tell you what, Ghostbusters, I've beaten the level. Okay, my brother-in-law." Li Er left. Li Jinhai sat opposite Han Xian and threw Han Xian a cigarette, and Li Jinhai frowned when Han Xian took out his lighter. "Why do you have high fulfillment's baby bump here?" Han Xian was slightly stunned, then said, "Second uncle, you also know this lighter? Together it's really a treasure of high fulfillment, isn't it? I guarantee that I came through the regular channels and didn't steal or rob it." Li Jinhai frowned and nodded, lighting the cigarette, and then raised his head with a cold face and a stern angry voice. "Explain to me what's going on with you and 2 Snap from District 8. Han Qian, if you explain it today, those 2 bottles of Wulianye will be one for each of you, and if you don't explain it, both bottles will be yours. Second uncle." The words were not finished, the antique rang. Han Qian's face instantly stiffened when he took out his cell phone, and he was on the verge of tears when he answered the call. "Boss 2, you are really good at picking the time. Ha ha ha, the child's uncle is still busy, thinking of having you and Mr. Yen over for a casual dinner on the big weekend, while the second in command of the city council is sitting across the room. Li Jinhai, then come over after you're done. Get busy first. If you don't come, there will be no banquet." The phone hung up, and Li Jinhai stood up and walked past Han Xian to pat his shoulder. "Come with me to the study." Chapter 148. It's not the foe that doesn't get together. Li Jinhai walked into the study and just asked Han Xian 2 questions. One was how close he was to 2 Snap recently, and the second was to ask if 2 Snap's sudden smooth transition had anything to do with Han Xian. Han Xian honestly replies that the relationship is not close, but as a result, Li Jinhai is not convinced and says that Han Xian is fooling him and wants to use the family law. Afterwards, Han Xian says that 2 Snap's transformation does have something to do with him, and it's big. Li Jinhai took out his boxing gloves and wanted to go to the basement to practice with Han Xian, who smiled at Li Jinhai. Second uncle, do you believe I can refuse you today? Without giving Li Jinhai a chance to react, Han Qian opened the door and opened his mouth to the living room and shouted, "Second aunt, my second uncle is going to beat me." Ding Yen, warmth, Li Er. Three people broke into the study. Its posture is completely to unite Han Qian to rebel against the suppression of Li Jinhai's power. The result is that Li Jinhai is naturally routed. Ding Yen angrily glaring at Li Jinhai, complaining, "The children's chances to come to the house were not much. You don't always get on the bandwagon. They are not civil servants in the government office. What for? Go go go. Xiao Qian and Auntie will cook." "Right, you're so spoiled. You're hanging out with two Snap, my juniors. Why should I not spoil them? I should have spoiled them a long time ago. Otherwise Xiaoyi would not have gone abroad and not come back. At home put away your chief's authority. Go." In the past days at home Ding Yan is considered to be the one who was bullied by Li Jinhai. Today the children are here, and her back is up. When she went out, Li Er held her head high and coldly grunted at Li Jinhai, and muttered in a low voice about a broken director. It seems that from ancient times there are very few sons who worship their old man. Li Er is considered to have inherited the not-so-good tradition. In his eyes, Li Jinhai is nothing but an old man who likes to get his hands dirty. In fact, Li Er, this child is very understanding, only that he chose the road that Li Jinhai is the most disgusted. He wants to take the Film and Television Academy, to go to be a star. In the eyes of such a pedantic and traditional people like Li Jinhai, the government office mouth of the Iron Rice Bowl is a serious way. Those who sing and dance on the stage of the star. What is that thing? Hair colorful show a crotch shaft. There is a generation gap in age, which leads to the father and son constantly quarreling, and Li Yi went abroad to avoid the job arranged by Li Jinhai, and simply did not come back. Li Er will not cook, help wash dishes or can. Han Qian is also to do underhand, cut a dish or something, only quite tall altitude warm in the kitchen wandering. The eyes also do not have a job, wobbling genus in the eyes. The rice was served on the table. Li Jinhai poured a glass of white wine, and when he poured the wine for Han Qian the wine glass was instantly snatched away by the warmth, and he said in a cold voice, "He doesn't drink. It's okay, stay with Air Uncle, never mind. Air Uncle won't drink." Warm under the table. This is stepping on the back of Han Qian's foot with her toes, coercing Han Qian not to drink. Can Li Jinhai not know the little catnip under the table? Ran Li Er went to the refrigerator and brought over 2 bottles of beer, and Li Jinhai took a small sip of wine and lowered his head in a deep voice. "Han Qian, I don't know what you're going to do now or what you're doing. I'm telling you not to go down the path of any crime. Back then you did those things that no one else knew about, but I was clear about it. You're very smart. Don't be too cocky." Han Qian nodded his head and whispered that he knew. Ding Yan saw that Han Qian was a little less happy, picked up a crab and put it in Han Qian's bowl, and softly said, "Don't listen to your second uncle. This is when the official is used to eating a crab. Very fat." "Mom, my brother-in-law doesn't eat crabs." "Auntie, he doesn't eat seafood." Li Er and Warm spoke at the same time, also reached out at the same time to take the hairy crab in Han Qian's bowl. Li Er was a step slower. Warm looked at Li Er with a smug face and made a face. Li Er wrinkled his nose and grunted, saying that Warm had gained weight, and Warm was all but unconcerned. These two overgrown children fooling around. Li Jinhai put down his wineglass and said again, "Tell me how to get in touch with 2 Snapdragon. I can also help you to operate a bit. To my age and then move up will be difficult. Next year and the year after the retirement will not be able to do anything. Today, Li Jinhai can't stop until he asks, and Han Qian can only give a truthful explanation. At first I didn't know 2 Snap, I knew Guanju and Biao. And this guy Lin Zongheng promised Guanju and Biao $400,000 for these 2 legs." As the words fell, Li Jinhai's face instantly turned ironic and he frowned and said in a low voice, "Go on. I was first in 2 Snap's daughter. No. After the little girl is considered to return my favor, let Guan Degu come to me to apologize. Then I know this thing. Our city's biggest black powerhead is 2 Snap. This is recognized. Yaman mouth cannot be resolved by him can be resolved. Lin Zongheng prepaid 100,000 was swallowed by me. And after that I give 2 Snap a favor. Is also considered to be less of a he spends money on buying ferocious trouble to find me in trouble. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? How can you say that without evidence? Can you believe what Big Dog Guan said? Or does anyone believe me when I say that Lin Zongheng is looking for trouble with me? He's a rich merchant's son high up in the world. What am I?" Li Jinhai skimmed his lips, picked up his wine glass and glanced at Warmth from the corner of his eye, and said softly, "Because of this girl, right? Warmth, you stay away from the Lin family in the future. There's nothing good in the nest." Warmth lowered her head and hummed. Not much of a mood swing. After the meal, Li Er pulled Han Qian to his room to play games, and Warmth stayed in the living room to chat with his second aunt. 1 o'clock, 2 Snapdragon's phone calls came one after another, then 2 Kuans, then Guan Daogo's, and they were all urging Han Qian to go over for dinner. saying that Snapdragon was personally cooking, with Missy supervising from the sidelines. After a dozen or so phone calls, Han Xian couldn't refuse anymore and could only agree. When I left the house, Li Jinhai did not send, saying that he was drunk and wanted to sleep for a while. In the car, Warmth asked, frowning, going over to Snap? Han Xian covered his head and nodded softly, sighing, hey, after making so many phone calls it's not a thing to not go. If you're tired you send me over there and then you go back first. I'll go home after dinner. Hey, tomorrow also have to go to Qiandong side. I want to rest. Warmly holding the steering wheel with one hand, her other hand fell on Han Xian's face and whispered, your face is a bit hot. This morning I saw you were more depressed, not too fond of talking. I'd better accompany you to Snap's side, so as not to fill you with wine, and see how it is. If it doesn't work out, we'll go for an injection in the evening. Han Xian's face is very hot. The Warmth is also a little worried about Han Xian's body. The previous life Han Xian is very easy, now suddenly began to put in high-density work. The Warmth is also worried about Han Xian's body. Han Xian did not open his mouth. He thought he was drunk. In front of Snap's company Han Xian got out of the car. Guanju and Biao seemed to have waited for a long time, but when he saw the Warmth Guan Big Dog's face changed, and when he walked up, he found that Han Xian's face looked a little off, and he put the things in his head aside, and helped Han Xian's arm and frowned. Are you sick, brother Han? Han Xian shook his head feebly. It's probably just a small cold, nothing wrong, let's go. Go inside. Boss 2 has been waiting for a long time. Guan Degu assisted the powerless Han Xian. Warmth and Han Xian's hands were interlocked. She was also worried about Han Xian's body. When walking into the company's restaurant, Warmth's face instantly turned cold, shaking off Han Xian's hand in a cold voice. Why are you here, Swallow Fox? When giant baby I was going to ask you, what are you doing here? Yan Qingqing also received a call from Snapdragon when Han Xian promised to come over, and before her but was even warmed up, she saw Warmth walking and holding Han Xian's hand. Han Xian ignored the two women and forced himself to smile at Snap. Opening, Chapter 149, it's starting again. After settling down and looking at the two women beside him, Han Xian realized the problem. How come Warmth and Yan Qingqing met again? Raising his somewhat heavy head to look at Snap, he raised his middle finger at him. Boss 2, I beg you to be a human being. Snap laughed. This old man really didn't have any good intentions. Han Xian body holds not too comfortable, has not been moving chopsticks. Little Tu Koan looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously, whispered, brother-in-law, do you dislike my dad's cooking? It's too salty. Han Xian smiled and shook his head when Warmth opened his mouth. Your brother-in-law has some fever, not much to do with the meal. Since the last time Warmth protected little Tu Koan, this little girl and Warmth's relationship is getting closer and closer. It is not the first time to meet that kind of water and fire feeling. Little Tu Koan stood up and ran out to find medicine for his brother-in-law, and Warmth chucked a bit of gazpacho to Han Xian and said softly, to boss, there are some things I have to say. Small Tu Koan to Han Xian called a little uncle. Han Xian also take this niece as a pro-niece. Otherwise it will not say is only in your hands to take 100,000 or so. The license alone this one thing, if he does not open his mouth, you will not be able to take it down for a while. Hearing this, Han Xian coughed lightly and reached out his hand to tug on Warmth's sleeve, only to be waved away by Warmth as he looked at Snapdragon and said again, why Han Xian to help you so? For the little Tu Koan, but also for the relationship between our two families. Your address to Han Xian is the child his uncle. The little Tu Koan called me a little aunt. We are a family. The family does not distinguish between inside and outside, but always have to give people a rest of the work. Han Xian is not a machine. You all do not heartache. I warm heartache. Snap frowned and put down his chopsticks and shook his head at Warmth. I Snapdragon have absolutely not the slightest intention of utilizing Han Xian. I care about quite a few people in my life, and the ones in my heart are Tu Koan and their mother and daughter. Han Xian is good to Tu Koan. Then I, Snapdragon, am good to him, or else I wouldn't have been busy with cooking all morning to call out for him to come over to liven up the place. The more Yan Qingqing on the side heard, the less she felt, putting down her chopsticks and reaching out her hand to press Han Xian's face to push him away, glaring at Warmth with squinted eyes and asking, you're saying that I've tired Han Xian out? Am I the only outsider? Warmly touch your fleshless conscience and ask yourself, who made Han Xian tired? He's in my company, he sleeps at work in the morning. I have the food delivered to his mouth at noon, and he either rests in my office or plays cards with the security guards. So who treats Han Xian as a servant? Maid? Yan Qingqing, you put your mouth clean. Han Xian has only been in your company for how long? from the beginning of the airfield plan. After that you had a conflict with the director of your company, and now you're having an affair with Gal Fulfillment. If you can't protect him, don't let him get into trouble and danger. Han Xian looked at Warmth, then turned his head back to Yan Qingqing as he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Both of you, please give me Han Xian a thin." Before the word face was even uttered, two small white hands appeared on his face, only to feel a dizzying sensation in his head. He was pushed away again. Yan Qingqing's face was grim. Pointing at Warmth with her chopsticks, Gao Hao said, "If you don't force Han Xian to ask for $4 million, can he be so tired? Have a drink on your own merit." Warmth looked down at the wine glass in front of her, picked it up and dried it in one mouthful, wiped her mouth when she put it down, and looked at Yan Qingqing angrily with cold eyes. "Yen Fox, do you think I care about that measly $4 million? As long as Han Xian wants it, I'll buy a $4 million house. I'll give away a $4 million car. I've long said to Han Xian that I can do without this money. I just like the feeling of being a debtor. What do you know? You let Han Xian help you to solidify your position and deal with Gal Fulfillment. You're resting on your laurels? Who should drink this wine? Warm and foul-mouthed? Han Xian knows that things cannot be small. Yan Qingqing is even more decisive. 2 consecutive cups down. Yan Qingqing sneered. You're burying Han Xian's talent by keeping him at home. Han Xian's character is bratty and you're keeping him from going out to work? Warmth, you are killing a man's future with your capriciousness. Watching Warmth and Yan Qingqing start to fight again, Han Xian didn't want to say a word, nor did he dare to. Guan Dego watched with interest the war between the East Palace Maiden and the West Palace Maiden, which if it is mixed in those two little promises to be more enjoyable. The TV series of the Qing Palace drama are not so exciting. 2 Snap, who had been watching the action for half a day, realized that the plot was no longer under his control and hurriedly said, "Both of you, today is a family gathering, so it's better not to make things difficult for Han Xian. For the hard part? For the hard part?" The 2 women simultaneously aimed their spearheads at 2 Snapdragon. Being stared at by these 2 strong women of the group, 2 Snapdragon was really a bit nervous for a moment. Yan Qingqing's face instantly changed, one hand resting on her cheeks, her face blushing as she looked at 2 Snapdragon and softly said, "Boss 2, you said that your daughter called Wen Jiujian's little aunt. She is quite small. So which position should I place this family? I was originally looking forward to our continued cooperation in the future." Hey, 2 Snapdragon really wants to slap himself. Why are you talking so much? Why don't you just watch Han Xian's fun? At this time, little Tu Kuan walked in through the door with the medicine in his hand and shouted in a confused manner, "Great aunt? Bah, little brat." Others have not yet reacted when Han Xian has already stood up to grab Tu Kuan, but Han Xian found that he is getting less and less strength, just got up and was pressed by Yan Qingqing on the chair, walked to the far side of the sofa and picked up the LV bag, took out a pile of cash towards Tu Kuan, bent down and pinched the little girl's face. "That's a fine use of big to give you early pressure money. This enough 10,000 yuan of New Year's Eve money to make the little Tu Kuan some surprise." The moment she received the money she felt that things are a little wrong, because her eyes fell right on Yan Qingqing's plump breasts. In an instant the little Tu Kuan cried hard-have, turned her head with a sobbing voice to the Warmth of the open mouth. "Auntie Chan, I Uncle Guan, save me." Warmth let out a cold voice, then took out her cell phone and said in a cold voice, "New Year's money? Yen Fox, you show off that you have money? How can Xiao Tu Kuan accept money from outsiders indiscriminately? Give it back to her. Auntie will make it up to you. Direct transfer." Tu Kuan is really confused, standing in place, do not know what to do. Han Xian is really cannot see it. Stood up and picked up the small Tu Kuan's back collar, frowned. "Let you talk nonsense. Auntie has called. Just collect it. Give me the medicine. Brother Guan, you take me out to get some air. I seem to have a cold." Han Xian is no matter. Misunderstanding led people to misunderstanding. He cannot explain anything here. Willing to quarrel. Willing to do what? Tube cannot control. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, Han Xian confused asleep, half half awake. Guan Degu seems to ask him a thing. The head is heavy. Han Xian did not think about it on the At 3:30, Han Xian felt someone shaking his arm and frowned as he opened his eyes in annoyance. "Don't hit Ji auntie? Ji Jing is here?" Han Xian stood up and was just about to ask when he saw Nursery Rhyme coming out of the restaurant with Warmth on her back. "Monsters are here too?" Chapter 153. Bedrooms. 4 women. Ji Jing drove the little BMW seriously. The Raptor was once again thrown on 2 Snapdragon's side. Han Xian sat on the passenger side with his head down. He finally remembered what Guan Big Dog had asked him. He was sick without spirit, and drank for sure no way to drive. Guan Degu is not good to help Yan Qingqing and Warm, so he took Han Xian to call Ji Jing. Warm has no friends. Yushi is busy looking for a house. She is too embarrassed to interrupt, so she called Nursery Rhyme, and it just so happened that Nursery Rhyme has been here. Then it became what it is now. When they got off the bus, Ji Jing assisted Yen Qingqing and Nursery Rhyme assisted Warmth. Then it seems like your own home. Nursery Rhyme seems to have a great deal of animosity towards Ji Jing, and when she helped Warm get out of the car, she frowned and opened her mouth when she realized that Ji Jing had also gotten out of the car. Why don't you send her back to her house? Ji Jing said in a cold voice with a cold face. I don't know where Mr. Yan's home is, Nursery Rhyme was asking. You can send it to your house. It's not like I'm drinking with me. I don't have room at my house, and I'm not used to sleeping with other people. So what do you do when you get married? Mr. Child, is this something you should be worrying about? When Ji Jing and Nursery Rhyme met, they rubbed off on each other. Perhaps because Ji Jing's best friend is Yen Qingqing, and Nursery Rhyme and Warmth are both each other's only one friend in this city. And Nursery Rhyme thought that she couldn't give this fox-like woman the chance to get close to Han Xian alone. Although Han Xian is not a good person, but he is now sick, warm and drunk. If this fox-like woman, if she uses force on Han Xian, the consequences are unimaginable. Nursery Rhyme brain circuit. Ingenious. After entering the door, Yen Qingqing struggled in a daze to go to sleep in the room on the second floor, refusing the assistance of Ji Jing. Walking up the stairs in a daze. Jing Jing, you sleep in the guest room on the first floor. Don't go. I'll sleep in Han Xian's room. Ready to go out of the Ji Jing slightly stunned. Yen General, this is obviously not the first time to Han Xian's home. Then some difficult to look at Yen Qingqing, but said Yen Qingqing has already gone up the stairs, straight to Han Xian's room. Warmth, who was already in a daze, suddenly sat up on the couch and headed straight for the second floor, shouting as she went. Yen Fox, you're shameless. Ballad, you sleep in my room. I'll sleep with Yen Fox. Yen Qingqing on the second floor seemed to have heard Warmth's words and screamed about some that Han Xian didn't understand. Anyway, right now Han Xian only knows one thing. He has no place to sleep. After taking another pill, when Ji Jing went to take a bath, Han Xian held the stairs to the second floor, glanced at the closed door of the room to the south, and then glanced at the door of his own room, which was wide open. And on the tatami mats there were two women lying on the tatami mats, who were far away from each other, leaving a large empty space in the middle. At this time, Han Xian suddenly realized that Yen Qingqing was looking at him with wide eyes, using her eyes to seduce to make Han Xian go over. Yen Qingqing is doing it on purpose today, since she and Warm have long since torn their faces apart. Why not just do it straight to the end? She thought that nerdy Nursery Rhyme would go home, leaving Ji Jing in the guest room and Warm in her own room, so the rest of Han Xian and her. But I didn't expect this Nursery Rhyme to actually say that she wouldn't leave. Han Xian didn't dare to walk into this room at this time even if he was crazy, and stood in the doorway and whispered, "You two have had too much to drink. I'll see if you want to prepare some water." Yen Qingqing stretched out her white arms under the covers, revealing her rounded shoulders, and hooked her fingers at Han Xian in a seductive voice. "I want you. Swallow Fox, if you want to be flirty you can jump down the window. Don't force me." Warmth, is it comfortable for you to sleep on your stomach? Sister would like to try, but I can't get down on my stomach. Han Xian obviously saw that the warmth in the quilt had begun to tremble, and the warmth sat up and looked at Han Xian with cold eyes. Close the door. Han Xian closed the door and went downstairs. In the moment he closed the door he saw Yen Qingqing lifting the quilt to reveal her smooth back. She was not wearing any clothes. So white. You don't know how to turn off the lights when you go to bed. Han Xian returned to the downstairs tangled. Today to sleep on the sofa? You said that if Auntie G stays, she stays, but why are you so thick-skinned? Nursery Rhyme? Han Xian had just laid down when Ji Jing revealed her head in the bathroom and whispered, "Hankin, did you?" With Han Xian's head, he quickly guessed what Ji Jing wanted and sat up to speak softly. "Wait a minute. I'll have Warm find you her pajamas." "Don't. Han Xian, I'm not used to wearing other people's. I'll get it for you then. I guess the supermarket is still open." Words fell. Han Xian picked up the clothes to go out. This time Ji Jing, more anxious, lowered his head and whispered, "No, no, do you have a shirt? A quilt for your guest room? I'll get it for you. The sheets are freshly changed. Just wait." When Ji Jing walked out of the bathroom, Han Xian stretched out his hands and forced his head to the other side. The white shirt on Ji Jing's body did not appear to be how loose. The shirt's just enough to cover the attractive scenery. Ji Jing's legs are not as slender as Warm and Yen Qingqing, but Ji Jing is whiter than both of them. Sheep's fat like skin, hidden spring light. Han Xian took a deep breath and then said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to go to your room and unlock the door right now, or I'll show you why flowers are so red." Ji Jing, who was rubbing her hair, slightly froze, then shyly and bashfully hooked her finger at Han Xian. Han Xian made a gesture to get up. Ji Jing turned around and ran away, listening to the sound of the door of the room being unlocked. Han Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The head is also getting heavier and heavier. Just now he is in this state. Han Xian is afraid that he can't even go to bed. It's good that it's in this state now. Han Xian doesn't have too much mind to think about the smooth back and the sheep fat General Ji Dama. Hey, how come I didn't see the front? How come I didn't see the front? With a few disappointments and expectations, Han Qian fell asleep. Late at night, Han Qian's dream went wrong, and he didn't know what he was dreaming about. One moment it became incomparably huge. One moment it became invisibly small to the naked eye, neatly organized and then became messy, and the speed switched constantly between extremely slow and rapid. Han Qian was scared out of his wits. In his sleep he felt that someone was beside him, but by the time he opened his eyes the sky was already bright. When he sat up, Han Qian realized that all 4 women were standing in front of her. Han Qian yawned, mentally drained, and nodded feebly to the 4 women. Good morning, you slept all right last night, didn't you? As he spoke, Han Qian felt his head was a bit tight, and the expressions of the 4 women were a bit off. Reaching out to touch his head, he felt a piece of cloth, and with suspicion yanked the cloth off his head and put it in front of his eyes. Han Qian froze. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the 4 women in confusion. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know what was going on? Warmly clasping her hands in her arms, she sneered at Han Qian. Believe? Why don't I believe? If you made it, you couldn't have put this over your head. Who knows which fishy fox couldn't help but get horny in the middle of the night? The words fell. Yan Qingqing squinted at the warmth and frowned. When giant baby, don't be gloomy. The things are mine, yes, but last night I have been sleeping with you. Now you blame me? Last night mess. Tom stayed here without the least bit of refusal. Who knows if she had prepared for it? Nursery rhyme, whose back was against the wall, pushed up his glasses and said with a gloomy and angry face, Me? This thing is you, Mr. Yen, right? Vice President Wan and Han Qian have been living together all this time. There's no need for this, and since we didn't even hear any movement on the 2nd floor, it's the 1st floor people who did it. Ji Jing, who was already sitting on the toffee couch with her legs crossed, frowned at nursery rhyme and said in a cold voice, As a teacher, you speak so irresponsibly? Mr. Tong, you're the weirdest one. Of the 4 of us, you're the one who's least familiar with Han Qian, right? That's why I'm the innocent one. I don't know who was walking around the living room in a shirt last night, showing off. Warmth and Yan Qingqing's gazes looked at Ji Jing at the same time, and for a moment, Ji Jing was also a bit flustered, getting up with a red face. It's my first time at Han Qian's house. I have the habit of drinking water at night. What's wrong with getting up and drinking water? It's Teacher Tong who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night. Why are you staring at me? Or is Mr. Tong doing something he's worried I'll find out? Me? Do what? The panties are Mr. Yan's, right? I still have to go to Mr. Yan's room to get the panties and then go downstairs? I'll just use mine, okay? As the words fell, Warmth and Yan Qingqing simultaneously gritted their teeth and looked at nursery rhyme as Yan Qingqing said in a deep voice, What did you say? Warmth followed. What does what she says have to do with you? Yen Fox, you're just a leader. I'm the Han family's daughter-in-law. Asterisk 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 off. What's a divorced woman doing getting involved? You want to fight? Who conceded first last night? Try again? In fact, Han Qian is also pitiful. There is only such a poor breast doll in the house. Next time this palace will prepare more for you. Warmth and Yan Qingqing pinched again, and Han Qian looked at the bra in his hand in confusion, took a deep breath, and was powerless. Why don't you guys just bring me 4 next time? Bah! Delusional! The head sex maniac! Han Qian, you sure are horny. The 4 women all pointed their spears at Han Qian, and Han Qian also came to temper and clapped his hands. This is my house. I'll throw you all out. 2 minutes later, Han Qian slumped over the table and wailed, Don't do it! Don't do it! I'll go first! I'll go first! Chapter 151, Han Qian is sick. After taking the medicine and drinking some hot water, Han Qian felt that his head was getting more and more painful, and his mental state was atrophied, and several times he was unsuccessful in getting up on the sofa, so he had no choice but to call Chen Ling, and opened his mouth weakly and feebly. Auntie, I'm a little sick. I seem to have a bad cold. I'll see if I can get better this afternoon, and I'll go over there then. The other end of the phone, Qian Ling softly asked if it was serious. Do you want Wan to come over to send him to the hospital? The phone has not finished was Yan Qingqing took away. Detailed explanation to Qian Ling. Told Qian Ling yesterday Han Qian is a little difficult, and then slept on the sofa all night. This will be eyes are almost open, and told Qian Ling on Monday in the time to go over together. The phone was hung up, and Han Qian covered his head and reached for his cell phone. Powerless. I'll give Sister Yang a call first. Ask for a vacation. Tomorrow is to die but also have to go to Qiandong's side. Relatives and 2 Snapdragon's side have gone. It's not a matter for Qiandong's side not to go. This is also soon to be the August festival. Don't let Qiandong have a bad impression of us. Yan Qingqing frowned as she placed her cell phone on the coffee table. I still need to ask Yanlong for leave here. Rest. When I get better we'll go to Qiandong's side. As the words fell, Warmth, who was sitting beside Han Qian and stroking Han Qian's head, frowned at Yen Qingqing and said in a cold voice, "What does Han Qian going to Qianling's side have to do with you? And why are you there to make a scene? Are you trying to use our brother Qian to solidify your position again? He's valued by Dong Qian. You want to take advantage of the opportunity to curry favor with him, don't you?" Warmth was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and her stance was almost about to make a move with Yen Qingqing. From the morning when the two of them were bickering, they could hear that Warmth didn't seem to have beaten Yen Qingqing last night. When Warm called out Brother Qian, the three women looked at Warm at the same time, and Nursery Rhyme had a face of disgust and dislike. Brother Ken? Han Qian? Nursery Rhyme couldn't help but dry heave, and Ji Jing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, suddenly stood up and bowed 90 degrees to Nursery Rhyme with an apologetic face. "I didn't know Ms. Tong was pregnant. I apologize to Ms. Tong for my rudeness this morning." Nursery Rhyme raised her head with a confused face and looked at Ji Jing, then remembered the dry heaving just now. Not only did she not get angry, but instead she narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Yes, it's better for a woman to have a child earlier. It's dangerous to have a child after 30. Minister Ji isn't young, is he? It's time to hurry up." Age. It had now become Ji Jing's biggest taboo. She raised her head and looked coldly at Nursery Rhyme and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Child is young? 24. Yeah. This monster managed to give Ji Jing a broken defense, gritting her teeth and glaring fiercely at Nursery Rhyme before looking at Han Qian in a soft voice. "Great nephew, are you hungry? Let me make you some porridge." Han Qian nodded, turned on his side and pillowed on Warm's lap, eyes closed and did not want to speak. In the moment Han Qian lay down, Warm was still a little shy, but then thinking of Yen Qingqing around, suddenly became gentle and looked down at Han Qian. But Yen Qingqing just skimmed her mouth and despised it. "Just make a pillow here. You don't know how to cook things like that." "Quiet. I'll help." A sentence poked at the soft underbelly of the Warmth. The confused Han Qian did not listen to their bickering and closed his eyes powerlessly. "Qingqing, don't go messing around in the kitchen. Mr. Tong, help out." "Why should I go to help Han Qian? I owe you back." Nursery Rhyme angrily stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Yen Qingqing looked at Nursery Rhyme's slender back and wondered, "Hankin, what does she owe you?" "Well, you're right, but my kids certainly won't go hungry." "What does this have to do with children?" "Yen Fox, you have big boobs and you're proud of them." "Not proud of it. My child can eat enough. Unlike you, who must have a magnifying glass when your child is born or you can't find where the cafeteria is." Warm grabbed the paper drawer on the table and smashed it against Yen Qingqing, but her motor nerves were a little too low, and Yen Qingqing didn't smash it even if she didn't move a muscle. Yen Qingqing also didn't bother to take care of Warm again, and squatted down in front of Han Qian bypassing the coffee table, and stretched out her hand and pressed it on Han Qian's forehead, and then frowned in a deep voice. "Let's take a look. If it doesn't get better by nightfall, then go to the hospital." Ji Jing, Nursery Rhyme, you two don't rush back yet. When the time comes, Warmth and I won't be able to get him. Warm hands fell on Han Qian's neck. Hot underhand. Warm, also a little anxious, whispered, "Han Qian's body and bones are very good. Seldom have a fever and cold, but once you get sick, it's not light. Hey Qingqing, sister, and you say, be nice to your brother-in-law." "Well, Warmth, will you please have some face? Han Qian and you are already divorced. You're only in a debtor relationship now." "Well, but in the new year I'm going to Han Qian's hometown. I still call Han Qian's mom. Mom will still give me stewed chickens to eat." "Envious? Jealous? I'll take pictures and send them to you then." Yen Qingqing's hand stroking Han Qian's face turned into a pinch, but unfortunately Han Qian was asleep again and he couldn't feel it. Hearing that Warmth can go home for the new year, Yen Qingqing's heart is very uncomfortable. Perhaps in the beginning and Warmth quarrel is just a fight. Now she found herself really interested in this sick man. When a woman is interested in a man, then it can be said that the heart is happy. Yen Qingqing likes Han Qian. The two women in the kitchen were busy making breakfast, almost all of which was made by Nursery Rhyme alone. Ji Auntie could cook, but it was too much worse than a woman like Nursery Rhyme who was not far from being a professional chef. Sticky millet porridge. These millet were the last time Mom and the old man brought over. Nursery Rhyme fried a few small dishes, and steamed 2 small bowls of egg cake, one for Han Qian, one for himself. The pressure was not intended for a few other women. On the table, Han Qian ate a couple of bites and went back to the second floor. Didn't say anything, went up the stairs, sort of climbed up one step at a time, refused everyone's help. Returned to the room. Han Qian only felt that the sky was about to collapse, flopped down on the tatami mat, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Han Qian only felt that he was lying inside the fire. When he opened his eyes he was covered in sweat as if he had just taken a bath. Han Qian struggled to sit up and felt much more awake, turning his head to look at the sky outside. It's cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain again. Han Qian's mood instantly improved as he opened the window and blew in the wind, his brain booting up slowly as if it were a computer. thinking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday 2 Snapdragon should have known that he was with Warmth, and he called Yen Qingqing over for a purpose. 2 Snapdragon wanted to show his favor to Yen Qingqing. 2 Snapdragon and Warmth are considered to be at odds, and 2 Snapdragon's mind is more on Yen Qingqing's body. This guy should have heard Guan dog gossiping as well. 2 Snap has given up on smooth enjoyment and is bent on the side of glory, saying that it is a family feast, and is shouting at Yen Qingqing shows that he is on Yen Qingqing's side, and as for the trouble, it is Han Xian's trouble. Mentally cursing 2 Snapdragon for being such a sinister old thing, Han Xian closed the window and went downstairs, and just then the rain fell. The 4 women in the living room were busy with their own business. Nursery Rhyme was using the warm computer to prepare for class. Yen Qingqing was holding her cell phone and seemed to be busy with her work, and Ji Jing had found a mat somewhere and was doing yoga. Missy Warmth is laying down, straight back on the couch staring at the roof. Han Xian squeezed out a smile at a few women. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Warmth raised her head to look at Han Xian and said softly, red meat. Yen Qingqing didn't even look at Han Xian as she opened her mouth. Do what you're good at. The nursery rhyme was even more nonchalant. Eat what's expensive. Lastly, there was Ji Jing, who smiled at Han Xian. I'll eat at home. Looking at the 4 women, Han Xian laughed. It's raining outside. It doesn't look like it's going to come down for a while, so just stay another night. I'm going downstairs to the supermarket to buy groceries. Which one of you is going with me? The 4 women sat up straight at the same time, their eyes alertly sizing each other up. Warmth and Yen Qingqing gave up at the same time. Ji Jing thought about it and naively said that she was so tired from doing yoga that she didn't want to move. And Nursery Rhyme found a chance to open her mouth and taunt. You have to exercise less as you get older. Teacher Tong is young. Han Qian, you take Teacher Tong with you. Han Qian looked puzzled. This monster. It's a headache. Chapter 152, The Invincibility of the Child Monster. Good thing the wind stopped when it rained. Otherwise such a heavy rain coupled with the wind will not have to go out again. Han Qian put away the umbrella and sat in the car. Ji Jing's BMW to sit than the warmth of that Primera comfortable too much. It's mostly clean. Nursery Rhyme's eyes worked well, and just as she started the car she opened her mouth to let out a strangled cry. Han, big liar. Didn't you say your car was a rental? Then who is this Porsche? Warm, what about the BMW? Ji Jing's. Sure enough, Han Qian, you really are a liar. Look at the way Minister Ji looked at you, shy and bashful. If no one hated you so much that they would eat you. Han Qian, you like to lie to this kind of woman with big breasts and no brain? Han Qian drove the car seriously and returned absently. What do you mean by cheating? We are on good terms. How come it has changed in your mouth? As a teacher, can you be pure of heart? I sent you home the day before yesterday. You chatted with Warmth and scolded me for being blind? Do you know what it means to know and repay? Do you want me to do the same in return? I'm good in the hall and good in the kitchen. I'm afraid you'll strangle me with the waistband of my pants when I'm under the covers at night. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. Tell me who put Yen Qingqing's bra on my head. Nursery Rhyme fiddled with her cell phone, skimming her lips in contempt. Quartermaster chanting. I'm not that boring. Ji Young? I don't think so. Han Qian felt that the last person he should suspect was Ji Jing. Could she do such a thing with that nature? But then he thought about it. The only thing that Ji Jing had was a sharp spear for the monster that was Nursery Rhyme. Thinking that in the rhyme's mouth can not ask what the stuff. Han Qian simply do not ask. Driving the car to find Guan Degu's phone number. After connecting the phone without saying began to greet. When Guan Degu know that the 4 women are in Han Qian's place. Whispered to ask if you can come over to rub a dinner. To see the hustle and bustle. Han Qian was off the big dog gas shivering. Hung up the phone, stepped on the gas, which sat in the passenger side of the ballad to the startled. Exclaimed Han Qian is not sick, and then muttered in a low voice that he is indeed sick. Out of the car ballad umbrella waiting for Han Qian, the 2 all the way into the supermarket, but the passers-by were slightly surprised. A woman holding an umbrella for a man? Although this man is very handsome and his family should be considered solid, but this girl with the umbrella also belongs to that level of beauty. Has the world changed? The world has changed. Han Qian does not know. Just this Nursery Rhyme shopping supermarket simply do not care about Han Qian. Eat and drink also do not ask him for any advice. This seems to be the advantage of independent women. Nursery Rhyme cooking is good. She will not go to choose something after going to ask Han Qian will not do this dish. She can completely by herself. Han Qian, who had nothing to do, changed a car and went to the snack area. Wanting to make women shut up, he had to block their mouths first, especially Yen Qingqing in Warmth. Thinking about it was a bit of a headache. How did they all get together? Casually throwing the snacks that looked quite tasty into the car. Han Qian wandered aimlessly, but slowly he saw the figure of Nursery Rhyme walking into the fresh food section. $540 at checkout. Han Qian's face was green, and his heart kept comforting himself. It should be. A man should be generous, piling things in the trunk. And when he got into the car, Han Qian opened his mouth. I don't do seafood. You get your own crabs and shrimp, or I'll buy a fish tank and keep it. Don't need your sick ass. Han Xian cannot understand on how to provoke this monster. Start the car asked a doubtful question. Unexpectedly this question to the rhyme to the hair. Turned to look angrily at Han Xian screaming and shouting. If I hadn't met you I wouldn't have been fired. If I hadn't been fired I wouldn't have borrowed the money. I wouldn't have gone to the third high school. And if I hadn't gone to the third high school I wouldn't have maxed out my credit cards and been sent home in a princess hug by you. It's all you. What's it to me? Han Xian. Let's die together. Asterisk 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 off. Do you believe I'm going to put you inside the trunk? Who expects this monster jumped? Han Xian decided to give up on her communication. This is simply too difficult. She is so do teachers? The car drove into the underground parking lot that no one cannot handle. And let Yan Qingqing ate the old man guard froze by nursery rhyme to get convinced, obediently opened the door to let go, and also out of the security room umbrella to see off. This made Han Xian a bit impressed. So it turned out that nursery rhyme wasn't just this virtuous to him. It was the same to anyone. It's not at all the kind of thing that looks innocent and nice to talk to when you first meet. Sure enough, you can't measure the sea, and monsters don't look like monsters. And this woman is very stubborn. The dishes she bought have to be taken by herself, no matter how much effort it takes. Of course she will not bother with Han Xian. Back home looking at the three women lying on the sofa, nursery rhyme spit out two words with a black face. Waste. The three women sat up at the same time, and when they walked into the kitchen and saw nursery rhyme holding a kitchen knife and splitting the live crabs on the chopping board in two, they were all abashed. Warmth, who loved eating crabs, was the first to flee. It's horrible. Tough Yan Qingqing walked into the kitchen, and then saw nursery rhyme lifting the sky spirit cover with her bare hands. Who wouldn't be scared? Anyway, Han Xian went to the second floor early to change the bed sheets and covers. Tonight is definitely cannot sleep on the sofa, so that the warmth and nursery rhymes to sleep in her room. Yan Qingqing and Ji Jing to sleep together. Ji Jing's quilt to be replaced with a new one. Han Xian understands how much of a nuisance a cleanliness fetish can be, and although it's not a cleanliness fetish with Ji Jing, it's not too far off. The feeling is the same. After busy and a sweat, ate a piece of medicine is estimated to sleep a night tomorrow is not good, there is no big problem, said Han Xian to them to cook, but unfortunately the rhyme simply did not give him the opportunity. Froze Han Xian into the kitchen, took a shovel and stood in the door of the kitchen coldly rebuked. What's a big man like you doing heading for the kitchen? Have that time to deal with your work and your harem of concubines. Han Xian was sort of whisked out by the nursery rhyme. Good thing, the three women in the living room were busy with their own things, and didn't hear the 4 words of concubines in the harem said by the nursery rhyme, or else Han Xian would have to suffer again. Standing behind Yan Qingqing, Han Xian frowned as he looked at the picture in Yan Qingqing's cell phone, and said in a deep voice, "Are you done with the company? Why are you looking at clothes again? Do you really want to do what I said about the water park? This program I did not find to calculate, and the water park is very large. You'd better let the planning department people to refine it again. The publicity must keep up. Tomorrow I go to Chendong's side, but also cooking?" Yan Qingqing put down her cell phone and turned her head to Han Xian with a narrow-eyed smile. "It's still too early to say if I'll cook or not. I guess I shouldn't cook knowing that you're sick. So I'll prepare some gift boxes and send them over tomorrow. So I won't cook. It's okay." Words fell. Han Xian walked toward Warm. Warm one person dominated the 4-person sofa, not the slightest bit stingy to show her beautiful legs. Han Xian sat on the coffee table, patted Warm's legs and laughed. Nothing from the directors? Did the primrose not work? Warmth squinted at Han Xian, looked at the roof and opened her mouth lifelessly. "I don't know. I don't see any movement right now, so let's wait." When Han Xian was ready to go and asked Ji Jing about her family's affairs, nursery rhyme's meal was already ready, hollering for the 3 losers to go and bring out the dishes, and as a result, the 3 women obediently went to help out. Here, their identities didn't work too well, and this nursery rhyme didn't seem to care too much about that either. The dinner was rich. There was Warmth's favorite crab, there was Ji Jing's favorite pig's feet, and Yan Qingqing wasn't picky about what she ate. 7 or 8 dishes. Nursery rhyme opened her mouth while taking small bites of food. "Is it hard to cook? It's not as easy as having hands and warming up. I didn't mean you. I meant you guys." Ji Jing, who was sitting on the sidelines, couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to speak angrily. "Will you shut up? Ji Jing, you're the one who put Mr. Yan's bra on Han Xian's head, right? A thief crying out for a thief?" For their quarrel Han Xian did not intervene at all, and Warmth even listened to none of it, concentrating on drying crabs. Chapter 153, Printed Strawberries. After the meal Han Xian was worried that there would be another war. He fled alone with his computer back to the guest room on the 1st floor. This time Han Xian unlocked the door for fear that something similar to the bra over the head would occur again. This sleep Han Xian slept very comfortably, almost making up for all that was missing these days, and woke up early in the morning to open the door of his room to the 4 girls sitting on the sofa with a sunny smile. "Good morning, girls." The 4 girls, who initially looked very harmonious harmonious turned their heads with smiling faces. When they saw Han Xian's face, they instantly lost their smiles. Their warm faces were like frost, while Yan Qingqing put down her cell phone and clenched her fists. Ji Jing's face was indifferent as she said in a cold voice, "Who is it? Come forward yourself. Since you dare to do it, you have to admit it with courage. Liking Han Xian is not something to be ashamed of." Yan Qingqing followed up, "Right, let's all play fair and not resort to these underhanded tactics." "Wait a minute, Yan Fox, who's playing fair with you? Say what others do." Warmth gave a blow without mercy. Han Xian still did not know what had happened, and looked at the four girls with a confused and puzzled face. "What happened? Lose something?" Han Xian walked into the bathroom with a head full of confusion, and just after he walked into the bathroom, Han Xian rushed out as if he had been whisked away by a dog, pointing at his neck and asking, Who did this?" Han Xian's neck was imprinted with a strawberry, sipped with his mouth, the bright red clearly visible. Even Han Xian, no matter how simple he is, knows what this thing represents. Han Xian pointed to his neck and looked at the four girls. There were only 5 people in this house. Han Xian's mouth was definitely not able to reach his neck. Who else could there be besides them? The 4 girls didn't even look at Han Xian, looking at each other for their respective objects of suspicion. Seeing this, Han Xian bristled. "Wouldn't it have been better to just talk to me? For all that?" The words fell. 4 pillows flew over. Han Xian was smashed into the bathroom, did not dare to come out again. Ji Jing's eyes coldly looked at the nursery rhyme. She felt that this woman has a problem. Between her and Han Xian is definitely not once or twice met so simple. From yesterday to go to the porridge of the non-resistance, to cooking only for Han Xian made egg cake, peacefully and psychologically to live here. She has a problem. And nursery rhymes are also suspecting Ji Jing. Last night she found that this Minister Ji did not sleep all night, constantly turning over to look at the phone. And then nursery rhymes really cannot stay up and went to sleep first. This Minister Ji is most likely waiting for her to fall asleep. Nursery rhyme straightened the hem of her skirt. A pair of white calves tilted down tightly together. Her hands overlapped on her legs, and she laughed softly. "Minister Ji hasn't been sleeping last night. It's Monday. Can you stay up?" Ji Jing didn't sleep. This time even Yan Qingqing couldn't help but doubt her own best friend, and her warm eyes were very cold as she looked angrily at Ji Jing. "Why don't you go to bed?" In the face of warmth, Ji Jing was still a few points weaker, lowering her head and whispering, I have a disorder in my heart. I can't sleep with someone around me. And MS, child always puts her arms around me. And if you don't believe me, I have a video of her sleeping with her arms around me on my phone." While others didn't quite understand Ji Jing, Yan Qingqing knew her very well, and Ji Jing was indeed like this, because Yan Qingqing had been refused several times when she wanted to go to her house to spend the night, and the only time she went there was still when Ji Jing slept on the couch. As she spoke, Ji Jing took out her cell phone and played the video. Yan Qingqing looked at the nursery rhyme in the video and teased and joked, TSK, I didn't expect MS, Tong to be quite wild. Leopard print bra? Envy? Jealous? $15 a pop at the supermarket. Buy your own if you like. Nursery rhyme, this kind of woman you sneer at her is of no use. She cannot understand, but will distort your meaning, and then counterattack. A side of the warmth can be considered to have found an ally. Holding Huai sneered, "Hey Yan Fox, you have the nerve to talk about others? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and sneaking out of bed 3 times to catch me back. What face do you have to suspect others? I just really want to sleep with Han Xian. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, you said you went to the bathroom in the middle of the night and then went downstairs? If it wasn't for my quick eyes catching you back, I would have suspected you. Maybe it's because the 2 of you sipped out strawberries last night when you went to the supermarket." Yan Qingqing made a big guess of suspicion, and the nursery rhyme squinted at Yan Qingqing, despising, "All boobs and no brains." As the words fell, Warmth unnaturally looked at the 3 women's plump breasts, and then lowered his head to look at himself, muttering in a small voice, "Long boobs are actually kind of nice." Han Qian, who had finished scrubbing in the bathroom, returned to the living room and looked at the 4 women with a straight face. "Don't guess, there's a way." The 4 women looked at him at the same time, and Han Qian lowered his head and smiled shyly. "Then let's sip one person at a time and see who looks the most alike. I'll let go and you guys do as you please. Die." Warmth gave a furious shout, the remaining 3 women at the same time, while Han Qian, lying on the ground, in fact, is considered to be lying in Yan Qingqing's arms. Ji Jing hands clamped Han Qian's arms to break her arm. Nursery rhymes pressed Han Qian's legs. As for the warmth of the dry sitting on Han Qian's stomach, just as Han Qian struggled, nursery rhymes suddenly let out a scream. "Minister Ji, are you rewarding Han Qian or are you punishing? He's clawing his way to the top." Hearing this, Han Qian even moved his hand deliberately. Ji Jing's face instantly turned red and she retorted in a small voice, What can I do? Isn't he also lying in General Manager Yan's arms?" arms? And isn't his other hand on Vice President Wen's leg? Teacher Tong, if you're envious, let's switch positions. Being said so by Ji Jing, Han Xian only felt how happy he was at this moment. The four women let go of Han Xian at the same time, and as a result, this guy lay on the ground in an enchanting pose and threw a wink at the four women. Play some more. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing narrowed her eyes and smiled seductively. Giant baby, go get a pair of scissors. Han Qian, this palace will circumcise you. True to her name, Han Qian got up and ran. This is out to say anything. When they went downstairs, the kids playing on the basketball court ended their morning practice, and when they saw Han Qian's walking, they stood in 2 rows in unison and shouted in unison, "Master, receive a bow from my disciple." Han Qian was puzzled. Yan Qingqing was letting out a loud laugh, not ladylike in the slightest, and then nursery rhyme found out that there was one of her 3 high school students in it, and grabbed his to teach a lesson, and Han Qian scratched his head in embarrassment, muttering in a low voice about forgetting that the car was parked in the underground garage. The air was fresh after the rain, and Ji Jing opened the driver's door and hooked her finger at nursery rhyme. "Let's go, MS. Child, my sister will give you a ride to work." Okay. Quarrel after quarrel, quarrel after quarrel. No one is petty to the point of making things difficult for anyone at work. Warm squinted at Han Qian and Yan Qingqing, and coldly said, "You two take a cab. I won't send you if you don't go to work." So annoying, annoying, annoying. Han Qian, you keep your distance from Yan Fox or I'll tell Mom. If the warmth doesn't say this sentence, okay? The words fall. Yan Qingqing wrapped her arms around Han Qian's arm and opened her mouth sweetly to the warmth. "Don't worry, sister. I'll take care of your brother-in-law. Bye-bye." Chapter 154, Your Highness won't sneak around. Taking a taxi to pick up his car from the 8th district, Han Qian kept silent on the way. Took the car. Yan Qingqing sat in the co-pilot, opened the hand clasp in front of the body, which is full of all the cosmetics. Yan Qingqing to the mirror to make up. First opened the mouth. "Han Qian, last night you didn't feel someone come into your room and kissed you? You woke up when I wrote a word while sleeping in my office." Han Qian, who was driving seriously, turned his head to glance at Yan Qingqing and whispered, "Aren't you? Couldn't feel the dizziness yesterday." The words fell. Yan Qingqing put down the hands of the lipstick arm over Han Qian's neck to his face, forcefully kissed a mouth. Han Qian shouted to drive, "Do not make trouble." Yan Qingqing giggled and laughed. "I need to sneak around if I want to kiss you? Do you think I'm like them? You think I'm like them? If you like me, you're still being tough, but I'm never going to engage in this kind of childish behavior. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. So what's the point of beating around the bush? Why beat around the bush and then regret it when you miss it? Like warmth? Don't worry, she is only worthy of being your sister-in-law in this life. At most half of her ass is yours." The idea of the nightmare maiden had always been outside Han Qian's expectations, and Han Qian laughed bitterly. "Your Majesty, like me where? I change it is not okay? I like that you don't like me. Change it." Han Qian winked at Yan Qingqing. "This change or not seems to not matter. Get off the car and tell Yan Qingqing to wait in the car." Han Qian went home. To Qianling this position, she does not lack of money or any gifts, supplements and so on. Send gift boxes look good. It is estimated that with Han Qian and Yan Qingqing to buy things are also at best good looking. That is, to look at, and then threw away afterwards. So Han Qian refused the proposal of Yan Qingqing to go to the mall. The last time when the mother brought some things are still there. Nothing expensive. A little bit of mushrooms picked in the mountains and some fried pine seeds and hazelnuts. Yan Qingqing looked at the 3 plastic bags Han Qian was carrying and frowned in disgust. "Where did you dig this out of your hole? And don't tell me you're going to give this to Shandong as a gift. My mom brought it from home. This is still warm as not at home. Otherwise said nothing to let me take it out. My old man fried dried fruits are very good. Mushrooms are picked in the mountains. Wild. You take it." Yan Qingqing stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the plastic bag, and Han Qian laughed at this. "You dislike. Warm day like a hamster guarding this little thing. Touch not, let me touch a bit. You put down the foot on the line. Get off the car, I carry on the line." The more Yan Qingqing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt in her heart. Placing the 3 plastic bags on her lap and looking at Han Qian carefully. "Han Qian, if I look like this, will your mom dislike me? You're not her daughter-in-law. What's the point of disliking you? What? Warm is? Speaking of which, warmth isn't stronger than you, but she knows how to think about what's in other people's hearts and feelings better than you do, and she doesn't go out of her way to intentionally curry favor with anyone, and of course you're fine the way you are, and maybe the old man would like that kind of character in you." Han Qian definitely didn't mean anything else. He was simply talking about warmth and Yan Qingqing's character. Yan Qingqing squinted at Han Qian and said angrily, "I don't like the old man. I like you. Old man is what I call my dad." "Yeah, it's eunuch. Behave yourself. Han Qian, I'll go home with you for New Year's too." You see me dying slow? Anxious? Sister can be very good at artificial respiration for you. Asterisk 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 off. You waited to get out of the car. It is impossible to be bored with Yen Qingqing. She will always want to find ways to drive. The atmosphere is very relaxed. The car parked in the neighborhood. Han Qian swept around, did not see the shadow of the McLaren, but the business is still there. Going upstairs and pressing the doorbell. It took a few minutes for the door to the room to be opened, and Qian Ling, in her pajamas and cloaked, rubbing her eyes and yawning, said vaguely, "Why did you come over so early? Han Qian, what the hell are you holding in your hand? Didn't you say you don't need to buy groceries?" Han Qian walked through the door and changed his shoes. "Huh? Auntie, this is some wild red mushrooms that my mom brought over from her hometown a few days ago, and some pine seeds and hazelnuts picked in the mountains. My old man fried them himself, and thought I'd bring them over for you to try." Qianling frowned and tilted her head at Han Qian, saying in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't buy it from outside to fool me? Han Qian, you have less credibility with me." Han Qian bitterly laughed and put the things on the dining table, very skillful to find the plate with dried fruit, and made a pot of tea which returned to the coffee table. Qianling picked up a grain of pine seeds to ruffle and throw it into his mouth. Pointing to the dining room's wine cooler, faintly said, "There's fever-reducing medicine in there. Find it yourself. It tastes good. Not like those roadside stalls Wan bought." "Han Qian, your hometown is in the countryside?" Han Qian just wanted to go to find medicine. Yen Qingqing has already gotten up and went over. His mouth muttered in a low voice that Han Qian is stuffing any medicine into his mouth. He cannot let him take it blindly. Han Qian smiled and did not refute, and said softly, "My family is really in the countryside, and is the kind of more backward kind. Close to the mountains, rely on the mountains to eat mountains, rely on the water to eat water. My parents have nothing to do to plant the seeds, go to the mountains to pick some mushrooms, pine seeds and so on, sell some, get some for me." As the words fell, Yen Qingqing had already brought the medicine over, and instead of disturbing Han Qian, she kept pouring water from 2 cups, trying to make the tea get cooler quickly. Qianling nodded at Han Qian, got up and said she would go wash up, and told them to play on their own first. "The water is cold." Qianling also came out, just simply brushing teeth and washing face. Out of the door just happened to see Han Qian tilted his head to drink the medicine, but it is just such an action to let Qianling found out what, slightly frowned and said, "Qian, what did you do to your neck?" This sudden question Han Qian was almost choked to death. Water directly sprayed on the coffee table. How to forget this matter? Yen Qingqing was so scared that she hastily patted Han Qian's back. Constantly coughing, Han Qian also did not forget to tug on the collar. But this will be Qianling has already approached, looking at the strawberry on Han Qian's neck, followed by a glance at Han Qian's close by Yen Qingqing. With an odd expression on her face, she said, "Yesterday when you called me, Qingqing was around. Qingqing, you should be more careful next time. The blood vessels at the neck are weaker and there are arteries there. Next time you won't be allowed to be in this way." Yen Qingqing slightly froze, then instantly blushed and lowered her head in a whisperdom. "This matter just can't be explained. The more you explain, the more messy it is." Han Qian scratched his head in embarrassment, and didn't know what to say. In short, both people are very embarrassed. Often how to make trouble between the two of them is the matter of the two of them. This is suddenly known by an elder. Even more pugnacious cannot not to mention 2 untouched young men. It is good that Qianling did not go too much in this matter to get to the bottom of the matter. Han Qian was relieved. This will be sweating out. Han Qian awkwardly laughed. "Auntie, this thing you've seen it before." As he spoke, Han Qian took out a lighter in his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Qianling resisted snickering when she saw the lighter. "Yo, Gao Fulfillment's treasures have all been taken over by you? Only this lighter is considered a hot potato. Find a chance to return it to Gao Fulfillment." Han Qian tilted his head in confusion. "There's saying?" Qianling nodded and said softly, "It's okay if you don't return it for the time being. Now that I'm here, Gao Fulfillment wouldn't dare to play any tricks, but he should be planning to let Lu Xingde pay more attention to you a little bit by giving you the lighter. After all, it's a birthday gift from Gao Fulfillment's sister, and his sister's been gone for many years, so forget about it. It's better to not give it to him yet, and give it to you, and then you'll give it back to him as if you're worried about something. I've heard that you're getting closer and closer to Gao Fulfillment, or getting close." Hankin pushed the lighter forward. "Auntie, I'd better put this on your side. I can't tell when I've lost it." "Auntie, let's have breakfast. I'm a bit hungry. Go to the kitchen and make your own. I'm going to have a little womanly chat with Cyan. Get lost." "Okay." Han Qian smiled and stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen of Qianling's house. Han Qian is already familiar with it. Cooked some rice, and by the way, stewed the mushrooms that he brought with him. Han Qian doesn't cook, and these mushrooms can be put here for 2 years. Chicken and mushroom stew in the morning might be a bit greasy, but for Han Qian, who didn't have anything in his stomach at all. This was just right. Yan Qingqing and Qianling were sitting on the sofa chatting, when Qianling suddenly opened her mouth. Han Qian, I heard that you've been getting close to high fulfillment lately? Aha, working with him a bit. Say, want to divide the remaining shares in Li Dahai's hand. As the words fell, a handful of hazelnuts flew over, and Qianling got angry. Chapter 155, Qian Dong's Favor. Did you think that Li Dahai was a soft persimmon that you could just pinch? Or that you think Gao fulfillment is a cutie pie? Go, serve me a bowl of rice. Qianling had already walked to Han Qian's side, ready to grab his ears when he realized that the dishes on the plate looked pretty good, and he also got a bit of an appetite. Han Qian bumbled off to serve the rice and vegetables, looking at Qianling and Yan Qingqing, who were still satisfied with the food. Han Qian stood aside to catch the water and laughed. Gao fulfillment if it is a little cute. I really can't work with him. The conflict between Li Dongxing and I started small. He just didn't like me. And then pretty much all of it was provoked by Gao fulfillment and Sunya. At first it was just a proposal. Didn't make sure to do it or not. But Wu Saigan found me. And she also wanted to work with me. And don't waste any of the resources. So just threaten Gao fulfillment to give in. Qianling skimmed her lips and said softly, sure you didn't mention me? Han Qian attentively placed the water on the table and smiled. Definitely have to mention my aunt is a shareholder. How can I not take advantage of this identity? I told Gao fulfillment, if he refuses, I will let Wu Saigan expose that he used Li Dongxing to mess with me, causing Li Dahai to lose his shares and his child to leave the company. Moving the story that Gao fulfillment is on my side, and that you will only support Qingqing, not Gao fulfillment, and when that time comes, he won't get anything and will be attacked by Li Dahai. And then what was your plan with high fulfillment? I don't need to have any plans. Everything is done by Gao fulfillment, because the 20% Gao fulfillment in Li Dahai's hand will take 12%, and in front of threats and lures, he will be more attentive than a dog chasing a rabbit. What about 8%? To Qingqing, and then count the 5% you took in the hands of Li Dahai. Qingqing has 13%, just the right amount to press Gao fulfillment ahead. She shifted to become a shareholder, but also will be out of the control of that eunuch and the threat of the time 13 plus 25% of your hands. I think in the board of directors, our side of the voice is also heavy, even if cashing out is also enough to make the glory hurt the vigor. Qianling nodded and said softly, how sure? Han Qian laughed, not at all. But Li Dahai and Li Dongxing's father and son are definitely not going to let me off easily. I beat up his son, smoked his daughter-in-law, and took away 5% of the shares. If he doesn't make a move on me, I feel like the world has changed. As long as they make a move, Gao fulfillment and Wu Saigan will have a chance. What Wu Saigan is going to do is to ventilate and collect evidence for me, and Gao fulfillment is going to take them in charge of bringing them into the gutter. As long as they have one foot in the gutter, I have a way out. In addition, I have a plan. Say, Lin Zongheng hates me to death. I don't mind letting Li Dahai's father and son go and make guns for Lin Zongheng. I didn't make a decision. I made a decision to let Gao fulfillment go and pull the strings. You're so sure I'll give 5% to Cyan? Auntie, you're unkind. One word missing. Do not care about the details. There are still more than 10 days to the August festival. I came over to accompany you to spend the festival. At this moment Yan Qingqing is still in a state of confusion. How did she suddenly have 13% of the shares? Yan Qingqing raised her head and looked at Han Qian in confusion. Puzzled, you're going to give me 8%? Do you know how much 8% costs? Han Qian turned his head and smiled, then suddenly changed his face and shouted angrily, eat your food. What are you old pussies sticking your nose in when the men are talking? Snap, the back of the head received a slap. Qianling angrily shouted Han Qian is not allowed to bully Qingqing. Han Qian skimmed his mouth and whispered a 3-year rise for a minute, but also received a slap. Loss. Han Qian, this personality changed too fast. 1 second was discussing how to go about utilizing Gao fulfillment. The next second was like a child. Qianling watched helplessly, squinting and laughing. Xiao Qian, you have a grudge against Li Dahai? Han Qian said absently as he cupped a piece of chicken leg meat in his hand. Didn't Li Dongxing hit the big bucks? And besides, didn't you educate me not too long ago that profit is most important? 8% of the shares cash out will be tens of millions, plus my 5%, it will go up to 100 million. Han Qian placed the bones that would make a dog shed tears even if it saw them on his plate and smiled at Yan Qingqing with narrowed eyes. You're almost a rich woman. Yan Qingqing couldn't keep this meal down, put down her chopsticks and looked at Han Qian seriously with one hand on her cheek. Han Qian, it's not hundreds, tens of thousands of dollars. It's tens of millions of dollars. You only owe Warm $4 million in total. Why don't you keep this money yourself? We all slept under the same covers last night. It's not all the same to anyone. Han Qian lazy and Yan Qingqing to break up. This money he really do not want to take. Yan Qingqing want to open the mouth to refute. But in the way of the party was Qianling's misunderstanding. And not good to say something. Staring at Han Qian did not say a word. There is no big deal to come to Qianling's side today. The main thing is to come over to accompany her. so that she won't be bored at home alone and think nonsense. And there is indeed time to come over on the day of the August festival. Even if 2 Snapdragon calls to invite her, she can still make time to come. Took a day off. Han Qian idle also nothing, and Yan Qingqing rely on the side of Qianling. Qianling also lazy again as a guest. Love to do what do. After breakfast Qianling put on a dress to Qingqing shouted, "Green, I want to go look at jewelry and clothes. Have you driven over yet? Open. Then let's both go together. Han Qian, you stay and watch the house. Don't go out and hang around if you don't work. Remember to take your medicine at noon. Don't stuff it into your mouth haphazardly. You're not a trash can. Got it. Got it." Qianling looked at Han Qian, who was lying on the sofa watching the TV. Suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Lying on the sofa seemed to be Qian Huan, and Yan Qingqing was her own daughter-in-law, who was going shopping with her daughter-in-law, and her son was sick and stayed at home. That's so nice. Qianling was not sad. From the moment Han Qian and Yan Qingqing came over early today and did not take those messy gift boxes and so-called luxuries, supplements, but some specialties from the mountains, Qianling was happy, because this was the only way to feel that Han Qian didn't treat her as an outsider, but as an elder to be treated. Go cook and eat by yourself, nonchalant and polite, as if you were part of the family. Conversation at dinner time, with a hand to take the chicken received a chopstick, and then say August reunion festival over to accompany her. It's like family. Qianling suddenly thought whether she burned incense and worshipped the Buddha in exchange for a hint of compensation, so that after many years of loneliness, she experienced the feeling of having a late generation and a home. Qianling has long been indifferent to money, and the money in her hand has been spent. Long ago she said, if she could dissipate all her family's wealth in exchange for Qian Huan and Joer to live again. She took out 5% of the shares, but it was only $1 million or so, in exchange for feeling at home this time. Qianling thought it was worth it. Qingqing, you know Han Qian's waistline, right? It's been a long time since I've shown a boy's clothes, and one thinks my vision is too old-fashioned. This Han Qian boy dash. Give a sack he will wear. Xiandong, you are too good to him, beware of him stomping on his nose. Yan Qingqing started the car and prepared to depart. Qianling laughed. It's good for a boy to have a little temper. Yan Qingqing skimmed her lips as she listened. Dong Qian, don't look at Han Qian's cheeky demeanor. If he comes into a temper, 8 oxen won't be able to pull him back. It's good for a boy to be bossy, but he likes to get his hands dirty. Boys, how can you lose a fight? And he went inside the kitchen. Boys are versatile. There are so many little girls around him. Isn't it normal for boys to be attractive? Yan Qingqing was puzzled as to why Dong Qian was so nice to Han Qian. This is something that only warmth knows. Han Qian's emotional intelligence towards women is low, but towards elders it is incredibly high. He can accurately see what the other party needs and in what way to get along. Otherwise, Li Jinhao wouldn't have said that warmth was his daughter-in-law. Chapter 156, Mr. Yin changes his clothes? Han Qian, where are you? I'm at Qiandong's house. Where's Swallow Fox? By your side? Went out shopping with Qiandong. I'm here watching the house. I guess I'll stay over for dinner this afternoon. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that the last time the Card 2 Snapdragon license people found. Is the Yaman mouth holding the real power of A? Your mother-in-law also moved some relations. High fulfillment can invite such a big figure? Whatever. Did you sneak into my room and kiss me last night? I'm off to a meeting. Warm simply hung up the phone. Han Qian, lying on the sofa idle boredom, thought about giving Ji Jing a call, but the result is that Ji Jing whispered boredom, also hung up the phone. That is the nursery rhyme did? Summoning up the courage to send a text to the monster. A dozen or so came in a row after the next 10 minutes, with only the word pervert in 2 words, but in full screen. Feeling the vibration of his cell phone, Han Qian rolled over and cupped the phone to his chest to look at the roof, tearfully whispering, I want to change my cell phone. In fact, the nursery rhyme sent 2 text messages, but too many words. Han Qian to be divided into more than 10 to see. The main Han Qian and obsessive-compulsive disorder clearly know that it is perverted 2 words. He still froze to click open to read each text message once again. It doesn't look like a nursery rhyme either. Was last night haunted? Remember to lock the door. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qianling and Yan Qingqing came back. Qianling carrying more than a dozen bags, shouting for Han Qian to go over to help pick up a handful. Reaching out to Yan Qingqing, body is almost all hung up. Looking at the logo in the bag, it should be the whole of the consumption of money dong. Qianling sat on the sofa holding a fan and fanning the wind. Yan Qingqing was in front of the refrigerator to replenish water. Han Qian squatted in the doorway and looked at the clothes in the bag, tilting his head and asking, Auntie, bought it for me? Qianling looked toward Han Qian and frowned, smiling. Is it too narcissistic? What? Men's clothes are just for you. For sure. Big money can't wear this. Auntie, stop it. You're welcome. Go on. Change and see. Hey, you and I are welcome. Han Qian this does not refuse, but also a little like the look is very satisfied with Qianling. This is not Han Xian cheeky. He is guessing Qianling's heart thoughts. In receiving the bag to open and take out to see when Qianling did not block, this can be sure that these clothes are not used to give away, and Qianling was shoving the bag right into his arms. From this series of things can have a 50% chance of judging that it is for himself. After the question asked, Qianling is laughing and snickering answer. Han Qian is even more certain. Can't be denied. Qianling is different from other elders. She is wounded. Her heart will be more sensitive. Not only can not refuse, but also to show a very like. Can't say Han Qian is too cunning. He is supposed to think. Watching Han Qian walk into the babysitting room with his bag, Qianling fanned herself and spoke to Yan Qingqing. Qingqing, you go in and give him a hand. Why are you two being reserved with me? If it is not here, Yan Qingqing may have already drilled in. It is because Qianling is here that she is embarrassed, and hard-headedly pushed open the door of the nanny room. Han Qian, who was taking off his pants, sees this and opens his mouth to scream. Yan Qingqing's quick eyes and hands covered Han Qian's mouth with one hand, and the other hand pinched Han Qian's neck, whispering threats. You dare to yell, I'll kill you. You think I want to come in? Xiandong is completely misunderstood us too. Don't shout. Do you hear me? Han Qian nodded. Yan Qingqing took a deep breath and let go of her hand. As a result, Han Qian opened his mouth and was about to scream. Yan Qingqing gritted her teeth and slammed her fist on Han Qian's head, whispering in anger. Do you really think I don't dare to beat you? Now if you dare to move again, dare to ask me to castrate you. Raise your foot. Han Qian sat on a cot. Yan Qingqing squatted in front of Han Qian's body and lowered his head to help him take off his shoes to pull down his pants. Han Qian sat on the bed with his hands covering his underwear. He really didn't dare to move a single move. The other girls said that castration may really just be a threat. The night fork nymphette is not this is advice. Yan Qingqing squinted at Han Qian, skimming her lips in contempt. A gadget and you're afraid I'll look at it? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death in a moment. Now turn around. I'm going to get dressed. Spin my ass. I've never seen you in your underwear? Ha, it's really the strawberry print you sipped on? I asked for nursery rhymes, and this monster sent over a dozen short messages cursing me. It's not me. It's probably warm. I don't have a key to your house. You're lying on the window. Hankin. You, 11th floor of your house. Lift your foot. Han Qian obediently raised his feet. Yan Qingqing put the pants on Han Qian's body, and then took the waistband of the pants with both hands around Han Qian's waist through the mouth of the belt. This action is like holding Han Qian, even if Han Qian is decent. In this case, he's a man of blood. 2. A burst of pain followed, and Yan Qingqing stood up indifferently. Control yourself. Next time it won't be so easy. Han Qian tilted his head with a face of anger as he looked at Yan Qingqing and gritted his teeth. Are you a woman? Can't you act like a woman? Han Qian, am I more tempting to you than warmth is to you? Warmth said that the two of you would often sleep in the same room, and 2 minutes ago I thought you were a eunuch. You, the waste of wastes. Go 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 go. You get out. Han Qian pushed Yan Qingqing's back, and when he pushed out the door he lifted his foot and kicked at the night fork nymphette's arse. Yan Qingqing was furious on the spot. Reaching out to grab the vase on the dining table, she was about to greet Han Qian, and as soon as she turned around and realized that Qianling was looking at her curiously, Yan Qingqing smiled awkwardly. Dong Qian, the vase is so pretty. Qianling smiled helplessly and didn't reveal it. Han Qian, who had changed into a suit, walked out of the babysitting room and stood in the aisle between the living room and the dining room and smiled at Qianling. Auntie, how's it going? Han Qian even spun around before speaking. The suit is black, and it is slim, not the kind of loose and loose at work. The suit is sort of sticking to Han Qian's legs down. Han Qian's not tall. The proportion of the body is very good. Wearing a suit looks like a long leg, plus the shoes with a bit of a heel. There should also be 1.8 meters in height. Black suit with a white shirt. Han Qian gave off a tall and spirited look, plus his inches. Qianling with one hand on her cheek leaning on the vice of the sofa looked Han Qian up and down, frowning slightly. How come I don't see a sense of literacy in you? Nor are you as handsome as those starlets on TV. There's something about you. Yan Qingqing sat aside and peeled a small plate of pine seeds, muttering in a small voice. He wasn't civilized in the first place. Beat up the big dog Guan from District 8 who couldn't get up from the ground, and just now kicked me. Violent man. Thug in a suit. Suit thug. A little bit of that meaning, before I really do not know this word. In the foreign countries to watch some American drama in the word. Inch head is very spiritual. I look at it as very spiritual. Qingqing, you have to look after Xiaoqian. Qianling laughed and snickered, mentioning good. Yan Qingqing's mood instantly became bad, handing the peeled pine seeds to Qianling, annoyed. Qiandong, he's hanging around in front of me every day. I can't even look at him anymore. That ex-wife of his, the glorified planning department's Minister Ji, is almost becoming his little maid. The third high school's teacher Tong. Yo, Xiaoqian's peach blossom luck is quite a lot of Qingqing I tell you, cannot get is not terrible. Cannot keep as a joke. Oh, to work hard. Han Xian's head is too flexible. You cannot guess all of his thoughts when you focus a little bit. Eat, drink, work, preferences, targeting a line on it. Do not go to control a man's life, to think about how to make him leave you feel what is missing. Yan Qingqing was a bit confused. Xianling saw this and laughed again. To give you an example, it's like a dog. You always keep him in the house. He'll always want to go out and play, whereas a stray dog outside always wants a home. As soon as Qianling's words fell, Han Qian instantly became displeased and simply sat on the ground and opened his mouth in a sulky manner. Auntie, that's a good analogy. When the words fell, Han Qian got up and ran. Qianling had already stood up and pointed at Han Qian angrily. You're sitting on the floor with the clothes you just bought? Get over here. Hankin hid at the other end of the table and shook his head vigorously. No go, no go. You hit me. Qianling suddenly laughed, tears and down. Once upon a time there was also such a picture. That time Qian Huan just graduated that time. Qianling nagged him to go on a blind date. Qian Huan would rather die than sit on the ground. The mouth is Han Qian's words. No go, no go. You hit me. Chapter 157. Auntie, I want to drive a tank. Yan Qingqing and Han Xian sat beside Qianling on the left and right. Qianling held Yan Qingqing's hand in her lap. Han Xian lowered his head and peeled the pine seeds. Qianling didn't like hazelnuts too much, and it was kind of a different way to let punish Han Xian. Although Qian Wan would also live here, her character had no way to understand the emptiness Qianling felt inside her heart towards her late generation. She was still young and only knew how to hide in her room and play games, and she didn't have much to say to her aunt. But Han Xian is the perfect companion for elders. The word canine doesn't seem to be a good fit. Tired of peeling, Han Xian half laid on the sofa and opened his mouth to yell. No more peeling, no more peeling. These eyes are going blind. Auntie, you let me hold this embroidery work, you might as well let me go to the battlefield to fight. Qianling turned her head to squint at Han Xian and bristled. In total, just peeled a dozen grains. Just now Qingqing peeled a small half plate was eaten by you in one bite. Hurry up and peel. Han Xian sat up and looked pitifully at Qianling and complained. Auntie, let's change it. This kind of delicate work really doesn't suit me. Then you give me a way to make money that can't be as slow as the Glory Home Plaza, and it has to have nothing to do with glory. Well, give you 2 days. No, Auntie, you give me half an hour. Is there a computer? Wan's computer is in her bedroom. Go there yourself. The words fell. Han Xian stood up and drilled into Wan's bedroom. When he walked into the room, Han Xian instantly withdrew, tilted his head and looked at Qianling frowning. Auntie, hire a babysitter? Why is this room so messy? Han Xian walked into Wan's room with a wash basin holding a rag. Qianling, sitting in the living room, did not stop, but asked Yan Qingqing, this kid is clean? Or did he come over to pretend to be clean? Mentioning Han Xian's cleanliness, Yan Qingqing's face instantly darkened, pulling Qianling's hand and viciously saying, Qiandong, I have never seen like Han Xian so clean people. Men and women are counted. His home floor tiles were wiped by him as a mirror. The morning in his home bathroom out, he squatted at the door to pick up hair. The bathroom's change of clothes on the knot piled up for a day. I also listened to the warmth, said Han Xian, wiped the floor with a rag. The sheet washed once a week by the cover. And when he cooks, the chopping board cuts the vegetables once and then rinses once. I know this. I noticed it the last time I cooked here. The knives for cutting meat and vegetables are split into 2, and each time they are rinsed before cutting the next ingredient. Have you noticed any flaws in him? There. He gets angry when he's hungry and doesn't eat until he's done with what he's got in his hands. And when he's angry he doesn't work well. And then he's stuck in a death spiral. And he's always competing with himself to get over it. And the last time he was in my office playing a game, he'd hit himself on the hand when he failed. But it's not that kind of compulsion. And also, he's very straight and a bit macho. Hearing Yan Qingqing's indignant tirade, Qianling narrowed her eyes and laughed. Same as Qian Huan. It's not OCD. It's being overly strict with himself. The subconscious mind in his head when he goes to do something will think that he will do better. This kind of character will not allow himself to fail. It's not much to do with OCD. It's more to do with the fact that he's sick. Right, sick. Qianling and Yan Qingqing were sitting in the living room spouting off about Han Xian, while Han Xian was sweating profusely as he tidied up Big Chen's room. Chaos. No wonder Warmth looks at Big Chance. He's such a slob. Undistinguished. Half an hour's time. The body is moving and the brain is not idle. When Han Xian came out with a basin of ink, his plan was ready, pouring water to wash the rag and hang it up. Han Xian stood at the bathroom door and smiled at Qianling. Aunt, I'll come up with the plan. It's not my business if I make more or less. You'll find your own people to run it, but the pine seed thing is over, okay? Qianling looked at Han Xian and skimmed her lips. Are you going to fool me? For half an hour you've been tidying Wan's room. Han Qian leaned against the doorframe, raised his hand and flicked it against his head, smiling confidently. It's not like doing chores is keeping your brain from working. Come, tell me about it, and if it pleases me, I'll be able to give you a little push along the way when you need it. Qianling didn't take Han Qian's words to heart. What plan could he come up with in this half hour? Now Qianling was sort of coaxing Han Qian to play and feel the joyful atmosphere. Han Qian heatedly smiled and walked to Qian Wan's room to take her tablet that was thrown on the bed, opened the web page and searched for a picture of a game and put it on the coffee table. Han Qian laughed. Auntie, you probably don't understand the game, and I'll start by saying I don't either. Big Chancellor understands the game better than I do, and I've played this game with her twice. Qianling at this moment still did not believe that Han Qian has a plan. Careless smile and nodded, and then pulled Yan Qingqing's hand to gossip in a small voice. Han Qian lowered his head to look at the picture of the tablet child whispered. This game has recently become very popular in many countries, and even appeared in the World Tournament. It already has enough popularity. Xiandong, you can rely on the relationship to get the right to use the model of this game. You do not need to use the model of the peripheral merchandise. You do not need to film or television. You only need to get the right to use the model of the game. Of course, this can already make money. I can think of it what other people also can think of. Grabbing a head start is just money. Hearing Han Qian's words, Qianling turned her head as if the kid really had a plan in mind because he said 2 words. Of course. Qianling was positively light. I didn't quite get it. Go on. Han Qian smiled and nodded, laughing. Get the right to use the model of the game is only the first step. This game I have read some information. Before starting the game need network gas pedal will reduce the delay of the game. Now the gas pedal need to be a member of the game can be used, or can only be used for 1 day. You can launch a gas pedal for free to them to use. The need for real name registration, so that we get the information of the game players. After that, we advertise on our gas pedal and tell them that the game will be available in China soon, and they don't need to use the gas pedal or buy it to play it. Moving on, I want to know what you're doing with the rights to use the model. Proxy games can only be done by the big game companies in the country. We don't need a proxy. After we get a certain amount of user information to get the game online in a different way. Piracy? Nope. Genuine. Cell phone game. Han Qian. Right now Glory is not involved in the game industry. We glory not to do. First rely on the relationship, the fastest speed to get the right to use the model. After the plan will be rectified and complete. Along the way the right to use the model along with the plan to transfer. If there is no model, even if they think of the cell phone game, there is no way to go to attract computer players. Only a 1-to-1 restoration can be. We only do planning. Looking for a suitable company will be packaged plans for sale. The specific operation I do not quite understand, which you need to find a shrewd team or studio to do. You can do a mobile game shell, a few digital code only. Registered the game is packaged for sale after the short term. I figured, hundreds of thousands of dollars. 1 or 2 million of you will not look at the eye. Qianling's heart was slightly shocked, and she forced herself to ask the many questions in her heart. Has anyone done this before? Han Qian shook his head and said seriously, no one. Always only the first place can get the championship. My idea is just a prototype. Xingqing's memory is very good. You can ask her to prepare an itemized book file for you. Then how to operate. How to go about the fine planning is up to you. There is no way for me to give any more help. Qianling cocked her head and sized up Han Qian, then stood up and walked over to Han Qian's side and pressed her hands on Han Qian's head to look left and right. Puzzled. This doesn't have a seam either, and it doesn't look like a robot. So how did you give me such a whole plot in half an hour? Xingqing, where did you pick him up? I'll pick up a few as well. Yan Xingqing looked at Han Qian with eyes full of joy and adoration and softly said, Xiandong, there is only one Acme for Han Qian, and only one Acme. You guys wait, I'm going to make a call to one of my foreign partners. The modeling rights also require a sum of money. I want him to evaluate it. Qianling got up and returned to the room, followed by fluent foreign language came out. Han Qian listened with a confused face and whispered, Xingqing, what country's language is this? Yan Xingqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. French. Han Qian, tell me honestly, how long have you been thinking about this plan, and who were you originally going to give it to? Was it Warmth? Han Qian shook his head and said seriously, after the last rainy fight, you and Warmth can't do this program. It requires a strong studio, connections and enough money to back it up. Yan Xingqing sighed, slightly disappointed. She felt that her brain could no longer keep up with Han Qian's thoughts. After about half an hour, Qianling came out from the bedroom and smiled at Han Qian. Xiao Qian, do you want a car? Auntie will give you one as a reward. Porsche? Ferrari? How about the McLaren that Wan drives? Auntie, I want to drive a tank. Chapter 158, come on, fight the landlord. When she was leaving, Shenling told Han Shen that there might be a party on the August festival, and she should attend it then. It was jointly organized by the Yamenku and the merchants, and it was said that a lot of merchants had been invited, and Wen Hui was also among them. Han Xian didn't take this matter to heart, and after going out and getting into the car, Han Xian said softly, "Just now Worm called me that there is a guy at the Yamen entrance stuck with 2 snaps license. This guy should be on good terms with Cow Fulfillment, but he didn't say who it is. Any guesses? It should be a person from the Procuratorate. This person and Lu Xinga, Gao Fulfillment's relationship are very close. A long time ago Li Dahai, Gao Fulfillment, Lu Xinga, these 3 people together. After that I don't know too much about it. Why do you ask this? Curious, okay? And what the hell is an August Fest party? A group of play politics and play money dog things together to fool the people's party. Of course, there are some more upright. The city bureau of Li Jinhai, Yamen mouth of the 2 Buddha are still a clear person, but the power is too small. These things have nothing to do with you. Han Qian Warmth really agreed to owe $4 million and divorce you? Is she stupid? You don't understand. Han Qian drove all the way back to the company. Yan Qingqing got off and went back to work. Han Qian went to the comprehensive department. The comprehensive department was still so lively. When Han Qian walked into the comprehensive department wearing new clothes, the comprehensive department was instantly quiet. Seeing this, Han Qian smiled bitterly. Go ahead guys, just pretend I don't exist, or I'll always feel like I'm disturbed. Su Liang turned around and leaned back in his chair and smiled at Han Qian. Didn't you ask me to take the place of you, a busy man, to invite the big guys out for dinner and get high in the evening? How come you rushed over at almost closing time and went shopping with Mr. Yan? Han Qian walked up and sat in his place sighing and laughing. No, Qiandong and Mr. Yan went shopping. I'm at Qiandong's house big Qianer. As a girl, can your room be cleaner? Brother Ken. Dakin Air is still listening to Han Qian seriously. This sentence exposed her room messy things. Take off the headphones rushed to Han Qian, choked Han Qian's neck and shook hard. Dakin Air is also a girl even if she is lively letting Big Qianer's continuous hammering beat him. Han Qian bent down and whispered to Su Liang. What's going on tonight? When did I say that? Su Liang similarly bent down, the 2 men's heads on top of each other, and Su Liang returned. You didn't say. I thought you couldn't come today to take the place of you to make the decision. Now the people in the comprehensive department still have a big scruple against you. The main thing is that you guy is too violent. They are a bit afraid. I thought to take the excuse of your treat to soothe the relationship. Who knows that you'll be coming over here soon after work? Oh, I'll pick up the money later. Fetch my ass. I helped you to make the decision. This money I have prepared. A department's going out to eat is more than normal. But let's not AA this time. Let's just say it's your treat and I'll pay for it, so that they will owe you a favor or think that you're a very good person, and you'll be able to do a good job in the future. Buying people's hearts? Not quite, but almost. At night you and your ex-wife say a word. You don't let Mr. Yan and your ex-wife go over there. When the time comes to make a mess everyone can't let go. Comprehensive department of the 2 handsome head over head whispering quietly, which will inevitably make people think that the sexual orientation of these 2 guys a little problem. Lu Jiolong really cannot stand to see. Get up and walk up to grab the 2 people's back collar to force to take off. Complained. Can you 2 not ruin the style of our general department? Those who know you 2 are normal, but those who don't think you're having an affair? Han Qian, you invited everyone to dinner tonight. Then I won't be polite with you, but I'll take this drink as the vice minister. Don't argue with it, you haven't been paid yet. Lao Lu is not too smart. A little bit of a glitch, but this is normal, which is a man who says that he does not like beautiful women. He has been converted a lot. At the same time, he's not much of a city man, and he's rather warm-hearted. Han Qian grinned at Lu Jiolong. Brother Lu, today I really have some money. Come for so long, the guys have been more cared for me. My kind of 3 days fish 2 days sunshine net also no one beat me small report. By the way, I should do all the work. Eat something good at night. It's not just money. It's just money, but it's a month's paycheck. The members of the general department agreed with a smile and didn't get up in arms about what they must eat. Yang Lan, who had been listening inside the office for half a day, stood up and opened the door, smiling at the crowd. I'll be with you tonight. Han Qian has money. You don't have to save it. If not, there's still someone to reimburse you. Hearing Yang Lan's words, the members of the general department revealed ambiguous smiles and were relieved that perhaps Han Qian was really quite a good person to get along with. But Han Qian was a bit unhappy and looked at Yang Lan with a grudge and whispered, Sister Yang, why are you bringing the rhythm too? Who am I going to find for reimbursement? Yang Lan narrowed her eyes at Han Qian and said softly, now take leave or directly looking for General Manager Yan. Do not talk to me. Originally yesterday when Xiao Liang told me you have this idea, I thought I reimburse you. Since the leave are not tell me, then you go to find General Manager Yen. I'm going to ask you G anti-evening have time to together. It seems that Yang Lan is angry. Han Xian sighed and leaned his back on the chair to look at the roof. How can the days be so sufficient? After 3 years of staying at home, Han Xian really does not know how to socialize with people. Sending a message to Warmth, telling her in detail that the unit is going to have a dinner gathering in the evening, marking it with parentheses without Yin Xingqing. Warmth just returned a good. Just as Han Xian put down his men, Su Liang and Big Qian, two guys, stood up at the same time, staring at Han Xian's neck left and right. The two of them were so curious in their hearts. Just when Big Qian couldn't help but ask, Ji Jing came and walked through the door and opened her mouth. Han Qian, how is your neck? What were you looking at last night when I won? Big Qian and Su Liang glanced at each other, and then looked at Ji Jing with an ambiguous face as Qian Wan hemmed and hawed. Sister Ji, wild enough. Ji Jing cocked her head in confusion. What's wild? Han Qian looked at the roof and said feebly, the two of them are saying that you printed this strawberry for me. Ah, I'm annoyed at the mention of it. Aha. Han Xian stormed out of the general department with a series of AHS, and the members of the general department unanimously decided that Han Xian wasn't bad-tempered. He was suffering from a very serious mental illness. On the first-floor lobby, Han Xian winks at the security chief. Come on, fight the landlord. The words fell, patting his pants pockets and shouting again. Come on, win me money. Chapter 159, Fellowship. The landlord eventually started, and after playing for more than half an hour in the security room, Han Xian was given a nickname by the security guards, Scattergories. This loose money Han Xian can accept, but this child, the genus, is a humiliation. Half an hour from work, Han Xian de Guan de Go made a phone call to ask where the environment is good, the food is good, the security a little better place. Now Han Xian fights are also afraid to fight once or twice the line. It's okay to fight, is not the night walk at night when inviting what the thing? I need to find a fortune teller to tell me when I can say goodbye to my virginity. Guan Big Dog gave an introduction to a barbecue restaurant in the 8th district, the kind with performing arts. And after that, if you want to sing, you can go to your own concert hall, and absolutely no one will be disturbed. And when Han Xian was entangled, Guan Big Dog lowered his voice and whispered, Brother Han, the singing is free, the drinks are free, the fruit plate is eaten until you get tired of it, and my little sister has it, absolutely all. Don't say it, I'll go, immodest miser. After work, the members of the integrated department gathered at the main gate. I heard that the big public relations department of the Sun Manager will also take a few staff to go lively. Big public relations department is the company of all men and women's desire place, where the quality of the beauty of handsome men are not other departments can be compared. Han Xian and Su Liang is also inferior to a few points. Fans Han took Big Qianer's hand and said excitedly, Wan, look, it's the PR department coming. Shan Shan's voice reminded the big guys. Everyone turned their heads to look, and Han Xian was a bit nonplussed. This Sunya, this woman does have 2 tricks up her sleeve. The public relations department has come to 6 people, including Sunya, 2 men and 4 women. Walking in front of the 3 beauties have their own style. Yellow high-waisted A-word beauty attracts Han Xian's eyes. The girl's stunning point is not the face, not makeup, but the perfect duck pear body, the plumpness of the chest, the willowy waist with a firm grip, the slightly exaggerated buttocks, and the twisting of the waist when walking. This is a walking aphrodisiac. Ji Jing's figure is somewhat similar to her, except that Ji Jing is not as seductive and flirtatious as she is. She is an hourglass figure, and she is not as boldly dressed as this girl. And the girl who walks on the left combs her hair short, and wears a very popular plaid skirt, a white shirt, and a pair of small leather boots on her feet. This girl's figure and appearance were not outstanding, giving a student's innocent feeling, especially when she smiled. Her eyes were mesmerized into a small crescent moon, which was very tolerant to make people feel protective, while the other girl, not a girl exactly, but a woman, pencil pants, white shirt, long black hair combed into a ponytail, with black framed glasses, looking at people with a cold gaze, typical high cold imperial sister style. A few of the pigs in the general department had already looked straight, and Su Liang bumped Han Xian's ribs with his arm and whispered, Sunya is really down for blood. The 3 female generals of the great PR department are willing to take it out. General? A female general? Han Xian turned his head slightly puzzled and asked. Su Liang skimmed his mouth and whispered back, what is the mission of the PR department? To resolve the negative impact of the company. The large PR department is responsible for resolving customer dissatisfaction. The small PR department faces the media and the news, and it is rumored that there is no customer that these 3 female generals can't resolve. Oh, Han Xian nodded and began to measure the 2 men behind him. One looked a little younger than Han Xian's age, brown textured hair, very white complexion. The corner of his mouth was always hanging a smile. A pair of eyes were very seductive. that had a pair of long legs that made Han Chen envious. This young man should be around 1 meter 85. The other is a man in a suit, around 30 years old, with a cold face, dressed and groomed in designer labels, with a diamond stud in his left ear. He should be in a combo with that high-flying royalty. Big Chance's eyes stayed on the young man, murmuring with a flowery face, "It looks like Lee Kun-suk, so handsome." Han Qian couldn't help but laugh bitterly at these words, turning towards Yang Lan and laughing bitterly in a low voice. "Sister Yang, these fledglings in our comprehensive department seem like they can't take it anymore. Why is Sunya thinking of coming over to join in the fun?" Yang Lan looked at his unproductive men and covered his forehead powerlessly. "I don't know if I can afford it. I went to look for Ji Jing when I met Sunya. She asked if you are in the office, to come over to ask you if you have time in the evening. I just said to her that you want to invite the guys to dinner to ease the atmosphere, and then it became this way now. Hey, luckily you and Su Liang got it. Just left you. What's wrong with Su Liang?" Han Qian turned his head only to find Su Liang. This guy has begun to get close to the duck pear girl. A mouthful of a sister called a sweet ah. Duck pear girl was amused by the giggle, chest fullness with the sound of laughter trembling. As for the big money in Fong Shanshan has already been accosted by that big long legs, chatting that called a happy. A few of the department's ripe sisters and the cold man were also talking. It's spring, isn't it ing fall? Shame on you, shame on you. At that moment, a thick voice came from behind Han Qian and Yang Lan. "Don't worry guys, I'm still holding my ground. Arashur, you're my true love." Han Qian and Yang Lan simultaneously raised their heads and pressed on Lu Jiolong's head, pushing the guy away with force. Then Han Qian took a deep breath and walked forward, reaching out to grab the back collar of Su Liang, who was exchanging contact information with Duck Pear Girl, and dragged him away forcefully. Su Liang felt farther and farther away from Duck Pear Sister, and in his heart, he began to curse Han Qian. Deserved his virginity yet. With a self-confessed sunny smile on his face, he laughed at the Duck Pear Girl. "Sister, wait for me. Oh, my brother here might have to arrange some cars." The Duck Pear Girl covered her mouth and laughed gently. She did not resent this Su Liang. After all, the company knows that he and Han Desienner are brothers. Han Qian is not down. His future is not bad. Han Qian wrapped his arms around Su Liang's neck and clamped it under his armpit, gritting his teeth and angry. "Can you be a little out of your league? People's PR departments are all professional actors. Why are you? What's wrong with actors? Aren't actors also women? Your little fortune isn't enough for one of the other's bags, and that bagworm has one too. Over $30,000. Ken, I see. Just understand. I'm going soft. Asterisk 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 you really like it? If you really like it, then go after it. I'll throw money at you, but if it doesn't work out, don't you dare get into a fight with me." Su Liang raised his head and stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, breaking free of Han Qian's restraints and straightening his clothes with a hefty laugh. "Do you really think I'm stupid? It's a friendship between two departments, just a little bit more enthusiastic." While Han Qian and Su Liang got together to whisper bull asterisk 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 asterisk, the flirtatiously dressed Sunya stood beside the Duck Pear Girl, her hands cupping her delicate little purse in front of her body as she leaned forward slightly and laughed. "I've long heard that there's a bit of an ulterior motive between Mr. Han of the General Department and Mr. Su, but I didn't realize it until I saw him today, and it's all over. There's no way for our Li Li to get the favor of Mr. Su." Su Liang laughed as Han Qian smiled at Sunya. Minister's son, you are really not interesting enough. You must be remembering the last time I was rude to you. Hiding so many beautiful women, do not let the two of us get to know. A moment I punished myself a few cups." The words fell wrapped around Su Liang's shoulders and whispered, "Do you see Sunya looking like a momsan?" Put. Su Liang didn't hold back his laughter. When they heard that the location was set in the 8th district, everyone's face changed. The 8th district at night was not peaceful. Drunken hooligans were all over the place, especially the two men from the public relations department. Both of them showed a look of resistance. Sunya's eyes rolled and she narrowed her eyes and smiled. Let's go. If District 8 is chaotic, your brother Qian says so. I really want to see how chaotic District 8 is after dark. Han Xiao, have you said hello to Mr. Guan? Han Qian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it's fine. The vast little group of 20 people took a taxi to District 8, with Yang Lan the only one driving, as she had to drop Bei off to Little Yan Jia first. Han Qian sat in the passenger side of the cab, with the student girl and the high-flying imperial sister behind him. Su Liang and Duck Pear Girl went alone. Big Chancellor chose to drive, and only one Ji Jing could sit in the McLaren. That little rich girl. Chapter 160 Virgins and Goat's Eggs. There was a problem when Yang Lan sent Xiao Bei to Yang Jia's side. The little girl heard that she was going out to dinner at night and said she wanted to come over, and it was even if Xiao Beibei was a child who didn't listen. Xiao Yangjia also wanted to come over to join in the fun. Yang Lan was in a difficult situation when she called Han Qian, who smiled. Then come over. Don't worry, Sister Yang. I can still talk on this side of the 8th district. Take the child to have a meal. Make a lively scene. After the meal you take little Beibei back and you'll be fine. It'll have to do. Yang Lan glanced at the small Yang Jia sitting in the passenger side, coldly grunted. It was all because she compelled small Beibei behind the back to be noisy, glared at the end of Yang Jia, turned her head to look at the small Beibei sitting in the back, gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You wait for the night to come home. Beibei, don't be afraid. Auntie will sleep with you at night." Sis, ever considered looking again? Shut up. You have a relationship before you worry about me. I'm still young. Get out. Yang Lan also kinda. 8th district, Xiao Air Herding Cattle Music Grill Bar. Guan Big Dog has already told the manager to leave the location of a good few tables. The manager whispered to ask if there is an honored guest. Guan Big Head only said brother-in-law 2 words. In their circle to call out who by name is not putting anyone in their eyes. Cannot call out Han Qian Han brother? Simply all call out brother-in-law. The vast number of people into the music grill bar do not need people to order. Single small hot pot has been served on the table. Hot pot needs meat, tripe, side dishes, barbecue, beer. Cold drinks began to the table, but also prepared a few boxes of Cloud cigarettes on the table. Han Qian sat in the very center, the closest position to the stage. There was an empty spot in the middle of him and Su Liang. This was reserved for Yang Lan. Lu Jiolong looked at these 2 guys with a grudge. These are 2 torches. Roasted so that he had no way to get close to Yang Lan. On the other side of Su Liang is the duck pear girl. Originally the high cold imperial sister should sit next to Han Qian. Ji Jing rare tough once, directly sat down. High cold imperial sister and youthful schoolgirl went to the other table active atmosphere. The long-legged Oba sat in the middle of Big Chenner and Shan Shan, and men and women interspersed their seats. A table of handsome men and beautiful women was very eye-catching. Sister Yang came late. Little Beibei saw Han Qian when he let go of Yang Lan's hand toward Han Qian ran. The little girl ran also. Do not look at the road. Directly hit the manager's legs. The manager is a man in his 30s, looking at the ground, sitting deflated mouth, eyes with tears, and the little lorry when he was also a little panicked. When the little lorry stood up and wiped the tears of grandma, shouted uncle. The manager was panicked, crying in mourning. Looking at Han Qian, he said nervously, "Brother-in-law, I really didn't pay any attention to your $1,000. Han Qian picked up little Beibei and smiled at the manager. It's okay, kids walk without looking at their eyes. Just go about your business. Okay, brother-in-law. What are you smoking? I'll go get it for you. The manager is really nervous. Han Qian smiled and shook his head. The glorious staff looked at Han Qian with a few gossipy colors. How does he feel more horrible? Han Qian held little Beibei in his arms. Yang Lan smiled apologetically at the crowd, and little Yang Jia went to another table. Nothing more. Yang Lan simply didn't want to see her, and the manager stood nervously at the table, placing a plate of food on the table with his own hands, and his mouth asking Han Qian what he needed to smoke. At this time, Guan Big Dog came from behind the manager and opened his mouth to laugh and curse. Brother-in-law's cigarettes are taken from inside the army. Where do you go to buy them? Don't embarrass yourself here. Get lost. The manager walked away as quickly as if he had been pardoned, and Big Head Guan came up behind Han Qian and smiled at the crowd with his hands squeezing Han Qian's shoulders. All of you are Glory's elites. It just so happens that my master has recently cooperated with your company. I heard that Brother Han wanted to invite you all out to have a good time, so I took the liberty of arranging for it. So feel free to come and find me if you have any needs. And there's also one more thing. Brother Han, my master heard that you're coming over and specially found a small netizen company to have their artists come over to give a boost. Han Qian was giving little Beibei the meat from the hot pot to eat, and when he heard Guan the dog say this, Han Qian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, turned his head and gritted his teeth and whispered, I invited them over for dinner because I'm worried that they're afraid of me in the unit. You make it seem like I'm a sworn brother to 2 Snapdragon. You're not screwing me over? The sound is not small. Yan Lan and Ji Jing heard it clearly. Yan Lan reached out and wanted to carry little Beibei over. Don't disturb Han Qian's meal. Just reached over, his hand was glaring at Han Qian, who shut the big dog with a slap and didn't even look at it. Guan Degu scratched his head with an embarrassed face and whispered, Screwed up? I didn't think about it that much. Now what? Do what you like. Well, just say it's your master who heard it was a glorious get-together and that the 2 companies have a partnership, and then this and that and the other. What's what? Rio, you talk to Brother Guan. You understand this stuff better than I do. I can't talk about it. Little Beibei needs to eat more meat. How can he eat green vegetables? That stuff isn't good. Su Liang pointed at Han Qian and smiled helplessly. stood up and walked away with Guan the dog. Sunya looked at Han Qian with one hand on his cheek. His heart was also helpless, and smiled bitterly. Han Xiao, it's said to let children eat more greens and vitamins. Why are you feeding Bei meat one after another? Bei can't see me every day. It's not easy to see me today. Why don't you eat more? Bei, you can eat vigorously. Your mom doesn't care about you today. Uncle is the one who says it's okay. Come on, which one to eat? Suenya covered her face and shook her head with a smile, shaking her head at the duck pear girl with her eyes closed, who nodded without moving. Little Bei shouted as she sat in Han Qian's arms and pointed at the nearest skewer of barbecue. Uncle, I want a ball. Well lo, let us eat not. This thing you cannot eat, and away and away. Who put this thing in front of me? Ah, if it is not Han Qian said. The crowd has not noticed. 2 strings of sheep eggs on the closest position to Han Qian. Han Qian said so small Bei is not happy. Just said casually eat not allowed to eat. In the school had eaten meatballs. Can be delicious. Brother-in-law, I want a ball. No, uncle, Bei wants to eat. Bei uncle told you. This stuff children can't eat. Eat it is going to turn into Iron Guts Train Man. Then you eat it, brother-in-law. Children's words are reckless, but this sentence of little Bei directly pushed the atmosphere on the table to a climax. Ji Jing was the first to laugh out loud with a red face, and finally covered her stomach and lowered her head and laughed out loud. Yang Lan also did not hold back and gently nudged little Bei. As for Lu Jiolong, they all laughed out of the tears, and breathed out in a row, uneasily explaining in good faith. Little Bei, your uncle can't use it right now. He ha 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 ha. Han Qian's face went a shade of green and red. Who the hell ordered the goat's egg? He's still a ing virgin. What's the point of eating this stuff? Should he start making it up before he can use it? Doesn't that obviously tell them they can't do it? Pearly looked at Han Qian with a stunned face, tilting her head and asking incredulously, Young Han, how old are you? Han Qian's face instantly darkened, and Ji Jing on the side finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth. 24 now. Ha 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 ha. Han Qian, you're 24. Pearly's face became even more dismayed, then stood up and switched the goat's eggs and kebabs, whispering, then you indeed don't need to eat. Han Xiao, it's better for you to make up for it. Lu Vice. Ji Jing finally held back her laughter and wiped her tears with a bad joke. Maybe some would help now. Great nephew, you're 24. Han Qian just couldn't stand it anymore, standing up and holding little Bei in his arms, squinting at Ji Jing out of the corner of his eye and skimming his lips. I don't play with you people. Really grabbed people's wounds can vigorously salt ah. Go, uncle to take you to your sister-in-law to go. Are bad people. After Han Qian left, the table erupted into laughter. Even the cold handsome man didn't hold back. Han Qian, who had his back to them, was dripping blood in his heart, and it was expected that another rumor would appear in the company tomorrow. A 24-year-old virgin goes to a barbecue and orders 2 skewers of lamb's eggs? Chapter 161, Mending. Han Qian held a child in his arms and walked on the side of Xiao Yangjia, just sitting down. Xiao Yangjia served the sheep's loin directly over with a bad smile on his face. Here, Kenchan make up. Han Qian cocked his head and looked at Yangjia. He still couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and stood up angrily. Get the hell out of here. Bei, you take care of it. Your sister's table is special. 3 ministers, I'm leaving. Han Qian got up and was about to leave when the youthful schoolmate spoke up. Mr. Han, have a drink. Han Qian didn't think much of it and opened his mouth. Okay. When he saw the youthful schoolgirl holding the mug of root beer and drinking it all in one gulp, Han Qian was a bit confused. Are all girls like this nowadays? Looking at the mug of root beer in his hand, Han Qian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Surrender and lose half okay? What's your name? Sister. Next time if I can't beat someone else in a drink, I'll mention you. Young Han can just call me Xian Xian. You'd better drink. Han Qian laboriously drank the beer clean, turn around and run. Did not eat anything? This cup down is really a bit unbearable. In the bathroom door met Guan Dagu. Guan Juanbia handed Han Qian a child's cigarette, whispered, in a moment those little netizens are going to be on stage. If you have a favorite, talk to me. I'll send you your comforter. Asterisk 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 off. Han Qian wiped his mouth without a good look, then rejoined. You tell me how that root beer stuff goes down your gullet with no effort. Tilt your head back and pour it down. Don't think of yourself as a human being, just think of yourself as a bucket. Brother Han, I think that creamy guy seems to have a little bit of a thing for Big Chance. He's one of Sunya's guys, right? Remind me? Han Qian is still thinking about the bucket. Listening to Guan Dagu said so, Han Qian frowned and looked along the line of sight of Guan Dagu. The long-legged Oba is being attentive to the big money. Han Qian saw this and shrugged his shoulders and laughed. If De Chen Er likes it, what can we say if we're not relatives? If Big Chen Er doesn't want to be entangled like this, then I'll have to take care of it. Brother Guan, do you think it's really possible to pour this straight from the head? Chichu, this kind of wine table dish chicken child also useless. Night really do not not let me give you a room to let the small network red to find you? Prepare sheep's egg and waste for you for nothing. Han Qian raised his eyebrows and squinted at Guan Degu. In his heart, he had been persuading himself that this dish was not prepared by Guan Degu, and now that the facts were in front of him, Han Qian really wanted to pinch this guy to death, and didn't know that his buddy was still a virgin? Forcing himself not to fight with Guan Daogou, Han Qian took a deep breath and faintly said, I went to my uncle's side a few days ago and got some news. You tell 2 Snap to restrain himself a little bit first lately. And there's another thing I'll ask you. Did Boss 2 receive an invitation to the Mid-Autumn Festival party at the Yamen Gate? The smile on Guan Daogou's face instantly disappeared, and he stood up straight and took out his cell phone and waved it at Han Qian before making a call to 2 Snap in front of Han Qian. And 2 Snap just listened to Guan Daogou and opened his mouth. Where's the kid's uncle by you? Let him pick it up. Guan Big Dog handed the phone to Han Qian with a slight hint of jealousy. Am I Guan Big Dog not smart? Han Qian frowned and took the phone, and 2 Snap spoke directly. I know about it. I wanted to ask you about it last time you were here. There was a little accident and I didn't open my mouth. What kind of word did you receive? Han Qian frowned as he held his cell phone with a cigarette in his mouth. I'm just guessing right now. When Hui from Enjoy and Xian Ling from Glory both received invitations, Yan Qingqing said that the gala is a party for people who play politics and money. And I've heard a little bit of news on my uncle's side, as well as the fact that Brother Guan took Lu Guangming's concubines to play cards a while ago, and then invited Wei Tiancheng's wife and daughter to be a guest. If these 2 people attended the party, you should be in big trouble. Well, you're saying that the Yamaguchi might move me? 2 Snapdragon's voice is not good. Of course, is not aimed at Han Qian. Han Qian threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed out. Just raised his head when a silhouette squatted in front of the body to pick up the Han Qian crushed out of the cigarette. Ji Jing. Han Qian smiled and went to the bathroom. Han Qian did not pay attention to the Ji Jing, lowered his voice and continued to say, I feel that things are not quite right. You not long ago stuck in the Yamen mouth of the license as a prosecutor's office of the Lord in the inside of the mix. The prosecutor's office should be more trouble for you than the city council. Right. Lin Zonghong wanted to buy my leg. Guan brother hacked his $100,000 should have been exposed. If the smooth enjoyment, Shun Cheng, Hui Tian 3 groups plus the procuratorate wear a pair of pants to move you, you'll have a heavenly trouble. Now that should be letting someone to take the blame on top of the crime. That should be discarded on the abandonment. Don't let the little 2 Kuan worry about you. You tell Pio to come back now. 2 Boss, are you trying to throw Guanju and Diao out to take the blame? I'm going to play me again? Child's uncle, we are family. How can I play you? I have some good stuff over here. I'll have Biaozi send it over to you. What the hell? A man's gas station. Get the hell out of here. Boss 2, do you know I'm a virgin and you're making fun of me here? Be careful, I'll get angry with you. Hey, the child her uncle, you this Biaozi will not do things. I turned back to have to teach him a good lesson. Tonight is not a few small network red? I'll send your room to go. The child her uncle Do. Han Qian directly hung up the phone, taking deep breaths in quick succession, and gritting his teeth angrily as he threw the phone to Guan Daogou. Really, what root blossoms, what flower? You and your master of virtue. I tell you, don't arrange any small netizens for me. He's got me. I don't know when Ji Jing has already stood behind Han Qian. She also heard on the phone that 2 Snapdragon was going to arrange a small netizen for Han Qian. Her heart was slightly tasteless and dissatisfied. And when she heard that Han Qian refused, she hurriedly opened her mouth not to give Guan Dagang the chance to open his mouth. Ji Jing pressed her hands on Han Qian's shoulders and whispered again. Sunya came over to give you face, you better not make her look too bad. Go back. Guan Daogou looked at the 2 men walking by his side, cupping his chin and muttering in a low voice. Brother Han, I've got some good wine over here, so I'll get you a room at Vantage Point tonight? I'm driving you to Big Grandfather. You give me to get out of the caf. 2 Snapdragon let you go back to it. You don't tiger then ha to take the blame. I still have to find a relationship to fish you out. And also, if I can't get this wine down, we still have to fight. Han Qian was pushed away by Ji Jing, and as he left, Guan Daogou clearly caught the threat and dislike in Ji Jing's eyes. She's a food guardian, isn't she? Have the 2 ladies not cleaned you up? The manager was instructed not to refuse Han Qian's check tonight, and not to ask if he didn't. Guan Big Dog left little 2 dragons. Han Qian also once again returned to this, let him lose all the face of the position. Originally also want to go to the high cold imperial sister's side to get together. Han Qian fell into the seat when Sunya to the long legs of the Oba coughed gently. The long legs of the Oba some reluctance to stand up and left the big money, went to the other table to active atmosphere. Cold Handsome also went to take care of those who were looking at him to look at the young women. The 2 handsome men left. The girl called Pear by Sunya did not move, and Su Lian came together to play Civ. The 2 ambiguous. One is a crossdresser in the marketing department. One is a sea king who specializes in fish. It's not really possible to say who the deer will die. Anyway, Han Qian is not worried about Su Liang. It's quite good to let this guy suffer some injuries. Han Qian picked up his wineglass and laughed bitterly. First of all, you guys don't poke my wounds anymore. The show is about to start. First of all, the reward for the show will come out of my own pocket. Drink up. The crowd raised their glasses. Only 2 people, Ji Jing and Yang Lan, raised their juices. Han Qian wondered if Ji Jing didn't know how to drink, tilted her head up and poured it directly into her mouth according to what Guan De Gu said. Han Qian was the first to put down his mug of root beer, and this method really worked. After taking his seat, Han Qian hiccuped and approached Ji Jing to ask in a small voice, "Auntie Ji, do you not know how to drink? I finally found one that's better than me. Next time I'll drink with you. I'll be absolutely fine." Ji Jing narrowed her eyes and smiled at Han Qian, softly saying, "Fine." As soon as the words fell, Yang Lan and Sunya on the side both laughed, and Sunya opened her mouth with a delicate smile and laughed. "Han Young Yu, I really do not know as your luck is too good or too bad. G Minister is famous for 1,000 cups not drunk. Either do not drink, or non-stop. Last year the company's annual meeting when G Minister is stepping on the box to drink beer by the box, white wine on the caddy, red wine, not to mention, you must be to appreciate a little." Han Qian cocked his head and looked at Ji Jing, his eyes filled with skepticism. When Yang Lan spoke softly, "Minister's son is right. It shouldn't be a problem for your Auntie Ji to drink you more than 10 round trips." Hearing this, Han Qian stood up, clasped his fists at Ji Jing, and bowed. "Big Mom, nephew knows his mistake. Farewell." Han Qian went to another table. This found a way to drink. Still afraid of a hammer? When Han Qian stood up, the acting also started. 7 or 8 people, both male and female, a combination of handsome men and beautiful women, of which so many still looked a little familiar. Su Liang looked at the netizen who had gone up to the stage to introduce herself and smiled at the duck pear girl. A child once asked her mom, "Mom, what did you used to do for a living?" The mom replied, "I was an anchor." "What about dad?" "Your dad is a Peng One big brother." Duck pear girl whacked Su Liang's shoulder with a red face. Chapter 162, Calling Auntie by her breasts. 3 tables down, Han Qian said less than 6 or 7 bottles of beer. The good thing is that it is cold. The head is slower, but he is still a little dizzy, relying on Ji Jing's shoulder to watch the performance on the stage. A few young girls sang a few songs. There are people who also support the scene to order a song. 100 a song. Cash. $100 bills were rolled up and inserted into the mouths of bottles of wine, which were then placed in front of the stage so that when the singing was over, they would come down to the stage to make a toast. It's easy for people who are drunk on their head to go and serve drinks one after the other because of the facade. Singing girls are okay, collected money off the stage and signaled to drink some wine on it. Now Han Qian looked at a few lads on the stage. His heart that is a heartache. The boys know how to warm up and set the mood. It's hard to say the size of the netizens, but you can be sure that 2 Snap hasn't swiped a lot of gifts for them. And one of the boys is a match for a long-legged Oompa Loompa. And there's been more than a few of them. Xiao Yangjia went to the top and sent up 2 bottles of wine. These MCs aren't the girly kind that just get off the stage and take a sip. They're required to blow dry their drinks on stage, thankfully in small bottles. The young man got a reward, or a little beauty, and was in a good mood, holding the microphone and shouting at Yang Jia. The beautiful woman looks like a lady of the house. A smile from a beautiful woman. The youngest student will never forget it when he looks back for the 3rd time. The boy passed the microphone to his partner beside him, tilted his head and blew down 2 beers at the same time, and the picture of little Yang Jia appeared on the big screen behind him, which must be Su Liang's doing. There was no one else so boring except him. $88 to dominate the screen for 2 minutes. The handsome young man's performance coupled with Su Liang's coaxing, the atmosphere was instantly pushed up to a climax. Immediately someone was reluctant. The same sent 2 bottles of beer. 188 bully screen for 10 minutes. The same picture of a beautiful woman. Seems to be still just a little bit of singing small netizen. The other side added a wreath. Again, $100. Han Qian just laughed at this. There is really no place to spend the money, and Su Liang did not dwell on this matter, taking small sips of wine, watching the climax slowly subside. The singing girls came back. When Han Qian realized that the small netizen on the stage who had been rewarded by Xiao Yangjia went to the table of the latter first, leading to great embarrassment for Xiao Yangjia, who had already made preparations. Han Qian frowned and was about to open his mouth when Qianwan, who was behind him, drunkenly stood up and pointed at the girl singing on the stage and shouted, "You are just you. Go down first. Let the guy just now go on stage. Who rewarded more? Who was the big brother chant? Bring me 10 bottles of wine to send over." The words fell. Qianwan handed the waiter $1,000 in cash. That handsome netizen was happy in his heart, but he still nodded apologetically to the several big brothers who had rewarded him and returned to the stage. And the beer had already been set up on the stage by the time he got on the stage. Qianwan held the chair with one hand and pointed at Netflix and opened her mouth. "Sister is not difficult for you. Who rewarded more? Who was the big brother? Right. Blow 5 bottles to grow a memory. This is obviously barred." The small net red heart of the happy disappeared. Rich who do not want to earn. Small net red even blow. 5 bottles. The small bottle of beer plus shaking the entrance is not much. Small net read just finished. The same 10 bottles of beer was sent to the stage. Or more than a wreath. Xianwan laughed at this and turned around to shout at the manager. Go, give me 10,000 cash for change. Like to play, right? Sister will play with you today. Whoever leaves is a grandson. Do you hear me? The manager rushed off to prepare it. A case of 24 bottles and 10,000 in cash. The crowd didn't try to stop Qianwan's profligacy. Everyone knew in their hearts how thick her family fortune was, and they also knew that Qianwan just didn't want to make Yang Jia unhappy. But Yang Lan was in a difficult situation, and turned her head to look at Han Xian, who smiled at Yang Lan and shook his head. The small netizen on the stage realized that he had gotten into trouble and had to find a few colleagues to come over to drink with him. Qianwan did not stop him from this action, and when the 4 people drank a case, Qianwan asked the manager to go and change 10,000 again. Another box. Qianwan sneered. Don't you like money? Susie, long 11 right? Look at your list. As sister is not called the money princess. My mother is the money princess. Thinking of the same city support you a few. To the face of the face, today out did not bring much. There are 300,000. Can drink, right? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this. Come. Hospitalized, I will reimburse you for medical expenses. Ouch. Han Xian turned his head and grinned at Qianwan. So you don't just spend money in the game. Don't fool around. I won't tell your aunt. Hearing Han Xian say this, Big Qianer instantly wimped out. His aura dissipated to nothing, sitting on a chair and looking at Han Xian grudgingly. This is not a lesson to teach them a lesson. Besides, I spend as my aunt to give me pocket money. A group of milk is the mother of the thing. Live inside the room said that a clear, now do as a human thing? A few netizens on the stage were confused. And the sister who dominated the charts in several of their live broadcasts was right here, right? This is to go back to let the company know that they offended the list of big sister. This shall not be scolded to death? Hurriedly off the stage to the 2 piles of cash sent over. Big Money didn't even look at them and looked at Han Xian and said softly, Ken, change the field? Han Xian sat up and glanced at his cell phone, skimming his lips and nodding. Change it. Little Yang Jia, are you coming with me or going home with Sister Yan? Ken, I'll go with you. The crowd stood up and prepared to leave, leaving a couple of small netizens messing around in place. What to do? Xianwan went out when she vomited. Long-legged Oba dedication. Only to be Shanshan politely refused. She and Ji Jing assisted the Big Chinner. The Big Money sat in Yang Lan's car. The girl said in her mouth to change the scene. This will be drunk already, cannot distinguish between east and west and south and north. The manager of Xiao Air herding cattle prepared a car to take them to the next place, and the crowd rode to the next show, while Han Xian sat in the co-pilot of Ji Jing's BMW, with Su Liang and Duck Pear Girl behind the seat. Ji Jing handed Han Xian a bottle of water, and Han Xian rubbed his head feebly. This matter to be known by the Qiandong will certainly grab my ears to clean me up, but also thankful that Guan Big Dog gone, or else these a few small net red is considered finished. Hey! Ji Jing drove seriously and softly said, don't worry, Wan is also protective. Xiao Yangjia has nothing to do. She goes to the comprehensive department to turn around, and is Lan Lan's sister. Everyone protects and looks at it as a sister. In fact, Wan is also quite good like this. It's better than Li Dongxing. Well, you have a point in saying that. Hey, Liang, you two have been bored for half a day. Haven't you been bored enough yet? Do you want me to open a room for you? Big Mother G, is Guan Big Dog coming to give me a room? Bah! Han Xian, don't get drunk and full of. Pear, don't bother with him. Sitting in the back seat of the Pear face like peach blossoms, squinting eyes, giggling. Unfortunately, this will be Han Xian brain a little less clear. When they arrived at the KTV, Su Liang and the Duck Pear Girl went upstairs hand in hand, and Han Xian, who stayed on the first floor, looked at the backs of the two with a crooked head and wondered, now are they all moving so fast? That's pulling hands? Ji Jing smiled warmly and softly. Assisting Han Xian did not give him an explanation. It is not that people are too fast. It is that Han Xian is too slow. Han Xian sat on the first floor and drank tea and sobered up. And then he saw a quirky little girl appeared in front of him, and squinted at Han Xian and smiled. Brother-in-law, is this the great-great-uncle now? Ji Jing froze slightly and couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Dada, auntie? Han Xian covered his head and said feebly. This girl look at the chest called aunt and uncle. You are a little older than Yen Qingqing. Hey, little brat, you blindly call what the hell? Call auntie. Little Tukuan smiled nervously at Ji Jing without changing his words and hemmed and hawed at Han Xian. Brother-in-law, my father has been waiting for you for a long time. Would you like to have some more tea or go over there now? Or should I tell him to go home? Is Snapdragon here? This guy is still really acute. Han Xian laboriously stood up and covered his head feebly. Auntie G, hold me up a bit. Little brat, lead the way.